I was originally the war god guarding the border and protecting the great Xia. With a wave of my arm, I could command thousands of soldiers, and with a glance, I could scare off 1,000,000 enemy troops. However, at this moment, I have turned my gun towards the people I once fought desperately to protect. Why was the daughter of one of our soldiers bullied to death in the school dormitory by her classmates, and then slandered as a lowly woman who seduced a wealthy man for a huge reward? The only dormitory mate who knew the truth bravely posted the video online, but that night, they mysteriously encountered a fugitive who cut off their hands and pulled out their tongue. The video they posted only survived for a few minutes before being deleted from the entire internet. Countless netizens who wanted to speak up for her also received threats to their lives. However, what is even more infuriating is that the perpetrator is openly boasting online. What can you do even if you know the truth? Not only are you powerless, but you will end up causing more harm, and anyone who dares to investigate this matter will have a bad ending. But how can a father not seek justice? Yi Qingyun knew that his daughter had an accident, immediately headed south to Han River to seek justice. However, he did not even see his daughter's body, and he was also chased by many people. Unable to fight off so many, he was eventually cruelly killed and thrown into the river. At this moment, the soldiers and generals can no longer sit still, and they are all requesting to avenge Yi Qingyun. I take a deep breath and bow to Yi Qingyun's photo. Do you think that with Yi Qingyun's death, no one will dare to investigate this matter? Rest assured, when I head south, all those involved will have to bow down and apologize to you. We, people like us, consider it an honor to die on the battlefield wrapped in horse leather, but we cannot die in vain at the hands of our compatriots. This era of peace and prosperity was established by those in military uniforms, and it is also defended by them. However, those who enjoy the benefits are those who wear suits and ties. In this situation, do they still want to dominate everything? If those in military uniforms fall, those in suits will have to kneel. Since they are not aware of this, I will wake them up, spread my orders and secretly gather 3,000 Kirin troops to march south with me to the Han River, to seek justice for the Yi Qingyun, a warrior of the Imperial Guard. Along the way, the anger in my heart has reached an uncontrollable level, wishing to kill all those involved. But thinking of Yi Qingyun's wife and the bedridden elderly in the countryside, I suppressed the anger and decided to see them first, intending to give them hope to live on spiritually. But I didn't expect to encounter something that made me extremely angry. As soon as I arrived, I saw a van crashing into Yi Qingyun's house, almost hitting his wife Su Hua. A drunken man stumbled out of the van. Sorry, I drank too much. Who died in this house? Fortunately, he managed to step on the brakes at the last moment, or there would have been more casualties. He even took out his phone to confess voluntarily. Anger surged in everyone's hearts in an instant, but more so was fear. It turned out that after Su Hua refused to sign the reconciliation agreement, Cui Tianhua, who was responsible for mediating, made a phone call, and then this drunken man appeared. It was a blatant threat. At this moment, Cui Tianhua and others returned to the house. Do you still want to report it? How many lives do you have? Don't be silly. Even if all of your lives are sacrificed, it won't change anything. Just live well. Despair fills the hearts of Su Hua and others. Sister-in-law, why don't you just sign it? Yi Qingming's wife, with a pale face, spoke up. Sign it. Do you still expect someone to stand up for you? Even if someone stands up, so what? In Hanjiang City, those people are untouchable. Just as Su Hua looked desperate, suddenly a gunshot rang out, and then I walked into the room and shouted, "Who drove the van in?" The drunken man realized something was wrong and was about to run away, but then there was a bang, and the drunken man clutched his leg in pain and howled in agony, saying, "They forced me to do this." Cui Tianhua and others found him, offered him 100,000 yuan to scare these rural folks, thinking they had hit the jackpot. But they never expected to attract people from the war zone. Moreover, the man in the black jacket was a complete madman. His intuition told him that I would really kill, so he didn't hesitate to reveal Cui Tianhua. Very well, all of you bow down to my big brother and his daughter, and you will all be executed later. As soon as the words fell, a group of soldiers with live ammunition walked out behind me, pointing their guns at them, which scared Cui Tianhua and others to step back repeatedly. How dare you? I don't care who you are, but you should also consider the consequences. I am from the Bai family in Jianghan City, and I know you came for the death of Yi Qingyun, but Yi Qingyun's death has been confirmed as a suicide. If you kill me, they will all die too. Can you guard this place for a lifetime? Cui Tianhua threatened as he spoke. Nevertheless, Ji Rulo merely nodded his head before pulling the trigger. No one in the young world dares to take my life. You go down and ask the king of hell. A gunshot. Cui Tianhua's head tilted back and his entire body fell heavily to the ground. To death. He was all in shock and disbelief. He didn't understand where this person's bottom came from and why he dared to kill himself so decisively. And the scene. It also completely freaked out the people in the room, especially those who followed Shui Tianhua. They were frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy, but Ji Rulong was no longer in the mood to bother with them. Sister-in-law. Ji Rulong came in front of Suwa and recognized her at a glance. When, at the border, Yi Qingyun had shown him a picture of the other party and Yi Chanshan. Though, everyone present had already guessed that Ji Rulong and the others were here for Yi Qingyun. But, this cry of sister-in-law still shocked quite a few people. After all, the impression Ji Rulong brought to the people was too terrifying. This lord who couldn't move without shooting and killing people. Who wouldn't be scared in front of him? Suwa didn't dare to agree, but just choked and asked. You are Qingyun. My name is Ji Rulong. I am a robe with Yi Qingyun. Privately, I call him Big Brother. Ji Rulong took the first step to explain. Are you here because of Qingyun's death? You guys know that he didn't commit suicide, didn't you? When Su Hua heard this, it was as if she had grabbed the last straw. Ji Rulong was silent. Then, walking up behind the group of men who were kneeling and kowtowing as all eyes watched. I know, and that's why I'm here. Before he died, he sent me a plea for help. My Kirin army's 50,000 Iron Horsemen. There are only heroes who die in battle, no suicidal bears, but there are people who are afraid that his death will bring about some unbearable consequences. That's why it was contrived, to create the illusion of his suicide. Hear that? The hearts of the crowd jolted. Ji Rulong's voice gradually turned hoarse. Not long ago, it rained on the border of Daxia. It rained so hard that the sound traveled far. It was for him. You should remember his name. His name is Yi Qingyun, belonging to a member of the Kirin Army's personal guard regiment of the Great Summer Kingdom. He has been a soldier in dozens of large and small battles. When you go down there, you should apologize to him properly. The peace and prosperity that those of us who risked our lives on the frontier have fought for should not be the sword that kills us. The words fell. The gun went off. And that is just the beginning. Sister-in-law, the deaths of my oldest brother and my unseen niece will not be left alone. Your condolences. Those who live deserve better. Don't worry, as long as I, Ji Rulong, am around for a day, those who killed them and deserve to die, none of them will survive. I, Ji Rulong, swear today in front of you, in the name of the champion marquis, if I can't kill those people, I, Ji Rulong, will abdicate to the altar of the gods, and will never set foot on the border again. Having said that, Ji Rulong also had no intention of staying behind to add to the sadness, but instead asked directly to his subordinates, by Xiao Xian, where is she locked up? Han River Woman District Security Division. Take her first. Ji Rulong dropped such a sentence and directly got into the car. Behind, a group of Qilin army quickly closed up, then turned around and whistled towards Hanjiang City. The moment, a group of villagers, long ago already do not know shocked into what, if not heard correctly, the party that mentioned is the Unicorn Army, and call themselves, Champion Marquis? The Champion Marquis? Ah, the powerful and highly ranked Warzone General. So it's him. Rumor has it that this one single-handedly established the border army, once in the Guanwei, set up the opening of the border and expanding the land, the courage of the whole army. I did not expect that Qingyun was actually under his command, the crowd murmured. And that's when, the ordinary woman whose real name was Su Hua, on the other hand, put her hands together and made a deep bow in the direction Ji Rulong had left. It's time for the sky to lighten up on the Han River. Chapter 4, Can Wealth Lead to Heaven and Power Over People? Impression. Hanjiang, a city located in the center of the hinterland of the Great Summer Kingdom, was never a gathering of storm clouds. Decades ago, Daxia is still the era of various warlords, but there are a lot of characters enough to be written into the history books, had arrived here, so that the Hanjiang city in the years to come, all kinds of heroes come out one after another. Although, the times have changed and some of the big names have chosen to disappear into obscurity, it is undeniable that they have preserved a notable family business in Han River. I've gathered some information about the Bai and Zhao families below. Would you like to take a look first? On the way to the martial sect area, a member of the personal guard corps sitting in the front row seat, with a stack of information in his hands, inquired in a low voice towards Ji Rulong, who was seated in the back row seat. Ji Rulong gazed out the window. Smell. Only then did he come back to his senses and said in a flat tone, I don't care what kind of energy they have in the homeland, calling the wind and rain or just covering the sky. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't make much difference. All I need to know is who are the people involved in this, and who is standing behind them, and that's enough. It's not very loud. However, Xin Tian, who was sitting in the front row seat, was able to feel the unveiled killing intent. He knew Ji Rulong too well. Coming from the Qin family in Kyoto, he grew up with Ji Rulong in open pants, and when the other party established the Kirin army 5 years ago, he was also driven away by his own master, and has been following by its side. Where is it? At this time, Ji Rulong suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Woman Bridge. After crossing this bridge, we will enter the woman district. Should we let the people below arrest them? Or should you come personally? Qin Tian asked for instructions. Ji Rulong dropped the car window, turning his head slightly to the side. His eyes were greeted by the skyscraper-studded woman district. However, beneath this veneer of prosperity and grandeur lies another gloomy picture of light that is alarming to the eye. However, the most ironic thing is that his big brother did not die in the battlefield of Guanwei where guns and bullets are raining down, but instead died in this territory which they were guarding with their flesh and blood. Whose feast is this feast? Really? A generation of heroes were buried here. And how many are stepping on his bones and continuing to turn on those who are still alive? I'll do it myself. Only after a little while did Ji Rulong heavily spit out 4 words. Woman District. The Department of Public Order. In the director's office, a middle-aged man dressed in security garb was carrying a quill pen to write, and at his side was a young woman in a security uniform who was responsible for inking. At this point, as the middle-aged's last stroke fell to close, the young woman also complimented without the slightest mincing of words. The director's writing, it really gets better and better. The director, whose real name is Bai Jingtao, was non-committal. The look on his face was indescribably pleasant and pleased. Wealth can lead to heaven, and power can overwhelm. These few 8 words were enough to see how arrogant and even conceited he was as a person. It seems to be a long time standing so that Bai Jingtao felt a little tired, so he raised his hand and gently knocked on the table, and the young woman waiting on the side understood, and hurriedly acted as the role of serving tea and pouring water again. Bai Jingtao took the tea and took a sip, enjoying what he had now. The head of the Public Security Division of the Martial Sect region, the pro-brother of the Hanjiang Academy prefect, and a member of the Bai family, these many halos had already caused him to drift a bit. Not to mention, White family this time and the Hanjiang Academy students died in the matter, bore the brunt, and the relationship between those behemoths above more solid. His current position, it may not take long to move again. In this way, he is also barely considered to stand in the first step of the Han River local characters, so can have this kind of mentality, but also belongs to the normal phenomenon. Little Snow, you've been here in our security division for a while now. You won't feel aggrieved if you're asked to do these small things every day, right? At this time, Bai Jingtou looked at the young woman and spoke. The young woman whose real name was Jiang Shui hurriedly said, "It's my honor to serve the director. How could I feel aggrieved?" Ha ha ha. Bai Jingtou smiled broadly. "I have a meeting in the evening, a private banquet. You accompany me there?" "Really?" Jiang Shui pretended to be shocked, but in reality, she was already happy inside. 1. The director. 1. But a little vigilante who had just arrived. Compared to the two identities, there is a world of difference. Bai Jingtou private banquet, why bring her? Jiang Shui in fact know well, is more eager. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang, and Bai Jingtou lazily picked it up. "I'm Bai Jingtou." Next, the person on the other end of the phone didn't know what was said, and Bai Jingtou instantly bounced up from his seat. "A convoy from the war zone drove to Yijia village and shot several people in public? You'd better straighten out your tongue and think about the consequences of talking nonsense." Next, the person on the other end of the phone affirmed once again, and Bai Jingtao's face finally produced some changes. This thing, there was no need to think about it to know that the other party was definitely here for Yi Qingyun. After all, he couldn't be clearer about how Yi Qingyun actually died. He just didn't expect that it would come so quickly. "Identity. Figure it out?" Bai Jingtao asked. "No, the people in Yi's village don't know anything when they ask. The other party doesn't have a license plate and doesn't wear a title, so it's hard for us to check." Bai Jingtao frowned. Next, the door to the office was suddenly broken open vigorously from the outside. "Get out! Can't you see that this director is on the phone?" Bai Jingtao shouted angrily. Just as soon as the words fell, he sensed something was wrong, and what came into his eyes was not the subordinates he knew, but two unfamiliar men, a military uniform, not wearing a title. However, the killing aura that only soldiers possessed was a constant reminder to Bai Jingtao of the identity of the two. "I came to ask for someone." Ji Rulong walked up to him and stared at him with sharp eyes. Bai Jingtao silently hung up the phone. Then, another number was dialed, but there was a delayed response. "Do you realize the consequences of doing this? And let's not talk about the fact that you killed people in public in the Yi family village. The matter of forcing your way into the Department of Public Order alone is enough to make you suffer. And besides, what kind of a thing are you that this secretary needs to listen to your orders?" Time's down. Already figured out the intentions of the two people by Jingtao, and did not have half a point of panic, but instead pointed at Ji Rulong two people's noses condescendingly said, "How dare you, Qin Tian, who was following Ji Rulong, raised his hand and slapped him. Bai Jingtao was dumbfounded. On the side, the young female vigilante even stared at the scene with her eyes wide open in disbelief. Seek death. Returning to his senses, Bai Jingtao was completely enraged. When had he ever been humiliated like this? With a hot head, he was ready to pull out his matching gun from the drawer. But just then, a sound of metal hitting a tabletop made him stiffen. Try who's faster? Qin Tian slapped the pistol in front of him and asked with a smirk. What exactly do you guys want? Bai Jingtao asked as he forced himself to calm down, gritting his teeth and looking at the two Ji Rulongs. He didn't dare to gamble. After all, not long ago, he had received information from the side of the security division below that these two guys had led people to shoot and kill several people in public in Yi Family Village, acting without any scruples. As the saying goes, the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. In his opinion, Ji Rulong two people are just rash, and he is a person with status and position. There is no need to be hard with each other. After all, the one who laughs at the end is the winner. A few days ago, there was a cadet in Hanjiang Academy who died in her dormitory. Her father, a fellow officer of mine, your security division informed that he died by suicide by jumping into the river. Does that ring a bell? Said. Ji Rulong pulled back his chair and sat himself down. What the truth is like, let's leave it aside for now. And I'm not asking for an explanation from you by saying this. I came here for one purpose, and that is by Xiao Xian. Fruity, Bai Jingtao sneered. And let's not talk about whether or not you have the authority to ask this director for someone. Before you came here, didn't you inquire about what kind of relationship Bai Xiao Xian has with this director? You have a quarter of an hour to raise someone. Ji Rulong replied, and behind him, Qin Tian had already lifted his watch and started timing. White surprise, Chapter 5, Blood must be paid in blood. Strong, bully. This was Bai Jingtao's first impression of Ji Rulong after the brief contact. The other party's posture is set too high, and from beginning to end are calm and terrible. Generally have not seen a big storm of people. Is not strong to pretend out of this look. Can it be that just two fathers and daughters of humble origins have really alarmed some extraordinary characters? One time, Bai Jingtao was still a bit uncertain. Plus, this matter involved the death of a cadet, and a soldier after all, and even though they handled it well, they still couldn't be too blatant about it. Therefore, he first waved his hand towards the stagnant Zhang Shui on the side and said in a deep voice, "You go out first." Zhang Shui took 2 steps, and then as if she remembered something, she suddenly turned around and asked, Chief, are you still attending the private banquet in the evening? Get out. Oh, Bai Jingtao's face was unsightly, waiting until Zhang Shui completely disappeared from sight before organizing his language. Intending to properly talk to the 2 uninvited guests in front of him about this matter that had become a taboo in Hanjiang. Like to write? At this time, Ji Rulong suddenly noticed the writing on the table and asked. Aside, the first thing he did was to look over. Wealth can be overwhelming. Power can be oppressive? Qin Tian was really amused. A small director of the Department of Public Security. How dare you say that? What a toad yawning a big mouth. Said. He also added to Ji Rulong. From the 25th year of Xiangqi until now, looking at the entire Great Xia country, the only one who can truly do this in a meaningful way is feared to be Elder Ji during his heyday. This is true. To be sure, earlier years, his grandfather, Ji Tiankai, can truly be described as the world's soldiers and horses, the world's money, all for his use. Only that the old man had stepped down from his post 5 years ago, and the current governor, the Wei family's old man, was in office. Qin Tian's mockery was also heard by Bai Jingtao, who could only smile awkwardly. A little personal preference? Not worth mentioning. Bai Jingtao had no desire to continue this topic as he rubbed his hands together and sat down. Regarding the matter of Yi Qianxian and Yi Qingyun's father and daughter, there are indeed some bad rumors in the outside world that would make people question the truth of the matter. Plus, you and Yi Qingyun are fellow officers, and I can understand that you can't accept the news of the other party's suicide when you suddenly learn of it, but the truth of the matter is just that, and it has been capped, and by Xiao Xian, who blundered Yi Qianxian to death, has already paid the price for it, so even if you have any objections, you should have proposed that the investigation be reopened by our security division, instead of being so brutal and overbearing as to barge into the security division and demand someone. Speaking, Bai Jingtao had been observing Ji Rulong's demeanor, as if he was trying to discern something, but Ji Rulong was too calm. Even when his words landed on the ground, the other party merely spat out with an expressionless face. I only believe in the truth that I have investigated. Bai Jingtao's face was a bit ugly. You're saying Yi Qingyun committed suicide? Of course. Someone saw him jump from the Fish Dragon River with his own eyes. How can that be a lie? But before he died, he sent me a message for help, clearly stating that he was being hunted. I have a complete record here to investigate. How do you explain that? Ji Rulong said. Words. Bai Jingtao's expression instantly froze. It was at this time that he realized slightly that things were a bit tricky. I don't know. Which theater are you guys attached to? I have some dealings with a certain second-grade colonel in the home theater. Maybe you guys know each other when we meet. Let's find some time to sit together and then we can talk about this in detail. 4 to first grade school officials. The first class is the largest, and further up, it's the general officers. Ji Rulong could disregard himself as a division chief. After all, the two had their own duties. But an active second-grade school officer was not something you could just ignore if you wanted to. However, let alone a small second-grade school officer. Even if you really move out a few generals, the blood debt still has to be paid in blood. Ji Rulong said and raised his hand to point at his watch again. A quarter of an hour. Time left. Not much. Bai Jingtao's face is gloomy. When it is really just oil and salt, do not enter the chanting? Kid, I'm telling you this much because I don't want what's already over to continue to expand its impact. But you're not too self-aware, are you? Since that's the case, then I'm not afraid to tell you that Bai Xiaoxian was released on medical parole on the first day of her incarceration. By the way, it was me who did it myself. My name is Bai Jingtao. I'm Bai Xiaoxian's own great-uncle. Speaking of which, Bai Jingtao also glanced at the two Ji Rulongs as if provoking. Next, he took out an expensive cigar directly from the drawer and lit it. Also, it's true that Yi Qingyun didn't die from suicide. But so what? Do you know how big a figure is involved in this matter? That's someone who can cover the sky of Han River with one hand. What can you change as a pawn who doesn't even dare to put his identity on the line? I think the news here has already gotten out, and it won't be long before you, including those you brought with you, pay a heavy price for your ignorance. Suddenly, Ji Rulong's phone rang at this time. He glanced at the words Old Master labeled on the caller ID and frowned, not choosing to answer. This scene, on the other hand, was watched by Bai Jingtao. It's from your superiors in the theater you belong to? You're afraid to even answer an accountability call from above. So how do you have the nerve to play the big tail on me? The words just fell. Inside the office, a phone rang once again. Only this time, it was Qin Tian's phone that rang. I wouldn't dare not answer it. Qin Tian handed over the phone with a bitter smile. The last governor of Daxia, the old man of the Ji family, called personally. Ji Rulong dared to directly hang out to dry. He did not have the courage. Take it, Ji Rulong said. Seeing this, Bai Jingtao rushed closer to his head with a teasing and mocking look on his face, as if to say, let's see how arrogant you can still be this time. How about you? Seeing him in this state, Ji Rulong handed the phone he had picked up towards him again. Oh, Bai Jingtao smiled. That's exactly what I want to do. This secretary would really like to ask how exactly your superiors lead the team. Said, Bai Jingtao grabbed the phone and cleared his throat. I'm Bai Jingtao, the director of the Department of Public Security of Hanjiang City's Woman District. Your subordinate brought people with him today. And not only did he kill people in public in Yejia village, but he also forced his way into the Department of Public Security, and committed an assault on me, the director of the department. In this case, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, not only will they not be able to leave Hanjiang, you as their superior will likewise be unable to eat. There was a silence on the other end of the line. Bai Jingtao's brows furrowed into a ball, and his tone carried some displeasure. Speech. Do you think you can escape your responsibility by not speaking? Finally, on the other end of the phone, an old voice came. Okay, you give him the phone and I'll give you an explanation. Bai Jingtao snorted coldly and dropped the phone on the desk in a godly manner. Kid, pick up the phone. Ji Rulong smiled playfully and pressed the speakerphone button, laughing after committing a head drop. Dumbass, Bai Jingtao mocked with a cigar in his mouth. Next, the voice on the other end of the phone. Once again, don't you know that the Qilin army, as a border army, is not allowed to enter the country without a transfer order from the Prime Minister? No. The 13 provinces of the Southern Realm have called the capital to say that you, the champion Marquis, have personally led 3,000 Kirin armies southward and set up troops outside of Han River. What? Is this a preparation to strike down Han River? Hiss. Upon hearing this, before Ji Rulong made a sound, Bai Jingtao, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, fiercely drew in a breath of cold air, and the cigar clutched in his hand also fell to the ground. Not for a while. However, a conservative estimate is that a group of people will have to be killed. I heard that the person behind the killing of my Kirin army has his hands in the air. If necessary, I don't mind setting off a war in the Han River to see if this big hand can cover this undefeated army of mine. Ji Rulong looked at Bai Jingtao with a smile on his face and said back to the other end of the phone. Boom! The words came out. Again, it was like a bolt from the blue, causing the originally dumbfounded Bai Jingtao's legs to soften. Directly paralyzed in his chair, his face full of panic and at a loss for words. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before he said, "The one who threatened to make me suffer just now. Send him to Kyoto." The phone hung up. Director Bai. Ever been to Kyoto? Ji Rulong crossed his arms and looked at the disoriented Bai Jingtao and laughed. He's white surprise tongue-tied. "Oh, my grandfather. You should have heard of him. His name is Ji Tianxia." Ji Rulong smiled slightly and kindly made an explanation. My God. Receiving the affirmation, Bai Jingtao could no longer tense up, and his body slipped and knelt heavily on the ground. Ji World. Xiangqi 25 years, single-handedly pacify the chaos. In charge of the world's troops and horses. Financial governor Ji World. Although the other party had stepped down 5 years ago, his influence, who could ignore? Who dares to ignore? This. He party actually threatened to make the other party eat their words. Also, this guy in front of me, in addition to being the grandson of that person, seems to have a layer of extremely impressive identity, which was heard earlier. By the way, my name is Ji Rulong, Chief Commander of the Border Army, and those who know me customarily call me Champion Marquis. Fizzle. Bai Jingtao's scalp exploded as he kowtowed repeatedly. Bai Jingtao, head of the security division of Hanjiang City's Woman District, pays his respects to the Marquis. The moment. Bai Jingtao's heart could truly be said to have set off shocking waves. At first, he had guessed that Ji Rulong's identity might not be simple, but how could he not have expected that the other party would be the one who had single-handedly built up the border army and made a great name for himself at the border? The first war god of the world. I said everything. Bai Shaoxian is in the Jiangshui Yuan Villa area. However, a quarter of an hour. To the point. Ji Rulong walked over to the window and stood in the line of sight that Bai Jingtao used to have, overlooking the city, and spat out a single word in a murderous manner. Arrest. Chapter 6, 1,000 armies are coming for you. Full. Ji Rulong didn't say much, and almost didn't smile, but every time he opened his mouth, he was sharp. And this last word catch directly made Bai Jingtao's face turn ashen. He knew that this time he was completely finished. Not only him, but the entire Bai family, as well as the Zhao family that was also involved. And even those towering behemoths, all those involved had to die. Ridiculous, they think they are only dead two insignificant small people, with the power they have. As long as a little means can make this matter disappear, no one dares to get to the bottom of it. Unthinking. That honest man who had begged so hard to see his daughter one last time at the security division not long ago would be a member of the mighty Kirin army. An arrow through the clouds. 1,000 armies to meet. His death not only alarmed a truly powerful being to come down in person, but it also caused a whole team of 3,000 people to troop to Hanjiang City in less than 2 days. The White family in this matter, in fact, is not deeply involved. If it is necessary, I can even take the initiative to help you. Being escorted outward by Qin Tian, Bai Jingtao, at this time, finally couldn't carry the inner trepidation to try to beg for forgiveness. He hadn't finished saying that. A pair of pupils then dilated violently at the reflection of a certain scene, and the whole person was also chilled all over, only to see that the division of law and order, which was originally his say-so, had now been forcefully taken over by a line of heavily armed soldiers, with one man guarding every few steps. As for those security officers below the security division, at this moment, they did not dare to breathe a word and honestly squatted aside. Bai Jingtao's next words were instantly blocked in his throat tube. At this point, just then, he heard Qin Tian, who was escorting him, slowly say, "From the moment that the one and I stepped into your sheriff's division, the internal communications here were cut off to ensure that whatever happened here would not reach the outside world in a short period of time. Of course, we're not doing this for fear of trouble, but to avoid spooking." One comment, completely cut off Bai Jingtao's thoughts. Is this a one-time execution of the people who are out in the open before anyone can react? If you weren't still somewhat useful, the following words speak for themselves. Where are you taking me? Elder Ji has been on the battlefield for half of his life, unifying the great Xia. In his decades of brilliant resume, it seems that no one has ever dared to say that they would make him suffer. His old man naturally wants to meet you, this valiant and godly person. White surprise, didn't you claim that your wealth can reach the heavens and your power can overwhelm people? Coincidentally, the old man was the same in his heyday, so you two need to talk more when you meet. White surprise. At this point, Ji Rulong, who had lingered inside the division of public order for a while, happened to stride out. Seeing this, Qin Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense with Bai Jingtao anymore, giving two explanations and directly chasing after Ji Rulong. Bai Jingtao was escorted to the car, all the way out of the city. While his sight remained on the convoy Ji Rulong was traveling in, He clearly saw that the convoy left from in front of the Division of Public Order and headed straight in the direction of the Jiangshui Yuan Villa area, a bay of the river. In the Bai family villa, two 18 or 19-year-old girls were sitting on the sofa with the game controller. One of them looked arrogant and complained, "So annoying, what's the difference between being stuck at home and being in jail?" She is none other than Bai Xiaoxian, who should have been imprisoned for manslaughter. "I am Missy, just be contented. Yi Qianxian's matter has made such a big commotion. You can still sit in the villa now eating food and playing games. For others, who can?" Snap. Bai Xiaoxian's expression froze and she slammed the gamepad. "Don't mention that table smasher Yi Qianxian to this young lady." On the side, the little girl accompanying her seemed to have been startled and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoxian. You know I didn't mean it. I promise not to mention it in the future." Bai Xiaoxian, barefoot and exasperated, ran to the refrigerator and grabbed a bottle of soda, taking a sip before subsiding. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Qianxian this is so fragile, why would this young lady be stuck at home, not even able to get out of the door? Still, I'm glad you came to keep me company. I'm afraid I'd go mad without you alone. The girl smiled with an unnatural expression. Then, tentatively, "I'll have someone resend a joystick and keep playing games with you." Her name was Huang Xiaoya, and she also attended the Hanjiang Academy. Her family had some family money, but it was not comparable to Bai Xiaoxian's family, and she acted as Bai Xiaoxian's follower in the academy. In the eyes of the outside world, the manslaughter Bai Xiaoxian had been jailed, but in reality, he had been secretly released on the first day, and although Bai Xiaoxian had been released, she couldn't blatantly appear in the public eye so soon. So in recent days, she had been staying at the Bai family villa, accompanying the other party to pass the time. Obviously, at this moment the lack of interest by Xiaoxian already do not want to continue to play the game. Mention Yi Qianxian that. This young lady will be depressed in the heart. She is a pariah. Dead is also dead. Why let this young lady follow the aggrieved? And that table smasher Willow Leaf. I blame her for posting the video online. Love making videos, don't you? Said. Bai Xiaoxian took out her cell phone, opened the photo album, and invited Huang Xiaoya. This young lady took a clear picture. "Come here, let you also see how terrified these two people were at that time." Huang Xiaoya froze. Even though she was young, she was aware that the less she knew about such things, the better. But, really, I can't hold back my curiosity. It's not what you think. My dad is paying for me to live in a private dorm room just so I can have a quiet environment to study properly. And we're still both students. And I'm not in the mood for a relationship right now. So I'm begging you not to push me. I'm begging you, okay? Video. A timid voice came out. "It's Yip Chin Chin. Humph. You little whore still pretending here. I tell you, as long as you behave yourself nothing will happen. If you dare to publicize it afterward, I will not only make you unable to go to school, but also your whole family will not have a good time. Please, don't do this. I just want to do well in school. I'll move out of my private dorm room right now if you leave me alone." Ouch. Ouch. Moving out of your private chambers? Are you willing to give it up? Young masters, it's up to you. As Bai Xiaoxian's words landed, in the video, it could be seen that a youth in casual wear pressed towards Yi Qianxian. Only because of the angle of the shooting, it resulted in the youth having his back to the camera and could not see his face. "You guys hold her down. This young master is not in the habit of eating leftovers. What's going on? She seems to be dead. Damn. What bad luck. I haven't even gotten it on yet." Zhao Tiancheng. "What the are you choking her for?" Grass. Too excited. I wouldn't have thought she'd die. There's no use talking about this now. Hurry up. It's ing bad luck. Video to this. It's almost over. Much more comfortable, Bai Xiaoxian said, crossing the screen and tapping on another video. This is from Lu Yi. This end can be worse than Yi Qianxian. Video playback. Huang Xiaoya couldn't help but frown. Really, because the scene was too bloody. And she really didn't dare to spoil Bai Xiaoxian's fun. So she immediately had to change the topic and said, "By the way, Sister Xiaoxian, I heard that Yi Qianxian's father is a soldier, and he also went to the security department to make a mess. And it seems that he finally committed suicide by jumping down to the Fish Dragon River." Suicide? Humph. Do you believe that? Huang Xiaoya's small face turned white. This, after all, is a soldier, just like that he died. Won't his war zone investigate? I heard that some of the soldiers, the words, before they could be finished, were interrupted by Bai Xiaoxian with a face full of disdain. "And let's not talk about the Bai family where this young lady is from. You don't have to look at it. Those young masters in the video. What kind of identities are they? Lu Yi, and you are not unaware. Their Lu family, in Hanjiang, is also considered quite a family business. But she ended up in such a situation. You can see the Lu family dared to put a fart? Not to mention, It's this pair of father and daughter with humble origins. Even if someone does stand up for them, it's still meddling and dying one by one. It's simply not enough to fear. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the door of the villa was suddenly forced open, and then only to see a man dressed in military attire, his figure as lofty as a mountain, while walking, ordered a radius of 500 meters. Activate the first level of combat readiness. All irrelevant people are not allowed to enter the interior, said. Ji Rulong's eyes, which emanated a chilling aura, landed on Bai Xiaoxian without any emotion. This process, I don't wish to be disturbed. Chapter 7, 13 years of military service. What's not as good as you? In a split second, Bai Xiaoxian and Huang Xiaoyao only felt that a mountainous, murderous aura came crashing down on them, even though both of them came from a remarkable background. In their world, except for a few people who needed to be treated with care, the rest of the people, all of them, could not be put in their eyes. But now, facing the scene in front of them, the two of them were plunged into extreme dismay and panic. After all, this is the first time in my life that I've seen this kind of battle, and Ji Rulong and the others were obviously coming from a bad place, which made the two children, who were only 18 or 19 years old, how could they not be frightened? You, what kind of people are you? How dare you break into my Bai family? My eldest uncle is the head of the public security division. You'd better not mess around. Bai Xiaoxian immediately brought out her backer, cheering herself up while also reminding others. Then, she was also very self-conscious, locking her cell phone and putting it away. Open up. Ji Rulong walked up to her, towering over her. What open? I don't understand what you're saying. This is my house. What right do you have to force your way in? Believe it or not, I'll make a phone call and have my uncle arrest all of you. This time, Bai Xiaoxian had sensed something was wrong, but in her thought, her own eldest uncle was in a high position of power, even if he was not in a system with the group of people in front of her, but the weight of a director, the connections he possessed, was not something that could be ignored by anyone. You'd better get out now, or else you'll all be subject to a lawsuit once this young lady makes a scene. Bai Xiaoxian once again applied pressure. However, when she looked at Ji Rulong, she actually realized that the other party's smile was beyond creepy. I'm a person who has always disliked repeating my words a second time, but seeing as you are still young in age, I'll give you one last chance to turn your cell phone on and tune it to the interface you just used. Ji Rulong pointed at the sofa cushion and said, there. It was exactly where Bai Xiaoxian had hidden her cell phone. This next, Bai Xiaoxian finally reacted. Are you here for Yi Qianqian that? Oh no. To be precise, it's because of her father. This lady still think it's something. What's the matter? You also want to enjoy. Boom. Before Bai Xiaoxian could speak, Ji Rulong decisively stretched out his hand, grabbed her head, and smashed it heavily on the coffee table. Benton time. The coffee table collapsed in a weird way. Ah! Pig-killing screams that resounded through the scene. The kind of mournful screams that made one's scalp numb just by listening to them. You should have been classmates. She is from a lowly background, and she also categorically does not dare to take the initiative to offend you. The daughter of the director of the academy. You tell me, why do you call her with a mouthful of? She was born to deserve your bullying and insults? Speaking, Ji Rulong's broad slap continued to increase in force. He was puzzled as to what caused Bai Xiaoxian to be able to be so vicious in her words and behavior at such an age. Could it be that just because she came from a nobler background than others, she could trample others' lives, dignity, and so on as if they were grass and crush them on the ground recklessly? Dog thing. You're a big man bullying me as a girl. What kind of ability is that? Have the guts to let me make a phone call. Bai Xiaoxian, who had been pampered and had never been so humiliated, heckled with a fierce glare. Ji Rulong frowned. The 5 fingers turned, changed angles, and once again increased their force. This next, Bai Xiaoxian was face down, eating a mouthful of glass slag, her lips and mouth pierced through and through. Aside, Huang Xiaoya had long since been stunned. She really found it hard to accept that in Hanjiang City, there was still someone who dared to treat Bai Xiaoxian like this. Wasn't he afraid of the Bai family's retaliation? I'm going to kill your whole family. This lady promises. Just wait. Just wait. At this point, Bai Xiaoxian had already spat out her words, but she hadn't curbed that arrogant and domineering stance at all, and even opened her mouth and shut it, about to kill her entire family. Ji Rulong was silent. Bai Xiaoxian stared at him dead in the face. She didn't dare speak anymore. The pain was unbearable for her when she did. Ji Rulong beckoned, and Qin Tian quickly rummaged his cell phone out from under the sofa cushions before tossing it in front of Bai Xiaoxian. Ji Rulong didn't speak this time, but raised his palm. I'll drive. Bai Xiaoxian seemed to have a shadow over her, and she didn't want to try and eat glass crumbs some more. The video opens. Ji Rulong didn't look at it, but only explained to Qin Tian, make a copy and save it. Remember to cover up where you need to cover up, wait for the right time to announce it to the public, and return the child's innocence. In addition, I wish to see the specific identity information of the remaining few people in the video excluding Zhao Tiancheng in the shortest possible time. Qin Tian nodded heavily. When Bai Xiaoxian heard this, it was like she heard the world's funniest joke. Where the hell did you come from, you psycho? You want to clear Yi Qianqian's name? Are you kidding me? It seemed to be afraid that Ji Rulong wouldn't understand. After she eased the pain, she continued to add, based on what you did to this young lady, you can't even get through today, and you're still here blabbering about wanting justice for others? More accurately, I came south to Han River to back up their father and daughter. Justice? It's only in passing. My main purpose is to kill the person who killed their father and daughter. Once and for all. Ha! Bai Xiaoxian couldn't help but snort. As the main instigator of this incident, she couldn't be more clear about how Yi Qianqian's father and daughter died. Not to mention his Bai family and the local Zhao family that sits on a $10 billion conglomerate, and the involvement of a few characters whose identities are strong enough to get through to the heavens. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that one sentence from those people was enough to vaporize Ji Rulong and the others 10,000 times. In the Han River, they are the sky, they are the law. Ji Rulong actually said loudly that he wanted to kill them all at once, simply to laugh off people's teeth. Thinking she was about to say something else, Ji Rulong raised his hand, stopping her intentions, and Qin Tian, who was on the side, also handed up a gun knowingly. Bai Xiaoxian frowned. Then I only heard, Ji Rulong said, have you finished your last words? You're going to kill me? Bai Xiaoxian was a bit unconvinced. She thought Ji Rulong was just bluffing. Next, the sound of a bullet being loaded rang out. Are you serious? Both their father and daughter are nothing more than pariahs. How can they compare to my lady's life? What good will it do you to kill me? Bai Xiaoxian's eyes flickered, obviously a little flustered. Plus, Yi Qianqian that she should have deserved to die. If she hadn't been insensitive and listened early, what would have happened? In other words, her death was just her own fault, and this lady only played a role of encouragement. The real person who killed her was the other people on the video, and you killed a girl of mine just to show off. What do you mean? They're from a pariah background. How can they compare to my lady's life? What do you mean? She deserved to die? Ji Rulong laughed back in anger and raised his hand and smashed the butt of his gun on her head. The latter immediately broke her head and covered her head and howled. That oldest brother of mine, who enlisted in the army in the 47th year of Xiangqi, served in the northern war zone for 8 years, survived dozens of battle changes, was born and died, and never retreated. Xiangqi 55 years, the establishment of the border army. He was a member of the Pro-Guard regiment, large and small wars, fought over and over again, suffered injuries, shed blood, too much. The most impressive time was more than a year ago, when several countries launched a surprise attack of unprecedented scale against the border army, and although I killed several military gods of the enemy countries with my own strength and deterred the countries from retreating, I myself was also dying. At that time, the members of the Personal Defense Corps who were by my side were nearly dead, and only one, Yi Chengyun, was still hanging on to his breath. In the end, it was he who dragged his legs, which were no longer able to stand, and carried me back on his knees outside the pass, where the stones were like blades. If he hadn't been left with injuries in his legs on that occasion, could he have been killed just by you? Word for word. It caused the hearts of Bai Xiaoxian and the two of them to set off shockwaves. Just because you come from a lowly background doesn't mean your life is as low as an ant. He guarded the frontier for 13 years. In contrast, think you are from an extraordinary background, destined to be superior to you and for this country. What contribution have you made? Born in a time of peace. You don't even know that beyond the border of the country, there is a group of people like us who are dying for the prosperity and stability of this country. Have you ever thought about how many people have exchanged their blood and sweat for the comfortable life you've had for more than 10 years? What qualifications do you have? What face do you have to step on his bones and justifiably say that his life is cheap? His life? In what way is it inferior to yours? Bai Xiaoxian's face turned pale. The limbs, all of them, trembled in this moment, clearly visible. Ji Rulong was right. She knew nothing about the existence of the Qilin army. After all, having been born pampered, she didn't need to know about those things at all. But that didn't mean she couldn't tell the difference between the two. The soldier who had been to war, and the soldier who hadn't. From the battlefield? Really? Bai Xiaoxian finally realized the gravity of the matter, but she still said stiffly, I don't believe that you really dare to kill me. Moreover, it's not like their father and daughter died by my hand. If you're capable, you can go and make the person who killed them pay for their lives. As long as you can do it, Bai Xiaoxian, will kowtow to their father and daughter without saying a word. Despite Ji Rulong and the others were probably not unusual soldiers. However, Bai Shaoxian still felt that the other party was suspected of bluffing. Otherwise, why would they have dragged it out until now? And she said this, the purpose is also to stimulate Ji Rulong to go to arm wrestle with those really big people up there. When the time comes, don't care if you come down from the battlefield or not. As usual, you have to be buried in the Han River. Don't worry, if you go one step ahead, they won't be able to run away alone. Ji Rulong said, real ability doesn't rely on words. You don't dare? Or is it that you know in your own heart that your abilities are only good enough to bully me? A girl with no hands? Bai Shaoxian grinned and continued to provoke. At this point, a Qilin army hurriedly entered and said to Ji Rulong, General, Zhao Tiancheng's position has been determined. General? Upon hearing this address, Bai Shaoxian's expression instantly froze. A coldness in her brain and great fear surged through her heart. Bai Shaoxian couldn't carry on any longer and flopped to her knees. I want to call my eldest uncle. He knows the people in your war zone. He'll definitely save me. Originally thought. In front of this group of people, the top of the day is also special with the unusual soldiers. That had thought. For that father and daughter down to support the people, will be a real general officer. Until this moment, it was only then that she woke up to the fact that the other party was not daring to kill her. It was clearly waiting for Zhao Tiancheng's position to be determined, for the purpose of killing her and being able to directly target the next one. At this moment, she was really afraid. If she knew that Yi Qianshan's father stood behind such a big background, she wouldn't dare to do those things even if she was killed. Your eldest uncle, Bai Jingtao, was sent to Kyoto for trial before you. Wait for him after you go down there and have a lookout on the way to the Yellow Springs. Ji Rulong's eyes were full of killing intent, and he pulled the trigger without mercy. Chapter 8, this year, this time, there is no enemy on Earth. It was getting late. Kyoto, the capital. A brief but shocking message reached the ears of the current governor, Elder Wei. Spin. This governor general, who sits on the throne and can practically speak his mind in the whole country, personally called Ji House. Old brother. That car has reappeared after more than an aeon. Where did it go? Ji Tianxia breathed heavily. Han River. The name of this place. It seems to be all of a sudden scurried into the sight of countless big shots. Every time something happens, are inseparable from this place. 3,000 border troops, cloth troops outside the Han River. Ji Rulong personally Han River not to mention. At that moment, the legendary existence that had been hidden for more than a year. Once it appeared, the destination was pointed directly at the Han River. I also did not expect that they have been paying attention to everything in this 9 states Earth. If they are also for the death of that Qilin army, the consequences are unimaginable. Elder Wei added. Silence passed. Ji Tianxia, on the other end of the phone, finally spoke. I know. It's hard to imagine. Just what kind of character, just with the news of his appearance, made the two governors since the unification of the Great Summer Kingdom pay attention to such a degree. And it was not difficult to hear through the conversation between the two that there was a high probability that the other party's appearance was due to Yi Qingyun's death. After all, a year and a half ago, when Daxia was still known as Dahua, it was an era of radiance, with countless legendary figures. They, born in that era, famous in that era, and most notably, they, too, were once soldiers. Han River. Walking out of the Bai family villa, Ji Rulong did not make any stops and directly got into his car. We found out that 2 days later, the Zhao family's old man is going to hold a big birthday on the mainland, and Zhao Tiancheng, who is his grandson, in order to please him and make him happy, he specially spent a large sum of money to hire a group of people from the provinces to send a piece of literature over. Right now, Zhao Tiancheng is entertaining the other party in a hotel under the Zhao family. To this, Ji Rulong wasn't too concerned and merely said 2 words, depart. Vehicle starts. However, right at this time, Ji Rulong's phone suddenly rang, and after thinking about it, he picked it up and said, Grandpa, from now on, stop all your retaliation in Hanjiang City, and for at least 2 days, you are not allowed to act without my permission. Ji Tianxia went straight to the point. Ji Rulong's face changed slightly. What's the matter? Someone in the court is not happy with my demeanor and is already pressuring me? Ji Rulong tapped the back cover of his cell phone with his index finger. His tone gradually turned cold. Grandpa, the dead one is the Qilin army. I don't believe that with their energy they can't figure out what's going on here. And they don't want to mess with right and wrong but also interfere with this marquis? Other things? I'll definitely listen to your old man's words. This matter, there's no negotiation. You tell those people for me that I, Ji Rulong, still have 47,000 of my men waiting for a result outside the pass. And I will kill anyone who dares to stand and talk again. The usual. Ji Rulong would not speak to this old man whom he respected the most with such an attitude. a tone of voice. But, he who gathers wood for the multitude shall not freeze to death in the wind and snow. It's true that the border troops have broken the rules, but if not, who can do justice to Yi Qingyun's father and daughter? Those officials in the court who only talk on paper and play smart? Brat, when did I become so bad in your eyes? Those people, they also dare to put pressure on me? Things are not as simple as you think. This time you have to listen to me. Waiting for 2 days can't delay things. What the hell happened? At this moment, Ji Rulong also realized that something was wrong. Someone might want to take a job from you and you'll have to get out of the way. Next, Elder Ji on the other end of the phone added, as long as you don't make any mistakes, this matter will only do you good and no harm. At the very least, it will allow those people to live for 2 more days. Take advantage of these 2 days to properly bury the little girl. As for Yi Qingyun, he has to be buried in the Kyoto Yingling Park. This matter you look after yourself. Having said that, without waiting for Ji Rulong to answer, he simply hung up the phone. One time, Ji Rulong's mood was heavy. The information revealed from the old man's words was a bit of a thinly veiled thought. What's wrong, General? At this moment, Shin Tian, who could see that something was wrong with Ji Rulong, hurriedly expressed his concern. Ji Rulong rubbed his temples and repeated the old man's words just now, adding, it looks like it's just for me, Ji Rulong, to give way, but in reality, my entire Ji family, and even the capital, which represents the supreme power of the Great Xia, are all giving way. What kind of person, under all the heavens, could be so capable? The moment, Shin Tian was already in a state of dumbfoundedness. Kai, are you kidding? Anyway, I don't quite believe there are such people in the world, and even if there are, why would they stand up for that big brother of ours? General, I think the old man is worried that you kill too hard, so that the economy of Hanjiang City, the order of all aspects of the collapse, so made up such a reason to bluff you. You think, my guess is right? Ji Rulong was silent. Not to say that he was arrogant and conceited. At least among his perceptions in his more than 20 years of life, there was no one in the great summer country who could overpower him except for his own old man. Hinging, perhaps, a bit on the fence? Then what do we do? Next, although Qin Tian felt that this was somewhat unbelievable, after all, it was Ji Tianxia's own words, so he was more or less terrified. Wait 2 days. A little while later, Ji Rulong finally made a decision and added, and let's not talk about whether there is this or not. I also really am somewhat dumbfounded by the hatred, in which a lot of issues have not been considered thoroughly. Tomorrow, put Yi Qianxian's ashes, send back to Yi family village for a good burial. Yi family hall set, can't always be 2 empty coffins. At that time, this marquee personally for her farewell. Also, the victim of this incident. There's another cadet named Willow Leaf. I'm going to go see her. You make the arrangements for the trip. Shin Tian nodded, then said, so that big brother of ours? The old man's intention was to take him back to Kyoto and bury him in the garden of the spirit of valor. And that's what I planned to do at first, but it's a process that I didn't want to be too casual or easy. On that day, I want 3,000 generals to enter the city and escort him all the way to Kyoto. Nor do I know what a picture of Han River City on that day, but it must have been very large and spectacular. More unknown. Those bigwigs who had crushed Yi Qingyun as if he were a mole cricket and boasted that they could cover the sky with one hand from on high. When they saw 3,000 generals entering the city to greet him, a superior general unloading his body full of merit medals for him, and tying a white flower on his chest only. What kind of a picture would that be? That day, doomed to fill the city with white flowers, and doomed, too, to have so many heads rolling to the ground. Back to the main topic. Sometime in the future, I may have to temporarily live in Hanjiang. You go and purchase a property, the one across the street from the Bai family villa. I like it very much. Ji Rulong looked around and ordered, with a bad smile on his face. He hurriedly answered in the affirmative. And after, Ji Rulong opened his cell phone and looked at the flashing image on the screen with a murderous face. Zhao Tiancheng, let's let you live for 2 more days. Snap, turn off your cell phone. Ji Rulong was distracted. I'll go around. Fish Dragon River. An aged woman holding a walking stick with a stack of documents placed flat in front of her couldn't help but wonder. Like, really too much like. This resume is no better than my father's back in the day. Not even close. Beside her, a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back and wearing a long robe disagreed. The woman smiled. Uncle Tang, since he's so out of your league, why would you personally come here when you know he's in Hanjiang? It can't be that you're really planning to steal a job from this little guy, right? I'm afraid if an outsider were here, he'd be full of it, because no matter how you looked at it, the already aged woman was older than the middle-aged. But she, surprisingly, addressed the other party as Uncle Tang. In every era, a demonic figure will appear, but in my heart, No one is as good as him. I came because he's walking the path of my big brother back then. This path is very difficult to walk, and if you are not careful, you will be doomed. Not anymore, the aged woman said. Middle-aged silence. The eyes first looked at the rolling river below, and then moved to the sky full of stars. Yeah, not anymore. Now this year, I Tang Tong has been on earth all invincible. I show attitude to cover the person who dares to let him die. Who can let him die? Deceased people are dying one after another, so like leaves falling in the wind. Soon after, a last era style, hanging emperor word beginning license plate business car, leaving the Han River range, disappeared without a trace, and then no one can trace its whereabouts in half a trace. Chapter 9. Mr. Zhao, are we still killing? In the meantime, returning to the villa from the academy, Bai Maoji and his wife Juinan realized that their daughter has been shot dead in their home. How could this happen? Who the hell did this? Juinan hissed. Aside, Bai Maoji was even more gloomy. His fists clenched. He had only gone to the academy's kung fu, and when he came back, his own daughter had been shot at home. This was her only daughter. We've never been the only ones to kill our entire family. No one has been able to bully us yet. My daughter. She's still so young. She's still so young. I want to know who killed her. Bai Maoji, I want you to call Big Brother right away to find out the person. Then, I want to personally avenge my daughter. Actually, without her having to say anything, Bai Maoji was already in contact. The person he contacted was not Bai Jingtao, but the Huang family. After all, Bai Xiaoxian had been with Huang Xiuya since she was released on medical parole. Soon, the phone was connected and Bai Maoji's tone was icy. My daughter is dead. I know. Where's your daughter? We just sent her to the hospital, and the doctor said that she was in shock and is now a little mentally unstable. Mr. Bai, this matter has nothing to do with the child. Never mind. Your daughter was in a room with my daughter, and my daughter was killed. So why isn't your daughter dead? When Huang Xiaoya's father heard this, he was silent for a moment before he said, Mr. Bai, I'll be honest. My daughter told me that it was a group of soldiers who killed your daughter, and they came for Yi Qianqian's father and daughter. Our Huang family is small in size. We don't dare to get involved in the fight between your gods and goddesses, and we can't get involved, so I hope you can understand. Bai Maoji's pupils contracted violently. A little. He took a deep breath before saying, your daughter, did she say anything else? Such as the exact identity of the other party, or which war zone they are from? No. However, if my daughter remembers any useful information, I'll be the first to inform you. Snap. Keep your mouth tight. Dropping these words, Bai Maoji directly hung up the phone. How is it? Is it known who killed our daughter? Zhuo Yinan asked anxiously. Bai Maoji's expression was heavy as he nodded his head and said, the Avengers? They've come to the door. Who is it? Was it someone from the Lu family who did this? On the surface, our daughter has already been imprisoned for manslaughter. It's impossible for ordinary people to know that Xiao Xian she's hidden by us at home. It must be the Lu family who did it. It seems that we are still too kind to that little willow leaf. Since they have done things so absolutely, let's go to war for good, no matter how much the price is. I want the entire family of the Willow family to accompany my daughter to the funeral. Zhuo Yinan nearly lost her mind. And with that, she picked up her cell phone, ready to dial a certain number. There's still a portion of funds on the company's books. I'm ready to take it out. Please Hop Sing will come down. Unexpected. Bai Maoji suddenly slapped her in the face. Calm down. Have you lived for decades to a dog? And let's not talk about whether or not this matter is the work of the Lu family. Even if it is the work of the Lu family, are we richer than the Zhao family? Or are we richer than the ones above us? Isn't a word down from them more useful than if we were to invade our family and lose our money? Seeing Bai Maoji really get angry, Zhuo Yinan didn't dare to make any more mistakes, and the whole person was even calmer. If the Lu family really dared to retaliate, they wouldn't have waited for today. The ones who killed our daughter are the ones who came out of the war zone. They came for Yi Qianqian and her father, Bai Maoji explained. Involving that kind of place, the way things are done, you can't treat them in an unusual way. I didn't expect that someone would really stand up for their father and daughter, and act in such a ruthless and decisive manner. This matter, I need to notify my elder brother first to total sum, and then report to the above, to see how to deal with the appropriate. Bai Maoji thought about it and decided to contact Bai Jingtao first. After all, the other party was the head of the public security division of the woman district, and both his personal power and the energy he possessed were much greater than his own. Aside, Zhuo Yinan, who was calm and collected, didn't take it too seriously. What else is there to think about? Is it because of their identity? The daughter's blood feud will not be reported? In my opinion, it's better to kill them afterward rather than cowering. We've killed one anyway, what's a few more? There's no turning back for us. You call Big Brother? First find out the whereabouts of this group of people, and then order them all to be arrested. Even if they come from a war zone, it is a fact that they committed murder and killing. This alone is enough to make them accountable here. Words. Bai Maoji glanced at her in surprise, and then laughed at himself. It's me who's looking ahead. You're right. There's a roof over the sky when it collapses. The call was dialed and prompted to be unreachable. How could the phone of a director-level person be in an unreachable state? Even if it would, why would it be at this time? Then he associated it with the fact that the person he had sent to Yijia village had not replied to his letter so far. It's not right. What is not right? You do not hear suspicious. Did not pick up perhaps something busy? You continue to play not to give him the following people to call. Tang Tang Woman District Security Department Director. Cannot disappear? Also right. Bai Maoji shook his head, then dialed the number of the Woman District Security Division again. This is Bai Maoji. Your director. Are you there, Mr. White? In the afternoon a group of heavily armed soldiers broke into our security division and forcibly took the director away. We've already reported this matter. Have you not been notified? Smell. Bai Maoji's hand shook and the phone snapped to the floor. What's going on? Zhuo Yinan asked. That group of people broke into the sheriff's department and took Big Brother away by force before they killed our daughter. In addition, I suspect that Cui Tianhua and the others have not taken the initiative to contact me until now, and it's likely that something has happened as well. Zhuo Yinan stared wide-eyed and dumbfounded. The way that group of people are acting has reached the point of audacity. Even the director dares to forcibly take away. No one can ensure that they won't do something even more shocking next. I have to go to the Zhao family right away. The Zhao family. As an extremely influential behemoth in the local area, the Zhao clan's main plan was naturally not much simpler. Being an old mansion with quite a few years of history, en route, Bai Maoji had then contacted the people of the Zhao family, so it was a smooth ride all the way into the Zhao family compound. Mr. Zhao. Soon, Bai Maoji met a middle-aged man in a room where VIPs were entertained. State-faced, stocky, 45 years old or so, Zhao Mingyuan raised his hand, gesturing for him to sit, then said in a flat tone, "It's so late and you still have to have a face-to-face meeting. Is something wrong over at Yijia village?" Bai Maoji wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead, and his gaze went to the tea master who was preparing the tea on the side, without saying a word. Seeing the situation, Zhao Mingyuan laughed and said, "There's no need to be jealous. As far as I understand it, there's only one woman left in that family, and an old thing that's bedridden? Since unusual means can't scare them. Let's get slightly more real. I still don't believe that in the end. There is only one old thing left that can't move, and it can still make any waves." The tone, breezy, however, the meaning revealed between the words, but vicious to the extreme, and listen to his meaning, kill a person is as simple as crushing an ant. However, the people in the war zone went down for that father and daughter. The people who were sent to the Yi family village died out. My elder brother was in the security division, was forcibly taken away, and so far there has been no half-hearted message, and my daughter was even shot straight away in her home. Mr. Zhao, are we still killing? Snap. It was the sound of a teacup breaking. Zhao Mingyuan, who was as steady as a mountain in the last second, directly froze, his face full of shock and incredulity. At the scene, at this moment, only the sound of heavy breathing between each other remained. As for the tea master who was in charge of the tea, he hastily knelt down against the ground the moment Bai Maoji's words fell. A little while later, Zhao Mingyuan finally came back to his senses. Are you sure? It's the people from the war zone who went down. It's not that he doesn't believe it. Truly, this happened so suddenly. Yi Chengyun only died less than 2 days ago. Even if he was in the war zone down to check, that the first step should also be to negotiate with the local security division. How would act with such means? This is really some not in line with common sense. If it wasn't for the people from the war zone coming down, what other people would have the ability to take the head of the first division by force directly within the division of law and order? Bai Mao Wei. Words. Zhao Mingyuan nodded. Seeing that he was about to say something, Bai Maoji hastened to add, I went along the way, and the surveillance cameras within the public security division were all taken away, leaving no clues at all. This next, Zhao Mingyuan was completely a bit unable to sit still. If he had looks, or external information, he might have been able to figure out the other party's identity and then treat them. But now, the other party was in the dark and they were in the light. It was not favorable to them. Go see the old man. Chapter 10, kowtow a few times before leaving. Soon after, in the Zhao clan's inner hall, the two of them, Zhao Mingyuan, met the Zhao family's old man, Zhao Zhengchuan, and, one by one, he told the story. At first, they didn't put this matter much on their minds at all. After all, The security division side had already prepared for the war zone to go down. Even if someone investigated, Yi Qingyun committed suicide, and they simply couldn't be implicated. But now, father, this group of people don't follow the rules at all. They come off the field and kill straight away. And they have a clear purpose, which makes our well-prepared means useless all of a sudden. What can we do now? Zhao Mingyuan was doubly troubled. What are you panicking about? In Hanjiang, are you still afraid that the sky will turn over? Compared to Zhao Mingyuan and Bai Maoji, Zhao Zhengchuan was very calm. After all, at his age, and having built a family business of this size in the Han River, what great storms have he not seen? Things happen. Find a way to solve it is that Yi Qingyun if he really has some kind of heavenly background in the war zone. In the first place, he would kneel down in the security division kneeling and begging to see his daughter one side? War zone down. But it is expected. Beggars still have 3 or 2 friends. Not to mention that he served in the war zone is not a short time. There are some affectionate colleagues. And then normal. It's just that the way this group of people acted is a bit surprising. And to be precise, this group of people acted completely in line with the situation of having a hot head. And it's not worth making a big fuss about it. Said. Zhao Zhengchuan beckoned his hand. And the butler hurriedly brought a cup of tea. And upon hearing these words from him, the two Zhao Mingyuan, who were still a bit apprehensive, also relaxed quite a bit. As long as it could probably be determined that the group had no particular origin, it would be simple to deal with. In that case, let's just find the person and arrest them all together through formal means? Bai Maoji asked. However, Zhao Zhengchuan, shook his head, acting so recklessly. I'm still afraid of you catching it? When the time comes, in case it causes more casualties, it will be even more troublesome to wrap up the scene. The more fanfare, the more they don't follow the rules. It just shows that they don't have the backbone to resolve things through formal channels. Or even, it's simply a group of people who have a good personal relationship with Yi Qingyun who are taking unauthorized revenge. There is no such thing as acting in this way when you are truly representing the war zone down there. Instead of following the rules, it's in our favor. Your daughter's death, and your elder brother being taken away. Let's suppress it for a while. Don't stir up public opinion again. As long as their people are still in Han River, before dawn, it's totally enough to find out their traces. At that time, let's first see what kind of god it is. It's best if we can talk. If we can't, then let them completely and utterly evaporate. Bai Maoji's face was in a difficult position. Pressure? How do you press something this big? Let's not talk about the fact that his elder brother was taken away by force, but let's just say that his daughter, at least she should be buried in the ground. Not to mention the honorable burial, right? Suddenly, Bai Maoji trembled, and then he only saw Zhao Zhengchuan on the high seat in front of him was looking at himself with a very intimidating look. He swallowed his saliva. Zhao family master, you look as if you are embarrassed by the words of the old man? This, Bai Maoji didn't know how to answer. When I say press, I don't mean for you to keep things under wraps, but don't involve these two things, with that father and daughter. Understand? Don't worry about your elder brother's side. It's not an honorable thing for the head of the 1st Division to be taken away by force. The chief secretary of the Han River will take care of it himself. And as for your daughter's death, wasn't he imprisoned for manslaughter? Bai Maoji's eyes glazed over. Do you still need me to make it clearer? Zhao Zhengchuan frowned. Aside. Seeing the old man's anger, Zhao Mingyuan was also quick to mention. Considering that the outside world is quite concerned about the death of the academy's students, the relevant authorities have decided to impose the death penalty on Bai Xiaoxian and execute her immediately. That way, not only does it perfectly explain your daughter's death, but it also makes most of the eyeballs following the story disappear instantly. 2 birds with 1 stone. No, 3 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. Such a message, once it gets out, can also return a wave of credibility. Bai Maoji were as unable to comprehend their meaning, just a little reluctant to accept that their own daughter is dead, but also be used, in his thinking, should be directly explain the truth. When the time comes, the person who killed his daughter will be made to pay for his murder through formal means. You haven't reached the old man's age yet. Your daughter is gone. It's just the right time to grab a son. The girl who married out splashed out water. Don't take it too seriously, Zhao Zhengchuan said. Bai Maoji nodded. This society is one where the big fish eat the small fish and the small fish eat the shrimp. Don't look at his scenery outside. But in front of a character like Zhao Zhengchuan, he was just a small person who didn't have half a choice. Right. At this time, as if he suddenly remembered something, Bai Maoji pulled out 2 rolls of rice paper from his arms and spread them out. This is what I found from my big brother's office. Even though I don't think that group of people have any notable identities either. But that's not a word that looks like it could be written by a martial artist. The Zhao family looked over. On one, it reads, wealth can reach the heavens and power can overwhelm. 8 words. 1. On the other hand, reads, your salary and your wages are the people's wealth. The people are easy to abuse, but heaven is hard to deceive. 16 words. Previously, the handwriting is mediocre, nothing to review. Instead, the 12 words of that one, the pen walks snake, powerful, and give a person a kind of rebuke. Killing machine revealed the feeling. Every word, are very impactful. Oh, I've known your elder brother for many years. How come I didn't know that he still has this kind of talent in calligraphy? As for these 8 words, wealth can reach the heavens and power can overwhelm people. I think it must be the leader of that group of people who intentionally left it for us? Humph, a rat that came out of nowhere has a big mouth. Thinking that he's really a person because of the few reckless things he's done? Shiramochi. At this point, Zhao Zhengchuan, who was sitting on the main seat, waved his big hand, and the rice paper suddenly rose up without any wind and floated down to his hands. As for the one with 8 words written on it, it remained on the desktop untouched. Somewhat interesting. Pass the order down. Use all your connections. Before dawn. I want to know where that group of people have landed. I hope I won't let me down. Zhao Zhengchuan's eyes were shining, and he seemed to have some expectations. Zhao Mingyuan froze. Mr. Zhao, as much as it pains me to say it, this is my big brother's handwriting. Bai Maoji reached out, rubbed the 8-character rice paper on the desktop into a ball, and crushed it viciously. Zhao Mingyuan. Aftermath. Bai Maoji returned to Jiangshui Yuan. Only, when arriving at the door of the villa, he suddenly noticed that the villa across the street from his house was brightly lit. Next, Bai Maoji instantly raged. This is that ING psycho in the villa to build a spiritual hall? Also directly opposite their family villa. Ben died daughter, held a stomach of fire. He got off the car and stormed toward the villa. But, before he could take a few steps, he suddenly had a footstep, and in the next second, a chill went straight to his head. Yi Qingyun? How could he not recognize the photographs placed on the hearse? This, Bai Maoji felt his scalp go a little numb and his head go blank. Bai Maoji, 46 years old, director of Hanjiang Academy, that's you. A voice suddenly reached his ears. Bai Maoji subconsciously looked up and saw a young man with a document in his hand, looking down at him. That moment, Bai Maoji couldn't help but tremble inwardly. What kind of a look was that? Bland, indifferent to everything, as if a huge dragon located above the 9 heavens was staring at a mole cricket. More like, looking at a dead person. My daughter, I killed it, Ji Rulong said. Not waiting for Bai Maoji to speak, Ji Rulong added, I see that your Bai family is preparing for the funeral. Don't forget to prepare one for your big brother as well. You dare to kill my big brother? Bai Maoji expressed his disbelief. In this regard, Ji Rulong did not answer, just said again, I originally intended, first we'll participate in this matter of small people one time to kill off, and then kill you these old. But the temporary occurrence of a number of changes, coupled with some things on hand busy, so the need to delay for 2 days. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Tell the people behind you that in 2 days, I'll kill next. Shiramochi. He didn't understand where exactly Ji Rulong got his backbone. Yes, I hope you'll still be this awesome when the time comes. After dropping these words, Bai Maoji was ready to leave, but before he could turn around, he felt his body sink, spin, unable to resist at all. He heaved himself toward the hearth and knelt. Just moved in. No more blood. Kowtow a few times before you go. Chapter 11, Human Suffering, All Sorts of Life. Day 2. Ji Rulong woke up early and after giving incense to Yi Qingyun, he and Xin Tian drove away from the Jiangshui Yuan villa area. Stop the car, Ji Rulong suddenly said as he passed by a breakfast place with Pipe's Noodle House on it. The car came to a steady stop. A very ordinary noodle shop. In terms of decoration, it was even a bit simple, but on the left side of the noodle shop, a sign was placed, which read, Active duty, veterans are free of charge, and seniors over 75 years old are free of charge. I say big brother, you were at least a famous crown prince in the capital back then. There's no reason to purposely get off the bus to dilly-dally, right? Xin Tian also saw the sign, and at that moment, he joked in a small voice. The moment. The 2 men were dressed in military attire, although they did not wear the title, but the military atmosphere. Naturally, Ji Rulong was on his feet. The next second, silently, he pulled out his cell phone. Xin Tian inexplicably felt something bad, and immediately put his head together. He saw Ji Rulong tapping on his address book and flipping out the phone number with the memo Elder Qin. Brother, General, Marquis, this isn't necessary, is it? I'm just joking with you privately. Have you forgotten that we grew up in open pants? It's faded. Everything has changed since the army, Xin Tian said with a bitter face. The corner of Ji Rulong's mouth was slightly raised. Not that he really wanted to call in a complaint over this small matter. Joke, Ji Rulong is not unopenable. If not for the 5 years, experience quite a lot of life and death, carrying a heavy responsibility. He is only a square 25 years old. Foppish degree of the prince. According to Qin Tian's words, he was just putting pressure on himself, and it was easy to face paralyzed when he was cold for a long time. Put away the cell phone. Ji Rulong resumed his unsmiling appearance. In a suit, no one cares if you go to a bar and show off your dance moves. But in this outfit, you have to look the way you should. Next time pay attention. Qin Tian smiled. Subordinate understands. That bang. There was some lack of control over the force. So much so, that the people in the noodle shop cast glances. Soldier? The owner of the noodle shop, a man with scars at the corners of his eyes, estimated to be in his 30s, was also looking over towards Ji Rulong and the two of them at this time. Ji Rulong nodded. Behind him, Qin Tian took a step closer. The owner shook the noodle spoon and smiled, signaling the sign. Free for soldiers. What can I get you? Good handwork. Have a bowl of your authentic Hanjiang cut noodles and a serving of soy milk. Ji Rulong found a seat. Holler. Where is this little brother? Qin Tian said. Same. Not much longer. After the two of them finished eating, Ji Rulong asked, the specific schedule for today. How was it arranged? Later, the brothers below will catch up with us with the child's ashes, and by the time the child is buried, counting the time we spent on the road, we'll be back in Hanjiang City around 2 to 2:30 in the afternoon, when we can go straight to the hospital. Ji Rulong nodded. That's just enough time if you do the math. Leave the face money. The two of them then planned to leave, but the owner insisted that Ji Rulong and the two of them take back their money. Ji Rulong laughed. Consider it as a meal you owe me. Next time you'll have to invite it back. The words are gone. Just get in the car and leave. Now things are going to get lively, the boss said to himself as he took the noodle money and looked in the direction the jeep had left. Old pipe, place 2 bowls of cut noodles. Today my granddaughter's noodle money you must accept. You are all by yourself with a child. It is not easy to do a small business. If you still do not accept the money, the Wi-Fi will not come. An old woman, trembling, came over and said, Granny Wang, don't be polite to me. Your granddaughter is young and can't eat much. How can I charge you? Then I'll go. And you don't get off the noodle. Take it. Take it. Humph. You brat really collect this time? Don't give the money to you then and sneak it back to me. Caught you a couple times. Wang Mao pretended to look fierce, pulled out a stack of change wrapped in a plastic bag, and counted a few. Then, another special admonition. That granddaughter of mine can't eat much, so don't lay too much down. It's a waste. The old pipe responded repeatedly, secretly stuffing an egg towards the bowl with the larger amount of noodles. Granny Wang, the noodles are ready. Okay, I'll send my granddaughter to school. By the way, do you still have enough eggs to eat? One day when my granddaughter is on vacation, I'll go back to the countryside and bring you some more. Granny Wang said, enough to eat, and now the eggs are convenient to buy. The nearby supermarket has. You do not bring me. The distance is far. It is not convenient to go and come. The old pipe waved his hand in a hurry. A big man in his 30s. His tone even choked a little. The 70-something-year-old man, although he had been eating noodles without charge for several years with him, would drag his aged body to the countryside every now and then and bring him some authentic local eggs. Don't. Not yet. It doesn't. Wang Mao immediately said. Told you how many times. The supermarket's expensive, but also easy to buy fake. My countryside is the authentic earth eggs, but also do not want to pay. Wait for me to bring you next time. Go, do not delay, you do business. LOL. The old pipe sighed, raised his hand, and wiped the corners of his eyes. Grandma, I can't eat so much. Not far away. A little girl dressed in skimpy clothes and carrying an old school bag beamed. Granny Wang looked at the voluminous bowl of cut noodles in her hand and urged, you need to be full in the morning. Eat quickly. It will dry up later. Grandma, you can give me the small bowl one. Grandma is old. No appetite. Can't eat, easy to waste. Have you forgotten how Grandma taught you? You can't waste food. The Governor General who unified our Dacia country decades ago didn't know how much hunger he suffered. At that time, most of the grain was in the hands of the Grain King, who had embraced the army and occupied the land as a king. And in the end, Governor G chopped off the heads of I don't know how many people before the Grain King was willing to release the grain. Until the Governor General takes the King of Grain under his command, all our generals will not have enough to eat, will not be able to repel foreign enemies, and will not be able to be unified. The king's wife spoke. The little girl wasn't sure if she was listening or not, picking at the bottom with her chopsticks. There's eggs again. Granny Wang looked at the eggs in the bowl, her eyes gradually moist. Granddaughter, when you're on vacation, Grandma will still take you to the countryside to play, okay? Yeah. Granny Wang stroked the little girl's head with a kind face. No merit. No reward? Ah, not completely old enough to move. What face to freeload? Girl, you remember. In the future, no matter whether you have no success, you have to take your old pipe uncle as your own relatives. Born and not raised. Broken fingers can be rewarded. Not born and raised. 100 worlds is difficult to return. Sunshine. Breeze up. And old and a small two figures look so thin and weak. But walking is so strong and unyielding. The suffering of the human race and all its creatures, compared to the paper and gold. The lives of Lao Guan, Wang Mao, and others who struggle at the bottom but still face the future are the true portrayal of most people. Chapter 12, Looking Back Again. How many unforgettable memories. God is not merciful. A young man in his prime, killed in front of the schoolhouse. The old father defended the country for 13 years, and before returning home, he did not see his flesh and bones standing on the roof. General, this is my daughter. How is it? Is this nose and eyes exactly the same as Lao Yesmi? I sent her to Hanjiang Academy for schooling. Although it's a bit far from home, but it's a university. The education and learning environment is good. Our Yi family has to come up with a knowledgeable and cultured person who can contribute to the Xia country. Me? This is the only life I can take. It's not worth mentioning. General, these legs of mine are getting worse and worse. Plus I'm getting older. So I'm ready to retire after handing over the reins. Plus, it's been quite hard for my wife to stay home alone for so many years. Old mother is also sick. Maybe gone one day. I, as a son, have to be around. No, also, the child is also an adult. When it grows up some more, it will really not be close to my old G. And I have to work harder to see if I can get one with a handle out to pass on the fragrance to my old son. General, do you think that when the time comes for me, old Yi, to retire, will it be considered a success? Ha ha ha. Leaving from the Yi family village, Ji Rulong's heart was like a knife. The scene that he had spent time with Yi Qingyun also kept coming back to his mind. Kids, already in the ground. But this matter, not to this can draw a conclusion. The deceased has passed away. The living, the same need for an account. I briefly checked. Lu Ye's family is in the pharmaceutical business. And although it's not the top in this local field, it still has a certain scale. After Willow Leaf's accident, the Willow family was furious and openly let loose in their circle to pursue the matter to the end. But in the end, only a few criminals who deserved to die in their own right paid the price for it. And the Willow family seems to have accepted the outcome. Of course, we all know exactly what's going on in this case. Qin Tian's words distracted Ji Rulong. He, as a person, has always kept his grudges clear. For the Lu family, or more accurately, for Lu Yezi, the girl who dared to speak out for Yi Qianshen, his heart was filled with gratitude. According to the subsequent development of the Yi Qianshen incident, this earthly power single-handedly covers the sky, and in the case of a video as evidence, are able to reverse the right and wrong, and press the incident to the extent that only a Bai Shaoxian has paid some price for it. Moreover, Bai Shaoxian's so-called imprisonment was even more ridiculous, treating everyone as if they were little cuties. It can be imagined that if it wasn't for Lu Ye's courage to record what she saw and label it clearly and post it online, Yi Qianshen's death wouldn't have even set off half a ripple. And, just because of a righteous move by Lu Yezi, not only did she herself pay a heavy price, but I'm afraid that the present-day Lu family is not doing well either. After all, there's a saying about making an example of a chicken. Drive faster. Ji Rulong looked out the window and said to Qin Tian, Han River, First Hospital, extraordinary wards. Several middle-aged people dressed in human-like clothes with big bellies and waists blocked the entrance to the ward. Looking at the middle-aged couple inside with gloating faces. Sick bay. There lay a girl with no hands, looking sideways at the other side and weeping silently. From the schoolhouse incident, to date but just less than a week's time, but for the Lu family, every moment of this is like hell. Child, was cut off both hands, pull out the tongue not to mention. The entire Lu family business is also subjected to malicious suppression, although it is not yet to the extent of closure, but it is also lingering. Pang Fei, the child will have to use medicine later. If there is anything we will resolve it privately. The gaunt middle-aged man in the hospital room, like a dying lion, went up to a middle-aged man blocking the doorway in a good voice and opened his mouth. He had just walked over to him when the chiffon middle-aged man he called Sher Pengfei pushed him away. Lu Yusheng, what the are you thinking? If you don't pay us back the money today, your whole family won't think well. At this time, the woman in the ward stood out, pointing at Sher Pengfei and said angrily, Sher Pengfei, have you forgotten that if we didn't have the Lu family in the first place, your company would have collapsed long ago, and you'd still be able to have today? The child managed to call you with a mouthful of uncle. Now that she's like this, you as an elder don't visit even if it's not enough, but also take advantage of our Lu family's crisis to fall on the well. Your conscience, is it eaten by a dog? Sher Pengfei laughed coldly. I don't have such a bold and presumptuous descendant. And I don't look at what kind of family background I have. So I dare to send out any video and say anything. Undeniably, you had really in my sure Pengfei have benefited. But you do not moral kidnap lousy. I sure Pengfei still have to survive in Hanjiang. Now the entire Hanjiang. Who else would dare to with you to get involved? It's good that I didn't victimize you with dirty tricks like the others. And I won't say more than that. You pay me back the money I put in. And there will be no more relations between us in the future. Before the Liu family's accident, business had been at a flourishing stage. At the time, don't know how many people funded begging Liu family with a hand. Sure Pengfei is no exception. But now the Liu family was maliciously suppressed. The business is in ruins. Invested into the business of money and the blood. Not to mention that, but also face huge penalties and payouts. Money? Now the Liu family, where there is any money did not directly declare bankruptcy, are unwilling, dying struggle. It's all because of this little. If it wasn't for her, lousy so much money wouldn't have gone down the drain. You can't get the money, can you? Good. I heard that you guys paid a large sum of money for your daughter's hospitalization and follow-up fees in the beginning, and you should still have a lot left now. Words. It's not finished yet. A heavy footstep suddenly enters. Make way. Sure Pengfei turned his head and saw a young man dressed in military attire and holding flowers standing behind him. This looks like a visit to a patient? I say boy, are you in the wrong ward? This little you also dare to come to see. Not afraid of losing the future Sure Pengfei sneered. Ji Rulong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Next, the entire ward shuddered fiercely, then only to see Ji Rulong pressing Sure Pengfei's head against the wall with one hand and crushing it back and forth with a rhythm, emitting a burst of scalp-numbing friction sounds. Next time, you won't have to speak in your life. After receiving the handkerchief handed by Qin Tian behind him and wiping his hands, Ji Rulong stepped into the hospital room. Not only were the few middle-aged men who followed Sure Pengfei dumbfounded, but the Liu Yuxing couple were equally dumbfounded. I came to see the baby. Ji Rulong smiled and greeted the two men before walking over to Lu Ye's hospital bed and sitting down. The smile that had been there the last second was now gone. He who had killed several national military gods with his own strength, and did not see frowning when facing thousands of troops, was at this moment trembling uncontrollably all over his body, and his originally handsome and good-looking face was perversely hideous. It seems, it was because the scene of Ji Rulong teaching Sure Pengfei a lesson was seen by Lu Yezi, so the girl who was originally unwilling to see anyone, at this moment, she was actually looking at Ji Rulong with tearful eyes, as if, in a silent expression of gratitude to him. Stinking soldier, you dare to hit me, believe it or not I'll have someone chop you up and feed you to the dogs? At this time, Sure Pengfei finally slowed down, covering his bloody face and screaming curses at Ji Rulong. Qin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. With his right hand, while preparing to take out something at his waist, he inquired towards Ji Rulong in passing. Slaughtered? Sure Pengfei. This breezy, simple to no longer simple two words, so that everyone present cannot help but hold their breath, only when they looked at Ji Rulong, but found that the other party gently shook his head. You guys have the guts to wait here for me. Sure Pengfei was obviously a bit terrified and didn't dare to continue clamoring, dropping a harsh sentence and leaving in a huff. After all, even if the few of them added up, they couldn't beat the two Ji Rulongs, and they would only be humiliating themselves if they stayed. In addition, although it was unclear where Ji Rulong and the two of them got the guts to dare to visit Lu Yi, since they had come, then in a short period of time, they definitely wouldn't leave. In that case, he still had a chance to retrieve the scene by using his connections now, and even if Ji Rulong walked away at that time, he could still vent his anger on the Lu family. Damn it, quickly call Brother Biao to let him bring someone to the hospital. In addition, get through to Director Chi of the hospital and tell the hospital side not to report to the Department of Public Security. Two crude big-headed soldiers. I want to see how much you can fight. Chapter 13, Kill Zhao Tiancheng to make you happy. Ward. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yushang, too, came back to their senses. But just as they were about to say something, Ji Rulong took the lead as if he had predicted it. Don't worry about it. That kind of character. I can slap down a whole lot of them with a single slap. Although Sure Pengfei is not a well-known powerhouse, he also possesses a certain amount of energy. I don't know you are. Lu Yusheng doubted at the same time. The heart is still somewhat touched. After all, the Lu family accident for such a long time, those who claim to say that they share the same difficulties are avoided as much as possible. Today, instead, it was Ji Rulong, two strangers who had never met before, who took the initiative to come and visit. As the saying goes, in times of trouble we can see true love. The icing on the cake is a lot of things, but in the snow to send charcoal, few and far between. My name is Ji Rulong, with Yi Qing Yun, I am a fellow officer, and even a robe. Bottom line, let the two of them, Lu Yusheng, change their faces on the spot. Lu Yi, even more so, looked at Ji Rulong in a daze. Yi Chengyun, Yi Qianxian's father, after the incident had been in the Division of Public Order kneeling to see their daughter's last side, after being exposed to the news of suicide by jumping into the river. In that case, Ji Rulong two people, is for Yi Qianxian's their business. Ha! I knew it. Our Lu family is like this. Everyone can't even avoid it. How can anyone still come to visit my daughter? Lu Yusheng's wife laughed to herself, then yelled at the two Ji Rulongs. Get lost, you guys. Our family is going to be ruined because of this incident. And you guys are even thinking of using us. Do you have to force us to die? If you guys want to look into this, don't bring us along. We're bad enough as it is. And my daughter, she doesn't know anything. So don't waste your time. Yu Yuxing was silent. Nothing was said. But there was no more of the good looks he had earlier. And hearing these words, Ji Rulong's heart was even more clenched. He could completely understand the couple's feelings. In their thoughts, since they came for the matter of Yi Qianxian's father and daughter, then naturally they were not genuinely visiting, but had the intention of letting them continue to testify. However, the person involved in this matter was simply an existence that they could not afford to mess with. Their daughter, who had only sent a video for Yi Qianxian, mentioning the names of both Bai Xiao Xian and Zhao Tianchang, had ended up in this situation, and the entire Lu family's business, like an avalanche. In such a situation, if they continue to get involved in the incident between Yi Qianxian's father and daughter, it's unlikely that they will even have to take their lives. If not, they wouldn't have chosen to hold their breath for so many days, not without anger. Rather, they are afraid to. Ji Rulong really couldn't imagine how the Lu family had actually come through these days, and his heart's determination to kill those people was even more determined. You guys have misunderstood. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. I came today to simply visit the child and, by the way, help you solve your current troubles, Ji Rulong explained. Then, he looked at Lu Yi and revealed a rare smile. You and Yi Qianxian must be very close, right? His father and I are, in private, on intimate terms, known as brothers. According to this relationship, that girl should call me uncle, and you deserve the same. However, I'm a person who prefers a younger title, so if you can, in your heart, just treat me as a brother. His voice, soft and comforting. I know you're in a lot of pain right now, and you don't even see any hope of living, but I want you to be strong. Life is long, and life is not all about words and deeds and sight and sound. Even if, speaking here, Ji Rulong's voice gradually choked, and he didn't know how to open his mouth for the next words. After all, he wouldn't be a person who was good at comforting others. In a nutshell, you have to live well. Your family's business, I will make it good again. And those who hurt you and Yi Qianxian, I will make them pay a heavy price. With these words, it was relatively straightforward. Willow Leaf couldn't say a word, just cried all the time. However, both Ji Rulong and the two of them, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yusheng, could clearly see that in the little girl's eyes, there was an extra glow. This, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yusheng originally didn't really believe that Ji Rulong really didn't have the intention of using them, but seeing that he was so attentive to comforting his daughter and it worked, they immediately believed a few points. Alas, that said, it's not that easy. Lu Changsheng sighed. Young man, on the basis that you have this heart, lose someone to remind you, you are still young, not yet deep in the world, not at all clear that those people in the Han River, in the end, has how horrible energy. It's better to quit while you're ahead and put yourself out of the way. This, in your case, can only be good, or else when you're really trapped, it'll be too late for you to get up. As for us, we don't expect to rise again, much less dare to hope. The real murderer can pay the price. As long as our daughter has the hope to live, it's enough. How many people, when they first entered the Jianghu hesitant, spirited, thinking that they can pass the 5 passes and 6 generals, all the difficulties are not in the matter, but in the end, are often everywhere encounter walls, by the reality, pressured to lift their heads, as good as he himself, now but 40 years of age, in the Han River, this piece of land, sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars worth of scenery when countless people surrounded by the body. The front, a straight road. When he learned that his daughter had been murdered, he had also let out a bold statement in anger. But what was the final result? He thought he was not bad connections and backbone. In front of those really big people, like papier-mâché unbearable, the other party did not even personally down. Just a little expression of dissatisfaction. Let him, Lu family building will fall. Predictable. What could Ji Rulong, who was just in his early 20s, change? Even though he came from a war zone and was full of righteousness, when he ran into those really big people, he could only be a moth to the flame and seek his own death. I'm a man of my word. and I never lie. Yesterday, Bai Jingtao, the head of the public security division of the woman district, was sent to Kyoto to stand trial. Bai Xiao Xian, one of the murderers who killed Yi Qian, has also gone down to be buried with the others first, and in the days to come, there will be more people, one after another, who will pay the heavy price due for this matter. Yu Sheng Lu. This, really? Good boy. The courage quite fat actually really did not run. Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the ward, and then only saw Shi Pengfei, who had gone and returned, walk in with people. That moment, Ji Rulong clearly felt Lu Ye's expression tense up. He frowned, then soothed. Don't be afraid, they're all here to be hospitalized. Shi Pengfei froze, then reacted. What a big mouth. Aren't you very capable of fighting? You lift the curtains and look out to see how many people Lousy has prepared for you. If you have the guts, you go down and take it. If you don't have the guts, kowtow and apologize. Then, drill through my crotch, so that I can consider forgetting this matter of you making a move on me. Lu Yushun was ready to dissuade, but where would Shi Pengfei give a face? At this point, Ji Rulong also stood up and walked to the window, lifting the curtains to see a group of young and strong men with swords and sticks in their hands, about 30 to 40 people, standing in the spacious side yard below. That's it? Ji Rulong instantly lost interest, closed the curtains, and ordered, send them all in. He nodded his head and pulled out his cell phone to start making contact. Two little things with no hair on their heads. But you're pretending with me? Do you think you can get away with it because you don't dare to go down? Do you believe that if I give the order, they will immediately come up and dismantle you? Shi Pengfei was really amused, and ran to the window in a godly manner and was ready to yell. But as soon as his head poked out, his entire body was petrified on the spot, only to see a team of military jeeps, strong rushed into the side yard, followed by a heavily armed soldier with a gun to get off the car. The two sides in comparison, completely at a different level. How old are they? Still playing with knives and sticks? Remove all the toys from their hands and send them to the nearest treatment, Qin Tian said to the other end of the phone. Boom! Shi Pengfei's obese body flopped to the ground. The whole person's face was white, sweating like a pig. A sentence down. Less than 3 minutes time. A team of heavily armed soldiers down the field to calm things down. Hanjiang City, went out of such a bit of ruthless people. At this point, Ji Rulong had returned to the hospital bed and sat down, and flipped out a photo on his cell phone to himself, saying to Lu Yi, don't be nervous, the day after tomorrow at the most, my brother will slaughter him to make you happy. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yusheng fixed their eyes and instantly their scalps went numb. That picture. It was none other than the youngest master of the Zhao family, Zhao Tiancheng. At this point, two heavily armed soldiers entered the hospital room, racked up Shi Pengfei and forcibly dragged him away. I was wrong, brother Yu Sheng, sister-in-law. You guys help me beg for mercy. I really know that I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit the idea of the child's treatment costs. Give me another chance. Shi Pengfei's pleading voice kept echoing. However, all in vain. I heard that the Lu family this period of time is not good. You think about it, there are those who do not want to live. Write down and tell me. Find a time, and clean up. From today onwards, you Lu family, Ji Rulong cover. Having said that, Ji Rulong straightened his attire, then smiled as he said goodbye to the three members of the Lu family. One by one. Chapter 14, congratulating him on his birthday. I'm afraid he won't live to see tomorrow. It's about the Ryu family. Ji Rulong has no reason not to help out. After all, the Lu family has fallen to this state entirely because of Yi Qian's affair. Sure, perhaps the current Lu clan simply didn't realize how much weight his phrase "I'll cover you" Lu clan actually carried. After returning to the villa, Ji Rulong lit 3 sticks of incense and came to Yi Qingyun's hearth. Big brother, the child is already in the ground, and on the side of your relatives, there are our brothers from the Qilin army to look after them, so you can rest assured. There was no talk all night. The next day, Ji Rulong woke up early out of habit and sat on the sofa, brushing up on the latest news from Han River proper. It's weird. According to what happened with Yi Qingyun's father and daughter as well as the Lu family, the Bai Zhao families that were currently standing in the foreground were clearly not any good. After all, Yi Qingyun was silenced simply by going to the security division and proposing to see his daughter's remains. The Lu family, moreover, was on the verge of collapsing their huge business because of a video, so it was clear how much importance they actually attached to this. However, as the day passed, no matter if it was by Xiao Xian's death or by Jing Tao's disappearance, it was as if it had never happened, not making a single ripple. It's been a surprisingly quiet day. Qin Tian also didn't know where to end up with 2 bowls of rice porridge and a few fritters. Smilingly walked over, sat down and continued. Not to mention that there was no reaction from the Bai and Zhao family's side, but the old man's side said the same thing. Maybe, it is really guessed right by me. The old man is worried that you kill too hard, so he made up such a reason to bluff you. In the whole world, where is the person who has the ability to tell you to get out of the way? Said. He also nodded to himself, expressing certainty in his thoughts. If there really was that kind of existence, and it was still here for big brother Yi Qin Yun, the Han River right now would have long since bled to death. To this, Ji Rulong didn't deny it, but he didn't agree with it either. The tranquility on the side of Bai Zhao's two families. If you thought about it carefully, you could probably guess what the reason was. In the eyes of the outside world, Bai Xiao Xian was a criminal because of manslaughter, and the fact that he had died at home, no matter what the reason was, would not be good for the outside world to account for once it was exposed. As for the matter of Bai Jingtao, so bit of the head of the Woman District's Security Division, who was forcibly taken away by the people from the war zone, it was even more shocking, and involving an incident where the war zone and the security division might clash. The Han River General Division would not react rashly. After all, it's easy to create a stir and make a scene. Plus, according to what Qin Tian knew from his previous investigation, tomorrow appeared to be the grand birthday of the Zhao family's old man. Generally speaking, this kind of local dignitaries, any birthday will be organized in a big way, and the Zhao family's old man, as the current head of the Zhao group, naturally did not want to make a mistake on the day of his big birthday. So, let's suppress the matter first, and wait until the big birthday is over smoothly, then settle the scores in the fall. And in between, by the way, we can also feel out where they came from in order to deal with it. Ji Rulong sneered. Then, he pushed the cell phone towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian glanced at him and explained. Zhao Zhengchuan, head of the Zhao family, the actual controller of the Zhao group, 66 years old this year. Zhao Tianchang is one of his youngest grandsons. From yesterday until today until now, Bai Jingtao and Bai Xiao Xian's matter completely broke off the follow-up, but it was Zhao Zhengchuan's matter of hosting a big birthday that was making a lot of noise in the local area, and the Woman District even had media outlets, which were specifically responsible for publicizing it. 66? 66. It is a more meaningful age. No wonder it is a big deal. Zhao family all these years, the uphill road should go enough. The so-called ups and downs is called life. Want to have a smooth sailing? Beyond the words, the Zhao family, it's time to go downhill. 66? Do not look at. He Ji Rulong, quasi not allow you to do this big birthday in style. That afternoon, an invitation was sent to the river and a bay. Old man Zhao Zhengchuan, tomorrow I am going to organize a big birthday at the Xingyu Hotel. Although I have never met with your excellency, but the word that your excellency left in the Department of Public Order is really a good admiration for old me. I, Zhao Zhengchuan, have been mixing in Han River for dozens of years, and I am good at making friends with people, so most of some of my local friends and relatives will be there to celebrate my birthday, so I hope that your excellency can sell me face, and that I will wait for your excellency's presence at the scene. By the way, some misunderstandings will be cleared up as well. Morning, the two of them, Ji Rulong and Qin Tian, were still talking about the lack of any movement from the Zhao family. Afternoon, the invitation from the Zhao family was sent directly to the villa. This old thing is somewhat interesting, saying that he is inviting you to a banquet, but the meaning expressed inside and out is completely different. Qin Tian sneered. First, I, Zhao Zhengchuan, have my eye on you. Second, I Zhao Zhengchuan and Hanjiang mixed for decades, and local dignitaries, most of them have friendships, willing to make friends with you. I hope you do not know what is good and bad. You come, I will take the previous things are over. Quite confident, Ji Rulong laughed. At first, he also guessed that Zhao Zhengchuan was preparing to wait for his big birthday to pass before reacting, but he didn't expect that the other party wasn't afraid of him going to the banquet and making trouble at all, and took the initiative to send an invitation. Think there's a backbone to deal with him? Zhao's group in the local area is not a small business. The group business involves various fields. Zhao Zhengchuan big birthday, not to say sensational, the whole Hanjiang, at least the size of the characters in the Woman District, will be sold in front of the previous to go to congratulate its birthday. Sheesh. As Qin Tian said, a playful smile still appeared on his face. Rich and powerful. Such a person will naturally not put us martial artists who can only fight and kill the enemy in their eyes. Ji Rulong snorted coldly. You think that by showing off your connections, you can get me to back off and stop grasping at straws about my big brother? Since when are we, the soldiers, so easy to bully? Flex your fingers. The large red invitation, which was encrusted with gold filigree, was directly in mid-air, turned into crumbs, and then completely annihilated. Qin Tian was surprised. You're not going to have fun? Giving him a birthday greeting? I'm afraid he won't live to see tomorrow. Ji Rulong smiled disdainfully, got up and went upstairs. From now on, always locate Zhao Tiancheng's position. Go to the banquet without being present. But this gift, how can you not prepare one? Understood. Qin Tian grinned, clearly looking like a mischievous son of a worldly family. But on the contrary, he gave off a cruel, bloodthirsty sense of terror. Meanwhile, Zhao family compound. Father, the invitation has already been sent over. Zhao Mingyuan gently approached Zhao Zhengchuan, who was sitting in the eunuch chair with his eyes closed, and reported in a low voice. Aha! Zhao Zhengchuan nodded, then added, the one from the general division. Even though he was set up on the ship by us with a little trickery, he can't be slowed down, so he has to be entertained tonight. Words. Zhao Mingyuan finally couldn't help but frown. Father, I don't understand. As far as Bai Maoji said, that guy is just a hairy kid in his early 20s. Do we have that need to treat him with such caution? Now, it's completely certain that this group of people are taking unauthorized revenge for Yi Qingyun, and according to their age, it's not even ruled out that they were Yi Qingyun's subordinates when he was in the war zone. Yi Qingyun himself has been killed by us. Why do we need to give face to the group of minions under his hand? According to me, we should just repeat the same old trick and send them to evaporate. Once and for all. Words. Zhao Zhengchuan opened his eyes and nudged him twice with his walking stick. It's not your big brother who was arrested, and it's not your daughter who died. Why are you so agitated? It's precisely because it's a group of minions that it's more appropriate to handle it with such means. If the ones who are coming down are really some weighty characters, there's no need for this invitation to be sent out, because they won't even bother with you. In other words, the one who came down for Yi Qingyun's father and daughter. If it's really a big shot, will the other side talk to you? Before, when he didn't figure out who Ji Rulong and the others were, he also held the intention that it would be best if he could talk, and then kill if he couldn't. But now, according to Bai Maoji's description, the other party was merely a young man in his early 20s, and with the fact that Ji Rulong hadn't made any follow-up movements at all after Bai Xiao Xian's death, it made him even more certain that Ji Rulong and the others were just a lot of thunder and a lot of rain. Even its fundamental purpose was just to extract money under the guise of avenging Yi Qingyun's father and daughter. After all, even the best relationship in life can't escape the words people are gone. Give a stick to give a candy. First let them be clear about the consequences of continuing to pursue the matter, then take the initiative to send in favors. And with the death of a Bai Xiao Xian, this matter is pretty much over. In short, things that can be solved with money are not things. Anyway, my Zhao family has nothing to lose in this matter, and it's the best result to make them voluntarily give up tracing. And the way you said it, it's a situation of last resort, so you can only take the risk of taking a gamble. You still have to learn. After saying that, Zhao Zhengchuan continued to close his eyes again, his entire being breezy. Watch well, and see how I, as father, will take these little guys tomorrow. Chapter 15, saves me from having to catch them myself. Finally, after several days of publicizing and paving the way, the big birthday of Zhao Zhengchuan, the oldest member of the Zhao family, ushered in the right day. It was still early in the day, and from the perimeter of the Zhao family compound, all the way around, it was decorated with lights and colors, as the district has a 5-star scale Starwood hotel, but also a few days in advance to start preparations. The entire hotel all run up for Zhao Zhengchuan's birthday preparations. No exaggeration. Today, the small half of the woman district, every household, as well as prominent landmarks in well-known locations such as major shopping malls, had hung up congratulatory messages to Zhao Zhengchuan to ensure that his convoy could be seen at a glance as it passed by. What do you mean by card face? Zhao Zhengchuan is Hanjian local, almost less able to hold the first ladder of characters. Its 66th birthday has such momentum and scale. In fact, normal, high-profile people, in general, can't be high-profile if they want to be. Afternoon, not even at the point of opening. In front of the Starwood Hotel was already waterlogged, and all kinds of luxury cars lows unceasingly. Inside the hotel, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, a young man holding a red wine glass and wearing an expensive suit, the corner of his mouth slightly raised as he looked down at the crowds of people coming and going below. The people who planted the trees in front, the people who come after them will multiply the coolness, and all of this will be mine after all. Knock knock. Third young master, young Xia and the others are here. As the words fell, the door of the room was pushed open, and then only a group of young men and women, talking and laughing, walked in. Third young master. A group of young men and women have rushed to stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the youth to greet, so it can be seen that the identity of the other party in their group is to fill a seat position. This youth, on the other hand, was the grandson of today's protagonist, Zhao Tiancheng, The origin of the name Third Young Master was because Zhao Tiancheng was the youngest amongst the 3 generations of male members of the Zhao family, ranking as the 3rd oldest, but the weight of him being the 3rd oldest amongst the 3 generations of the Zhao family was not low at all. Zhao Zhengchuan had a total of 2 sons. The eldest son, Zhao Mingyuan, had married an ordinary woman and had a son in the earlier years before the Zhao family had started, and was the eldest of the 3 generations of the Zhao family. In the end, as the Zhao family grew stronger, Zhao Mingyuan divorced the other party and married another, and after learning about this, Zhao Mingyuan's ex-wife committed suicide and gave birth to that son, who has become a cutie since then. Zhao Tiancheng, born from the wife that Zhao Mingyuan later married. As for Zhao Zhengchuan's second son, Zhao Minggu's children, they were sent outside the country to study at an early age. Therefore, the one who accompanied Zhao Zhengchuan over the years had always been Zhao Tiancheng, and it was because of this reason that Zhao Tiancheng was doubly favored by Zhao Zhengchuan. Brother Tiancheng, you haven't gone to the academy for so many days. Could it be that the matter of Yi Chanxian has not yet passed? Or do you not intend to study anymore? In the crowd, a youth with slanted bangs came forward, after greeting with honorifics. Again, call Brother Tensing, and, daring to mention Yi Qianxian's matter so bluntly, it was evident that this group of young men and women were privately on good terms with Zhao Tiancheng. Nonsense what? Yi Qianxian, that little thing, call it a thing? As for let our Tiancheng brother cannot even go to school. In my opinion, Tiancheng brother this is planning to slowly take over Uncle Zhao's class. A girl said, I'm just mentioning it casually, but I don't mean anything else. Yao Yao, why are you picking a fight? If this makes brother Tiancheng misunderstand, how will it hurt your feelings? The lanky youth named Xia Hongsheng immediately lifted a bottle of red wine on the table. Brother Tiancheng, you know I'm a straight-talking person. No other meaning. Little brother punished himself with 3 cups. Don't take it personally. 3 cups in a row. Around them, a group of youths were up in arms, clapping and shouting. Giggle. I don't mean to pick a fight, not to mention those big boys up there. Just our Tiancheng brother's family. Don't you think about what family background? A pariah. A stinking soldier. Dead for nothing. Do you think our brother Tiancheng is Xiao Xian? Do you think brother Tiancheng is Xiao Xian? But then again, Xiao Xian is also really a grief that she can't even leave the door because of this matter. Ha ha ha. Xiao Xian is so pathetic. Obviously, by Xiao Xian and this group of people, likewise, belonged to a circle and were on good terms. Only, while they were talking and laughing, they didn't notice that Zhao Tiancheng's face had changed from the moment they mentioned Yi Qianxian. Say, Xiao Xian was complaining to me a few days ago, but I don't know what happened to her in the past few days. She didn't write, and even that little follower of hers can't be contacted. Right, Brother Tiancheng, in the past few days, have you been in contact with Xiao Xian? The girl named Yao Yao continued to speak. Dead. Zhao Tiancheng put down his red wine glass and faintly spat out 2 words. Boom. In a flash, the originally noisy scene was silent. Dead. Dead? Yao Yao opened her mouth wide, a little too surprised by this answer. Yi Qianxian's father has a group of subordinates that infiltrated the woman district 2 days ago, captured by Xiao Xian's eldest uncle not to mention, but also directly killed by Xiao Xian, and seems to be clamoring that the next target is me, Zhao Tiancheng? Zhao Tiancheng's face was gloomy. If I didn't mention this young master hadn't put it on my mind, but now that it's been brought up, this young master has a belly full of fire. Fizzle. His words were even more of a stone's throw. How is that possible? Asterisk 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 what's coming? By Xiao Xian's eldest uncle is the head of the public security department. Right, and he said he'd arrest him? And also clamoring to take action against you, Brother Tiancheng? This group of people, too unafraid of death. Zhao Tiancheng snorted coldly. It's just a small minion. According to the information I got from my grandfather, the age of the other party's leader is not much older than us, and they are deliberately hiding their origins from start to finish. If he really came down to investigate Yi Qingyun's matter on behalf of the war zone, how could he be like this? It's clearly under the guise of avenging Yi Qingyun's death to demand hush money. Speaking of which, Zhao Tiancheng was even a bit annoyed. Damn. Extortion came to my Zhao family's head, and the most crucial thing is that my grandfather, in order to make a big deal out of a small matter, even took the initiative to send him an invitation to come to the big birthday. Today, whoever is present is not a local dignitary. A bunch of lowly and vulgar things. If they didn't see some of our handles, they deserve to participate in this kind of occasion? A group of people, one after another, chimed in and fought for Zhao Tiancheng. This next. The more Zhao Tiancheng felt a breath stifled in his chest, extraordinarily uncomfortable. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, Today is my grandfather's 66th birthday. And this young man originally customized a batch of cultural curiosities from the provinces to create a string of exactly 66 pieces for my grandfather. But, after all, this kind of thing that can be bought with money is too tacky. And if I can take care of this group of people for him, his old man will surely be very happy. Say it and do it. He immediately proposed. They live in a bay of the river. It's still early in the day. Let's go and get them. And then we'll give my grandfather a surprise. Dare we do it? The group was visibly a bit intimidated. To say that the other party is other people okay, but this war zone out. And even by Jingtao, the director of the Department of Public Security have dared to directly arrest the person. With them, how to deal with. And that's why you're afraid? The reason they dared to arrest Bai Xiaoxian's eldest uncle was nothing more than the fact that the security division was unwilling to start a conflict with the war zone. And killing Bai Xiaoxian was even more so because Xiaoxian was already in prison in the eyes of the outside world. Everything they seem to be emboldened to do is all based on the knowledge that we don't want to make a big deal out of it. After they get their benefits, they're guaranteed to obediently send Bai Jingtao back. As for Bai Xiaoxian, it's a scapegoat in its own right, so it won't have much of an impact if it dies. If they really wanted to avenge Yi Qingyun's father and daughter, they could have killed Bai Xiaoxian and then come directly to kill this young man. But what happened? Bai Xiaoxian has been dead for 2 days, and this young master is still alive and well. If you guys don't dare, then forget about this young man. Zhao Tiancheng's multiplying attacks began to loosen up this group of young, bloodthirsty young men and women. Damn. Just do it. Isn't it just a bunch of soldiers? I was thrown to the martial pavilion by my family since I was young. It's not a problem for an unusual person to fight 10 or so. Besides, I'll greet a few more friends from the martial pavilion. I don't believe that I won't be able to take them. The first to speak was the stout Xia Hongsheng. In that case, I'll contact a group of guards from home as well. And we won't be armed. So there's no reason for them to shoot and mutilate us all, right? Grass. How dare they? The group of people agreed at once, and under Zhao Tiancheng's leadership, they left the hotel and went straight to Jiangshuiyuan. It was getting late. A bay of the river, handsome face with sharp angles, coupled with those indifferent eyes, as well as a black suit embroidered with 18 gold lines between his hands and feet. The 18 golden lines on his upper body looked like a river that was surging. At this moment, Ji Rulong, whether it was his temperament, or his appearance, was perfectly set off. At this time, he was more like a prince with honorable status than a general with a battlefield ronin. There are always some people, pretentious, on the basis of not common origin, depending on other people's lives as grass, but do not know, there are people outside the sky. The real nobility is upbringing, cultivation, and self-discipline. Instead, do whatever you want and show off and sell out. A crisp voice came from the expensive wristwatch on his hand. 2 days on the dot. Locate, Ji Rulong said. Behind, Qin Tian hurriedly took out his cell phone, and immediately, his face turned odd. This kid is very brave, and is now leading a group of people, aggressively coming towards our position. Ji Rulong, it's, like, delivered? That's good. It saves me from having to go and catch it myself. Ji Rulong's eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous aura spreading. Chapter 16, the feng shui land carefully selected for you. Do you like it? Is this it? This guy, so arrogant that he settled across the street from Xiaoxian's family in a dignified manner? Soon, under Zhao Tiancheng's leadership, a group of young men and women, who all had some family money at home, led the way and arrived in front of Ji Rulong's villa with great vigor. I have to say, don't look at this group of people's age as small, but through their own family background, the influence is still quite not bad, not to mention following Xia Hongsheng's side, a few dressed in martial arts pavilion clothing. At first glance, is the practitioner of youth. The ferocious guards alone came in dozens, and this group of people, the gap between those punks sure Pengfei shouted, obviously have had some training. Is rich people invited to come to see the home guards? At the same time, also acts as a professional fighter role. This, a big-headed soldier? Are you kidding me? Sure it's not a cockney from somewhere? When Ji Rulong and Qin Tian both showed up, the vast crowd, first of all, was stunned for a while, followed closely by a burst of chatter. Truly, Ji Rulong's aura was too dusty. Even Zhao Tiancheng, who was the best born among their group, did not possess the other party's kind of nobility, that kind of aura, as if it was inherent, and was even closer to perfection under the setting of the clothes. Ahem. Zhao Tiancheng coughed twice in displeasure before the crowd finally reacted to the fact that they were here to cause trouble. Kid, this young man heard that you're looking for me? Zhao Tiancheng took 2 steps forward surrounded by the crowd, puffing out his chest and looking at Ji Rulong aggressively. Ji Rulong smiled faintly. I'm surprised. You belong, actively sending death to your door? Pust. A group of people instantly laughed. The first impression Ji Rulong left on them collapsed as soon as he opened his mouth. This is a little cutie who can't recognize the situation. Well, don't take a good look at the number of people they have come here this time. Does it look like they have come here to die? Where are those individual companions of yours? Zhao Tiancheng pressed his hand, and the crowd instantly fell silent. Not at all. If you have a team of heavily armed companions here, maybe we are still afraid of you for 3 minutes. Now well. Yao Yao held her arms. Kneel down for me. Kowtow to brother Tiancheng and apologize. A group of people, all of them were gloating at the moment, looking at Ji Rulong with a teasing face. Indeed, if the other party had a group of heavily armed companions here, they might still have a few scruples. But 2 people in the district were not soft persimmons for them to pinch? Thumbs up. Ji Rulong slightly raised his index finger. An ear-piercing air-tearing sound, when the air exploded, followed by a horror of the murderous air, as the sky-blade gale sweeping across, where contact with the people. None of them do not feel the skin pain, so much so, that the group of young men and women who were emboldened and calm in the last second, instantly turned white, as if they were being held by an invisible hand, strangling their throats. What kind of horrible killing aura is this, Nima? A finger pressed down, like the momentum of 1,000 armies rushing in. What's your name? Ji Rulong lowered his index finger and saw that the crowd had gotten a little more honest, which was the first time he looked squarely at Yao Yao who had just spoken. Lu Yao Yao. What's wrong? I'm telling you, don't be arrogant. Xia Xiao and the others are from the martial pavilion. You're just 2 people. If you really fight, you'll definitely have to suffer. Lu Yao Yao spoke with some lack of energy, which, they were obviously outnumbered, but aura-wise, they had lost completely and utterly. After all, this is just a bunch of pampered brats, while Ji Rulong is a Jingui general who kills 10,000 enemies. A breath down can be imagined? Tomorrow, be a good boy and come here and kneel for 3 hours. And don't let me come to your door to find you, Ji Rulong reminded with a smile. Then, lifting his wristwatch to check the time, it's getting late. Grass. So arrogant? Brothers, don't panic. There are so many of us. Are we still afraid of 2 of them? Seeing that the situation was not right, Xia Hongxing finally took the lead and stood out to boost his morale. In the meantime, Zhao Tiancheng's face was also flushed red for a while. He had brought someone to arrest Ji Rulong in a furious manner, but as a result, he had just been stunned in a single glance. This was simply a disgrace. My grandfather gave you face. It's because he has the magnanimity and doesn't care to tangle with a little minion like you. But I, Zhao Tiancheng, am different. If you want to extort my Zhao family, you have to see if this young man agrees or not. And this young master will let you show your true colors today. Said, he grinned and ordered. Hong Sheng, break their limbs and drag them away. Next, Xia Hongsheng and a few people from the martial pavilion walked towards Ji Rulong with their fists clenched. All of you, what is it that dares to make this young lady kneel here for 3 hours? Lu Yao Yao also ordered to the guards behind her. With so many people, there's no reason to be afraid of the 2 of them. One person with a mouthful of spit could spit them to death. Make way. Ji Rulong lowered his arm. Then, a figure, boom, stepped forward, and under one step, the cement-built ground actually crumbled apart into a crack as thick as a child's arm, and at an extremely fast speed, gradually extended in the direction of Zhao Tiancheng and the others. Hiss! Xia Hongsheng and the others' eyes snapped wide, a cold air, instantly rushing from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, so that, their brains went blank. Then after that, a figure swept by and broke their limbs raw. On the other hand, a group of guards blocking the road. At this moment, they were 7 and 8 fell to the ground. The original watertight scene, from the center position, hard to be stepped out of a road. Zhao Tiancheng, Lu Yao Yao, this Nima, under one step, shook dozens of guards to the ground, and several experts from the martial pavilion, without even having the chance to react, had their limbs broken off by Tong Tong. Lu Yao Yao's teeth were trembling uncontrollably. A small snow-white face, at this moment, could only look at Zhao Tiancheng for help. In his eyes, even with some complaints, as if to say, this is what you said about a few big-headed soldiers? Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Zhao Tiancheng was also stiffening his limbs and was filled with fear. Take away. Ji Rulong didn't even look at them, dropped a sentence, and directly stepped onto a military jeep not far away. Everyone, all of them were dumbfounded. How nearly 100 people to find others in trouble, and finally by 2 people, waste a few martial arts cabinet out of the masters, not to mention the leader, but also to be arrested in public. Elder Zhao's big birthday today. I don't know how many dignitaries are personally present to celebrate his birthday. What if he knew that his favorite little grandson was arrested? Quick, send Xie Xiao and the others to the hospital first. I'll tell my father to let him notify Elder Zhao. Lu Yaoyao also realized the seriousness of the matter at this moment, and hurriedly took out her phone and called her father. Phone. It took a moment before it connected. Dad, the third young master has been captured. Hurry up and tell Elder Zhao that it was that group of soldiers that killed Bai Xian and captured her eldest uncle that did this. Lu Yao said anxiously. What the hell? I heard that third young master spent a lot of effort to make Master Zhao happy today. Is this a surprise or a shock? Alright, I know. Talking about business. Toot toot. The phone hung up. Lu Yaoyao listened to a generalization, and her mind was all over the Xia Hongxing few. On the other side, Lu Yaoyao's father put down his cell phone and shook his head. This group of kids, there is no degree of joking. That being said, it seems that I haven't really seen anyone from Director Bai today, and as for Director Bai, it looks quite normal. This third young master, could it be that even Director Bai was invited to cooperate with him in his play? How big of a surprise must this be to prepare? Zhao Group, top floor. The whistling wind was a bone-chilling chill, as the woman district, and even in the entire Han River are well-known 10 billion group, Zhao's group office building full of 29 floors, and in the woman district by the center of the conspicuous location, as much as possible to show the grandeur and atmosphere, and Zhao Tianchang, who would most likely become the owner of this building in the future, had never stood at such a high position and looked down on the surroundings. He really couldn't figure out why the two of them, Ji Rulong, had brought him here. Take a look. The feng shui treasure I carefully selected for you. Do you like it? Ji Rulong stood at the edge of the rooftop, slightly raising his hand in a breezy manner. Zhao Tianchang. Crazy. At this moment, Zhao Tianchang could only think of using these two words in his mind to describe Ji Rulong in front of him. With his Zhao family's status, and the massive volume of this $10 billion group, no one had ever dared to say that they would kill him. Zhao Tianchang. In the martial sect area. And, still, at such a point in time, what the hell is this? If not crazy? After a momentary trance, Zhao Tianchang finally couldn't help but sneer. Don't you play bluff for this young master here? Do you know what my status is? Do you know today, what kind of a day it is? I advise you, obediently put me back. Your unauthorized investigation of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter may still have a chance to ease the situation. Don't go down one road. What do you mean? You took the liberty of investigating Yi Qingyun's father and daughter? Relying on their own some status, made a mistake, do not want to bear the consequences, but instead use all means to try to press the matter, all involved in the investigation of this matter, to their mouth, but also become self-seeking death? You're not allowed to light the lights, are you? Ji Rulan snapped his fingers. Get the phone. The moment. Even the wind was quiet, so much so, that a telephone tone, in this silent atmosphere, was exceptionally clear. Not long after, the phone was connected, and an airy voice came from inside. Which one? When Zhao Tianchang heard it, wasn't it his grandfather's voice? Thinking about it, his face, even more disdain and contempt. This is to pretend not to go on. Ready to negotiate? In the afternoon, you sent me an invitation, and though I was unable to be there in person, I took the pains to prepare a thin gift for you. Oh, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly turned pleasant. Your Excellency is too polite. In that case, the misunderstanding between us will end here? Ha ha ha. Since you give old man face so much, then old man can't show too much pettiness. How come I have to return a generous gift? Tomorrow, there will be someone who will send the gift that old man gave to your Excellency. To Jiangshui Yuan, don't you want to know what I have in store for you? The gift is not important. The old man in Hanjiang boasts that there is still some family business. The important thing is that the heart to the line. Zhao clan, your grandson's body, come over and sign for it. After Ji Rulong finished speaking, he didn't even wait for the other party to answer and directly hung up the phone. Chapter 17, The Prince is Like a Dragon. Starwood Hotel. In the banquet hall, Zhao Zhengchuan's smile momentarily solidified, then gradually became gloomy, and this transformation was also taken in by the group of people surrounding him. Zhao family master, what's going on? Among them, a middle-aged man in a suit, who had drunk his face red, listened to what Zhao Zhengchuan had said just now, and it seemed that he had mentioned a gift or something, so he reacted instantly. He touched his big belly and piled up a pleasing smile. Third young master's call? Old master, today is your great day. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Although the children's jokes have gone a bit too far, their hearts are good. I think the gift for your birthday celebration is too grand, and I thought to use this way to invite you to go over in person, and then so that I can give you a surprise. After all, even the director of the White Division is involved in it. This surprise will surely satisfy you. Zhao Zhengchuan made a sound and looked at him, almost gritting his teeth. You know something? I know. Yao, that kid called me long ago, saying something about the third young master being captured by a group of soldiers, and saying that the group of soldiers had captured director by C before. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? In my opinion, the third young master really put his heart into it this time. The banquet hall can't even cast a spell. How big must this surprise be? Bang! Zhao Zhengchuan lifted his cane and viciously smacked the middle-aged man's body, and the middle-aged man's obese body instantly flew out sideways. You stupid pig. This kind of thing, is it something that you can use to joke about? One moment. The eyes of everyone in the entire banquet hall were drawn to it. Everyone, immediately mobilize your manpower and follow me to my Zhao clan. Shameless dog, you really dare to lay your hands on my Zhao Zhengchuan's grandson. Even if I have to stab this guy to the ground, I will let you die without a burial place. Boom! The entire banquet hall completely exploded. The head of the Zhao family, the head of the Zhao group, was having his grandson kidnapped on this great day? It could be imagined that with Zhao Zhengchuan's status and influence in the local community, how much of a stir could be caused by a single sentence going down. Especially, on a day like today, there was no need to even waste time on deliberate notification. In just less than half an hour's time, all the roads around Zhao's group were blocked off and the powers that be stepped in. Rescue teams, moreover, came from all directions, and with the fastest speed, arrived near Zhao's group, and by the time Zhao Zhengchuan's car arrived, no less than 500 people had already gathered at the scene, and that number, as time passes, continues to grow. Father, that one is asking if he wants his people to intervene to deal with it? Zhao Tiancheng's father, Zhao Mingyuan, was equally furious at the moment, and if it wasn't for the fact that the old man was standing in the foreground, he would have already lashed out and issued an order. Zhao Zhengchuan knew who he was talking about and immediately waved his hand. No need. Officials intervene, and instead of being troublesome, I'm going to press this to death with my own hands today. Suddenly, a sharp footsteps came. At this moment has sobered up the middle-aged, looked terrified over to say, Old master, Mr. Zhao. Just as he was about to explain, a voice directly interrupted him. If my grandson loses a single hair today, your La family won't have to hang around in Han River anymore. Group top level. Zhao Tiancheng also noticed the movement below the group at this moment, and for a moment, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, you stupid bastard. Really, there is a road in heaven that you don't walk, and there is no door in hell that you don't want to break into. Kill me? You also don't look at it. What kind of noble status this young master has? Killing me? Can you guys walk out of this encirclement on all sides? What else is the only thing a lowly thing like you can hold against us big shots but a cheap life? How dare you be so ridiculous as to plan to die with this young master for the sake of two people who already stink of death? Bottom line, bully, goods like you. If my Zhao family really gets serious, it won't be a problem to go down with one finger and crush 100 or so of them. Zhao Tiancheng looked at Ji Rulong with contempt and said, the Zhao family can't, but it's a pity you won't be able to see it. Ji Rulong shook his head. One finger down. Run him over? If it wasn't for the fear that the news of his absence from the borders would leak out, and the fact that the borders could not be guarded without soldiers, the ones outside of Hanzhong City right now would not be 3,000 border troops. Further, more than status, more than nobility, he Ji Rulong from the Ji family, a birth, is the famous Kyoto prince, 3 years old, dare to stomp on those stomping, the whole of Daxia have to tremble 3 trembling characters on the body to pee, after the end, but also have to laugh and put him down. In the 45th year of Xianqi, he was 10 years old and became a child rite of passage. In Kyoto, and even outside of Kyoto, both the powerful families and the scholarly families came to congratulate each other. Even those princes and lords who had been holding armies and occupying a region as their king, or those who were important ministers of the dynasty and could speak about the direction of a country, still had to crouch down and politely send a sentence of the prince as like a dragon. Present day, he sits outside the Guanwei, is the general of the Zhenghua, and is the champion marquis who was brave enough to win the 3 armies. Other than those few, what other people could stand on his Ji Rulong's head? The Zhao family? Zhao Zhengchuan's phone. At this time, Qin Tian came forward. Ji Rulong picked up the phone and connected. When you brutally killed Yi Qingyun's father and daughter, did you ever think that other people's children are also children? They're kind of things with humble origins. Which bit of them is as golden as my Zhao Zhengchuan's grandson? So what qualifications do they have? And who are they to make my grandson pay for their lives? Kid, listen carefully. When I, Zhao Zhengchuan, give you face, you must learn to cherish it. Now immediately, release my grandson. Then roll down and apologize to old man with a sincere attitude. Maybe, when I'm happy, I can disregard my former suspicions and still give you a hush money, so that you can struggle for 10 or 20 years less, whether to take the money and get lost, or wait for old me to catch you and make your life worse than death. Choose for yourself. Ji Rulong sneered. I will show you my choice. Crowds are pouring in. One group, then the next, of escorts, almost without interruption. In just less than an hour's time, it was possible to put up a battle of such a scale, thus showing the influence and appeal that the Zhao family possessed in Hanjiang City. No wonder, the death of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter, before he came to Hanjiang, almost no one dared to even mention it. In this society of the weak and the strong, Zhao's such a rich and powerful behemoth. Wanting to play with the death of a person is too easy. Ji Rulong looked down below for a while. Just thinking about it, Zhao Tiancheng behind him jumped out in a flaming rage. Hear my grandfather's words, kid. Yi Qian that kind of. Why let this young to pay for his life? Besides, Yi Qian, she was purely asking for it. If she didn't pretend to be noble and obediently be that person's forbidden domain, how could this young man have a chance to get his hands on her? Ha ha ha. You don't know her expression at that time. It was so desperate. But the more painful and desperate she is, the more excited this young man gets. You should have seen the video from Bai Xiaoxian, right? He was full of flashbacks. Saying that, he also walked his head into Ji Rulong and grinned. She was strangled to death by this young man. So what can you do? Chapter 18, Don't keep your grandpa waiting. Nowadays, the entire Zhao group below, all are his people. He really do not think Ji Rulong dare really put him how? Again, I'm afraid it is a little cute. All will choose. Take a sum of money to get out. Ji Rulong, and how will be listed outside. But, just when he was confident, a slap suddenly grabbed his neck. Are you crazy? Zhao Tiancheng's eyes glared as he chided. Ji Rulong's face was expressionless. He just held down his head and smashed it down towards the edge of the rooftop over and over again. And after a few heavy blows, Zhao Tiancheng's head was instantly broken and bleeding miserably. Zhao Tiancheng was smashed a little confused. He didn't expect that. In such a situation, Ji Rulong still dared to take a shot at him, and at this time, his entire body was hanging in mid-air. Here, hold on. Ji Rulong lifted his collar and signaled him to grab the edge of the rooftop with his hands. Next, Qin Tian stepped aside and broke a rusty steel rod. Before Zhao Tiancheng could react, his entire palm was penetrated by the rod and nailed dead in the cement. Hysterical screams rang through the night sky. Death! You all have to die. This young man told you. Even if you kneel down and beg this young man right now, this young man won't let you go, including your family, relatives, and friends. This young man will find out all of them and send them to hell. Ji Rulong frowned. Then, after all, to himself, he lit a cigarette. Do you think that your status as the young master of the Zhao family allows you to do whatever you want, and therefore kill whoever you want? Ji Rulong asked. Dogs, what happens to Yi Qingyun's father and daughter is what happens to you. If you have the guts, don't torture old me. If you really have the guts, just get me killed. Do you dare? Zhao Tiancheng frantically said. May. As Ji Rulong's next sentence exited, his entire person was directly dumbfounded in midair. Outside Hanjiang City, there are 3,000 of my border troops, and on the border, there are 47,000 more. What makes you think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Not waiting for him to react, a photograph, handed directly in front of his eyes. Take a good look. The so-called pariah in your mouth is a genuine first-grade school official of my ministry. Not to mention slaughtering you. How about slaughtering your entire Zhao family? It was a group photo, in a field where various heavy weapons are placed. Two men in military uniforms, showing naive, innocent smiles. The older one, wearing the rank of first-class colonel. As for the younger man on the left side of the fizzle, this, the great general? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As Zhao Tiancheng glanced down, he felt his scalp go numb. And then after that, endless fear and shock took over his entire heart. It's really because, on the photo, that head figure of the war zone who was covered with merit medals and had 3 gold stars on his shoulders was none other than Ji Rulong in front of him. General, this kind of hands on the real power of the characters, not to mention his Zhao family, a command down, all the forces of the Han River bundled together. People can push 110 back and forth without breathing. He actually questioned that this kind of existence didn't dare to kill him? This photo, left by Ji Rulong and Yi Qingyun at one of the bases of the Kirin Army headquarters after their injuries had turned around about a year ago, was also the only photo of the two of them together. That time, Yi Qingyun was honored to be promoted to the first level of school officer. In fact, with the war achievements he had established, this first level of school officer completely can be lifted up another level, but according to his words, he was only a miscellaneous one in the personal guard corps. General? These two words, the significance that they possess, is too significant. The responsibility that they need to carry is extraordinary. He, Yi Qingyun, is deserving of it. It's not just him. In the 5 years since the establishment of the border army, how many sons and daughters, who have fought in blood, have died without a decent rank? For them, honor, not necessarily to hang on the body to be widely known. What really made them feel honored was simply that, when that big Chilean flag was raised outside the pass to make the enemy scared, they belonged to one of this undefeated army. Who says, it's the one who stands in the light that's the hero? Guanwai's battlefield. That is a burial ground. How many border soldiers and sons stayed there forever? And how many stalwart and unyielding face forever stayed in the youth model? Phew! The wind picked up again. Ji Rulong raised his head, exhaled the last puff of smoke, and slowly said, "Don't keep your grandfather waiting." Zhao Tiancheng's face changed violently. At this moment, he was actually directly scared to pee. "Oh, I don't want to die. I beg you. I repent. I can help you find the others out." No one responded. The edge of the rooftop, at this moment, cracked open with a loud bang. Zhao Tiancheng's silhouette fell rapidly, and in the middle of the way, a mournful scream was heard, followed by the dull sound of something heavy falling to the ground. This, my God, really threw it down? Good guy. The old man's big birthday today. Such a day. His own grandson was thrown down from the top of the group and fell to pieces. What kind of god is it? Ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall? The scene of hundreds of people instantly exploded after a moment of silence. Too sudden. Too unexpected. Even Zhao Zhengchuan himself, at this moment, was stunned for a moment, followed closely by a hurried stride forward, hissing with trembling body, "Tian Cheng, my grandson, previously, what a chestnut he is." With the connections and energies that he, Zhao Zhengchuan, had accumulated in Hanjiang City over the past few decades, why would a few minions from the war zone dare to disobey him? Not to mention, he had intentionally left the other party a way out. But, I didn't expect the other party to still resolutely kill his grandson, and still in his Zhao group. How ironic was that? His eyes blazed as he tilted his head to look high above. Where, precisely, Ji Rulong stood. This is the choice you've made? Under the bright moon wheel, the figure stood with his arms folded. Even if the locust transit-like guards below were eyeing him intently, he still stood motionless, like a god standing on the clouds, overlooking the living beings. Next, the figure suddenly lifted his hand and cut a beam of light in the sky, and the crowd then only saw that the huge signboard on the top floor of the group broke in half and fell down with a bang. "Reporting to the general, my department is in position," Qin Tian said. "Clear the field then." Ji Rulong turned around. The silhouette disappeared. Zhao Zhengchuan, who was below, finally couldn't hold his image any longer. Well, Shao, no one has ever dared to disgrace my Zhao family like this. I don't care who you are. If I don't break you into pieces, I, Zhao Zhengchuan, will cut myself in public. What are you waiting for? Go up and grab the person for me. Another part of the people guard the surroundings. Whoever lets the little person escape, I, Zhao Mingyuan, will kill his whole family. Zhao Mingyuan waved his big hand. However, just at this time, on the outskirts of the crowd, I don't know who roared, "Grass! The war zone people are coming." Chapter 19, You're useless even if I give you a chance. Next, before the crowd could react, the ground suddenly shook more than once. An armored car loaded with heavy machine guns, like a beast out of a cage, rushed straight into the scene, and the large team of several hundred people that Zhao Zhengchuan had transferred was instantly dispersed. The number of people was small, just a few dozen, but the generals were all heavily armed, and the armored vehicles they were driving were equipped with heavy firepower that emanated the smoke of the murderous atmosphere, almost pressed the people present breathless. In front of this well-equipped and well-trained team, this point of their numerical advantage, at this moment can be completely ignored. Father, Zhao Mingyuan, who had been murderous in the last second, instantly deflated, and came to Zhao Zhengchuan's side with a blue face. It was not a good sign that the people from the war zone were going down at this time. Zhao Zhengchuan sank his face. This dog, he even transferred soldiers from the war zone to escort him? But, do you think that you can get away with it? He, Zhao Zhengchuan, had been mixing in the local community for decades, and the connections he possessed were not just limited to the stream of businessmen. One's own grandson, thrown down from dozens of floors in such a blatant manner, relying on a group of people from the war zone to try to smooth things over? He pestled his cane and confidently stepped forward. I am Zhao Zhengchuan, the head of the Zhao group, resolving a bit of a personal matter. I wonder if the brothers in the war zone can buy a face. Tomorrow I will personally explain to Colonel Liu of the war zone. Colonel Liu? When the people around them heard this, there was a gasp of surprise, obviously having some cognizance of the weight that the three words possessed. After all, it was the top brass stationed in the home theater. Although the group in front of them had a good aura, They were just a group of big-headed soldiers who didn't even wear a rank. And when they heard the great name of Colonel Liu, they still dared to not give face? However, stop. Everyone retreat to 30 meters away. Kill anyone who dares to cross the line. Immediately following that, the heavy machine gun rotated, and the muzzle of the gun, which emitted an icy aura, was aimed directly at Zhao Jingchuan's face. School officials? The order they received today was issued personally by the Commander-in-Chief of the Border Army, the level of the war zone's bearer, and the provincial first-hand had to step aside when he came. This time, the crowd could no longer keep calm, have retreated to a long distance. After all, this thing really fires. Moving their fingers can sweep them all away. Zhao Zhengchuan's face was as ugly as if he had eaten, and he didn't even dare to move. At this point, in front of Zhao Group's door, footsteps sounded, and then only, Ji Rulong and Qin Tian both, one after the other, appeared. Kid, I don't know where you got this group of people from. Have the guts. Let me make a call? Zhao Zhengchuan finally saw the right person, the killing intent in his heart. Even more so, Ji Rulong lit a cigarette. Feel free. Zhao Zhengchuan pulled out his cell phone, but before he had a chance to speak, he heard the caller take the lead and say, "Let them go." What? My grandson is dead. Zhao Zhengchuan how also did not expect, behind their own backers, will throw out such a sentence. Today if Ji Rulong two people left, then he Zhao Zhengchuan, how else to mix in Hanjiang City? I asked. The local war zone did not have any action today. This group of people is obviously not local. Once the conflict, it is not guaranteed that people will really dare to raid you guys. There will be a long time to come. You have your own discretion. Hang up. Zhao Zhengchuan's entire person, like a deflated ball, no longer had that overbearing look. Finished fighting? Ji Rulong asked. Zhao Zhengchuan gritted his teeth and couldn't say a word. Ji Rulong suddenly took 2 steps forward. Then in front of everyone, he lifted his palm and lightly slapped Zhao Zhengchuan's face a few times. You're useless even when you're given the chance. Zhao Zhengchuan was trembling with anger. I've been mixing in the local community for so many years. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this. I'll admit to it today. There'll be a long time to come. That was before I came. Wherever Ji Rulong's gaze passed, no one did not lower their heads, not daring to meet it. Then, his gaze turned back to Zhao Tiancheng and solemnly urged, I'll probably be staying in the mainland for a while, so tell the people behind you to wash their necks, and gee someone will go up to them one by one. The death of that oldest brother of mine and his daughter is not something that can be ended by you people, by saying that the lid is off. Hearing Ji Rulong's words, the others present moved. At this time, how could they not understand that Ji Rulong was simply taking revenge for the cadet and the other party's father who had died in the Hanjiang Academy not too long ago? This matter, in their circle, is not a secret. After all, at that time the video had a brief exposure. Everyone is clear. This matter is exactly what happened. Just, the Liu family's previous lesson was there, and everyone coincidentally chose to play deaf and dumb. After all, in this self-serving society, who would risk their future for 1 or 2 unrelated people? Your words, I've memorized them. Zhao Zhengchuan gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart almost reaching a point where he couldn't suppress it. Ji Rulong nodded with satisfaction, then lifted his wristwatch to look at the time and said, It's getting late. That's it for today for now. Let's close the team. A command. The well-trained team, at once, acted as an escort. Wherever Ji Rulong and his 2 men passed through, no one was allowed to approach within a range of 30 meters. And this kind of specification of protective measures left the crowd dumbfounded for a while longer. That's not the kind of treatment any minion can have. Zhao Zhengchuan stared at Ji Rulong's back with a deadly stare, his fists clenching. Today, it should have been the most glorious day in his life. Zhao Zhengchuan, but because of Ji Rulong's appearance, he himself, as well as the entire Zhao family, turned into a big joke. And what made him feel most stifled was that he had no other choice at the moment but to watch the other party strut away. Right. I want to remind you of one thing. That oldest brother of mine is not yet in the ground. If you dare to bury your grandson, your other 2 grandsons, don't live either. Ji Rulong, who had walked out a few steps, suddenly turned his head to warn. That kind of eagle and wolf eyes, as well as in a moment burst out of the shocking murderous aura, actually let Zhao Zhengchuan was scared backward a few steps, the heart for a long time difficult to calm down. Once again, the crowd stared in disbelief. This nigga killed someone's grandson and still won't allow him to be buried? So bossy. Until Ji Rulong and a group of soldiers left, the people present were all still as if they were in a dream, feeling that what happened today was so unreal. Zhao family in the local has the energy without too much elaboration, although not to say that in the whole Hanjiang one hand over the sky, but on this acre of 3 parts of the woman district, that is a call. No dare not from that is not an exaggeration. Who would have thought that such an existence, whose family member had been dropped dead in public, not to mention that on his way out, he had even slapped the Zhao clan's headmaster a few times on the face in an extremely humiliating manner. In the end, it was even more peaceful and dashing. Phew, the war zone down. Things can become completely tricky. Unusual forces. Facing this kind of organization is too powerless. Caution. Zhao Zhenchuan's eyes were bloodshot. Whoever dares to chew on this matter behind his back today, don't blame old husband for being impolite. In addition, tell the media to get lost. I don't want to see a single report about my grandson. Take Tiancheng's corpse with you. Let's go. Chapter 20, Karma. Retribution. That night, a storm about the early end of Zhao Zhenchuan's big birthday began to surge through the woman district. Although, due to Zhao Zhenchuan's warning, the exact reason for the end of the grand birthday, as well as the news of Zhao Tiancheng's murder, were all blocked out without a drop of water. But, know what kind of day it is. In order to further expand the momentum and the influence of the Zhao group, the Zhao family did not hesitate to invite the media to come down and create momentum for Zhao Zhenchuan's 66th birthday. And it could be said that the momentum was so great that it attracted the attention of countless people in the woman district. Plus, at the time of the incident, the scene was so mixed up that it was obviously unrealistic to think that not a single bit of news would get out. Of course, no matter how much it was rumored, no one dared to directly say that Zhao Tiancheng had been thrown down from the 29th floor, as well as Zhao Zhenchuan had been hit in the face by someone in public, something that would damage the Zhao family's face. It was just that there were sources that probably revealed that the Zhao family was being looked for trouble, and that was why Zhao Zhenchuan's big birthday was hastily ended. Also, the sudden disappearance of the Zhao group's signboard, which perennially towered above the clouds, was proof in itself. For a while, the uninvolved people in the outside world were curious as to what kind of god dared to find trouble with the Zhao family on a day like today. But understand to go. In addition to probably know the Zhao family is someone looking for trouble outside, actually a little useful news did not probe out, which more and more caused the outside world people's keen interest. And the matter of the Zhao family being approached by people of unknown origin for trouble has been circulated down a few times. And the matter of Yi Qianxian's death has been brought up once again. After all, the Zhao family is a big tree, and when something like this happens, it's easy for people to make too many associations. The Zhao family. Zhao Zhenchuan sat on the eunuch's chair. The whole person gave off a feeling as if he had aged a dozen years or so, except for a pair of eyes that were red as if they were engorged with blood. What do people live for? Nothing more than that. Fame and fortune. He Zhao Zhenchuan, from the beginning of is not a small man. In Hanjiang City to this point, the so-called fame and fortune, he thought he already had, but now seek a grandchildren. Family prosperity. In the future, even if he is gone, the Zhao family's huge family business will have someone to inherit it and pass it on. A lifetime of wind and rain have come through. To the present time, not many years to live. But this happened. White hair to send black hair. No more than the greatest pain under the sky. 29 floors. Too high. Zhao Tiancheng's body was retrieved. But it could no longer be put together. I've warned you guys long time ago. You have to leave a little bit of leeway in doing things. You guys killed Yi Qianxian. Not to mention his father, like that you even said you'd kill him. Since you've done it, you have to bear the consequences. Lobby. At this moment, besides Bai Maoji and Zhao Mingyuan, there was also a middle-aged man in a black suit who looked at Zhao Zhenchuan and continued to add, "This is karma and retribution." Retribution? As soon as he heard this, the anger Zhao Mingyuan had accumulated in his heart could no longer be held back. Bull asterisk 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 karma. This itself is a society of the weak and the strong. It's either you eat me or I eat you. It's nothing more than whoever has the hardest fist. The deaths of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter were like that, and the death of my son Tiancheng was likewise like that. And that's why the people who died were Shao Xian and Tiancheng, and not those high and mighty people? Said. Zhao Mingyuan's gaze grew more and more stern. Nya, see, do you think that the one outside of the Han River sky will suffer the so-called retribution you speak of? Words. The middle-aged man was actually speechless for a moment. His name is Nye Yongzheng, a deputy division of the Han River General Division, almost the biggest figure that the Zhao family can move out at this stage, and it was to him that Zhao Zhenchuan called before the Zhao group tonight. Words speak again. It's not even if you don't come out to help today, but you're still saying such sarcasm. Don't forget, you still have something in our hands. Zhao Mingyuan was clearly losing his mind a bit. As I said, it's not that I won't help, it's that I can't help. And you can't see it in this case tonight? Nya Yongzheng shook his head and explained. People dared to kill your son in front of all the celebrities in the woman district on the day of your family's oldest son's birthday, so it can be imagined that they didn't put your Zhao family in their eyes at all. It's a fact that once a war zone kind of organization gets more serious, a local power of your size is simply not enough in front of them. Words. Zhao Mingyuan was also reminded of the scene not long ago when a team of armored vehicles rushed into the scene and made their team of several hundred people not dare to let out a single fart just by relying on a few dozen people. Yes, I can't argue with that, but why can't you, as a deputy division of the Han River General Division, issue a call for the arrest of this group of murderers? Wanted? Nya Yongjiang glanced at him and wondered how he had said this. That little man killed my son in public, in front of so many people. Don't you know? I demand that you, the Division of Public Order, make an arrest of them immediately. Zhao Mingyuan continued with a wave of his hand. Why did people kill your son? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Nya Yongjiang said. Zhao Mingyuan, once this group of people are arrested, more people from the war zone will be implicated. And at that time, do you still expect to be able to cover up the deaths of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter? Nya Yongjiang asked again. Zhao Mingyuan, then according to you, my son died in vain? Zhao Mingyuan glared and questioned angrily. Knock knock. Right at this moment, Zhao Zhengchuan, who was sitting on the eunuch chair, knocked on the table. Alright, Tiancheng naturally couldn't have died in vain, but he can't retaliate rashly either, and the deaths of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter can't continue to widen the impact. In the end, it was reason that won out over emotion. In the beginning, the incident at the Han River Academy resulted in the death of a female cadet. All of them didn't take it seriously. After all, with their energy and power in Hanjiang, trying to suppress this matter was just a matter of lifting a finger. And so it turned out. With their own power, they made Yi Qianxian's death from being raped to death to being killed by someone's carelessness, and even gave the other party a name of selling her body for honor, easily brushing aside the responsibility. Afterwards, Yi Qianxian's body is more directly cremated. The specific cause of death cannot be found. Yi Qingyun, the same old trick, first sent to silence, and then faked into the other side because they cannot accept the death of their own daughter, jumped into the river to commit suicide. Everything seems reasonable. Therefore, they are emboldened and have no worries, and they are not at all concerned about any slip-ups in this matter. After all, even if the people from the war zone came down to investigate Yi Qingyun's death, in the event that they couldn't get any evidence, they could only go through a procedure with the side of the security division. By then, 2 more scapegoats who had taken the liberty of cremating the bodies of their father and daughter would be introduced, and the matter would be closed once and for all. But, things change, just when they were resting on their laurels. Bai Jingtao was forcibly taken away from the Department of Public Order, and Bai Xiao Xian was even shot dead at home. But despite this, he didn't take this person who came in halfway in his eyes. After all, in his mind, the other side is just a group of minions. As long as he moves a person of weight down to knock knock knock, and then properly give some hush money, this matter will also end here. It wasn't until, when his grandson was killed and he came back to think about it more carefully, that he came to a sudden realization. To say, he was now the one who wanted Ji Rulong to pay the price the most, but he was clear that with the energy Ji Rulong had shown today, he, the Zhao family, did not yet have the ability to say that he would let the other party die. Plus, Nya Yongjiang's words reminded him that Ji Rulong and the others were here for the death of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter after all. Relying on the official to solve the problem was indeed powerful and effective, but at the same time, there was also a huge risk present. All these years in a high position, smooth sailing, accustomed to, self-confessed what things cannot block the old man's way, did not think that there are people outside the people, the sky outside the sky. Zhao Zhang legend said, still palpitating, that little man who killed my grandson is not a simple role. The old man started with nothing, in these decades, has never been in which young people have a heart-stopping experience. At the time, full of anger, he lost his proper judgment. In retrospect, Ji Rulong's calmness and appalling aura was not something he thought a minion could possess. At this point, Nya Yongjiang also nodded his head in agreement. Although, I'm not sure why he hasn't taken action against you personally, but if you rashly launch a retaliation against him at this time, it's possible that your entire Zhao family will be killed by him. Upon hearing this, Bai Maoji, who was on the side, changed his face and said, it's not that he's not going to make a move against us, but he intends to kill all the people who killed Yi Qianxian before he makes a move against those of us who advocate for Yi Qingyun to be silenced. Nya Yongjiang frowned. How do you know? He told me himself. Bai Maoji clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Nya Yongjiang. Zhao Zhengchuan thought for a moment, looked at Nya Yongjiang, and asked, what's the maximum extent you can achieve if you step in? Can only mediate? Although he may not be a simple role, but after all, too young, hold up the sky, will not be exaggerated to the extent that it reaches the second level of the school officer or above. I personally intervene. There is a certain degree of certainty that can be accomplished. Chapter 21 Top Family. Only hands cover the sky? Eventually, After some discussion among the four, a line of consensus was reached. At this stage, let Zhao Tiancheng's death be put aside first. After all, what he had said earlier in his anger about making Ji Rulong pay for his life, when he sank his heart and thought about it carefully, it was not realistic at all. A person who had dozens of heavily armed soldiers with him to protect him. They, the Zhao family, did not have the ability to say that they could kill him. The most important thing at the moment was still the death of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter. After all, this matter was really too extensive. One to come, the death of a soldier. If someone found conclusive evidence that they had sent someone to silence him and publicized it, no one, not to mention his Zhao family, could afford the responsibility. Two to come, Yi Qianqian's death. There is an identity of the existence of the sky involved. This matter, if dug out, on that person's reputation as well as the existence of his back, will cause great impact. The consequences of the same they cannot afford. Therefore, after thinking about it, it was better for Nya Yongzheng, the deputy secretary of the Han River General Division, to personally come down and negotiate with Ji Rulong. Sure, this bargain, too, cannot be carried out immediately, because from the current stage, the encounter between his Zhao family and Ji Rulong, it was obvious that his Zhao family was at a disadvantage, and going to someone else at this time wouldn't work at all. Take a precautionary shot first. Even if it really comes to the point of military confrontation at that time, it's still reasonable and sensible. Finally, Zhao Zhengchuan knocked on the door. A bay of the river. Over there, Zhao Zhengchuan and the others were still discussing how to deal with Ji Rulong over today's events. As for Ji Rulong himself, he didn't put the Zhao family in his heart at all. As far as he was concerned, the Zhao family and the Bai family were nothing more than puppets placed in front of the stage, and the real murderer behind the scenes had yet to surface. After coming back and taking a shower, Ji Rulong sat on the sofa and brushed up on some of the important news about Xia in the past few days. It is indeed not an exaggeration to say that the border army's movements outside of Guangzhou prior to the southward journey took the international world by storm. After all, as the undefeated legion of the Great Xia Kingdom guarding the northern border, every move of the Qilin army would trigger the attention of countless people, not to mention such a big action as 50,000 border troops firing collectively for several minutes outside the pass. Countries will certainly do everything they can to figure out what's going on, but as of yet, there's no news leaking out about him heading south. As the commander-in-chief of the border army, the world's first god of war, his identity was too special, and the only people who currently knew that he had traveled south to the Han River were his family's old man and Governor Wei's handful of bigwigs, as well as some of the people in power in this peripheral war zone in the Southland. At this point, he did not know where to get a bottle of red wine, as well as a variety of food, and served it on the table with a smile. Ji Rulong frowned. This kid, yesterday morning mentioned white rice congee and donuts, today changed to a mountain of delicacies? You've been away from the pass for a few days and you're starting to let yourself go? Ji Rulong asked. Qin Tian poured a glass of red wine and pretended to complain. 5 years. 5 years do you know how I've lived these 5 years? Qin Tian continued. My lord has suffered for 5 years outside the pass. Now that I'm back in the city, I have to make up for it. I'm going to eat this wine, and these abalone and lobster today. No one can stop me if they come. I said so. Ji Rulong skimmed a glance at him, not knowing which of his nerves was wrong again, and at that moment said in a bad mood, if you feel that joining the military has wronged you as a male, you can just hand in an application for discharge, and I'll approve it. You see, don't make everything so serious. It's a terrier. Qin Tian hemmed and hawed, and hurriedly explained. What's a terrier? Ji Rulong said. Qin Tian. The two snarked about the piece and couldn't talk about it at all, so they just ended the conversation. The other people on the video, have they been found? At this point, Ji Rulong returned to his words. Qin Tian's entire being was also quite serious, only his tone was a bit heavy. Other than Zhao Tiancheng and Bai Xiaoshen, the identities of the other few people, there are roughly 3 that can be determined at the moment. Probably? Ji Rulong raised an eyebrow, obviously not very satisfied with the result. You hear me out. Qin Tian continued. According to the video, there were 6 people involved in Yi Qianqian's affair, including the 2 of Zhao Tiancheng and Bai Xiaoshen, and the remaining 4 never had their faces photographed at all. As you know, without being able to reveal that you yourself are not at the border, the power of our Kirin army will be greatly limited. Plus, what we are best at is fighting wars, not intelligence. So, after some investigations, the identities of the other 3 people who are also enrolled in the Hanjiang Academy were also roughly determined, and they were from Tian, Wang, and Zheng, the 3 top families with the greatest power in Hanjiang itself. These 3 families are deeply rooted in Hanjiang, and their sphere of influence almost involves the military, politics, and business. So in terms of Hanjiang's 3/4 of an acre, they can be said to only cover the sky. Words. Ji Rulong sneered. A 3-legged tripod? Tomorrow, I will prepare their specific identity information for you to go through. Qin Tian nodded and said, that's only 5 people. Ji Rulong reminded. This next. On the contrary, it was Qin Tian's turn to wonder. He frowned. The Qilin army has not investigated half a bit of information about the last person. Everything about the other party is as if it has been erased from the Han River. There is simply no way to start. The Kirin army, although not good at intelligence, well, at least, every one of them is an elite. What does it mean that after an investigation, not even a single trace has been found? It means that the other party is from a very big place, so big that the 3 local sealing families are desperately trying to protect him. Han River City, although not compared to Kyoto, the magic city kind of super metropolis, but look at the whole big summer, but also barely able to the degree of the first line. This shows how uncomplicated the volume of the 3 great families is, but despite this, the other party is still afraid of Yi Qianxian's death, involving that person who was hidden by them. So look at it this way, the identity of the other party. I'm curious, how could someone whose identity is beyond the realm of Hanjiang appear in Hanjiang and get involved in Yi Qianxian's affairs? Ji Rulong frowned, puzzled. Obviously, this question, Qin Tian did not have an answer for a while. On Bai Jingtao's side, there's no news? Ji Rulong asked again. Qin Tian shook his head. Don't tell me that Bai Jingtao has already been escorted to Kyoto for 2 days, and he hasn't scrutinized anything by now? Ji Rulong's tone gradually heated up. The trial is certainly out. At that time he knew your identity. Cannot wait to know on the spot to all the things to say, not to mention to the Kyoto your old man in front of. Speaking of this, Qin Tian's tone changed. But, we haven't received any news at all now. And it's obvious that Elder Ji doesn't want you to know what the identity of this biggest mastermind behind the scenes is. In fact, having said that, you should be able to figure out what it is yourself. Chapter 22, 8 enemies in front, 10,000 people in back. So, it's not that you can't be tried? This time, Ji Rulong really feel more and more interesting. This great summer, there are a few people can let his old man have concerns? Thinking, Ji Rulong directly picked up the phone and called his own old man. Brat. Not letting anyone sleep? As soon as the phone was connected, a grumpy voice came from inside. Ji Rulong also did not talk nonsense. Straight to the point. Sorry grandpa, disturbing your old man to rest, but I'm really curious the real culprit behind the death of that oldest brother of mine and his daughter. What exactly is the person? Words. Ji Tianxia was silent for a moment before he said, I knew that you kids called without good things, so anxious to get to the bottom of the matter. Is it intended to kill all those people at once? Even the Qilin army dares to kill. Shouldn't they be killed off? Ji Rulong asked rhetorically. I didn't say that I shouldn't kill. On the contrary, it's not too much to kill as many people as necessary to get justice for the Qilin army. But don't you yourself think that the way is used wrongly? Ji Rulong was silent, waiting for the following. With the power and position you possess today, you can indeed easily make those people pay. But you, as a son or daughter of my Ji family, as well as the commander-in-chief of the border army, need to consider the problems involved at the same time. And let's not talk about what you didn't find out. Let's say you found out about Bai, Zhao, Jiang, Wang, and Tian, these 5 families. Have you not thought about the consequences and repercussions that would come after directly overthrowing them? Just one Zhao group alone has a volume of tens of billions of dollars, and its business involves countless industries. Once it comes crashing down, do you know how many businesses will have to collapse? And how many people who depend on Zhao for their livelihoods will be affected? As the saying goes, a fire in the city gates is a calamity for the fish in the moat. The Zhao family is guilty, but more innocent people cannot be implicated because of the Zhao family's sin. Look at a man's shortcomings and there is no one in the world to befriend. Looking at people's length, everything in the world is my teacher. The Zhao family and those involved in the killing of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter are lawless in their behavior and their character is even more difficult to praise. But, because of them, Hanjiang City's economy and development for so many years has been on an upward trend. And if you push them all out at once, Hanjiang City's economy will have to collapse. If you kill a batch, you have to help a batch up, or at least ensure that, immediately after they collapse, someone can go in and clean up the mess, so that the economy and order are not affected, not to mention the employment of people's livelihoods. Bottom line, kill, can kill, but pay attention to ways and means. Your brain will be all those people destroyed. When the time to pat the buttocks away, that Hanjiang City for many years of development, not to say ruined, but also will be a huge impact. As the commander-in-chief of the border army, As the grandson of my Ji Tianxia, you have in front of you not only the enemies from the front, but also the 10,000 people's livelihoods of Daxia in the rear. It is your responsibility to guard this world and fight for every inch of it, so that Daxia can develop stably and the people can live and work in peace and contentment is likewise a responsibility that you carry on your shoulders. It is right for you to seek justice for the Kirin army as you should, and to kill those who deserve to die. But the way you're acting now, which is to put the lives of countless people at risk for the death of one person, is that, necessarily, the right thing to do? Word for word, like thunder, it exploded in the middle of Ji Rulong's mind. For a moment, it humbled him. In your position, seek your duty and take responsibility. At all times, you must keep a clear head. You are no longer the little fledgling who was under my shelter. Your every move is related to the stability of the entire Daxia. First take care of Hanjiang City and hand it over as an answer sheet. Then, you will naturally know the identity of that person. Ji Rulong nodded heavily. This time, he was also profoundly aware that he had made a mistake in his style of acting on this trip south. If, really according to his original intention, he would first kill all those people killed by Yi Qianshen, and then directly push the forces behind it, then it would inevitably leave a huge hidden danger, and vice versa. While avenging Yi Qingyun's death, he ensured that the demise of several families would not have an impact on the economy and the people of Hanjiang City, and this was the way he should have used, instead of being blinded by hatred and only knowing how to kill afterward. It is the grandson who is foolish, Ji Rulong said. On the other end of the phone, Ji Tianxia laughed happily. To be able to suppress the hatred in your heart and recognize your own mistakes in time. Do you still want Laozi to praise you twice? This phone call between the grandparents and grandchildren gradually changed the atmosphere to be less serious as Ji Tianxia exited with these words. But, in the next second, Ji Tianxia's words, however, immediately caused Ji Rulong to furrow his brows. Then again, that little girl from the Wei family. What exactly do you think? Wei Sangxing, that old kid, but mentioned to me many times. You let people off the hook several times. Not to mention slapping my old man in the face. The key is to make the Wei family feel uncomfortable. This time, you went to Hanjiang because of Yi Qingyun's matter. Laozi will not say anything. But you, at least, have to come up with a clear attitude towards this matter. Ji Rulong let out a bitter smile and was speechless for a moment. The Wei family's daughter, Wei Wan. This girl, as with Qin Tian, when he was a child, a few people often play in a piece. Ji Rulong has always regarded the other party as a younger sister, but did not expect that, with the growth of age, Wei Wan actually produced love for him. Whether it was the Ji family where he was from, or the Wei family, both of them were governors' families, and the doors were right for each other. Therefore, the two families hoped that he and Wei Wan would be able to form a pair. In this way, accomplishing the happiness of the offspring, not to mention further strengthening the relationship between the two families. The so-called good things come in pairs. But, Ji Rulong, but Wei Wan has no feeling. Not the other side is not worthy of him, not to mention the other side is not beautiful, but has other reasons. Grandpa, things like feelings can't be forced. Ji Rulong sighed. You brat, you don't even want the governor's granddaughter. What kind of woman do you want to find? Ji Tianxia laughed and scolded. Ji Rulong. Suddenly, Ji Tianxia's tone turned serious. Brat, I hope you understand that your grandfather and I are no longer governors. We can't show and make the Wei family feel that they are the ones who are begging us for a gesture. In addition, words again talked to. Wei family, that girl is actually quite excellent. To have the body, to have the appearance of the identity is even more, needless to say. You marry home. Look also eye-catching, is not it? At this point, there was a moment of silence on both sides. In the end, it was still Ji Tianxia who took the lead to speak. Think it over. You really don't want it? I have no plans to start a family yet, Ji Rulong said directly, almost without thinking about it. Good. I reckon that girl will go south to look for you, and when the time comes, you'll tell people what you have in mind in person. That's all. Ji Rulong looked at the hung-up phone, slightly disturbed. What's this called? On the side, seeing Ji Rulong hang up the phone, Qin Tian was also finally able to open his mouth. In fact, I don't blame the old master for saying that you, Wan, or that girl, which point doesn't attract your rarity. I'm quite rare. If you don't care about it, you just let your family's old man propose marriage. Ji Rulong skimmed at him and said without any goodwill. Qin Tian spread his hands. Unfortunately, people don't crave for my body. You said that this girl, Wan, is indeed excessive as well. You have been treating her as a younger sister, and she actually craves for your body. Said. Qin Tian smacked his lips again and again, adding, I think, if it weren't for your old man's lingering power, this girl might have had to come and get you by the balls. Ji Rulong. Concerning this matter, Ji Rulong wasn't too eager to chat in detail. Subsequently, the two of them changed the topic and returned to the matter of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter, intending to support a group of forces up again while taking action against the 5 families. Also, Yi Qingyun's death in the local area was not alone. Only these 5 families were involved. Find out exactly whose hand was in Big Brother's death, and leave no one behind who can be killed at this stage. Ji Rulong commanded. Chapter 23, The Calm Before the Storm. Last night, a fiasco about the Zhao family sparked the secret attention of countless people. After all, according to the Zhao family's style in the past, anyone who offended its doorway authority, none of them could end up in a good place. Not to mention, it was the big event of Zhao's old man's big birthday, suspected to be looking for trouble in Zhao's signboard being torn down. Many people are eagerly waiting to see a follow-up result. However, surprisingly, half of the night time passed. This matter is actually like it did not happen. The Zhao family so far did not on the outside world speculation and all kinds of rumors to make any response. Perhaps, only those who were there at the time were clear about what kind of character the Zhao family was facing this time. To deal with someone from an organization like the Warzone, even a powerful businessman of the Zhao family's caliber would find it difficult to do so, saying that they would let the other party pay the price. But, after all, the one who died was the youngest master of the Zhao family, and the Zhao family was definitely not going to stop there. And at this stage, it could only be described as the calm before the storm, brewing the next thunderous retaliation. Finally, under the momentum of all kinds of suspicions flying around in the outside world, a wind of justice was led and brought up. On the day of the Zhao family's old man's birthday, the Zhao group's signboard was torn down. Does it signify that the Zhao family is already suffering retribution for the crimes they committed in the first place? A video with such an eye-catching title began to go viral on a forum. Specific content, clearly pointing to the incident of Yi Qianxian at the time. Most people know what is going on, but the Zhao family is powerful. Froze to reverse the right and wrong black and white, put the responsibility of a clean slate. However, the head of the 3 feet there is God, Yi Qianxian and his father's death, completely the division of public security one-sided words. There is no convincing actual evidence. If you want people to know, you can't do it unless you do it yourself. A debt that is owed is paid. The long night is hard to see, and most people can't live in fear. But there are always people who don't fear the powers that be and face the darkness to speak out for justice. Ji Rulong let out a cry of appreciation before instructing Qin Tian, find the publisher of this video. Even though so many days had passed since the incident, what happened to Willow Leaf was still fresh in his mind. At the time, he was outside the pass. Now that he was in Han River, how could he let the same tragedy happen again? Qin Tian nodded. Naturally, he responded in one mouthful. Previously, Bai Zhao and his family had one hand in this matter. All those who cared about Big Brother's father and daughter were pressed underwater. Even if there were righteous people who wanted to speak up for them, it was just like a stone sinking into the sea. And now, by taking advantage of the Zhao family's accident as a windfall, once again, this matter is raised, and it can indeed once again trigger the public's attention. And the one who did it should not be a simple character. The words are gone. He looked at Ji Rulong and inquired, do we need to do something? Ji Rulong thought for a moment. You contact the media side and publish the video you got from Bai Xiaoxian along with the recording of both Bai Xiaoxian and Zhao Tianchang, since someone is now following the footsteps. Then his side, naturally, cannot give Zhao a chance to breathe. First let the outside world completely see the face of the 5 families. When the 5 families fell down with a bang, also belongs to the popularity of the 5 families. Qin Tian expressed his understanding. It's still early. Ji Rulong put down his cell phone. Prepare the car. Old Pipe Noodle House. Following the last time, Ji Rulong did not know what the reason was, and seemed to be obsessed with the cut noodles of this noodle shop. And today, when he was a little free, he once again made a visit to the door. Although the two were not wearing uniforms today, the old pipe still recognized the two of them at a glance, and he still went out of his way to keep the noodle spoon in his hand upside down and took the initiative to ask, what are we going to eat today? As usual, Ji Rulong replied back, and then without the slightest regard for his image, he sat down on the small bench in front of the door. The old pipe this noodle shop, doing is no more than ordinary breakfast, facing the crowd, is more inclined to those routine ordinary people, similar to their kind of people wearing decent suits, is a bit out of place. After all, in the eyes of most people, there is still a world of difference between the rich and the poor. Ordinary people, a breakfast money, hold up the sky is only $15 up and down, while those rich and noble families, a breakfast can easily be thousands, or even tens of thousands is not exaggerated. According to Ji Rulong's two people's dress and temperament, even though they could not reach that level, they would not come to this kind of unusual noodle shop to dine. Therefore, instead, it drew a lot of staggered looks. You see, At this time, Qin Tian reminded. Then, Ji Rulong then saw that a red Maserati coupe was parked in a location not far from the noodle shop. You two wait a little. That boss came first. The old pipe carried 2 packed breakfasts and greeted towards Ji Rulong and the two of them before walking towards that car. The car window fell down. In the driver's seat was a young woman in professional attire. Qin Tian smiled. It's a bit interesting. You said before that you saw this boss twice at the Bai family villa and the Zhao group? According to this boss counts as 1, plus this woman. Maybe even more. Unfortunately, with their words, I'm afraid they don't have the means to fight those people yet. But this heart is truly rare. Ji Rulong didn't say anything. He was about to retract his gaze when he happened to see that the young woman, who was about to leave, ruffled her hair, revealing a flower-like birthmark at the back of her neck. Next, Ji Rulong's entire body actually froze in place. What's wrong? Qin Tian sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly inquired. This time, the red Maserati left in a cloud of dust. The old pipe jogged all the way over, showing an apologetic smile. Long time waiting you two. Your share will be done right away. Ji Rulong got up and actually said with some trembling voice, the lady in the party, do you know what her name is? Old pipe looked around, then said with a bad smile on his face, what's the matter? Do you have a crush on her? Speaking of which, even though she is my familiar customer, but if she doesn't take the initiative to introduce herself, we can't take the liberty of asking. Ji Rulong frowned. The old pipe was staring at him with some numbness, and immediately added, however, she often comes. If you really have the heart, there will be many opportunities to meet in the future. Just that this girl's nature is not more than the average, and I guess it's difficult to deal with. Ji Rulong didn't ask more questions. Qin Tian's expression was strange. He knew enough about Ji Rulong. This one was not a master who couldn't walk when he saw a woman. Even Wei Wanner's kind of woman who could be called a woman of great beauty was not of interest to him. This kind of professional women, with your status, a hand down still shall not fish out a train. This is what happened. Qin Tian asked again. Ji Rulong crossed his arms, his tone still difficult to calm down. License plate, write it down? Qin Tian nodded. Use your Qin family's privileges. I want to see everything about her before tonight. Ji Rulong commanded. Chapter 24, Smarties. Aftermath. In order to put Ji Rulong's commands into practice quickly, Qin Tian personally went to work on it after sending him back to the villa. Inside the district, a media department. Reporter Zhou Guang is a director of this media reporter. This year only 26, because has dug out a lot of explosive events, so all the way up. The current small success not to mention, the future is also a bright. At this moment, he looked at the tall and handsome young man in front of him, with a surprised expression. Are you sure that you want to publish this video, as well as these 2 recordings through and through? Qin Tian said. $300,000. Can it be done? 300,000. Zhou Guang's heart was shaken, but on the surface, it was a difficult face. It's very difficult to do, although I'm not sure where you got the guts to do it, but I'm sure you're also clear that once this thing is thrown out, it will definitely annoy the Zhao family. But well, since I Zhou Guang engaged in this industry, the entire Han River has not been anything I dare not publish. Not to mention, this is also for the sake of justice to speak out. But then again, the content of your stuff is too sensitive after all, and there's too much resistance to trying to get it out there. And although I'm the director, there's the chief and the minister above me. Said. He gave Qin Tian a hand signal. Publishing that can be. But, it's going to cost extra. Qin Tian didn't want to dwell too much on this kind of event, and immediately said, as long as you can make sure to get it done, money is not a problem. Oh, Zhou Guang saw that Qin Tian's tone was so hard, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Meaning, it's not bad? After these words, Zhou Guang was secretly calculating in his mind, thinking about how much money would be appropriate, while Qin Tian was waiting for the following. Eventually, Zhou Guang picked up a ballpoint pen, drew on the book, and tried. 1 million? The price point. It was he who synthesized the impression Qin Tian gave him, as well as the temperament and other aspects of information put forward. At the same time, he also gave Qin Tian room to bargain. After all, this money is completely for nothing. However, Qin Tian had no intention of bargaining with him at all. Fine, but let me remind you, after taking my money, you have to get things done for me. If you take the money and don't do anything, believe me, you will pay for it. Zhou Guang did not think, just did not expect Qin Tian agreed to be so fast, the heart of remorse, or to be less this ing is completely a person's silly money lord. There is no diamond drill. Do not take the porcelain work, since you can find me. It means that I've understood me Zhou Guang this person. Rest assured that the matter is certainly for you to do well, Zhou Guang assured. Subsequently, Qin Tian directly signed a check for $1 million. Looking at Qin Tian's back as he left, Zhou Guang finally couldn't help but curse. Asterisk. While he's been exposed to a lot of big stories over the years, there's also a big reason why the department wants to promote him. In other words, if there is no department operating in it, and if there will not be serious consequences and repercussions when those things are exposed, he would not dare to do anything rash even if he is given 1,000 guts. What's more, those so-called big events he exposed were not comparable at all to this matter of Yi Qianqian's father and daughter. And once what Qin Tian gave him was published, he might have to die in the streets the next day. Who would be foolish enough to joke with their own lives? And, before Qin Tian found him, people from the Zhao family had long gone ahead and approached their department, asking them to make an announcement about Bai Shaoxian's execution, and to rectify the wild speculations and rumors that the outside world had made about the incident involving Yi Qianqian's father and daughter. Above, it looks like the person who will host the release of this thing hasn't been finalized yet, but I think it's coming soon. That's why he said that Qin Tian had picked up this money for absolutely nothing. And in a situation like this, who the hell would go and risk offending the Zhao family by blindly telling the big truth for you? Although Qin Tian might not be a simple character if he could casually take out $1 million, but if he was no longer simple, could he still be bigger than the Zhao family? It's better to talk to the minister. When something really goes wrong, there will be a tall man to take the lead. Zhou Guang thought about it, then got up and went out. Soon, Zhou Guang then met the minister of their department in an office. Then, reported what Qin Tian had just talked to him about in a nutshell, only to cut it in half on the original number Qin Tian had given him. The middle-aged minister, whose real name is Qi Shangtian, immediately showed disdain and said, "Where did the stupid pig come from? Not to mention $500,000, even if he gives $5 million. This kind of thing, look at the whole Han River. No media dare to report to him." Zhou Guang answered in succession. "Wait, this, damn it, can't be the one who killed Bai Shaoxian, and the one who tore down the Zhao family's signboard? After all, it was too much of a coincidence, and no one was stupid enough to believe that Bai Shaoxian had really been executed for manslaughter, as well as that the Zhao family sign had come off on its own. Also, this video is clearly not the same video as the one Willow Leaf released at the time, but rather someone who was there and filmed it, along with the two recordings, which don't mention too much but aren't something anyone can get their hands on either. Asterisk. Suddenly, a nationalist blurted out, and then only saw Qi Shangtian violently stood up from the boss chair. His body chilled at first. Zhao Tiancheng will not also die, right? As soon as I heard that, Zhou Guan was immediately scared and retreated several steps. His face was white. This, minister, I'm timid. Don't scare me. Qi Shangtian cut a cigar and lit it, forcing himself to calm down. Yesterday night, when Master Zhao's big birthday was halfway through, the Zhao group suddenly suffered a blockade, and that third young master of the Zhao family, you were visible to show your face? Before Zhao Zhengchuan's birthday, there were rumors released that the Zhao family's third young master, who was the most favored by Zhao Zhengchuan, had prepared a generous gift and would make an appearance as the grand finale at that time. Also, Zhao's had such a big incident last night, and Zhao Tiancheng, who was usually arrogant and domineering, hadn't moved at all. Fizzle. Qi Shangtian backed up a few breaths of cold air. A fine thought. And this time, after Qi Shangtian reminded, also associated with all this Zhou Guang, directly was scared paralyzed on the ground. He reminded me at that time, if I took the money not to do things, will make me pay the price. At that time, I felt that I didn't want this money for nothing and didn't even think about it that much. The person who killed Zhao Tiancheng and also made the Zhao family not even dare to react until now. He looked over at Qi Shangtian, his entire body already sixed. Minister, what can we do about this? Qi Shangtian was deep in thought. Ryoko, he but suddenly laughed. Age, is more and more cannot stand things. Zhao family where is not dare to react. This is ready to give the outside world a dose of precaution first, and then a drum to press the death of that guy. I told you, what kind of stinking fish and shrimp, also want to be in the local area, offending the Zhao family's authority. Not to mention that, among the people involved in that matter of the academy, Zhao Tendu can only be counted as a small minion. Zhou Guang was still filled with confusion. Alright, don't kneel there. Disgraceful thing. After killing Zhao Tiancheng, do you think the Zhao family will still let him continue to live? It's nothing more than that. It's just to avoid making too much of a commotion and igniting the public opinion of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter once again. So it's going to be a precautionary shot to the outside world by lending us a hand before avenging Zhao Tiancheng's death. And it all makes sense. Rumor has it that behind the Zhao family stands what appears to be a certain bigwig from our Han River Directorate General. Watch. As long as we move, the Zhao family will immediately send the kid looking for you to vaporize. Hearing this, Zhou Guang's hanging heart was finally put down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A person who was going to die almost didn't scare me to death. I told you that in this acre of woman district. What kind of person can still have a good ending after offending the Zhao family? And ing threatened to make me look good if I don't do my job after taking the money. Asterisk 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 asterisk. To hell with you. I'll burn you then. Zhou Guang reacted. And the whole person was a bit annoyed. That money? At that moment, Qi Shangtian gave him a meaningful look. $500,000. Not much, but a fly is still meat. So don't take it for nothing. The check was given. When the time comes, I'll have someone cash it in and send it over to you, Zhou Guang explained. Next, he immediately turned groveling again. Minister, this Zhao family matter, I wonder if you can leave it to me. Don't worry, with my ability, I'll definitely do it beautifully for you, and I'll definitely make the Zhao family happy. You kid, okay, then this matter will be put in your charge. Qi Shangtian didn't say anything and directly nodded his head in agreement. Zhu, this is a great opportunity. Do a good job. May be able to get the Zhao family's appreciation. When the time to soar is not a dream, leave the office. Zhou Guang even whistled happily. Just walked 2 steps he and suddenly remembered Qin Tian. Immediately his face sank. Asterisk 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 thing. You just wait for Grandpa Zhou Guang to announce it to you. Now who is not living for themselves? You really think you're the king of heaven? $1 million and you want justice for that father and daughter? And threaten me? Praying mantis, don't know how to die. Chapter 25, Martial Extremity Under Heaven. Half man, half god. A bay of the river. Qin Tian, who had left the media department and returned after arranging a few more matters midway, saw Ji Rulong standing in front of Yi Qingyun's hearth at a glance, silently observing a moment of silence. Just, compared to his usual days, Qin Tian could sense that there was something wrong with Ji Rulong's overall state. He probably knew exactly why, but didn't press the issue. Do you still remember the oath you took together 5 years ago when the Qilin army was first established? Ji Rulong moved at the sound of the voice and silently vacated his position. For the sake of life and death robes, 2 ribs and no regrets. For miles and 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 miles of land. For the sake of 10,000 people, I will throw my head and spill my blood. Even if I have to fight to the last person, I will protect my daxia, and the country will be safe and secure. Haven't forgotten, nor dare I forget. Qin Tian picked up the incense and walked into the position where Ji Rulong had previously stood. Every general of the Qilin army, from the general officers down to the pawns, were ready to make sacrifices at any time. Military, you can die in battle, but cannot die this aggrieved, died so unexplained, because they for this mountains and rivers, paid their best years, with their own lives, for this country, built an impregnable wall. Although Big Brother's legs were left injured in that battle, causing a decline in his overall combat power, there won't be too many people in Han River proper who can kill him. The Zhao family doesn't have that ability, Ji Rulong said. Beyond the words, the killing of Yi Qingyun to silence him might have been advocated by the Zhao family, but the specific person who did it was feared to be someone else. The specifics are still being investigated, but odds are, it's the 3 top families that did it. Qin Tian replied. What about the martial court? Ji Rulong asked. Wu Kung, similar to the academy, but only teaching martial arts. Is the world-revered martial arts people aspire to the place, which masters are as many as the carp in the river. In comparison, the 3 top families are no more than stinking fish and shrimp in front of them. Martial Pavilion these years the development of very fast initially built in Kyoto, although with some scale, but that's it. But in recent years, the crazy expansion. Sub-pavilion covered the north and south of the Yangtze River. For a time, the momentum of no 2 After saying this, Ji Rulong added, as I recall, the last time you wasted a few of the hoity-toity kids, they claimed to be from the Martial Pavilion? Somewhat impressive. Qin Tian thought about it, and it seemed that there was such a thing. You focus on checking the Martial Pavilion. According to the egos of the 3 top families, they shouldn't personally come down for Big Brother's death. After all, it's a bit of a self-degrade with them. Ji Rulong's tone was cold. As the saying goes, money talks. Killing and exterminating this kind of thing, with a group of the Zhao family's level, would not normally be done personally, and inviting the experts of the Martial Pavilion to exterminate Yi Qingyun was very possible. Sure, it doesn't have to be the Wukong either, but anything that's possible has to be checked, and no one should be left out. Actually, the fact that the Martial Pavilion has developed so rapidly over the years has a lot to do with you. After nodding, Qin Tian turned the topic back to the Martial Pavilion with a rather playful expression. How? Ji Rulong wondered. I don't know if you remember. The Martial Pavilion set up a list in order to incentivize its members. The first one, from 7 years ago to now, has not moved. The martial pavilion's internal revelation, that one has already martial extremity in the world, is a half-human, half-god. There's even news revealing that the other party was within a day, pushing across the martial Dao ranking and ascending to number 1. This battle performance, coupled with the operation of the martial pavilion, the influence can be imagined? After all, the water rises, and who wouldn't want to join a force that has a demi-human, demigod existence sitting at the helm? The name of the person, Shadow of the Tree. Ji Rulong suddenly realized, how many years have passed? If you don't say it, I've forgotten about it. So it seems that it was still my initial move that made the current martial pavilion possible? Qin Tian. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the old master's strong request, I wouldn't have been idle enough to compete for that so-called martial arts list. After all, those so-called martial arts experts are really too weak. So weak that I punched through them with a mere 70% of my strength. Saying that, Ji Rulong also waved his hand. Old stories, don't mention them. Qin Tian. 70% of your strength, to break through the martial arts ranking? Qin Tian really didn't know what to say. Although he hadn't challenged the so-called martial Dao ranking, he also knew that the weight of this list was not lined up for fun. The point was, this was still the battle record Ji Rulong had fought 7 years ago, when he had just turned 18, and nowadays, he would only be stronger. Even Qin Tian, also do not know Ji Rulong now exactly how strong, can only roughly deduce that its personal force value, afraid that no one can be compared to the degree of one person can withstand 10,000 troops, is not a false statement. When do you plan to take action against the three families? Qin Tian jumped away from the topic, avoiding adding to his heart by continuing the conversation. The question before us at the moment is not whether or not we can push down the three families to avenge Big Brother's death, but rather, after exterminating them, we need someone to be able to clean up the mess, and I haven't figured out who to help up just yet. What do you think, Lu family? Qin Tian appeared to be inquiring, but he actually had the intention of recommending. Ji Rulong shook his head. Not enough. Although I want to help the Lu family, I can't be hasty. I don't feel ambition for power and the vigor that a person in power should have in Lu Yoxing's body. In other words, with such a big mess thrown down, it's a question of whether he can take it or not. Qin Tian nodded. There are some things that are too much of a rush, but instead they are botched. Since the Lu family was mentioned, then let's go and have a seat. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll just see about taking the time to clean up the people who have been suppressing them all this time. Ji Rulong thought about it and decided, I'll get the car ready. A little. 2 people out the door. However, halfway through the journey, Ji Rulong, who was sitting in the back seat and swiping his cell phone, suddenly sank in color. Then, a terrifying killing aura, from within his body, instantly dispersed to the surroundings. What's wrong? Qin Tian pulled over. Ji Rulong didn't answer, but just handed his cell phone over, and after Qin Tian took it, one glance down, and he immediately saw Zhou Guang, the reporter who had said goodbye only a short while ago, talking eloquently. The point is that the content of his statement is diametrically opposed to what he had previously explained. This person has a certain reputation in the industry, and the persona facing the outside world has always been to dare to say anything and expose anything. For this reason, I also left $1 million as a reward for his work. Qin Tian gave an explanation. This kind of person, don't expect moral cleanliness from him. If he can take 1 million from you, he can take 3 million, 5 million from the Zhao family. Ji Rulong was disdainful. As the saying goes, 1 minute on the stage is serious. Making a show. Offstage 100,000 snowflake silver. Really? Said. Is Zhou Guang this kind of person? People's hearts are treacherous. These dogs that have one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes are even more annoying than the enemies outside of Guanwei. Qin Tian once again started the car and diverted to a different route. Chapter 26, remember anything? In the meantime, Zhou Guang, who had been pushed onto the stage by the department as the spokesperson for this event, was still justifiably following the requirements given by the Zhao family and making statements against his will. In response to the death of Yi Qianxian, a student of Hanjiang Academy, the ministry has been commissioned by the Zhao group to make the following clarifications. First, the same Han River School Lu Yi released a video, completely inconsistent with the facts. Its remarks, but also only on behalf of her personal, misleading the outside world on the facts of suspicion and create rumors. Secondly, there is sufficient evidence on the part of the Public Order Division to prove that the cause of death of Yi Qianxian and her father Yi Qingyun is not as rumored. Thirdly, in view of the public's concern over the death of Yi Qianxian, the Public Security Department sentenced the murderer of Yi Qianxian, Bai Shaoxian, to death 3 days ago. Fourth, the rumors and inappropriate remarks from the outside world have caused great reputational impact on the Zhao Group. And there are even individuals who have lost their proper sanity and have taken it upon themselves to launch retaliation against the Zhao group. The group side hopes that all people, etc., should stop this incorrect behavior immediately, otherwise, the Zhao group will use the most severe means to fight against the real illegal elements and safeguard the reputation and interests. Zhou Guang is very clear. Today this speech is through the way of live broadcast, directly facing the outside world. That is to say, now do not know how many people is paying attention to him, looking at the photographic lights around, as well as Qi Shangtian and the leaders of the ministries sitting below. Zhou Guang decided to show some performance. I saw a video today about Zhao's group being looked for trouble and suspected of suffering retribution. Zhou Guang snorted. Oh, I see. The person who really suffers retribution is the one who steals the video and releases it to mislead the public without knowing the truth. Right, Lu Yi? You guys don't even think about it. If Yi Qianxian's death was really what you think, would Bai Shaoxian have been sentenced to death? Yi Qianxian sold her body for honor and extorted a huge amount of payment. Can you blame others for her ending up like this? Come to think of it, Bai Shaoxian, who has already been executed, is the one who has suffered the most in this matter. She should not have deserved to die, but because of your people's wild rumors, she died, and you self-righteous, upside-down rumor-mongers are the real killers. And Yi Qingyun, it is said that he is always away from home. His daughter sold her body for honor, having a father to give birth without a father to teach. He as a father could not escape his responsibility, and in the end he was so ashamed that he jumped into the river and committed suicide. Isn't that a normal thing to do? You should ask Yi Qingyun why he gave birth to a daughter and didn't teach her. Ask Yi Qianxian why she doesn't know how to be shameless. And ask Lu Yi why she's talking nonsense without knowing the truth instead of attacking the Zhao group. Zhao group, as a big enterprise in our woman district, I don't know how much it has contributed to the development of the woman district. I don't know how many people it has supported. How dare you guys have the face to attack them? Your conscience is eaten by a dog? I'm sorry. In my heart I really feel aggrieved for Bai Shaoxian and the Zhao group, and I've lost my temper a bit, but what I've said is all true. And in addition, I'm warning certain people not to get ahead of themselves. Having said that, he also bowed toward the camera and said without condescension, my name is Zhou Guang. I hope you will pay attention to me, and I will continue to expose more truth for you. Wow! As the speeches came to an end, there was an outpouring of applause. This one called Zhou Guang I know. What a rare talent. These words simply hit the nail on the head. Well said. Not only did he voice out the grievances of the Zhao group these days, but his own emotional carryover is also nearly perfect, which makes it easier for people in the outside world to emotionally resonate with him. Zhou Guang heard these words, the whole person not to mention how pleased, how happy, but his surface is light and breezy, and even deliberately show some constraints. Minister, today this speech did not give you shame, right? Shame on you? Qi Shangtian took the phone and came over with a blossoming heart, and lowered his voice. Your kid is going to be brilliant. Mr. Zhao's phone, pick it up. This, Mr. Qiu Mingyuan? As soon as Zhou Guang heard that Zhao Mingyuan personally called Qi Shangtian to request to speak with him, the entire person was a bit overwhelmed with excitement. Phew, don't be nervous Zhou Guang. Your future achievements are destined to be much more than that. Zhou Guang cheered himself up internally, then took the phone in Qi Shangtian's hand. Hello Mr. Zhao. Little Zhou, right? Your speech today was very good. The effect was out of my and the old man's expectation. Especially that sentence about Yi Qingyun being away from home all year round and her daughter having a father to give birth to but not a father to teach her. It's simply a great success. Mr. Zhao fallacious. I am only stating a fact. On the contrary, it is certain fools who can't figure out the truth, stupidly think that Yi Qianxian is a good girl. In fact, was saying, the door to the meeting place was suddenly opened with a loud bang from outside. Immediately following, under everyone's puzzled gazes, the two of them, Ji Rulong and Qing Tian, walked in one after the other. What kind of person is so ignorant? A middle-aged man in a suit. Originally also wanted to reprimand Ji Rulong. Two people do not know the etiquette. After all, this kind of release site is also an unusual person. Want to come can come? But, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Qing Tian copy a stool and slammed it on Zhou Guang's head. Did I warn you when I was looking for you that taking my money and not doing something is going to cost you? What's going on? It happened so suddenly that everyone else at the scene was in a daze. You crazy dog. I don't even know you. Don't spit blood here. Zhou Guang covered his head. First a moment of consternation, followed by a surprisingly direct disavowal, declaring that he didn't even know this person Qin Tian. This kind of thing, once he admits it, his reputation and persona will be completely ruined. A cold smile spread across the corner of Qin Tian's mouth as he grabbed his head and smashed it down with another slap. causing blood stains to splatter everywhere. Then, remember anything? Asterisk 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 your mom. You're not done yet, are you? Two dogs who don't know where they came from. Really think they can do whatever they want? You said that I took your money and didn't do anything. If you have the guts, show me the evidence. Zhou Guang held the mentality of beating the dead and not admitting it. Anyway, it was impossible for Qin Tian to come up with evidence of him receiving money. Also, I'm warning you, my status is different from others. I'm a public figure. If you really get me into trouble, you guys won't be able to have a good time either. In other words, you kill by Xiao Xian and Zhao Tiansheng. Is there Yi Qingyun father and daughter thing to do rely on? But Zhou Guang is not the same. There is no evidence to move him. Where can not say? At that time, no matter what you are the identity of, will have to bear the price for this. Qin Tian flipped open his cell phone and intercepted a portion of the recording of the two men's conversation at the time. Continue to be sophomoric? No way. My office has a shield. There's no way you could have recorded it. Zhou Guang's face changed drastically, and the whole person screamed impossibility like crazy. As this line of work is still quite young and talented characters, Zhou Guang knows often walk by the river, which has not wet shoes reasoning. Therefore, inside his office, there were shielding devices planted all year round to prevent being recorded. This is also why, when the two Qin Tian came to the door, he did not panic at all. But now, at this point, Qin Tian suddenly lifted a corner of his suit, revealing a bright red identification. It's excessive for me to use some high-end equipment with this identity? A glance down, Zhou Guang immediately felt his scalp explode and his body was completely cold. 1. First-class school officer? Chapter 27, Kneel over. It's ing. Surprisingly, it was a first-class colonel from a war zone, and one step up to the rank of general. Zhou Guang stared with wide eyes, unable to accept it at all. And after the whole person was shocked and retreated several steps, he sat down on the ground with a bang, in a sorry state. The moment, he did not dare to think. From the entrance to the present, on his own sitting in the position where he just spoke flipping through the manuscript Ji Rulong. What kind of horrible identity? Level is too high. Ordinary people are difficult to see the existence. Originally, he thought that he could earn $500,000 for nothing and take the opportunity to embrace the Zhao family's thighs and soar from there. As for the two Qin Tians, by the time he finished his speech, he might have been sunk in the river by the Zhao family. Who would have thought that? Fear, regret, and other various emotions, almost causing Zhou Guang to collapse on the spot. At this time, with the recording of the conversation between Qin Tian and Zhou Guang exposed on the spot, the other people at the venue also roughly understand the original cause of the matter. None other than, it is Ji Rulong. Two people spend money want to let Zhou Guang burst something. The result is that Zhou Guang received money not to do things. How big of a deal do I take it? It's true that young people are fussy and act completely recklessly, without any semblance of a city. A middle-aged man sitting in the center position of the front row said flatly. In other words, but all a bit of status? Which one? For a mere $1 million, will be a well-known reporter in public, but also to beat the bloody head? That, not only did it have the meaning of belittling Ji Rulong and the two of them, but it was also a disguised way of showing off his own identity. And as he opened his mouth, the eyes of all the people at the venue also looked over in unison, thinking, this can be lively. After all, this, but from the head office side down a deputy director, distinguished identity, and many people present are clear. The deputy director and Zhao's Zhao Mingyuan private relationship is very good. Zhou Guang's previous performance is obviously quite appreciated by Zhao's family. The two boys hit the wrinkled wide. Things are afraid of difficult to make good. Do you realize how important this speech is today? Your little matter of $1 million, even if it is delayed, is well deserved. But now, you hit someone, then the nature can change. No matter what the reason is, Zhou Guang is a person of the ministry, not something that can be bullied by anyone who wants to do so. Since you have moved, then you have to pay for it. A seat of the pants, a breeze, the moment. A group of people on the scene, see this deputy director have spoken, naturally also see the wind at the helm, began to speak for Zhou Guang. Lu Tai, as the scene in addition to Zhou Guang himself, the only clear this matter in the end what is going on Qi Shangtian, ready to remind Lu Yihong. Suddenly, Ji Rulong, who had been flipping through Zhou Guang's manuscript the entire time, raised his eyes, sized up Lu Yihong, and said in a flat tone, your so-called price, tell me about it. Lu Yihong almost didn't even think about it and said bluntly, kneel down and apologize to Zhou Guang. As for that $1 million, consider it as compensation for his medical expenses. In that case, your presumptuousness today, this station manager can treat it as if it never happened. As he spoke, he always wore a faint smile, as if, He wasn't worried at all about Ji Rulong and the two of them daring to go against his words. After all, to his kind of position, what a person in the Han River cannot be mixed. It is too simple. Ji Rulong two people if the knowledge of good and bad that's no better. On the contrary, today do not want to leave unharmed. Yesterday, Zhao Zhenchuan's big birthday. Did you go? Ji Rulong suddenly asked a question that was somewhat inexplicable in everyone's eyes. This station chief was not in this district yesterday. Besides, with my relationship with the Zhao family, it doesn't matter if the person arrives or not. Lui Hong shook his head. Ji Rulong nodded. I'll take note of your words for now. What the hell? The group of people clustered around Lui Hong saw Ji Rulong's delayed movement, and in his tone, even more provocative flavor, he was not happy on the spot. Kid, you are afraid that you haven't figured out who you are talking to, right? Lu Tai told you to kneel down and apologize. Are you deaf? Ji Rulong ignored them one by one. Then, closing the manuscript, he waved his hand in greeting to Zhou Guang, who was sitting on the ground. Kneel over. Zhou Guang trembled. Then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, Bibi kneeled down respectfully, lowered his head, and crawled over on his hands and knees. What's the situation? Yi Qingyun is always away from home. His daughter was born by her father but not taught by her father. She doesn't know shame and sells her body for honor? Ji Rulong knocked on the countertop and said expressionlessly, explain this to me. Grass, isn't that a fact? Besides, what kind of a thing are you that needs to be explained to you? Under the stage, a man who was sitting next to Lui Hong got up and chided. Ji Rulong didn't even look at him. His movements were unhurried as he tore off a page of A4 paper, and only after it was the right size, he flexed his fingers and flicked it under dozens of teasing and gloating gazes. Whoosh! Next, blood flew horizontally, and then only to see the man who had just spoken, collapsed straight down, and on his neck, the A4 paper that had been torn off by Ji Rulong had already cut into the flesh and blood, and was rapidly dyed red with blood, which was shocking to the eyes. Fizzle! In an instant, all of them were cool air pouring in. Their bodies were completely cold. Even Lui Hong, who had previously been breezy and threatened to let Ji Rulong and the two of them kneel down and apologize, was shivering at the moment, not knowing what to do. After so many years of crawling and fighting in Hanjiang, now he has come to this position today. Whether it is his vision or experience, it is not ordinary people can be compared. In other words, he knew even more people than the average person had ever seen. However, even so, he had to admit that someone like Ji Rulong, who had such harsh and skillful means, was the only person he had ever seen in his life. The point is, he looks, but only 24 or 25 years of age. Such an age. What kind of things must be experienced? Living in what kind of environment? To be able to kill a handful of people, even without batting an eyelid? Panhandlers can't do that. Such a person, under his hands, has at least stained dozens of lives, if not more. Then remembering what he said to Ji Rulong earlier, Lui Hong couldn't help but feel a chill down his back again. I suddenly remembered that there are still things going on at the station, so allow me to take a step first. The 36 stratagems. Walking is the best plan. Earlier for Zhou Guang out, completely because of the face of the Zhao family, but now, bang! If you dare to leave this door, you don't live either. He was holding the gun and slapping his arm very rhythmically. Crowd, it's quiet now. There's no rush for you to think clearly and answer me. Seeing that no one was finally disturbing, Ji Rulong put away his hands and once again signaled Zhou Guang to give an explanation. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm just following the Zhao family's request. I'm just a small person. The above told me to say this. I have no choice. Zhou Guang's face was white. The whole person was on the verge of crying in fear. This explanation of his was too pale. Ji Rulong flipped the manuscript. I've read the content of your department's speech, and it doesn't have those words you added in the follow-up. In addition, do you dare to say that these on the manuscript are not written by you? Even if Ji Rulong kicked him twice, scolded him twice, or even smashed his mouth, Zhou Guang could accept it, but this indifferent to the extreme icy tone, he really can't carry it, and at that moment, he was kowtowing vigorously. Yi Qianxian and his father, how exactly did they die? Is it clear? Ji Rulong asked. Clear? Specifically? Yes, it is Zhao Tiancheng they forced Yi Qianxian, then reversed the right and wrong, said it is Yi Qianxian sold her body to seek honor. Extortion they were killed by Xiao Xian accidentally. Her father was silenced. Boom! The crowd, after hearing these words from Zhou Guang, all had their jaws dropped. Even though, these are things that we all know by heart, but how dare you blatantly say such things? This dog is scared out of his mind. I'm sorry, I'm willing to publicly apologize. I was confused and ghostly. I hope you'll be kind enough to give me a chance to make amends. I'll definitely publish the facts. Zhou Guang tried to save to make amends. Other people were not clear, but he knew that the one sitting in front of him was basically certain to be a terrifying existence with a general star on his shoulder. And in addition, 24 or 25 general officers, from which it could be seen how heavenly his background was. The Zhao family? Brace yourself for the sky, the gateway to luxury merchants and a small amount of power. In this kind of background through the sky, holding the military power in front of the generals, but the earth chicken and dogs, people is sentenced down. In a moment you can let you decades to lay down the foundation of the ashes. Chapter 28, I'm still mad at you. It's not an exaggeration. Truly standing at the top of the power figures, only you cannot think. No, he cannot do. Decades of spring and fall are not short, but they are not long either. The Zhao family in the woman district, who dares not follow the call, is just a drop in the ocean in terms of the entire Dixia, small and pitiful. Although the Dixia in the 25th year of the Shangqi to complete the unification of the present is only 35 years, however, the history of existence was too long, and many centuries-old families, inherited royal families, and even those legendary existences that were hidden above the clouds using the world as a game and all living beings as chess pieces, had left traces. Nowadays, it's almost impossible to hear from them, but that doesn't mean they're not there. In such a crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the lofty world, either the personal force value of the peak, or at the same time have the wealth of the country, and master of the military power of the horse trampled on the rivers and lakes, in order to be called invincible. Obviously, the 24 or 25 SEAL General Ji Rulong in front of him, together with the family background that sent him to today's high position, basically occupies one of them. Yi Cheng Yun, is my robe. Ji Rulong once again turned over the manuscript, emphatically reminding Zhou Guang of the relationship between him and Yi Cheng Yun. Words. Zhou Guang is even more scared, face like ashes. The first time in his life to beg for forgiveness. Let him some lack of experience. So just a strong apology. I'm sorry. I really do not know that he is such a relationship with you. I'm willing to apologize. Only, as long as you raise your hand and spare me this time, I promise to retract my earlier bark and publish the truth, even if it means death. Apologize? Ji Rulong sneered. If apologizing is useful, what do we need us soldiers for? Building so many weapons and equipment. For what? You know very well, exactly how their father and daughter died. But in order to curry favor with the Zhao family, and for the sake of your own future, you haven't thought at all about how much humiliation your words will bring to the people who died. A square just adult not long ago rural girl, obviously because of those small desires, lost his young life, to your mouth, into the body to seek honor. Extortion is not death deserved? A border general who has returned home only a handful of times in 13 years for the sake of the stability of the Daxia border, has become an irresponsible father who deserves to commit suicide when it comes to your mouth? Word for word. Overly shocking. Dozens of people on the scene, one counting, all tense to the point of holding their breath. It's true. As far as being a father, he didn't protect his daughter, he didn't take care of his family, and he's sorry for the little family that he was a part of. But, he stood up to Daxia, to all of you sons of Es who were protected by him and had to call him deserving of death after he died. Thumbs up. A dagger instantly penetrated Zhou Guang's cheek. Ji Rulong took the hand towel handed by Qin Tian and slowly wiped the bloodstains on his hands. Mr. Ji used to think that fists are the most powerful, but I didn't realize that people's mouths are even more powerful. This scene, again, caused the crowd to watch in awe. It's transparent inside and out. It is difficult to say whether Zhou Guang can speak in the future, let alone continue to develop on this road. However, that's not all. You people are so smart. When you face those who are less powerful than you, you are brutal, and those who are stronger than you grovel, your legs don't kneel, but your heart can't stand up. The forefathers used countless fresh lives to prove to the whole world that my Daxia sons and daughters, all proud. How come you've become a dog and a man? Like being a dog, huh? Keep your head down. Ji Rulong raised his foot, his leather shoe slowly stepped on the top of Zhou Guang's head, then continued to press down. Spare my life, as long as you spare my life. From now on, I will be your most loyal dog. Your words, I will definitely listen to your words. Zhou Guang sputtered, seemingly realizing something, terrified. Are you worthy? Ji Rulong exerted a slight force on his toes. Then, the entire tabletop, with Zhou Guang's head as the center point, crumbled into a crack, like a giant spider web, permeated with scarlet blood unfolding on the scene, bleeding from all 7 orifices, dead as a doornail. Second one up. The crowd was so silent that they didn't even dare to look at Ji Rulong. From the time he entered the scene until now, the feeling Ji Rulong brought to the people was too terrifying. Even these people on the scene who thought they were used to seeing big names had never felt such a strong sense of oppression before. He was simply sitting there, but it was like a mountain, so that people couldn't help but have a thought of self-smallness. The air swallows the mountains. Gaius is unrivaled. It only takes someone who has reached the summit and reached an extraordinary level for his aura to present an intimidating sense of exclusivity in front of people. Also, the amount of information that Ji Rulong's previous self-statement possessed was so overwhelming that these people at the scene, up to now, still had stiff limbs and didn't even dare to utter a single breath. Border troops. If it was such an identity, then Ji Rulong's demeanor would not be surprising. After all, which of the ruthless men who had risen from the dead did not have blood on their hands? Which one is the minister? Ji Rulong swept his gaze around the circle and eventually, through the gazes of the crowd, identified Qi Shangtian. Qi Shangtian's face blanched and his eyes averted. He was no better than Zhou Guang, much less Lu Yihong, who hadn't even figured out the specifics of the matter. Sitting in this sensitive position of his daily need to experience things, has long made him become a person of wisdom. The only point he missed the calculation is that he did not think Ji Rulong too will directly find the speech site, so much so, that it was caught off guard. But he knew, a person like Ji Rulong was definitely not easy to fool. On the contrary, getting along with this kind of person required a step-by-step approach, and the level of danger was no less than dancing on the tip of a knife. Otherwise, Zhao Tiancheng wouldn't have died. So, he also made a remedy in a hurry after he intended to remind Lu Yihong unsuccessfully, retreating to the edge position for a time to minimize his presence and avoid drawing fire. But, I didn't expect to be able to avoid it. You explained about Zhou Guang. He didn't notify me beforehand. As for today's speech, it was the Zhao family that made the decision. I definitely didn't mean any disrespect to that robe of yours. Qi Shangtian organized his language and hurriedly explained. Do you think I believe it? Ji Rulong laughed. This, Qi Shangtian touched a handful of cold sweat on his forehead. Simply do not know how to answer. The good thing is that Zhou Guang is now dead without evidence, so that he got some comfort. Ji Rulong glanced at the time. It's just boring to take out your hatred. The words are gone. He looked at Qin Tian and rubbed his hands together. I haven't lost my temper yet. What do you mean then? Qin Tian asked. Zhao can't be leaderless for the time being, but as the one who started it all, it won't be easy to kill him without killing him. Arrest Zhao Mingyuan and I'll personally send him on his way. Ji Rulong straightened his suit and got up to hammer home the point. Chapter 29, No one in this world can make me kneel. That. It was so shocking that it caused a pair of already terrified eyes on the scene to expand dramatically once again. Zhao Mingyuan is Zhao Zhengchuan's own son, and is the current stage of Zhao's group in the open. Even if you look at the entire Hanzhong, have the ability to let him die, there are only a handful of people. The key is, I haven't lost my anger yet, but it's too boring to take on you minions. Therefore, killing a Zhao Mingyuan to vent my anger? Listen to this, what the is that supposed to mean? A famous person who had a notable status in the local area and was well known to everyone was nothing more than a mole cricket that he could trample to death if he wanted to on a whim when it came to him. You earlier, the original words how to say, seems to be, today this speech is how important, your small matter of $1 million, even if delayed, that is also deserved. Still have the impression? Midway, when Ji Rulong walked to Lu Yihong's side, he suddenly stopped, and then continued to question. The death of a general who guards the border. The death of a cadet who is the future pillar of the country. Is it a matter of course to postpone the office? Lu Yihong numbly got up, the whole person constrained and terrified. It is my problem. I review. I guarantee with you, in the future absolutely will not appear such a problem. Welcome your supervision. After all, two bloody examples there. Plus, Ji Rulong's identity, basically determined to be the border army outside the Guanwei, and is by no means a pawn. In front of this kind of person, he really only have to bow his head, or else, I'm afraid that it is difficult to curry favor with the fruit to eat. No one in this world can make me kneel. Ji Rulong shook his head. Lu Yihong's face changed violently. Where could he not hear that Ji Rulong had something to say? After all, he previously relied on his status and position to threaten to make Ji Rulong kneel down and apologize to Zhou Guang. And now that the situation was reversed, he was prepared for the fact that Ji Rulong would settle the scores in the fall. However, he is also a local dignitary, and the people on the scene are strictly speaking his subordinates. If he kneels in public today, he is afraid that he will never be able to stand up again. This is not necessary, right? At best, I also said a few words for Zhou Guang, and then a little more wantonly said, lose someone after all. You are quite a bit older. Spread out. People should say that the border army is too overbearing, is not it? Lu Yihong frowned. Ji Rulong just looked at him. 1 second. 2 seconds. I'm sorry. Lu Yihong's head buzzed, finally unable to withstand the pressure. kneeling in fear on the spot. Boom! Ji Rulong lifted his hand. A slap down even with a table and chairs overturned. Playing with my character? Listen, I, Dian Juan, am such a bully. In a few days when I free up my hands, let you recognize the weight of the word cost, prepare to prepare, and say goodbye to your career in the industry. Spin, retract the slap and officially leave the room. Crowd. Only when Ji Rulong's two figures completely disappeared did the people present dare to react. Lu Tai, are you alright? Damn. I didn't expect that guy Yi Qingyun to come down from Guanwei. This is going to make things difficult. Lui Hong stood up and shook off his somewhat buzzed head. Aside. The others were equally sad. Border Army. The weight that these two words hold is so astounding. You personally supervise, and hurriedly have all of today's speeches removed. After a moment of silence, Lui Hong hurriedly instructed Qi Shangtian. About that. He didn't need to remind Qi Shangtian to know what to do. Although Ji Rulong did not mention from beginning to end to let them delete today's speech. But some things, it is not necessary to say. If you let Zhou Guang's earlier speech continue to ferment online, God knows what other consequences will be caused. The Zhao family's side? Qi Shangtian rubbed his forehead. Still Zhao a chicken hair. I can feel that something big is going to happen to the Zhao family. That guy just now, even in the border army, is definitely not a simple character. The Zhao family has kicked the bucket this time. Lui Hong said. Also, did you just hear that? That guy said that Zhao can't have a group of dragons without a leader for the time being. So that's why he's planning to pick Zhao Mingyuan. Lui Hong had an afterthought. And there was another burst of scalp numbness. Fizzle. What do you mean? The death of a border army is not so good to be kind. Yi Qingyun is indeed just a civilian by birth. But as a member of the border army, behind him, stands that champion marquis. And even, the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Not only do they want the people who advocated for Yi Qingyun's extermination to be buried with them, they also want to uproot their family businesses, the forces behind them. The moment. Lui Hong showed extremely clear thinking. Han River. It's going to be reshuffled. Reshuffle. For simple words. But in the underworld, decided the fate of countless people. Lu Tai. You have been in office for so many years. Have you heard some information about that champion marquis? Qi Shangtian heard him mention this name and seemed to have thought of something in his mind. Lui Hong shook his head. The identity is too high. The occupation is too special. For so many years when people mention these three words, they can only roughly surmise that the other party is from the capital. Age, height, name and other information is not known. In other words, this kind of existence that had power over mountains and rivers and sat on the borders of a country was almost beyond the realm of ordinary people, living only in rumors. Are you trying to say that guy from the party? Impossible. Lui Hong denied. How would that kind of being who holds the court, and to some extent can even do one order and the three armies dare not follow it, come south in person? What's more, how old is he? A 24 or 25-year-old champion marquis. How dare you believe that? Qi Shangtian frowned. In fact, he didn't believe it in his heart. But the party, he is the closest to Zhou Guang, is also the only one. Clear Zhou Guang why successive attitude change so big people. To know. At first, Ji Rulong hadn't blown up the identity of the border army, and even if Qin Tian had taken out the evidence that he had received money, Zhou Guang wasn't so wimpy to the extent that he said that he would kneel down. The specific reason was entirely because, after Qin Tian produced a certain thing for Zhou Guang to see, Zhou Guang's entire person was as if he had lost his soul. Even if Ji Rulong had asked him to kneel over at that time, he didn't have a single moment's hesitation. Alright, I'll cheer up and deal with the aftermath. As for what happened today, rotting in the stomach is good for everyone. Finally, Lui Hong gave an explanation and led the people to leave. Snap! Qi Shangtian's hands shook slightly as he lit a cigarette, but the effect was minimal. He didn't feel that this matter was over at this point. After all, Ji Rulong's words when he was leaving, he heard them truly. A dike of 1,000 miles is destroyed by an anthole. When the Zhao family was looking for them, if they could have thought to wait and see again, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state today. A moment of carelessness, 20 years of hard work and dedication. Down the drain, a street, in a modest bungalow. Son of a. Without us, the group of people who were born in the dark, where would you be today? A man with obvious scars at the corners of his eyes, looked at Zhou Guang's statement, and in his eyes, a murderous aura spread out. A little. The Hanyu opened his address book and found a phone number to call. It's me. Get ready. I got cut off the first 2 times. This time I'm going to personally send the son of A to hell no matter what. Chapter 30, The Blue Sisters. Woman District. Astor Neighborhood. In a private residence. This reporter called Zhou Guang. He is also too good at spouting. He even said that Qian Qian was born by her father but not taught by her father. so it's not surprising that she doesn't know how to be shameless? And also, he also said that the one who should suffer retribution is Yi Yi. Not only that, they also deleted the video I posted before. Pissed me off. Can't anyone cure him? Lobby. A little girl wrapped in a double ponytail and wearing cartoon pajamas stomped her feet in anger as she watched Zhou Guang's speech. Her name is Lan Xiaoshui. She also attends Hanjiang Academy and is in the same class as Yi Qianqian. The moment. In addition to Lan Xiaoshui, there was also a sexy figure. A young woman in her early 20s sitting on the sofa. And on her cell phone, the same display was Zhou Guang's speech. Why are these people so bad? Lan Xiaoshui's little face was red with anger and her mouth was not idle. Chen Chen is not what they say at all. She has the best relationship with me and Yi Zi. Does this young lady still not understand? It's obviously that darned by Xiao Xian, who can't stand to see Qian Qian living in a private dormitory, saying that she's offended by her pariah origins and that she's living in the same private dormitory as those posh kids of theirs. Then, Zhao Tiancheng, Tianxi Angrui they all bullied her. Qian Qian refused them. They instead said Qian Qian pretended to be noble. Obviously they bullied Qian Qian to death. How did it become like this? But, anger is anger. But Lan Xiaoshui is also clear that even if she knows all these things, she can't do justice to Yi Qianqian. After all, the strength between them and the Zhao family, as well as the top families like the three great families, was completely unequal. She had only sent out a video, and the other party had directly invited the media to come down and deleted her video through and through. Sister, what are we going to do? I know you also want to seek justice for Yi Zi and Qianqian, but we simply can't fight them. Lan Xiaoshui said in discouragement. It's a matter of doing what you can for them while keeping yourself safe. Blue Xiaoqiao was also powerless for a while. The Blue family that she was a part of was just a family that couldn't make it to the top in the woman district. And the company that she herself had founded couldn't even compare to the Lu family, let alone compare it to the Zhao family. The three great families, that kind of ceiling existence. Today, when he asked Lan Xiaoshui to release the video, he also wanted to see if he could use this wind of the Zhao family being troubled to ignite public opinion once again. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Sister, look, it's gone. Suddenly, Lan Xiaoshui exclaimed excitedly. What's gone? That mouthful of touchy-feely reporter's speech is gone. All gone. What kind of gaijin did this? Or is it just that my lady's summoning has manifested itself, and someone really did get all this stuff out of the way? What? On the side, Blue Xiaoqiao was also full of shock. The speech was gone? How is this possible? The Zhao family could never lift a stone to hit their own feet, which means that there really is someone who was secretly doing justice to Yi Qianqian and the others? But just who is so capable? After the shock, Blue Xiaoqiao suddenly got up and greeted. Snow, let's go. Half an hour later, a red Maserati coupe, parked opposite the venue where Zhou Guang had spoken earlier. However, at this moment, the venue has been cordoned off, and the members of the security division, who have received the news and rushed to the venue, are in charge of collecting the corpses. Sister, was it that reporter who died? Lan Xiaoshui, who saw the scene inside the car, cupped her small hands, and her entire breathing involuntarily slowed down. Blue Xiaojiao was silent, but in his heart, this moment was equally filled with shock. After Yi Qianqian's death, everyone was in the way of the Zhao family's obscenity, and kept their mouths shut on the matter for fear of catching fire. Even those big shots who were under the banner of justice chose to remain silent as they weighed the pros and cons of the situation. A young girl in her prime, with unlimited hope for the future, in a situation where everyone knows that she is wronged, she still has to bear the name of selling herself for honor and not knowing shame. Blue Xiaoqiao asked herself what she would do if such a thing were to happen to Blue Xiaoshui. So, even though Lu Ye's downfall was right in front of her eyes, she still didn't go against her conscience, but chose to raise her voice for Yi Qianqian within her ability. Nay, they are still thin on the ground. The little noise they made was so small in light of the fact that the Zhao family had invited the media to come down. When she saw those speeches of Zhou Guang, although she was not as righteously indignant as her own sister, deep down she was angry and powerless, and she even thought for a while that the final result of this matter would be like this. After all, this set of inverted right and wrong down, coupled with people's habit of fading away, over time, it will naturally be unsettled. But, everything that had happened today had renewed hope in her heart. How long has it been? Not only in such a short period of time, so that those untrue statements all disappeared, but also let the spokesman, blood splattered on the spot. This kind of thunderous means, coupled with the attitude of not afraid of power, it is difficult not to let a person from the bottom of their hearts to admire their strength in numbers. Doing this is a great pleasure, but at the same time it's dangerous. After all, the person behind this matter isn't just as simple as a Zhao family. Lan Xiaoqiao clenched her hands on the steering wheel. Spin. A decision was made. Xiao Shui. We have to help. There are still 3 top families behind the Zhao family. If we want to get justice for Yi Qianqian and the girls, we can't fight hard. We have to have a plan and take it step by step in order to succeed. Humph. That's exactly what I want. With our sister's intelligence, coupled with my idol's thunderous methods, we can definitely make these hateful villains of the Zhao family pay. Lan Xiaoshui waved her small fist and said, Little Joe Blue, that makes you an idol? A smile spread on the corner of Blue Xiaochao's mouth. Having been oppressed by injustice and darkness for a long time, this kind of brave and righteous person was indeed like a ray of light. Nice drive, but you have to find someone first. Blue Xiaoqiao looked at her silly sister, smiled and struck a sentence, then started the car and left. Blue Snow, Sigma, asterisk. Right. How are we going to help when we haven't even found the idol's person? But sis, weren't you the one who said you wanted to help first? Then how exactly are we going to help? Sister. Sister? Lan Xiaoshui kept pursuing, the sound fading away. In the meantime, not far away under a corner, the Han held the phone and said with an ugly face, Retreat. Those 2 brats are too quick to strike. Bai Xiaoxian and Zhao Tiancheng are not even a problem. Even this little minion is not left for us to vent our hatred. Grr. That's ing excessive. Chapter 31, The House of Smoke and Rain. For these, Ji Rulong himself was unaware of this. After the 2 of them, he and Qin Tian, left the release site, they went straight to where Zhao Mingyuan was. Unlike the 3 top families, the Zhao and Bai families were, after all, on the table in this matter. So from the moment Ji Rulong arrived in Hanjiang, the members of the other family were all under the surveillance of the Qilin army. In other words, as long as Ji Rulong wanted to, he could always know where the people of the 2 families, respectively, were and what they were doing. And, with the uninterrupted mapping of the Qilin army, the 3 top families, as well as other forces or people that might have been involved in silencing Yi Qingyun after the incident, would all be targeted. Anyway, a large net has been cast down towards the Han River. Smoke and Rain House, as a local famous tea house, both the scale, environment, and service are first class, so by many people's favorite, especially tea lovers, and some luxury merchants, when talking about things or business, will make this place as the first choice. Zhao Mingyuan, on the other hand, undoubtedly belonged to the latter. Today, he had invited an honorable guest. The main reason, or because of what happened to his son Zhao Tiancheng yesterday, because the day of the incident, all the mind, all used in how to deal with Ji Rulong body to go, so it is not clear. The other side in the process of grabbing his son what happened, after some understanding to know. Yesterday, not only did his son die, but the Xia family's boy, Xia Hongshang, and a few other trainees from the martial pavilion had their limbs broken off. Despite, the Zhao family was busy dealing with Ji Rulong at the moment. However, several students of the martial pavilion were injured, so it can be said that it is because of his Zhao family. This aspect of human feelings cannot be neglected. Not to mention that, if the martial pavilion side is really pursued, the Zhao family is also difficult to deliver. The primary purpose, of course, is not that. In targeting Ji Rulong on this matter, although they let the media side give the outside world a dose of precaution, and then after that, Nia Yangjiang's side is ready to personally go down to deal with Ji Rulong, but after all, everything is not yet known, and as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ji Rulong had not only killed his son, but had also injured the trainees of the martial pavilion. If the martial pavilion could be brought in to deal with Ji Rulong's group of overpowered dragons together, then it would be positively stable. Think about it. Zhao Mingyuan suddenly frowned. I just went to make a call to the media side, but the signal was suddenly interrupted. So find out what happened and let me know. Zhao Mingyuan explained to the driver, then straightened his suit and walked into the Smoke and Rain building. Soon, Zhao Mingyuan was then entertained into a first-class box, and was equipped with several tea masters with good temperament to serve him throughout the whole process. When Master Chen's car arrives, notify in advance to facilitate the preparation of tea. Zhao Mingyuan took off his jacket and explained towards the receptionist waiting at the side. Soon, a man in a long shirt, about 50 years old, was welcomed in. Chen Tianyang, a martial arts master of the Hanjiang branch pavilion. Xia Hongsheng as well as the few martial arts pavilion trainees who went there at that time, were all brought out by him. Master Chen, please take a seat. After Zhao Mingyuan saw the other party, he hurriedly got up to welcome him with a respectful attitude, and incidentally, he also made a wink for the serving tea master to leave. Chen Tianyang looked like a tall man and was very flattered. Next, Zhao Mingyuan also introduced him to the tea used today. The meaning shown in his words was nothing more than that he had spent no small amount of effort in order to entertain Yu Chen Tianyang today. In the aspect of drinking tea, I don't have much to say or understand. I can't compare with you, the boss of a big group, so you introducing me to it is like talking to a cow. Chen Tianyang picked up the teacup, shook it and drank it in one go. In other words, don't waste time, just say what you have to say. Zhao Mingyuan laughed. Master Chen is worthy of being a martial arts practitioner. Quick enough. Since this is the case, then Mr. Zhao won't talk too much nonsense. Yesterday, because of my son Tiancheng's matter, it caused the trainees below you to be injured. Concerning this matter, my Zhao family has a certain amount of responsibility, so I have prepared a compensation for you. Oh, Chen Tianyang looked up at him. Then, only Zhao Mingyuan dipped his finger into the tea and wrote a 3, followed by 2 zeros. 3 million. When Master Chen leaves later, just go directly to the stewards to receive it. Zhao Mingyuan said. The members of the martial pavilion that accompanied Zhao Tiancheng and the others yesterday, a total of 3 people, $1 million each. In fact, when it was said that it was a compensation for the injured trainee, it would be better to say that it was directly given to Chen Tianyang. Words. Chen Tianyang immediately laughed out loud. Mr. Zhao is really too polite. The group of trainees under my hand practice martial arts on weekdays. Breaking arms and legs is a common occurrence. This injury will be nothing after a period of time of recuperation. I heard that this matter followed up with a lot of commotion. Even your old man's big birthday was interrupted. Specifically, what is the result? Words. Zhao Mingyuan immediately gritted his teeth. I won't hide it from you. My son, Tian Cheng, died young last night. What? Hearing these words, Chen Tianyang's face changed instantly. Yesterday, he wasn't there, and only learned from the injured trainees under his command that Zhao Tiancheng had been captured by the people from the war zone, and then Zhao's group was blocked off, and wasn't clear on how far things had ended up. However, the Zhao family was not some cat or dog after all. As a large conglomerate with a volume of tens of billions, the Zhao family's energy in the local area was no joke. Also, Zhao Zhengchuan, the oldest son of Zhao, has been working in the local community for dozens of years and has connections in all aspects. Even if the other party was someone out of the war zone, daring to kidnap the youngest master of the Zhao family and interrupting Zhao Zhengchuan's big birthday, he thought that the end would not be good enough, and that the higher-ups of the local war zone, the Zhao family, could still make connections to speak up. That's why he didn't react half-heartedly to the trainees under his hand being injured until Zhao Mingyuan took the initiative to ask him out today. But now, Zhao Mingyuan told him that Zhao Tiancheng passed away? As far as I know, yesterday, your family's old man gave an order, and the guards who looked after the house were there by the hundreds, right? How did you still let 2 guys from the war zone kill your son? Chen Tianyang expressed his difficulty in understanding. To this, Zhao Mingyuan also has nothing to hide. That little doesn't know where to transfer a team of dozens of people, heavily armed, and even has heavy firepower. If not, can let him go? Chen Tianyang. It's no wonder then. Although, the Zhao family had mobilized a large team of several hundred people, but the fighters were fighters after all, and the quality was not up to par, so there was no comparison. Words. All said here, Zhao Mingyuan simply did not hide it, and said bluntly, I invite you over today. One is to give you an explanation regarding yesterday's matter, and the second is to hope that the martial pavilion can come down and make a contribution. There's no need for you to say this. I initially thought that your Zhao family could handle them, so I didn't take it seriously. But now, Chen Tianyang snorted coldly. The trainee who injured me, Chen Tianyang, wouldn't it be that good? Chapter 32. Just 2 nameless rats. Words. Zhao Mingyuan didn't feel too surprised. After all, the martial pavilion these years momentum without 2. The power distribution of the north and south of the Yangtze River, coupled with the members of which are made up of the strength of the strong. These people and high-minded, naturally developed the habit of the world's oldest one first. And as a martial arts master of the Han River Branch Pavilion, how could Chen Tianyang let his trainee get beaten up and not care? To borrow his words, if he didn't think that the Zhao family could make Ji Rulong and the others pay, he would have gone down a long time ago. But then again, although the martial pavilion was strong, the war zone was not a vegetarian after all. Plus, after yesterday's incident, he was also clear that the 2 Ji Rulongs were not generalized. Therefore, he immediately mentioned his mouth. That said, but I think you have also heard. That little hand has 2 brushes. Unusual 70 or 80 people, even can not get close. Should we notify the people above the martial pavilion? That little has a group of subordinates on the mainland, and there's no need to elaborate too much on how responsive the war zone is. I'm worried that, in case we can't take them down fast enough, we'll have a repeat of yesterday's situation. Actually, on his father Zhao Zhengchuan and Nia Yongjiang made the decision. His heart is a little unconvinced. After all, his son was thrown from the heights in public and fell to his death. He held a large group of fire in his heart, and urgently want to give vent to it. but there is no way. Nowadays the Zhao family, or Zhao Zhengtuan talk about things. He has ideas can only be proposed, but there is no way to finalize the decision. Now that Chen Tianyang had the idea of making a move, he naturally could not help but propose that if he could get a portion of the experts from the Martial Pavilion side to come down and directly cripple Ji Rulong and the two of them, then it would be a great success. However, his words, instantly changed flavor in Chen Tianyang's ears. Are you looking down on Mr. Chun? Don't compare me to those trainees and those trash. Plus, you really take what they say seriously? I started to learn on my own at the age of 8. And later on, I even joined the martial pavilion and acted as a martial master. And now 40 years have passed, and my cultivation is at the rank of triple heaven. With what you're saying, someone Chen, am not as good as him, a 20-something-year-old brat? People who practice martial arts are all competitive. It would be fine if it was a well-known powerhouse, but the point was, the other party was just a young guy in his 20s, and Zhao Mingyuan was bragging about the other party in front of him, so how could he not be angry? And see him angry, Zhao Mingyuan hastened to say, Chen master, Zhao Mao absolutely did not despise your meaning, afraid of that little use fire, if you can add a few masters, naturally more relaxed is not it? There's absolutely no need for that. Chen Tianyang waved his big hand, he injured my trainee, I'm looking for him to fight back, it's only natural and right. In addition, you have to figure out that the war zone is the one with the gun, and in terms of personal strength, are you qualified to compete with my martial pavilion? Looking at the entire war zone, the only one who can hold his own is, I'm afraid, only that great general of Xinhua, the champion marquis. However, you should have also heard that my martial pavilion has a half-human, half-god existence, and compared to that, even that champion marquis would have to be out of reach. Opposite, Zhao Tianchang had already broken out in a cold sweat without realizing it, and when he heard this he really couldn't help but interrupt. Master Chen, be careful what you say. Marquis of Champions, do you even know that's the general of Xinhua? And regardless of how the other party's personal force value, it's not your turn to talk about a small third heavenly body cultivator casually hanging on your mouth. In addition, even if that champion marquis, not as good as your martial pavilion legend of the existence of the one, but to know what the other party is the identity of the kind of people standing at the top of the power. A sentence down, the roof of the martial pavilion are given to you to lift. Zhao Mingyuan wiped a handful of fine sweat on his forehead. This Nima quite a dignified person. How to mention who is strong and who is weak and then his mouth is uncovered and full of talk. Finally, hearing Zhao Mingyuan's reminder, Chen Tianyang realized it afterward and his face gradually turned white, but his mouth still hardened. Afraid? What are you afraid of? It's just the two of us here. Anyway, it's not like this argument is in public, since it will not be spread out. Naturally, there is no need to worry about any serious consequences. If that kid doesn't dare to answer the battle, use firepower to deter and be a shrinking turtle, then Chen has nothing to say. On the contrary, with his three-legged kung fu that he brought out from the war zone, Chen Tianyang, can crush him to death with one hand. Realizing that he had gone too far, Chen Tianyang returned to his words, confidence. Seeing this, Zhao Mingyuan didn't say anything more. In fact, if you think about it, it was also true that those trainees were only beginners after all. They weren't even considered cultivators. When mortals practiced martial arts, they could only be considered cultivators if they broke their physical limits and stepped into the first heaven. And cultivators, they had already exceeded the realm of ordinary people, which was why the martial pavilion had always been eyeing a high stance. The Chen Tianyang in front of him, ranked in the three heavens, there is no reason, can't take that little man who killed his son. Thinking about this, he was ready to finalize this matter with Chen Tianyang, but just at this time, the door of the compartment was suddenly opened a crack. Zhao Mingyuan was shocked in his heart, then burst into a rage. Asshole, didn't I say that no matter what's going on, I can't be disturbed? Yes, I'm sorry Mr. Zhao, I don't want to At the door, the tone of the smoke and rain house steward trembled, and on his head, he was clearly being pointed at by a gun. Zhao Mingyuan, Chen Tianyang, alright, put the gun away, Ji Rulong said. Qin Tian smiled and put the gun away, and said to the steward, sorry for scaring you, help inform us, don't disturb us casually before we leave, so as not to accidentally injure us, understand? The steward nodded his head straight like a chicken pecking at rice, then he didn't care about Zhao Mingyuan and the two of them and fled. How did you know I was here? After Zhao Mingyuan saw Ji Rulong and the two of them, the anger in his eyes was almost ready to spurt out. Ji Rulong looked at his surroundings and sat himself down. Compared to this, shouldn't you ask why I came to you? Zhao Mingyuan frowned in disbelief. But then, in a whirlwind, probably guessing the reason, his face became even more ugly. Let's not talk about this first. As soon as I went out today, I was busy killing people. I'm a bit thirsty. Don't you treat me to a drink? Ji Rulong raised his hand, his entire aura, completely crushing Zhao Mingyuan. Aside, Chen Tianyang looked at the two uninvited guys, Ji Rulong, and asked at Zhao Mingyuan, no introduction? Just two obscure rats who don't even dare to reveal their identities. Zhao Mingyuan snorted coldly, implying that if it wasn't for Ji Rulong and the two of them hiding their heads and tails, how could they, as a result, make his Zhao family so wretched? Oh, this is the brat who injured my trainee? Chen Tianyang's eyes were cold as he began to scrutinize Ji Rulong. Chapter 33, that year, the world's most famous teachers gathered in Kyoto for him. Zhao Mingyuan nodded in response. Then, the two actually saw that Ji Rulong not only didn't have the intention to take care of them, but instead proceeded to make tea for himself. You're a crude soldier, and you know about tea? Don't disgrace yourself here. Besides, this tea is very expensive, Zhao Mingyuan said with a face full of disdain. Slightly, Ji Rulong laughed. Oh, that's really eyebrow-hanging key. Open eyes, you a stinking soldier, even said he knows tea. I'm afraid you never drank more than 5 kinds of tea in your life. Also have the nerve, in front of me to show off? Zhao Mingyuan snorted and looked at Ji Rulong as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Tea culture has a long and profound history. He, himself, is also a tea lover. Whether it is the office, or home, have built a tea room, and therefore knows that a real person who knows tea, is not casual, at any time to drink tea. For him personally, drinking tea, not only lies in the word taste, spiritual enjoyment level, but the most important, so the environment, state of mind, need to reach the perfect degree, in order to drink from the tea really want. If you're thirsty, go find water and drink tea? You're not afraid of scalding your own mouth. Zhao Mingyuan made another burst of mockery. After all, enemies meet in person. Ji Rulong spoke. Alright, next, Zhao Mingyuan. Two people, obviously felt a chi energy, with Ji Rulong's hands flat and spread. That instant of effort, the tea in front of them, ripples, after a long time. Then look at Ji Rulong's cup. Green leaves floating and sinking, tea smoke surrounded, like a painting of mountains and rivers. This, Chen Tianyang didn't feel anything, he just felt that it looked good, but Zhao Mingyuan's heart, it was a huge wave. This hand, he couldn't do it, to be precise. In his knowledge, no one could do it. To make the tea into a painting, the temperature, the time point, and the force all need to be perfectly mastered. All three are indispensable, but despite this, he did not dare to say that someone can be as casual as Ji Rulong did. Haven't dipped in years. Rusty. Ji Rulong closed his hand, and tea smoke followed close behind. In fact, it's the same. Coming from a governor's family. When Ji Rulong was 3 years old, the Ji family declared to the public that the young prince was going to prepare for his studies. That year's Kyoto, lively and extraordinary. All the world's famous teachers gathered in Kyoto. Want to teach Ji Rulong? Fall a prince of the teacher's name, but also to make friends with the Ji family such as the governor of the gateway. From now on, the position of the high hall on. That year, the threshold of the Ji clan, was almost trodden through, but Ji Tianxia only threw out a sentence. The vain generation all give me a role. If you want to teach my grandson, you have to pass through the gatekeeper of the Ji clan before you are qualified. So that, in the end, only a few remained. The people who can stay, but also non-market those so-called masters, without exception, are the kind of real skills in the body, but usually do not show the mountains of the world. As a result, Ji Rulong had received training from the first golden period of his life that countless people would not even dare to think about. The piano, chess, calligraphy and painting are elegant and literary. Martial arts, power and strategy, the foundation of the body. Of course, this is also all still secondary. And tea culture, more just one of them. And since he was 18 years old, after penetrating the martial arts cabinet, Ji whirled and proceeded to pave the way for his adult life. 2 years of precipitation, once again came out of the world to the first seat of the martial arts cabinet of the achievements of the pressure of the dynastic hall. No one dared to say a word. Afterwards, he joined the army and pulled up a force of 50,000 men outside of Guanwai under the name of Kirin. 5 years later, this team is already the undefeated legion that makes the enemies of the world scared. And he himself is the legend of the world, sitting on the territory of a country and looking down on the 8 directions. Haven't dabbled with tea much in 6 or 7 years. Therefore, it is not too modest to say that it is slightly rusty. This tea today, it's on me, right as a farewell for you. Taking a small sip, Ji Rulong once again looked at Zhao Mingyuan with a breezy smile. Zhao Mingyuan, two people obviously have a blood feud, but Ji Rulong gave him the feeling that it is too calm. Speech and demeanor of slow and methodical, under the appearance of crepe, every time to act, and too harsh and decisive. In short, elusive. Zhao Mingyuan was silent for a long time, and then when he thought that today, he had Chen Tianyang, a triple heavens powerhouse, to help assist him, the waves within his heart, on the other hand, gradually calmed down. He looked at Ji Rulong, then silently opened his cell phone, when he saw that all of Zhou Guang's speeches had disappeared. Then he snorted coldly. The action is quite fast. You're moving the media, and then you're planning to, again, do something to me? Why not? Ji Rulong laughed. Zhao Mingyuan picked up the tea, took a sip, and said in a reminiscent manner, do you think that because my Zhao family hasn't touched you at this stage, it's really taking you at your wits' end? Tell me, how do you plan to kill me? Is it just the two of you, or are you going to transfer those people under you like yesterday, make a big show of it, and kill me in public? After all, it was a local dignified celebrity. Zhao Mingyuan at the moment was still calm. To kill you, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Drink your tea first, there's no need to rush to the road in such a hurry. Ji Rulong shook his head, actually signaling Zhao Mingyuan to continue drinking tea. Words. The corners of Zhao Mingyuan's mouth flared with a touch of contempt before he introduced himself. Let me introduce you. This is Master Chen of the Hanjiang Martial Pavilion. To remind you of one thing, the people you injured yesterday, a few of them are Master Chen's students. Beyond the words, you don't even look at the people present today, just the two of you. Kill me? Ji Rulong was silent, waiting for the following. At this point, Chen Tianyang also looked over towards Ji Rulong and deliberately moved his 5 fingers, emitting a burst of crunching sounds of bones rattling. Kid, I heard that you've been quite arrogant lately. I've always been arrogant. Chen Tianyang. He. Ever since Mr. Chen joined the martial pavilion as a martial master, no one has ever dared to speak to me. Chen Tianyang. In such a tone of voice. In addition, you blurted out that you wanted to kill Mr. Zhao in front of me. Is it? Some to not put me, Chen Tianyang, in your eyes? As Chen Tianyang's words landed on the ground, the entire box, at once, was filled with an appalling aura that made one's body heavy. Ji Rulong lit a cigarette without haste. I really can't figure out. I don't rely on you to eat. I don't rely on you to wear. Why? Should I put you in my sights? Ji Rulong reminded again emphatically. Also, before I get angry, put away that pathetic breath of yours and disturb my tea drinking. I will let you know that there are parts of the world that are not for you to mess with. Ha ha ha. And hearing his words, the two Chen Tianyangs were instantly amused. Do you really think that you can walk sideways in Hanjiang with a group of rabble under your hand? Master Chen is not only a martial artist of the Hanjiang branch pavilion, but he is also a triple sky powerhouse. Do you know, what is the concept of the 3 heavens? Your little training results that you brought from the war zone are nothing in front of a cultivator like Master Chen. In the meantime, kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven, not to mention this tiny Han River, even if you look at the whole of the Great Xia, there are not many people who can make my martial pavilion unable to mess with them. What kind of thing are you? Chen Tianyang said, waving his big hand. Mr. Chen doesn't want to fight a war of words with you here. You injured my martial pavilion's trainee yesterday. Today, Mr. Chen looking for you to fight back belongs to the heavenly right. Next, Chen Tianyang made a decisive move, and his terrifying aura climbed once again. Triple heaven? To ordinary people, it was indeed an unattainable existence, but to him, a slapdown would kill 100 or so at least, and Qin Tian wouldn't be too bad. Keep the commotion down. Ji Rulong continued to drink tea. Chapter 34, Martial Pavilion. Is it strong? Understood. Without too many fancy movements, Qin Tian formed his 5 fingers into palms and directly grabbed towards Chen Tianyang. Shasta. The entire airflow of the box was abruptly still. How is this possible? Chen Tianyang, who was midway through the punch, instantly looked as if he had received some sort of shock, and his face instantly changed drastically. To know, he was a powerful person who was ranked in the 3rd heaven. This young kid in front of him, who was only in his 20s, made his limbs stiff just by his starting position alone, and no matter how hard he tried, it was hard to move even a single bit. Didn't that mean that the other party was at least starting at the 4th Heavenly Hall of Fame? What the hell kind of freak is this? Click. Qin Tian grabbed his shoulder and closed his 5 fingers with force, and the sound of bones breaking came from the scene. Sit down. Then, like entertaining an old friend, pressed his arm, hard pressed him back. The whole process, easy and casual, even a little tea did not set off, can be a glimpse of its strength? How extraordinary. Fizzle. On the side, Zhao Mingyuan, who was originally still smiling and waiting for Chen Tianyang to knock Ji Rulong to his knees with one punch, immediately stared at him with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief, fear, uneasy. In an instant, it made him go completely cold. Less than 3 seconds of effort, pinched off the arm of a triple heavenly stronghold, not to mention, but also ensured that Ji Rulong's tea drinking was unaffected. This strength, just thinking about it makes one's scalp numb. You should be thankful that this cup of tea dissipated a lot of my hostility, otherwise you would, by now, be a dead man. Ji Rulong took a breath and continued, the tea is getting cold. It's almost time to talk about business. Time's down. Zhao Mingyuan and Chen Tianyang, the two of them, still hadn't come back from their shock, and even when Ji Rulong landed 2 sentences in a row, they still looked as if they were in a state of disbelief. The contrast is too great. For a while, it was simply hard to accept. When I came here just now, I heard someone say that one hand could crush me to death. Now, Ji Rulong opened his mouth again as if he remembered something, clearly intending to settle scores. Chen Tianyang, as a person of the martial pavilion, and at the same time possessing the strength of the triple heavens himself, it was enough to see how high his personal status was through the attitude of Zhao Mingyuan, the celebrity, and the 2 brats, which point deserved to be looked up to by him. But now, the strength of Qin Tian's display of strength had made him somewhat realize that today's kick, he was afraid that it was a kick in the teeth. After all, a subordinate had the strength to start at the 4th heaven. Then Ji Rulong himself, how strong should he be? 5 heavens? Or perhaps, the 6th heaven? Thinking of this, Chen Tianyang's heart, again, is to set off a shocking wave. This ing, afraid that it is not a war zone, some high-level family out of the 2nd generation? Otherwise, how could he have such a horrifying achievement at such an age? However, in the end, he was a person from the martial pavilion, and even though he had associated these problems, after a while of self-calming, Chen Tianyang's entire person calmed down quite a bit. The moment the pain coming from his shoulder stimulated Chen Tianyang even more, he stared at a pair of eyes. Even though Chen is blind, but you guys act in such a ruthless manner, and you're not worried about it, injuring this martial master of mine, angering the martial pavilion? Young people, acting recklessly is an easy way to fall head over heels. That's a lot of words. It's totally a naked threat. Your personal strength is as weak as a dog, so you start moving the forces behind you? Then according to you, I should have just honestly sat still and let you fight? Ji Rulong asked back. Chen Tianyang, this is supposed to be a matter between me and the Zhao family. Your martial pavilion indiscriminately and forcefully intervened. Your skills are inferior. You lost. You as a martial master did not ask the reason, claiming that the trainee lost. It's only natural for you to step in and fight back, and then, I break one of your arms, and you move out of the martial pavilion once again. Quite well. Chen Tianyang. Ji Rulong asked 2 questions in a row, disliking Chen Tianyang somewhat. After all, it was not something honorable. But, as a man of the martial pavilion, how could he tolerate such a disgrace at the hands of 2 milquetoast brats? Therefore, he immediately became infuriated. Articulate little child, no matter how you try to weasel your way out of this, there is no way to negate the fact that you injured my martial pavilion trainees as well as me. A martial master, as the saying goes, you have to look at the master when beating a dog. Although Mr. Chen is only a small martial artist of the Hanjiang Branch Pavilion, behind him stands the Hanjiang Branch Pavilion and even the entire Pavilion of Martial Arts. Even if you can say flowers, you will have to pay the price. Ji Rulong laughed. Long time no see. Then, the other side, don't keep it either. Click. As the words fell, Qin Tian directly pinched off Chen Tianyang's other arm without hesitation. Hiss. Chen Tianyang couldn't help but draw in a cool breath in pain, and then stormed out on the spot. Dog, how dare you make a move on me? Aside. Reacting Zhao Mingyuan saw the scene, once again was scared out of a cold sweat. He immediately pointed at Ji Rulong and said, Little, you're too messed up. Have you actually figured out what Master Chen's identity is? Warning you, don't try to show off for a while and get yourself killed. This society, money opens the way, power is in the way. Even if you can fight again, what's the use? What's the point of being able to fight? Ji Rulong glanced at him and said in a breezy manner, Martial Pavilion, is it strong? Ha ha ha. Chen Tianyang was really amused. Where the hell did you pop out from? My martial pavilion forces are distributed across the north and south of the Yangtze River. The world's strongest people are gathered in the martial pavilion. When you think that all of them are Chen Mao this kind of strength, a toad sits in a well and watches the sky, not knowing how high the sky is and how wide the earth is. The martial pavilion is an existence that you can't afford to offend in this life, or in the next. If you want to live, sincerely kneel down and apologize, and then pay compensation. He was so high and mighty that his head could not wait to be tilted up to the sky when he mentioned the martial pavilion. Only, when he looked at Ji Rulong again, his smile suddenly froze, and the words that followed were even more instantly stuck in his throat. See only. In front of Ji Rulong at the moment, there was a palm-sized golden token. The perimeter of the token, carved with clouds and mist, a half-covered divine beast is not seen in full, seems to be in the clouds. Even if it is shown in this form, it still shocks more than one's heart. The bottom line is this. In the center position of the golden token, there were 3 large, ghostly characters imprinted on it, and it was clearly none other than Marquis of Champions. This. Chen Tianyang opened his mouth wide. As this glance went down, he could clearly feel a chill sweeping through his entire body in all its limbs, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. As for Zhao Mingyuan, he was even paralyzed with fear the moment he saw the token. The kind of boundless shock and fear that could make a person's head go blank in an instant. Unable to say anything. How does this status of mind compare to the martial pavilion? Ji Rulong asked. Chapter 35, that is God. Boom! What sounded like a plain sentence was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the minds of Chen Tianyang and Zhao Mingyuan at this moment. The two had been stunned. At this moment, it was actually terrified and bewildered, completely in a state of 6. And, by this performance of the two men, the answer to this question became self-evident. Even though the martial pavilion had developed even faster over the years, and its forces were rooted in almost every part of the Grand Xia, in the end, it was only one side of the force. Strong as it was, it also depended on who it was compared to. For the vast majority of people or forces, the martial pavilion was undoubtedly an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the Great Xia country, but it was not comparable to an existence like the champion Marquis, who was so powerful that he could not lift his head from several countries. This kind of existence that stood at the pinnacle of power and at the same time had a peak value of personal force was so transcendent that it was almost the same as a god. Actually, Zhao Mingyuan's earlier description was still tempered. In the case of recklessness, Ji Rulong a sentence down, not to mention lifting the roof of your martial pavilion, so that your martial pavilion from now on in the Great Summer Realm completely disappeared within the land is also not a difficult thing. Not enough? Seeing that the two were silent, Ji Rulong smiled faintly again. Shall I reveal some more? Puff. In this instant, the two Chen Tianyangs finally reacted. Their legs went limp, and without hesitation, they knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Little man Chen Tianyang, Zhao Mingyuan, pay respects to the Marquis. Chen Tianyang couldn't move his hands, so much so that he couldn't wipe his sweaty face, but he couldn't care less. His voice trembled. Ho, I really didn't know that it was Ho's own father. Please forgive me. If the little man is informed, even if he has 1,000 guts, he would not dare to show off in front of the Marquis, and even more so, he would not dare to be half as disrespectful and wanton. As he spoke, his eyes did not dare to look away. Chen Tianyang knew that a character like Ji Rulong's status was too honorable and prominent, so his words and actions needed to be well thought out. Not to say that every word, every sentence before saying the export should be careful and cautious, and in front of such people, the eyes cannot even glance at the messy glances, not to mention looking directly at each other. Otherwise there is a loss of etiquette. Belonging to the great disrespect means change into other people, can rely on their own from the martial pavilion. Therefore, do not ask the cause of the matter wantonly bullying. The martial pavilion claims to gather the strongest people in the world, and the strongest people are also so bullying? Ji Rulong asked again. Thanks to Ji, someone has this layer of identity in the body. If someone else today will not have to sincerely kneel down to apologize to you again, and have to compensate a large amount of medical expenses to make you satisfied. Otherwise, it is difficult to escape death. After all, you, the martial pavilion, are an existence that no one else can afford to offend in their lifetime or even the next. Ji Rulong interrupted him, then continued. Previously, I thought that as long as I could hold the borders, my Xia kingdom would be at peace with the country. But now look at it. It was me who was too naive. Speaking of which, Ji Rulong gave another account to Qin Tian. You write it down first. When the Han River matter is over, I'll personally hammer the martial pavilion to see what's so great about these lousy people who claim to be strong, but in reality are just as bullying and fearful of softness. Boom! Upon hearing these words, Chen Tianyang was even more frightened and couldn't even kneel steadily, directly falling backwards, his face white. Martial pavilion, all these years of smooth sailing and leveling off. I'm afraid that because of this person's sentence knock, and stop there, even if it does not shake the foundation, but also have to curb the sharpness, honestly do, and it's all because of him. After all, he knew very well what Ji Rulong, the champion Marquis, was here because of, and the trainee under his hand, who had indiscriminately helped the Zhao family out, had his limbs broken. To put it mildly, it's a case of being outskilled and tasting the consequences. To put it more seriously, that is the Zhao family's accomplices, not directly slaughtered, have to go home to burn incense. As for himself, he was even more intent on befriending the Zhao family and receiving benefits from them, and these things simply could not withstand a single check. Thinking of this, Chen Tianyang felt like he was even having some difficulty breathing, and ultimately had to hold on to the mentality of taking a stab at it to see if he could ease this matter a bit. Marquis, aren't you making too big of a deal out of it? What the villain said earlier was entirely because the trainee under his hand was injured, and his words in anger. What he said and what he did also had nothing to do with the Zhao family. And what happened to their Zhao family, the villain was even more completely unaware of. As you know, the martial pavilion has a half-human, half-divine legendary existence in attendance. So I wonder if you could be magnanimous enough to forget about this little matter for the sake of the other party? I promise that there will never be a next time in the future. Words that seem like pleas for mercy, but they are hidden. It was meant to remind Ji Rulong that it wouldn't be cost-effective to slap the face of a half-human, half-god legend for such a trivial matter. Oh, you mean him? I know. Ji Rulong nodded. Chen Tianyang's heart was instantly delighted. Recognize? Since we know each other, there's a chance for a reprieve. In this case, I didn't expect that a casual move back then would make people in the outside world misunderstand so deeply. Half man, half god? The description is not apt enough. I don't like it. Ji Rulong's face was expressionless, and his voice boomed like the great Tao. As far as you and others are concerned, I am God. Hiss. Chen Tianyang drew in a sharp breath of cool air and his body went cold. Listen to this. Didn't say it clearly enough? Back then, the person who pierced through your martial pavilion's martial Tao ranking with one hand was Master Ho. I'm sure the chief pavilion master of your martial pavilion can have some impression when he meets him, Qin Tian reminded. Chen Tianyang's eyes glared fiercely. Turning the sky and earth was not enough to describe his mood at this moment. The shock he received today was too much, and his previous perceptions and insights were also shattered today. Also thanks to him, he could think of using that being to put pressure on Ji Rulong. After half a day, it's the same ING person. It's not just kicking a simple iron plate, it's ING kicking a titanium alloy iron plate up. The point is, in the entire martial pavilion, it seemed that not many people knew that Ji Rulong and the one who had pierced through their martial Tao ranking back then were the same person. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to utilize the name of this champion marquis to grow the martial pavilion. He smiled disdainfully, then stopped ignoring him. The year. In order to pave the way for Ji Rulong, Elder Ji didn't know how many innings he had laid in the dark, coupled with the fact that Ji Rulong himself didn't like to show off. So to this day not many people knew that Ji Rulong was the one who pierced through the martial arts ranking. Even the identity of the champion marquis belonged to the super first-class secrets of the Xia state. And apart from the border troops and the existence of those extremely powerful people in the imperial court, basically no one knew about it. And he had, back then, heard it from his own old man. Even, because these things are collectively kept secret, the outside world once made a lot of jokes, lie as if, comparing the champion marquis to that legend of the martial pavilion. How can it be compared? Ji Rulong fighting with himself? Relisted as Ji families that Prince Master, why 18 years old after coming of age, gradually faded out of people's line of sight, whether it is early death, or has other reasons. In short, similar topics, basically never stopped. Sure, in the end, Chen Tianyang was only a martial master of the martial pavilion in the Han River Branch Pavilion, and it was not his fault that he did not know about these things. Snap! Ji Rulong lit a cigarette, then walked over to Zhao Mingyuan, who had long ago lost all sense of fear. Chat, Chapter 36, today, double your return. Chat, Marquis spare your life, what do you want to ask? I will definitely answer truthfully, and will never dare to hide anything. At this very moment, no one knew just how terrified Zhao Mingyuan was in his heart. After Bai Xiao Xian and his son's deaths, he had speculated countless times about Ji Rulong's identity origins, but no matter how he thought about it, he never expected it to be so frightening. Champion Marquis where the was Yi Qingyun's subordinate? Yi Qingyun was his subordinate, more or less, and also until today. It was only then that he finally figured out a lot of questions that he couldn't think of before. Why Ji Rulong had dared to break into the security division so decisively and arrest Bai Jingtao, and why he had dared to be so audacious as to directly kill Bai Xiao Xian and his son. Behind this seemingly acting completely recklessly, there was simply the support of absolute strength, and it was ridiculous that he thought that the other party was a newborn calf that didn't know how to die. In your eyes, what is a soldier? Ji Rulong inhaled a cigarette and said faintly. Zhao Mingyuan lowered his head. He had thought that Ji Rulong would ask some details about the deaths of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter and the people behind them, but how could he not expect that it would be such a strange question? So that, he froze then, his organized set of words useless. Ji Rulong frowned. It's the heroes. The soldiers are all heroes defending the Xia kingdom. The retrogrades who will always run to the front line. Zhao Mingyuan was frightened and spoke in a hurry. However, Ji Rulong, shook his head. I, for one, still prefer to hear the truth. The truth? Zhao Mingyuan is almost crying with fear. For him, the soldiers are just a group of coarse people. Is stinking when the soldiers, where will be put in his heart? But this word, he simply dare not say ah. In fact, even if it's not true, it proves that you know this, but in spite of this, you still despise those of us from the bottom of your heart. As far as you are concerned, those of us who are soldiers only know how to fight and kill, have no culture, no brains, and are a group of extremely vulgar people. You, on the other hand, are the boss of a large group, rich and powerful, belonging to the upper class of celebrities. How noble you are, riding in a luxury car and living in a mansion, courted by countless people, high above the world, enjoying both material and spiritual provisions. But you just never think that all of this, not only have yourselves to pay for the reason, also, countless people like us, whom you despise, are stationed day and night at the frontier, taking life and blood to meet the enemy, so that you can be in the rear, enjoying days without war. Ji Rulong's voice was as flat as ever, but it couldn't hide the raging and churning anger within him. It's not like that. It's not like that. I know all of this, and I'm grateful for it. In fact, I don't want to kill Yi Qingyun either, but if we don't kill him, there's no way for my Zhao family to survive in Hanjiang. I'm also forced to do so. Forced to? Ji Rulong laughed coldly. You guys killed his daughter and covered her daughter with a reputation of selling her body for honor and not knowing shame. He came back to beg for a truth in turn to be silenced by you guys. And in the end, you are the most aggrieved? You are forced to kill a general who has been defending Xia for 13 years. You're so compelled that you're going to use the deaths of my border troops to fulfill the future of your Zhao family? Zhao Mingyuan's head pressed against the ground, knocking over and over again. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'm worse than a pig and a dog. I'm sorry for their father and daughter. Smoky, Ji Rulong's eyes, like an abyss, ignored Zhao Mingyuan's pleas for mercy, and said to himself, don't insult the pigs and dogs. Ji Mao has been in charge for several years, and has long been happy and angry without showing his colors, and even less people or things that can affect the state of mind. But, what you have done. Speaking of which, Ji Rulong suddenly stopped speaking, then silently walked over to the window, his gaze looking in the direction of the border. That day when Big Brother knelt down and carried the severely injured me back, he kept repeating one sentence. These words are burned into my Ji Rulong's mind and bones, and I can't forget them for the rest of my life. He said, General, I'm taking you home. Don't sleep, General. I'm taking you home. Every son and daughter of my border army is not afraid to die, but that doesn't mean that we don't want to go home alive. And it's because everyone feels the same way that we've never left anyone behind. All the mountains and rivers are hot-blooded. God is full of good sons and daughters. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the green hills. There is no need to return from horseback, regardless of those who came before and those who came after. There were too many robes that slept forever on the battlefield, and those who made it home alive were few and far between. There are so many heroes who died in battle that we flip through their lives at the drop of a hat. He would have been home soon. He would have been successful, returned home, appeared alive in front of his family, and then, taught his daughter, honored his old mother, and with his wife, grew old together. He gave 13 years of his life for Daxia, leaving behind a serious leg injury, and in the end could have been happy. It is because of you guys. Not only did he not even see his own daughter for the last time, even the last little bit of happiness, of peace and quiet, that he wished for, was mercilessly taken away from him by you. Phew! Ji Rulong exhaled his last puff of smoke. Tell me who killed him. I need to know the details. Specifically, how he died and what happened to him before he died. Yes, it was us who asked the people from the Hop Sing Society to surround and kill him. Originally. At first we just didn't want to do it ourselves, much less take him seriously. So we let the Hop Sing Society send out some people to ambush him on his way home. But I didn't expect that the group of swordsmen that would go to Hop Sing would not be a match for him at all. But because of the injury to his leg, the group of swordsmen kept dragging him down. And then the double blossom red stick of Hop Sing personally led the way before he was killed. And then we faked his suicide by jumping into the river. And things went, just like that. Zhao Mingyuan kept shivering, his lips snow white. Please, 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 we really didn't mean to kill him. We were too anxious at that time. We didn't think about that much at all. I really know now that I was wrong. The bodies of both Ji Rulong and Qin Tian were similarly trembling at this moment. They could even imagine what kind of scene it was at that time. Yi Qingyun's legs had suffered extremely serious injuries in that battle, and being able to walk normally was almost the limit. a generation of heroes, who survived war after war, eventually, died in the hands of a group of curmudgeons. How sad is that? I want to know what happened to him. Say, Ji Rulong said. I don't dare to say it. I beg you. Don't force me. I really don't dare to say it. Zhao Mingyuan was crying in fear. Where was his usual nobility and arrogance? Ji Rulong's eyes were completely cold. Do you want to try how I treat my enemies on the battlefield? I said. He was hacked more than 100 times by the double flower red stick of the Hopshing Association, lost too much blood, and was dragged to his death alive. Zhao Mingyuan couldn't carry on any longer and said it all at once. When you go down, remember to kowtow to him. Ji Rulong turned to Qin Tian and said, dagger, more than 100 knives. Today, doubling back. Chapter 37, Su Yanyan. For a long time, the two of them, Ji Rulong and Qin Tian, exited the Smoke and Rain building. On the way to the car, Ji Rulong suddenly stopped his steps, then intentionally or unintentionally glanced in the direction of the top floor of the Smoke and Rain building. 7th floor. A young woman standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bottom, in contact with the eyes, on the spot was scared to retreat several steps. Even the breathing has been converged. That is a what kind of eyes? Deep, ice cold. It's unnerving. A little. It was only then that she dared to step forward again. Only this time the parked military jeep below had vanished without a trace. Looking at the entire Han River, there aren't many people who can come down with a look that scares me. Su Yanyan. But those are all the characters that stand at the top of Han River. This guy, what kind of person is he? Su Yanyan's face gradually turned cold. She, precisely the owner of this Smoke and Rain house, now but 30 years old, can support such a large tea house? Itself shows that she is not simple. However, today, she was actually scared by a kid who looked even younger than him, giving her several steps backward on the spot. This kind of thing made her a little unacceptable, so from the initial shock, it turned into some annoyance. Actually, she had received a notification from below from the moment Ji Rulong and the two of them arrived at the Smoke and Rain building and broke into Zhao Mingyuan's compartment, but she didn't choose to step in and warned the people below to stay out of the way. The reason is simple. One reason was because that military jeep, in itself, proved the origin of the two Ji Rulongs, which also reminded her of the news that came out from Zhao's group last night. Secondly, sitting in the box, in addition to Zhao Mingyuan, the top celebrity in the district, there was also a martial artist from the martial pavilion. If even they couldn't solve the problem, then it would be useless for her to step in with insufficient preparation. Therefore, pretend not to be there. When the follow-up results come out, she will then consider how to deal with the aftermath. To avoid the risk at the same time can also minimize the loss. Otherwise a bad is to lead to fire. Now, the two Ji Rulongs leave. He came to Zhao Mingyuan in a rage, not realizing that there was a martial master from the martial pavilion on the scene to back him up. And then he was scared off? Su Yanyan muttered to herself. This was the only outcome she could think of. That said, but today, after all, it was within her tea house that the incident happened, and it would be somewhat unreasonable for her to not show up for a long time. Su Yanyan picked up the phone on her desk. Send some good tea to Mr. Zhao and their box. In addition, tell them that today is a bad hospitality of the Smoke and Rain house. I'm already on my way here, and I'll personally go to toast the tea to make amends later. Hang up. Su Yanyan got up and walked over to the dresser to straighten up her makeup. She has a good figure. 1 m bottom height. Wearing a cheongsam, 2 slender thighs hidden. Appearance, also belongs to the top. With such a proud capital, coupled with her background is not bad. Hanjiang native do not know how many powerful and noble for her fascination. In the outside world has been circulating a sentence. Go to the Smoke and Rain building of the people. 99% of the 9 are for her. Su Yanyan. Su Yanyan, Su Yanyan. You said how can you be so perfect? Su Yanyan looked at herself in the mirror and smiled proudly as she lifted her chest. But the next second, she suddenly blushed, thinking of the scene earlier when he was caught off guard and scared by Ji Rulong. It was also fortunate that no one saw it, otherwise how humiliating it would have been. Doesn't he know that the owner of Smoke and Rain house is me? Su Yanran? Spin. She snorted coldly again. I would like to see how you are going to make your way in Han River in the future after offending the Zhao family and offending a martial master of the martial pavilion. Also, the next time we meet, I will definitely avenge today's shame. Count the hours. She was ready to go downstairs and make a trip to Zhao Mingyuan's box, but just at this time, the office door was suddenly knocked on, and before Su Yanran could agree, a steward directly pushed the door open. Boss, something big has happened. Mr. Zhao Mingyuan Zhao he's dead. What? Upon hearing these words, Su Yanyan's body involuntarily trembled. Dead? How is this possible? This kind of thing, how would I dare to lie to you? Not only that, There are at least a few hundred stab wounds all over his body, all in one strip, and the whole person's blood has almost been drained. This is no longer just seeking revenge. This stewardess remembered the scene she saw just now. Her face was even whiter as she said, "It's more like being deliberately punished to death with such cruel means." Fizzle. Su Yanyan couldn't help but suck in several mouthfuls of cool air, her scalp tingling as she said, "Where is that martial master from the martial pavilion?" "Gone. And can be seen. Both of his arms are wasted. The whole person is like a lost soul. No matter how we ask him, he did not say a word. I guess he was scared badly. What do we do now? Who must sue? A Zhao Ming Yuan. Not to mention, even the martial pavilion out of the martial arts master were wasted 2 arms. And look, after the fact, even a little bit to find someone to retaliate back to the intention are not." For a moment, she couldn't help but feel the backlash of her earlier ridiculous thoughts. To be able to scare Chen Tianyang, a martial artist from the martial pavilion, to such an extent, was by no means only because of Ji Rulong's brutal means, but rather the identity origin. I'm afraid that it was so big that even the martial pavilion would have to avoid the horror of it. Otherwise, there is no explanation. The people in the war zone, the origin is bigger than the martial arts cabinet. This, afraid that it's not a certain general officer with real power in his hand, right? No, 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 absolutely not. Su Yanyan immediately dismissed this idea. After all, Ji Rulong was just too young. If that wasn't the case, then there was only one possibility left, the offspring of a certain big shots family in the war zone? Though it was shocking enough. Tell everyone below to keep their mouths shut. Zhao Mingyuan's matter can't be hidden. But what happened to that martial master of the martial pavilion today? If anyone dares to speak of it, I'll cut out anyone's tongue. Su Yanran looked at the female steward and warned, "This thing, it's too big. If it was not handled well, I am afraid that she herself, and even the people behind her, would have to suffer the repercussions." The Zhao family, the war zone, is it really for that father and daughter? Su Yanyan took a deep breath, then told the female steward to retire first. A little. She picked up her personal phone and after a moment of deliberation, she dialed a certain number. "Godfather, Yan has something important to report to your old man. And in the meantime, I'd like to ask for some advice. Is it convenient for you right now? I've been out of the world for years. Not that you don't know that." An old, but very thick voice came from the other end of the phone. "Godfather, this is different." Then, Su Yanyan directly picked out the highlights and gave a rundown of what happened today. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. It was a long moment before the voice came again. "Come speak to me." Chapter 38, The Director General's Downfall. Aftermath. The two of them, Ji Rulong and Qin Tian, returned to Jiangshui Yuan. As for the Lu family side, Ji Rulong planned to postpone going there. Dealing with Yi Qingyun's matter at this stage was the top priority. After all, the purpose of his trip south was to kill all the people involved in this matter. Before, from Zhao Mingyuan's mouth, he learned that the one who killed Yi Qingyun was a force called the Hop Sing Society. The double flower red baton, on the other hand, generally refers to the top fighters in the Jianghu forces, who do not get this title without having excellent hands and battle records. This Hop Fest, I've already asked the people below to look into it, and I'll be able to pass on the results before the evening. Qin Tian, who knew what Ji Rulong was thinking, immediately said, 50,000 border troops, each and every one of them, they have a life and death relationship. That kind of relationship is built by living and dying together over and over again in the fire and smoke of war. So not only Ji Rulong, Qin Tian was equally desperate to dig these people out and crush them one by one. Then let's set it for this evening and meet this double flower red stick of the Hop Fest, Ji Rulong said with a hammer. In the meantime, the Zhao family, Zhao Zhengchuan took out his phone. Come to Lao Fu first, without too much explanation. His tone was even more indisputable. And after he finished, he simply hung up the phone. Soon, Nie Yongjiang then arrived at the scene. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Zhengchuan who was turning his back, as well as the housekeeper who stood not far away with his head hanging down, in addition to a picture of a stretcher that had been set aside and covered with a white cloth. What's wrong? There's a change in plans? Nie Yongjiang didn't think much about it and opened his mouth to ask. As per yesterday's plan. First, the Zhao family used the media side to give the outside world a dose of prevention. And then he, the deputy director of the Han River's General Department of Public Security, personally went down to negotiate with Ji Rulong and the others, to see if he could get the other side not to pursue this matter. At that moment, the media side had already acted, and he, himself, was on his way to Jiangshui Yuan, not expecting to receive a call from Zhao Zhengchuan in the middle of the journey. You didn't look at your cell phone? Zhao Zhengchuan didn't turn around. A cell phone? Nie Yongjiang frowned. How could someone of his status have nothing to do all day and engage in internet surfing? But since Zhao Zhengchuan had asked this question, there must be something in his words. So, he also reacted quickly, then directly opened his cell phone and tuned to the latest news released by the media. They went after the media side? So fast? Nia Yongjiang twitched his nose, then suddenly smelled a faint odor of blood. Why does it smell like blood? Akabuchi is dead. What? Hearing these words, Nia Yongjiang's pupils shrunk. Then without thinking, he directly walked to the stretcher on the side and slowly lifted the white cloth. When he saw Zhao Mingyuan's miserable condition, even though he was used to seeing dead people, he couldn't help but feel a burst of scalp numbness. It was really because Zhao Mingyuan's face was full of densely packed knife cuts, like he had been cut by 1,000 cuts. Didn't I say that for the time being? I won't make a move against those of you who advocate for Yi Qingyun to be silenced? Nia Yongjiang asked. Su Yanyan from the Smoke and Rain building called Lafu and said that 2 young men broke into Ming Yuan's room with a gun. And by the time she rushed to the Smoke and Rain building, Ming Yuan was already dead. And no one knows exactly what happened in the middle of the process. Zhao Zhengchuan shook his head and said, I don't want to dwell on these issues right now. All I know is that in just less than 2 days, my grandson and son were killed one after another, which has completely touched the old man's bottom line. Nia Yongjiang frowned and waited for the following. Though, Zhao Zhengchuan acted very calmly, but he knew that the anger that he had tried his best to suppress was definitely enough to shake the heavens and move the earth once it completely erupted. There's no need to negotiate. The existence of this group of people is too dangerous. The uneasiness and anger in the old man's heart won't dissipate until they completely disappear from Hanjiang City. Use your power and arrest them at all costs. Sure enough, Nia Yongjiang's heart snapped and he worried. How can we end this by causing a large-scale conflict between the two sides? Capture it and say it again. In addition, I don't believe it. Yuhan River General Division sent out a large force. They are only a few dozen people. They also dare to resist? Zhao Zhengchuan turned around. Determined. It's come to this. He couldn't care less anymore. Since Ji Rulong and the others appeared in Hanjiang, 2 people had already died in his Zhao family alone. And God knows, if he continued to let Ji Rulong and the others stay in Hanjiang, who would be the next to die? Probably, it would be him. Zhao Zhengchuan. There's no other solution? Nia Yongjiang clearly didn't want to use this extreme method. Zhao Zhengchuan snorted coldly and pointed at Zhao Mingyuan's corpse. Is it not that what is lying here now is not your Nia Yongjiang's descendant? Get on this boat. You don't expect to stay out of this. We are. Now. All for one and one for all. Do you have to wait until they threaten you to do your best work? Nia Yongjiang. It's not easy to send a white-haired person to a black-haired person. Don't push my old man. Nia Yongjiang took 2 steps forward and grabbed him by the collar. His eyes reddening as he said, if you dare to touch my daughter, even if you take off these clothes, I will make your Zhao family pay a heavy price. To this, Zhao Zhengchuan merely smiled in disbelief. Don't be so agitated. As long as you get the job done, your daughter won't be a threat, won't she? You're really crazy. I've reminded you 3 times with words that you can't use such extreme methods. Why? Do you have to do this? Do you know that once things are exposed, your Zhao family and I, through and through, are going to eat the gun? The old man is crazy. If it were you who died your son and grandson in a row, would you be crazy? Besides, if we don't kill them, they are going to kill us. Do you think we have a choice? Nia Yongjiang gritted his teeth, but still loosened his clothes. Eventually, lights a cigarette alone. You should be well aware that we don't even have the authority to apprehend the war zone soldiers. It's a risk to arrest them alone, let alone to do as you say. It's something I need to consider. Words. Zhao Zhengchuan hastened to ride out the storm. Just don't worry about it. I'll contact the top to give the provincial city a pass. Also, there are many ways to explain their deaths, such as the fact that they were the first to shoot during your investigative questioning, and then you shot several of them out of self-preservation. In short, the matter is in the hands of people, and the old man is not letting you kill all of them after arresting them. In addition to those 2 small people who killed my grandson, the others find a way to make them shut up and get out of the Han River on the line. Moreover, not everyone is as oily and saltless as those 2 little people. The old man wants money for money and means for means. What are you afraid of? Let's go back 1,000 steps. Even if things are exposed at that time, don't they still have the heavenly family? If the heavenly family can't do it, can the one outside of Hanjiang heaven still not protect you as a deputy secretary? Eventually, Nia Yongjiang still agreed. If he didn't bet on this one, with Zhao Zhengchuan's current level of insanity, he might really pull him down. He had climbed to his current position with great difficulty. How could he be willing to give up everything he had now? In addition, Ji Rulong and the others were indeed acting a little too wildly, which was simply not putting them in their eyes. That afternoon, Nia Yongjiang was well prepared. and nearly 200 officers of the security division, all wearing weapons, marched in great numbers toward the first bay of the river. Chapter 39, Su Yuzhu. Currently, neither Zhao Tiancheng's nor Zhao Mingyuan's deaths were announced to the outside world. After all, this involves the face of the Zhao family, but also involves the death of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter, hastily announced out. Their own hit their own face not to mention, will also make Yi Qingyun's father and daughter's matter further escalation. Therefore, the only way to preserve the Zhao family's face and majesty in the homeland was to make an announcement and hold a funeral after holding down all of Ji Rulong and the others to death in the Han River or driving them out of the Han River. However, although Zhao had blocked the news, outsiders still sensed the bizarre atmosphere within the district at the moment through a few things. From last night's incident with the Zhao group, the media's public statements behind it, and then the statements disappearing through and through. This series of things, in itself, proved the fact that the Zhao family was secretly gaming with certain people. Just before the results came out, most people were choosing to wait and see, but there were also a small number of celebrities who had arrived at Zhao's group that night, who were steadfastly choosing Zhao's stance and were beginning to move. For example, Roca, because of a momentary negligence, which led to a delay in the Zhao family's rescue of Zhao Tiancheng, after being warned sternly by Zhao Zhengchuan that if Zhao Tiancheng dropped a single hair on his head, then the Lu family would not have to mix in the Han River, and now Zhao Tiancheng is dead. They must find a way to save it, and are, therefore, doomed to go further and further down the road of death. A bay of the river. The specific news of the woman you asked me to check on has already been passed over. Qin Tian held a piece of information and sat down right across from Ji Rulong. Read. Lan Xiaoqiao, 24 years old this year, a native of Hanjiang. After finishing her studies at the age of 22, she founded a company in the Wumen district on a small scale, and according to the information, she also has a younger sister named Lan Xiaoshui. Speaking here, the corner of Qin Tian's mouth suddenly spread a smirk. Most importantly, these two sisters, they are both single. Ji Rulong, is that the point? Qin Tian also sensed that Ji Rulong was a bit disappointed, and immediately became quite serious. Not specific enough? There are a lot of irrelevant things I've sifted out. Qin Tian opened the information again, listed as some of her experiences over the years, social relations, including her family members, parents and relatives, etc. By the way, the video that voiced out for Yi Qianchen was released by Lan Xiaoshui. Why don't you go through it yourself? However, Ji Rulong, shook his head. The name is wrong. It dawned on Qin Tian that he had been wrong from the start, and it would naturally be difficult to arouse this one's interest with all these things that followed. It's impossible for me to be wrong. To be precise, she's the one I'm looking for, but the information you found out is all superficial, Ji Rulong reminded. Now, it was Qin Tian's turn to be surprised. How so? Ji Rulong lit a cigarette, seemingly recalling a certain past event. Remember the Su family? The Su family? Qin Tian carefully chewed on these two words, followed by suddenly lowering his voice. What you are talking about? Is that the Su family? The luxurious merchant portal that disappeared overnight in Kyoto back then? Regarding the Su family, he actually didn't have much of an impression. He only knew that back then in Kyoto, there was a powerful business family with a gateway comparable to their Qin family that had followed Elder Ji through the world, but then inexplicably disappeared. If Ji Rulong hadn't mentioned it today, he definitely wouldn't have thought of such a family. After all, that was 20 years ago. Also, such a powerful business family with the merit of the dragon, disappeared without a trace in Kyoto overnight, and the follow-up did not even reveal half of the reason. So it can be seen that the disappearance of the Su family back then, how uncomplicated. When I was 5 years old, because I resisted practicing martial arts, I was lashed by the old master, and in the way of the old master's majesty, everyone in the family froze and hung me out to dry for an afternoon, not giving me a sip of water to drink. Ji Rulong recalled. At that time, there was no child like me. Starting at the age of 3, I was deprived of the joy and childishness that a small child should have, and every day I was either studying or practicing kung fu, and was in pain and aggravation. My family hung me out to dry all afternoon, so I sat at the side gate of the compound and cried all afternoon, and then I met a little girl. She was wearing a pill head and a little emerald green dress, obviously also a little kid, but she crossed her arms like a grown-up and asked me, little kid, so big and still crying, are you a man? That image, in retrospect, is quite amusing. So that, when he said this, Ji Rulong and Qin Tian, both of them, were unanimously amused. I was skimming my head, ignoring her, and then she left, but to my surprise, she came back a little while later, and had some ointment, and a candy. Phew! Ji Rulong inhaled a cigarette, and a scene from that time played in a loop as if it had formed a clip in his mind. Don't move, little kid. It won't hurt when I give you the medicine. Little brat, who beat you up like this? Have you been disobedient? Humph. If my grandpa dared to hit me like that, I would definitely pull his beard. But my grandpa loves me. He wouldn't hit me. Your grandpa is too fierce. What grandpa? He's simply fiercer than the Governor General. I'll secretly tell you. I heard from my grandfather that Governor General of Ardashia is also particularly mean to his grandchildren. And every time I disobeyed, my grandfather would scare me by saying that he would send me to the Governor General's house. Ha! You're not the grandson of the Governor General, are you? Miserable, miserable. You won't tell your grandfather that I'm bad-mouthing him behind his back. I'm warning you, little brat. You can't be a man without a conscience. I'll take candy for you. Well, little kid, eat the candy. In the future, no matter what, can not just cry nose oh, manly man, to stand up to the sky. By the way, my name is Su Yuju. What's your name? Forget it, let's just call you kid. Ji Rulong extinguished the cigarette butt. That was the one candy I ate in my life. And at that time I felt that all my grievances dissipated with that sweetness, which led to the fact that, for years to come, every time before I practiced, I would secretly hide a candy. And after that, to thank her, I made a deal with her that when I finished studying the next day, I'd wait for her at the side door and give her a gift in return. Said, Ji Rulong went upstairs, took out a somewhat old box and opened it. This was my only toy when I was a child, and I was going to give it to her. But since that day, I've never seen her again. Qin Tian looked over, and what was placed inside was a small pistol cart from wood. That kind of thing. Qin Tian really heard Ji Rulong talk about it for the first time. And he could imagine that for the young Ji Rulong, Su Yuju's appearance was definitely a light in his life. But this light was only a momentary glow. This also led to the fact that this memory had been rooted in Ji Rulong's mind since he was a child, gradually becoming an obsession. Over the years, it's not that I didn't ask about the Su family, but there was never a result. I didn't dare to look into it, and I was also afraid that I was worried that their disappearance wasn't a departure from Kyoto, but a disappearance in the true sense of the word. Ji Rulong covered the box and spoke in a deep tone. I won't be wrong. That flower-like birthmark on her neck that resembles a flower. Even after so many years, I still haven't forgotten it. Qin Tian said. Then what are your plans now? Ji Rulong was silent. Before this, he was always trying to find Su Yuju, but when he really found the moment, he couldn't tell what kind of emotion he had for her. Perhaps it was just a childhood obsession. Find an opportunity to give her what should have been given to her, as an explanation to her childhood self. Ji Rulong thought about it and decided. 20 years, too long. Maybe the other side had already forgotten him. At this point, there was a sudden sound of sharp brakes from outside the villa, and then a special car of the security division was seen, parked in front of the villa. Qin Tian glanced at Ji Rulong and asked for instructions. You go upstairs and rest. I'll take care of it. Chapter 40. Zhao can't afford a doctor? Sheriff's department? Ji Rulong looked at it and had no intention of going upstairs. At this moment, Qin Tian smiled at the sight. When he killed Zhao Tianchang at the Zhao clan last night, that phone call that Zhao Zhengchuan made seems to have been made to a certain high-ranking member of the security division. It's just that at that time, due to certain reasons, the other party didn't come down. Today, on the contrary, it came with great fanfare, and it looks like it was Zhao Mingyuan's death that completely enraged Zhao Zhengchuan. Otherwise the reaction wouldn't have been this extreme. To this, Ji Rulong simply said, it's inevitable that we'll get rough in the homeland in the future. So since we're here, let's settle this once and for all. The words just fell. A team of well-trained security division personnel blocked the villa's door, and then Nya Yongjiang, dressed in the clothing of the security division's top brass, walked in with large strides. To introduce myself, I'm the deputy division of the Han River General Division. After our investigation, you are directly related to the deaths of Bai Shaoxian, Zhao Tiancheng, and Zhao Mingyuan, and we have enough evidence to arrest and question you, and then hand you over to the War Department. A set of processes to go through. It was only then that Nia Yongjiang pulled out the phone from his body before looking at Ji Rulong and the two of them. Zhao Zhengchuan's call. Which one of you will answer it? Hand it over. Ji Rulong didn't move, holding a magazine in his hand, flipping through it without haste. Nia Yongjiang's brows furrowed. So arrogant? But, turning to think of what Ji Rulong had done since he appeared in Hanjiang, he smiled gently and then placed the phone, gently, on the coffee table. At this point in time, there is no need to worry too much with the dying. Little, do you still remember the old man's voice? On the other side of the phone, Zhao Zhengchuan's voice came out. You bite a little. Believe me, when I appear in front of you again, your end will not be too good. Ji Rulong warned emphatically. But obviously, Zhao Zhengchuan, who was well prepared today and purposely called with the intention of humiliating Ji Rulong, Wouldn't care about his threat. Do you think that you still have a chance to appear in front of me? Right. When you are locked up in the prison, old me will personally be there. But at that time, as a prisoner, what can you do with old me? But don't worry, Lao Fu won't let you and another small easily go to death. I will pay back the harm you brought to my son and grandson tenfold and 100-fold. And then, I will send you down to bury them with me. Ji Rulong suddenly found it interesting. Then, closing the magazine, he finally sized up Nia Yongjiang in front of him for the first time, as well as the large number of security division personnel blocking the outside of the villa, which was roughly estimated to be a lineup of around 200 people. That's it? The excitement of the last second dissipated in an instant, and curiously said, I thought the Han River General Division had gone out en masse, and a mere 200 people gave you so much confidence? Front. Nia Yongjiang and a few officers from the security division were all trying their best to restrain themselves when they heard this. What do you mean? A team of 200 people in the district? Little. Things have come to this point. You are still here pretending to be calm? I'm not afraid to tell you. Today, if you dare to resist, the people of the Department of Public Security will absolutely beat you all into a sieve. I'm asking you, do you feel too late to regret now? After all, if you hadn't stood up for that father and daughter, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. And if you had listened to the old man yesterday and taken the money and left, you wouldn't have ended up in such a situation today. So tell me, do you regret it? No talk? Good. Aren't you a sentimentalist? Then I'll give you a chance again. I'll have someone set up a video call. You kneel down in public and beg for mercy and forgiveness from me. In that case, I'll spare the people below you. Same time, Nia Yongjiang and the others in front of him, their gazes all looked at Ji Rulong, all wanting to see what choice the other party would make in such a situation. Whether to save his own face or to be concerned about others? However, can't the $10 billion volume Zhao Group afford to hire a psychiatrist? Ji Rulong rubbed his 5 fingers together, and the phone directly turned into pieces in his hands. Nia Yongjiang, are you treating Zhao Zhengchuan as a psychopath? Back to the main topic. Nia Yongjiang didn't dwell too much on this kind of thing. He righteously said, I know that you have a group of dozens of people around you escorting you, but that doesn't make it a base for you to wantonly commit murder in Han River. Are you going to walk on your own, or am I going to handcuff you? Ji Rulong ignored it. Just picking up a handkerchief from the side, he slowly and methodically wiped the crumbs from his palm. And in the meantime, he instructed Qin Tian, tell your family to place a supreme approval from the Kyoto side to Hanjiang. Qin Tian hurriedly complied, his expression cruel and playful, and with these words and behaviors, the two of them had completely failed to put Nia Yongjiang and his party from the Public Security Division in their eyes. A man following Nia Yongjiang finally couldn't help himself and said with a face full of contempt and disdain, still the highest ing approval. The Deputy Secretary Nia standing in front of you right now is the current highest ranking officer of the Han River General Division. If the Chief Superintendent isn't here, his word is the greatest. No person, no approval is good enough. Don't be so arrogant just because you're from the war zone. If you dare to disobey, it's useless to shoot you today. Nia Yongjiang didn't stop it. Currently, the chief secretary who stood on top of him left for the provincial capital a few days ago, which means that the current Hanjiang Security Division is entirely his Nia Yongjiang's word. There's a saying that a gun hits the head. Ever heard of it? Ji Rulong looked at the man. So what? I know you have a group of subordinates, but do you think that you can have a chance of winning? The man was unimpressed. There is no chance of winning for the time being, but I can guarantee that the moment the conflict really starts, my subordinates will make a special trip to greet you alone. This treatment, how is it? Ji Rulong snapped his eyes open, and his eyes revealed murderous intent. Stomp! The man's mouth was wide open, and he took several steps backward in panic. This Nima, still playing like this? It wasn't hard to imagine. If it was really as Ji Rulong said, at that time, he didn't know what would happen to Ji Rulong and the others, but he would surely die. After all, dozens of soldiers from war zones had traveled specifically to kill him, and it would be hard for him not to die. Bark again? Ji Rulong raised his eyes. The man's face flushed red, and at this moment, he actually didn't dare to say a word. Seeing the situation, Nia Yongjiang's face also felt unable to hang on, and immediately voiced a threat. If it really develops into that situation, absolutely none of this team you brought will be able to leave Hanjiang alive. Zhao Tianchang and Zhao Mingyuan, should they be killed or not? Ji Rulong didn't pay attention to his words and asked in return. Nia Yongjiang said, it's not your turn to kill. So you're coming? Nia Yongjiang, as the Deputy Secretary of the Han River Security Division, you know that there is injustice in the death of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter, but instead of speaking out for justice, you act as the Zhao family's backer. The lives of the Zhao family's father and son are lives, but the life of my oldest brother is not a life? Nia Yongjiang, Nya Yongjiang was disliked with some irritation. You simply don't understand what kind of characters stand behind this matter. Pipe? Like you. Reckless and end up getting yourself involved? Not everyone is like you. I, Nya Yongjiang, have managed to get to this position today with great difficulty. The heartache and dedication involved you simply don't understand. Why should I risk my own future in life to care about others? It's hard to imagine. This, surprisingly, was something someone like him would say. Since you don't want to take due responsibility, don't dishonor the uniform you're wearing, Ji Rulong said. Nya Yongjiang, who knew he was in the wrong, directly waved his hand. I don't want to argue with you about these useless things. Follow me, otherwise, I will immediately order you to be shot on the spot. Wow! In the next second, the surrounding officers of the security division all moved in unison, ready to pull out their guns. However, in the face of this scene of saber rattling, Ji Rulong just lit a cigarette in a breezy manner. But if you let me hear a gunshot, it will only take 3 minutes, and I'll let none of the 200 people you've brought with you today survive. Do you, want to try it? Chapter 41, Sitting on a Well, Not Knowing the Heights of Heaven. 3 minutes. I'll make sure that none of the 200 men you brought in today survive. Obviously ridiculous to the extreme words, but from Ji Rulong's mouth out, combined with his calm appearance, froze Nya Yongjiang and others. Half a day did not dare to move. What? Who the is this guy? Surrounded by nearly 200 heavily armed members of the sheriff's department and, in turn, threatening them? According to unusual times, Nya Yongjiang had long ago ordered the people below to make a move on the two Ji Rulongs, but now for some reason, his heart tingled just by looking at the other party's eyes that were so cold as to be devoid of the slightest bit of emotion. Old me started from nothing, and in these decades, I've never had a heart-stopping experience in any young man. These were Zhao Zhengchuan's original words last night. The moment. Nya Yongjiang truly felt what Zhao Zhengchuan felt at that time. In fact, Ji Rulong's words, Nya Yongjiang is simply do not believe, but Ji Rulong show confidence, really let him some can't pinpoint. He himself, at least is standing in the Hanjian power layer on the first step of the ladder of characters. Naturally clear. A person's aura and self-confidence cannot be disguised. Even if a person's acting skills are no longer good, if there is no bottom line as support, it is absolutely futile. On the spot we'll have to reveal. But, on the contrary, Ji Rulong, this, clamping the cigarette, the whole body gently leaning on the sofa, completely is a set of, the king of the heavens came. I am not afraid of the posture. And let's not talk about him. Even Qin Tian, who was on the side, was awfully calm from the beginning to the end under such a formation of them, not showing even a drop of nervousness, which was very intriguing. Who do you think you are talking to? Sitting in front of you. No one in the whole of Dasha dares to point a gun at him, and after 2 days of being a deputy secretary, you haven't seen you carry the bull **** responsibility, and you're playing with a set of wind. He did not even look at them, and his gaze rested on his cell phone, as if he was waiting for news. And that's a bit too shocking to be true. So much so, that Nya Yongjiang and the others didn't take it seriously at all. A soldier of Ji Rulong's age similar to Ji Rulong, holding up the sky, generally wouldn't be more than a second grade school officer. Today let's just make an exception to lift up some. That is only a first grade school officer. Far from reaching. Look at the whole of Dasha. No one dares to point a gun at his degree. But even if it is a first grade school officer, it is also enough to scare people. Only relative to him. Of course, if it was in front of the 3 top clans, or the one outside the Han River's sky, a first grade school official, he wouldn't have the ability to arm wrestle. So, after some calming down, Nya Yongjiang finally spoke. It's still necessary for me to remind you of one thing. Don't make a complete mess of things. I'm sure you're also well aware that there's only one Zhao family currently standing on the pedestal to deal with this matter. When you have forced Zhao Zhengchuan to the point where he has to pass the news to the top, even if you are a first grade school official, by then, the group of people you brought with you will all be buried in the Han River, and they have a bottom line that you can't imagine. So come with me. Things end here with you two to minimize casualties in your group. Think about it. I'll give you time to make your choice. Not willing to give up? Ji Rulong felt amused as she watched him, clearly wanting to make a move, but having scruples. Tian, Wang, and Zheng, the 3 top families in Hanjiang, as well as a guy with a power background beyond the realm of Hanjiang, are indeed magical and can quietly make many people disappear. Speaking of which, Ji Rulong's tone faltered, then looked straight at him. But, who told you that I'm a first-class school officer? Nya Yongjiang's pupils shrunk. Other people hear this sentence at the same time, instantly feel the breath stopped. The first grade school officer, or they can combine Ji Rulong this age to think of the limit level. But now, imagination or small? Ji Rulong crossed her arms. close to the front of her small belly, and continued, "Before you figured out where I came from, you vastly brought people into my villa in an attempt to take me away by force, but the end result? Nya Yongjiang's hand couldn't help but shake. Where did he not know the answer? 200 or so people, pestled here like door gods, not daring to move a muscle. You, the leading deputy secretary, even more so, can only exert pressure on me through words?" Ji Rulong answered for him. "Follow closely." Without waiting for him to speak, Ji Rulong asked again, "Do you know why?" Nya Yongjiang was silent, sitting on a well, not knowing the sky. At this point, Nya Yongjiang's heart had already set off shockwaves, really because he was not half prepared for what was happening at the moment, and Ji Rulong's words were completely in line with this situation. Nearly 200 people came to catch each other, but the people were not caught and were educated. He doesn't know how to retort yet. The next time we meet, I'll tell you what kind of fate will result from your current behavior. Ji Rulong sold the story, then actually got up on his own, ready to go upstairs to rest. So that, Nya Yongjiang and the others, all of them stared at each other, their heads filled with fog, not knowing what to do. Scram! Qin Tian raised his head and gave a direct expulsion order, sort of putting words in Ji Rulong's mouth for him, and saying it a bit more bluntly. "Nya Yongjiang, crowd, since you guys are looking for death yourselves, then Mr. Nya won't stop you." In the end, Nya Yongjiang still didn't dare to make a move, and after dropping these words, he left with his people in ashes. After getting in the car, Nya Yongjiang asked for a cigarette from his subordinate. Today, he was prepared to take the person back even if he got into a conflict with Ji Rulong's group of people, but after arriving at the scene, some of his plans were completely disrupted by the aura displayed by Ji Rulong. Not a first-grade school officer? It comes down to this. Still worried, Ji Rulong wasn't bluffing. After all, even if it was just a 1 in a million chance, he'd have to land on his head, and, still, no one would be able to protect him from that kind of thing. "Nya, see, what do we do next?" The man following him was still a bit distraught at the moment. What happened today was just too impactful for him. From the beginning, he also relied on his side of the crowd. The bottom line, to the end, froze to be scared to say a word. If not Nya Yongjiang in front of the top, he was afraid of the scene on the direct collapse. Panic what? A general officer in his early 20s. I wouldn't believe it if it killed me anyway, but to avoid the other party having a big background, it's better to find a way to figure out where they came from before responding. The moment, Nya Yongjiang was much more calm. Big deal. He no longer intervened in this matter. Ji Rulong, even if there is some background, but he sat in this position is not a short time, coupled with the fact that there is no conflict today. Operation. Keep the position is still no problem. When he thought of this, his entire mood, at once, relaxed a great deal more. Back to the sheriff's department. He was just about to head to his office to see if he could once again contact his connections over in the war zone to figure out where Ji Rulong came from. Suddenly, Deputy Secretary Nye, there's an approval that was faxed directly to our Hanjiang General Division, and named you to review it. A clerk, holding an approval document, walked over and respectfully handed it over. Approval? Nya Yongjiang unwrapped, a glance down, the whole person as if struck by lightning. This, by the highest choice layer of the Kyoto Security Department issued? Hanjiang General Division, must fully cooperate in Hanjiang investigation Yi Qingyun father and daughter death event soldiers? This. Thinking of Ji Rulong's words to Qin Tian earlier, Nya Yongjiang immediately felt a coldness strike his entire body. What kind of person, what kind of level, can make the highest decision-making level of the Kyoto Security Department issue such an authorization to them with just one sentence? That's the Kyoto Security Department, the supreme body that oversees all the law and order divisions in the whole of Daxia. Nya, see, the chief director is back and wants you to go to his office immediately. Before Nya Yongjiang could fully return to his senses, a voice came over again. He took the authorization, almost jogged all the way to the chief director's office, and before he could speak, the chief director in front of him, who was in his 50s and had a country face, jumped ahead of him and said, "I've heard that you've taken 200 personnel out with you? I'm telling you, be quiet during this time. I know about the Zhao family using dirty hands to tie you up on the ship, and I can turn a blind eye to it, but you absolutely can't get involved in Yi Qingyun's father and daughter's business." Yi Qingyun, it's the border army. The very next day after his death, 3,000 border troops entered the country and headed south, secretly laying down troops outside of Hanjiang City, and the person who was able to mobilize the border troops, you should know who it is without me telling you. I went to the provincial city for a meeting this time, just for this matter. Champion husband, the highest level of generals since the founding of my summer country. The bigwigs of the 13 major war zones in the southern realm of the country are ready to come to Hanjiang to visit this one. That is both afraid of presuming to disturb and afraid of losing courtesy. So for this matter has been discussed for a few days, but also still has not settled on an accurate itinerary. Boom! Nya Yongjiang stared at his eyes and was paralyzed with fear on the spot. Chapter 42, He is the Champion Marquis. The moment. Nya Yongjiang was truly scared out of his wits. The mere fact that he had just received that approval, enough to conjure up something, was shocking enough. Now, this chief secretary in front of him, who had just returned from the provincial city, even told him that Yi Qingyun was a border army, and on the second day of the other party's death, 3,000 border troops entered the country and went south. Which, the point is, combined with the events of this period of time, the answer to the question of the person who can mobilize the border army to protect him, is self-evident. What are you doing? A deputy director of a division, paralyzed on the ground like mud, not afraid of being laughed at when others see you. Chief Director He Ziyuan saw him so detrimental to the image of the officers of the security division and rebuked him on the spot in displeasure. And that's when, although Nya Yongjiang, who had already guessed Ji Rulong's identity, was still holding on to the last glimmer of hope, begging for confirmation, that champion Marquis, is he really in Hanzhong? How he wished to hear an uncertain answer. But, nonsense, other than that one, who else in the entire Grand Xia has that ability to allow the border troops to enter the country in violation of the regulations? You have to be clear, the people who died were border troops. Originally, this kind of thing, with your rank is not qualified to know. However, I'm worried that you're letting Laozi follow you and get implicated without understanding the situation. So I'm reminding you to hurry up and pull out in time. Don't follow the Zhao family and the others to their deaths. When Nya Yongjiang heard this, his entire body was about to collapse, and he even sat on the ground and cursed, "My goddamned mother, why couldn't you have warned me earlier? If He Ziyuan could have told him this news earlier, how could he have agreed to Zhao Zhengchuan and led his men to capture Ji Rulong? Nya Yongjiang, have you looked at who you're talking to? What? You want to be corrected?" He Ziyuan was obviously also a violent temper, copied the teacup on the desk and flung it over, shattering the glass slag all over the ground. Then, he continued, "Besides, Laozi has the Warzone soldiers monitoring the whole thing 24 hours a day, and when I came back, I don't know how many confidentiality agreements I signed. So what do you think? What kind of person is champion husband? The market to buy food about his news want to leak just leak? You still dare to scold Laozi? Really good face to give you more. Stomping nose." Before the two words on the face could be said, He Ziyuan, who had calmed down a little, suddenly froze. "Early warning? Why the early warning? I saw him," Nya Yongjiang said with a face ashen. Then, He Ziyuan's heart snapped. "Just," Nya Yongjiang was slow to answer. "Who told you I was a first-class school officer, sitting on a well, not knowing the heights of heaven, more than just sitting on the sidelines?" It was simply stupid to the point of being stupid, thinking that he could analyze the whole situation based on this bit of his eyesight and insight, and directly offended the other party to death before he could figure out Ji Rulong's origin and identity. Marquis of Champions the great general of the country who sits at the border of a country, the god of the hearts of the three armies. He even brought people with guns, intending to hold down such a presence to the Han River to death. Afterwards, he even did not know what to do, thinking that, if he is no longer involved, he will be able to rest as if nothing had happened. It's over. It's over. Nya Yongjiang's intestines were green with remorse. Seeing the situation, He Ziyuan's face changed drastically on the spot. "Nya Yongjiang, don't tell me, you son of a, you took 200 people and ran to that person to give the Zhao family a head start?" Actually, in asking this question, he already had an answer in mind. After all, if he hadn't done something irredeemable, Nya Yongjiang, the deputy secretary of the Han River General Division, wouldn't have been scared to this extent. This Nema, how much of a death wish is it to be able to do something like this? That one, where is it? He Ziyuan growled and his tone grew heavy again. In a bay of the river. I'm curious. How did you come back alive? He Ziyuan was really puzzled. That kind of character's level was too high. Similar to Nya Yongjiang's behavior, it was hard not to die. Actually, it's not just him. Nya Yongjiang, who had the benefit of hindsight, likewise didn't think to understand why Ji Rulong didn't slaughter him at that time, but instead left behind a sentence, "The next time we meet, I'll tell you what kind of fate will result from your current behavior." Think about it. It could be, Yi Qingyun's spirit house is in the villa, Nya Yongjiang said. He Ziyuan, he see, brother Ziyu, decades of affection. You have to save me. You know I'm not a bad person. I was forced by the Zhao family. Nya Yongjiang treated He Ziyu as a lifesaver. He Ziyuan took a deep breath. Marquis of Champions. The weight, the significance of these three words were too great. no more than others. Even at his level, there was no row in front of the other party as usual. Again, mercy does not govern, and love does not make a difference. Righteousness does not manage money, and goodness does not serve as an official. It can be imagined that such a mythical figure who sat on the frontier and killed to the point where the world recognized him as the first god of war at that time, could be a soft-hearted person? When something like this happens, this director of mine has an unshirkable responsibility. I can take you over to ask for forgiveness, but don't hold too much hope. Explain what you should explain in advance. He zhu you on side and said, Nia Yongjiang, the Zhao family. Zhao Zhengchuan stood at the edge of a pool of water, looking down at the fish fighting with each other for a while. Halftime, he picked up his cell phone and glanced at it. There was still no news. From the moment Ji Rulong hung up the phone, he never contacted Nia Yongjiang again, and the other party didn't take the initiative to contact him either. And half an hour has passed since then. Undeniably, a series of death of his son and grandson. He is a little crazy, but Nia Yongjiang in the end is the Han River General Department of the Deputy Secretary. High status, power, especially in the local. Cannot pinch Ji Rulong this river dragon? After all, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake. Another quarter of an hour passed, still not waiting for any news. Even if there was a large-scale conflict between the two sides, there should be a result now, right? Wait a little longer. Zhao Zhenchuan's palms began to sweat as he flipped through his address book, which was already tuned to a number with the memo Heavenly Elder. If, even Nia Yongjiang down, cannot pinpoint Ji Rulong and others, then he is completely out of other effective means. Can only be this news, passed to the above, by the above to step in. But he didn't want to go that far until it was absolutely necessary. After all, he had sworn an oath at the time to ensure that the matter of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter had been handled properly and that there would never be any subsequent repercussions. How long has it been? He knew the tactics of the three families better than anyone else, and when the time came, he, Zhao, would definitely have to hemorrhage. Finally, still too confident. If you had directly notified the three families at that time, things wouldn't have come to this point today. I only hope your eating face won't be too ugly. It can't wait. Time that has gone too far beyond what was expected. Although I don't know exactly what happened. This time, you little people who killed my juniors. It's hard not to die. Zhao Zhengchuan muttered to himself, and then he clicked the dialing button. Suddenly, there were footsteps behind him. Zhao Zhengchuan, who thought it was the butler, turned around in a hurry and said expectantly, "Any news?" However, approaching in front of him, but two soldiers in military uniforms, he began to feel uneasy inside. "Where is Nia Yongjiang? Why are you guys here? I've been ordered to send you on your way. When you go down, remember to kowtow to Colonel Yi Qingyun." School officials? Zhao Zhengchuan was stunned. Since this is the case, then let you die with a clearer understanding. Listen up. Yi Qingyun belongs to the Qilin Army's personal guard regiment. Official first-grade colonel. As for the one you threatened to get killed, that's my Qilin Army's general bearer. Nay, the champion marquis of the dynasty. Boom! Zhao Zhengchuan instantly froze in his tracks. Originally, my general intended to let you live for a while longer, but what you did today has touched the bottom line, and he doesn't have the time to come and personally send you on your way right now, so we'll do it for you. Border Army? No wonder you guys dare to act so recklessly. Zhao Zhengchuan finally came back to his senses from the shock and said that he was about to dial out the phone to alert the three families. Phew! A dagger, lightning fast, stabbed into his wrist and the phone came off instantly. And then, not waiting for Zhao Zhengchuan to react, a slap pinched his throat. He inwardly shocked to know he is a strong person with the fourth heavenly cultivation in the body. Otherwise it would not be. Can in Hanjiang City white hands? But now, the 50,000 sons and daughters of the border army, hanging on to the G surname, listening to the general's orders, guarding the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, and protecting hundreds of millions of people. Remember, in your next life, don't violate the bottom line that shouldn't be violated. Chapter 43, The Wall Falls Down. Previously, after Nia Yongjiang's group of security division personnel left from Jianshui Yuan, Ji Rulong, who had experienced the media, Zhao Mingyuan, and the security division's incident in less than a day, was slightly tired and was ready to go upstairs for a lunch break. Unexpectedly, I received a call from the Ryu family, claiming that there's trouble at the door. After briefly understanding the situation, Ji Rulong directly told Lu Yusheng to report the location, and then drove there with Qin Tian and the two of them. At the same time, considering that the Lu family called for help at this point in time just after Nia Yongjiang had left, it made his deferred intentions return to his original schedule this morning once again. God willing, what other reason is there to keep Zhou Yunchuan alive? Solely send them to a reunion of the three masters, and then, with a bang, help the Lu family to the top. The Ryu family. Ever since the last time Ji Rulong helped them in the hospital, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yusheng had been anxious for the next few days, for no other reason. This setback had caused them to have a lingering shadow as well as fear towards the Zhao family. Therefore, even though Ji Rulong had shown some means and energy in dealing with the matter of Shi Pengfei, they were still too young for Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yusheng after all. In contrast to the Zhao family, and the three top families behind them, which one of them is not a behemoth with terrifying heritage that is unimaginable to ordinary people? If Ji Rulong wanted to seek justice for Yi Qingyun's father and daughter, then he would definitely make this matter explode again, and hostile to the Zhao family, thus possibly implicating their daughter. Finally, with the incident of Zhao's group yesterday night, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yusheng made a snap decision and decided to discharge Lu Yiyi the next day, and then left Hanjiang to restart their lives, completely cutting a clean break with this matter. If you can't fight, can't you hide? With such thoughts in mind, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yusheng discharged Lu Yiyi today, and then returned home to prepare to pack up and leave. May. In the middle of the packing, Lu Yongjun, the head of the Lu family, who usually looks up to the Zhao family, brought a group of people to break in, and said that Lu Yusheng and his wife should take Lu Yezi and go to the Zhao family's compound to kneel down and apologize. Whenever Elder Zhao was happy, they would be able to get up, and conversely, they would have to kneel and die in the Zhao family. And Lu Yongjun's purpose for doing so was also very clear. After all, in his thoughts, Zhao Tiancheng's death, in the final analysis, was still because of that video released by Lu Yiyi, using the Lu family, to divert Zhao Zhengchuan's anger towards his Lu family. After that, then for his own yesterday's negligence to make some compensation. So the behavior and attitude of all aspects, even if Zhao Zhengchuan again have fire, always not really destroy his Lu family. And at this stage, even a minion of Shi Pengfei's level could bully the Lu family's head. So in the face of Lu Yongjun's coercion, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yusheng were even more powerless, and in the end, they had to call Ji Rulong for help. Lobby. On the sofa, sat a group of socialites in suits. On the contrary, Lu Yusheng's family, but can only dare to stand on the sidelines. Yo-ho, now that your Lu family is not saying that everyone is being criticized, but it's not that bad either, and you can still call in someone to intercede for you? TSK, this young lady really wants to know which one who is not afraid of death dares to intercede for your Lu family. A young girl sitting next to Lu Yongjun said with a teasing face. It was Lu Yao Yao, this father and daughter. They're all together today. Although yesterday Ji Rulong requested Lu Yao Yao to kneel down for 3 hours at Jianshui Yuan today, the news of Nie Yongjiang taking nearly 200 officers of the security division and heading to Jianshui Yuan had already spread in their circle due to the fact that Nie Yongjiang had brought nearly 200 officers of the security division. Therefore, she also simply did not take this matter to heart. After all, a person who is about to go down to Zhao Tiancheng to accompany the burial of the dying, why should she go to the door to kneel down and kowtow? At this point, the other people on the scene, hearing Yao Yao's words, all bloated as well. Lu Yusheng, don't hang on to your life. Listen to the Lu family master and take your wife and daughter to the Zhao family compound to ask for punishment. Today's time is different from the past. Read and everyone wants in the fun together on the love. Chen Mao also advise you, always have to go. Why do not you not spontaneous some? Why don't you be more liberal? Why don't you make your family look bad? At this time, crossing his legs sitting in the center of the crowd, holding a big belly Lu Yongjun pressed his hand. Do not care about this time, let him call. Borrow my daughter's words. Lo someone also quite want to see. Who dares to speak for him? Then, he raised his eyes, looked at Lu Yusheng and said, opportunity. Don't say that Mr. Lu didn't give it to you, but if the people you called can't protect you guys, and you still don't behave yourself, then don't blame me. Totally. A win. Actually, also understandable. The Lu family even in its heyday, cannot fight them, let alone now. So in the view of Lu Yongjun, now Lu Yusheng is sick and desperate, where there will be what people dare to stand up for him? Even if there were, when they saw them, these big shots with notable status in the martial sect area, I'm afraid they would have to kneel down in fear on the spot. Lu Yongjun, my Lu family has already fallen into this situation. Why do you still have to be so aggressive? Do you have to force our family to death before you'll give up? Lu Yusheng was trembling with anger. Your Lu family was convicted for their words. It belongs to the wall falling down and the rats scattering from a sinking ship. What do you mean I have to force your family to die? Lu Yongjun turned against the guest, copied the fruits on the table and ate them leisurely. Then, continued to add, in addition, yesterday night Zhao Old Master's big birthday was interrupted. Zhao family young master was even thrown down from the 29th floor by a group of small from the war zone and fell to his death. This, isn't it because of your daughter? So, you tell me, Should your Lu family go over and kowtow? Aside. Lu Yaoro skimmed them and hurriedly followed. Don't pretend to look like you've been wronged by the heavens. Compared to the third young master, this bit of discipline given to your daughter and your Lu family is considered light. However, at this moment, the three members of the Lu family, what echoed in their minds were all the words of Lu Yongjun. Zhao Tiancheng, dead? If it wasn't for that, causing Elder Zhao to be furious. What makes your Lu family worthy of Mr. Li's personal visit nowadays? Lu Yongjun sneered. That day, Ji Rulong is in the hospital, breezily assuring their daughter that it won't take more than 2 days at most to kill Zhao Tiancheng to make their daughter happy, and letting slip that Ji Rulong will cover the Lu family from now on. Initially, they didn't take it seriously at all. Even when they called Ji Rulong for help today, it was all with the idea of giving it a try, not realizing that the outside world's rumor that Zhao was being looked for trouble would be a big event like Zhao Tiancheng being killed. A group of fools who acted recklessly and showed off their power for a while are just a bunch of fools. And with this behavior, they've completely angered Elder Zhao. Just a short while ago, Deputy Nye of the Han River General Division has taken nearly 200 officers of the Public Order Division to the first bay of the river, and before the end of the day, those 2 dogs will die in the Han River. What's even more ridiculous is that those 2 dogs even demanded that this young lady go over there today to kneel down and ask for forgiveness. It's simply heavenly, unknowing and unimportant. Lu Yaoyao danced around with her hands, showing extreme disdain and mockery at this. Father and daughter, you're so good at it. Completely did not notice. Standing not far away from the Lu Yusheng face has become strange up. If really according to Lu Yaoyao said that, then he just the phone, how to get through. And Ji Rulong clearly acted as if nothing had happened, repeatedly urging him not to panic and wait for him to come over. At this point, Lu Yaoyao's face gradually gained some impatience. She stood up and pointed at Lu Yusheng and chided. Say, where's the person you called to come and say love? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Your sofa is too hard. I'll give this lady sitting pain. You immediately give him a phone call to let him roll over as fast as possible. This lady would like to see exactly what kind of god. What a coincidence. As soon as her words left her mouth, she saw Ji Rulong and Qin Tian, who had just arrived at the scene, walk over to the side of Lu Yoshing's family, their gazes like knives, sweeping over them one by one. Then, Lu Shaking, who was arrogant and domineering in the last second, was petrified on the spot, and her small face was white. Immediately after, the front foot is still playful, gloating Lu Yongjun and other people, all feel the back of the spine cold, sitting and standing, some of the timid, but also scared legs trembling, can only back against the wall barely standing. Chapter 44, in less than half an hour, I'll make arrangements for them. Today, the people who were pulled over by the Lu Yongjun to help and cheer were all those who had attended Zhao Zhengchuan's big birthday. They had witnessed with their own eyes that Ji Rulong had thrown Zhao Tiancheng to his death from the top floor of the Zhao clan, and then under the escort of a group of war zone soldiers, he had left in a big way. And now that Ji Rulong had suddenly appeared, how could they not be afraid? All waiting for me? Ji Rulong opened his mouth. His tone couldn't be heard as joy or anger, and it was so flat that it was somewhat unacceptable. Crowd. This guy, is he the one invited by Lu Yuxin? But according to the news they got claiming that, didn't they say that Nia Yongjiang personally led a team to arrest him? Why did he suddenly appear here? At this point, Ji Rulong pulled Lu Yoxing's family to sit down, then looked at Lo Yaoyao who was shivering and silenced in the crowd. Yesterday I warned you to consciously go kneel at my place for 3 hours today. Why didn't you listen? Lo Yaoyao, invite them to eat the palm crisp, Ji Rulong instructed Qin Tian. Then, not waiting for them to react, they saw Qin Tian stride forward, swinging up the slap one by one. The crisp slapping sound in the scene echoed nonstop. Will Ji Rulong that palm crisp embodiment of the best? However, no matter how Qin Tian fought, none of these celebrities on the scene, who were usually arrogant and domineering and acted in an overbearing manner, froze and did not dare to say a word. After all, yesterday's Zhao's group happened. Now recall still vividly. This is a person who even Zhao Zhengchuan mouth dare to slap. More annoying is that people have that strength. Hardcore? Yesterday, Zhao Zhengchuan raised his arm and called out, and a team of several hundred people surrounded the scene, and in the end, even the school officials of the local war zone moved out, and as usual, they could only watch Ji Rulong and the two of them leave on the spot. Do they, the people, have any other choice but to concede at this moment? And the scene. However, the three of them, Lu Yusheng, were looking at it with their hearts pounding. Need to know. These are all the dignified people of the woman district. Ji Rulong in the end yesterday in the Zhao group have done what? So that, in person, the moment he showed up, this group of people will be scared into this way? Master June. Don't hit Master June. I didn't know that the Lu family was covered by you guys. I'm sorry for the many offenses. Finally, a middle-aged man with hair waxed was the first to fail to carry on, and opened his mouth to beg for forgiveness. Qin Tian glanced at Ji Rulong. The latter sat on the couch without lifting his head. Not crispy enough. Then, snap. Enough is enough. Any more fighting will cause problems. In the end, it was Lu Yusheng's wife who carefully opened her mouth to stop it, and Qin Tianyi stopped the roughhousing under Ji Rulong's signal. The crowd. Lu Yaoyao bites her lips and glares at Ji Rulong with misty eyes. You've gone too far. Even if I spoke out of turn first, but I'm a girl after all. You even hit a girl. Are you still a man? A girl? Ji Rulong didn't even look at him squarely, swept a glance at the floor full of fruit peels and melon shells, and said in an unquestioning manner, Leader, stand over consciously. As soon as these words fell, everyone's gazes actually looked at Lu Yongjun in unison. There's no ing good in it. Lu Yongjun cursed in his heart, then stiffly walked up and smiled. Master Jun, this is a complete misunderstanding. If Brother Yusheng had said earlier that the person invited was you, where would I have dared to play the bully here? It's fortunate that you arrived in time so that we didn't do any real damage to Brother Tamori and his family, sort of hanging on by a thread and being woken up by you. In this case, on behalf of the people present today, I apologize to the Lu family. Afterward, then prepare a generous gift to make amends at the door. Do you see this today? It's come to this. Lu Yongjun knew that in front of a person like Ji Rulong who eats softness and refuses hardness, sophistry is simply useless. Therefore, it would be better to admit the mistake directly and apologize in time, so as not to let the situation develop into a more serious point. After all, this master has a group of heavily armed teams following him at all times. If he is pissed off, really like Xiao Tiancheng directly slaughtered you, you have no place to cry. However, he went on with these earnest words in his attitude, but only received 3 words in response. You lost it? Lu Yongjun froze and looked over in the direction of Ji Rulong's finger. It was the fruit peels and melon shells that he had just thrown all over the ground. Is this the time to be concerned about such petty issues? Did your adult at home ever teach you to be civilized? And who told you that it's okay to go to someone else's house and throw garbage around? Ji Rulong moved as fast as lightning, holding his fat piggy hand down on the coffee table. A cold light appeared, and then only, a fruit knife nailed Lu Yongjun's hand to death on the coffee table. Ah! Lu Yongjun immediately screamed miserably. The scene. Once again looking at the crowd, a burst of scalp numbness. Not far away from the Lu Yao Yao is even trembling. The whole person was directly scared silly. It's too hard. Aren't you being a little too deceitful when you do this? Lu Yongjun's eyes were bloodshot as he hissed and drew in cool air, and under the constant stimulation of the pain, his entire person was also a bit annoyed. After all, he had stated that he could make amends and apologize, but Ji Rulong grabbed such a small thing as him throwing garbage and directly pierced his palm, and a clayman still had 3 points of fire, let alone he was a person of some status. Deception? Are you a human being? Ji Rulong shook his head, not feeling it. People can be unkind, but why should they be so evil? Hasn't the Lu family been victimized by you guys enough? An 18 or 19-year-old girl has just been discharged from the hospital, and you want her to go to the front of the Zhao family compound to kneel and kowtow, and if Zhao Zhengchuan doesn't let up, they'll have to kneel and die there? For me, you are not people. You are Lu Yongjun. This time, some people in the crowd had already begun to be unable to withstand the chilling atmosphere and were ready to take advantage of the chaos to flee the scene. I'll kill anyone who dares to take a step out of the gate today without my consent. Bottom line, under the absolute deterrence he brought, the effect was obvious. Even if they were panicked and disorganized, at this moment, none of them dared to casually move, for fear that if they were not careful, they would end up in the same situation as Lu Yongjun. During this period of time, other than these people at the scene, who else has bullied your Lu family? Ji Rulong asked Lu Yusheng. The latter was shaken. Then, with his wife coincidentally exchanged a glance, where they did not understand that Ji Rulong was planning to fulfill what he had said in the hospital that day. But because of this, they hesitated. Why don't we just forget about it? We're already grateful that you came today. Lu Yusheng sighed and finally chose to compromise. Prawns. Already worn down in these few short days of doldrums, all he wanted now was peace for his family. Also, he knew the truth of a moment of glory for anyone. During this period of time, not to mention the clans or strengths that were secretly authorized by the Zhao family to suppress his Lu family, there were quite a few people who volunteered to try to win the Zhao family's favor down the road. And really counting, the people on the scene were only a part of it. And just Lu Yongjun, they, tied together in a piece of the overall power, cannot be ignored. If really, according to Ji Rulong said that, all the people who oppressed them to clean up once, that is not good? Now, with Ji Rulong at the front, he could indeed take advantage of this to take out a breath of bad luck. But in case Ji Rulong couldn't take it anymore one day, at that time, Their family of 3. How should they go about facing the crazy retaliation of these people? That's why there's a common saying that says people leave a trail of good things to come. Today he asked Ji Rulong to let Li Yongjun and the others go. Li Yongjun and the others might not be grateful to him, but at the very least, even if something did happen to Ji Rulong in the future, they would also stop continuing to trouble their Lu family out of fear of carrying such an unpleasant name as ungrateful. Mr. Lu really appreciates your kindness, but I'm sure you can see that we're ready to leave Hanjiang to start a new life, so if you really want to help us, just escort our family safely out of Hanjiang. He said this. Lu Yongjun and the others threw over a picture of Count Your Sense. In their minds, even Lu Yusheng, this party has no intention of continuing to pursue the matter. Ji Rulong always have no reason to hold on to it, right? They do not want to stay here for a moment. Just when they thought so to themselves, they heard Ji Rulong slowly say, I'm a soldier. I won't call myself a great man in vain, and I won't put your Lu family in danger just for the sake of trying to get a quick fix. During this period of time, anyone who has bullied your Lu family, hijacked your Lu family's industry, and fallen on hard times, one by one, notify them in place, and in less than half an hour, don't come. I'll help them to arrange for the aftermath. Anyway, not only am I going to help your Lu family get back what they lost, I will also let your Lu family sit in the position of the leading company in the woman district, as a right, on behalf of my oldest brother and her daughter. A gift of thanks to your Lu family. Chapter 45. Father, help me. In the beginning, there were a few people who had stepped on the Lu family. Listening to Ji Rulong's meaning, was he planning to tie up all these people together and pack them up? And what makes people feel even more ridiculous is that he even blurted out that he wanted to help the Lu family to sit in the position of the leading company in the woman district, which is a nuisance. When the Zhao family does not exist. Are you kidding me? You don't look like a lunatic to me. More like a ing psychopath. You've got a ing man with a gun. I'll admit it today, but you can't blow it too far, right? Lu Yongjun really couldn't help himself. Undeniable. In the present occasion, as well as under the situation, they really didn't dare to get tough with Ji Rulong, but this fear also had a range. To say, Ji Rulong slapped them a few times and asked them to make amends and apologize for the incident, and they were perfectly capable of complying with that in consideration of their own safety, because getting slapped a few times and making amends and apologizing wasn't much of a big deal at all. After all, is the risk in Ji Rulong conflict, or lose face a little big things, small things, some balance rights and disadvantages down, they still know how to make a choice. But now, Ji Rulong had absolutely no intention of stopping there. Instead, he wanted to help the Lu family stomp back, and not only that, he also planned to stomp them to death. This, then, is a bit too much. Plus, everyone has their own area of specialization. Even if Ji Rulong is a warzone origin, some reckless people around, hard to fight as cannot be afraid of them. But to say to help the Lu family as a leading company in the district, the reason why we are soft today is entirely because of the group of people under you. Without those, what are you? Fear you 3 times. Do you really think you're some kind of top-tier big shot? To put it bluntly, anyone can talk big, but to realize it, do you know how many departments you need to go through and how much money you need to spend? Who's going to listen to you on the mainland? How much money do you have as a soldier? That's just it. Besides, Master Zhao isn't dead yet. Zhao hasn't fallen yet. Even if the Zhao group falls, it will be his turn to help the Lu family to the top? On what basis? On the basis of his lips going up and down? Okay, we'll pretend we didn't hear your words today. You've beaten the man. We've said our humbleness. And this matter ends here today. Following Lu Yongjun, the people on the scene also reacted. Earlier they belonged to the category of dare not say anything, but now they dared to be angry and dare to say something, and also expressed extreme disdain. The crowd, Le shaking at this moment is also restored before the lofty, tilted his head and stretched his eyebrows to look at Ji Rulong. Big words. Believe in the river is easy to capsize the boat. In addition, you don't really think that, if we bow down, it must be afraid of you. In other words, you Ji Rulong obviously occupy the advantage, but do not know to restrain, but instead stomped on the nose to get an inch, and now boasts, not only cannot collect the scene, in their hearts to build up the majesty, but also at once lost all. Knock knock. An abrupt knock on the door sounded at this time. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw the two of them, He Ziyuan and Nie Yongjiang, at the entrance. In an instant, a group of people from the Lu Yong army were even more exaggerated to the point of cheering because of the duo's arrival. The news that Nie Yongjiang had gone to capture Ji Rulong would definitely not be wrong. Before, Ji Rulong was the first to appear over here, and now the two of them, Nie Yongjiang, were following closely behind. What does that mean? It was nothing more than Ji Rulong's good luck. Precisely because of Lu Yoxing's call for help, he missed with Nia Yongjiang, who was heading to Jiangshui Yuan, and now that the two of them had chased after Lu's house, wasn't that the best proof? At this moment, holding a belly of humiliation, Li Yongjun can no longer care about the other. Immediately ruthless, pull out the fruit knife stuck in the palm. Then, with a crying face, he ran to the two of them, He Zi Yuan, and humbly said, Chief Secretary He, Deputy Secretary Nye, you two are finally here. Look at my hands. If you don't come, this lawless little doesn't know what more outrageous things he is going to do. Yes, he General Secretary, Nye Deputy Secretary, you two can do it for us. These two little are really too arrogant, not to mention injuring us, but even said that they want to make our Wumen district's leading enterprises to change their owners. At their kind of segment, who didn't know that Nia Yongjiang was the Zhao family's background in officialdom? Nowadays, Ji Rulong and the two of them were so wanton, how could they still have a good time? Not to mention, the one who personally led the team today was still the chief director, who was even more intimidating than Nia Yongjiang's status. So it seemed that the Zhao family was completely ruthless, and even invited this existence who could be ranked among the top in the entire Han River's power hierarchy to come down to the stage. Two dogs with no eyesight. Can't you see that Chief Superintendent He and Deputy Superintendent Nyat are here? How dare they still sit there and not move? Things that don't move their honor deserve to be arrested. Lu Yao Yao was even more reckless at the moment. Then, she looked towards the two He Zi Yuan, her eyes filled with anticipation. At this time, the downstairs must be surrounded by the ranks of the Department of Public Security. As long as these two raise their arms, at any time, they can make Ji Rulong a prisoner. Therefore, the look she gave Ji Rulong was filled with smugness and gloating. When He Zi Yuan heard these words, his face once changed from gloomy to iron blue, to gritting his teeth. Shut up, a slap, really confiscated, directly thrown in the face of Lu Yongjun. The force of the big, but also let him stagger a few steps into the Lu Yao Yao body. Father and daughter on the spot show of 4 feet to the sky. This, a group of people, instantly confused. He Zi Yuan stopped paying attention and took a long breath before he pressed his hands tightly against his belly and carefully asked Ji Rulong, Look, can we come in? Shasta. The hall was filled with dead silence. Lu Yongjun's group of people, even more so because of this manner of speech and behavior of his, almost didn't stare out of their eyes in shock. Now, where they still do not understand what form is now? A prefecture-level city's chief director of public security. In the absence of Ji Rulong's consent before, do not dare to rush into the scene. Where is the arrest of people? It's obvious that I'm here to ask for forgiveness. And, to be able to make someone of He Zi Yuan's level treat him so carefully, then Ji Rulong's level in the war zone must be at least a general officer to start with. Fizzle. Sorting this out, Lu Yongjun and the others only felt like their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. And it was only at this moment that they realized how ridiculous those words they had said earlier were. A general officer so young, God knows what kind of terrifying existence stands behind him. It was simply not too easy for such a figure standing at the top tier of power to want to support a family or power at the local level. And they turn around and mock the other side for their credulousness and claptrap? To summarize, it is that they are too narrow, simply not qualified to see Ji Rulong the whole picture of this Tarzan. So that, like a group of clowns in this self-righteousness, but also feel that they are quite insightful. At this point, Ji Rulong gently nodded his head and gestured for He Zi Yuan to come in. The reason why he instructed Qin Tian to have the Kyoto Security Department issue a top approval to Hanjiang was so that Nia Yongjiang would come to the door again and deal with him then, lest he moved him at that time and came down with a higher-ranking person. Instead of being in constant trouble, it is better to reveal the tip of the iceberg and completely solve the native official, so that it is convenient to act in the future. Now, the results are also obvious, and it wasn't until they saw him nod his head in agreement that the two He Zi Yuan, which dared to step through the door. Compared to Lu Yongjun, they are different. He Zi Yuan is very clear. Sitting in front of the young man actually has a horrible identity. So before he opened his mouth, that is again and again deliberated. In your opinion, how to deal with him? The him here, naturally, refers to Nia Yongjiang. Straight to the point. Don't dare to drag your feet in the slightest. Put it aside for now. Ji Rulong signaled the two to play aside before waving to Lu Yao Yao. Boom! Lu Yao Yao was struck by lightning on the spot, and was actually directly scared to the point of choking out. But she didn't dare to be too unbridled, and could only look at Lu Yongjun for help. Father, save me. Lu Yongjun. How? With your life? Chapter 46, how about a direct hit for the crematorium? Eventually. I want to make an emergency call. Let the doctor come over to bandage me. I'm afraid that if the blood flows any further, I'll have a big problem. Don't worry. I'm definitely not going to run. Lu Yongjun tried to divert his attention. After all, a father and daughter, even if his daughter acted in a bad style, but in the final analysis, and since childhood, the tutelage cannot be disassociated. He was the old man. There is no reason not to care? And, as soon as his words landed, Shin Tian spread a cold smile. How about a direct hit for the crematorium? Lu Yongjun. Next, Lu Yaoyao directly kneeled on the ground. The whole person was scared and messed up. I'm wrong, not okay. You don't kill my father. What do I do if he dies? The big deal is that we return the Lu family's property, not okay? I'm still so young. I still have a great life waiting for me to enjoy. I apologize to you. I apologize to Willow Leaf and her parents. Just give me a break. Oh, Ji Rulong was silent. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lu Yaoyao, who had a repentant look a moment ago, actually turned her head and complained. I've said, the big deal is that we've taken away the Lu family's industry during this time to return it to them. What else do you want? You are at least a great man. Why are you so small-minded? We just went up to their house to make a simple mess and then scolded you a few times. Why are you grasping at straws? Could it be that you will not be satisfied until we end up in the same situation as the Lu family? Impossible. I will never accept living a miserable life like theirs. Never. But just a simple mess. And then, a few curses for you? Ji Rulong was a real eye-opener. For a moment, there was actually no interest in even counting with her. I'm giving you a chance on the basis that you're still young and a girl, not letting you use that mouthful of justified words to further influence my three views. The tone of voice, unhurried. Finally, drawing out a slap, he directly sent Lu Yaoyao flying through the air with a slap. His mouth full of white teeth. Not a single one left. I'm tired. You take care of it for me, Ji Rulong instructed Shin Tian, then actually opened his cell phone and invited Lu Yi to watch it together, as if he was ready to discuss some topic. As for the hall full of powerful nobles and celebrities were ignored by him, even after the arrival of He Zi Yuan too, can only be like a child who made a mistake. Honestly, stay. But, thinking about who he was made the crowd understandable again. General officer. This kind of people who are always in a high position and are as stingy as gold. Not to mention the unusual people, even they, if not for some kind of chance situation, perhaps they will not see one side in their whole life. Therefore, no matter whether you are heroes and heroines, or celebrities and dignitaries, cannot be in my eyes. There is nothing to be surprised. Mr. Lu, it's getting late. At this time, Shin Tian, who was temporarily handling the remaining matters on behalf of Ji Rulong, raised his hand and pointed out the window to indicate Lu Yusheng. Oh, good. Lu Yusheng, who was in a state of disorientation the entire time, reacted, then picked up the phone and began to contact one by one the people who had taken advantage of their Lu family's downfall to oppress them these days. Hello, Yu Yusheng? Have you been so stimulated that you've started talking nonsense? You're lucky that I didn't go after your Lu family, but you're still looking for me? Fine. You wait. Hey, what? You got a call from Yu Yusung too? Is this crazy? Dog, you still think you're $1 billion boss? Go to their house. I'd like to see what kind of bear heart and leopard guts he's eaten. Inside the district, as Yu Yushing's phone calls continued to be dialed, both some of the celebrities who weren't there today and the minions who had volunteered in this matter were alarmed and then corralled with each other and rushed towards Yu Yushing's house. Soon, a luxury car, one after another, arrived downstairs at the Lu family home. 10 or so people, uniform suits and at least 2 bodyguards, close protection standard. Mr. Yi, I'm afraid this Lu Yusheng is drunk, but he has surprised you? An obese middle-aged man with a big round face walked up to one of the standing standard Mercedes-Benz and said with slight surprise, the car back door position. Standing is a stayback man, early 30s, looking at an upper-class person's faction, but that temperament, but extraordinarily harsh. Yi Rongjin, not so long ago, a businessman, unknown in the district, started a company of his own, a small-time kind, after the incident of the Lu family, for its industry division problem, naturally, is also the circle of the default, by the Lu family and other usual follow the Zhao family saddle horse back of the celebrities to take over, the rest of the volunteered minions, then follow the soup, at the same time, fishing for a position to stand up to the Zhao family's position. Figure later in the district can be good to mix a little. However, no one had ever expected that there would be a guy who would come out of nowhere and directly divide up a portion of the Lu family's industry that should have been taken over by the Lu family and others. And the key was that even the Zhao family ended up acquiescing to this. And that person is none other than Yi Rongjin, the tiger's mouth, but also safe and sound. The crowd of his identity, naturally curious, after some understanding, only to know, the original this guy, is the brother-in-law of a certain martial arts master of the Hanjiang Martial Arts Pavilion. Because the pattern of the business community in the region is basically set. so the company's development has been mediocre. Until they saw this opportunity to use it as a springboard to reap the benefits, not to mention the fame and fortune. There is a martial arts master brother-in-law, coupled with part of the market and industry left behind by the Lu family. It is not something that must not be allowed, so this face of the Zhao family sold down, but also let Yi Rongjin, a time of the wind, and, wherever such people go there is no shortage of lickspittles. It doesn't. Following that the first to greet the obese middle-aged, the scene to the people, through the Ame flattery, Lu Yusheng is not only drunk, I think he is not only confused, but also stupid, and so on, even if, Yi always what status, took his market and industry, recapitalization for him, that is his honor, he actually have the guts to threaten, to find Yi to liquidate the liquidation? I think the warning given to their family in the first place was still light. Mr. Yi, what do you say? Is it to directly smash his mouth, or let him kowtow and apologize to you? We'll do it all together today, so as not to dirty your hands. The crowd. Yi Rongjin looked calm as he took a cigar from his bodyguard. I, Yi Rongjin, have eaten what's in my mouth. No one has dared to make me spit it out, since he took the initiative to seek death. Let them, as a family, be completely destitute. Don't worry Mr. Yi, I'll find out the developer of the neighborhood where his family is located later. In addition, I also have some connections on the side of the Housing and Urban Renewal Authority, and I'll definitely let their family live on the streets at that time. That obese middle-aged man, that is, Go Fugue immediately patted his chest and swore an assurance. Then, surely this must be preceded by making them pay for their offense. After you, the crowd moved out of the way. Just a few steps away, Yi Rongjin, who was still holding his head high and spirited, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Something's not right. Chapter 47, if you've taken something you shouldn't have, spit it out. A group of people followed his gaze, and saw that the downstairs compound of the Lu family had been filled with vehicles at the moment, and some of the rides were exactly the ones they were familiar with. TSK, the Lu family master and the others actually came too. I'm now really curious about what kind of ecstasy this Lu Yusheng drank. Is this the intention to find all the people who bullied their family in the first place and liquidate them? Gutsy, really gutsy, worthy of being the one who dared to openly put out the word that he would hold the Zhao family accountable in the first place. Ha ha ha, more than bold? Even though the Lu family was in its heyday, there were many people present today that they couldn't afford to mess with. Now, it's more of a downward dog that everyone wants to step on and everyone can step on. Therefore, this self-seeking approach of the Lu family naturally caused Go Fugue and the others to roar with laughter, and their expressions were full of mockery and disdain for the Lu family for not knowing how to die. That's not the point. The point is that the seat of that chief director of our Han River General Division has also come. Yi Rongjin suddenly spoke. After all, is a division chief, that hangs a striking license plate of the Public Order Department special car. These people still recognize it. That's why Yi Rongjin feel a little bit wrong. The Lu family they came even if he's Yuan how to come? It must be known that this kind of people standing at the top of the power in Han River, even when the Lu family was at its peak, people would not give a damn about you. Not to mention, it is the Lu family that can barely even maintain its life now. At first, Lu Yusheng phone call, he was immediately on fire. Did not think much, and now look at it. There are indeed too many places that do not conform to common sense. Logically speaking, the current Lu family couldn't even hide from them. So how could they take the initiative to put their faces up for them to hit? Too much to drink? Unlikely. Even if that chief director is there, that doesn't mean anything, does it? In my opinion, this Lu Yusheng is just desperate and intends to bow down and beg for forgiveness, calling all of us over, seemingly putting out harsh words to clear the air, but in reality, it's a saber-rattling and well-intentioned. After all, if he did not say that he would seek to liquidate us, who would take care of him, now that we are here? And the general director is also in the case. He sold out, begged for mercy, and asked for a face to give him a little charity, and his purpose will not be achieved? Go Fugue invited again. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, Master Lu and the others have arrived early. Let's go up quickly. Maybe we can still catch a good show. Words. Yi Rongjin thought about it. That chief director should also have been bluffed over by Lu Yusheng using similar tactics. After all, he risked so much and was also worried about his family's origins. And with the chief's secretary present, even if they were rampant, they couldn't do anything too outrageous to their faces. This Lu Yusheng, he's really playing a good game. The crowd began to go upstairs, while Go Fugue was like a lackey, waiting on Yi Rongjin's side. People like him, extremely good at judging the situation. In the middle of this incident of the Lu family, although he volunteered to contribute a lot, but in the end, he didn't even have much soup. As for the benefits, they all fell into the hands of the Lu family, those who followed the Zhao family closely. So he was clear that even if a person of a similar segment like him flattered the Zhao family, that kind of behemoth couldn't see him. But in front of Yi Rongjin cannot be the same. This vision, while the background of the Deep Plus is the first show of prominence, now belongs to the stage of the submerged dragon in the abyss. In the future, however, if you have another opportunity, you will certainly do something great. It is because of think about understand these things. Go Fugue make up his mind. Today this thing must be done beautifully. Let Yi Rongjin feel face. Later may be able to use the opportunity to get on the throne. Go Fugue heart gorgeous. Just up the stairs. Cannot wait to go up to the performance. Lu Yusheng, Uing big guts. Yi general such a status. You also dare to casually harass? Still do not take your family out to meet? Attitude well. Yi general adults generous. See in the case of the chief director in this case not with you not to mention. Perhaps also reward you 100,000 80,000. After all. You. Hiss. Before the words were finished, Go Fugue's eyes suddenly glared. A wave of cool air hit his entire body. And his entire body was dumbfounded in place. What's going on? What's wrong? Yi Rongjin frowned. Next, equally dumbfounded. This atmosphere. It's more than wrong, isn't it? See only. Lu Yongjun's group of celebrities. One counting one. Squatted by the wall of the hall like obedient grandchildren. And by the looks of it, before this, it was obvious that they had been smacked in the mouth. And the slap marks on their faces hadn't been completely eliminated until now. The most appalling thing is, He Ziyuan and Nye Yongjiang, the two they usually see have to be careful to speak of the big man. At this moment, even lowered his head, stood on the side of the sound do not dare to say anything, and on the flip side, the Yu Yuxing family, sitting on the couch, having a good time? Yi Rongjin only felt a chill, stimulating the cerebral cortex at all times, making one's scalp numb. I'm afraid it's not. Into the dragon's den? You counted the number of people to see if there were any that weren't there. Sitting on the couch still sharing some of the photos from his time in the war zone with Yu Yeol. He took the time to ask Yu Yuxing. Lu Yusheng only felt a bit clouded at the moment, and just slowly shook his head. No. Then, it went nowhere. Yi Rongjin's batch of arrivals. At this moment, noticed Ji Rulong. Another heartbeat. Wasn't this the guy who had slaughtered Zhao Tiancheng in Zhao Group yesterday? The atmosphere of the scene was so depressing that one couldn't help but want to escape, but his body was stiff and incomparable. Finally, Ji Rulong put down his cell phone and tenderly rubbed Luya's head. Alright, next time I'll share with you some of the things your uncle Yi did in the war zone. Willow Leaf nodded, adoration and gratitude in her eyes. General Secretary what's going on here? Finally, Go Fugue, who really couldn't stand this bizarre scene, quietly approached He Ziyuan, hoping to figure out the ins and outs from the other party. He Ziyuan glanced at him and lowered his voice. Get lost, Go Fugue. I don't have time to settle with you one by one. What have you done to the Lu family during this time? How much have you taken that doesn't belong to you? Spit it out. Ji Rulong swept a glance at the crowd. Then, prepare enough reparation gifts on your own and come to the door to make amends on another day. Understand? It happened suddenly. Two caught off guard. And these words, but also let Yi Rongjin and his entourage did not even have a time to react. Just froze. Looking at the first to Lu Yongjun and others. Seems to be asking, in the end, what is the situation? Give someone the lead. Seeing that no one moved, Ji Rulong reminded again. One sentence down. Lu Yongjun took the lead and stood out. I see. I'll let the following people draw up the contract. When I go back to simply treat my injuries. Tomorrow, I will definitely bring gifts to the door. Yi Rongjin and Go Fugue glanced at each other. Where could they not see that Ji Rulong was trying to help the Lu family settle the score with them people? And before them, Lu Yongjun and the others had obviously been restrained into submission. Chapter 48, One Hand, $5 million. This one. Not only did he kill Zhao Tiancheng last night and offend the Zhao family to death in one fell swoop, but today he's sticking up for the Lu family and demanding that they return everything they shouldn't have taken? Could it be that the Zhao family hadn't taken revenge on him? Yi Rongjin glanced at the scene and finally gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and said, the Lu family's markets and industries, I will return them tomorrow. Despite, he has a martial arts teacher brother-in-law, but he's this chief director in today's matter. Do not know what role to play, for such a little fly in the ointment, rashly offend each other, unwise. As soon as he opened his mouth, the remaining Go Fugue and others, also all compromised. I also, go back and do it. But just at this time, Ji Rulong, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly looked at Go Fugue, as well as Yi Rongjin, and then added, both of you, double the amount of money, and then prepare enough heavy gifts to satisfy the Lu family, before you can settle the matter. When Go-Fu-Gue heard this, he immediately looked at Yi Rongjin with a confused heart. Yi Rongjin's face was grim as he looked at Ji Rulong and questioned. They are all just returning the compensation, but we have to pay double the price. On what grounds? Ji Rulong laughed. Then, raising his hand toward Go-Fu-Gue, just you, come here. Although Go-Fu-Gue felt bad, he still didn't dare to disobey and honestly walked over, while pondering in his heart. Yi Rongjin is no better than anyone else. Although, his brother-in-law's status in the martial pavilion was only a martial master. In terms of power it couldn't be compared to the two on the scene, He Ziyuan and Nye Youngjiang, but the scary thing was that those who could serve as martial masters in the martial pavilion generally had backers behind them as well. The name of the martial pavilion is really too loud. This kind of person belongs to the one who pulls the strings and moves the whole body. So the martial pavilion's people, basically no one is willing to easily mess with them, or else they will be in constant trouble. Therefore, when Ji Rulong asked them to double back, he first looked at Yi Rongjin. According to him, Yi Rongjin would definitely not agree to such an excessive request, and he, himself, had only sent people to smash the Lu family's venue. How can he double back on something like that? And as it turned out, he guessed. Yi Rongjin didn't intend to cut his heart out, but Ji Rulong, however, turned his head and pointed the finger at him. No one knew how remorseful he felt in his heart right now. Before he came up, Yi Rongjin had sensed that something was wrong, but in order to flatter the other party, he had to justify himself, and declared that he must make the Lu family look good. Who would have thought? Is Ji Rulong such a god of death in the Lu family to support the scene? Now can be good. Not only walking on thin ice all the time, but also worry about flying accident. What did he take from your Lu family? These words were asked by Ji Rulong to Lu Yusheng. Sent people to smash our family's field, damaged some equipment, and warned us afterward not to know how to die, or the next one to smash will be our family. Lu Yusheng had a profound effect on Go-Fu-Gue. Losses? It's mostly just equipment, about $3 or $4 million. Yusheng Lu said. Ji Rulong nodded and asked towards Go-Fu-Gue. Rounding it up is 5 million. Asking you to give 10 million seems quite reluctant? Go-Fu-Gue. Is there such a thing as rounding? On the side, Yi Rongjin at this moment was also by Ji Rulong's words, made some fire. According to such an algorithm calculated, then to is Yi Rongjin here, is not more? He frowned and looked at Ji Rulong, waiting for the later development. I apologize for what I did to the Ryu family in the first place, but 10 million, that's too much. The most I can come up with is 3. Boom! Ji Rulong got up violently and pushed Go-Fu-Gue down to his knees. I didn't take care of you at first. Did you think that I didn't hear the words I said when I came in just now? In order to flatter this Mr. Yi, he instructed the Lu family to go out and greet him, and then, once this Mr. Yi in your mouth is happy, maybe he can reward 100,000 or 80,000? After robbing the Lu family's things, you come to give alms to the Lu family instead. Compared to your bullying, I let you double back seems to be very excessive? Go-Fu-Gue. Immediately afterward, Ji Rulong grabbed Go-Fu-Gue's palm, then rubbed his 5 fingers together and crushed his entire palm alive like he was pinching a popping pearl. Fizzle. This scene caused the crowd to look on in a state of shock. Tomorrow, send $5 million and I won't look for you again. Finished, Ji Rulong actually sat down slowly, and halfway through, he intentionally or unintentionally shot a glance at Yi Rongjin, and then nothing more. On what grounds? Just the fact that you're still standing there properly. When Yi Rongjin came into contact with Ji Rulong's gaze, his whole body was in a state of confusion on the spot. At this time, where was he still not clear about what Ji Rulong was conveying to him? Throughout the entire field, how many of them did not have colors on their bodies? Lu Yongjun's palm was pierced, Lu Yaoyao was knocked out with a mouth full of teeth, and some of the remaining people, all of them were beaten with a pig's head, not much different. Plus now Go-Fu-Gue. One hand, $5 million? Then if he took part of the Lu family's market and industry, if he didn't want to double back, wouldn't Ji Rulong have to take his life? He see. Yi Rongjin eyes red. Want his background is not bad today, but in the case of already compromised, but also be so bullied, no matter what role he Ziyuan acted, always not so still regardless of it? After all, doesn't he think about the feelings of his martial artist brother-in-law? When you robbed the Lu family's industry, did you not think that this day would come? There is no good end to being too rampant and overbearing. The trouble you caused yourself, you have to carry it off even if you are lying on your back. Don't expect me, or indeed anyone, to be able to save you. And with that said, you're on your own. Boom! His words are like thunderbolts from a clear sky exploding in Yi Rongjin's head. Don't count on me, or even anyone? Yi Rongjin's face turned white. pinched the palms of his hands that were starting to sweat, and only after a long time did he say, "Give me 2 days. Tomorrow," Ji Rulong said without question. "I myself is not doing business. Even if you take out all the family cannot afford to pay, not to mention, after the incident, but also to prepare a heavy gift to the door to apologize. A day of time. Yi Rongjin full of difficulties. Just tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll pay for you in money and you go down to accompany Zhao Tiancheng." Ji Rulong interrupted again. "Yi Rongjin. Fine. I will do as you requested before tomorrow." Yi Rongjin gritted his teeth and said with a red face. Aside, Mr. and Mrs. Liu Yusheng looked at the young man in front of them who was decisive in killing and acting in a way that was so strong that it was mind-boggling. They were in a trance and could not calm down inside for a long time. Who would have thought that he, the Liu family, would also have a day of peaks and valleys? And it seems that the other party also has plans to raise their Liu family to the position of the Zhao family. Zhao Zhengchuan has already been sent away. At this moment, Qin Tian, who had received a message from his subordinates, reminded a sentence. Then, including He Ziyuan, 2 people, all stared wide-eyed. In the district of more than 10 years of reigning top figures, so lightly, quietly slaughtered? I'm going to make the Liu family the business leader in the district, and take over everything that the Zhao family originally had, which needs to involve the departments, relationships, and leave it to you to do it. Is there any problem? Ji Rulong nodded and said to He Ziyuan. After He Ziyuan froze for a moment, he quickly said, "Don't worry, it will be done." Then, Ji Rulong's gaze swept over the others at the scene once again. "You guys, do you have any opinions?" No, it's our honor for the Liu family to be the business leader in the district. The Zhao family acts overbearingly and with no one in sight. Our revenue has to be supplied every year. They don't deserve to be the leader at all. Chapter 49, Not Long to Live. Seeing the wind in the sails. Go with the flow. It was just human nature. Now that Zhao Zhengchuan was dead, coupled with the fact that the Liu family's development was destined to be unstoppable with the help of this person, not only did they not have a problem with it, but they would also flatter the Liu family just as much as they flattered the Zhao family. All get lost. Ji Rulong waved his hand. Next, the crowd immediately scrambled and grabbed their way out, leaving only He Ziyuan and Nie Yongjiang at the scene. At this point, Sir, how can my Liu family afford such a favor? To be able to take back our family's original property, I'm already grateful. Not to mention, I can't take on this big burden you've dropped on me. Yes sir, to be honest, if you can help our Liu family like this, we just don't know how to thank you well. More than that, we really can't ask for it. In case old Liu messes things up, that would be our sin. The Liu Yuxing couple, who realized it afterward, were already beyond thanks, and now Ji Rulong even intends to support them to be the leading businessmen in the district, which, how can they casually agree to? Plus, they wouldn't really think that Ji Rulong would just give them the Zhao group. After all, it was a large group with a volume of $10 billion, and the profits generated every year were astronomical. They are only, is to manage on behalf of, if really up selfish, relying on their father and daughter of Yi Qingyun that bit of kindness on the interests of its occupation of a place to have. That with the flow of the Liu family, there is no difference? Ji Rulong glanced at the two of them and suddenly laughed. Don't have too much pressure. Back then, when my niece was killed by the Zhao family and the others, in the entire Han River, the only one who dared to openly say a word of justice for her was your precious daughter. If your daughter hadn't been brave enough to send that video out, my niece's death might not have even had a follow-up outcome. And your Liu family, because of this matter, was harmed like this by the Zhao family and the others, but also never had half a word of complaint than those of them who acted rampantly, relying on their own bit of status and power to do whatever they want. It's too much better. By this justice and goodness of yours alone, you are entitled to receive this with peace of mind, and I will have someone help you, so don't be burdened. This, seeing that Ji Rulong had said his words to this point, if the Liu family couple were to push back, it would seem too pretentious. And, listening to Ji Rulong's meaning, they were also certain that Ji Rulong had really given it all to them, and did not mean for them to hold it in trust. One time, that's a lot of mixed feelings for both of them. The 3 top families? Liu Yuxing thought about it and decided to mention it. The video. At first they also watched it. The 3 top families not to mention. It seems that behind this also involves a mysterious identity, but the background of the sky. Ji Rulong, although it is a general officer, but they are still a little worried. Not long to live. Ji Rulong responded with 4 words, then prepared to say goodbye. At this point, seeing that the time had come, He Ziyuan hurriedly brought Nie Yongjiang forward and said, "Ho, sir, I know that Nie Yongjiang, he has made an unforgivable mistake, but you may not be aware that, in a different situation, he would never have been in the same boat as the Zhao family. It was the Zhao family, who played dirty tricks to harm him and tied him to the ship. I hope that you will be generous enough to give him a way out for that sake. Ji Rulong laughed. He with just a marquee almost out of the mouth. Look at this appearance. But not because of that approval to come, but know his identity, only to run over the plea? Abuse of power, collusion with a powerful businessman, and attempting to murder an active soldier. What is the charge? Ji Rulong asked. Hearing this sentence that did not intend to show the slightest bit of mercy, both of He Yuji's foreheads were sweating, not knowing how to answer at all. To be precise, not daring to answer. Ji Rulong shook his head, not prepared to stay much longer. Seeing this, He Ziyuan hurriedly said, death penalty, but, what about me? Ji Rulong asked again. This, ordinary soldiers are dead sin, not to mention, you're still a ing Jinghua general, the existence of the three armies Zuanho. This is not to Nye Yongjiang death? Mr. Ji isn't someone with a cruel heart, but what certain people do doesn't deserve my leeway. Ji Rulong stepped away. Then, just 3 words came out. Lightly, kill it. The other side. Yi Rongjin, who left from the Lu family. The more he thought about it, the more he sulked. A pair of eyes, more indignant. Think he just in the upper circles of the district to show his face. And everyone knows that Yi Rongjin. There is a martial arts teacher brother-in-law. Now who mention is Yi Rongjin not to praise 2 words. Eyes and meticulous? However, just at this time when he was at his most popular, he was actually humiliated to such an extent in public because of a fellow whose identity was of unknown origin. Not only, you have to spit out the meat in your mouth, but you have to take a share? He thought to himself that he could return the Lu family's market and industry on his own initiative. He had already sold Ji Rulong's face. After all, he came out of the war zone, and He Ziyuan for him. It is not a shame to sell a face to make a peace of mind. But Ji Rulong not only did not give him the slightest bit of face, but instead put his face, stepped on the ground. Unscrupulous, aggressive humiliation of him, twice as much, just one day. How can he compensate? It's not like he's a big family compared to the Locke family. The point is, now everyone knew that the person behind them was a martial master of the martial pavilion. If they just put up with this breath, they would lose not only their own face, but also their brother-in-law's face, which was not allowed in any way. Never. Only the martial pavilion had slapped other people's faces. No one had yet been able to slap the martial pavilion's face. Thinking of this, Yi Rongjin was even more unable to hold back, and directly got up, ordering to the people below, prepare a car, go to my brother-in-law's place. Half an hour later, a certain neighborhood. Yi Rongjin met a woman in her 40s with a gentle temperament. The woman was obviously surprised to see him. Rongjin? How did you remember to come to sister's place? We are all family. Why are you carrying some things? Yi Rongjin had come with a request, so naturally he couldn't come empty-handed. So he had brought a whole bunch of supplements and luxuries that were worth a lot of money. Sis, where's my brother-in-law? Resting in the study, but it's best if you don't bother him right now. Your brother-in-law was in a bit of a state when he came back from a trip out today, and it seems that he accidentally hurt his arm while practicing on his own. Although it was only a misalignment and is now connected, you can tell he's a bit depressed, and I'm afraid that if you go to see him at this time, not only will you not be entertained, but you'll also get a scolding. However, where did Yi Rongjin care about so much at this moment? I have something important that I must discuss with my brother-in-law. Put down the stuff. Yi Rongjin then ran to the study. After knocking on the door a few times and seeing that no one responded, Yi Rongjin directly pushed the door open, then cautiously stepped forward and said to a man leaning on a sofa chair, "Brother-in-law, I heard that you hurt your arm while practicing? I brought some supplements today, all of which you usually love to eat, and you said you didn't say hello in advance. Later, I'll have someone send some that will help with shin recovery." Chapter 50, he's, basically, invincible. The man he called his brother-in-law was none other than Chen Tianyang, who had his shoulders pinched by Qin Tian during the day at the Smoke and Rain building. Chen Tianyang glanced at him and said indifferently, "Being attentive to nothing is either a traitor or a thief. If you have something to say directly, go out if nothing is wrong." "Brother-in-law, look at you saying this." Yi Rongjin sat down and said, "What? You pull the tiger skin to pull the banner. Borrowing your brother-in-law's name, how many benefits I secretly gained outside. You think, I don't know? I haven't seen you being so kind in normal days. Bringing something today to say it's a mere visit." Chen Tianyang swept a disdainful glance at him. "What do you think? I'll believe it?" Yi Rongjin's face suddenly blushed with embarrassment. "Brother-in-law, I admit that I don't know what I'm talking about, but this time is really different. Your brother-in-law, I'm being bullied to death by someone else, and the point is, that person might be a big shot, and he doesn't even give you face. Words." Chen Tianyang sneered. "Since it's a big deal, You coming to me will be useful? Do you think that your brother-in-law? I am the chief pavilion master of the martial pavilion? There are many people who cannot sell my face. The water in Hanjiang City is deep. And don't think that just because I'm the martial master of the Han River Branch Pavilion, I can do whatever I want. To put it bluntly, a lot of the time, people give face to the martial pavilion, not to me. Understand? I can see that. After today's incident, Chen Tianyang couldn't say that his temperament had changed drastically, but the whole person had also tightened up quite a bit. At least, understood the truth that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, and no longer rely on the martial pavilion behind them to be complacent. Yi Rongjin skimmed his mouth. Alright brother-in-law, you don't have to lecture me. I'm your brother-in-law no matter what. If I'm bullied and don't say anything, won't people outside think that you and even the martial pavilion are afraid of that person? Besides, I'm in the right in this matter. Can you really let people just bully your brother-in-law? His words, not without reason. When it comes to the face of the martial pavilion, it's no small matter. Plus, if Yi Rongjin really occupies reason, then he Chen Tianyang really cannot let his brother-in-law just so bullied. So immediately said, who to listen? To really occupy reason, I can help you out. Yi Rongjin grinned. Then said, it's that thing about the Lu family. Didn't I seize a part of the market and industry over here? Then today someone backed up the Lu family and asked us to return the things that belong to the Lu family. That kid I know is not a commoner. Has the identity of the war zone not to mention, but also can let our Han River Security Division's chief director speak for him. Maybe it is the war zone some big shots family out of the Sion. In order not to have more right and wrong. I agreed, but he was so deceitful that he insisted that I double it, and let slip that if I couldn't do it by tomorrow, I would have to die. I came to you because I hope you can step in and talk to Ez Yuan. See if you can figure out that kid's identity, and then look for a relationship in the war zone, so that I can just return the stuff I took. With your connections, that's not too difficult, is it? And just think, with so many people listening today, if I don't double it tomorrow, that kid will have just stoned himself, and frankly, I just want to be pissed off. What you took can be returned, but if you didn't take it, don't ask for a single cent more from me. Listen to the end. Chen Tianyang's sitting posture suddenly squared up a bit, and his body came forward a bit. That kid you're talking about, in his 20s, wearing a suit? Yeah, the faction doesn't look small. Yi Rongjin nodded, and at this time, recalling Ji Rulong's unique temperament, and that killing decisiveness in dealing with things, he was still greatly shocked. But, even if the head is big, his brother-in-law's side of the relationship, or can talk to the big brother on the side of the war zone, when the time comes, please the same system of people down to speak. Ji Rulong can still be for this little thing around to offend people? Waiting for tomorrow, everyone had to do according to Ji Rulong requirements, but he became an exception. Think about it. Yi Rongjin do not feel ashamed of today's events, but feel very face. Snap. But, just when he was complacent, Chen Tianyang suddenly slapped him in the face. Brother-in-law. You. Snap. Brother-in-law. Snap. 3 slaps in a row. Yi Rongjin was dumbfounded, glaring on the spot. If you don't want to help, then don't help. Why are you still hitting people? My sister will see it later. How heartbreaking will it be? Tomorrow. Consciously follow his request to give full compensation. Otherwise you are ready to go down to accompany Zhao Tiancheng and his old man. Not to mention me. Old man, even if I have that ability to invite the chief pavilion master to Hanjiang, I can't protect you. Fizzle. Hearing this, Yi Rongjin immediately felt a chill all over his body, but in his heart, he was still a bit skeptical about what kind of person could make this brother-in-law of his say that the chief pavilion master's downfall couldn't even protect his words. After all, in his thoughts, the chief pavilion master of the martial pavilion is already a figure standing above the clouds. Looking at the whole of the Great Xia, there are a few people who dare not give him face. Yi Rongjin really have some doubts. His brother-in-law is not too exaggerated a bit? He is the champion marquis, Chen Tianyang said. Crown. What? The general who sat on the border, who had been awarded the title of marquis in one battle, and who was rumored to be able to even command the 3 armies in certain specific periods of time. This Nima. Yi Rongjin's entire expression was distorted with fear, really, because he killed himself to think that this kind of living legend was actually a ing young man. At the moment, think about it, deep down, both terrified and unsettled. The point is, he is actually ridiculous enough to expect his brother-in-law, a small martial artist, to use his connections to make the other party have to sell him a face, and then, once again, boost his own power? These hands of mine, they were pinched off by the people below him. And even I have to honestly admit and concede, not to mention you, a little minion egg, Chen Tianyang said. then added, "It's just that I didn't expect that he would look for the Zhao family and their revenge for the people below, and not forgetting, defending a character like the Lu family that can't be seen on the stage. This kind of character can't be measured by common sense at all. In short, follow his words and obediently get the job done and you'll live. Otherwise, obediently inform your old man and have another to pass on the fragrance." Yi Rongjin. The point is, after taking over the Lu family's market and industry, I've already invested almost all of my money in order to revitalize it. So where can I find the money to double back now? Yi Rongjin shivered. Then, he actually skimmed his lips again and said, "Anyway, I don't care. If I die, my sister will definitely be very sad. Her body is already not good. You have to help me even if you look at her. Besides, our martial pavilion doesn't necessarily have to be afraid of that champion marquis. After all, that half-human, half-divine existence, the same as a living legend, to really disdain the martial pavilion, the outside world many times to take the two to compare. Why doesn't he dare to compete with that half-human, half-god being, so that he can completely realize the name of the first god of war? To put it bluntly, this name of his is more or less tainted with a bit of water, and what he relies on the most is still the military power in his hand." Chen Tianyang shook his head mockingly. Earlier, why wasn't he thinking the same as Yi Rongjin? Results available. If I tell you that the two people you're talking about are actually one person, do you still think you can rely on it? The one who is worshipped as a god by the martial pavilion is actually him. Champion Marquis Ah, Chen Tianyang said. A word to the wise. Yi Rongjin's head buzzed, opened his mouth wide and stammered, but he couldn't speak for half a day. The whole person, by these shocking news today, completely shattered the cognition. Inwardly, no longer dared to hold any hope, except reality, military power, court discourse power, financial power. At the same time with these three things not to mention, its personal force value, but also reached the current stage no one can pressure him head to head. No exaggeration. He, basically invincible. Yi Rongjin. Chapter 51, The soldier is the guardian of the people, and the people cannot be strengthened without a soldier. Into the night, the two of them, Ji Rulong and Qin Tian, returned to Jianshui Yuan. In the handling of the matter of the Lu family, he did not think he had done too much. There are times when treating people like Lu Yongjun and the others, the only way to get immediate results is to fight violence with violence, and kindness. Often, they are leaving the door open for others to get an inch. There's a chief director in charge of helping out on the Lu family's side. Taking over the Zhao family is basically stable. Almost. It's time to turn on the three top families. On the sofa, Qin Tian crossed his legs and opened his mouth to remind. Zhao family's matter is to speed up the process, according to the original intention, is ready to Lu family to determine a good, and deal with all the hidden dangers and then directly on Zhao Zhengchuan start. Nay, Zhao Zhengchuan himself, made a handful of good deaths. Ji Rulong nodded. Did you find out any information about that hop fest? Qin Tian picked up his cell phone, operated it, and nodded. Deliver it within half an hour. Sure enough, in less than half an hour's time, Qin Tian received a message from his subordinates and then walked out of the villa to bring in a stack of information. After briefly looking at it for a couple of moments, Qin Tian suddenly marveled. According to the information, this Hop Sing society is somewhat uncomplicated, and to a certain extent, it's not even comparable to any of the three top families. Ji Rulong was silent, waiting for the following. Next, Qin Tian organized the information and explained. This Hop Sing society is a Jianghu power that already existed 25 years ago in Xiangxi, 40 to 50 years long from now. Distribution of forces covered the Han River City's 5 districts. Its creator, Mu Yuanzhou, the Jianghu people send nickname Knife King. I have closed the mountain a few years ago. No children at the knee, but adopted 6 children. Among them, his 5 righteous sons were sitting in the 5 major districts, all self-sustaining. A single comparison, although not very strong, but the 5 major districts, if united as one, even the 3 top families, but also have to avoid its front. There is a saying circulating in the outside world for this reason, that unity is prosperity and division is decline. It is unclear exactly how many people there are in the Hopsheng Association, but at its peak, it was once claimed that the Hopsheng Association totaled 30,000 disciples. 30,000 disciples? A Jianghu power can do this scale. From this can be seen how not simple, without some powerful connections and energy, afraid of being knocked out long ago. But, even if this was the case, it wasn't so much that Qin Tian was slightly surprised. Consequently, Ji Rulong lifted his hand. Don't sell yourself short, just say it. Qin Tian smiled and said, what's not simple is not this hopping fest, but Mu Yuanzhou, the founder. You would never have imagined that the founder of such a Jianghu power had even resisted the enemy before the unification of the Grand Xia. What he was following at the time was General Qi Xiangming from this province. This veteran general has retired, but I think that you should have heard of some of this senior's exploits. Finally, after hearing this name, Ji Rulong's face, which had remained unperturbed since the beginning, produced some changes. Qi Xiangming, this veteran general, he had more than heard of him. It was, simply, like a thunderclap. Some years ago, in order to prevent the Great Xia from completing its unification, I don't know how many enemies from outside the country obstructed the process and wanted to encroach on the territory of the Great Xia, and Qi Xiangming the old general, a total of 8 sons, fought against foreign enemies without half, and later in the process of helping his old man to complete the unification, and then lost 6 martyrs from one family, without exception. They all died fighting for their country. After the completion of the unification of Xia, the veteran general is resolutely choose to leave. Currently seems to be settled not far from the Han River, Fancheng, and the words of his own old master, but also led Ji Rulong to this old general from the heart of admiration. According to the old master said, according to his achievements, is absolutely enough to become the top pillar of the great summer-like existence. But, this veteran general just replied back, I, Qi Xiangming, fought and protected the kingdom, not to divide it. Da Xia, let the governor worry about it. I'm going to take my son back to Fancheng and return to my roots. Actually, they were in that era. Whether it was his family's old man or veteran general Qi Xiangming, all of the military lives are inseparable from 3 words. Guard, guard, rescue. It is the national spirit that is guarded, protecting the backbone of Da Xia. The salvation is for the people of this world who are suffering because of the war, and it is such a person, the military life, and finally in the future of the pomp and circumstance, without half a hesitation to choose to abdicate. Settled in Fancheng, obscurity for more than 30 years, Ji Rulong had half a doubt that if there was a day when Da Xia faced that kind of situation again, this veteran general would not hesitate to stand up even if he had already reached an age where he could not walk, because he was a soldier. Although the old general is old, but the majesty still exists. Such a person even in his twilight years, engraved in the bones of the military soul, will not disappear with time. Soldiers are the defense of the people, and the people are not strong without soldiers. However, when Ji Rulong thought of people like Zhao Zhangchuan, Lo Yangjun, a ball of fire burned uncontrollably in his heart. In contrast, no, there is no such thing as comparing the two, because those people simply don't deserve it. When the matter of Han River is over, come with me to pay a visit to this old general. Ji Rulong took a long breath and said to Qin Tian. Then, back to the main topic. You said that this Mu Yuanzhou of the Hopfest had followed old General Qi to fight against foreign enemies. Specifically, Ji Rulong was really curious. A Jianghu character. Since he had followed Qi Xiangming to fight against the enemy, how could he live in Hanjian at a snail's pace, and then continue to be a jungle power talker? It is said that it was old General Qi's team at that time was almost exhausted. Then this Mu Yuanzhou could not stand to watch, and took the initiative to bring his own people below him, and took a knife to the battlefield, and the name of King of Knives came from this. Of course, these are all things that can be found out at this stage. After all, so many years have passed, and what exactly happened back then? I guess only a few of them involved no words. Ji Rulong frowned. The righteousness of every more slaughter dog generation. The negative heart is mostly readers. Mu Yuanzhou as a man of the jungle, have such vigor and valor can be said to be the past. After all, back then, the people's last bowl of food were sent to the battlefield, and it was even more so for a juggler like him who put the word loyalty and righteousness in front of him. The crux of Ji Rulong's frown lay in the fact that how could such a person with great righteousness in his heart tolerate the people under his command to lay such a poisonous hand on Yi Qingyun? By closing the mountain, does he mean taking a position behind the scenes, or completely returning to seclusion? Ji Rulong asked. The words came out. Qin Tian naturally knew exactly what he was thinking. It's complete reclusion. Although the name of the Hop Sing Society has remained unchanged over the years, several of his righteous sons have long since set up their own families, so he definitely won't be informed of Big Brother's affairs. No wonder then. Ji Rulong nodded. What about the information on that double flower red stick? I've found out. It's this force of the Hop Sing Society in the Woman District that did this. Where are the people? A place called the 9 Hills, right in the borough. Prepare the car. Ji Rulong said. Chapter 52 Double Flower Red Stick. Duan Dongsheng. Changed cars? Outside the villa, Ji Rulong looked at the brand new black business in front of him and asked Qin Tian. Qin Tian smiled. Our jeep driving around. Too flashy. Sometimes it is inconvenient to do things. So changed. Swiped your private card. $1 million or so. It's not important. The important thing is to sit comfortably. Ji Rulong sneered. Too flashy? You've left the frontier and want to take advantage of it to return to the life of a cockney, don't you? Then, you advocate changing cars and swiping my card? The relationship between the two is not simply one of up and down. Plus, Qin Tian himself was a member of the personal guard group, and at Ji Rulong's side, he even acted as the one responsible for handling all the trivial matters for him, so Ji Rulong's card was naturally kept by him as well. When Qin Tian saw this, he scratched his head. I say, General, it's only $1 million or so. You're not so bad, are you? The money that Sakura Mist Island and Sub-America and the others have privately sent you over the years alone is astronomical, isn't it? It's not like you don't know my family's old man. He's so strict with me. They say that I, Qin Tian, am the male son of Kyoto whose fame is only below yours. But, my mother Sama, who is in charge of the leading enterprise in Dacia, only gives me $5 million of pocket money every month, and I still have to hide it from my old master. The world doesn't know about my Qin Tian's tears. Can't you sympathize with me? $5 million a month. And you went to the frontier for 5 years. Ji Rulong looked at him. Qin Tian. Spill the beans? Let's not talk about this. Get down to business. Qin Tian pulled away from the topic as if he was afraid that Ji Rulong would ask him to pay out the money for the replacement car. To this, Ji Rulong shook his head, but he didn't really want to take it into account. Sometimes he simply wanted to see Qin Tian in this state, as if he was adding a fun to his life. Plus, Qin Tian is really right. He is not bad money. Alone he is in the border guard these 5 years. I do not know how many hostile countries changed the way to send him money. Among them to count the Sakura Mist Island in Asia and the United States to send the most. It could easily be hundreds of billions of dollars. And it's just an appetizer. The purpose is to hope that he can let go of the water. Let them enter the daxia, and give them whatever they want afterward. And he's not polite. If you dare to give it away, I'll take it. Bottom line, I'll take the money, but I won't do a thing. In order to do this, Sakura Mist Island and the Asian American side of the number of times Ji Rulong said is the number one must be killed object, but they are out of all the strong masters. Is to take Ji Rulong cannot be done, but every time they sent people did not go back. There is no choice but to find hope in despair, with the idea that loyalty is nothing more than betrayal of insufficient leverage. The more they hit the wall again and again, the more they persist. In short, money was just a string of numbers to him, and in his position, money was the least valuable thing. The Ninth Hills. To put it mildly, it is that the double flower red stick of the Wumen district Hopfest is privately financed and established a mountain lodge in the suburbs, which basically does not receive customers from the outside world because of the specialized business doorway. According to the information, this double flowering red stick named Duan Dongsheng was the top fighter of the Wumen district combined festivals, and apart from the president himself, he was counted as having the highest personal prestige. Although, over the years, the Hopfest has gradually bleached out. Similar to the district's various entertainment, security, engineering and other industries, there is their figure, but these industries are invariably required to Jianghu means to maintain. Therefore, even in this day and age, they still practice the same old thing, only it is invisible to ordinary people. And like Duan Dongsheng, a popular figure in the club, the right hand of the president, in addition to the above seemingly more serious way to get money, there are more straightforward ones. The Ninth Hills. It's Duan Dongsheng's money bag. On the surface is a mountain village. In fact, is a large underground casino. Gambling patterns, that is more varied. The rules are also quite a lot. One of them, is not to receive raw customers, must be acquaintances with acquaintances. Therefore, Ji Rulong and the two of them purposely prepared a handbag full of cash. Arriving at the manor, you can see that at the moment the outside of the lodge is full of a variety of off-road, modified cars, as well as a small number of coupes. Visible reception crowd is very complex. He parked the car and then carried the money and walked behind Ji Rulong. The two bosses looked very familiar. At the doorway stood two big-bladed men, slightly wary after seeing Ji Rulong's two men. Qin Tian said, catechizing. Then, directly threw a bag on the ground to open, revealing the bills inside, signaling Ji Rulong, my son's hands itchy. Today is running to send money. Do not take it? As a rule, raw customers are not accepted. But, there are no absolutes. Don't look at them just two janitors. But every person who comes here, they are all contacted at once, naturally possessing a certain amount of eyesight to see, and Ji Rulong two people both temperament and dress are all not bad. How could they be willing to let go so easily of such a young man who appeared to be from a wealthy family? Two bosses wait a moment. With that in mind, one of them went to the side and made contact. Less than a minute. When this person came back, his face was immediately piled with a pleasing smile. Two bosses please. After going in, There will be a special person to introduce the rules to you too. I wish you two bosses to return home with full loads of money. Ji Rulong was expressionless and walked in. Then, just saw a young woman in the service of a rabbit girl, quickly stepped to welcome over. Two bosses. Snap. Before he could finish his words, he heard Ji Rulong snap his fingers. Immediately following, Qin Tian picked up a stack of banknotes and stuffed them into the woman's hands. Play. The rules we all understand. What should be busy you go. The best. Can think of a way to leave? This money. Enough for your salary today. The woman flabbergasted. Apparently never encountered Ji Rulong too so rich and generous. Which have a come up. Directly to the tip? General. It is all the guests won. Or for some other purposes. Will be active tipping? On the contrary, she came up 5 words did not say to. Thank you boss. Wish boss a big kill tonight. After reacting, the woman thanked her repeatedly and then left beautifully. As for Qin Tian's reminder, she didn't take it to heart at all. At this point, Ji Rulong was also beginning to survey this mountain villa. The first thing that catches your eye is a long corridor of several hundred meters, and inside is an open-air compound filled with all kinds of gambling tables, and the people who come to play on the spot are not too diverse, and are roughly divided into 3 categories. One kind, the thugs with gold necklaces and big waists who hug and move around the ladies. The other, the small business owner who looks here and there and is slow to place a bet. There are also a few, at first glance, the rich kids who come from a good family, and they bet on something very different from the others. They bet on boxing. Ji Rulong frowned. Over there. At this moment, Qin Tian pointed down to the periphery of the compound. In the center of a long ebony table sat a lean man with bare arms, tattoos and scars, inch-haired and wide-eyed, in his mid-30s, giving him a sharp look. Duan Dongshang, the double-blossom red stick of the Woman District Hopsheng Association, is known as the most capable fighter besides the president. The moment. Duan Dongsheng was also looking at them and nodded his head as a simple greeting. To this, Ji Rulong ignored it, and then the two of them started to enter the venue with Qin Tian, and sat down right at the resting area. The people at the scene were busy gambling, so the appearance of the two of them didn't attract much attention. What's the origin? Did you ask? On the other side, Duan Dongsheng rushed at one of his men and asked. Nope, just said he came here in admiration. Driving a black business with no license plate. Should be a male from outside the city, the henchman said. Then, Hans and Hay added, that a bag of cash below the people look, at least 2 million up. Can once take out so much cash? Behind the family background is certainly not simple. Slowly slaughter, or directly kill. Chapter 53, call the local war zone. I'll wait here. To this, Duan Dongsheng just waved his hand and said, there's no rush. Let's see what they play. What's the point of having a casino? Nothing more than that. A money word. So anyone who participates in gambling is basically unlikely to win any money from the lodge, and in addition to the draw, they will do everything they can to get money from these gamblers into their own pockets. Otherwise, if we let the gamblers win the money away, what will he and so many brothers under his hand eat and drink? In addition, every person who came to the mountain villa, other than Ji Rulong and Qin Tian who were 2 such raw guests, the information of the others, how big the underbelly was basically in Duan Dongsheng's control. Simply put, it's a targeted means of combining a person's ability to make a fortune. For example, like those small bosses who have some small amount of money but not much background, Duan Dongsheng will usually release water to let them taste some sweetness, and then kill them, borrowing their unconvincing mentality until they are drained. If your opponent doesn't come after winning, then there's no need to worry at all. His status as a double flower red stick at the Hopfest is no joke, and he's bound to do everything he can to keep you in the game. On the other hand, those who look at the value of the big bosses or gentlemen will not let you win. The same is to borrow the other side of the unconvincing psychology, so that the next day to prepare more money, come over to return to the capital. The difference between the two is that one cares about the money and the other doesn't. A small business owner who loses today may not play tomorrow, while a rich person doesn't hurt, but instead will continue to raise his bets. Anyway, it's all about using the money of the rich to fish for those who don't have it, and he, himself, won't lose any money anyway. However, in addition to these 2 categories of people, there is a special group of people, that is, behind the background is very not bad. This kind of people he generally will not kill, but will win or lose, control in a range acceptable to both sides. Thus, the purpose of befriending. What people's money can be emboldened in the bag? What people's money to take the trouble? Duan Dongsheng, such a person who occupies a position in the Jianghu, naturally still distinguish. So, for Ji Rulong 2 people, Duan Dongsheng is currently in the wait-and-see period. Have to see how the 2 people bet, and then judge which type of person they are. Send a cup of tea over to each of them. Duan Dongsheng ordered his men. rest area, because it was not far from where those few rich kids were. After sitting down, Ji Rulong's gaze was always on this side. Gambling fist, to put it mildly, it was preparing a huge iron cage and then locking people in like wild beasts for them to wrestle, and by the looks of it, it appeared to be a private disc that was opened between these few rich kids and Duan Dongsheng. The others, who are not eligible to participate in the betting. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** beat a gangster. Today you'll either walk out of here with a win, or you'll die in the cage. A sharp-tongued young man in a white suit stood next to the cage, hissing excitedly. It can be seen, his fighters, at the moment, were at a disadvantage, and it wouldn't be long before they were crippled or killed outright. In contrast, Duan Dongxing's fighters used the medicine. Qin Tian suddenly spoke. International, some heartless forces, in order to allow the human body to temporarily gain power beyond its own original strength, did not know how many kinds of forbidden drugs had been developed, and they had encountered even more countless ones in the frontier over the years. Therefore, with just a glance down, Qin Tian was able to affirm that Duan Dongxing's boxer had used a forbidden drug similar to the one that stimulated the body's potential, and naturally, the consequences of this kind of drug did not need to be elaborated too much once it was used, and he would be crippled if not dead. A double-flowering red stick of a small Jianghu power is so unscrupulous in order to amass wealth that he even managed to get his hands on forbidden drugs. Where are the others? Ji Rulong said indifferently. Qin Tian was shaken inwardly. Convey my words, word for word, to your old man. It's not easy, but there are times when it's better to be tough with your means, Ji Rulong added. Understood. Qin Tian secretly pinched a cold sweat. This one beside him, although his tone was flat to the extreme, and he himself also showed his understanding that his old man was in charge of the whole of Dasha's law and order, and that it was impossible to cover everything, but what he saw today still made him dissatisfied. After all, according to his words, a double flower red stick of the Jianghu power of the woman district can be rampant to such a degree, that other identity than the higher, the bad degree. When will you make a move on him? Qin Tian did not dare to continue this topic and asked Ji Rulong tentatively. Ji Rulong replied, in the name of the others, transfer the people from the native war zone here. I'll wait here. This next. Qin Tian finally couldn't calm down. He naturally knows that Ji Rulong intends to wipe out this 9 hills, or even, to pull out this Hop Shang of the woman district overnight. But this kind of thing, instructing He Ji to use it will be fine, but he asked the war zone to go down. It was already, not trusting the security division, after all. It had disappointed him not once or twice since arriving in Han River from the south. Qin Tian was well aware that in the context of such a general environment, it was difficult to completely avoid things like this, but these things were happening in front of the champion marquis of the current dynasty. When he went back, it seemed that he had to have a good talk with the old man, and if he didn't contain it again, it would be hard for him to escape the blame of the Qin family. Both bosses, this is the tea that our boss, brother Dongshang, ordered us to deliver. You two can take a look at it first. I wish you a happy evening. At this time, a rabbit girl walked over and put the tea down respectfully. She then saw a scene she had never, ever seen before in her life, only to see that Qin Tian took out a special silver needle and first tried it in the tea to make sure there was no mistake, and then tasted it on his own before nodding his head to Ji Rulong and saying, safe. This, to test the poison on oneself, on behalf of others? What kind of person, what kind of status, was qualified to enjoy this level of security measures? In short, the woman had never seen it before. To lose, Ji Rulong shook his head, his entire person resembling a qualified spectator. Sure enough, as soon as those words fell from his lips, victory and defeat had been decided in the iron cage, and at this time, that sharp-tongued, occasionally sniffling young man, was staring at Ji Rulong with reddened eyes. Kid, this young man saw you squarely shaking your head, and in your mouth, you were still muttering something like that. Come on, tell this young man, what did you just say? Are you deliberately influencing this young man's fighters here? If you don't give this young man an explanation today, 3 million in cash, you pay. But for a minute, a few young men who shook their heads, then followed the man around to the two of them in front of Ji Rulong. Obviously, having lost the fight and having no place to take it out, he happened to see the scene of Ji Rulong shaking his head, and then, relying on the fact that he was outnumbered, he deliberately came to pick a fight. Chapter 54, This Money Buys Your Life. The scene. It quickly drew the attention of bystanders. Boss, the young man Lu who came from the east of the city has clashed with those 2 young men. What should we do? Duan Dongshang, as the boss of this mountain villa, naturally received a report from his men immediately. Lu Xiaodong? Duan Dongsheng is not very concerned about smile down. Draw big again? For the time being, regardless of him, in my Duan Dongxing's territory. No matter if he is a dragon or a tiger, he can't just mess around. However, now that he is down, he can't play an obvious role. What we need to do is to send charcoal in the snow, not add flowers to the brocade. Lu Xiaodong has a lot of people, plus he's an acquaintance, so when those two boys can't hold out, I'll step in. In the meantime, Ji Rulong slowly put down his teacup, sized up Lu Xiaodong in front of him, and said, a person who does not know how to be humble, but instead relies on the superiority brought about by his own status, and is bent on defying others and being arrogant and conceited. Trust me, these types of people, they tend to end up no better. These words, even the little cutie, all could hear the strong warning in it. Dog, you're still quite mad. Do you know how much I bet on a fight with the boss here? $3 million a fight. This young man's boxer was about to win, just because he was influenced by you, dog. Lu Xiaodong huffed, his face grim as he continued. You made this young man lose money. This young man looked for you to ask for a statement, and you turn around and threaten me? Do you know what is the identity of this young man? Who is he? The big young man of the Lu family in the eastern part of the city, even in the entire Hanjiang River, are all famous. What kind of people see him in the past? Not to be courteous, and try to curry favor? Even Duan Dongsheng, the double flower red stick of the Hopfest, had to sell his face, but now it was just two little trash who didn't know where they came from, but they also dared to threaten him with words in public? Oh, Ji Rulong curiously said. What identity? Tell me about it so that I can see more? Mentioning his own identity, Lu Xiaodong was so smug. Humph. Yuan, listen well. This young man is the great young man of the Lu family in the east of the city, and my Lu family, even more so, has been in friendship with one of the three top families, the Tian family, for generations. Heavenly home. The weight that these two words, locally, hold is too heavy. Dog thing. Now you know what kind of person you are threatening, right? This young man can let you spend money to settle the matter. That is to look up to you. You have a better attitude. Perhaps you can also get this young man's appreciation, so as to make acquaintance with me. But now, saying that, Lu Xiaodong's unsuspecting gaze directly stared at the handbag filled with cash on the side. This should have a $2 to $3 million. Compensate to this young, not to bother with you today. In recent times, he would bet on boxing with Duan Dongsheng almost every day at the lodge. In the beginning, it was still hundreds of thousands, $1 million of small fights, and every time, he also lost and won. But recently, a down is $3 million, and he has never won, even if he is, but also some cannot carry. Today this 3 million, or by all means from the home to cheat, lost can really even the opportunity to return to the capital. Now there are Ji Rulong these two unlucky people hit up. How, may I ask, can he not be tempted? But just then, Ji Rulong, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly spoke. This money, you can't take it. Simply a joke. What money is there that I, Lu Xiaodong, can't take? Lu Xiaodong did not take his words to heart at all, grinning as he prepared to go for the handbag. Money to buy your life. At the sound of the voice, Lu Xiaodong's outstretched hand steeply gave a start. For some reason, with these three exits of Ji Rulong, he inexplicably felt a chilling sensation attacking his entire body. Spin. He smiled disdainfully again, playing with the flavor, listening to your meaning. This young man today, but take this money. You want this young man to pay for his life? See this scene. The people around them, at this moment, were also talking about it. I'll go. What's this kid's origin? How dare he blatantly threaten Lu Xiao? Lu Xiao is a familiar guest of the mountain villa, and is the eldest young man of the Lu family in the east of the city. This period of time and Dongsheng brother gambling boxing seems to have never won. These two boys happen to bump into the gun. In my opinion, it is better to take the money to eliminate the disaster. That is, in this mountain village, indeed no one dares to make a move, but out of the mountain village cannot be said. 3 or 2 million only. Since you can take out, obviously not bad this. Why must a road to the black? It seems to be a discussion, but in fact, every word, are reminding Ji Rulong, Lu Xiaodong is not someone to be messed with. Do not be too young and impetuous, in order to this amount of money to put themselves in. This next, Lu Xiaodong then got even more carried away. Hear that dog thing? Don't ing know what to do? Piss off this young man. It's too noisy. Tell them to be quiet. Ji Rulong was slightly impatient. Next, he saw Qin Tian pull out his pistol, load it, and place it on the table, his eyes looking around. Beep again? Crowd. Lu Xiaodong. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. This was closely followed by a succession of intakes of breath. Guns. These two guys, How dare they bring a gun to Duan Dongxing's field and take it out in such a dignified manner? What do they want? Since it's related to the heavenly family and is so capable of barking, I think it's better to collect some interest first. What do you think? At this moment, Ji Rulong asked seemingly to himself. Your word is the highest purpose. Qin Tian got up on the spot, grabbed Lu Xiaodong's neck, and directly punched him in the mouth with a heavy fist. Teeth mixed with blood splattered out on the spot. This punch alone had almost knocked out half of Lu Xiaodong's teeth. Uing. Bang! He punched again. The Lu family's youngest? Bang! How about pissing you off? Bang! A series of punches went down until Lu Xiaodong was bloodied and half dead, before Qin Tianyi threw him on the ground like a piece of trash. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Tian knew enough about Ji Rulong and interpreted the meaning of the words collect some interest first in the other party's words, the current Lu Xiaodong would already be a corpse. This scene was too violent and bloody, not to mention that the surrounding onlookers did not react. Even the several followers who followed Lu Xiaodong around were all caught in a moment of shock, and did not come back to their senses for a long time. Crazy, crazy. You guys are going to stab the sky by doing this. Brother Dongshang, if you don't care, how are you going to explain to young Lu's family? Finally, one of Lu Xiaodong's followers reacted. Actually, without the need for him to yell, Duan Dongshang in the distance had already brought his men over in a murderous manner, and a couple of burly men following him had long-barreled shotguns in their hands. Duan Dongxing's face was ugly to the extreme. He had thought that the two Ji Rulongs were not Lu Xiaodong's opponents. He did not expect that these two guys who looked like great playboys not only had some hands, but even had guns with them. So much so, when Qin Tian moved his hand, he was unprepared, and by the time he informed his men to come over with a copy of his weapon, Lu Xiaodong had already been beaten beyond recognition. 2. I Duan Dongshang give you face. You seem to have not put in the eye. You bring money too. A hand does not play also even if, and now even my guests are playing, is to my Duan Dongshang, as a monkey? Ji Rulong shook his head. Ji has learned all over the world, only he has not learned to gamble. If you don't want to gamble, why did you bring money here? According to the rules of your Jianghu, the trouble is not as bad as your wife and children. This money, buy your life. Ji Rulong's gaze, gradually icy cold. Chapter 55, knee stained with blood, not stained with mud. The money, buy your life. This, specifically for Duan Dongshang? The people in the stunned Ji Rulong bowled after, but also cannot help but feel that he did not know. In recent years Duan Dongxing's fame in the local is the day. This period is not no one trying to step on Duan Dongxing to make a name for himself. This kind of thing, in fact, is very common. After all, for some of the first to enter the Jianghu, not willing to be obscure generation, this way can be the fastest way to achieve the purpose of fame and fortune. However, those who wanted to step on Duan Dongshang, without exception, were either chopped up and fed to the dogs or sunk in the Yulong River. At this time, Duan Dongshang was even more amused by Ji Rulong's words. Duan Mao has been in the Jianghu for more than 20 years. There are too many people who want to buy my life, but I'm still alive and well. Do you know what the words double flower red stick stand for? Duan Dongshang stared at Ji Rulong in a very arrogant manner, and said word by word, top fighter. In terms of force value, if we look at the entire Han River, there are only a handful of people who can compare to Duan Mao, so just by virtue of you, do you also want to take Duan Mao to make a name for yourself? When Duan someone was blending in, you guys didn't even know where to play in the mud. I'm not interested in wasting my time here with you two uninformed brats, said. He directly rushed his men and commanded, help Lu Xiaodong up. As long as there are no fatalities, he can do whatever he wants with these two people today. When I give his Lu family an explanation, dare to resist, directly abolish them. Sighed. It's the great young man who can create benefits for himself and has the family of heaven at his back. On the one side, there were two raw bastards who were obviously coming from a bad place, and if it wasn't for the fact that the other party might have a bit of power behind them, he would not hesitate to slaughter the two Ji Rulongs. How to choose, naturally, need not be considered. Dogs, dare to hit this young man. Don't you have a gun? Come, kneel down and kowtow and call out to your grandpa. Otherwise, I'll shoot you today. Lu Xiaodong, who was helped up, directly grabbed a shotgun and aimed it at Ji Rulong. Bottom line, finally, this kind of thing, it doesn't work on me. Ji Rulong raised his palm, his 5 fingers fast as lightning snapped on the barrel of the shotgun, and on the spot, along with the gentle twisting of his 5 fingers, there was a burst of light, delicate iron slag friction sound, and then just see, points of crumbs, floating down from mid-air. Crowd, what kind of freaks are these nerds, crushing the barrels of guns made of steel into pieces with the power of their palms alone? Snap, Ji Rulong backhanded a slap, directly jerking the dumbfounded Lu Xiaodong out of the way before reminding Duan Dongsheng calmly. This kind of segment is uninteresting. Words. In Duan Dongsheng's eyes, a touch of madness immediately rose. Interesting, I actually lost my eyesight. At this age, you're still an accomplished cross-trainer? Since that's the case, then it's up to me to play with you? For him to be able to sit in the position of double flower red baton, in addition to being tough enough in person, he naturally had a ruthlessness engraved in his bones, as well as the condescension of a top-notch fighter. Ji Rulong provoked him like this, not to mention that he himself had gotten up the idea of holding him down to death. Just to say that with so many people present and watching today, it was impossible for him to let the two of them have a good time. Since just the two of you dare to challenge me, then Duan doesn't bully the few of you based on the fact that there are more of you. Duan Dongsheng stretched out a finger, pointing at Ji Rulong. Just you. With me, the two of us sign a life and death contract to fight. But let me remind you, once the life and death contract is signed, the person dies and the debt is cancelled, and all the grudges don't involve other people. You don't rely on the fact that there are more people to bully the lesser ones? Signing a life and death contract, one-on-one? I admire you for having this courage to challenge me, but that's all I can compliment you on. Crowd. What do you mean? The only thing I can praise you for is your courage? What kind of confidence and arrogance is that? Continued while Ji Rulong added, in front of people, it's a pretense of having courage, but when you surrounded that big brother of mine, how come you didn't dare to go into battle alone? The so-called double flower red stick is nothing more than a bully. The words came out. Duan Dongsheng's face suddenly changed slightly, and his gaze changed from teasing to stern. Yi Qing Yun, Ji Rulong reminded. Shasta. Duan Dongsheng's heart set off waves of shock. Really, because the impact this name had on him was too profound. In the beginning, the Zhao family found him and asked him to help get rid of a pawn, but as the double flower red stick of the woman district hopping fest, it was natural that he could not need his own personal attention for anything, so he sent a group of swordsmen, dozens of strong men with weapons in their hands and in their prime, against a middle-aged soldier who was unarmed and whose body functions had begun to decline in every aspect, were so frightened that they lost their will to fight. It only dares to delay, not to fight. Eventually, he had to lead the trip himself. That day's scene, even if he recalled it again at this moment, Duan Dongsheng still felt that his pores were trembling. The man facing him, a strong person who had already stepped into the ranks of cultivators, plus more than 100 experienced swordsmen, standing under the dome of the sky, drenched in blood. He also did not utter a single word from the beginning, not to mention begging for forgiveness. His eyes, calm, bemused, seemed to have a touch of sadness in them, but only, not a hint of awe or movement. The point is, with his eyesight, it was naturally not difficult to see that the soldier who had already reached middle age had suffered unimaginable injuries to his legs, so much so that he was trembling violently all the time. But despite this, he still pressured all of them to not dare to get close to him by virtue of his own strength, and even until his death, he was on his back with his knees stained with blood, but not stained with half a bit of mud. Duan Dongsheng had to admit it. Even in the more than 20 years of mixing with the Jianghu, he had never seen someone as stalwart and unyielding as Yi Qing Yun, who completely looked down on life and death. Similar to that, he had seen, and that was Mu Yuanzhou, who had long ago closed down the mountain. Although, Mu Yuanzhou brought him a more horrible feeling, but this kind of people without exception, all from the pile of dead people climbed out of. Not his kind of mixed up in the world can be compared. No wonder when I look at you, I have a familiar feeling. Your words and behavior, especially those in different eyes, are simply carved from the same mold as him. Duan Dongsheng's thoughts returned. At this point, the gaze that looked at Ji Rulong was quite a bit more square. Unfortunately, still too young. Shaking his head, Duan Dongsheng actually turned around and walked away. Yi Qing Yun, even though he died at the hands of Duan, he made me admire him from the bottom of my heart. Since you guys are in the same category as him, I'll give you a chance today. That day, when I killed him, I cut more than 100 knives on him, just to see if he really didn't know how to be soft. But unfortunately, even to my death, I didn't get what I wanted. But I don't believe that everyone is as resilient as he is. So today, let's try again. Between the words came, successive footsteps sounded from the doorway, but in a matter of minutes, nearly 100 burly men carrying beer bottles quickly poured into the scene, making a passage between the two Ji Rulong and Duan Dongsheng's position. Bang! Bang! It was the sound of a beer bottle falling to the ground and exploding. Duan Dongsheng, who had already returned to the center of the ebony long table and sat down at the moment, hooked his hand and said, I'll give you two choices. Kneel over here, and as long as you cannot say a word like Yi Qing Yun, Duan Mao will spare the two of you today nonetheless, and even escorted you out of the Han River. Instead, Die. Next, nearly 100 murderous gazes landed on the two Ji Rulongs. This next, the crowd completely boiled. Originally thought that they had been disturbed in their excitement, but never thought that they would be able to see such a lively drama today. Ji Rulong 2 and Duan Dongsheng between the position, separated by fear of hundreds of meters away. And this section of the road at the moment covered with glass slag, kneeling over, legs designated as a waist. Not to mention, who can withstand this process? Just as the crowd was speculating on how Ji Rulong would make his choice, they saw Ji Rulong slowly take off his suit. It's been a long time since I've fought, so geez, have some fun with them. Chapter 56, You Look Up. Seeing this situation, the onlookers were all wide-eyed. How come it doesn't look like he's asking for forgiveness or kneeling over, but instead is ready to roll up his sleeves and go for it? He's crazy, isn't he? How dare he behave himself and beg for forgiveness or kneel over? There may still have a life to live. At this time, showing off is obviously only a dead end. Since he wants to make a fool of himself, what does it matter? I would like to see how this guy was beaten to death. After all, Park, in my life can't stand this kind of pretender who doesn't have the strength to play hard to get and doesn't know how to bend and stretch. The calm and steady Duan Dongsheng immediately snorted coldly, and even showed extreme disappointment. I thought how uncomplicated. I didn't expect it to be a reckless man. Since he gave his face away, he'll be chopped up and fed to the dogs. Yi Qingyun? That kind of person is basically 1 in a million. Want to follow his example of 1 against 100, but also do not look in the mirror to see. They are not enough to that qualification. Duan Dongsheng was worthy of being a popular double flower red stick, and as soon as his words landed on the ground, the thugs flocked towards Ji Rulong. Ha ha ha, kill them for this young man. Dog, let's see you be arrogant again. On the side, Lu Xiaodong, who saw the scene, was even more excited and yelled. Ji Rulong organized the suit he took off and handed it over to Qin Tian. Wait a moment. 30 seconds? Enough. As the words fell, Ji Rulong's entire figure suddenly disappeared from its original position, and as he pressed down with a palm, the burly man who bore the brunt of the attack violently flew backwards. Turn the moment, Ji Rulong moved again, and his speed was so fast that he actually pulled out a trail of residual shadows in place towards the distance, and dozens of fighters fell one after another in response to the sound. Then, snap! In front of the promenade, a ringing finger exploded in the air. In the next second, a horrifying to unparalleled lurid aura erupted in all directions with himself as the center point, and hundreds of meters of the long corridor, along with everything around it, trembled crazily, and finally collapsed with a loud bang. At the same time, Qin Tian, who was sitting not far away, timed out officially. 33 seconds. The whole place is dead silent. With a single thought, it directly leveled hundreds of meters of long corridors, including all the surrounding facilities. Lu Xiaodong, a group of people have not yet had time to how to steal joy. The whole person was on the spot by the scene in front of the eyes of the dumbfounded, legs trembling, the body completely cold, collected a few points of force. Hearing this result, Ji Rulong wasn't disappointed nor very satisfied. He stood in the center and didn't even turn his head back, but his voice was like a bell rung by the undead, striking everyone's heart. Crowd, listen to your meaning. Seems to be still worried about the full force of the scene cannot carry, so collected a few points of force, otherwise in time, but also can be a little faster? Listen to this. Is this human? Slightly further away, Duan Dongsheng, who had been breezy and blithe moments ago, was currently gnashing his teeth grooves, and the terrifying aura belonging to a second heavenly cultivator erupted, disturbing my livelihood and cutting off my path to wealth. I'm not happy until you're dead. Ji Rulong took a step down. Close up. Raise your fist. A sound of bones bursting spread. Duan Dongsheng's entire shoulder was collapsed by the blow, and his breath that was high a second ago turned to shrivel in an instant. As I said, the only thing I can praise you for is your courage, Ji Rulong said. Duan Dongsheng. Hiss. Steeply awakened Duan Dongsheng jerked a mouthful of cool air. At this moment finally understand what is called the sky outside the sky. People outside the people. A punch down. Half of his body is numb. It's even scarier. The second heavenly strength that he was so proud of could not even make any reaction in front of this man. And in his knowledge, there were and are many people who could do that. But, this young to excessively young guy in front of him, how could he, in any case, be compared to those old and powerful people? A double flowering red stick, a top-notch fighter? Finding some superiority in a group of ordinary people makes you invincible? Ji Rulong had been calm and unassuming since the beginning, and between his hands and feet, he had given people a sense of oppression of a king on top of the world. Duan Dongsheng. It means that you, the so-called top fighter, is only revered because of the difference from the ordinary? And those people, if they have seen the wider heaven and earth, naturally won't treat you as a god favorably. You, Duan Dongsheng, yourself, indulged in it, thinking you were invincible. In truth, but it's just sitting on the fence. Convinced? Ji Rulong's question was not easy to answer. Being in the jungle, especially for someone like him who was quite famous, the most important thing was a face. Today, if he were to show his submission to Ji Rulong in public, then his reputation as a double-flowering red stick would come to an end. And wouldn't his hard-earned prestige and personal image be dispersed in one go? One thought to this. Duan Dongsheng eased his breath. Duan is at least a person of renown. You're just temporarily occupying an advantage. Wanting to convince Duan in order to humiliate me, or even, to slap me in the face of the Hopsheng Association? You completely die of this. Rather bend than break? Ji Rulong laughed. 5 fingers probed out and directly clasped at the location of his collarbone, then continuously increased the force to twist it, in order to achieve the purpose of making the pain continue to increment. Fizzle. Duan Dongsheng gritted his teeth. His collarbone was twisted off a little bit and shattered a little bit. This kind of pain was really not something that an ordinary person could withstand. He immediately glared at his eyes, and a sentence almost didn't come out of his mouth. Saving face is important, but it was better than being directly wasted by Ji Rulong. Plus, a great man can bend but not break. Yi Qingyun's kind of person was indeed hard enough, but to him it was purely small and cute. For one, he had the Hopfest as a support, waiting for rescue. Why worry about not being able to avenge this? What is this? You're the softie for the double flower red stick at the Hopfest? However, Ji Rulong's words, however, made him subconsciously retract the words that were on his lips. Nice. Ji Rulong more satisfied nodded. The smile is more and more cold. Let's change the way to continue to play. You are a double flower red stick, the top hitter. Don't give in to softness, otherwise no one will serve you in the future. Word strike. Ji Rulong steeply held down his palm, then clasped his fingers, repeating the same trick, rubbing the bones bit by bit. This scene made the hearts of the people around him jump. The devil, this guy in a suit, ostensibly suave, is a total demon. 10 fingers are connected to the heart. They just look at Duan Dongsheng's fingers were a little bit of rubbed into the mud or feeling chills all over the body. Can imagine what kind of pain Duan Dongsheng himself is suffering. Convinced? I'm convinced. Don't pinch. I haven't given you permission to serve. Ji Rulong looked displeased. Duan Dongsheng. Your mom. Master. You are ruthless. I'm really convinced. Really convinced. Compared to Yi Qingyun I know. If I go on like this I'll be wasted. Duan Dongsheng cried and mourned. Sparing a generation of Jianghu's top fighters, he was also tortured and cried. Ji Rulong, whose interest had not dissipated, copied the hand towel on the table and wiped the bloodstains on his hands, and turned to sweep the crowd. Shasta. The crowd of onlookers from afar were suddenly as white as their backs. Lu Xiaodong even weakened his legs and fell into the arms of a follower, and he kept praying in his heart. Can't see me? You can't see me. Good on. Ji Rulong didn't bother with him. Invite that boss over. Then, Qin Tian then grabbed a fat middle-aged man in the crowd who was watching and brought him to Ji Rulong. Call it what it is. Ji Rulong asked. A simple question. The fat middle-aged man's plump body trembled on the spot and directly knelt. Park Guochang. Qin Tian frowned. Tell the truth. The little one's real name is Park Guochang. The country's country. The prosperity of the Chang. Park Guochang was almost crying with fear, and again begged for forgiveness. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it just now. Please spare me once. Qin Tian. Ji Rulong laughed. You, Park, in your life, can't see the kind of pretenders who don't have the strength to pretend hard? Watching a hilarious scene, your mouth is also so indebted? Park Guochang's intestines were almost green with remorse, and he trembled and didn't dare to say anything. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came, and then only to see a dance, carrying brightly shining blades of young and strong, one after another towards the mountain villa surrounded. Looking at the entire Hanjiang River, no one has dared to spread the wild in the head of my Hopsheng Association. Brothers, someone moved Brother Dongsheng on our territory. Do you answer or not? Inside and out, hundreds of men, among them gunmen carrying homemade firearms, spoke in unison at this moment. Kill. Duan Dongsheng laughed. Park Guochang, who was kneeling on the ground, and everyone else in the distance, laughed. Hopfest's rescue, at last, has arrived. Can fight, right? Dog thing. Still don't kowtow and apologize to Brother Dongsheng. You still flirt with me. I don't know how many people can't envy this name of mine. Park Guochang, who was still begging for forgiveness in the front foot, instantly became irritated and said, It's a good fox. Where is this? I, Hopsing Society, have 30,000 disciples. Don't look at it now that we've split up, but the name is still the same. You're a generation of heavenly pride today. You'll have to be buried here. Meaning, these people, not all of them, and no wonder, are so grounded. Ji Rulong didn't even look at him and just said to Qin Tian, "Do you know why rats can make waves? Because cats can't. Count on you to have self-knowledge. The Bai family old man can't be more familiar. You don't want to count on anyone." Duan Dongxing naturally understood the meaning of his words. Ji Rulong knocked on the desktop. "Look up, the cat can't catch you. Where are the tigers and wolves?" Da. That's the sound of helicopter gunship propellers. Tigers and wolves. Naturally not a true tiger or wolf. Instead, it is, the tiger and the wolf. Chapter 57. How can I bend my brows for power and nobility? Warzone. Helicopter gunships. What's with the, sudden outpouring of such mass? Duan Dongshang, Park Guochang, who had been jumping around with the arrival of help a few moments ago, instantly stared with wide eyes, because of too much shock and trepidation, resulting in the face, which was directly distorted. Effective immediately, I order the generals of my department to activate the first level of combat readiness in my capacity as a second-level colonel of the local theater of operations, and don't blame me for not warning you that those who act presumptuously, try to escape or resist will be killed on the spot. A team of heavily armed soldiers wearing combat uniforms fell from the helicopter, and one of them, a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure and wearing the combat uniform of a second-grade colonel, gave orders while walking towards Qin Tian's side with a grave expression, fearing to delay for half a minute. "Colonel Liu?" Seeing his Duan Dongshang, his legs were trembling. How is it that the top brass in the local theater of war personally lead the team down? And so decisive as to directly order a level 1 state of readiness? This has been not something that can be done with connections and energy alone. In other words, it has to be someone with an official position to get a war zone down in this state of readiness. And to put it bluntly, people aren't even here to mess around with you. They're ready to go to war at the drop of a hat. Fizzle. Caught off guard, Duan Dongshang poured a mouthful of cool air, finally realizing that things are completely big. Relying on the complexity of the relationships involved in all aspects, Duan Dongshang has always been disdainful of this region's security division, but not afraid of the security division. Does not mean that it is not afraid of the war zone. "Hello Mr. Qin. I'm Lu Rongyi, a second-grade school officer of the local war zone. Thankfully you're fine. Otherwise it would be hard for Mr. Liu to escape the blame even if he took off these clothes," Lu Rongyi said to Qin Tian in shame as he approached. Not long ago, the highest command of the provincial war zone forwarded Qin Tian's message to the local war zone and ordered him to unconditionally obey the other side's orders, and more let Lu Rongyi like walking on thin ice, or that, if that person in your territory out of the problem, or have any dissatisfaction, not to mention you, your local war zone all the senior, at any time have the possibility of dismissal. The words, it was spoken with a trill by one of the great men of the provincial high command, combined with the first few days of their local war zone that bearer traveled to the provincial city for a few days. Lu Rongyi with his toes can guess that the identity of the young man in front of him, afraid of having to pass through the sky. Duan Dongxing's entire face, all twitched with Lu Rongyi's words, a second-grade school officer with military power in his hands, shouting at the other party, "Mr. Qin? This Nima, a Yi Qing Yun, how did he blow up this level of big brother?" Qin Tian nodded his head and signaled Ji Rulong beside him. "There's someone higher up present?" The moment Lu Rongyi's eyes came into contact with Ji Rulong's, his heart, at once, set off waves of shock. What goes around comes around. Gaius is unrivaled. Even if he just casually stood there, Lu Rongyi can still feel that want to break through the clouds of the amazing momentum. Just like a stand there in the world of the sword. Sharp, touch will die. Finally, in front of the endless fear, Park Guochang was the first to be unable to carry on. With a flutter, he knelt down at Ji Rulong's feet. "It's Duan Dongshang. It's all because of him. If it wasn't for him I wouldn't have been able to come to the betting. If I didn't come to the betting, I wouldn't have offended you at all today. You're looking for him, I'm just a small-time player, so you can just let me go like a fart." Ji Rulong's face was expressionless and impassive, just gently raising his toes. Then, a foot stepped on Park Guochang's shoulder, and the scene burst into a cloud of blood mist. "Don't understand that trouble comes out of the mouth. I'll teach you today. Remember next time." Park Guochang fainted on the spot. "You?" Duan Dongsheng opened his mouth wide. Ji Rulong crushed his toes and revealed a cruel smile. "Now, has there been a slight realization of what I am?" Duan Dongsheng, who had already been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, was only shivering at the moment, facing Ji Rulong's questioning, but as if he had a lump in his throat, he couldn't say a word. 1. A serving officer who can mobilize the military at any time. and he threatened to get such a person killed on the spot. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. I didn't know beforehand that you are an active duty officer. Otherwise, Duan Dongsheng swallowed a large mouthful of saliva and finally spoke with difficulty. But, Ji Rulong directly ignored it, crushed his toes, and softly said, "Don't be afraid. Didn't you claim that there are 30,000 disciples in the Hop Sing Society? You tell him how much I have." This was said to Lu Rongi. The whole range of the Han River is now garrisoned with 80,000 troops. Qin Tian reminded. Just go big. Lu Rongi looked shocked. In addition to the troops left behind, pass the order to the provincial ministry. There is probably another 100,000 troops that can be mobilized over before dawn. Ji Ru nodded and asked Duan Dongsheng once again. The venue is limited. Why don't we each gather our teams and compete in a different open place? Don't say that I'm bullying the fewer people. After all, you're a double flower red stick. Try it, in case, as you wish, it really kills me. What if? Not to mention that he can't call 30,000 disciples, even if he could. 30,000 amateurs against 180,000 professionals. What are the odds? Duan Dongsheng was on the verge of tears. Sir, please don't play with me. I don't dare. Duan Dongsheng knelt on the ground and rattled his head 9 times in a row. It's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize him to tie. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. He looked up, a hunk of a man in his 30s, tears welling up in his eyes. I want to make a phone call. Is that okay? No need. Ji Rulong reached out, taking a dagger from Qin Tian. When you guys rounded up that oldest brother of mine, you didn't give him a chance to call, only a hurry text message. Do you know why he has such a resilient willpower? Because he's a soldier. How many more than 100 scars are on his body? Even when people like us are tortured and agonized, we all kneel down and beg for forgiveness from our enemies, then who will hold up the backbone of my daxia? Relying on trash like you who only wield swords at their own countrymen? Ji Rulong took a deep breath and opened his eyes again. They were already full of killing intent. Zhao Mingyuan carried 311 knives. I don't know you. How many knives you can carry? No, please. The moment death really came, Duan Dongsheng realized how vulnerable he was. Mainly, after this change of events today, his will had long been destroyed by Ji Rulong a little bit, and at that moment, all that was left inside was fear. For a long time. 537. Ji Rulong put down his dagger. 5 words that were as plain as could be, but caused everyone present except Qin Tian to be unable to resist chills running through their bodies. My generation of soldiers, yellow sands and iron hooves, 10,000 troops pressing the border also do not change color. What can I do? Destroy my eyebrows and bend my back? Ji Rulong raised his hand, and Qin Tian hurriedly stepped forward and put on his jacket. What do you mean? Lu Rongi kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He had never had such a horrible pressure when facing Ji Rulong in anyone's body. And now, through various analyses, he had even figured out the general origin of this one. There is no need for this branch in the woman district to exist. The war zone will be the main fight. The security division will take care of the aftermath. And I will be given a result by dawn. Also, these people, arrest. Lu Rongi nodded repeatedly. Understood. The moment. The crowd of onlookers had long ago been stunned beyond words. Lu Xiaodong, who started to pick a fight, watched Ji Rulong step by step toward himself, and without the slightest hesitation, he knelt down and begged bitterly. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Ji Rulong stopped. Do something for me? Do it right, and I'll consider sparing you and the Lu family behind you. Outside the door. General, has the anger subsided? Qin Tian tried. After coming out, Ji Rulong lit a cigarette, and the smoke was so dense that it was impossible to see his expression. Hop fast. The 3 great families, as well as the man behind the scenes who was hiding even deeper behind the scenes. I'd love to do it all at once and kill them all. He sighed. There's going to be a war. Phew, how could Ji Rulong not know? From the time the old man knew the identity of the person behind the curtain and was unwilling to tell, he had probably guessed the energy possessed by the forces behind the other party. At the very least, one must have an army and a domain as king. Otherwise, it couldn't reach the point of making the old man jealous. He's cleaning up after these minions in Han River. And on the old man's side, why isn't he gaming? It may seem calm. The truth is, there is no smoking war all around. If we don't fight because we are afraid to fight, it will only fuel the arrogance of those people even more. Ji Rulong crushed his cigarette butt and said in a shocking voice, I won't be able to wait long. Chapter 58, Border Army, Absolute King Bomb. The next day, at dawn, Ji Rulong got up and went downstairs. After a night of settling down, that hostile energy within him had pretty much dispersed. Actually, to his position, whether it is the state of mind or the city, or talk to people, are grasped very much in place, naturally will not be because of anything that happens to some minions to open their teeth and claws. You see him seem gentle and elegant, but in fact, when facing the enemy, when the other side to die, how to die, in his heart already have a complete set of processes. The Lord of 10,000 armies will not lose his head because of a curfew, and the form of a tiger will not show its fangs because of a dog's barking. May, since the south to the Han River, encountered people, or things, several times have let Ji Rulong almost did not hold, and Jean will not always have this kind of patience. It is often said that by the time you find a cockroach, the sewers are already flooded. The Zhao family, Lu Xiaodong, Duan Dongsheng, which one of them, not relying on their status, is overbearing and high above the others? However, is this all? It's only a small Han River. Yi Qianqian's matter. Thanks to us through the willow leaf this brave girl exposed out. Yi Qianyun, also fortunately is his unicorn army member, and those, so far has not been pushed to the surface of the similar events. How many more? Ji Rulong didn't dare to think about it. Time's down. While the capital side is waiting for him to deliver a satisfactory answer in Han River, he is also waiting for the capital to give him, to the tens of thousands of generals and soldiers who have fought for the country all these years, a satisfactory explanation. The three great families, he didn't care. He could push them off at any time as long as he had the right person to take over. Fearfully, there is no similar vigor on the capital's side. Anyway, Ji Rulong had already revealed his intentions to Qin Tian. He couldn't wait too long. When the time came, the capital's side but advised him to take the big picture into consideration. Then sorry, even if the other party is a feudal official who is the king of a domain, or a one-word side-by-side king with a high status who owns an army, then the only way is to go to war. Without the courage to slit one's wrists, how can one expect that there will be a day when the sky is clear? A Yi Qianyun does not seek justice. Back, there would be 10,000 Yi Qinjians. Should we, every time, choose to hold our tongue because we are concerned about fighting a war? The Zhao family has fallen. The three great families won't live long. You'd better hand over the people as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame this marquis for pulling you down even if he has to be accused by 1,000 people. Ji Rulong muttered. Later, open the Han River Daily News. After a day's development, the events of yesterday have had a rather alarming subsequent impact in the local area. Metaphorically speaking, the downfall of the Zhao family, and the official side of the news released to the public, just declared that Zhao Zhengchuan Master 3 is an accidental death. But, combined with the news of the later joint fest in this district, which was uprooted by the war zone and the security division, even if it was a little cute, could also guess what was going on with the death of the three members of the Zhao family. War zone, is it finally coming down? Hopefully, it's not just a sketchy killing of so few people. The populace began to react. Ji Rulong had one hand on his cell phone and was scrolling down almost comment by comment. At this point, Qin Tian took a stack of information and approached to take a look, then said, according to the instructions you gave yesterday, on the Zhao group's side, He Ziyuan will use his connections to eliminate all of the Zhao family's original hawks and dogs from within. Today, the response will begin. In addition, this unit of the Woman District's Hop Sing Society was basically wiped out last night with the full cooperation of the security division in clearing out the war zone, and the people down there even found out something interesting from their president. We'll talk about this later. Ji Rulong was obviously not very concerned about this. Qin Tian nodded. In short, there's probably no problem on the martial sect region's side, and I've prepared information on the people from the three great clans who were involved in the events of that night in the academy. Read. The Lu Xiaodong that I ran into last night. The family that he is from is the traitor of the Tian family in the east of the city. Similar to the direct relationship between the Bai family and the Zhao family. I was worried that he wouldn't be able to comprehend your meaning, so I had someone transfer the Tian family's information. It's better to happen by chance than by coincidence. Qin Tian was clear that Ji Rulong was preparing to take the lead in taking the Tian family to task, so he directly said, Tian Shangrui, the personal grandson of the current helmsman of the Tian family, one of the 6 people who participated in the incident of the academy that night. In fact, whether it's Tianxi Angrui or the other 3 families, they were all originally enrolled in their respective boundaries, and the reason why they uniformly enrolled in the Hanjiang Academy was probably because they acted as companions for that person. And ever since the incident at the Han River Academy, he himself left the Woman District directly and returned to the eastern part of the city. A chaperone? Ji Rulong naturally thought of this. A disciple of the lowest status who was born in the house of princes and lords traveled to the Han River, and several of the largest forces in the local area have sent their own offspring to act as companions. A means of making friends that is often played. Locate him at any time. If he doesn't voluntarily come to the woman district before tonight, then arrest him, Ji Rulong said. Then, he turned off his cell phone. That little blue Joe. I'll keep this matter in mind. I'll arrange it anytime you want to see me. Qin Tian smiled. Then let's do it today. Give her what's due. In addition to observing their blue family, and if it's appropriate, help out along the way, Ji Rulong said. Qin Tian wrote them down one by one, and organized the timing of things and customized the full day itinerary. Suddenly, at the entrance of the villa, a car stopped, and Zi Yuan, who hadn't slept all night, tried his best to maintain a picture of a refreshed appearance, standing slightly restrained outside the door and asking for permission. Marquis, may I come in? Come in. Zi Yuan was flattered, and after seeing Yi Qingyun's spiritual hall, his entire body trembled. Then very consciously, he went to offer incense. Only then did he come to Ji Rulong. Forget it if you're reporting on your work, just say what you have to say directly, Qin Tian reminded. At this time, Qin Tian suddenly remembered something as if he explained to Ji Rulong again. I relayed your words word for word to my old man yesterday, and the Kyoto Security Department met overnight to determine a comprehensive rectification plan. Ji Rulong nodded his head. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. There is no need to push too hard. At this point, Zi Yuan trembled inwardly for a while, and only after a long time did he organize his language. It's like this, Marquis. The bigwigs of the military ministries of the 13 provinces of the southern realm, knowing that you're in the Han River, intend to come and pay a visit. And I don't know if you have the time? Ji Rulong frowned slightly. He knew about this matter. The old man told him on the first day of the border army's southward march, and in the past few days, because of the Zhao family's affairs, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, for a long time, only then did Ji Rulong say, let them wait, I don't have time now. 3,000 border troops. At first, it was for Han River, but now, it was an absolute king bomb against the person behind the curtain. So how could it be exposed prematurely? Yes, I will convey. Zi Yuan nodded repeatedly. Then the subordinate will retire first. If you have anything, feel free to command. Zi Yuan left. Qin Tian frowned. Are you worried that their arrival will expose you in Hanjiang? Are you really ready to fight? Ji Rulong was silent. Once the fight is over, the sub-American and Sakura Mist Island side. Don't worry, when it comes to that, I'll make a trip to their place alone and kill them to the point where they can't take care of themselves before dealing with the internal. Ji Rulong could not be doubted and said with a hammer. Boom! Qin Tian's expression shook. No way. You yourself are their number one target for certain death, and by traveling to their realm, you are taking your life in your hands. My mind is made up. Prepare the car. Chapter 59, Let the bullets fly. Stand still. Looking at the not quite tall and sturdy, but lofty and incomparable back, Qin Tian suddenly felt a sourness within his heart. If anything, the Frontier Army is best able to understand the Frontier Army. Then, as a member of the Pro-Guard group, and at the same time, Qin Tian, who had grown up with Ji Rulong in crotchless pants since he was a child, was most able to understand just how much the square 25-year-old man in front of him had suffered. At a young age, while other children were playing and being pampered, he was confronted with martial arts, power, history, and other knowledge that was astronomical for that age. Despite these things have made him who he is now, but they have also robbed him of the childlike innocence and joy that most people should have, and his mind has been indoctrinated from an early age with the idea that with himself, his family and his country are strong. 20. In this year of peaches and plums, where those males of uncommon birth and family wealth are enjoying life, what about him, who was born in a governor's house and whose status is superior to all second-generation men in the world? Qin Tian remembered that once in a chat with Ji Rulong, the other mentioned that his favorite thing was history? Why? Because of the war, because of the humiliation. Not to talk about the far away, let's just say that the last one armor. Since the end of the last era of the Great China State number, Shanxi year opened, the whole of the Huaxia land into the middle of a long period of war and turmoil, order, economy, gradually collapsing under the atrocities of the kingdoms. The people of Daxia are not happy, though, under the leadership of Elder Ji, he eventually drove out his enemies and began to develop steadily by unifying Daxia in the 25th year of Shangxi. But, in these 35 years, have the nations, then, really given up their covetousness of Daxia? No. War, not always with smoke. Ji lousy reign is okay. After all, this is the famous iron wrist. Belongs to the people. Do not offend me, I do not offend. If people offend me, we'll double the kind of return. Bottom line, when he was in power, all the countries dared to act rashly. The war zone of Daxia was ready to fight. And once, This person almost advocated to send troops to exterminate the Sakura Mist Island, so that the Sakura Mist Island was anxious for a few years. Compared to him, the current governor, Mr. Wei, is a bit indecisive. And some of the court officials who were tired of the war and now used to living in relative peace were more dovish figures. They would rather make concessions to seek peace than fight back against the oppression of their enemies, hiding their own weaknesses under the slogans of trivialization and development for peace, and accusing others of being impulsive. Today, I will enter the army and select 50,000 elite soldiers from various ministries to form a border army to defend the border. On what grounds? Just based on, I punched through the Marshal Dao ranking with one hand. Is that enough? You guys don't dare to fight. I, Ji Rulong, will fight. You guys don't dare to kill. I, Ji Rulong, will kill. You guys are afraid of death. I, Ji Rulong, and the thousands of sons and daughters of the military department are not afraid. That day, he was 20 years old and had crushed an entire courtroom so that no one dared to say a word. That day, Daxia has one less prince who was famous in Kyoto, and outside of Guanwei, there is one more Xinhua general who makes all the country scared. 5 years. He carries too much, obviously can do clothes to the hands of food to the mouth of the prince. He bled and sweated a few times through life and death but never shouted bitter, never held a complaint. Nowadays, Yi Qingyun's death, he was even more intent on carrying all alone. Qin Tian didn't think that anyone would understand him. If it really came to the point where he had to go to war, what people defended would no longer be the injustice of a general. Truth and justice don't seem to be that important compared to peace. In time, how many people would choose to stay out of it, or even accuse him, Ji Rulong, of disregarding the lives of the world for the sake of one Yi Qingyun? Colonel Qin, would you like me to invite you to the car? At this moment, Ji Rulong's voice came from the doorway. Qin Tian returned to his senses. In an instant, the wind is light, playful and smiling. Coming. Think I Qin Tian at least is the second generation of the first step of the Kyoto ladder. To you, became a professional driver. Bad life. You want to rebel? Dare not. Marquis, please get in the car. Qin Tian started the car and glanced at Ji Rulong, who was clearly carrying a heavy load but always pretended to be lighthearted. Through the rearview mirror, with an inner firmness. Big brother, you will not be alone even if one day you are all alone. Because, Qin Tian was there. All the time. Han River Academy. This huge academy located in the center area of the Han River, both in terms of size and fame, ranked among the best in Daxia, and was an excellent place for countless students from all over the country to pursue their studies. After the incident of Yi Qianxian, the school party forcefully suppressed the public opinion, only to let the internal teachers and students, not completely chaotic, but the repercussions of something like this are not trivial. Business car parked on the opposite side of the school on the busy street. The back seat of Ji Rulong suddenly mentioned, the incident happened so long. In addition to the director of the White Mao Ji, the school other senior, the governor and so on did not publicly apologize? Qin Tian laughed coldly. More than just not even an apology. In order to suppress public opinion, they even made a big deal out of the Zhao family's set of statements as if they were the truth. It's worth mentioning that Bai Maoji caught wind of the situation yesterday, and has already run to the east of the city with his wife this morning. Presumably, they'll make their move after figuring out the situation on this side of the woman district. These days, the attention was all on those direct perpetrators who had gotten Yi Qingyun's father and daughter killed, so they didn't pay much attention to the side of the academy. Shirato? On this side of the woman district, even the Zhao family and the Hopsheng Association had fallen. It would be abnormal for him not to run away, but as long as he didn't run away from the Han River, taking his life would be nothing more than a matter of taking his life at any time. Ji Rulong's main kill target at this stage is the three small families and the three big families that have appeared in the middle of the video. Let the bullets fly for a while. A cold light flashed in Ji Rulong's eyes. Then, he lifted his watch and looked at it. Before he knew it, it was 10 o'clock. According to Qin Tian's investigation, Blue Xiao Chao's sister also attends Hanjiang Academy and has a good relationship with Yi Qianxian and Lu Yi. And after the two people's accident, Blue Xiao Chao basically comes to pick up Blue Xiao Shui every day at noon. It'll have to wait a little longer. Idle. Qin Tianxia Kar lit a cigarette, greeted the youthful atmosphere that came to his face, and could not help but sigh. I was kicked to the border army by the old man in my teens, and I followed you into death. Honestly, there are times when you really want to experience a different time in your life. Ji Rulong was silent. Qin Tian remained happy, crooning a whole lot of talk about what life would have been like if they hadn't enlisted in the military. No complaints. Just, with some regret. Time passed by, and finally, Qin Tian, who was leaning on the side of the car, stood up straight. Here it comes. Smell. Ji Rulong poked his head out. and saw the two blue Xiao Xiao sisters walking from not far away, and then entered a nearby milk tea store, and behind the two of them, there were a few tall youths wearing sports department clothing, a flash of 20 years. If it wasn't for the birthmark on Lan Xiao Xiao's neck, Ji Rulong wouldn't even recognize this cold and mature woman as the little girl who medicated him and sent him candies back then. Ji Rulong laughed lightly and shook his head. Time. Slipping gently away from the side, taking away our original appearance. Today, 20 years later, he, Ji Rulong, was no longer the little boy who often got himself into a mess and hid in moped whenever he was wronged. It's not one person who is changing, it's everyone. General? Qin Tian shouted. Let's go. Ji Rulong got out of the car, then took the box that contained the small pistol and walked over with Qin Tian one after the other. Chapter 60, Xiang Tianming. Milk tea store. After the two blue Xiao Xiao sisters ordered milk tea, they found a seat. Glancing at the several youths from the sports department that followed in behind, Lan Xiaoshui impatiently skimmed her mouth. Sister, that follower Xiang Tianming is following her here again. Blue Xiao Xiao didn't even look back. Don't care about him, because the sisters were good in both figure and looks. The suitors around them never broke. The youth that Lan Xiaoshui called Xiang Tianming was one of them. Itself is a sports student. The whole person sunshine and handsome, coupled with the family is still very solid reason, but has attracted a lot of girls' adoration. Unfortunately, it has a bad reputation. He was known as a womanizer and promiscuous in the school, and the number of girls he dumped after playing with them was at least double-digit. And originally, Xiang Tianming was pursuing Lan Xiaoshui, but since meeting Lan Xiaoxiao, this kid saw the color on the spot, and after knowing that Lan Xiaoxiao would come to pick up Lan Xiaoshui every day, he even began to stalk him. So, Lan Xiaoshui was annoyed with him. At this point, the tall, rather handsome Xiang Tianming glanced at the couple sitting in the seat next to Lan Xiaoxiao's sisters and said in a strong tone, Classmate, give up your seat. Don't let me. Why should I let him? The milk tea store isn't run by his family. Don't you know to change one yourself if you don't have a seat? Seeing this overbearing behavior of the other party, Lan Xiaoshui instantly said with indignation, and that couple, apparently also by the words of Xiang Tianming to get some fire. Yes, milk tea store your family opened? If you tell me to give up my seat, I have to give up my seat? Why? Xiang Tianming frowned. Then, he even directly swung his fist on the table. On what grounds? On the grounds that I'm Xiang Tianming. Xiang Tianming from the physical education department. You should have heard of him if you haven't seen him, right? If I tell you to give up your seat, you should let me. What the hell is all this nonsense? The several youths following behind Xiang Tianming were equally strong and domineering. To Tianming? It could be seen that Xiang Tianming was still fiercely famous in the academy. So after hearing him register himself, the young couple sulked and carried their milk tea away despite their anger. You, Xiang Tianming, are you a student or a triad? Let me tell you, our sisters don't eat this set of yours. For someone like you who is rude and unreasonable just because you have some family background, my sister won't even look at you with her blind eyes. Lan Xiaoshui's small face was red, obviously infuriated. On the contrary, it was Lan Xiaoxiao, who directly treated Xiang Tianming and the others as air, not even giving a single square eye. I say, Lan Xiaoshui, you're so annoyed with me. It can't be because I didn't pursue you and instead pursued your sister, causing you to be unbalanced in your heart, right? Xiang Tianming hemmed and hawed. You're kind of cute and simple type. I, Xiang Tianming, have tasted too much and got tired of it. On the contrary, it's your sisters like this. I, Xiang Tianming, haven't really played with it yet. It is often said, people, you can't look at them. Who would have thought that a cadet like Xiang Tianming, who appeared sunny and righteous on the surface, would be this dirty inside? Rascal! Lan Xiaoshui gritted her teeth in anger. Aside, Blue Xiaoqiao, on the other hand, got up straight away, not even planning to ask for milk tea. Let's go. Humph. Seeing the two of them about to leave, Xiang Tianming immediately let out a cold snort in displeasure. Then, the several youths following him then directly blocked the sisters' way. Lan Xiaoqiao, it's your honor that our brother Tianming is willing to pursue you. Aren't you just opening a small company yourself? What's the point of yanking? Blue Xiaoqiao, I advise you not to continue to pretend to be noble and consume my patience. I've checked you out. You haven't had a boyfriend for so many years, right? Xiang Tianming got up, approached and continued. I really don't believe that you won't feel lonely and empty. Or is it that you haven't found someone who can satisfy you? Go out with me. You won't regret it. His whole person, with a mesmerizing confidence. I'm not interested in little kids like you. Get out of the way. Lan Xiaoqiao said with an icy face. You just die this heart. If you want to pursue my sister, at least you have to pass the 3 things of character, responsibility, and ability. You, don't make a fool of yourself, Lan Xiaoshui reminded once again, hoping Xiang Tianming would be self-aware. The words came out. Xiang Tianming, who was already feeling frustrated, was even more directly annoyed. There has never been a woman who has rejected me, Xiang Tianming. Lan Xiaoqiao, you'd better think about it. Your sister, and whether you want to continue reading. That. It's just a blatant threat. Lan Xiaoqiao's face changed slightly. I won't let you go if you dare to mess around. Humph. Xiang Tianming didn't care at all. Instead, he approached with a smug smile. Do you know, how did Ji Qianchen die? Blue Xiaojiao was silent. Of course she knows. It was because she was worried about her sister. Otherwise she would have already slapped Xiang Tianming in the face. Just in time, Ji Rulong and Qin Tian both walked in, the former sweeping the scene before asking Lan Xiaoqiao, trouble? Sister Blue Xiaoqiao was flabbergasted. They could be sure that they were strangers to the two Ji Rulongs. Aside, Xiang Tianming's several people at this moment also did not make another sound. After all, Ji Rulong two people's dress and aura does not look like an ordinary person. If with Blue Xiaoqiao's sisters are acquaintances, hastily open offense is not cost-effective. Do you need help? Ji Rulong wasn't sure what was going on, but it was still clear as day that a couple of youths had blocked the sisters here. Enemies? Xiang Tianming's expression moved. This brother, everything has to be about a first-come first-served basis, right? Xiang Tianming said with an unhappy face. Words. Ji Rulong probably figured out exactly what was going on, but he didn't bother with Xiang Tianming and once again said to Lan Xiaoqiao, is there any time for a private chat? Also, give you what is rightfully yours. With these inexplicable words, the Blue Xiaoqiao sisters didn't think much about it, and only thought that Ji Rulong was relieving the two of them by saying this, so they nodded their heads. This next, Xiang Tianming couldn't bear it any more completely. He had been stalking the sisters for a few days without any effect, and then this guy who came out of nowhere was going to take them away in 2 words? What a joke! No one is allowed to leave. Lan Xiaoqiao, if you dare to leave this door today, then don't blame me for playing hardball with you, Xiang Tianming directly threatened. Oh, Ji Rulong glanced at him, so powerful? I'm talking to Blue Xiaoqiao, what the do you care? Giving you face? Do you really consider yourself a character? I advise you two skinny monkeys to mind your own business, or else, beware of coming and standing and going out lying down. Besides, you're going to take my prey from Xiang Tianming as soon as you get here. What the do you do? Ji Rulong sneered and instructed Qin Tian, tell him what I do. Next, Qin Tian directly probed his hand, grabbed Xiang Tianming's head and heavily smashed it on the bar. Blood dripped all over the place, not to mention that a few teeth flew off. Fizzle. This scene happened too suddenly. Xiang Tianming at least is also the sports department origin. The body in all aspects of the quality is extremely strong. In front of this looks not yet as tall as him, but so fierce. Before the several followers could react, Qin Tian clamped Xiang Tianming's head and headed out. Come, I'll have a good chat with you about what we do. ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Right? This next, a few followers finally reacted and looked at Ji Rulong, obviously a bit terrified. You have the balls to wait. To this, Ji Rulong didn't even bother. Thank you for relieving us, but the way you solved the problem is still a bit lacking. Forget it, you and your friend should leave quickly. I'll think of a way to deal with the trouble behind me myself. Blue Xiaoqiao said thanks. However, it could be seen that it wasn't very agreeable to Qin Tian's direct action to hit Tianming in this manner. After all, people were injured, and things expanded further. Originally it was just a conflict between them, but now, involving Xiang Tianming's uncle, it would not be easy to solve. Annoying as it was, they had to admit that there were some people they couldn't easily afford to offend. Otherwise, it would be endless trouble. At this point, Lan Xiaoshui also frowned with a willow brow and said, bear with it today. Xiang Tianming wouldn't dare to really mess around in public, but people are now being beaten up like this by your friend, so it definitely can't be good. Xiang Tianming's family is open hotel, raised a large number of beaters, before the school has an offense to his classmates. Was his uncle with people to beat crippled dropout? Alas, you say you this guy, so impulsive the two of them didn't blame Ji Rulong, they were just being tricky about the trouble that would follow. Ji Rulong smiled, my friend will take care of it. Compared to this, I wonder if you can spare some time for us to talk alone. 20 years have passed. By the looks of it, Blue Xiaoqiao must likewise not remember him, and his identity, after all, is too sensitive, cannot directly indicate that I was that little boy back then, the grandson of the governor? In addition, the reason for the Su family's sudden departure from Kyoto back then is still unexplained. He didn't make sure that his grandiose contact with Blue Xiaoqiao would not bring fatal trouble to the other party's peaceful life. Therefore, talking privately and treating it as an old friend catching up was what Ji Rulong thought was the best way to get along at this stage. And as for further development, that would depend on fate. But he did not know that his words fell into the ears of the Blue Xiaoqiao sisters, but it completely changed the flavor. At first, the sisters thought that Ji Rulong was just relieving them when he said that, but they didn't expect that he would come for real. You're not, are you? You just saved our asses and you want my sister to be alone with you? You wouldn't be deliberately playing the hero rescuing a beauty routine, then so you can get my sister's attention, right? Lan Xiaoshui was on guard. Ji Rulong, if it wasn't for that incident back then, Blue Xiaoqiao would have been nothing more than a stranger in his eyes. Plus, in the aspect of women, he really didn't have much interest. Once Su Yuzhu or now Lan Xiaoqiao. For him, it was more like a long-lost friend. He seeks out the other side, and it's just a childhood obsession. Like, a door? It hasn't gotten to that point yet. Regardless of the reason you stepped in to relieve us, our sisters would like to thank you, but my sister is right. After all, we don't know each other, and we don't have anything to talk about. Blue Xiaoqiao said. Words. Ji Rulong was also able to show his understanding and rubbed his nose. Rather, it's because I'm being abrupt. We're just strangers now after all. In that case, I'll see you next time. Having said that, Ji Rulong put the box in his hand down. What was promised to you is returned to its rightful owner. Then, smiling politely, he said goodbye to the two sisters. This, what? Lan Xiaoxue looked at Ji Rulong, who had left without hesitation after being rejected, and said, even though he helped us out, he also caused even more trouble, and now he's even leaving us two girls behind and then going off on his own? Looked white and clean. Quite rigid guy. Did not expect is also in vain. I think it is sincere for us to relieve it. Did not think that it is actually sea color? Now see no profit, but also did not hesitate to withdraw. While I didn't intend for him to handle the trouble either, this attitude of his, this kind of person, even wants to pursue sister you. I really want to see what kind of gift he is giving, said. Lan Xiaoshui directly opened the box. Next, the whole thing froze on the spot. Pistol. Or is it wood? This? What guy chases a girl and sends this kind of thing? Aha! What kind of person is this? Such a nice looking box for such a wooden carved pistol? I thought it was something precious. Lan Xiaoshui was really mesmerized by Ji Rulong. Honestly, she had never met anyone like Ji Rulong before. It was, simply, too realistic. This box. Blue Xiaoqiao was also flabbergasted, but was attracted by the box containing a small wooden pistol. Look at the material. Does not look like a mortal object. When the time comes, let father personally give a glance. If it's anything valuable, we'll have to give it back to the person. I say, big sis, you're not really fooled by that guy's appearance, are you? Anyway, I've never seen anyone give this as a gift. The gift itself isn't worth much, let alone the box. Does looking good prove it's valuable? Moreover, don't you see that he left in style? But he is actually afraid of things. Otherwise why didn't he stay behind to solve the trouble he incurred? To summarize, this is clearly a selfish and cowardly villain. Blue Xiaojiao frowned. She always felt that the feeling Ji Rulong gave him was not like the kind of person her sister said. The other party's eyes and demeanor were too calm since the beginning. Especially that last sentence. What do you mean? What you were promised is now returned to its rightful owner. In her impression, she and Ji Rulong didn't know each other at all. Ah, it's a trick to catch her. Or was there something she didn't know? This guy is simply even more detestable than a detestable guy like Xiang Tianming. A hypocrite. Lan Xiaoshui still felt very angry, and finally took out the phone. I can only cheekily call Uncle Lu for help. What kind of person? Running away after causing trouble. If I were an idol, I would definitely solve the trouble before leaving. Today, with the news of Zhao's downfall and the uprooting of the Hopsing society, the rumor that the Lu family was ready to take over gradually spread under the operation of He Ziyuan. Therefore, although the two Blue Xiaoxue sisters didn't find out who exactly was secretly standing up for Yi Qingyun's father and daughter and the Lu family, but inwardly, they did grow more and more in admiration. After all, it's only been a few days? After the Zhao family fell, it was immediately time to point the sword at the three top families, right? Speaking of which, it's quite worrying about the idol. Can he, or they, really fight the three top families? Lan Xiaoshui beamed. Worried. To this, Blue Xiaoqiao couldn't give a definite answer either. And Lan Xiaoshui did not know at all that the hero in her heart was Ji Rulong, whom she had been scolding with a mouthful of villain and hypocrite not long ago in her party. Outside, somewhere in an alley, Xiang Tianming's several people held their heads in their hands and crouched in a row, each of them looking at Qin Tian in front of them with angry eyes. This guy Not only did he beat them up violently, but he even military trained them. Ji Rulong, who came out of the milk tea store, looked at it. Just deal with it directly and thoroughly. I don't have time to wait here for his uncle to come over. After that, just light a cigarette and wait where you are. Qin Tian nodded and pulled out his phone. Woman District, surnamed Xiang, attends Hanjiang Academy, called Xiang Tianming. Find out which family it is. He said he wants his uncle to get me and that one killed. Snap, the phone hung up. Xiang Tianming in front of him suddenly laughed disdainfully. It's quite good to pretend lousy is the only son of the family. You beat me like this. Looking for the king of heaven also don't want to be good. Wait for my uncle to come over, you all have to be wasted. I've written down your license plate. If you obediently kowtow and beg for forgiveness, I may be able to make you guys feel better. If you dare to run, you're wanted in the whole area. Having said that, the phone rang. As soon as he saw that it was his uncle calling, Xiang Tianming hurriedly picked it up, and before he could speak, he heard a roar from the other end of the phone. You unfilial thing. You're going to kill the Xiang family. Now immediately, kneel down and apologize to the person in front of you, or else you won't blame me and your old man for being righteous. Ha! Xiang Tianming was a bit unresponsive. Uncle, what are you talking about? Asshole, who do you think pushed down the Zhao family in the Harmony Fest? The chief secretary of the Han River General Division called me personally, and those two in front of you. One sentence down can make my Xiang family die 10,000 ways, something that doesn't know how to die. Boom! Xiang Tianming's hand shivered, dumbfounded, his face white as he glanced at Ji Rulong, who was standing smoking not far away, and his entire body was directly stunned. This Nima is actually the ruthless person who pushed down the Zhao family and uprooted the Hop Sing society? How dare he, flaunting himself in front of such a person, showing off how extraordinary his background is? This. Now, know what we do? He smiled, then picked up the phone on the ground that hadn't been hung up yet. Consciously take your nephew to the security commander for punishment, and don't let me find you. It's over. Xiang Tianming's eyes rolled back in his head, and he was actually directly stunned. Qin Tian dropped the phone and got up to leave. In the meantime, a huge storm began to coalesce and take shape with the collapse of the Zhao family in the Harmony Fest, and there was a large wave of momentum that swept towards the martial sect area. Chapter 62, within 2 days, let Ji Rulong's body sink in the Yulong River. This time, the events regarding the downfall of the Zhao family and the uprooting of this branch of the Hop Sing society in the Woman District had sparked the attention of characters from all sides. From the biggest to the most famous and powerful people who are not involved, to the smallest people in the city. After all, not long ago, Zhao Zhengchuan held a big birthday as how the scenery. This is not 2 days. Master 3 all passed away, and, even in the Hop Shang will be such a behemoth in the Han River, are removed 1/5. Among them, it even involved the shadow of the Ministry of the Army. So at this stage, all the various demons and monsters associated with the Zhao family and the Harmony Fest were acting as they saw fit. Countless people were secretly investigating who the person who stood up for Yi Qingyun's father and daughter's downfall was. However, those who understood the situation, none of them kept their mouths shut for fear of causing trouble. Because only those who had seen Ji Rulong knew how ruthless this young and gentle-looking fellow was when it came to moving his hands. Noteworthy, Zhao Zhengchuan's second son, as well as his grandson who was studying overseas, has not shown any win so far, as if, the death is not their own relatives, as well as, after an evening plus a morning of brewing, someone was finally the first to react on the matter. Cloudy Mountain. As one of the famous mountains on the Han River, it is said that the peak of the mountain will be completely in a sea of clouds at the perfect time when the west is falling and the east is rising, so that those who are in it are like arriving in a fairyland. A few years ago, Mu Yuanzhou, the founder of the Hop Sheng Association, after announcing the closing of the mountain, ordered a manor to be built in Yunwu Mountain as his retirement sanctuary, located in the Woman District near the eastern part of the city, basically not asking for worldly affairs. The general public, standing at the foot of the mountain, even the shadow of the villa cannot see, and can climb to the top of the mountain. In the whole Hanjiang River is also only a few. Today, this lodge welcomes 2 guests. One of them was none other than Lu Xiaodong, who had been scared half to death and finally let go by Ji Rulong last night at the 9th villa. Also, it was a young man in a white suit with a lavender pattern embroidered on the cuffs and collar, about 23 or 24, with a white face that gave him a very feminine look. He was none other than the 3rd-generation disciple of the Tian family, Tian Shangrui, a top-tier male son who shouldn't have appeared in the martial sect area but enrolled in the Hanjiang Academy as a companion to others. This old man is quite good at enjoying, at first, if not he seized the opportunity, with the Fancheng side of the Tongtian character hitched some relations. This Cloudy Mountain. How it is not his turn to a fast into the coffin of the person occupying. Tian Shangrui swept a glance at the manor in front of him, which was situated in the center of the mountain top, and said with an envious gaze, "That kind of treatment. Not even his heavenly family." Tian Shangrui, a third-generation disciple of the Tian family, has come to pay a visit to the Blade King. Tian Shangrui summoned all his strength to shout, and the sound that came out was incomparably sharp. "A little." The gates of the lodge opened on their own towards both sides. Tian Shangrui let out a cold snort before striding towards the inside. In a flower-filled courtyard, an old man in a Chinese mountain suit with a head full of silver hair was playing Tai Chi. Aside, waiting was a young, beautiful, cheongsam-clad woman, and two middle-aged women. It was none other than Su Yanyan, the owner of Smoke and Rain House. After Tian Shangrui and Lu Xiaodong walked in, they stopped at one side and carefully observed this old generation of powerful figures who had closed the mountain for a long time, but whose reputation had endured in Hanjiang. It is often said, heroes follow the times make the heroes. If he had not seized the opportunity in the chaotic world back then, he would not have accomplished the current status of Mu Yuanzhou. It is said that this year, when he set foot in the Jianghu only rely on a big knife, froze hard in the Han River to kill a position. Even his old man mentioned each other. Are 7 points of gravity, 3 points of fear. Seen, the astral wind gusted. A sense of oppression. As Mu Yuanzhou's dance increment in all directions. And the ones who bore the brunt were naturally Tian Shangrui and Lu Xiaodong. Puff. Lu Xiaodong was the first to be unable to withstand it, and actually knelt on the ground on the spot. On the contrary, although Tian Shangrui was not as wretched as him, he was also sweating profusely. He reminded on the spot, Blade King Sr., the kid came today for one thing, in accordance with my grandfather's command, to pay a visit. Secondly, I'm sure you're aware of what happened in the district. A mad dog that came out of nowhere and killed Zhao Zhengchuan, not to mention uprooting this lineage of the Hopsing society in the woman district. And you don't care at all? Next, Mu Yuanzhou put away his aura, then took the tea from Su Yanran and sat down to drink it slowly. A little. It was only then that he slowly said, don't think that since I've closed the mountain, I don't know what you people have done in the Han River. Duan Dongxing deserves to die for killing his soldiers, and as for you, you should be thankful that you have a good origin. In other words, if not for the fact that you, Tian Shangrui, are a member of the Tian family, you would have been a corpse just now. In response, Tian Shangrui raised the end of his finger, full of concern, a small double-flower red stick. You really don't care, but what about that righteous son of yours? During his lifetime, Mu Yuanzhou adopted 6 children. Righteous daughter, Su Yanyan. 5 volunteers, sitting in each of the 5 districts, were present too today. Yesterday night, the Ministry of the Army and the Department of Public Security jointly, with a thunderous means directly in the woman district. This will be pulled out, which naturally has his Mu Yuanzhou's righteous son. Tian Shangrui do not believe that the other side can really be indifferent. As expected, when Mu Yuanzhou heard this, his ancient face also moved. That said, but you, Tianjia, have you figured out the identity of the other party's origin? So don't come to the time, and plant your head. Beyond the words, something so big has happened, and the other party, obviously has a war zone background. Now send you such a third-generation son down to level the playing field. Is it a bit lacking? My Tian family is not a stream of Zhao family. Just because he can kill Zhao Zhengchuan with the help of the security division in the war zone doesn't mean he can move my Tian Shangrui. I won't hide it from you. The kid came here this time with the intention of pressing him to death in one go. Furthermore, even if he is really big and has the war zone at his back, the mountain is high and the emperor is far away. In Han River, even a dragon has to be coiled for me. Tian Shangrui has a good chest. Which of the 3 top families are not basically in existence that can only cover the sky in Han River? And he, the heavenly family, has always advocated dominance. Born in the heavenly family, he was even more superior to countless others, coupled with the tutelage that he had been exposed to since his childhood. From the age when he just understood the situation, he had created a style of action that he could not see anything else. According to past practice, no matter how big a deal he has caused and how big an impact he has made, as long as the matter is in Hanjiang, then there is only one result. That is, no result, and he doesn't need to take half the responsibility at all. Because, the heavenly family is heaven in Han River. If there were no accidents in the past, there will be no accidents this time. And even if it is the next time, as usual, no one will be able to shake them. Tian Shangrui held his head high, intending to show off. This time, the family side originally intended to personally go down and send someone to hold down that dog. But since it's a peer, giving him too big of a picture would instead look like we're paying too much attention to him. Plus, Zhao Tiancheng and this Lu Xiaodong are both my people. Forget about Zhao Tiancheng dying. Now that Lu Xiaodong has been beaten up like this, if I don't personally take care of it, where will I find my majesty in the future? Therefore, I volunteered to go down, and have absolute certainty that, within 2 days, let that dog's corpse sink into the fish dragon river. Chapter 63 1 grain of ash less and I'll take your head. Everyone comes from a long line of people. The atmosphere is extraordinary. What are you going to do? Mu Yuanzhou was not too interested in this self-promotion of his and asked lightly, on the war zone side, I still hope that you will ask the bigwigs on the Fancheng side to knock on the door, although my Tian family also has people, but it is not suitable to move now. As for the security division and other aspects, I'll do it. Tian Shangrui patted his chest. For a long time, Mu Yuanzhou put down his teacup and looked meaningfully at Tian Shangrui. I'll wait and see. Affirmative. Tian Shangrui was instantly overjoyed. Then his gaze flamed as he glanced at Su Yanran, who was standing at the side. This, I believe, is your righteous daughter? As expected, she is as charming as the rumors outside. The last time I came to the woman district, I missed it. Words. Su Yanyan returned the salute with a smile, then asked Mu Yuanzhou, Godfather, I wonder if my daughter can go down the mountain and take a look. Mu Yuanzhou didn't say anything and considered it a tacit admission. En route. Tian Shangrui's gaze, placed on Su Yanyan's body, has not left. Have to say, the other party is really a superb special thing. Whether it is the face or that hot body, can be called perfect, cannot find flaws. Duke Rue, that guy, but even a martial pavilion martial master can be wasted. Oh, do you really have the confidence that within 2 days, you can take him down? Su Yanyan said tentatively. Tian Shangrui smiled disdainfully, displaying his breath, and arrogantly said, what the hell is a Han River Branch Pavilion's martial master? Among my peers, I, Tian Shangrui, am not inferior to anyone, and it would be his honor to compare him to my son. Quadruple heaven. Su Yanyan was slightly startled inwardly. Sure enough, the 3 top families, none of them are wasted. If not for Tian Shangrui taking the initiative to expose it today, she would still consider the other party to be a wasted male. Miss Su, if you follow this Gongzi this time, just watch how this Gongzi shows off his skills, and don't worry about anything else. The real one-handedness is not when you have the power to let someone die if you want them to. Rather, when everyone wants someone dead, you can forgive or suppress that person's sins. And I, the Tian family, will obviously have such energy. Yi Qingyun father and daughter's death. Even if there is this Gongzi involved, so what? In Hanjiang, no one can make this duke die. This is the real one hand to cover the sky. Tian Shangrui looked arrogant. Next, then he opened his mouth with a cold smile. Yi Qian, Yi Qingyun? Humph. Pickpocket their hearth first. That afternoon, after the lunch break, Ji Rulong, sitting on the sofa with a cup of tea, incidentally inquired Qin Tian. At this point, it is reasonable to hear something loud. One night, plus almost a day. The 3 big families, even if they are touching his doorway, that's almost time to do it. After all, the existence of the Zhao family, the annual offerings to them non-small amount. Such a large piece of cake will not be handed over to the people. Adding the matter of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter was more than enough to shake them. Already here. Saw that you were taking a lunch break, so I didn't bother. Qin Tian said. Who? A 3rd-generation disciple of the Tian family. Tian Shangrui, one of the 6 people in the academy incident. Ji Rulong laughed. Yesterday at the 9th villa, he deliberately let Lu Xiaodong go, but also because, from the side, he learned that the other party came from the east of the city, so he wanted to see if letting the other party go back could encourage a person of weight to come down. It also spared him from having to personally move to several other areas, and regardless of whether the arrival of Tian Shangrui is Lu Xiaodong's credit, the result is at least good. Heavenly auspiciousness, exactly one of his main kill targets. The Zhao family is finished. The Hop Sing society in this region has also been uprooted, and in such a situation, they have only come down with a mere bit of a 3rd-generation disciple. Is this because they think that, with him alone, he is enough to deal with me? Ji Rulong was slightly amused. 5 years, has been guarding the customs, but the local situation of each place, not a very thorough understanding. Now look at the arrogant attitude of the Tian family, clearly as the high and mighty, occupying the land as the king of the habit. Even when he had revealed part of his official background, the other party had blithely not taken it seriously. I'd really like to know what he's going to do to me. After he came to the martial sect region, he went straight to Cloud Mist Mountain, Mu Yuanzhou's residence. Qin Tian reported. The sentence was just finished. Outside the door of the villa, a group of people suddenly poured in. Among them, the obese middle-aged man in the lead, who had quite the leadership aura. swept a glance at the two Ji Rulong sitting on the sofa, then picked up the document in his hand and looked at it. Qin Tian, which one is it? Ji Rulong looked at Qin Tian. Looking for you? He shook his head, indicating that he was puzzled, and then he sized up the leading middle-aged man. Property? That's right, you're the homeowner? Then listen, from now on, I'm officially notifying you that the city and the developer's side have both ordered you to move. The middle-aged man, whose real name was none other than Zhang Fu Rao, closed the document and said with an unkind gaze, "You guys, are you going to leave on your own, or am I going to drive you away?" Moving? Ji Rulong looked up and said in a flat tone, "Reason? Reason? It must be that you two know-nothings messed with some big shot, if you can't figure it out yourselves. Where the am I supposed to know? I'm following orders. I hope you guys don't give me a hard time." Despite, Ji Rulong too can spend $10 million to buy a villa in Jiangshui Yuan. But this time the person who gave the order is a big shot on the side of the developer and urban construction, and still repeatedly urged to smash the villa's spiritual hall. What happened? They should bear. Therefore, in Zhang Fu Rao's opinion, it must be that Ji Rulong and the others didn't know what to do and messed with some characters they shouldn't have messed with. So much so that the two of them immediately lost even their residence with a single sentence. The point is, in which he received a considerable number of favors, taking people's money, eliminating people's disasters. Naturally, we have to do our best to get things done, otherwise next time, who else will look for him to do things around Jiangfu? Therefore, can be said to be full of care. On the spot waved his hand. Brothers, the above special account, the spirit of the hall to me smashed, even in our high-grade villa area set up the spirit of the hall. This is not self-seeking death? A dead man occupying such an upscale place. Bad luck. A bunch of people sniffing around. Whoever dares to move, I'll make it so he can't leave this door today. A cold light surged in Ji Rulong's eyes. Grass, you're in big trouble and you're still threatening me. I'll move you or eat me? Zhang Fu Round snorted and cursed, then prepared to lead the smash. Click. A clear voice suddenly came out. Finished? Zhang Fu Yuan turned his head with slight impatience, and then a pistol was directly pressed against his head. Guns. UING. Bang. Without saying a word, Qin Tian directly shot off half of the ear. Listen to people and eat. So disobedient. What's the point of keeping the ear? Ah! Zhang Fuan let out a miserable scream on the spot, covering his ears and sitting paralyzed on the ground with a pale face, his eyes full of fear and uneasiness at the moment. Having a gun is nothing. But, how many of those who dare to shoot directly can be simple characters? What kind of people have we pissed off? The villa, I spent real money to buy, how to use, is my power. You do not say anything into the field to open smash. So overbearing. Your parents know? Ji Rulong got up and stared condescendingly at him. Zhang Fuwang stomped stairs, not waiting for him to react. A sound of footsteps from outside the villa came in succession. Then he saw a team of heavily armed soldiers enter the villa. Fizzle. What's gotten into the military? What he's going to smash is not the home of an active duty officer, is it? Zhang Fuwang instantly stared at his eyes wide open, his face ashen. At this moment, where he is still not clear, he is being used as a gun. Ji Rulong may have offended someone, but people belong to the gods and goddesses fight. This kind of small role, run in to show off, purely belongs to the cannon fodder. Wipe the floor clean. Until I come back, you'll be responsible for guarding here. 1 grain of ash missing from the spirit hall. I want your head. After saying that, Ji Rulong directly left. Chapter 64, save the rest for when I'm looking for you. General, look at this. As the commercial vehicle was traveling, Qin Tian seemed to have received some news, and then handed his cell phone over towards Ji Rulong. The last 2 days, as the news of the Zhao family being sought for trouble spread, a series of subsequent repercussions intensified in the Woman district, with the most attention being paid to the various discussion postings about Yi Qingyun's father and daughter, which circulated wildly on the internet. Zhao family, the downfall of the Hop Sing society, as well as the Lu family, which had been suppressed to the point of decline but had suddenly risen from the dead and was about to rise to the top. All of this seemed to be developing in a good direction. Just a little while ago, all topics related to Yi Qianxian's father and daughter disappeared. Then, the Hanjiang Academy, even more so, informed a piece of news that shocked everyone. Ji Rulong sneered. The Hanjiang Academy side intends to respond publicly for the first time to the death of Yi Qianxian, and there are relevant people in Yi Qianxian's family. When they will come forward to expose the evidence of Yi Qianxian's initiative to sell her body for payment? At this point, Qin Tian, who was on the side, hurriedly reminded again. Look at the news that just came in from below. There are also changes within the Han River Security Division. Ji Rulong smelled open. He Jiyu was transferred away from Hanjiang to Fanchang Post, the position remains unchanged. Each lower-level personnel are also mobilized. The specific reason, because it involves the internal secrets of the security department, is not convenient to announce? It's just too much fun. His front foot, just ready to support the Lu family to the top of the matter, handed over to He Ji with the whole operation. After the foot, people will be transferred to Fancheng? Also, the incident happened nearly half a month long, did not see any movement of the Hanjiang Academy. Also began to move, and is shot. Even claimed that even Yi Qianxian's family members are willing to come out to testify about their loved ones, sell their bodies to ask for payment? Jin Tian pinched the steering wheel. No wonder. Before we didn't go south this matter, people didn't even dare to mention it. Even He Ji, this level of people, they said to transfer away. Its network, afraid to expand to the provincial capital. If anyone else came to investigate this matter, in this acre of Han River, even if they didn't play dead, they'd have to bump their heads and end up having to watch white become black. Ji Rulong was expressionless. He had thought that these people's style was bad enough, but he hadn't realized that he had still underestimated them. It was no wonder why the Zhao family still dared to lay their hands on him in the first place, knowing that he was an active duty officer. It was entirely because of the anticipation that as long as they were in Hanjiang, no one would be able to do anything to them. And this was not conceit or stupidity, but a habit formed over a long period of time, which was able to be suppressed when things went wrong anyway. In that case, what's there to worry about? It's also thanks to IG someone's small status. If this were anyone else, this alone will be at a loss, right? Ji Rulong's tone sounded like a joke, but in reality, the killing machine was revealed. It's not hard to imagine. He Ziyu was transferred. The Lu family took over the Zhao family. The local departments will certainly be rejected one by one. And the truth of Yi Qianxian's death, if it is really as said in the briefing, there is Yi Qianxian's own relatives down to testify that Yi Qianxian is selling out, that the outside world of the unrelated masses, the last will believe who, has been self-evident. Next, it's the man himself, the celestial family, so thunderous, how would that deal with him? A phone rang, Ji Rulong picked it up, and Lu Yoxing's voice came from inside. Mr. Ji, I'm sure you already know about what just happened, right? Ji Rulong was silent, waiting for the following. Tian Shangrui of the Tian family, just asked for your contact information from me, but he didn't move me. Heji sighed. Don't worry, I'll have someone, on their knees, invite him back. Ji Rulong finished speaking and directly hung up the phone. At first, his impression of He Ji was not very good, although the other party did not help the Jie to be violent, and the Zhao family and others were in league with each other, but in itself, also did not do what should be done for Yi Qianxian's father and daughter, and stayed out of the way by being silent. But now, he was slightly able to understand that it was not that he didn't care, it was that he couldn't do anything about it, and that if he did, he would instead put himself and his family in a dangerous situation. Humanity. That's just it. It's too harsh to ask others to selflessly sacrifice themselves. And, not long after Lu Yoxing's call had hung up, an unfamiliar number dialed to Ji Rulong's cell phone. I heard that you're the one who's avenging Yi Qianxian and her father. Not only that, but you're also advocating for the Lu family to take over the Zhao family's original businesses and family assets? The phone picked up and a sharp voice came from inside. Heavenly auspiciousness. Ji Rulong's tone was flat. No joy or anger could be heard. Just now, it was you who ordered people to go to Jianshui Yuan to smash Yi Qingyun's spiritual hall? Zhao Group, Chairman's office. Tian Shangrui stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, almost overlooking half of the Woman district. Ordinary people, in their entire lives, could not enjoy the sense of fulfillment of stepping everything under their feet, but he, however, was born to have it. That was just an appetizer. And since it failed, it doesn't matter. My lord doesn't know if you have a heart of justice, or if you're here to take advantage under the banner of avenging them, but Zhao, it's not for you to take. You and the local as the bottom of the action He Zi Yuan, and Lu Rongyi, will not have a good end. Without the two of them, alone you, basically also arrogant to the end. But don't worry, this Gongzi won't just play you little trash so easily. I will let you. Original. Tian Shangrui was still thinking of humiliating Ji Rulong a bit. Maybe, when Ji Rulong knew about He Zi Yuan's transfer, as well as the news that he, the son of the Tian family, had personally come down, he would be scared to the point of begging for mercy on the spot. But, before he could finish his sentence, the caller, interrupted from it, save the latter words for when I come to you. Toot toot. Hanging up? Tian Shangrui's face was gloomy. This dog, how dare he hang up on this Gongzi's phone without authorization? Behind, Su Yanyan, who was leisurely applying her makeup, laughed. Why get angry over someone like this? This guy, Unlike others, especially the aspect of feeling good about himself. I don't even know where he gets his confidence from. A look of seeing things as they are. After all, Ji Rulong's self-importance was something she had seen before. With her posture, similar to Tian Shangrui, this level of male gentleman, as long as she wanted, hook hand at any time can make each other fall under her pomegranate skirt. But what about Ji Rulong? Instead of going to the smoke and rain house to pay her, a notorious beauty of Han River, he made a big fuss, and on his way out, he even warned her with his eyes. It was something that had been weighing on her mind. The reason why she took the initiative to propose to go down the mountain with Tian Shangrui was that she wanted to get this revenge. Aren't you? Deliberately using such a way to create a contrast with the others, so as to draw my Su Yenran's attention to you? Desire to escape. I, Su Yen, have seen a lot of such tricks. I would like to see that when you are plagued to despair by Tian Shangrui, I will show up and pretend to show my admiration for you. You will not show your true colors. And when you are kneeling and licking like any other man, I will kick you out of the way. Just thinking about it, Su Yen felt relieved. Chapter 65, Pay for Your Life. In the meantime, hanging up the phone, Ji Rulong got off and lit a cigarette. Soon, further news came in. Lu Rongyi claimed to have been hammered from above. Words put out by a general-level figure on the Fancheng side. Qi family? Ji Rulong frowned. When the Tian family came down, the first thing they did was to visit Mu Yuanzhou at Cloud Mist Mountain. And yesterday, when this combined fest in the martial sect area was plucked, it was also considered a slap in Mu Yuanzhou's face. And now it seems that it was Mu Yuanzhou who stepped in and invited the Qi family? Qin Tian shook his head. It should be someone else who borrowed the Qi family's power and invited them. Words. Ji Rulong just nodded, indicating that this matter was something he would first note down. Then, Qin Tian continued to report. The response from the Hanjiang Academy side has already come out. This heavenly family's son should be afraid that we will come to the scene to cause trouble. So the video was recorded in advance, and it wasn't published until now. You read it. Early recording? This third-generation son of the Tian family looked like his first stop was to Cloud Mist Mountain, but in reality, he had secretly made all the preparations before coming to the martial sect area. Is there something to it? Or is there someone up there telling you what to do? Do not move is already a move. Is the military, political 2 circles plus public opinion 3-pronged? Change the general, even a general officer. If there is no point of military power, in the local fear is also difficult to move. Kind of interesting. Ji Rulong's smile was icy cold as he reached out and took the cell phone. Actually, regarding the content of Hanjiang Academy's response, Ji Rulong could probably guess it, but the person who showed up to testify for it was a bit of a surprise to Ji Rulong. All these years, the tutors of Hanjiang Academy who have or haven't taught Yi Qianshan have openly stated that Yi Qianshan is a misbehaving person, good at sneaking around, not to mention that she often mixes with the punks outside the academy and has been caught by them many times. It has been kept undisclosed for fear of being accused of teaching incompetence, and now that it is made public, it is also a helpless move. In general, Yi Qianshan, the trainee herself, is not a decent girl. Now that something like this has happened, it's a way to pay for your own lack of remorse. The tutors of the academy who had spoken out were as many as 15, and among them, one of the more prestigious professors of the academy was involved, as well as, the most infuriating thing is that the person who is the so-called family member of Yi Qianshan is actually Yi Qingyun's cousin, younger than Yi Qingyun and Yi Qingming's real brothers, and is Yi Qianshan's third uncle according to his generation. Yi Qianshan's mother had said herself that my cousin couldn't make ends meet all these years. His old mother needed money for her treatment and his daughter needed money for her studies. That's why I let that niece of mine to hook up with a rich man, or simply extort a sum of money. Originally, as a relative, I shouldn't have been so righteous, but I just couldn't watch the way things were going, and in the face of the truth, even a relative can't harbor. All of the above is true. I, Yi Qingtsong, can guarantee it with the lives of my entire family. This middle-aged man, dressed like a dog, was so righteous in front of the camera that he even went so far as to take the lives of his whole family as a guarantee in order to make his words more convincing? Heavenly home. This is not only to suppress the crime he committed, but also to nail Yi Qianshan as the victim, completely on the wall of shame. No wonder, the reputation of the 3 top families had been unshaken in the homeland. This means, it's really a handful. But, then entitled, powerful? In the face of absolute strength, all plots and tricks were ultimately just futile. Transfer the Kyoto Security Department down to the field, starting from the provincial capitals belonging to Han River proper, and sweeping all the way through the people associated with the 3 top families. I want to hear movement before tonight. Also, find this person for me and do it immediately. Ji Rulong pointed at the face on the video that looked similar to Yi Qingyun. but with a bit more cunning and hypocrisy, and said in an undeniable tone, the voices of the mentors of the Hanjiang Academy in question, and the public testimony of Yi Qingtsong, a family member, made the academy incident further escalate. The not-so-smart brain can't help but feel that he is being treated as a little cutie, to deceive. So with a monstrous resentment, from defending Yi Qianqian, turned into a tirade of abuse. And this, moreover, involves a large number of sailors. Of course, there is also a part of the people, can clearly see, the essence of this matter is just two forces in the struggle. The current situation, but some people have already made a move. To receive the move of the people, has not yet made a move it. Therefore, this hustle and bustle has gradually evolved into a big show that people are looking forward to, not only the unrelated masses, but also those celebrities and powerful people in the society are also watching. Roka, father, now that the son of the Tian family has gone down, according to this situation, is it not a good idea to leave the matter of that guy instructing us to make compensation to the Lu family alone? Lo Yaoyao looked at Lo Yangjun and said with a leaky mouth, times down. The Duke of the Celestial family came in valiantly, clearly intending to strike Ji Rulong down in the Han River from all sides, no matter what the identity of Ji Rulong is, but in the end, it is just a dragon in the river. Without He Ziyuan and Lu Rongyi, no one listens to them, they are still in the local community, not to mention continue for Yi Qianqian father and daughter to redress the grievances. So in her opinion, Ji Rulong's defeat is just a matter of time. Having taken the things of the Lu family, naturally, there is no need to return them. But, as soon as she just said that, Lu Yangjun was a splitting head. Stupid. Why do you think? When the heavenly family was investigating that guy, I only said that we chose to compromise because he was related to Yi Yuan. And no, explicitly informing the heavenly family of the possibility that the other party is a general officer? That guy, he's obviously coming at the three families. The heavenly family we can't offend. This guy, we can't afford to offend him as well. Don't look at the heavenly family's fierce attack now. That guy, he hasn't counterattacked yet. This, Lu Yaoyao was a bit unconvinced. No way. He Ziyuan has been transferred. Even though he may be a general officer, but after all, he is a dragon who has crossed the river, and his connections are not in the local area. What is he going to do to fight with the heavenly family? That said, Lu Yangjun also hoped that the heavenly family would be able to hold down Ji Rulong, but for some reason, whenever he thought of the other party's eyes that were indifferent to the point of being devoid of emotion, as well as the way they dealt with things and their ruthlessness, he felt that Ji Rulong would not lose the battle. It is often said, people rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. That guy, at first glance doesn't feel anything, but when you look back carefully, that kind of temperament is definitely from everyone. In short, Lu Yangjun has been mixing in Hanjiang for so many years, similar to the three top families and some of the male children of the foreign city. He has seen, all do not have the kind of transcendent temperament of Ji Rulong, especially, afterward, he understood that Nia Yongjiang died. What kind of person, with a single word, can make an existence of Nia Yongjiang's level rush to the Yellow Springs, and even dispense with the procedure directly? Don't even dare to think about it. We don't care about the others, but at this stage, it's best to return the Lu family's things according to his orders. If the Tian family can really hold him down, it won't be too late for us to get them back, and conversely, we're offending no one. It's too early to account for the Tian family's position at this time. A screw up. It's not as simple as restitution. Main road out of town. Go Fuguei took the phone. Yes, you transferred all my property, and if that asks, you'll say you don't know. Aside, a colorfully dressed, petite and cute woman lay on his waist, muttering, what's the matter? Even you, the big boss, had to run away? Running away? Go Fuguei raised that intact hand and heavily slapped the woman's buttocks. Lao Zi, this is called sheltering from the wind. As for what's going on, you don't care. Follow Lao Zi well and go out to enjoy yourself. The words are gone. One held her head down. Go Fuguei leaned back and couldn't help but secretly taunt the Lu family and the others. I'm still ing Go Fuguei lack of consideration? The Tian family has gone down, and regardless of the outcome, Ji Rulong must be so burnt out right now that he doesn't have the time to care about him. Lu family, he did not drink a mouthful of soup, but also took in a hand, and now let him compensate 5 million. When he Go Fuguei is a little cute. Do you think he's a cutie? If you have this money to pay to the Lu family, you might as well take your mistress out to have fun for a while. Come back when the wind blows over. Aren't you a general officer? Didn't you ask me, Go Fuguei, to double the compensation? By the time you react, I'll have already disappeared into the Han River. Let's see where your face goes then. Where can't I go if I'm rich? Let me compensate $5 million. You find the ghost. Go Fugue snickered and couldn't help but admire himself for this boldness. Was thinking. There was a sudden sharp brake on the commercial vehicle in which he was traveling. Hiss. Go Fugue, who had been bitten, suddenly became furious. Grass, how the did you drive? My marquis, in all probability, forgot to remind you of the consequences of not doing what he told you to do. So much so, that you dared to run away without authorization? Go Fugue zipped up his zipper and just looked up when he saw two men in combat uniforms with handheld automatic rifles standing next to the business car, grinning and asking questions. This, Marquis? Go Fugue stared wide-eyed. Boundless fear surged to his heart, making him even hold his breath. That guy who backed up the Liu family, was the ING Marquis? An existence of this caliber would only be afraid to have all those involved under surveillance upon arrival in Han River. How dare he, trying to sneak out of town to get out of the storm? Boom. Right. Sorry. $5 million. I'll send it to the Liu family. Right away. Driver, go to the bank. Go Fugue's scalp exploded, his face pale as he explained. The car didn't move. Now, it's more than $5 million. Go Fugue froze and immediately said, $10 million? No, $20 million. As long as you guys let me go, I'll pay whatever it takes. Outside the window, the two Kirin army generals didn't say a word. Go Fugue looked up in fear. Next, the muzzle of the gun, directly against the head. The icy voice came again. Pay for your life. Chapter 66, He's the Marquis. Yejia Village. Generally in rural areas, most cousins split up when they start a family. Yi Qingtsong's father died early, so he took his wife and children to the outer city some years ago to develop these years to do a small scale, but also did not come back. Last night, Yi Qingtsong had been feeling his left eyelid jumping. As the saying goes, left eye jumps are lucky, right eye jumps are bad. No, the good things came crashing down on his face before the night was out. The Tian family, one of the three top families, approached him and asked him to go on camera to say a few words, then gave him an agreement he would pay $10 million if he had his cousin's sister-in-law back home sign it. $10 million. He agreed almost without thinking. The specific reason, he also understood, but he has long since stopped interacting with the two brothers Yi Qingyun. Yi Chanqian he even met a few times, let alone have any feelings. As far as he was concerned, people couldn't come back from the dead, so it would be better to borrow the residual heat of the dead to create the greatest benefit. As for, what does it matter to him what the truth is, as long as the matter was done well, and not to mention the money in hand, if he could also get in touch with the heavenly family as a result, then he, Yi Qingtsong, would really be brilliant and prosperous. Therefore, after the mirror, Yi Qingtsong couldn't wait to take his wife and children and drove back to Yejia Village. What kind of car is that? A BMW, right? It's got to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. I see more than that. Wait, how does this guy look like a Qingyan cousin? It's said that his old man went to the outer city for development after his death, and Qingyan's father and daughter died without seeing him come back. Poor countryside. Suddenly came such a luxury car. The villagers gathered around the road chatting. Naturally, are talking a lot. Your kid, is Yi Qingtsong it? This is out how many years did not come back. How? See your big brother's family to be developed. Finally willing to come back? But you also don't think about it. You can't climb up to people. Someone yelled. It is said that no matter how well this person gets along in the future, he cannot forget his roots, let alone his ancestors. On the contrary, Yi Qingtsong, these years not only did not sacrifice their parents and ancestors, even their own cousins and nieces died did not return. And now the people Qingyun family has champion Marquis backing up, so he ran back on his ass. Therefore, the people in the village had a rather poor impression of Yi Qingtsong and spoke in a gloomy manner. What the hell? Yi Qingtsong, who was carrying a belly and a purse, was a bit confused by these words. Me, climbing up to my big brother's family? You didn't say the opposite, did you? Oh, what is going on? Their hearts know. Are a village, you pretend what? Mixed people like a dog. You forget that when you were a child, to my family vegetable field to steal melons, I did not bother with you kid thing? Gotta. The more you pull, the more outrageous it gets. Yi Qingtsong lifted his belt and stopped hitching a ride, but took his wife and child into Yi Qingyun's family compound in stride. His wife, a woman wearing a big red dress, sunglasses and a mask. As for his son, he was a young man covered in designer labels named Yi Shuqing. Sister-in-law. Is sister-in-law there? Inside the house, Suwa stepped out and looked. Who is it? Me, Qingtsong. Why can't you recognize me after so many years? But it's true, after all, I'm not a countryman anymore. But no matter what, I'm a member of the Yi family. Come inside. I'll tell you something. Yi Qingtsong smoothed down his hair-waxed head and entered the house on his own. Original. Su Hua, whose essence had turned good, instantly turned ugly. Oh, so something's wrong? Yi Ching-song's face was embarrassed, and he hastened to cover it up. Let's not talk about this. It's like this, ha. I have an agreement here. If you look at it, if there is no problem, then you can sign it. And then, I'll take $500,000 and give you to repair the house. Sidebar. Yi Ching-song's side took out an agreement and a pen, a box of sealing clay from his purse, and handed it to Suhua. Protocol? Soa took it, as well as, seeing her really want to go through carefully, Yi Ching-song, and then quickly and smilingly blocked, not what is particularly important. Sign a word. Press a handprint. I will transfer the money to you. Asterisk 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 off. Suhua bellowed, then spread out the so-called agreement. And a moment later, she looked at Yi Ching-song, making me voluntarily admit that my daughter failed to sell her body and blackmailed others? You're telling me that this isn't something particularly important? Yi Ching-song, your conscience, has it been eaten by a dog? Said. Suhua is pointing to the house. Your big brother and your niece die, you do not come back even if your eldest uncle is still bedridden. You enter the house, does not first go to visit the old man. On the contrary, let me sell their own daughters? Ahem. Facing Suhua's accusation, Yi Ching-song was more or less still a bit embarrassed by his face. Don't talk about this. I understand everything about the death of my elder brother and niece. I'm also very saddened, but things have already become finalized. Why do you, again, need to get to the bottom of it and hold on to it? No one really cares how they died. And besides, when they're dead, you still have to live your own life, don't you? Listen to me. Sign and press your handprints. You can't afford to mess with the Tian family. Don't end up getting yourself involved. Aside, Yi Shucheng hugged his arms and arrogantly said, anyway, people are dead. What others say, they can't experience it. If you sign the word, our family might even be able to hitch a ride with the Tian family and lead the Yi family to strength. Anyway, you hurry up and sign and press your handprints. You yourself are willing to live in this kind of poor life. Don't drag our family into it. We still expect to come to Hanjiang to do big business. What kind of talk is that? With a cold face, Suhua suddenly stepped forward and slapped Yi Shucheng's face. Your family does big business and relies on slandering and planting my daughter? Pig and dog worse than the little. You. No one had expected that Suhua would say that he would make a move. Bitch, how dare you hit my son? I'll tear your face off. As soon as the woman saw her son being beaten, she immediately became angry. Yi Shucheng came back to his senses. Moreover, he directly copied the chair, ready to fight with his own mother in unison. Enough! Finally, Yi Ching-song angrily bellowed, stopping, all give me a quiet seat. A family, a big fight. Don't you think it's shameful to spread the word? How to explain to the outside? Sounds like a family. Actual meaning, they still have to rely on Suhua if they want to get $10 million. However, Suhua swept a glance at them and gave a direct expulsion order. Don't think that I don't know that you're receiving money from those people. There are people who will do justice for them in the matter of Qin Yun and my daughter. You guys, get the hell out of here. Smell. Yi Ching-song really couldn't hold back a bit. Is it because we talked to you nicely that you think we're so easy to bully? When I just entered the village, I heard someone say that I, Yi Ching-song, came back to flatter your family, and now you're even claiming that someone is helping Big Brother and the others to get justice. You guys, are all crazy? If it wasn't for this, your family died out. Old me wouldn't have come back, let alone flatter you. Tell you what, the Tian family is not a cat or a dog. If people come down with a word, it's useless for you to look for anyone to help you. In addition, you are but a foreigner, while I, Yi Ching-song, am of the Yi surname, and my elder brother and niece's affairs. My old man also has the authority to make decisions. Having said that, he waved his hand. Shu Cheng, hold her down. I have to make her sign today. Yi Shucheng was holding his breath in his heart, and at that moment, he also rubbed his fists and said, humph, compared to this stinking, I'm more curious to know just who gave her the backbone to ignore the heavenly family. If it wasn't that thing that doesn't know how to die. Things, why is it so troublesome? Also, after this time, the Tian family will give us $10 million in cash. Originally, I was planning to share $500,000 with you, but now you can't even think about $500,000. So our family will never flatter you in this life. Or the next. Knock knock. A knock on the door suddenly stopped Yi Ching-song's father and son, who were ready to make a move. Yi Ching-song was instantly annoyed. Who is it? This is our Yi family's family matter. If you don't want to cause trouble, don't bother. Ji Rulong slowly took off his suit and handed it to Qin Tian. Then, raising his toes, he violently kicked at Yi Ching-song's knee, which was broken among them, and the big and small legs were separated. Yi Shucheng's mother and son, their pupils shrunk violently. So hard, Did you just scold me for not knowing how to die? Ji Rulong looked at Yi Shuqing and inquired. Dogs? Looking at Ji Rulong, who kicked his father to the ground and wailed in pain, and then turned his head to target himself, Yi Shuqing, who reacted to the situation, was immediately ready to scold the other party for seeking death. But the words didn't even make it to the end of the sentence. A slap, without explanation, covered his face, and held down half of his face, rubbing it back and forth on the concrete floor. The scene, at once, was dyed red with blood. With this single blow, half of Yi Shuqing's face was ruined. You. We are working for the Heavenly Family. Do you know about the Heavenly Family? That's a behemoth like the Han River Heaven. Hurry up and let go, or I'll immediately notify them to come over and break you into pieces. The woman was obviously frightened, but she still didn't forget to bring up the name of the Heavenly Family to shock Ji Rulong. Ha! Ji Rulong put away his slap, and while wiping the bloodstains on Yi Shuqing's body, he said to Su Hua in passing, Sister-in-law, tell her who I am. No matter who you are, the old family is here with the decree of the Heavenly Family. Move us, you all. He's the Marquis. Su Hua answered on his behalf. Yip Ching Chung. In an instant, the hall was filled with dead silence. After Yi Ching-song carefully weighed the weight of these two words in his mind, his entire face suddenly turned pale, and the woman and Yi Shuqing, who were on the side, were even more wide-eyed and weakly paralyzed on the ground. And in that instant, even their breath was involuntarily held. The whole world, those who can afford the word ho. This is, for S sake, the town general of the day. Chapter 67. A family of three at a fair price. It is often said, the name of the man, the shadow of the tree. Even some ordinary people in the world today know what the three words champion marquis stand for, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is famous both at home and abroad. After all, this one sits on the border and lifts the world. Impossible, absolutely impossible, that kind of transcendent, invisible existence in the clouds and mist, not sitting outside the pass, but instead showing up in Han River. You're ing bluffing? Yi Ching-song reacted and hastily issued a question. Truly, this is unbelievable. And let's not talk about it first. Some of the reasons in his aforementioned words, just Ji Rulong's age alone was inconsistent with the rumors. Good. You dog dare to impersonate that kind of existence that is a taboo for the honored one. You're dead. Yi Ching-song completely concluded that Ji Rulong was bluffing, and was not that scared. Wow! Accompanied by a cracking sound, Ji Rulong's probing palm instantly grabbed onto Yi Ching-song's head. I need to prove the truth to an unfaithful, unkind, unfilial piece of trash like you? Boom boom boom. A series of 9 ringing heads, each one ear splitting, 6 ways, facing the center of the lobby. Yi Ching-yun father and daughter statue, the remaining 3 channels, kowtowing to the bedridden old man. Yi Ching-song's head was bleeding, but his voice did not diminish. Unexplainable? The more you cover it up, the more you prove that you have a ghost in your heart. Yun Xia. Call. A family of 3. At this moment, they all decided that Ji Rulong was bluffing, but in reality it was just a paper tiger, and when the real big shot came down, his disguise would immediately be broken, and then he would kneel down and beg for forgiveness. To impersonate, you at least, say one that people can believe. What's not to make a fool of yourself by posing directly to what could be called a ceiling-level character? On the contrary, it was Su Hua, who could not help but shake her head. Don't waste your energy. Your cousin, my husband, is a member of the Dasha border army, and this marquis in front of you, not long ago, killed a few people in my house. At the time, it was followed by the army. Don't believe me? Go out and ask around? Snap. The phone, instantly, fell to the floor. Oh, right. The few people who killed were also seeing me alone and came to force me to sign the agreement not to pursue the matter any further. Seemingly, the same as you guys? Su Hua added. Yip Ching Chung. Just for a moment. Yi Ching-song's family of 3 then figured out what the villagers meant when they said earlier that they intended to climb high on Su Hua. That cousin of his? He was in the border army. Then, they were killed by the Heavenly Family, causing Ji Rulong, the champion marquis, to personally come down. To tell the truth, these years, although Ji someone is in Guanwai, but all kinds of people have seen a lot of people, like you so much, but it is the first time to see, you broke a precedent. Ji Rulong tried his best to restrain his tone, but despite this, his words were still like thunder, exploding in the minds of the 3 Yi Ching-song people. I was wrong. I'm worse than a pig and a dog. I shouldn't have listened to the compulsion of the Tian family. For the sake that I'm Qingyun's cousin, please don't bother with me this time. I'll definitely change. Yi Ching-song smoked himself while self-reflecting. Finished, he also pointed at his wife and son and said, in fact, our family came back this time, and it's not all because we listened to the compulsion of the Heavenly Family. and I'm not going to hide it from you, but over the years, we've made a bit of a name for ourselves in the outer city. Nowadays, it is considered to be a return home and clothes. Sister-in-law is taking care of her bedridden elder brother alone. We also intend to stay behind to accompany and take care of him, doing our duty as a family member should do. As for that speech, it is totally a misunderstanding. Yi Shuqing and the woman, who reacted, were also quick to echo, yes, we really thought so at the beginning. It's all because of the Tian family. If it wasn't for them, how could our family have caused such a misunderstanding? Don't worry, since the misunderstanding is now cleared up, our family will stay to properly take care of our loved one's affairs and take care of sister-in-law Suwa. Ah, the Marquis of Champions. Yi Shuqing shivered and prostrated himself on the ground. This kind of person, who didn't hesitate to put down the border matters and personally came down to support his cousin and eldest uncle. Such a relationship, if they weren't snobbish in the first place and chose to come back to pay their respects in comfort, how could things have developed to this point? As the saying goes, close to the water tower is the first to get the moon. They obviously have an advantage over anyone to tie the knot with this through-and-through figure. But, time's down. The trio's intestines were green with remorse. But, it was not completely hopeless. No matter what, they were all Yi Qingyun's relatives. Ji Rulong wouldn't dare to drive them to extinction even if he looked at this point. In short, playing the emotional card, a military man like him, eats it up the most. Marquis, Yi Qingzong thought, and immediately piled up another face full of false smiles. Let sister-in-law voluntarily admit that it was she who encouraged her daughter to seduce Zhao Tiancheng and the others for the purpose of, in order to extort a large sum of money, and to bear all the responsibility alone if she subsequently continues to pursue the matter? Ji Rulong held the agreement and asked, Yip Ching-chung, I would like to know what misunderstanding there is in this matter, such that, as soon as you opened your mouths, the misunderstanding was cleared up on its own? Ji Rulong said again. The three shivered, all of them dumbfounded, and Ji Rulong didn't have any intention of hitching a ride to continue hitching a ride with them. Instead, he asked Su Hua, sister-in-law, did they make you sign this, promising to pay you money, or did they force you the whole time? Absolutely no forcing. We promised to give her 500,000. It is she does not agree. We only do it, but also in the spirit of her good idea. After all, we beforehand, and do not know that there are you in the backing. Justified. That's good. Then I'll have peace of mind in that case. Ji Rulong smiled and nodded before waving his hand at Qin Tian. The latter understood, and hastily pulled out a pen and check. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingzong's trio was instantly happy. This was the intention. For injuring them, to make compensation? So it seems that the matter is over here? Thinking, the three of them all snickered, glad that they had to lose out on being Yi Qingyun's relatives. What would be the number of such a character's outburst? Take it. Ji Rulong signed a number and threw it over. Yi Qingzong picked it up and three pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. $750,000? So little. There are still zeros and integers. The Hall Champion Marquis to give compensation. It cannot be a mistake, right? Ho, there's a problem? In your eyes, aren't the lives of your elder brother Yi Qingyun and niece Yi Qianxian worth $500,000? You swore on the lives of your entire family and claimed that everything you said was true. I'll give you 3 members of your family $750,000. A fair price. Ji Rulong spread out his 5 fingers, and a ball of confetti suddenly scattered from his palm, a mixture of yellow and white, as if he was giving the family a farewell. Shasta. The 3 men's faces changed drastically. This was asking them to pay for their lives? You dare. We are Yi Qingyun's family members. You kill us. Aren't you afraid of spreading the word and having your reputation tarnished? The woman jumped up on the spot. In a life-and-death situation, she didn't care what Ji Rulong's status was. She directly rebuked with sharp words. Boom! Ji Rulong got up and landed a foot, which caused bloodstains to splatter everywhere. Before you die, do one more thing for me, or else, you can't beg for your life. You can't beg for your death. Outside the house, Qin Tian took out a stack of lists and handed them over to the 2 Kirin army generals, his eyes showing murderous intent. The Marquis means that not a single one will be left behind. Chapter 68, Executions. One by one. Han River. As the sun set, large dark clouds loomed overhead. Whether it's the situation that's intensifying in the city, or the actual scene hanging overhead, it gives people a feeling that the city is under pressure from the black clouds, and the storm is coming over the city. The situation is shifting too quickly, and, in a sharp turn, thanks to the Tianjia's means of operation, a large number of water armies joined the battlefield, and under the impetus of this force, some unrelated people who were behind the scenes and felt that it didn't cost them anything to speak up, were also putting in their words. whether it's to show off their different opinions or purely to get along with the crowd. Anyway, brainstorming. For the school incident, murder 6 people exculpate, and the victims who have passed away. Verbal attacks. Playing the banner. More similar to Yi Ching Song that, poor to poor, justice to justice. Occasionally, some people who have seen through the essence of the matter come forward to offer a few words of advice to look at the issue rationally and not to be used as a gun, only to be attacked by the group instead. Even more so, acting as the first to go, the operation was launched offline. Jean Wan-si, in her early 40s, she now serves as a professor in a certain field at the Hanjiang Academy, and has attended Yi Qianxian's classes. Of the 15 tutors who spoke publicly at the academy today, she is one of them, and also the most influential. As a result, the upscale neighborhood where she herself lived was quickly picked up and a group of people came to her door to seek confirmation. Forced, plus, his own image outside, itself as a professor with literati style. Naturally, it is impossible to ruthlessly reject, fall a dare to say not dare to be the name. You know, standing from her perspective of being able to clearly see the situation, she knew even more clearly that the mouths of these unrelated masses were even sharper and more murderous compared to the kind of people with monstrous power like the Tian family. If she closed the door today, she might add a few trumped-up charges to her head. Therefore, she immediately calmed the crowd and asked the neighborhood security guards to, temporarily, set up a site to respond to those who came to her door. Professor Jean, may I ask if your statement today on behalf of the academy is true? Or were you threatened? Or, were you receiving money? We need to know the real answer to make a comeback. That's right, even you the teacher, including the 15 tutors, including Yi Qianxian's own family members have said so. Ridiculous a certain part of the people, but also feel that Yi Qianxian is a quiet girl, feel that she is the death of the wrong. Today, you give the facts. Jean Wan-si sneered inwardly. Yi Qianxian specific how to die. In fact, the schoolhouse internal senior, all know well, but, even Yi Qianxian's third uncle can stand in front of the camera and say something against her heart without blushing, so why can't she, as a person who has no relatives with Yi Qianxian, be at peace with herself? Not to mention, the money given by the heavenly family is really high. Therefore, Jean Wan-si was on the spot and said in a moralistic manner, about this issue, in fact, there is already nothing to say, for Yi Qianxian's family situation as well as origin. I expressed great sympathy, but her person and upbringing, honestly, it's not complimentary, and as you all know, I'm not alone in saying this, even her third uncle, as part of their family, can't stand to look at it, and it shows. Wow! Jean Wan-si's reaffirmation made most of the students, and youngsters, on the scene, who were seeking confirmation, boil over. Among them, a heavy makeup, wearing JK young woman, is angling a small head. Ji Jiaoyi full of, I said, she Yi Qianxian long not as pretty as me, the young master of the mansion. By what? Can look at her? It's also just those compelled cuties. Think, she really suffered a lot, and was forced to die. I'm so good looking, how come no one forced me? But her? In my opinion, that video in the beginning was all deliberately filmed by Lu Yiyi, ready to be used as a handle to blackmail those young masters. After all, who doesn't know that in the schoolhouse Lu Yiyi and Yi Qianxian have a good relationship? What thumbs down. Full of disdain. Jean Wan-si smiled gently and was just about to nod her head in approval when she saw 2 young men, striding into the arena. Walking in front, that body from the inside of the self generated a transcendent temperament of the male, was actually on the spot to raise the palm, smacked in the face of the woman who just spoke, and directly hit it to the mouth and nose blood. Hiss! The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. Tell me, where do you look good? The man whose true form was none other than Ji Rulong frowned and asked, You dare to hit me? The young woman covered her face, not daring to believe it. Snap! At a young age, with heavy makeup and a face full of dirt, you think you look beautiful and heavenly, and then you can slander and insult others at will without any evidence? Ji Rulong slapped down again. Woohoo! The woman suddenly bawled. It is, even the professor and her family said so. I cannot say it? If she is not her own sheep, they're getting ready to go to hell. Are you with them? Bottom line, it was like a bolt from the blue, directly sending chills down the spines of everyone present. The young woman's voice came to an abrupt end on the spot, and then afterward, her body involuntarily trembled. You, who are you scaring? That said, but, Ji Rulong's aura was just too strong, especially the other party's deep, indifferent to the extreme eyes, which were like swords piercing into their hearts, making people inexplicably terrified and chilled. Security! Security! Quickly invite these 2 people out of this, professor. I'm only receiving students from this house today. No one else will be seen. Jin Won-si suddenly realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly ordered to the security guards going down. Quite a big shot? Only. She went on with this speech, but it didn't do the slightest bit of good. Jin Won-si fixed her eyes and saw that the young man who followed Ji Rulong was carrying a hand in his hand. Guns. Actually, Jin Won-si is very clear that someone is secretly avenging Yi Qianxian's father and daughter, and the head is not small. After some changes at the scene, she is even more sure of the purpose of Ji Rulong's two men coming. But, now the heavenly family came down and revealed part of the information to her. Plus, as she herself was a renowned professor at the academy, and with so many people filming at the scene, she didn't believe that Ji Rulong would dare to kill her in a dignified manner. After calming down, she immediately regained her composure. I was just telling the truth. Look at how many cameras are pointed at you here. You dare to kill me in public to silence me? I'm telling you, I'm going to expose you. Coincidentally, thinking of a piece, Ji Rulong smiled carelessly. Oh, when Jin Won-si heard this, she immediately laughed disdainfully. This professor walks the walk. You tell me, how are you going to expose me? The big picture. She is both a disadvantaged group and a righteous person who dares to speak out. She does not look at it and see how many people are praising her and calling her good. And Ji Rulong is still saying that he wants to expose her, which is really a big joke. Look, Ji Rulong handed over his cell phone. Jin Won-si let out a light laugh and swept it away without taking it very seriously. Suddenly, a chill, rushing from the soles of her feet to her head, she stared wide-eyed, her hands trembling as she took the phone and tapped on the bright red labeled video. 14 tragic white bloodless remains photos, hanging on the most eye-catching forum board. Shocking, the most critical thing, the evidence of the Tian family looking for them, one by one, was exposed. Today, the Hanjiang Academy responded with a total of 15 people, including her. That is to say, besides her, the remaining 14 tutors have all been executed by this person in front of them? Later on, your effigy will also be hung up. How's that exposure? Ji Rulong's gaze was like a knife, and he said with his hands behind his back, Cam Won-si. At this instant, she only felt unprecedented fear, as if it had pinched her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe, and ultimately, her legs were even softer, and she sat down on the spot, her face as if she was dead. How could this happen? Finally, someone in the crowd shivered and spoke up. Don't mess around. I've already filmed your behavior. If you dare to continue to commit murder, I'll let everyone see your brutal methods now. Look around. A group of people with cell phones all aimed at Ji Rulong, all with indignant faces. Ji Rulong laughed coldly. Those who truly win all the evils act without any scruples. But on the contrary, those who charge forward for justice need to abide by all the rules? Excuse me. Gee, someone doesn't eat this. I'm better at countering violence with violence, treating others the way they treat others. Boom! A cloud of blood mist exploded in public. Ji Rulong didn't even turn his head, striding away. In your next life, remember to be a teacher. This, really? Expose him. What's going on? Why can't the video be uploaded? And how come the front pages of all the major forums are full of effigies? This is those tutors from the academy. A cool breeze blew through. Wait for them to come back to their senses again. None of them are. With a cold back and sweaty palms. Chapter 69, Fetch my formal attire. Opinion. The power to hold a sharp blade in each hand was given. It can be used to uphold justice, and it can be equally devastatingly lethal and pulverizing. The Tian family's tactics can be said to be more than just exonerating themselves. They want to nail the word shameless to Yi Qianxian forever, thus achieving the goal of maintaining their family's image. And, in such a situation, Ji Rulong would naturally be pushed to the tip of the storm, only that the layer of waves that Tian Shangrui was expecting was crushed before it could fully take shape. Nowadays, various forums, platforms, and Yi Qianxian related information, including Hanjiang Academy's previous statements, are all erased. Only more than a dozen shocking posthumous photos for all to see. And, incidentally, Yi Qingtsong and others were bought by the Tian family of various evidence, as well as Ji Rulong since the south, from Bai Shao Xian and others that collected some evidence, are able to prove that Yi Qianxian is forced to death. One time, all the people who were following this matter were all dumbfounded. It was really because the contrast was so great, so fast, that one almost didn't even have time to react. After all, that is, even the family members have come out to testify. The result is, received the money of the family of heaven. Who can think there is such a dehumanizing person? Those who accused Yi Qianxian earlier also turned ashamed, regretful, and wanted to publicly apologize for what they said earlier at this moment. But, surprisingly, under these related photos and videos, are not allowed to leave comments, as if to do everything to the people. Those video recordings are the most straightforward and most powerful counterattack. There is no need. And then have too many words. Don't you want to play with public opinion? Good. The people you bought and paid off. I all give you to kill Hung on the first list, and comes with the evidence of your Tianjia inverted right and wrong. The major channels should be controlled, so that you do not even have the opportunity to turn over. It's safe to say, in this aspect of public opinion alone, the heavenly family had completely lost. Leave the neighborhood. Ji Rulong took a step onto the commercial vehicle, then asked Qin Tian, that Tian Shangrui, where is it? Joe. He returned the favor, then turned his head sideways and tentatively asked, General, our own men, aren't they a bit insufficient? This time, 3,000 border troops heading south. For the sake of secrecy, they only brought a portion of their people into the city, a batch from Yi family village, a batch from Jiangshui Yuan, a batch in charge of monitoring the 3 big families, and a batch hidden in various parts of the city, acting as investigators. At this stage, the river water Bay batch can't be moved, so they have almost no manpower at their disposal. Ji Rulong didn't say anything. Suddenly, the phone vibrated with a short message from an unfamiliar number. Tian Xiangrui has placed a large number of security division armed combatants in the Zhao group. I can help you lure away a number of them. Do you need any help? No, thanks. Ji Rulong didn't ask who the other party was, and after returning 4 words, he smiled and said to Qin Tian, how many armed combatants of the security division can you fight alone? Qin Tian flinched and laughed, come and fight as many as you can, but will it be a bit too shocking? Also, Ji Rulong nodded and ordered, fetch my formal attire. Qin Tian, formal dress? This means that he is going to personally go down as the champion marquis and meet the son of the heavenly family? TSK, TSK, TSK. Joe. Tian Shangrui leaned on his boss chair with an expressionless face, and in the cell phone in front of him, the video and audio about them killing Yi Qianshan's father and daughter were playing. It's the prince of the heavenly family. He's the one who approached me and promised to give me $10 million to make me say so. Her death was nothing more than she brought it on herself. This lady only played a role in egging her on. It was the others on the video that really killed her. Snap. Tian Shangrui's 5 fingers covered down. The cell phone burst, and by Xiao Xian's voice was cut off. This time, his main purpose of coming down on behalf of the 3 great families was to highlight his Tian family's terrifying network of connections and energy from the military, politics, and public opinion, so that people would clearly realize what kind of existence their Tian family was, while deepening the impression to all the local people. It is also meant to convey the message that whoever touches the Yi Qianshan father-daughter incident will have to die. He Ziyuan was transferred. Lu Rongyi was hammered. And on the side of Hanjiang Academy, 15 tutors and professors, as well as Yi Qianshan's family members, were deployed at once to discredit Yi Qianshan. In such a situation, it's not half bad at all to say he's winning. But now, the more this eunuch suspects now, that dog is here for Zhao's sake. Even Yi Qianshan's third uncle's family was slaughtered straight away. It's really interesting. Tian Shangrui rubbed his 5 fingers and said carelessly, Scene. In addition to Su Yanyan, there was a group of middle-aged people who came down from the provincial side and were dressed decently. Su Yanyan, who is very concerned about her makeup, is always patching up and painting, and at that moment, she is also playing with the flavor. This time, your 3 big families, but they are being pushed to the tip of the wind and waves. Oh. Tian Shangrui shook his head. The reputation of the city, heavy or not, all depends on whether the Tian family, take it seriously or not. Plus, the unruly people are the most forgetful. The wind blows, the public opinion will be scattered. That is not what this gentleman cares about. In other words, public anger, the anger of the uninvolved masses, was simply irrelevant to a family of their size, and a little trickery could make it go up in smoke. Mainly, he not long ago, just in the upper circle of the district put words, to present a comprehensive crushing posture. In 2 days, will Ji Rulong and other people corpse sunk fish Dragon River? In fact, he came to think that there is no need for 2 days. A day is completely enough. He was intending to make Ji Rulong and the others feel despair and powerlessness, thus yielding to him, but the other party not only didn't beg for forgiveness, but instead, they let him down in this battle of public opinion. Failure. It was the high-minded man who couldn't take it. On the side of the relevant department, didn't you say hello? These things, how did they get passed up? Su Yanyan said, more than hello? He had contacted the relevant departments before he even came to Woman District. Otherwise, how did those videos speaking up for Yi Qianshan get uploaded? And how did Hanjiang Academy's speech get pushed to the top of the list of major channels? Tian Shangrui swept his gaze around the circle and said in a sharp tone, this eunuch also wants to ask, so is there anyone who can come forward and tell me what's going on? Actually, After the incident, an investigation was started. At this moment, as his questioning landed shortly after, a hunched old man in the crowd stepped out and returned. Your Excellency, it is the Han River General Office side that is causing trouble from this, and they, in turn, have changed their original stance. Next, immediately, someone handed over the relevant information. Station Manager Du Jin, Vice Station Louis Hong, Tian Shangrui threw the information aside with full concern. Those who fall on both sides are the most hateful. I don't have time to take care of them now. Days. It's already dark. Tian Shangrui slowly got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Originally, I was planning to let you guys live for one more day. But now, if I don't hold you down to death, there's no place to put the face of this prince and the family. Ah, find the person for me. The order was given and it didn't take long for it to pay off. My lord, the security division monitored their car. Coming our way. How many? Just a business car. Tian Shangrui. Sending death here? Tian Shangrui turned around with a strange face. Chapter 70, he's already here. The moment. A group of security division officers who had come down from the provincial capital, as well as the hunched-over old man, also looked surprised. No one? Ji Rulong had a group of subordinates who were well aware of it, because it was so. That's why Tian Shangrui had arranged for a brigade of armed combatants to be around Zhao's group, mobilized at any time, as a killer weapon to kill Ji Rulong and the others. But now, rushing towards them, just a business car full of people will not be more than 2 digits, like a lonely boat in the sea, fragile and small. Could it be that he still has some backhand that he hasn't shown? A middle-aged frowned. Truly, it was too strange for Ji Rulong to act like this. There was no reason for such a man who could turn the Han River upside down to be so foolish as to, with no power to lend on the home front, go out and run to his death. What's all the fuss about? At this point, it was instead Su Yanyan, as calm as ever. I said at first, that guy has a very good sense of self-importance, and it's normal for him to be able to act this way. Probably, think they are not small, so what people do not put in the eyes, do not know. The strong dragon does not suppress the snake. This is typical. Have not encountered the social venomous beatings. Tian Shangrui smiled. Then, with disdain in his eyes, he said, breaking the arm of a martial master is not a small thing to come by. A martial artist can't represent the entire martial pavilion, not even this sub-pavilion in Hanjiang, but anyone with a bit of status, such as this Dongzi, can make a small martial artist, who has taken a beating, not dare to make a sound. Yesterday, he was also aware of what happened at the Smoke and Rain House. Su Yanyan nodded repeatedly. At that time, the incident was sudden. She was so frightened that she did not even think carefully. So some exaggeration. Let Mu Yuanzhou were followed by a long time uneasy, and finally went to the Cloudy Mountain father and daughter a burst of face-to-face communication. It turns out, but anyone who has a little bit of Warzone background will not care about a sub-pavilion of the martial pavilion, and Ji Rulong this kind of. There is a possibility that it is the offspring of a certain Warzone Big Brother's family guy. Chen Tianyang will be even more afraid to mess around. Otherwise, provoking a conflict between the martial pavilion and the Warzone would result in him, Chen Tianyang, being pulverized in the onslaught no matter what. So, the wisest choice is to pretend nothing happened, and the person isn't wasted anyway. If you want to say that Chen Tianyang does not dare to retaliate because Ji Rulong's identity is greater than the martial arts pavilion, that is pure nonsense. There are not a few forces that can suppress the martial arts pavilion, not to mention such a young to excessive guy. As for the relationship in the war zone, they had it, and it was still in existence like Qi Shangming, who had near-top influence in the war zone, so they didn't take Ji Rulong too seriously, which was once thought. This guy against the Zhao family even turned his head, cut their Hopshang will be in the martial arts door area of this one, coupled with that day Ji Rulong's eyes, Su Yanyan in the heart, to Ji Rulong is more and more hate. You guys, up until now, haven't completely figured out that guy's bottom line? Su Yanran changed the topic. In fact, for Ji Rulong's identity, they all just guessed. Specifically, no one was clear. Words. Tian Shangrui shook his head. It's just too troublesome to check. Plus, in this matter, it doesn't matter at all what his background is. The offspring of a certain big shots family in the war zone? Oh, so what? If he had bared his identity, my heavenly family might have been a little more scrupulous. But in a situation like this, even if he were a general officer in the Han River, my lord would have dared to let him die. Anyway, it's perfectly fine to brand him afterward for impersonating a soldier and killing innocents indiscriminately. Otherwise, why do you think that my lord dared to mobilize the armed forces combat team with great fanfare? This, Su Yanyan's heart shook. He knew that Tian Shangrui alone would never dare to say such words, and even if he was already rampant to the point of no return, with the energy of his Tian family, he could not move the general officer. I'm really curious now. The one behind you, what exactly is his identity? Su Yanyan curiously said. The corner of Tian Shangrui's mouth hooked up a trace of arc. That said, if someone else asked, this male would definitely smack him 2 slaps without leaving any room for error. But you, a great beauty, this male really can't afford to, and doesn't dare to smack, haha. Specifically, my lord can't tell you because I'm not sure, but my old man said that even the Blade King behind you would have to bow obediently when he sees that person. Mu Yuan Zhou, you have to bow even when you see him? Su Yanyan's willow eyebrows twitched. How does it compare to my godfather's backer? That old General Qi? Tian Shangrui still shook his head and said with a smug look, it was worse when he was on the throne, not to mention that he is now almost in the ground. So how can it be comparable? Boom! The words came out. The people around them, as well as Su Yanyan, couldn't help but set off waves of shock within their hearts. Qi Xiangming, the kind of rain, can take the role of a country's pillar of existence? They do not even dare to think that the other party has what horrible energy. And Tian Shangrui even said that even so, cannot be compared with that? Fizzle. Su Yanyan secretly sucked in several mouthfuls of cool air. There weren't many characters or backgrounds like this, even if you looked at the whole of Dahua, right? Don't guess, don't think, just understand it in your own heart. Whoever dares to spread it out, don't need to be told by this eunuch. You all know what the consequences are, right? Tian Shangrui reminded. This next, Su Yanyan was even more certain that Tian Shangrui wasn't unclear. He just didn't dare to say it. A thing that doesn't know how to die is just a thing. And you really think that you can do justice to Yi Qianshan and their father and daughter? Tian Shangrui spread out his 5 fingers and laughed coldly. It makes sense that this Dongzi doesn't put you in his eyes. Indeed, with that kind of character backing you up, there are no worries at all. Since they haven't mobilized their team, there's no need to unveil the killer weapon that this Gongzi has prepared. Later, notify the people below to let them come up. My lord will cripple him with his own hands, then throw him down the fish dragon river like Yi Qingyun, and then salvage him and thwart his bones. Words. Su Yanyan is also secretly happy. If Yu Ji Rulong did not pretend to be lonely that day, but took the initiative to express his love to me, today I may still be able to plead for you, so that you can suffer less. Now, aside, Lu Xiaodong, who had always been lowering his presence, could not help but feel emotion in his heart when he saw the group's complacent performance, the kind of existence that could mobilize 180,000 tiger and wolf divisions overnight with a single transfer order would not come to voluntarily send themselves to their deaths? He was afraid to say, although he did not know Ji Rulong's specific what identity, but this kind of hand-holding military power, but not more than some civilian generals, more dare not say, to you Tian Shangrui death, or proper, pity. Tian Shangrui was unaware of this. Suddenly, Tian Shangrui's phone rang, and when he saw that it was his grandfather calling, he made a quiet motion on the spot. You immediately have the armed forces combat team escort you back to the east side of the city, and leave everyone else alone. The people from the Kyoto Public Security Department have come down, and have begun sweeping up our 3 great families by the provincial capital. Our backstage at the Public Security Department has fallen. That guy's identity is definitely not as simple as we think. Quick! Boom! This statement immediately created a furor at the scene. The Kyoto Security Department has made a move. How can this alarm the Imperial City? Ta-da! Suddenly, a footstep sounded as if it stepped on the hearts of the crowd in this tense situation. Sinking in, the crowd looks on. There was a moment of dead silence. In the line of sight, it was a magnificent, majestic young man. In fact, there were people on the scene who had seen him, listed as Su Yanyan, then listed as Lu Xiaodong. Just, unlike yesterday, at this moment, he was dressed in military attire, and the 3 gold stars that symbolized the top positions in the military department were as dazzling as the sun under the illumination of several lights, which made people unconsciously feel in awe. More crucially, yes, the battle dress that was covered in merit medals, from top to bottom, surrounded by gold silk, was embroidered with a huge unicorn divine beast, the Unicorn Army, Marquis of Champions. Do you hear me? On the other end of the phone, the helmsman of the Heavenly Family was still vocalizing his urgency. Snap! The phone fell to the ground. Tian Shangrui's eyes widened. His whole body, even his tone trembled uncontrollably. He's already here. Chapter 71, with one hand, you can cover half of the mountain and river. It's already here. Everyone knew that he would come. The only thing they didn't expect was that he would show up in this unrivaled, kingly position. Tian Shangrui's mind went blank, and then his limbs began to stiffen and go numb. He could clearly feel that the fear that emanated from the bottom of his heart was gradually eroding his will. but in the middle of the day, his body was drenched in cold sweat. The hall was filled with dead silence. Even yesterday saw Lu roaming in front of Ji Rulong Koi, this time her shivering legs, leaning against the wall. Yen inhale if silk, 1,000 thoughts, did not expect, the head will be so outrageous, no surprises. The battlesuit embroidered with the unicorn divine beast and carrying the picture of mountains and rivers was exclusively built for the champion marquis who guarded the border, and it was the only one in the whole country, so there was no impersonation at all. This man, one hand is enough to cover half of the mountains. You're the one who's going to cripple me and throw me down the fish dragon river, then salvage me and thwart me? Ji Rulong took a few steps forward and happened to step on the cell phone that fell to the ground, crushing it into pieces. Then, Shin Tian, who had been lagging half a step behind, also picked out a bug from under his desk. The backhand buried by the Qilin army after Zhao Zhengchuan's death was originally intended to target the group's executives who were in a hurry to get to the top. Swish! In an instant, the faces of the crowd changed once again, going white. Tian Shangrui even retreated several steps and crashed to the ground, looking terrified, his voice trembling. I didn't. This is all a misunderstanding. What peerlessness! What a monstrous family! In front of such a glorious existence of the sun and the moon, which had suppressed all the nations and had power over the land, all of them were dog. He is too dazzling. Those three symbolizing the ceiling of the unsealable rank of admiral, that full of heavy merit medals, enough to let this person 1 foot into the forefront of the dynastic hall. Any and other ministers have to be eclipsed. Such a person, he Tian Shangrui, what to kill? Click. Ji Rulong lifted his foot and stepped down. A sound of bones cracking resonated throughout the room. Why do you have to have me appear in this manner for you to know fear? Turn your head again. In his eyes, there was a brilliant light, sweeping over Su Yanyan, over a group of provincial city bigwigs, and over the hunched old man. Stump. Anyone who came into contact with this gaze was not as if their faces were ashen, scuffling backward. That kind of eyes, even though they did not have a killing aura. One glance down, illuminated through endless dust and light, like a god on high, full of contempt for ants. Fizzle. Su Yanyan, in particular, had her scalp exploding at the moment. She is clearer than anyone else. Tian Shangrui is a real 4 heaven strong. However, Ji Rulong this foot down. Heaven and earth are like collapsing. A 4 heavens of the strong. Half of the breath are not leaked out? It's too strong. This is the first time this marquis has seen such a powerful local gang, even if it is a general officer. You dare to let him or her be buried in the Han River. Ji Rulong raised his hand and questioned. Me? How? Crowd. A group of people's hearts are in turmoil, terrified, and their throats are even as if they are infarcted, unable to answer a single word. I am the only one. Pride of place. No one had thought that the person they hadn't put much in their eyes the entire time would be the most dazzling and unrivaled existence of this era. Him? How? Be specific. Such a person. Not to mention that they cannot kill, even if they can kill. In less than 3 days, millions of troops, well certainly soldiers to the Han River. As soon as you get off the stage, you are bullish and try to crush this marquis in all aspects from military, politics, and public opinion? Without getting real with you, do you think that this world is your heavenly family's? Ji Rulong once again landed on his feet. Then, Tian Shangrui's second leg, among the twisted, sends some white bone, visible to the naked eye. Ah! A mournful scream that tore at his heart. Tian Shangrui sucked in a big breath, his lips whitening like a shivering mouse. I'm sorry, I really didn't know beforehand that you are the marquis. If I knew that, even if I were given 1,000, 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to make a fool of myself in front of you. Spare me. I don't want to waste. I really don't want to become a waste. Once upon a time, he was confident and confidently assured that if he went down, he would be able to make Ji Rulong's body sink into the Fish Dragon River within 2 days. After all, he, the Tien family, is enough to cover the sky with just his hands in Han River, and no one is afraid of him. However, it was never thought that this small place, coiled with a real heavenly level character, this moment he was really afraid, because he knew that in front of this person, there is no one can protect him. Pride, dignity, face, everything had to be allowed to be trampled underfoot by the other side and crushed over and over again. Compared to begging for forgiveness, this marquis is more interested in hearing something else. Lai Ru, earlier I told you that there are some words. Save them for you to say when I find you? Ji Rulong condescended. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I have a cheap mouth. I was trying to greet the marquis. It's useless to keep this mouth. I'll smash it for you. Tian Shangrui raised his palm and kept pumping his mouth. The top males. Nothing more. Ji Rulong shook his head, then moved his steps. With his every move, the merit badges all over his body were trembling along with him. It was honor and the merit that had been exchanged for stepping into the realm of life and death over and over again. Su Yanyan's insides trembled, her palms all wet with sweat. The moment. Inside, she was trembling. This was the second time she had seen this man. And this was the time she realized how ridiculous her earlier self-righteousness had been. This kind of standing at the top of a country, is in the prime of the bright male, do not know how many people, for which they fall in love. The point is, his identity, his status, even if it is that a domain for the king of the king's daughter, but also not worthy of him, and she Su Yanyan, actually think, the other party is deliberately playing with her desire to escape. In fact, has long been secretly in love. Now think. Su Yanyan just couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. But, then again, since ancient times, heroes have had a hard time with beauty, even though she, Su Yanyan, was not considered to be the number one beauty in the world. She still prided herself on being a beautiful woman, and even if it was someone like Ji Rulong, it didn't make sense that she would completely ignore her. You don't remember me? Thinking that, Su Yanyan, who was biting her lips tightly, suddenly looked at Ji Rulong with a flickering gaze and a pitiful look. Ji Rulong skimmed her. Which one? Huma Su. Yesterday, when you killed Zhao Mingyuan at the Smoke and Rain building, I was the one who made the people below not bother. And in the end, you even glared at me. Have you forgotten? Su Yanyan said, and deliberately puffed out her chest. Body fat. Waves. Oh, come to think of it. Su Yanran was delighted. Sure enough, he still remembers me. Next, stay away from me. This marquis is not used to getting too close to strange women. Besides, the smell of your body is pungent. Ji Rulong frowned. Huma Su. In a flash, Su Yanran blushed and shrank back a few steps to keep her distance. Like you, my marquis is sentenced down. For him to fall in love with the woman can be rowed from the Han River to Kyoto. Do not deliberately show off here. In addition, there is still a debt has not been calculated with you. Shin Tian took out his cell phone, clicked on a recording, and said to Ji Rulong, she's the only female on the scene. So, Ji Rulong once again averted his gaze and inquired. You and I are strangers, and just because I warned you, then, you made a big deal out of it, saying that I have a good sense of self-importance. Typical. And haven't encountered the society's poisonous beatings? Su Yanyan gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. Who knew that you, instead of being a second generation, were the top-ranked general in the military? Gotta. You're still aggravated. Seeing the situation, Ji Rulong also lost interest in pursuing the matter. Smoke and Rain House. I heard that Mu Yuanzhou has adopted a total of 6 children, 5 boys and 1 girl. You are that righteous daughter of his, right? Su Yanyan nodded her head like a chicken pecking at a rice. And then just see. Ji Rulong took a dagger from Qin Tian and placed it on the table. Help this marquis to pass it on to him. There are some people who, when knocked, have to pay a price. Boom! Su Yanyan looked at the dagger placed on the table and shivered. Take away. Ji Rulong looked at Tian Shangrui, whose legs had been ruined, and waved his hand. Then without looking back, he officially left the field. As for the others, through and through does not enter the eye. Chapter 72 Tian Fong Qian. As Ji Rulong's order was given, Shin Tian, who was preparing to take Tian Shangrui away, suddenly condensed his gaze. Next, lifting his palm, he pressed it in the air towards the old man standing not far away. You think that you can play small tricks under my nose because that one has left? The old man is 6 heavens, flat 3 heavy to the top of the strong. If that person personally shot also, you a subordinate. The hunched old man is clearly precisely this time the Sky family sent. Protect in the Sky Shangrui side of the strong. Boom! Qin Tian's palm reached the midway point, and his 5 fingers instantly formed a fist, and with a burst of air pressure explosion sound exploding, a large puddle of hot blood, scattered all over the ground. Looking at the ickle old man again, he had been penetrated front and back at the chest, being penetrated by a punch. The expression of the entire person, also fixed in the moment before death, was both terrified and incredulous. 6th heaven? It only takes seconds to kill you. Without looking back, Qin Tian carried Tian Shangrui, whose legs had already been stomped off, and followed Ji Rulong as he left the field in large strides. Scene. Su Yanyan all pupils shrinking, body cold. 6 days of cultivation. Even if look at the whole Hanjiang, belonged to the top of the handful of strong, even by this guy, a fist down to the death of the bombing? This strength, at the very least, it must be at the level of 8 into 9. In other words, this guy alone could push all the strongest people in the Han River sideways. The moment. Instead of feeling relieved by Ji Rulong's departure, the crowd was made jittery by the other party's inscrutable attitude. Though, they weren't punished in a practical way like Tian Shangrui was, but helping the Tian family to serve as a tiger, slandering and planting Yi Qianliang, and transferring He Ziyuan for no good reason. All of these are hard to absolve. Su Yanyan bit her lip. Gaze finally fell on the dagger left by Ji Rulong. Ji Rulong's identity is too high. High to the other side of a casual small action. You have to secretly speculate. Let alone is to give the dagger this kind of thing. Got to get to Cloudy Mountain in a hurry. Su Yanyan spread out a handkerchief and carefully wrapped the dagger that was cold to the touch and dark red in color. They're all wrong. Chen Tianyang simply is not weighing the rights and disadvantages before choosing to tolerate. But had to tolerate the town of border guarding Jinghua General is one of the few. The ability to suppress the existence of a head of the martial arts cabinet. In the meantime, City East, in the Tian family manor, on a mahogany seat carved with an auger dragon in the main hall, sat an old man in a Chinese mountain suit. The fierce look is revealed. No anger. Tian Fong Qian, the helmsman of the Tian family, a whole Hanjiang, the surrounding major cities, and even in the province are notorious existence. The advocate of hegemony. In Hanjiang, the king of the world. That the fist is the existence of the hard way. Today, there was a sudden silence. Remainder. Several of his sons, too, hung their heads and said nothing. Who will explain to me? This letter, what does it mean? Tian Fongqian suddenly opened his mouth, handing his cell phone to the butler beside him, who passed it on for the others to go through one by one. Not long ago, the news of the incident in the Wumen district came. In order to completely extinguish the matter of Yi Qianqian's father and daughter, he did not hesitate to use the relationship of the provincial capital, and then united with Mu Yuanzhou, the old generation of powerful people from the military and political aspects of a press down. A man, fighting alone, without a strong background, connections as support, must be difficult. Plus, on his grandson's side, there is a brigade, hundreds of armed combatants ready to mobilize. This situation. What reason is there to hold down the group of people who will not avenge the death of Yi Qianqian's father and daughter, regardless of the consequences? But, unsurprisingly, things don't work out that way. Kyoto Security Department, without warning down a batch of special investigation team, with a thunderous force to move down their backers in the provincial capital, and the purpose is clear, is rushing to their three big families to come. But despite this, he reacted in time. Now, not only was his grandson out of contact, even the old servant who had followed him for decades with a high level of cultivation had only sent back a single message since the incident, and as for the other people present, they were all out of contact. A letter that was so simple that it couldn't be any simpler. Tian Fongqian pondered over it for half a day, puzzled by it. Why is it a letter? With Guhi's strength, even if the situation is urgent, it wouldn't be so bad that he can't even send back a complete message, right? Based on such a letter alone, what could be associated with it was really limited. What Guha wanted to pass on should be that person's identity information, but before he could, Shasta. The hall was so full of dead silence that you could hear a pin drop. A guy who can invite the Kyoto Security Department to come down to work, and whose own strength, with a high probability, can manage to kill the sixth heaven in seconds? Suddenly, a sharp footstep came, then only a subordinate, bending his head low, reported fearfully. Reporting to the family head, the area around Zhao's group has been controlled by the armed special forces in all directions. Our people, we can't get in. That means no one knows what happened to Zhou except those who were there at the time? There's no way to find out who went there or what they did. The moment this group of characters standing at the top of the Han River felt, tangibly, a sense of powerlessness that hadn't been felt for years, and for a while, they didn't know what it was like inside. Anger? Uneasy? More, by contrast, is helplessness. Not necessarily. Guha might have been controlled by the armed forces combat team. With what Bai Maoji said, that guy is just over 20 years old. Anyway, I don't believe that he can kill Guha alone. Words. In the hearts of the others, this made them feel better. It's imperative that we find a way to save Ruier. Just because we can't contact her doesn't necessarily mean that the person is gone. Father, Ruier is different from the Zhao family and the others. The Zhao family and the others. They only know that the person's origins are greater than ours. However, Ruier knows exactly what that person's identity is, and once she is forced to ask, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this point, Tian Shangrui's father stepped forward and warned, going down with great fanfare, cleaning up the murderer who got that father and daughter killed step by step with thunderous means, but then deliberately hiding his identity? Tian Fongqian's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly pondered. Hidden head and tail rats do not dare to reveal their identity. That is to say, it is not sure to fight with us head on. In my opinion, do not even care what his identity is. Anyway, It is already a situation of immortality. Tian Shangrui's father, Tian Zongjin, was so eager to save his son that he had basically lost his reason to think carefully. As far as I know, that guy blatantly settled in a bay of river water. How can you call it hiding his head? Someone from the scene responded. Tian Zongjin, my son's life and death are unknown right now. Tian Zongjin glared angrily. That's no way to act recklessly. The one whose life and death is unknown right now is not your son. Don't stand here talking. I couldn't care less. Even if he's a general officer, he can't move the earth on the head of a Teiyukai, Tian Zongjin said with a big wave of his hand. Then, he looked directly at Tian Fengqian. Father, have you thought about it or not? Any later, Ruier might really. A cold light surged in Tian Fengqian's eyes. What if, the special investigation team over at the Kyoto Security Department, on their way to Han River, had a sudden car accident and came to a total loss? Natural and man-made disasters happen all the time. Contact the other two families, mobilize manpower and flush out the Marshall Special Warfare Team. In addition, search the entire city for Ruier's whereabouts. I would like to see what kind of god you are. Tian Fengqian made up his mind. The palm fell, and the teacup on the side instantly exploded into powder. Chapter 73, The Jiang Clan. Woman Bridge. It crosses the Yulong River and connects the Woman District. The bridge, which used to be full of traffic in the past, has only one commercial vehicle parked on it, and the two ends of the bridge, which have been taken over by the military department, are under control. Emergency notification from above. It'll probably be on lockdown for an hour. Ji Rulong lit a cigarette, swallowed the clouds and spit out the fog. My oldest brother in the beginning. Is that you were thrown down the Fish and Dragon River to create a false impression of his suicide? Do you want to think about it? You one day will also suffer this retribution? The river is choppy at night. The whole river in the moonlight, like a layer of shiny broken silver, and like being crumpled green rot, can be, layer after layer of waves coming. In an instant, it was plunged into a bottomless darkness, like an abyss, making it impossible to see straight. A treasure trove of ruined bodies indeed. It is no wonder that those who kill people and do evil deeds often hang on to the words of letting people's corpses sink in the Yulong River. This son of the heavenly family is a typical example, only now, the roles are switched. Don't kill me, please. I really didn't know that Yi Qing Yun was your robe. Moreover, the people who made the move were the Hopscotch Society and the Zhao family and them. It has nothing to do with me. Tian Shangrui was truly terrified at this moment. Why did Ji Rulong bring him here? Why didn't he know in his heart? Fish Dragon River. The rapids are raging. Even when his limbs were alive, he would never survive once he was thrown down, let alone now, when both of his legs were wasted. And, to his pleas for mercy, Ji Rulong ignored them. One cigarette finished, receiving 3 sticks of incense from Qin Tian. He lit them and stuck them on the ground, letting the smoke flutter. I've heard that there is a guy with a heavenly status behind you, and despite the fact that I've been advised not to be too hasty, this marquis is really curious to know what kind of person is it that can make you rampant to such an extent? Ji Rulong's voice came. Words. Tian Shangrui didn't even dare to be the slightest bit slow and kowtowed. It's Jiang Futian. It's Jiang Futian who had his eyes on Yi Qianxian. Yi Qianxian was unwilling, and when Bai Shaoxian found out about it, she egged him on to force Yi Qianxian. This matter, it really has nothing to do with me. Yi Qianxian was forced by Jiang Futian after it was Zhao Tiansheng's turn to be strangled. I didn't move her at all. Ginger Voltan? Jiang. This surname was really a bit impressive for Ji Rulong. According to his understanding, in the whole of Dahua, there was only one Jiang force that could make the 3 top families of Hanjiang go to such great lengths to conceal it. But, let's hope not. Ji Rulong frowned slightly. Be specific. Tian Shangrui's body trembled as he explained. The Jiang Wang clan. He is the young prince of the Jiang Wang clan. From what my grandfather said, he appears to be an illegitimate child. So when he was very young, the Jiang Wang clan sent him to our Han River. This statement was made. Qin Tian's pupils suddenly contracted, and even Ji Rulong's eyelashes fluttered. Seeing this, Tian Shangrui hurriedly added, for so many years, Jiang Futian had been under the care of our 3 great clans in turn, and it wasn't until he reached adulthood that he was given a makeover and sent to the Hanjiang Academy. After the incident at the Han River Academy, my grandfather and the others feared that there would be a mistake, so they erased all information about his life in Han River, and he, himself, was sent back to the Jiang Wang clan. The reason why we are suppressing this matter is because once this matter is exposed, it will affect the reputation of the Jiang Wang clan. Think about it. If we don't listen, will the Jiang Wang clan let us go? Marquis, I beg you, my little one, our 3 great clans are no more powerful. We're nothing but dirt in front of the Jiang Wang clan. It's all because of Jiang Futian's spermatozoa. Just spare my life. I promise to behave properly. The Ginger royal family. At this moment, Ji Rulong's mood was heavy. Although, he had long guessed that the origin of the person behind him was not simple, and that he was at least in existence where a domain was king. But, Marquis, Qin Tian opened his mouth, wanting to speak. I'm too disappointed. Ji Rulong shook his head. I thought about those several occupying royal clans, but I didn't think it would be the Grain King, the Jiang clan. Outside rumors, Jiang, the king of grain, is selfish and cowardly, afraid of war, and is only willing to release grain because of his grandfather's iron fist. The truth is that it is not. The Jiang clan sits in the northern 3 provinces, to the family name of the self, occupying the land and sealing the king, holding the power of life and death. They're military instead of a good fight courage. Just at that time the Jiang clan internal most people, resting on the status quo, has been stubbornly self-centered. To put it more bluntly, Jiang was in power at the time. Do not give up the hands of the power position. Once the opening of the grain or involved in the war, it is not possible to shake themselves. But, not everyone is like this. There are still people who think of the world's people and advocate opening the grain silos to repel foreign enemies. Nah, it's a small man's job. In the end, it was his grandfather, Ji Tianxia, who chopped up a bunch of those selfish people from the Jiang clan before they were willing to take out a portion of the food to support the military and the people. But, treating the symptoms does not cure the root cause. In order to be able to completely repel foreign enemies and complete unification to end the war, his grandfather Ji Tianxia had to conspire both internally and externally to purge all the selfish people within the Jiang clan and help the Jiang clan member who advocated the release of grain to take the throne. Since then, with Jiang's large amount of food and armed support, Daxia soon completed its unification. Relief for the living. The merit is immense. And that Ginger clan member who advocated for grain release was the second generation of grain kings. When he was 10 years old, Ji Rulong had seen the other party. That was one of the characters who followed his grandfather to complete the unification, leaving aside the status and position. According to the age of generation, he needed to shout at the other party as an uncle. Therefore, he's the one who's disappointed. It was also not until this moment of knowing the answer that he realized why the old man had told him not to rush things. Marquis, the words of the Jiang clan's royal family. Qin Tian looked grave, and after thinking about it, he decided to remind, so as not to let Ji Rulong act impulsively and do anything too radical. After all, this wasn't some simple force, but the top royal clan among the royal clans, the Grain King Jiang clan. This kind of behemoth that sits on 3 provinces, has hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and can almost be called a country within a country. Is it not that easy to move? One bad move could shake the very foundation of the country. Ho, Marquis, to put it bluntly, even if it's you have to be afraid of the existence of 3 times. We are really forced to I beg you, let me go. I know all told you. Ji Rulong stomped down and directly crushed one of his arms. What makes you think that this Marquis is jealous of him? The Jiang clan? Just because they have sealed their borders and have hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Then you are looking down on me too much. You can't run away. Jiang Futian can't run away either. If the Jiang clan dares to protect him, this Marquis will make it clear to them that this Marquis has killed more than 10,000 people over the years? Ji Rulong's face was expressionless, always bland. Chapter 74, A general success is done with 1,000 bones. Beacon up. The drums of war are beating. Desert frontier. Rampant smoke. 5 years ago, he was only full of blood to kill out of the pass. Did not experience the real blood and fire? Do not understand the green hills everywhere buried loyal bones. Why the horse leather wrapped body back? Nowadays, one will be a great success. I don't know if the ranks of the Jiang Wang clan have rusted yet, but this Marquis is quite accomplished in the area of practicing soldiers. Fizzle. Tian Shangrui stared at the eyeballs, only felt scalp numb. If Hejiang's royal family does not give this one an explanation on Yi Qingyun's death, listen to this meaning. Is the intention to pull out the 2 armies, the real sword to do a fight? Lastly, give a message to your 2 little friends, and I'll send you on your way. The cold wind blew, and one sentence made Tian Shangrui's face completely turn ashen. Heavenly home. Due to the fact that Tian Shangrui, a 3rd-generation direct descendant, may have been captured. Moreover, the connection was huge. Therefore, shortly after Tian Fongqian put the wind out, the other 2 top families, too, were completely unable to sit still. Private tea club. How many years has it been since no one dared to move on the heads of our 3 great clans? In the left position, an old man who was also over 60 years old, but with dark hair and excellent essence in all aspects, slowly said, Paul Chang. The Chang family is at the helm. In the position opposite to him, sitting at the helm of the Wang family was Wang Zutian, who was currently holding a cup of tea and was silent. Elder brother Wang doesn't look Well, pale? Tian Fongqian glanced at him and asked. Wang Zutian held a cup of tea, sipped it and said, a thing that should not be able to set off half a wave, but it has involved a character with an uncommon status to go down. At first it was the Ministry of the Army, and then it was the Ministry of Public Security in Kyoto, and then the next time? The words came out in a huff. Then, with a flat gaze, he swept the two young men on the scene. I suggest, send them both away from Han River, and let us take on that guy, involving the Jiang clan's royal family. I shouldn't have said such a spoiler at a time like this, but your grandson is, indeed, in trouble right now, and I just don't want the old man's grandson, too, to suddenly be lost in the place. At this point, Tian Fongqian and Jiang Baoshang, for the time being, did not take a position. I disagree. Wang Jingwu, who was none other than the third-generation son of the Wang family, retorted on the spot. Grandpa, I think, your old man is a bit too high on that guy. I don't believe it. That guy really dares to kill Xiangrui. Besides, I don't think things have gotten so serious that I need to run away with Zishuan. Aside, Jiang Zishuan nodded his head in agreement. Our three families have been in the local area, reigning as kings for so many years, and we have never been put in such a sorry state by any person. If Jingwu and I ran away, where does the face of a top family go? In addition, I can guarantee that after that guy learns that it's the Jiang clan's royal family standing behind our three families, he'll be scared less on the spot, and then, immediately release Xiangrui back. Grandpa Wang, just wait for the news. Wang Zutian was silent once again. Nearly 20 years, their three great clans were able to reign supreme in the native land, the credit for which was inseparable from the Jiang clan's royal family, and he himself was naturally aware of what monstrous energy the other party possessed, even if, one in the south, one in the north. But, the other party's mere small favors allowed them to achieve a three-legged position in the Han River, and the reason why Tian Fongqian had the backbone to order the people coming down from the Kyoto Security Department to be held down and die on the way, and to storm the armed forces combat team, was also because behind them, there was a little prince that acted as an all-powerful barrier. These, Wang Zutian knew all about it, more so than Wang Jingwu and the others, but for some reason, he had been restless and inexplicably soulful since he arrived at the Heavenly Family, a feeling that he hadn't experienced in decades. For the time being, even if that guy still has a backhand, but how have we exhausted our cards? Grandpa, your old man needn't be concerned. Grandson has a premonition that there will be good news coming soon, Wang Jingwu said again. The words fell. A footstep enters. Family master. We're basically sure of Gongzi's whereabouts. But, see, my intuition has never been wrong. In that case, what are we waiting for? Kill directly over there and cripple the dog that captured Xiangrui and bring him here. Wang Jingwu waved his hand. This time, their three great families searched the entire city and sent out thousands of people. With such a lineup, as long as the war zone didn't go down, there was nothing to be afraid of at all. You shut up, Wang Zutian chided as he set his teacup aside in one place. Tian Fongqian asked, where are the people? At the Woman Bridge, but, both ends of the bridge are blocked by the war zone. And our people, they can't get across. What the hell? Wang Jingwu seemed to have heard the world's funniest joke. The local war zone side has been hammered. That dog's own team is just a few dozen people. Stopping thousands of us? It's someone out of the home front, the underling said. How much? A conservative estimate of 3,000, heavily armed. Wang Jingwu, tinker. The sound of a cell phone vibrating suddenly came. Wang Jingwu and Jiang Zishuan both immediately looked at each other and pulled out their cell phones. And then they saw a video call invitation, which was directly passed over. Both of them subconsciously held their breath, then simultaneously tapped the connect button. Next, the image came from a bloody face that instantly filled the entire screen before slowly pulling away to reveal Tian Xiangrui's entire body. Fizzle. Upon seeing this miserable state of Tian Xiangrui, Wang Jingwu and Jiang Zishuan were simultaneously shocked into taking several steps backward, and the confidence they had a few moments ago was now gone. It's too bad. Limbs deformed, sense and white bones, visible to the naked eye. That set of valuable white suit, at this moment is completely stained red by blood. The whole person looks purely a bloody man. Ru'er, Tian Fongqian looked agitated, his hands propped up on the desktop, his hair flaring in anger. Dog, if you dare to kill Ru'er, I don't care what your origin is. I will also pour out everything to send you back to the west. Oh, a cold laugh echoed through the video inside the tea house. Here, say hello to your two little friends. Only the voice was heard, not the person. Run, run, Tian Xiangrui has been tortured to death. Just one vigorously repeated the word. Ru'er, what did you say? Speak up, don't be afraid. Grandpa will let someone save you right away. Don't be afraid. Tian Fongqian held the cell phone and said angrily, "Dog, let my grandson go, or I'll immediately have people rush the bridge." May. The scene shifts, a blood-red shadow that fell sharply, and after splashing an unobtrusive wave on the wide river, it was completely silent. Boom! This scene, like thunder, struck at the hearts of all the people. It's too hard. This person, obviously able to secretly kill Tian Shangrui, but on the contrary, in such a way for all of them to see, was simply killing to kill. Wang Jingwu, Jiang Zishuan, it's time to eat and drink next. Otherwise, wouldn't stand a chance. A busy signal came on and the call was cut off. Wang Jingwu's two eyes were wide open. Their faces were white. This was officially announcing their death? Chapter 75, by what right are they insignificant? The whole tea club. After the video call was cut off, there was a deathly silence. How can this be? He actually really gave Shangrui for a long time. Wang Jingwu opened his mouth incredulously, and his heart seemed to be pinched as if he was pinched, and it was difficult to breathe. Too sudden, too unexpected. This guy, out of nowhere. The first thing is to take the White Jiao two families to open the knife. Halfway also incidentally pulled out the Hopshang will be a party. Originally thought that their three big families down after the scene will be able to quickly extinguish the other side of this momentum. Unexpectedly, with the energy that the three of them possessed in the Han River, they could only watch the other party kill another one of them in a head-on fight, without being able to do anything about it. It is said that it is difficult for a strong dragon to suppress a snake, but the power that this overpowering dragon possesses is, inevitably, too shocking. The two of them didn't take it seriously before because they felt that things hadn't reached the point of coming to fruition yet, and with the energy of their three families, it was completely enough to deal with Ji Rulong. But now, Tian Shangrui, who was on the same level as them, had just died. The point is, until now, they don't even know what Ji Rulong looks like. All relevant information, all sealed. It felt as if someone had a chokehold on his throat and it could be twisted at any moment. Daring to capture and daring to kill are two completely different concepts. Wang Zutian sighed. In other words, in the former case, there is still room for maneuver. The latter, that is utterly immortal. Continuing to hold power hostage, guaranteed, will be a gutter. Change before. Wang Jingwu would have definitely felt disdain for his grandfather's words, but now, he was raising his hands in agreement. Right. We can't continue to keep our hands off. We have to hurry up and use our full strength to hold him down in one go. Nowadays, Tian Shangrui was thrown down the Yulong River under their noses, and his body was hard to find. For Ji Rulong to live one more minute, one more second, was something intolerable to both Wang Jingwu. Other things, old me doesn't have the heart to care right now. I want to figure out right now, before this dog kills my grandson, is it clear that the one who was standing behind us is someone? Tian Fongqian frowned. The Ginger royal family. That kind of top royal family that was almost as bright as the country. The vast gateway alone was enough to make 99% of the people in this world, their livers and guts cracked, and their hearts retreated. If, however, his grandson had not revealed information about the other party, then Ji Rulong's behavior was still slightly understandable. Conversely, get the phone, Tian Fongqian commanded. Soon, a phone rings. The phone was picked up and Tian Fongqian gritted his teeth. Kid, who the hell are you? Why did you kill my grandson so brutally? Before asking this, why don't you think more about yourself? The purpose of your grandson coming to the woman district. You, one and all, straw men and bullies, but you think of your own children as treasures. Tian Fongqian, even if that's the case, then you shouldn't have killed him. It's good that you have an official background, but you're also looking down on my Tian family. Before killing my grandson, have you thought about the consequences? Tian Fongqian straightened up and was his usual domineering self. The caller nodded. The Ginger Kings? Those four words came out. Tian Fongqian and even the rest of the people, all of them held their breath, their hearts shaking dramatically. He knows. Now that you know, you should be clear that a top royal family of that scale is not an existence that can be shaken by a single word of justice and fairness from you. To go and fight against the top royal family for the sake of two minuscule lives. You, looking for death? Phew. Seeing that the opposite side didn't squeak, Tian Fongqian took a long breath and actually said in a consultative tone, "You have the military department remove the people and we'll talk about it?" Still silent. A few of the power figures on the scene who could almost cover the sky with one hand in Hanjiang were all slightly nervous at the moment. For a long time, once upon a time, I heard my grandfather say that the people under the sky, from time to time suffered from oppression, scolding, and the people did not complain, as if everything is heavenly. I asked his old man why. Want to hear the answer? Tian Fongqian and the others frowned. His old man told me that there was no reason, that they deserved to be bullied just because they were poor, just because they had no power, and that my grandfather had been trying to find a way to change all that. But, not long after I was born, my parents died, without warning. So, from that time I vowed that if I ever came to power, I would never allow such a thing to happen to me. The herd, one by one, fresh lives first pounced after the next, guarded this beautiful mountains and rivers, so that you people can be high above the power to play. They, by what trivial, you boast of your nobility, covering the sky with one hand in Han River, but look around, this earthly smoke and fire, this skyscraper, which bit of it, which drop, is not built with blood and sweat by the insignificant pariahs in your mouth? These 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers should be theirs to make. They use insignificant to set you on a pedestal, in the hope that you will carry a greater responsibility than, well, thinking you're great. Snap. It seemed to be the sound of lighting a cigarette. Tianfeng Qian and the others had heavy faces as they waited for the following. For the sake of life, they can endure and accept living in humility, but the only thing they won't allow is to be casually crushed to death like ants. I, more than anything, refuse. Phew. Tell the people behind you to hand over Jiang Futian, or else, suffer the consequences. Tu Dolu. This, Tianfeng Qian held the phone. The whole person for a long time difficult to come back to God. He could feel that Ji Rulong was not bluffing. In other words, the Jiang Wang clan does not hand over the person. Even if he pays all the price, he will open the killing. Trouble, this guy is different from the others. It's hard for us to make him change his attitude. Jiang Baosheng picked up his teacup and blew, but he just didn't have the heart to drink it. Ryoko, Tianfeng Qian slowly sat down and said gruffly, start preparing for this battle. It's not a good fight. The business car left the woman bridge and turned into a busy street. Ji Rulong hung up the phone, looked at the cigarette that was about to burn out in his hand, and ordered, stop the car. The firelight flickered, eventually, into the darkness. Have you figured out the exact reason why He Jiyu was transferred to Fancheng? Qin Tian nodded his head and replied, Zhao Mingyuan's current wife, Zhao Tiancheng's birth mother, is a member of the Zhou family in Fancheng, and the reason for the two families to tie the knot is probably because the Zhou family wants to meddle in the Han River, with the benefits of the relationship being the first priority. Therefore, Zhao Tiancheng's birth mother spends most of her time in her mother's home in Fancheng, and this time, when the Zhao family's incident occurred, He Jiyu was specially transferred to Fancheng, so it's probably not a good time. Ji Rulong nodded. Arrange a trip to Fancheng. Qin Tian expressed his understanding. No more questions were asked. Going to Fancheng, naturally, is not for the purpose of retransferring He Ziyuan back. This kind of thing can be done in one sentence. Qi Xiangming, the veteran general, I'm afraid, is the purpose of this marquis of his family? Chapter 76, a general planning in the seclusion of the battlefield, and a decision in 1,000 miles away. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Tian notified the Fancheng locality, then mobilized the special plane of the local war zone and headed to Fancheng as Ji Rulong instructed. The trip to Fancheng may seem abrupt. In truth, thoughtfulness. Although his family marquis did not say anything, but Qin Tian knows that often in this most reticent time, Ji Rulong has been secretly thinking about how to lay out. After all, the opponent is Zheng's royal family, non-common people. If, however, the Zheng clan's royal family was unwilling to hand over their young prince, then a great battle would surely be inevitable. In time, the situation in the world is once again in turmoil. There is no telling how many people are going to jump out and make trouble out of it. And in this world, the last thing that is lacking is those who stand and talk and wantonly point out things. Where? Those in power. Tiger strategy, dragon towers, the art of war, power and strategy, all should be out of the ordinary to win. To shake a top royal family like the Zheng clan, which was cut off from the rest of the world and had hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the resistance of which could be imagined. At a status like Ji Rulong's, there were actually very few people that could make him play mind games and strategize. The Ginger royal family could count for one. It is good that he wants to avenge Yi Qin Yun, but as the saying goes, the soldiers are not in the many but in the fine, the generals are not in the brave but in the strategy. The revenge should be reported, but it can't be blind to the point of sending more brothers to die. Planning for a rainy day and strategizing is the only way to win. AM 9:30, Fancheng Place, suddenly to the local war zone airport as a starting point, all the way to military control, both sides of the road, but also hung full of bright red flags, straight through a military compound. Fancheng, this is my first time here. Ji Rulong's gaze passed through the car window, viewing the scenery along the way with considerable interest. The mountains of Chu come out across the land, and the water of Han meets the sky. If you trace the history, then the reputation of the first ancient city of Daxia, the place of war of the ancient capital, the reputation can be too much louder than the Han River. Compared to the province, both have their own advantages and disadvantages. Throughout the ages, in the boundaries where this ancient capital is situated, too many events have taken place that have left their mark on history, such as the famous straw boat with arrows, which is familiar from a certain famous book. And then, for example, a certain emperor's, after a few setbacks, triple. Anyway, there are countless historical events that have taken place in this ancient capital, and to cite them all would basically be endless. After old General Qi returned to Fanchang, he has been settling in the original military compound, about half an hour away. At this time, Qin Tian opened the map and reported. Aha! Ji Rulong nodded slowly. Half an hour later, the ride stopped in front of a courtyard of some years, although with the passage of time several renovations, but from the architectural style, it is still not difficult to see its predecessor. In other words, put in a few decades ago, any person pulled out of this might have been a certain big shot in the war zone. Ji Rulong straightened his suit. Go in. The two entered the door one after the other. Ground. By the green stone pavement. Into the door into the eye is a wide courtyard. An old man wearing a loose long coat is playing boxing in the courtyard, playing very slowly, but show all the killing. Ji Rulong and the two of them stood aside to watch, not disturbing for the time being, worthy of being a war god of the old generation, despite being of age. That killing aura is like dreaming back to an ancient battlefield. Qin Tian stood in awe, and in his eyes, it was even more difficult to conceal his respect. Old, Ji Rulong's tone was regretful. 15 years ago when he first met this old general, how majestic and powerful was the other party, even if not in its position, but back then only by virtue of that momentum, so that many of Kyoto's powerful nobles see, but also detained fear. But now, people are thin. The hair is also quite gray, although the fist force is obviously fierce and killing, but obviously some can't catch up. Ultimately, no matter what kind of character, can't withstand the relentless harvest of the years. Ji Rulong sighed slightly and couldn't help but think of the old man. At this point, where is the son of a family from? So young and disrespectful. My grandfather is a pampered fellow like you qualified to comment on the road? An unpleasant voice came from behind. Speaking, is a woman in her early 20s, short hair, wearing a military uniform, tall, the whole person shows the valor. By her side, there stood a middle-aged man with a powerful aura, also dressed in military uniform and carrying 2 stars on his shoulder. Xin Yue, don't be rude, the middle-aged chided, then smiled graciously at Ji Rulong and the two of them. This little brother's gaze is truly venomous. The old master's body, indeed, is not as good as it has been for a year. Turning, he also looked up and down Ji Rulong. Two people, listen to the old master said that today there is a noble guest to descend, but also specially instructed us to do these children to be sure to rush back. I think this noble guest, what honored guests, as I see it, just 2 guys who don't know how to be polite. This kind of second generation from nowhere, I really don't know. How could grandpa compare them to honored guests? Qi Xinyue still said with displeasure. Straightforward. Mistakenly, Ji Rulong's words just now were mocking her grandfather for being old and useless. Plus, as Qi Xiangming's granddaughter, she had always been proud of the other party and made it her goal to join the military at an early age. Since graduating from the theater academy, she has experienced several theater competitions, military and other competitions, all ranked first. She has also excelled in disaster relief and is now a first lieutenant. She herself, what she loathed most in her life, was those pampered and spoiled male children who were relying on their family lineage. Her cousin, for example, these years, has been playing the name of the Qi family outside of the city, said to help her uncle business, but the dog ability is not. All rely on their own is the only male of the 3 generations of the family, borrowing the old man's name for power. She couldn't care less if people had their own aspirations, but she couldn't bear it if she corrupted the old man's reputation. So every time she saw the other party, she would deliver a fat beating without mercy. And as far as she came to think, Ji Rulong too temperament is not bad. Standing Hall majestic. Must be her cousin borrowed the name of the old man to make friends with the male. Used to pull together the relationship. Would a founding veteran like her grandfather be able to be mocked at will by a cockney like Ji Rulong? When my grandfather went to the battlefield to kill the enemy, the great Xiao was not yet unified. You who were born in this era, what qualifications do you have to comment on his old man's fist? A bad fight? Qi Xinyue took 2 steps forward and said with a cold light in her eyes. Qin Tian, how did you get such a feisty girl? You, make sure to apologize to my grandfather later for your rudeness. Otherwise, I don't care who invited you, Qi Xinyue said again. Ji Rulong touched his nose and still politely explained. You misunderstood. Your grandfather is now immersed in it. When he closes his fist, you'll know that I'm not maliciously commenting on mocking the old man's uselessness. Qi Xinyue frowned tightly, obviously not believing it. Enough Xinyue, have I taught you what hospitality is? Qi Zhongxiao, the eldest son of the Qi family who clipped on his military cap, reminded again. Just in time, Qi Zhonghua, the third son of the Qi family, and his son Qi Kanmin both walked into the courtyard. Next, Qi Xinyue stepped forward, grabbed Qi Sanmin's ear and questioned. Say, did you find this guy? Qi Kanmin, I won't say if you're incapable, but on what basis did you make Grandpa condescend? This guy, blatantly mocking Grandpa's fist fight to come up for air. I'm telling you, if you don't give me an explanation, even if Grandpa stops me, I'll break your legs. This, the third oldest member of the Qi family, was also obviously quite helpless against this niece, and immediately looked at Qi Zhongxia with a gaze of help. Big sister, let go first, your ear is going to fall off. This handsome and dashing eunuch, who was grabbed and wailed, begged for mercy one after another. Qi Xinyue let go of Qi Kanmin, who was puzzled and annoyed, and rushed at Ji Rulong. Kid, who are you? I don't even recognize you, and also, you dare to taunt my grandfather? Come and practice. Chapter 77, Marquis, do you need a little brother? Ji Rulong laughed bitterly. He could sense that this family was not malicious through and through, and the two brothers, Qi Zhongxia and Qi Zhonghua, obviously sensed that he and Qin Tian were from the military, and the former was afraid that he had already guessed that the road closure in the war zone was because of them. The key was that Qi Xinyue and Qi Kanmin had misunderstood a little too much. Wait, you didn't invite this guy? And at this time, Qi Xinyue looked at Qi Kanmin in surprise and stopped him. Who is this guy? And I invited him? Qi Kanmin rubbed his ears that had been pulled to the point of being somewhat hot, looking both aggrieved and puzzled. Then, kid, come on, you come out with me, causing this male to innocently take a beating, and also mocking my grandfather. This male will not bully you. Man's matter, we two solo to solve. No one is allowed to get on fire. If you lose, I'll let this matter go with you. If I lose, switch to my big sister. It's a deal. Ji Rulong shook his head and didn't bother to continue explaining. By the looks of it, General Qi is also about to close his fist. Kanmin, Qi Guozhang saw his son really intends to do it, immediately ready to block. After all, the other party anymore is the old man invited. Cannot fool around? Unexpected. However, he was pulled back by Qi Guoxiao, who was full of mischief, and gave him a you-know-what look. What's the matter, kid? You don't even have the courage to go one-on-one with this gongzi, and you dare to make a big deal out of it, pointing out that my grandpa's punches don't work? Qi Kanmin crossed his arms and looked at Ji Rulong with his head held high. Ji Rulong, what a wimp! Qi Xinyue bristled. Although she misunderstood that Ji Rulong and the two were invited by Qi Kanmin, it was undeniable that his did taunt her grandfather behind her back about his inability to punch, and when she heard it from her sudden return, she didn't dare to squeak. Grandpa Qi, your old man retained a dark disease in his body some years ago. Now you should recuperate more. Forcing your luck to punch is not good for your body. At this time, Ji Rulong suddenly spoke. Not far. Qi Shangming has closed his fist. The Qi Xinyue siblings who heard Ji Rulong's words were even more frowning. This set of attacking and killing fist, is the old man created in the year? After more along to the whole war zone, the old man has long been perfected. In their view, this fist hit the fierce and powerful. But was Ji Rulong said to be forced too hard? It is simply like dancing in front of Guangong with a big sword, and it is purely self-defeating. However, people are old, have to serve the old. Qi Shangming laughed out loud, and then turned to say, you the champion marquis to drive Fanchang. I did not personally meet, you will not blame it? Upon hearing this, the two of them, Qi Xinyue and Qi Kanmin, were dumbfounded on the spot. This, in their impression, never served old age. And the old man whose sex is as fierce as fire actually took the initiative to admit his old age in front of a junior? To know, even if their father dared to say that, he would be pointed at by the old man. More critically, the old man went so far as to call this guy, the champion marquis, in a country's territory, lying down on one side and look around the world of the contemporary Zhenghua Degong. This kind of character, even by them as a certain dude? Ridiculous. Earlier, they thought that the other party did not dare to respond as a wimp. But now they realized that they were clearly too lazy to bother with them. Qi Xinyue immediately blushed, and Qi Kanmin even shivered on the spot, leaning towards Qi Zhonggua's side. But unexpectedly, the latter looked as if it was none of my business and stepped far away. Don't discount me, you're old man. Ji Rulong smiled humbly, seeing the situation. Qi Shangming laughed even more happily. Good. Good. The last time I saw you was still a half-grown child. More than 10 years have passed. This aura, even sharper than your grandfather. Not bad. Worthy of being the seed of the G family. Even though we haven't seen each other for 15 years. Your kid's deeds have never stopped ringing in my ears. Much better than that incompetent grandson of mine. Kim and Kan. It could be seen that the old man was really very happy to see Ji Rulong, completely losing his usual unsmiling and silent demeanor. Grandpa Chi. Chin Tian also shouted respectfully. Chin kid. Right? I knew that old fox. Your grandfather would stuff you with this kid? Not bad. All grown up. What's your position now? Qi Xiangming nodded. First grade school officer. Chin Tian was sweating for a while. There were really not many under the sky who dared to call his family's old master an old fox. Qi Xiangming's face changed on the spot. Why is it only a first grade officer? Falling too far away cannot be. Put your merit organization. Hand up to get a star in the body hanging. Do not fall behind in the future. Yes. Chin Tian nodded his head in a hurry. Aside. Shi Xinyue and Shi Minchan, two people only feel a little groundless. Ji Rulong also, even if this guy, but also a first grade school officer. And listen to their old man's meaning. The other side is completely enough to promote the general officer. By the way, what were you guys chatting about while old man was boxing just now? All know each other, right? Qi Xiangming suddenly asked. The corner of Ji Rulong's mouth rose slightly as he gestured to Qi Kanmin. Your grandson. Prepare to find me in single combat. Qi Kanmin. You? Qi Xiangming gave him a look and smiled. This misunderstanding completely is a wonderful misunderstanding. I several pounds how much I know in my own heart. This is not for your old man out of anger. Besides, the human marquis will not really with me, is not it? Admitted on the spot. Ji Rulong laughed, just suddenly feeling amused and teasing the other party. At this point, he gave this greeting to the two Qi Zhongxiu brothers again before he said to Qi Xinyue, when I saw Grandpa Qi just now, I thought of my own grandfather, and it was inevitable that I was feeling sentimental, and it wasn't a backhanded taunt. In addition, although Grandpa Qi's fist force is fierce and killing, but after all, he is old, it is no harm to play a set from time to time. More anti-injury to the body. You weekdays, you have to be more admonished. Cut off, the old man cannot be allowed to fool around again. Right. Sorry. Qi Xinyue lowered her head melon, feeling ashamed that she had actually learned to judge people by their appearance, and to judge a gentleman by a small man's heart. Qi Xinyue, oh Qi Xinyue, you're a disgrace. Words are too strong. Standing in your position, I would have defended my grandfather as well. Ji Rulong smiled faintly and said in a gentle manner. This, as a person in the war zone, Qi Xinyue naturally fantasized countless times that the heroic figure who had won the marquis in one battle and made the three armies respect him, what kind of worldly style he was, and looked forward to seeing the other side in his lifetime. I didn't expect that. Not only did I see it today, but I also staged such a misunderstanding in my own home. He was, well, a little different than expected. I don't know if it was because he didn't wear a military uniform, but the man in front of him gave a feeling of a modest gentleman, warm and gentle as jade, not like a Jingui general who had rushed to the battlefield. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. Turning his eyes, he again felt that the other party's figure was like a mountain, majestic, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, the aura of a king over the world came to him. In short, elusive, but really handsome. Qi Xinyue looked dumbfounded for a moment, and when she realized that the atmosphere was wrong, she violently lowered her head, and her heart was like a deer in the headlights as she said, "Thank you. All right, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, let's all stop standing here," Qi Xiangming said, and then pretended to grumble and looked at Ji Rulong. "Don't think I don't know. Your kid belongs to the category of not having anything to do with anything. If you come in the capacity of champion marquis," Lao Fu was still more down to earth. "Now, you kid," a mouth the grandfather shouting. "The old man heart really some no bottom but first say goodbye. For the time being do not talk about things. Accompany the old man. I kill a few games of chess and then say." Wait. Qi Xiangming entered the house. Qi Kanmin took out his cigarettes and hammed and hawed. "Marquis? Smoke. Thanks." Ji Rulong took it. Then, Qi Kanmin nervously rubbed his hands together, looking like he wanted to speak. Ji Rulong asked, "Something wrong? But there's no harm in saying it. Lend a hand?" Qi Kanmin said mysteriously. Subsequently, the two walked a few steps away, and the guy pulled out his lighter on the spot and said with a longing face, "Marquis, do you lack a little brother?" Ji Rulong. Chapter 78, Life is like a chess game. No regrets when you make a move. It is often said, it is the teachings of the family and the culture of the family that are the most valuable things in a family. Old General Qi had been indifferent to fame and fortune all his life, and from the arrangement of this compound where he lived, it was clear that the other party had long ago become free of desire. And, as a child of his knee, since the childhood received the tutelage, good and bad, good and evil, just the initial contact can be judged a rough. The Qi family has 8 sons in one family. Earlier in the war when the fight lost 6, the remaining oldest Qi Zhongxiu and the oldest 3 Qi Zhonghua. Both their teenagers followed the old man Qi on the battlefield to kill the enemy of the characters. At present, Qi Zhongxiu in the war zone development, carrying 2 stars on his shoulders, but easygoing and even a bit cheeky. For example, earlier he had clearly guessed his identity, but deliberately did not point it out and watched the fun from the sidelines. Besides, Qi Zhonghua, who has been in business for decades, with the Qi family's connections, and the principles of dealing with the world inherited from the old man Qi, he has made a name for himself in the business world over the years. But, all over the body cannot find that kind of towering frame to, halfway to see their son to do, but also chided to stop. If he changed to do Hanjiang he contacted those celebrities and powerful, would have shouted to kill. Then, it's Qi Xinyue, a man of honor and valor. At such an age, she was already a first lieutenant. Except for the border troops who walked on the front line, she was at least a graduate of the War Zone Academy for this achievement, and she had to have received meritorious service. If she had gone through the connections, with the Qi family's status and influence, she would have accomplished more than that by now. From the misunderstanding that he had taunted old General Qi, Ji Rulong had felt a deep prejudice against playboys from her, even her own cousin, who took action at a glance. Sex is hot and impulsive a little, but not overbearing. In exchange for some people have her this kind of family history, afraid that would have yelled to let him kneel down and apologize. As for, at the moment this asked himself if he lacked a little brother of Qi Kanmin, the outside world rumor. This person is uneducated, relying on his own as the only male of the 3 generations of the Qi family to flaunt. From the family of the generals, it is simply nothing. Quite the opposite. Do you think I lack minions? Ji Rulong flicked his 5 fingers and the fire that was handed to him went out. Qi Kanmin retracted his hand and laughed. One more is not too much. My origin to be your little brother. It is not so much to give you shame, right? To tell you the truth. In addition to my grandfather in this world, I worship you the most. Champion Marquis little brother. Isn't this much more prestigious than some general's son or royal son? Look, why don't you take me in? I'll fight wherever you point me. Absolutely no second thoughts. A look of eagerness to pull the tiger's skin over the tiger's head. In front of me, put that away. Don't you mind? Ji Rulong laughed meaningfully. Swish! As soon as these words came out, Qi Sanmin's smile tightened, and his body moved as if he had been electrocuted. I'll think about it. Ji Rulong patted his shoulder and dropped 4 more words. Just in time, old General Qi also walked out with a chessboard and invited Ji Rulong. Come, there's not a single one in this family who can fight. Back then it was only your grandfather, my old brother who could win over my old man in this aspect of chess. Humph. I don't believe that if I can't beat him, I still can't beat his grandson. Qi Shangming muttered and couldn't wait to start setting up the plates. Not far. Qi Xinyue tugged at Qi Kanmin and frowned. What did you just talk to the Marquis about? The Marquis sees that I have an extraordinary demeanor and come from a general's family, and intends to take me under his wing as a junior. Qi Kanmin looked smug. Qi Xinyue laughed. So what do you say? I said think about it, Qi Kanmin said without turning red in the face. Words. Qi Xinyue's smile revealed even more eccentricity. She didn't retort. She just pointed at Qin Tian who was standing behind Ji Rulong. Do you know, who is that? A first-class colonel in the border army. And do you know, who his grandfather was? Who? If I'm not mistaken, his grandfather is the chief administrator of Kyoto's security department. Qin Yuanqi, Qi Xinyue said, and also raised her thumb, emphatically reminding, this one from the Daxia security department. What do you mean? In terms of origin, people are not worse than you. In terms of personal achievement, people are only one step away from achieving generalship. Such a person is still almost as good as following the Marquis. You tell me, the Marquis took the initiative to accept such a waste as you? Qi Kanmin, overdoing it? Taken apart? And so on. Qi Kanmin quickly grasped the point and was instantly displeased. Qi Xinyue, who are you calling trash? That's you, my Qi family's men. It's just that they don't devote themselves to serving the country, but they are idle and extravagant all day long, cursing the waste who can't wake up. Qi Xinyue was both merciless and helpless. You still have the face to talk about my son? You're a woman. You're shrewish, violent, hard-hearted and poisonous. How can you be a bit of a woman? This Gongzi will see to it that you can marry in the future. Qi Kanmin snorted. I'm doing this for your own good, And you're calling me mean-spirited? Suddenly, two different, but exceptionally majestic auras, gradually diffused to the entire compound. The two looked up and saw that Qi Xiangming and Ji Rulong were already sitting upright, and the wind in the area where the two of them were standing was still. Qi Xinyue and Qi Kanman completely lost the idea of continuing to fight, and held their breath as they went forward, ready to see what was going on. Their old man, immersed in chess for dozens of years, coupled with the early years as a party general's military arrangements. Naturally, pure fire, Xiangqi, the general, really can't play the old man. But, this time, their old man's opponent was the champion marquis who sat at the border of a country. Let you play first. Qi Xiangming had the black square in front of him, clearly letting Ji Rulong have a hand. Ji Rulong smiled. Grandpa Qi, don't be in a hurry. The chess setup is a bit messy. Chess is controlled by us, these chess players, since the chaos, set it right is, you kid, hurry up. Qi Xiangming some anxious. Makes sense. Ji Rulong's hand went down. The chessboard gently trembled, and all the pieces returned to their places one by one as if they were shifted into different positions. Then, Grandpa Qi, the kid will be polite. It's official. Aside, whether it was Qin Tian, or Qi Guozhao's two brothers, they were all concentrating, while obviously being a bit tense, because they were clear that this game of chess, which appeared to be just a simple game, was, in fact, related to the situation of the world. Kim Inchen's brow wrinkled and he didn't say a word. On the contrary, Qi Xinyue, feeling inexplicably depressed, difficult, anxious, under this kind of occasion is obviously still some Taoist deficiency, cannot stand. A simple rise and fall was like pulling the momentum of heaven and earth, like a jackhammer pressing down on the top of a mountain. Gee kid, with such a murderous and aggressive chess style, isn't it a bit ill-considered? Be careful that you won't be able to defend at the back. Qi Xiangming looked at the chess game, pondered for a moment, and emphatically reminded. As far as I'm concerned, offense is the best defense. Ji Rulong smiled, unimpressed. At this point, Qi Xiangming suddenly dropped a piece without any rules. After the fall. No, this move is wrong. Allow me to regret a move. Qi Xiangming lost regret, but in the middle of the way. But will take back his hand. Life is like chess. No regrets. Qi Xinyue was relieved. The old master's life is frank and honest, even if it is a game of chess, but also categorically cannot play a trick. A wrong move is a wrong move. Ji Rulong landed another pawn and the situation changed again. Chapter 79, Swallowing Mountains and Rivers Like a Tiger. For the chess player, etiquette aside, temperament and poise are just as indispensable. And, whether Ji Rulong or Qi Xiangming, both belong to the military origin, and the two in the military are to the top of the handful of characters. So, this game of chess, falling in the eyes of onlookers, is no less exciting and nerve-wracking than the battle between two armies. Ji Rulong dropped the word, slowly closing his hands and sitting upright. And the moment he rested his hands on his knees, a heavy aura suddenly swept out in all directions with himself as the center point. One word down, dozens of meters in a circle, the dust dispersed. It's really like swallowing mountains and rivers like a tiger. To implement blockade suppression in such a hurry. Are you preparing to seize Guangzhou and settle the game in one fell swoop? Qi Xiangming's brows furrowed slightly as he carefully analyzed the chess game. Aside, Qi family 4 people are sweaty palms, although not quite understand. But the old man's chess skills, they are clear. At present only a few moves down. The old man was actually forced to hesitate to know how to land the situation. Big brother. Qi Zhonghua frowned. He can't talk about layman. But this game of chess today is too profound. Be quiet. Qi Zhongxiao barked in a low voice, his hands behind his back squeezing tightly. With his insights, he had only been able to see and understand one or two so far. But the information contained in these one or two was enough to be mind-blowing. Ji Rulong smiled without saying anything. You're in too much of a hurry. Why don't you wait a little longer? I'll take the step as if you hadn't made it, and give you a chance to refall and take the Guangzhou land. You don't want to think about it. Will the old man let me? Smell. Ji Rulong, however, asked in return. Then I wonder if Grandpa Qi will let or not let. Qi Xiangming shook his head and landed a step, directly chopping off Ji Rulong's pieces. Here, no sound is better than sound. Qin Tian's pupil shrunk slightly as he said, Grandpa Qi, your old man is at least an elder, so letting my marquis have a hand is not too much, right? Qi Xiangming ignored it and instead asked towards Ji Rulong. I seem to remember that I said just now that chess is like life, and there is no regret in the fall? Yes, Ji Rulong nodded. Chess is like life, more like the battlefield. You are eager to implement the suppression blockade, want to one step to slaughter the generals, You have not carefully analyzed the situation. In case, the old man I leave a backhand, deliberately let you in to kill you cleanly. Qi Xiangming stared intently at Ji Rulong. You, what do? You Hall Champion Marquis, 5 years to lead the Iron Cavalry under his command has not tasted a defeat. Lost is not only chess so simple. Soldier's dead horse death is not afraid. Afraid of handsome was beheaded. Lost is the world. Actually, according to the current game of chess, the kind of position he was talking about would not occur at all. He didn't let. The game remains a stalemate for now. Only, it was slightly unfavorable to Ji Rulong. Sure enough, is it still the old master who is more skillful? According to the way this situation is going, there is not much chance of this marquis winning. Ginger is still old and hot. The 4 members of the Qi family could not help but think in their hearts. May. Next, Ji Rulong suddenly twisted a sun and drove it in, finally standing in the center and looking proudly at the 4 directions. Kid, you're going to go for broke? Qi Xiangming's face changed drastically. This move was too stinky, but it was that decisive, that confident. Half a lifetime of chess. Qi Xiangming has never seen anyone play chess like this. When the 4 members of the Qi family saw their own master's face change drastically, they were just about to step forward to study for an understanding, when Ji Rulong suddenly tapped the chessboard. Click. The board, inch by inch, crumbled. This, Grandpa Qi, let's stop here. Ji Rulong laughed. Brat, old man's chessboard. Ah, this chessboard has accompanied old man for more than 30 years, and you just crumbled it for me? You give old me one to compensate. Otherwise, there's no meal for you at noon today. Qi Xiangming bulged his eyes. The remaining few, at this moment, all of them did not dare to utter a single breath. Ji Rulong took out his phone without saying a word, flipped out a number and dialed it. Little auntie, trust you with something. Aha! On the other end of the phone, there was a melodious and gentle voice. Help me steal the old master's chessboard and have it sent to Fancheng, old General Qi's home. Good. The phone hung up. In the middle of it, there wasn't even a hint of too much nonsense, as if Ji Rulong, no matter what he did, the reason why didn't matter at all, and only needed to be unconditionally satisfied and supported. Behind, Qin Tian kept wiping his cold sweat. A good boy. Stealing from the former governor of Daxia. I'm afraid that only Ji Rulong in front of him dares to say that his cat-protecting sister-in-law dares to do it, and he can even imagine the horrifying scene of the old man Ji when he learns about it. Ha ha ha, good. You kid has guts. Qi Xiangming flinched and then laughed out loud. The board doesn't matter. He also really didn't expect that Ji Rulong would just have someone steal that old brother of his chessboard and send it to Fancheng. For people who are good at chess, chessboards and chess sets are treasures, and that old brother of his spent his whole life playing chess layouts, only to have the board stolen and given to him by his own grandson. Just thinking about it, Qi Xiangming found it very interesting. Today at noon, accompany the old man to drink more, Qi Xiangming said, walking towards the house. Ji Rulong followed close behind. Remainder, the 4 members of the Qi family and Qin Tian, on the contrary, did not follow them. Qin Tian right. Since we returned to Fancheng back then, we haven't been to Kyoto again, but I still heard something about you. Is your grandfather's health alright? At this time, Qi Zhongxiao looked at Qin Tian and said, Uncle Qi is kind. My old man has always been in good health. Qin Tian bowed his head slightly and said politely and humbly, good is good. Back then, our several families followed Ji old master to fight the world. That is how united so many years although less contact, but the heart, or to them, hang on very much. Qin Tian did not dare to comment on the affairs of the previous generation, or even the older generation. At this point, Qi Zhongxiao suddenly turned his words around and asked, can you tell me what your marquis meant by that last move? The words came out. The other 3, at the same time, looked towards Qin Tian. Ji Rulong's last move, they didn't even have time to look at it carefully. They only knew that after it was dropped, their old man's face changed drastically on the spot. To know, that is from the battlefield down the old general, always as Taishan collapsed in front of the face without changing color. So many years, the first time they see the old master this appearance. Naturally curious, that move actually what is the meaning of? Even, at the end of the game, Ji Rulong directly shattered the chessboard. Not even a victory. Since Uncle Qi has probably guessed it, why make things difficult for the kid? Qin Tian shook his head and did not give the answer they wanted to hear. Can't say. Qi Zhongxiao's heart sank. Sure enough, involved in the war? Subsequently, a few more people chatted. Qin Tian walked out of the courtyard alone and just pulled out a cigarette. Brother Qin, I also hope to take care of more in the future especially in front of the marquis. Helped to speak beautifully. Qi Kanmin came over with a face full of flattering flattery. Said, and also took the initiative to pass the fire. Qin Tian took the fire, lit it and inhaled. His tone was flat. Although I'm not as good as my marquis, it's still not a problem for me to beat you with one hand. Do you think that this point of your own measure of pretending to be a fool can be hidden from me? Chi Kanmin flinched, then scratched his head. Is it that obvious? No. At least, that big sister of yours really believes that you're a good-for-nothing waste of space, doesn't she, Duke Chi, who has a cultivation level that's 7 times higher? Qin Tian smirked. Grr, what kind of perverts are you all? Chapter 80, From the South Upward. Sword to the North. Noon. Accompanied by the Qi family and their party, they finished their midday meal. The oldest 3, Qi Zhenghua, said goodbye to Ji Rulong because of business matters and left with his son after promising that he would be graciously entertained in the evening. Ji boy, go have some tea. Qi Shangming greeted him and got up to walk towards the courtyard. The old man has the habit of drinking tea on weekdays, so in the courtyard specially built a gazebo. Born in their era are more nostalgic. The style and furnishings are from the previous set. In the meantime, Qi Xinyue, who had finished clearing the table, stood in front of the door and looked at the old and young people sitting in the gazebo drinking tea, unconsciously lost in thought. What? It's only the first time you've seen her, and you're already in love with her? Qi Zhangxiu, who appeared beside her at an unknown time, slowly said with a smile on his face, after all, it's my own daughter, coming from a general's family, coupled with the personality and other aspects, compared to her as a father, but more with the old master. Not to say that the eyes are high, but the general cannot really enter her eyes. Even if the same general family children of some of the second generation, the boy, too, had always kept a deliberate distance, and for that reason he had often worried about the other's future. Now it seems that it is not a problem of orientation, or because she has not met anyone who can conquer her before. It is said that heroes are hard to pass by beauty, and how can beauty not revere heroes? Just, this kind of figure destined to ascend to the top of an era. Anyone in his presence would pale in comparison. You and him, after all, are not from the same world. Although Qi Zhongxiu very much didn't want to strike his daughter, he still couldn't help but remind her to avoid her getting in too deep. Qi Xinyue shook her head. This kind of unique character under the sky, which woman wouldn't want to accompany him with a golden heart? It's just that, you're right, I'm not worthy of him. This point of self-knowledge is still there. Qi Zhongxiu lit a cigarette, a little heartbroken. Father, that game of chess just now, as I thought about it, I always felt that it wasn't as simple as it appeared to be. Especially that last move of the marquis. Qi Xinyue raised her head and said with difficulty, Grandpa, did he lose? It's not just her. In terms of any person in the Qi family, Qi Shangming is a faith-like existence, although it is difficult to accept, but rational analysis. Continue. His grandfather will probably lose to Ji Rulong, and the reason why Ji Rulong shattered the chessboard was to save face for her grandfather. For what his daughter was thinking, Qi Zhangxiu naturally could see through it at a glance. He smiled and asked rhetorically, why do you feel that way? Feelings, the last step seems to break the boat. In fact, that moment of confidence and arrogance, like a standing in the circle of 10,000 troops in the absolute god of war. Still, heavy siege, I can also kill a sky and earth. Now, recalling the aura that Ji Rulong released when he made that last move, Qi Xinyue still felt shocked. And, this game is too much killing. It's not like it's just a competition of who's good at chess. Plus, Ji Rulong, as the champion marquis of the current dynasty and a sea-defining presence, would not normally enter the country, let alone come to Fancheng on purpose to visit his family's old man. The odds are, with a character like him entering the country, something big is going on in the territory. Father, that last move, you haven't figured it out until now? Qi Xinyue asked. Qi Zhongxiu inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes for a long time before lowering his voice and explaining, I carefully analyzed this game of chess, and this marquis style of chess is murderous. And in the beginning, he made a point of saying that the chess pieces were not placed correctly in this sentence. I reckon, it's certain forces within the territory that have messed with him, therefore, it needs to be moved, or even, cleaned up. Also, Qi Zhongxiu paused for a moment, frowned and continued, what he revealed in the chess game has a strong purpose. On the surface, it's a visit, but in reality, it's aimed at our Fancheng, so he asked the old master if he would let him. Qi Xinyue probably understood. Before, his grandfather had warned Ji Rulong that the other side was too eager to seize Guanzhong to separate the winner from the loser, and would easily put themselves in danger. At that time, it did not sound like anything. Now after her father so analyzed, her heart immediately set off waves of shock. This marquis, why do you want to occupy Fancheng? Fizzle. Fine thoughts. Qi Xinrong's eyes widened. Then the last move. Qi Zhongxiu exhaled the last mouthful of smoke and said gruffly, from the south upwards, the sword points to the north. The whole north. The territory is vast, as well as there was only one that deserved to be treated with caution by the Hall champion Marquis. The Ginger royal family. Marquis is going to fight the Jiang clan's royal family? This, Qi Xinyue couldn't help but cry out in shock, but was stopped by Qi Zhongxiao in a hurry. Qi Xinyue swallowed her saliva with difficulty. If this was really the case, the world might have to start war again, and the top royal family that had stood in the north for dozens of years, basically fearless of everything, was afraid that they would have to get rid of their names. But, will the capital nod? Qi Xinyue shivered coldly, suddenly remembering his grandfather's phrase, break the boat. He, the champion husband, wanted to fight a battle and didn't care who nodded or not. Just know it in your own heart, and it's still unknown what's going on, Qi Zhongxiao emphatically reminded. Gazebo. Ji Rulong picked up his teacup and blew on it slowly. You've known about the Han River for a long time, and even, the one standing behind it is the Grain King Jiang, and even the purpose of my coming here, you know exactly. The latter words, Ji Rulong did not say out loud, but it is already self-evident. If the army sends troops to the north is a must, then the implication is not only the situation in the north, but the situation of the whole world. As a precautionary measure, across the Jingyu, control of the north and south of Fancheng must be in his hands. Zhang's not terrible, afraid, is hiding in the dark. Take the opportunity to mess up the small. But Qi Shangming doesn't look like he's going to back him up. While hearing Ji Rulong's words, Qi Shangming laughed. You're such an esteemed transcendent figure going south. Old man me, how dare I not figure out the reason why I've learned about the Han River. Old man, but you have to understand, in a small home like mine, where chickens fly and siblings fight every day, not to mention the whole of Dasha, what day doesn't something happen? Ji Rulong placed 2 fingers lightly. The teacup in his hand suddenly exploded a crack from the center. Listening to you, the death of a border trooper is irrelevant? He is not an omnipotent god who cannot take care of everyone in the world. But, wherever he encounters injustice, he has to manage, not to mention his own command. For the country born and died of the border troops and their daughters, the Son of Heaven commits the same crime as the common people. Could it be that, just because the other party is a top royal family, it can be left unsettled? He didn't understand that a person like Qi Shangming could not tolerate sand in his eyes by definition. Qi Shangming shook his head. You're still young and have experienced less, just like your grandfather and I back then. Speaking of which, Qi Shangming seemed to be caught up in his memories. Half a day later. In fact, this society is very realistic. Seemingly everyone is equal under the appearance of 3, 6, 9. Honor and inferiority always existed. That is why, Han River, those families you can just kill. Whereas, when it comes to behemoths like Kong, who have their own army, there are tons of factors to consider. What you're experiencing right now is nothing, and when you really dig deep, you'll realize the truth about society is only going to be more brutal and shocking than you think. Ji Rulong frowned. Qi Shangming, holding the tea, has cooled. He simply put down. Suddenly spoke out of turn. Do you think, with your grandfather's position of power back then, why did not pursue the death of your parents? Boom. A word to the wise. A shocking murderous aura immediately filled the entire arena. Chapter 81. Tell the Zhou family I'll bring them up at 5. Shasta. Xin Tian, who was waiting outside the courtyard, took one step and his figure instantly appeared outside the gazebo, his face showing surprise. Father and daughter Qi Zhongxiao raised their heads at the same time, their hearts and minds trembling dramatically. Killing aura nearly turned into a substance of the murderous aura. Anyone who was in the middle of it, none of them are not feeling a strong sense of suffocation came, as if being strangled by someone's neck. What exactly were the two talking about? And how did the atmosphere suddenly become so gloomy? You may not know me well, I'm not like my grandfather. I haven't found out what happened back then. Otherwise, killing as many people as possible would be the same. Yi Qingyun's death. Qi Shangming was silent. Ji Rulong's parents' death. Because the news blockade quickly. So in that year did not cause too much of a stir. No, but also stand in the top circle of Kyoto's batch of people. Is taboo talk. At that time, Ji world, military power in hand. The whole country, almost can do a word. Son and daughter-in-law suddenly died. Say there is nothing fishy. Who believe this thing? He shouldn't have mentioned it in front of Ji Rulong, but nowadays, it also has to be held up as an example, in the hope that he will keep the big picture in mind and not be so impulsive. However, it didn't seem to do half as much good. Ji Rulong put away his hands and gradually collected his breath. I don't know what you older generations are hiding, but your approach is too indecisive for me. But what you can't deny is that the vast majority of the populace, at least for now, are living in peace, aren't they? Once the war starts, The best outcome would be to quickly break the other side without affecting the population. Instead, the mountains and rivers are shattered, and a long war sweeps across this land once again, with hundreds of thousands, millions, and even tens of millions of people falling one after another. This is not alarmist talk. Daxia. It is not the first time to experience such a thing. Once the war in the territory can quickly end okay, once dragged or formed a stalemate situation, the territory outside the restless will jump out. The peace is broken, everything repeats itself again, and decades of development are ruined. However, Ji Rulong, on the other hand, disagreed. When the time comes to make a break, it's not enough. If we can't even guarantee the rights and interests of individual members of the populace, and under the so-called big picture, we allow some people to be mercilessly stomped to death, what is the meaning of the existence of Daxia? What is the point of unification? Again? Qi Shangming's face was heavy. I understand all the reasoning, but it takes time. Wanting to completely weed out those rotten to the bone assholes, and those who hide in the shadows to manipulate the river and mountain, is not something that can be done overnight. Time? Ji Rulong still shook his head, his tone still surprisingly flat. I don't have any more time to give them. Since you guys don't want to be the guilty party, let me be the guilty party. Qi Shangming wanted to say something else, but the next second, on paper, everything is just talk. You have to fight to know exactly how it is. In addition, I'm afraid that your knowledge of me is still stuck in 5 years ago. Grandpa Qi, do you want to see the top of the top? What kind of elegance is it? Wind. A moment of silence. Qi Shangming slowly stretched out his hand and renewed a cup of tea for himself. Only, at this moment, the old general's hands were obviously trembling slightly, and he didn't know whether he was too shocked or too excited. 4 decades. A lot of things hidden in the haze. Only a small part of them who have traveled through those troubled times know. Once upon a time they all wanted to carry it all alone, but ignored. The new generation has thrived. Perhaps this sheltering of theirs will instead obscure the other side's sharpness? For a long time, Qi Shangming suddenly laughed and changed the topic. You brat. It's not easy to see each other. Can you not make the atmosphere so depressing? I found the Su family. Another sentence. The atmosphere was getting more and more depressing. Qi Shangming was lost in thought for many hours before he lamented. Su family, it's not easy. Take care of it if you can. Finally, Ji Rulong did not continue to mention more. In fact, after today's conversation, he or Qi Shangming have already revealed their own ideas. Too much to get to the bottom of it, rather meaningless. Chatting away, Xin Tian, who was standing outside the gazebo, suddenly walked over. General, the Zhou family side has forcibly escorted the man down, threatening that if they want to transfer his yuan back, we must go in person. The Chao family? This is a matter that is but a very small thing with him. He has already let the Kyoto Security Department side down to the Fancheng side of the people to take care of. The He Jiu retransferred back to the Hanzhong, and at first the provincial capital side is who advocated the order. Must be kneeling to pick up the other side to go back. A small Zhou family dares to throw off the face of the Kyoto Security Department? He even threatened that if he wanted to transfer someone back, he had to go personally. It seems. Are you planning to avenge the Zhao family? The Zhou family? Is that the one native to our Fancheng? At this time, Qi Shangming asked curiously. Then, he told the whole story. Old third in the Zhou family seemed to have some business dealings. Let him go and knock on the door, Qi Shangming said. Unexpected. Ji Rulong, however, waved his hand. This visit would have already been an interruption to you. We can do without scruples. But Uncle Zhenghua's business still needs to be done. Then, he lifted his watch and looked at it. It's still early. You tell the Zhou family that I'll personally go and pick up the man at 5. He originally didn't have the intention of overcalculating on this kind of thing. But right now, he was pressing a nameless fire within him. And since the Zhou family had made a fool of themselves, there was no one else to blame. As for knocking? Ha! Can you kill someone by knocking? I heard that the Wei family's daughter is chasing you very hard. What's the matter? Don't you have any idea? Suddenly, Qi Shangming asked this sentence. Ji Rulong, how come the older generation seems to be so concerned about this? Ji Rulong rubbed his nose, clearly not wanting to explore this topic. How about I accompany you to play a few more games of chess at someone's home? Purely as a way to pass the time. Qi Shangming stared at him closely, then suddenly smiled. Okay, time. A minute passes. Ji Rulong pinched the point, put down the chess pieces in his hand, and after greeting Elder Qi, he left with Qin Tian and the two of them to head to the Zhou family. Qi Shangming looked at his departing back, out of focus for a long time, before greeting Qi Zhongxiao not far away, although he said he doesn't need us to intervene. But after all, it's the Marquis, my Qi family, we can't be too standoffish. Qi Zhongxia was naturally aware of this. The problem is Fancheng. Can they really stand by and do nothing? Other than that, at least show them. Transfer a batch of teams over there. In addition, notify Lao San that the old man, I won't be going. You guys are enough to represent my Qi family. Qi Xiangming said. I know. Qi Zhangxiao and Qi Xinyue left the whole compound. The moment, with only Qi Xiangming left alone, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 82, Come Out and Die. The Chao family, one of the top local Fancheng mansions, with an influence almost comparable to that of the three top families in Hanjiang. The moment, dozens of clan members of the Zhou family gathered together. What time is it? A white-haired old man sitting on the main seat suddenly opened his eyes and asked. 4:45. From 5 o'clock. There is still a quarter of an hour. That in the Han River stirring up the storm of the guy will be on their Zhou family to mention. A group of Zhou family is naturally looking forward to very much. Want to see the other side. In the end, what is the Holy Spirit? Nearly destroying the Zhao family not to mention. It seems that he even gained some upper hand in the first round of the battle with the Tian family. The crowd, a middle-aged woman with an obese figure and a face as big as a basin, on the other hand, was full of ferocity. She was none other than the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Miqing, Zhao Tiancheng's biological mother. The Zhou family's space for development in the local area had almost belonged to the point where they could see the end of the world at a glance, so they had set their sights on the Han River. But because of the existence of the three top families, it was difficult for them to reach in. After she herself had married Zhao Mingyuan, the two families had helped each other for many years, and as 20 years of light had rushed by, they had long since ceased to be satisfied with this current situation. And the Zhao family's martial sect area was the thing that made them covet it. Eyes on. Zhao Zhengchuan was already slowly decentralizing his power, and they could completely control Zhao Mingyuan and Zhao Tiancheng secretly as long as they operated properly, thus obtaining the entire Zhao clan. But, suddenly things happened in the Han River, and Zhao Zhengchuan Master 3 died. The point is, the follow-up rumor is that a small, unknown family is planning to take over Zhao in its entirety. It is often said, blocking someone's way is like killing their parents. The Zhou family has been laying out in the dark for years for this matter. Naturally they are annoyed, but the Han River is not their territory after all, so they have not reacted for this matter until He Ziyu was transferred to Fancheng, stripped of power and empty of the name of secretary. How could he compete with a behemoth like the Zhou family, which had taken root in the local community for decades? Therefore, as soon as He Ziyu came, he was directly taken secretly. And the explanation given at the official level was that the new director of the transfer was suspected to be missing. Comical and inexorable. Actually, it doesn't matter if you guys arrested me, but you guys should never have offended that person. He Ziyuan, who was sitting on the side, shook his head at this time, and deep down inside, he couldn't help but mourn for these people from the Zhou family. No one else knows, but he was clear that, not only is it considered a fierce dragon that crosses the river, that is the champion marquis of the three armies honoring the marquis. Zhou's family, let him come to personally mention people. Ha, my Zhou family, offended him? And hearing this, Zhou Miqing, as if she had heard the world's funniest joke, he killed my son for too lowly to the dust pariahs, spoiling my Zhou family's grand plan for many years. You're telling me that it's my Zhou family that's offending him? The rest, also at this moment, murderous anger stared at He Ziyuan. The word offending was not suitable to be used for their Zhou family. Always come. Only others have offended his Zhou family. He Ziyuan shook his head once again, with no intention of trying to explain too much. Dog, don't think I don't know what your bottom line is. Kyoto Security Department, right? Kyoto Sheriff's Department. This kind of organization, her Zhou family, has not been inflated to the point where she thinks she can keep it out of her eyes, but want to rely on a paper transfer order. So simple to transfer people away. Then, her son died in vain? Zhao's also handed over to the people? How is that possible? Therefore, she had also used all her efforts to persuade a big shot, a real big shot, who could also speak in the Kyoto Security Department. Zhou Miqing, his body full of fat meat trembling, continued. He was able to turn the Han River upside down. So naturally, our Zhou family will not be foolish enough to think that he is a soft persimmon to be pinched any way they want. But, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This time I invited. Is the third master of the Qi family? What kind of existence is the Qi family? I'm sure you've heard of it. As long as that dog thing dares to come to Fancheng, I'm going to make sure that he's buried in Fancheng today. The chest is ready. Smug. The third master of the Qi family? That old General Qi's son? He Ziyuan couldn't help but blurt out. The whole person was a bit incredulous. Not because he was afraid, but it was strange. The Qi family, how could they be in cahoots with the Zhou family? Seeing that He Ziyuan finally couldn't remain calm, Zhou Miqing was even more pleased. Dog, now you know you're afraid? Sorry, it's too late. Speaking up, she was also lucky. In recent times, their Zhou family happened to have business dealings with the third master of the Qi family, and 2 hours ago, she had also taken the opportunity to talk about business to speak to the third master of the Qi family and his son about this matter. She knew that with her segment, even with this reason of business in place, she would not be able to beg a figure like third master Qi. Thus, she simply turned the facts upside down and exaggerated them. Probably, Yi Qianxian's death has nothing to do with her son at all, just by others out of context. This matter of Hanjiang Academy and the Department of Public Security are investigated clearly, and there is enough evidence to prove that Yi Qianxian's death was only killed by accidental death. However, Ji Rulong and the others took advantage of this incident to turn black and white, killing innocents indiscriminately on the basis of their war zone background, seizing Zhao's industry under the banner of justice, and he Zi Yuan, who had become his traitor, helping to take control of Zhao's. She only wanted to seek justice for her son's death, but she didn't expect that Ji Rulong would let slip that he would come to their door to find trouble with their Zhou family, and she had no choice but to turn to the Qi family for help. Sure enough, when she said this, the third master of the Qi family was furious, claiming that he didn't expect there to be such a tumor in the war zone, and promised that he would help her. As for whether or not this thing would wear off, she wasn't worried at all. When we get to Fanqing's territory, how things are going to be, is it not still up to him? The Zhou family? The more I think, Zhou Miqing more admire themselves, if not for their own cleverness. With that dog has Kyoto Security Department this layer of relations. This time they are afraid that the Zhou family really cannot take him. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded suddenly. Then after that, the downpour poured down from the sky, and what was originally a clear sky turned gray at this moment. Why is it suddenly raining? I hate rainy days. The atmosphere is inexplicably uncomfortable. At this time, the Zhou family's old man sitting on the main seat frowned and asked again, "What time is it?" 58. What did the Qi family say? Elder Zhou looked at Zhou Miqing and said, "Don't worry. I sent a message to the Qi-san family and the Qi Gongzi at the same time early in the morning. Qi-san master that kind of character won't go back on his word, estimating that it's on the way here. Now I'm afraid of that dog's empty words. He Zi Yuan, the champion marquis of the Hall of Man. The existence of thousands of troops and horses as if they were in no man's land. Why do you, a small Zhou family, dare not come? You're so self-righteous. You don't know how to die. Didn't take you seriously. Had to go down a dead-end road on my own. Report, there are 2 cars coming from outside the door. Not Master Qi-san's car. They should be coming from Hanjiang. Outside the door, a window-laminated stretch business, quietly parked across the street from Zhou's house. The rear window suddenly fell a crack. Thick smoke was blown by the wind in the rain. Come out and die. A disembodied voice exploded and echoed from all directions. Subsequently, the plaque engraved with the word Zhoufu on the Zhou family's main door exploded in the center, and the entire Zhou family, at this moment, was completely startled. Timing, exactly 5 o'clock, minute by minute. Chapter 83. Who else? Please come out and let me see. Boom! Thunder exploded, and the rain, it got heavier and heavier. A handful of black umbrellas rose from the inner courtyard of the Zhou family and rushed to the door. When they saw that the plaque, which had existed for decades and symbolized the Zhou family's residence, break into 2, everyone was enraged. Where does Haiji use it? Obviously no one was around, but suddenly came such a very penetrating voice, like a layer after layer of shock waves, over the sound of rain and wind to the ears of all people. Opposite, that lone stop in the stormy wind and rain and the lengthened business, still not moving, not to mention see someone get out of the car, but everyone on the scene is clear. The sound is from there. Otherwise, cannot explain this phenomenon. Dogs, if you dare to come, why don't you dare to get off? Zhou Miqing, who stood at the front of the crowd, was drenched in rainwater because of his fat body size. Just, at the moment, she couldn't care less. The man who killed her son was sitting in that car, and her eyes, at the moment, were nothing but rage. I don't care if you're playing the hero or being responsible, but if you want to take He Zi Yuan away from my Zhou family, then you'll have to trade your life for it. Now I'm ordering you to get out of the car right now. Zhou Miqing narrowed his eyes and stared dead at the opposite side. The car window fell slightly. If it wasn't for the distance and the ferocity of the rain, the people of the Zhou family would have been able to see such a shocking scene, and any rainwater that approached the window retreated and evaporated in an instant. Then, a 5-fingered, slender palm was visible, gently waving. Next, wild winds rolled up, and even the rain-covered ground lifted up several layers of ripples, and the Zhou family's crowd only felt a suffocatingly terrifying wave of air sweeping across them. Right at this tense juncture, A figure suddenly blocked in front of Zhou Miqing and took a step in the direction of the incoming airwaves. Break! Gale forbids it. Everything, the dust settles. Ha! Inside the car, a voice that was exceptionally different from the previous one rang out, seemingly somewhat surprised that the slap just now was certainly just a casual wave. But it was not something that an average person could block. For an ordinary person like Zhou Miqing, a slap on the wrist was more than enough to kill him. At this point, Zhou family people only feel the chest-burning bare anger. A come chop their Zhou family plaque not to mention, and from beginning to end are posing a high profile. Even the car did not bother to get off. And now, it is once again hands. This was simply half-heartedly putting their Zhou family in their eyes. If they hadn't been concerned about the fact that they were men of honor and needed to focus on their image in every move, they would have swarmed in to make the arrest themselves. In other words, they are all people with status and position. Naturally they will not be like some small minions like when they encounter things, they will flap their teeth and claws. Ugly, but now Ji Rulong's behavior is gradually disintegrating the steadiness of theirs. Uncle Yi, the gazes of the crowd. At this moment, all landed in unison on the old man who had just blocked Zhou Miqing's body. Leaf high. A practicing suit, with a thin body and dry limbs. It's an expert. It's better for Miss not to risk her life. Yi Gao stood up in the rain, and faintly said with an air of superiority. Zhou Miqing snorted coldly and said disdainfully, it's just a jumping clown who pretends to be a god. First catch him down and kneel in front of my Zhou family's door to kowtow 100 times, then this young lady will think about it. How to slowly torture him to death. Yi Gao nodded. 3 minutes. I'll make him kneel in front of you. Immediately after, a step out, is several meters away, set off a powerful momentum as even the surrounding rain, are directly shocked away. Seeing this scene, the Zhou family's crowd was even more filled with divine energy. Don't look at Yi Gao's weak surface, but in reality, he was a solid 5th Heavenly Hall of Fame powerhouse, 9th level of the martial arts path. Every interval of a heavy, is a heavy day, those on the world chest broken boulder, leg shaking steel so-called experts, but even a heavy day have not stepped into the ordinary people. Into the heavy day, can be counted as a real martial arts strong man, and, a strong person like Yi Gao, who was as high as the 5th heaven, was rare in the entire Fanchang, and was a strong person that their Zhou family had spent a large sum of money to hire to protect an important member of the family. If he personally took action, that dog in the car, wouldn't he only be on his knees begging for mercy? Before they could finish their fantasies, a terrifying aura interrupted their thoughts, and then just see, Yi Gao, who had just landed in the middle of the road with his hands behind his back in a bland manner, actually knelt down on the ground with a bang, and the ground surface collapsed, shaped like a huge spider web, blooming in all directions with himself as the center. Zhou Miqing, the crowd of Zhou family members were dumbfounded and stiffened on the spot. 5 heavens gave you so much courage? Another oppressive feeling descended steeply. Boom! Yi Gao braced his hands on the ground, his whole face gradually distorted. At this moment, he couldn't even lift his head up. He only felt that all his bones and muscles were being squeezed by a terrifying force. This, the other side so far, even the face did not show, based on a single breath, so that the 5 heavens of him, like a dead dog kneeling on the ground. This is what level of existence? Zhou family, US, what kind of terrifying existence have you messed with? Yi Gao's mouth began to spill blood at the corners and his voice was mournful and incomparable. Boom! The sense of oppression increased again. Yi Gao's arms were instantly broken under this force, and his head heavily smashed down. The ground is collapsing. At this time, a palm poked out of the car. 5 fingers aimed at Yi Gao's direction fiercely closed. In an instant, his entire body from the inside out constantly overflowed with blood. No! Spare my life, I was wrong. Die! A word fell. The scene once again came from the bones were crushed raw cracking sound. But in an instant, blood stained the practice clothes, the remaining large puddles of blood, but also along the rain, slowly flowed to the surrounding cracks. In an instant, a generation of 5 heavens of the strongest man, in the shape of a puddle of mud, collapsed in the middle of the road. Dead can no longer die. Anyone else, please come out and show me? Hearing these words, Zhou Miqing was instantly struck by lightning. His complexion was pale as he took several steps backward. His throat rolled over several times in succession, and he froze, unable to say a word. This is horrible. A strong person of the 5th heaven was pinched to death by Nima with a slap in the air. This shocking scene almost shattered the cognition she had for decades of her life. A strong person of this level, she had never even heard of it, not to mention seeing it. Suddenly, the ground shook slightly. Just see in the heavy rain, one after another large warzone exclusive transportation vehicle rushed to come, which there is even a red plate sedan with the beginning of the military, was escorted in the center of the convoy. That's the general's seat. Next, on both sides of the road, there came again the sound of neat, heavy footsteps, only to see two teams fully equipped with basilisk green battle uniforms and scimitars at their waists, braving the rain. The number of people is not large, but, just like 1,000 armies, coming with a forward momentum. It's old General Chi's personal escort. My god, our Zhou family, when did we have such a big face? Chapter 84, I'm in a bad mood, so I'm going to kill your family. It's well known. Qi Shangming was a character who had fought alongside the former and current governors of Daxia. Nowadays, even though he had retired, a person of his patriarchal rank would be surrounded by a specialized team responsible for protecting his safety. This group, again, belonged to the military, distinguished from the ordinary military. They are all in the martial arts on the road to success of the strong. In Fancheng appeared in the number of times, only a handful of times, every time out, are bound to be enough to shake the entire Fancheng big event. Today, they actually came out for the Zhou family. Eldest sister, you are simply the savior of our Zhou family. If you hadn't invited Third Master Qi, our Zhou family would have really lost face today. Great. Now, let's see how arrogant that dog can still be. The Zhou family crowd was thrilled. Zhou Miqing heart the same secret joy. She also really did not expect Qi Zhonghua Congress give her such a big picture. At this point, sedan doors open. Qi Zhongxiao 4 people get off. Their subordinates want to come over to support their umbrellas, but was rejected one by one. Their eyes, at this moment all stayed in that lengthened business car. Asterisk 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 not only is Third Master Qi here, but General Qi is there in person? The moment. Seeing the Qi family come, a few big shots are standing in the rain. Zhou Miqing even more dare not slow down, when it dragged the obese body to meet up. Aggravated, Qi General. 3 masters, you have to do it for me Look, that guy is simply an executioner, tearing down my Zhou family's plaque and killing our Zhou family's people on the spot. If you guys hadn't come today, I'm afraid that my Zhou family would have been tragically wiped out. Said, she even shouted at the lengthened business car. Dog, General Qi and Third Master Qi and the others are here. Why don't you get out of the car and kowtow? This next, she is truly emboldened. So what if it was a more powerful expert? In front of a general's family like the Qi family, he would still have to kneel. Qi old general's personal escort, not to mention, just the 1,000 or so neatly lined up, would be able to beat that dog into a sieve. Not to mention, who would dare to make a move in front of someone of Qi Zhongxiao's stature? Ha ha, aren't you arrogant? Didn't you want to see what other people this young lady could invite? What? After seeing General Qi and Third Master Qi and the others, you don't even dare to say anything in fear? Zhou Miqing was doggedly proud, standing tall and proud, looking at the entire Fancheng. There was no family that could make the Qi family give such great face. Zhou Miqing and the Zhou family, was simply unique. That dog thing probably also thought through his head, did not expect that he could invite the Qi family here. Now it is estimated that they are all scared silly. Aside, Qi Sanmin's back teeth were about to be clenched, and he immediately intended to go forward and give her 2 slaps, but at this very moment, a voice suddenly came out of thin air. Stand down. Stand down? Zhou Miqing was watching as Qi Kanmin was preparing to step forward, so she was instantly amused as she sneered with a face full of laughter. Ha ha, dog, are you scared silly? Think you're the king of heaven, and you dare to order Duke Qi around? May. Laughing, she suddenly realized that something was wrong, because Qi Kanmin, who had just walked out not more than a few steps, actually really retreated back, and then obediently stood by Qi Guozhong's side, not saying a word, and was full of murderous anger. This, Zhou Miqing's smile froze. Then, before she could react to what was going on, a black umbrella suddenly held up from beside the business car. The one holding the umbrella is a young man. Gale, heavy rain. There was only such a black umbrella holding up the scene, and even Qi Zhongxiao didn't dare to hold up the umbrella. Immediately after, the car door opened on its own, and Ji Rulong's figure was finally revealed in front of everyone. Then, Zhou Miqing, as well as a group of Zhou family members, then saw the most unacceptable scene they had ever seen in their lives. Supreme Commander Qi Zhongxiao of the local theater of war in Fancheng. Greetings, sir. Salute. Qi Zhongxiao straightened his battle uniform, stood in awe, and shouted in a loud voice. Snap! More than 1,000 generals, instantly standing at attention, raised their hands in salute. Next, hello sir. The voice was stone cold and earth-shaking, directly scaring a group of Zhou family members out of their wits. Zhou Miqing is even a stagger, nearly planted on the ground. She stared wide-eyed. The whole person is actually as if stimulated, turned crazy. Ha, sir, Qi Zhongxiao, the highest general stationed in the land of one heavy city, A figure with 2 general stars on his shoulders. Even called the guy who killed his son as Sir. What does that mean? It showed that young to excessive fellow was a person who stood as one of the top figures in the Great Summer War region. An existence that could not be sealed at this stage. It was ridiculous that she still thought that the Chi family was making such a big fuss because of her. Until this moment, she didn't understand it all. And it was because of that understanding that she felt unable to accept it. Snap. That's the sound of lighting a cigarette. This old man really treats me as an outsider. Ji Rulong shook his head, then took a step towards Zhou Miqing, midway slapping his palm, directly jerking him into spitting blood from his mouth. Ahem. Zhou Miqing looked horrified as the rain hit her body, making her entire body like a falling dog. In a sorry state. I originally didn't have the heart to take care of your Zhou family. Why? Did I have to seek my own death? Ji Rulong lifted his leather shoes and ruthlessly stepped on her neck, and a sound of bones crushing came from the scene. Ah! Zhou Miqing immediately let out a mournful scream. The intense tingling sensation was so strong that her cerebral cortex was tingling along with it, and she gasped loudly before saying hysterically, I can't understand why. Why? Those are just 2 unassuming pariahs. A big shot like you. Why must you stare at their deaths? That kind of trash living at the bottom of society. The big deal is to compensate them some money. 10 million if not enough. Then 50 million, 100 million. Their deaths are final. But my son could have been spared. Why did you have to kill him? And if you hadn't, how would I have sought revenge on you? It's really hard to imagine. Exactly. What kind of environment in life is it that would make her feel that 2 living human lives are so cheap? 50 million. A billion. Too much for the average person. Too much to imagine. But, for people like them who have a strong family background, it is just a number that can be thrown out casually. If we follow her idea, wouldn't it be true that anyone who has a little bit of family background can run the people to death at will? And then, lose a little money and not be held liable? For someone like her, Ji Rulong didn't even intend to argue with her. He just turned his head to Qi Zhenghua and asked, Third Uncle Qi, I heard Grandpa Qi say that you have business dealings with the Zhou family? Before Qi Zhenghua could say anything, Qi Kanman on the side hurriedly explained. We didn't know beforehand that what happened in Hanjiang had something to do with the Zhou family, and if it wasn't for the eldest uncle's phone call, we'd still almost be compelled by her. Ji Rulong did not care about this. Just said, shopping malls such as the battlefield. This is to eat people not spit out bones place. Ambition. Enlarge some well. The crowd froze. With your Qi family's energy in the local area, if the Zhou family falls, isn't it possible to take over quickly? Ji Rulong asked again. At this point, Zhou Miqing, who had fallen to the ground, seemed to realize something as she stared at her eyes, her face full of panic. You, what exactly do you want? Ji Rulong inhaled a cigarette. His eyes were murderous. I'm not in a very good mood today. So, intending to exterminate your Zhou family's entire clan. Chapter 85, Transfer 20,000 Border Troops. Kill whoever stops them. Aftermath. Ji Rulong stayed in Fancheng for another day until the next evening, when he left Fancheng and returned to Hanjiang. This guy, why is he still here? The car had just arrived at the entrance of the villa when Qin Tian suddenly smiled. Young Rich, the guy who broke into the villa that day and said that he wanted to smash Yi Qingyun's spiritual hall, all past 2 days, actually followed Ji Rulong's orders and didn't dare to leave for a moment. It seems that the shot really scared this guy. At this moment, the ear after the medical staff door-to-door bandage, the whole person looks thin circle. Zhang Fu Rao look at a car back, immediately rolled and crawled with a boom sound kneeling next to the car. Military master, you finally came back. These days, we have cleaned the villa inside and out. The toilets are all brushed clean, and not a single grain of dust has fallen from the spiritual hall. You see, Ji Rulong didn't care about it, got off the car and went straight into the villa. This, Zhang Fu Rao was instantly filled with death. Get lost. Qin Tian's voice, however, came at this time, and Zhang Fu Rao, who had thought that he was about to be finished in the last second, was relieved again. Coming in hot, walked with his head down and his legs clenched. Tonight, whether it's business or personal matters, nothing will be discussed. I don't want to be disturbed. Ji Rulong instructed Qin Tian as he passed the long incense he had just lit into the incense burner. Tired? The first thing he thought in his heart was that he nodded and said nothing. As a border army, state-owned war always in the forefront of a group of teams. They can stand the worst environment outside the pass, but also hardened in the pass and the enemy to fight for 7 days and 7 nights without a break. They will be tired? It doesn't exist. The moon is dark and the wind is high. He was hugging his arms and soundlessly leaning against the villa's gate, seemingly enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Snap! A voice rang out from the second floor, where the lights had already gone out. Qin Tian was more than familiar with this. It was the sound of his marquee exclusive lighter igniting. There was an extraordinarily crisp ringing sound. He gently inhaled his nose, and sure enough, he smelled a smell of smoke. LOL. Qin Tian sighed silently. There were too many things weighing on this man's body, and although he never spoke, after following him for so many years, how could Qin Tian not know? Ginger. It's not really scary. What he's going to do, odds are, is something much bigger, available at. He did not know how long it had been, but Qin Tian felt a cold air coming over his face. It seemed, it was the depth of the night. He opened his mouth, wanting to remind a general that it's time to sleep, but the words came out of his mouth and he swallowed them down. That's just it. The odds are, there aren't many days of relative tranquility like this. The years may seem quiet, but the mountains and rivers are not beautiful. I wish, after the saddle and horse labor, a cut of idle clouds and a stream of moon, a ride of landscape and a year of China, you are still the marquis that 10,000 troops admire. I still accompany you around. The next day, Ji Rulong still woke up early as usual and sat on the sofa, flipping through the latest news messages released in Han River. Tian Shangrui is dead. Originally, he thought that in accordance with the Tian family's style of behavior, it would definitely hold a beautiful funeral. But surprisingly, most of the latest news in Han River was tasteless and not sensational, more than a little strange. But it's actually understandable if you think about it. Tian Shangrui was raging at the time, nearly making a mess of the woman district, saying something about sinking his body in the Yulong River in 2 days. And as a result, someone really did sink his body in the Yulong River that night, but it was himself. If the Tian family took the initiative to disclose Tian Shangrui's death to the public and had a grand funeral, wouldn't it be rubbing their faces on the ground? Therefore, it's only sensible to block out the news and keep a low profile. The Tian family sent people to fish in the Yulong River for a night, but the result was no fart, and finally rushed to create a dummy with some important objects from Tian Shangrui's life, instead of burial, and did it in a very low-key way. At this point, Qin Tian's words also confirmed Ji Rulong's suspicions. According to the silence of the three great clans at this stage, they should be preparing for a fight to the death. When will they make a move against them? Qin Tian added. Ji Rulong put down his cell phone, got up and walked over to Yi Qingyun's hearth. How many days have we been in Hanjiang? Today is the 8th day. 8 days. Half of the 6 people involved in the Han River Academy incident have been slaughtered. And, according to the state of affairs and analysis, it was basically impossible for the Jiang clan's royal family, basically, to hand over Jiang Futian, top kings. Even if it was only the bastard son of the Grain King, it was still the bloodline of the Jiang clan's royal family. And with their condescension, how could they possibly let the young prince of their own family pay for someone else's life? 7 days for big brother, 7 days for my niece, and halfway through the 14 days, Ji Rulong looked away, the corner of his mouth raised. The other 2 big families, they should have attended Tian Shangrui's funeral, right? Qin Tian nodded. In that case, let's be fair, there's 6 days left for them all to attend each other's funerals of important members of the other family. Words. Qin Tian nearly didn't laugh out loud on the spot. He was even able to visualize it. After Wang Zhang's 2 families attended Tian Shangrui's funeral. In a turn of events, the Tian family came to attend their family's funeral, and the 3 great families sent each other their condolences, which was really interesting. Just 6 days, just to hit Ginger. Would that be, well, a little too hasty? Ji Rulong was silent. This trip to Fancheng did not turn out to be very satisfactory. However, he was also basically sure of a few things. That is, those people of his grandfather, not after retiring, they really cared for the rest of their lives, but they have always been secretly laying out, trying to overthrow the king's power to decapitate the lineage. Just, compared to them, nowadays the real master of the house, Master Wei, seems to be a conservative. After all, at that time it was the merchant marines who enlisted in the army, unlike his grandfather and Qi Shangming, who were hardened in the battlefield and killed in the battlefield. Plus, those royal clans that had sealed the borders and cracked the land, especially the top royal clans like the Jiang clan, whose prestige covered almost the entire Chinese land, were the ones that had meritorious accomplishments to their credit. Back then, in the matter of targeting foreign enemies, the contribution made by the Jiang Wang clan was obvious to all, and without a suitable opportunity and reason to move the other party, it would definitely set off a big mess. This was partly why, his grandfather and the others, the layout had remained untouched to this day. Also, when his parents died, there is no doubt that his grandfather definitely knows the foul play in this matter, and he even knows who did it. The grassroots origin, born in the chaotic world of the old man, step by step to the 9 to 5, categorically not afraid to fight. However, for the sake of the stability of the world, for the sake of this multitude of people no longer suffer from war, He is enduring the pain of the loss of his son, through the spring and fall one after another. Thinking of that old man with bad legs but a strong iron bone, Ji Rulong felt both hard and angry inside. Why is it that those who really bully and do wrong can take everything in peace, while those of them who are just trying to get justice for their relatives and friends need to have stripes of scruples? Just because, with their hearts, they're not tough enough? Pass on the order of this marquis, transfer another 20,000 border troops, enter the country 6 days later on time. Whoever stops kills who? Ji Rulong's eyes were filled with killing energy. This was the answer. Chapter 86, Transitioning into a Jiao. Transforming into a dragon at once. Lately, the Han River schoolhouse is getting more and more intense in the district. A few short days, not only were the people directly involved, all of whom were paying a heavy price for the matter one after another, but even some of those who were not deeply involved in the matter were also taught a lesson they deserved, such as the Lu family and others, which was a typical example. After Zhao Jingchuan's grandparents and grandchildren died, Tian Shangrui, the third-generation son of the Tian family, came down on behalf of the three top families. The momentum is ferocious. The Lu family and the others were in the way of not being able to pinpoint Ji Rulong's specific identity, so they very wisely chose to wait and see. But the three top families, after all, were sealing existences that had been rooted in the homeland for many years, and both their influence and prestige had been rooted a little bit in their hearts over the long years. Therefore, compared to Ji Rulong who had suddenly killed out, they were still more inclined to believe that the victory of this encounter would be taken by the three great families, and Ji Rulong. The best outcome would have to be to get the hell out of Han River. Available at. The way things ended up, however, shocked them, those who were secretly watching, to the core. From Tian Shangrui in the upper circle of public voice to Ji Rulong body sinking fish dragon river after. So far has passed 2 days of time, and whether it is Tian Shangrui himself, or the days of the family, did not pass out any more news. No one knows exactly what happened that day. It was just that some people were probably aware that a group of thousands of people from the war zone entered the zone that night and sealed off both ends of the Woman Bridge for an hour. The reason for the blockade, not revealed in the slightest. In accordance with the Tian family has always been strong and domineering style in the local area. If the real Ji Rulong pressured to death, naturally, it is impossible to not put out a little wind. Therefore, there was essentially no doubt who the victory in this bout would belong to. Heavenly auspiciousness. The probability is that this top male son, who was born with a golden spoon and is notorious, is following in the footsteps of Zhao Jingchuan's Master 3. Just, concerning the face of the top families, a portion of those in the know had either received a certain amount of hush money or had been threatened with a warning, so half of the specific information had not trickled out. Nowadays, not only the upper circles in the district, quite shaken, the ordinary masses, too, were both indignant and curious. The indignation was that the crimes of the three great families had basically been realized, and they, who also came from an ordinary background, felt a deep empathy for the death of Yi Qingyun's father and daughter, which was why they were angry. And the curiosity was, just what kind of god was it that could manage to fight against a behemoth like the Heavenly Family and still gain the upper hand in the local area? There is only some information that can prove that he is probably from the war zone, and the level is not low. As for the name, appearance, etc. is like a fog. Do not know. For unknown people or things, people always have the habit of being filled with endless reverie. In particular, this kind of heroic person who performs righteous acts but does not leave his name in the world, has harvested a large wave of goodwill and countless admiration, as well as, the more so, the more people try to dig it up to satisfy their curiosity. The Blue House, wearing a cartoon pajamas, tied with a double ponytail, Blue Xiao Xue, was lying on the sofa, tapping the screen with her white tender fingers. Sisters, whose family is in the media or in the station, has a solid relationship? According to my understanding, the idol personally appeared in a certain media in the district not long ago. If we have a relationship with the station or the media, we might be able to find our idol out. A chat group. The leader of the group is herself, nicknamed Cute Snowy. As for the group members, mostly women. No, we're just ordinary people. How can we get in touch with that kind of department? Group Master greatly. My father is working in the station. When the time comes, you can help ask. I added you privately. Hope to pass. Nickname, Lonely Prodigal Son. Won't you tell me that your father works as a security guard at the factory? Lonely Prodigal. With a glance down and not a single piece of useful information, Lan Xiaoshui rested her hands on her fragrant cheeks and sighed with some loss. Just then, a message suddenly caught her attention. Is there any Hanjiang Academy students in the group? It's best if they know Lu Yi who released the video at that time. Her family must know who the idol is. I heard that the Lu family is about to accept Zhao and is going to hold a banquet. Snap. Lan Xiaoshui patted her head. Lan Xiaoshui, why are you so stupid? Directly ask Uncle Lu. Not better than these unreliable netizens? Present. The most hotly debated matter in the district is the renaming of the former Zhou's group, under the operation of He Ziyuan, the general director of the Public Security Department, and the Public Security Department of Kyoto. All the related problems were solved in just one day, and now the Lu family only needs to take over. So, the Lu family decided to hold a banquet in the district tonight, and basically all the celebrities and dignitaries in the district will attend. And isn't it because of the idol's promotion that the Ryu family is where it is today? Thinking, Lan Xiaoshui was then ready to call Liu Yusheng to ask what was going on, but just as the phone was picked up, she put it down again. No. Uncle Lu must be busy today. It's still too rude to call there rashly. Let's ask in person tonight. Anyway, their family had also received an invitation to attend tonight's party. At the thought, she was a little unable to contain her inner excitement and thrill, and began to pound away at her cell phone screen. Xiaoshui, why can't I find that box? Have you seen it? At this time, Lan Xiaoqiao walked over, her face still carrying some anxiety. That day, when Ji Rulong gave the box to her, she could tell that the material of the box was extraordinary, and when she finally brought it back to her father, it appeared to be built from an extremely rare type of wood, seemingly called something like Tianxian sunken fragrance wood. Only, there's no way to know for sure, because the real Tianxian sunken wood, her father had never seen it either. It is understood that this wood is almost extinct in the world. There are rumors that this object is placed around, not only has the effect of prolonging life, and can even make a person off the bone. Access to information. Tianxian incense wood, in recent decades has only appeared once. It is said to be collected by a big shot over in Kyoto, and then there is no news at all. Her father, too, could only judge through some information that the material of the box appeared to be the legendary Tianxian incense wood. As for whether it was or not, no one could prove it, because it was so rare that only a few people had seen it, even if they looked around the world. Anyway, if the material of this box was truly heavenly Xian sunken wood, then it was priceless, and once it appeared in the world, it would definitely cause countless great figures in the world to fight over it. Even if it wasn't, its value wouldn't be any lower, because, on the box, carved a devilishly crafted swallowing python coiled box body, which is engraved with thunderclouds. The overall look down seems to be to cross into the augur, a dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. Chapter 87, The Box. Sold. Look at the object, not just on the surface. The moral of it, too, is very important. Not to mention that the average person wouldn't dare to carve such a thing, and even if they did, they couldn't carve it. So at that time, her father emphatically urged that no matter if this box was Tianxian incense wood, she should return it to the person as soon as possible. This thing, it was not something that their family could hold. Today, she had intended to take the box to find the relationship on the side of the security department, to return the box to Ji Rulong, but did not think, looked around the house and did not find. She clearly remembered that she was placed in the room. The box? The same box that inexplicable guy gave you last time? Lan Xiaoshui sat up and thought about it. Ask our mom. I saw her take it last time. Ask her where she put it. Words. Blue Xiao couldn't help but frown. Spin. She walked into another room, and in the room, was a woman around 50 years old, but extremely well maintained, and by looking at her appearance, she could tell that its youth was also a first-class beauty. Gao Manyu, the birth mother of the Blue Xiao sisters. At this moment, she is trying on a lavender evening dress, looks valuable, and Blue Xiao is noticed. His mother's hands, wrists, neck, more than some of the more expensive jewelry. Blue Xiao's heart stuttered. Mom, did you see that box of mine? The words came out. Gao Manyu was visibly stunned for a moment, but quickly returned to her natural smile and said, No, I never saw that box again after you brought it back and showed it to your father. You lie. Xiaoshui clearly saw you take it. Lan Xiaoqiao's voice unconsciously raised a few points. This, C was poked and prodded. Gao Manyu Suwasher also no longer cover up, sardonically smiled and said, Look at you this child, for a broken box and also yell up with mom. The box I sold, your father all these years, although the fart did not do anything, but the eyesight is good. That box is worth some money, even though it's not heavenly what Sedum would. Boom. Upon hearing this, Blue Xiao froze. Sold? Next. Mom, you are simply too much. Such an expensive thing. I don't even know the person. How can I return it to them if you sell it? Lan Xiao immediately couldn't care less. Who did you sell it to? How much did you sell it for? I'll go find someone to buy it back again. Unexpected. Once Gao Manyu heard this plan of hers, she was not happy on the spot. I say, are you stupid? I heard Xiao Shui say this matter. That kid sent you something because of what? Is not just fancy you want to pursue you ah? How can you give back what you gave away? Besides, to send such a broken wooden pistol, perhaps even he himself does not know the value of the box, which is like we picked up a bargain. You actually think of returning it, brain teasing ah? That. Even more so. Lan Xiaoqiao was furious. It's precisely because people may not know the value of that box that we are all the more obliged to give it back to them. Though, it wasn't clear what Ji Rulong had in mind and for what purpose when he gave her the item at that time, but it was still too valuable after all, and if he knew the value of the box but still gave it to her, it meant that he didn't care. On the contrary, she would have to return the box to Ji Rulong and explain the value of the box, otherwise she would not be able to get over it in her heart. Unexpected. You can't pay it back even if you really want to. I sold the box to the Far East Chamber of Commerce and sold it for $3 million, Gao Manyu said, also pointed to the evening dress on the bed and her own jewelry. I've almost used all the money. Not to mention the fact that it will cost you more than $3 million to buy it back, even if the human Far East Chamber of Commerce is willing to sell it to you at $3 million. According to your own half-dead small company, can you take out $3 million? What? $3 million? When Blue Xiao heard this price, her eyes instantly turned red, both angry and aggrieved. $3 million in cash. With her own company, how could she possibly get it out? Even if she sold the company as a package, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough. Not to mention, the Far East Chamber of Commerce, that kind of behemoth, naturally couldn't afford to not earn a penny since it had spent $3 million on the box, which meant that even if she could scrape together $3 million, she wouldn't be able to buy back the box. Outside, Blue Xiao has always been the image of a strong woman, but only she knows herself, how tired she really is all these years. Her father is disheveled. Her mother plays cards all day long with some poker buddies and climbs, and there is a younger sister in school. These years, all the expenses of the family, all rely on her alone in that small company to adhere to, and now the company is not a single order, has been unable to make ends meet. I do not know how long I can hold out. She was on the verge of being so overwhelmed that even the slightest thing could easily crush her now. Not to mention, it's millions of such huge sums. The point was, there was no way for her to be at peace with this. But at this point, she really didn't know where to get a few $1 million. Blue Xiao's eyes were red, visible tears in the eyes. I'm too disappointed in you. You love to climb, love to show off as a daughter never said anything, but wherever there is money, I will give priority to satisfy you, because I know that you gave a lot to this family in the earlier years, but look at you now. You are able to sell other people's things without their consent. You have lost even the most basic things of being a human being. Snap. Lan Xiao, I'm your mother. How dare you talk about me like that? Gao Manyu's head was so hot that she slapped him on the spot. Moment. A deep slap mark rose on Blue Xiao's face alone. Tears, silently flowing down her face. She just looked at Gao Manyu. Her tone was flat and terrifying. It's precisely because you're my mother. If you were anyone else, you would have been taken away by the Department of Public Security long ago. Gao Manyu looked at Lan Xiao at this moment. Her heart was both heartbroken and regretful, but after opening her mouth, she still couldn't say the words of apology. She does it all. It's all for the good of the family. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Lan Xiaoxue ran over, and behind her, there was a middle-aged man who was unkempt, wearing glasses and holding a book in his hand. Blue Mojo, the father of the two Blue Little Zhou sisters. After some understanding, this middle-aged man, who looked mild and honest, rebuked on the spot, this family, sooner or later, will be killed by you. Gao Manyu just wanted to retort, but Lan Moching didn't give her that chance and left after dropping those words. Mom, you've indeed gone too far. This matter was originally something you did wrong. You actually hit your sister with your hands. You apologized to her. Lan Xiaoshui was also furious and her little face was red. However, Gao Manyu, said with a straight face, I'm doing it all for the good of this family. There are many things that you don't know, and I don't ask you to be able to understand them. When I married your father, I was also a sensible and virtuous wife, and it was your father who drove me to this. He a big man, all day long no hold a few broken books, limbs afraid of long ago rust, such a big family, rely on your small company as subsistence. Look at your mom me, and then look at your second anthem. Said, she picked up 2 evening gowns and urged, today is the day your Uncle Lou's family is holding a banquet. The district doesn't know how many big shots will be there then. To be able to invite our Blue family to go, that's to give our Blue family face. Although the box was sold for $3 million, but in order to buy high-grade dresses for you all spent a lot of money. Change the clothes on all dress up, otherwise we go so, it's too humiliating, then who look up to us? After she thought about it, She seemed to be worried that the mother-daughter relationship had become too rigid. So she added, "The matter of the box. The big deal is that we'll return it to him when we have the money. So don't be too worried about it." Eventually, Blue Xiaojiao left the room. Then, on the balcony, the pistol, which had been broken in 2 pieces of wood, was found. And once again the whole man could not hold back his silent tears. Even if the wooden pistol is not worth a penny, but at least it's a gift from someone else to her, casually being broken in half and thrown here like garbage. What does she, Blue Xiaojiao, think of her as? Wind, coming, ha ha ha. Golden scales are not the stuff of the pool. Once they meet the wind and clouds, they turn into dragons. Blessing? Whoa. Hearing these inexplicable, nerve-wracking words, Lan Xiaoxiao wiped her tears and looked at Lan Mucheng, who was standing by the window with his hands behind his back. "Dad, can you pull yourself together?" No one responded. A bay of the river. Lu Yusheng, with his wife and daughter, personally arrived at the villa and invited Ji Rulong to the banquet. Chapter 88, One day, millions of troops will gather in Kyoto City for you. In the meantime, Kyoto, on a grand, tower-shaped building that was a whole 18 stories high, there was a huge plaque with just 4 words, Far East Chamber of Commerce. The Far East Chamber of Commerce is a huge organization that is known both at home and abroad for its business in various industries and fields. Chamber of Commerce, as the name suggests, an association voluntarily initiated and organized by businessmen. The Far East Chamber of Commerce was established more than 20 years ago, and its rapid development has exceeded everyone's imagination. So the outside world's speculation about the person in control of the Chamber of Commerce hasn't stopped for many years. It is rumored the Far East Chamber of Commerce was made up of the sons of several government merchants with strong families in Dacia, but there just wasn't a certain basis to be able to prove it. Some people, or competitors, used countless contacts and energy to uncover this behemoth, but in the end, the investigation disappeared. So much so that, gradually, no one dared to look into it later. The moment, 18th floor, an old man wearing a tang suit, nearly 80 years old, withdrew his hand and said with a grave expression, "There is no mistake. Whether it is the color or the size, it is exactly the same as the one back then." This point of certainty, old man still has. The old man's name was Su Tian, one of the great fighters in the appraisal world of Dacia, an insider of the Chamber of Commerce with a high status, as well as, what was placed in front of him at that moment was clearly the very same box that Ji Rulong had given to Lan Xiaoxiao that day, and had been sold by Gao Man Yu at a price of $3 million. Words. A middle-aged man in a suit with a powerful aura at the scene frowned. "Is it really that piece of Tianqian incense wood from back then? Su Lao, you take a closer look. Will not go out of sight." After all, Su Tian carefully lifted the box and pointed to a corner. "See for yourself." 2 very small, unassuming words. If you don't look closely, you can't even see it. Like a dragon. Hiss. Xiao Changbao, who was none other than the vice president of the Far East Chamber of Commerce, sucked in a breath of cool air and shook inwardly. In addition, if you look at what is carved on this box, other than that crown prince at the time, other than others, who is qualified to embrace the python pattern and cross the thunderclouds? Su Tian reminded again. This next. Xiao Changbao couldn't calm down completely. "Don't inform that person beforehand about this matter. According to what you said, this piece of Tianqian incense wood was given to the crown prince by that person back then. A good boy. This is really something. If that person knew that the Tianqian incense wood she gave to the crown prince was sold for $3 million, and to our Far East Chamber of Commerce, I'm afraid she'd be furious." Also, there was another point he couldn't figure out. And let's not talk about the value of the Tianqian sunken wood. This thing should be in the hands of the crown prince. This is, for S sake, the only piece of the world that has come into existence in recent decades. 3 million. Sold? What he could be certain of was that the crown prince would never be able to do such a stupid thing. Immediately prepare a special airplane. I'm going to personally go to Hanjiang to figure things out. The matter involved a great deal of importance. Xiao Changbao did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent at all, and immediately ordered, Han River, Starwood Hotel. The face of the Lu family now can be really big. You see, we Hanjiang chief secretary are personally present, and, that Louis Hong, the station's deputy station, the one next to him, is a chair in our station. TSK, Zhao Zhengchuan elder Zhao didn't even have this kind of row on the day of his big birthday. This is all for the face of that big shot. Otherwise the Lu family alone could have invited these people? That said, that big shot should be here today as well. I wonder if he'll show his face. Banquet hall. The crowd is loud and trippy. Lu family master, you're here too? A middle-aged man, at a glance, recognized Lu Yongjun in the crowd and walked over quickly. Lu Yongjun's hand was still wrapped in gauze, and he reluctantly smiled. Yeah, Alas, should I say no? Or the Lu family pattern is big we were so against them. They not only did not take the opportunity to retaliate against us, but instead sincerely invited us to the banquet. Let a person feel guilty Lo Yongjun pursed his lips and looked at the banquet hall where there were many powerful and famous people. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Same with the Starwood Hotel. But, the once Xiao Zhangchuan had already gone to hell. And instead, the Lu family, who had been suppressed by them to the point where they could barely even maintain their lives, had stood over all of them once and for all, and had become the new leader of the woman district, the business world, the creation of mankind. Box, Lu Yusheng and his wife and daughter, through and through, rose and toasted Ji Rulong. Willow Leaf, this little girl, now also visible optimistic a lot, smile brightly rushed Ji Rulong gently wriggle lips, though silent. But, Ji Rulong knew what she was talking about. Brother, thank you. Ji Rulong replaced the wine with tea and took a sip. All sit down. No need to be formal. Mr. Ji, your reputation is now well known in the district. Countless people want to catch a glimpse of your esteemed face. I wonder what you mean, Lu Yusheng said tentatively. To this, Ji Rulong just shook his head. Similar occasions, he has never been accustomed to participate in. The reason why today, purely because of the Lu family hospitality, plus, Lu family on the throne after all. He is a hand to support. People are personally invited. Do not come to seem bad. What do you think? What about the Blue family? Ji Rulong put down his chopsticks and casually mentioned it. The Blue family? Lu Yusheng thought for a moment. What Mr. is talking about? Is it the Lan family who owns a clothing company? Ji Rulong nodded. I'm fairly familiar with the Blue family. Xiao Xiao the child is quite capable, while Xiao Shui, like Yi Zi, is still in school, and is also a relatively kind-hearted girl, and after Yi Zi's accident, she often called to ask about it. Speaking of which, Lu Yusheng had actually probably guessed Ji Rulong's intention. Comparing to a character like him, who wouldn't casually mention a certain person or family? What Mr. means is, on the side of the three great clans, I don't have the time to find another trusted person to take over. When the time comes, you, the Lu family and the Blue family will be in full charge of it, and I'll have someone help you, Ji Rulong said. Yu Yusheng nodded. Then, taking out a document, these industries and money, although you won't take a penny, but Lu can't be too greedy. I had a contract drawn up. Yi Qianxian's family can enjoy everything we have, and every year, there will be a dividend to their family's account, so please go through it, and if there's no problem, I'll have someone on my side to make sure that it's effective immediately. Ji Rulong didn't look at it, picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth, got up and said, you see to the maneuvering. On the side of the three families, wait for news. At his oldest brother's house, he had made arrangements, but since Lu Yusheng has this heart, let him do it. Lu Yusheng was surprised. You are planning to formally take action against the three great families? 6 days at the most. That fast? There's a battle to be fought in a hurry. Beat who? Lu Yusheng looked condensed. Seemed to guess what? After all, the schoolhouse incident, there is a small identity than the three big families. The Ginger royal family. Boom! Looking at Ji Rulong's departing back, Lu Yusheng even forgot to send it. The whole person was as if struck by lightning. Dumbstruck. The king? The royal family. My god. It's even a royal family. And judging by this one, even if it's a royal family, he didn't put it in his eyes. The moment. Yu Yusheng was truly shocked. He had guessed Ji Rulong's identity. It would probably be at the stage of a one-star general officer with a notable background. But now it seemed that his imagination was still small. A person who dared to go to war with the royal family at any time and spoke so lightly. The level, even if it didn't reach the top, had to have the absolute power of speech that could adjust 10,000 troops. I don't know. Under the sky, there is no place other than the king's land. Within the 4 seas, all are subjects of the king, though he is not a king. But, there are 10 tripods in the world, and he, the champion husband, has the sole possession of 9 tripods with a single word. 10,000 troops? One day, he raised his arm and millions of troops gathered in Kyoto City for him. Chapter 89, eliminate them all for you. Banquet hall. Blue Joe was frozen with a glass of champagne. Suddenly, in her afterglow, she caught a glimpse of a figure, and then her entire body immediately stood up. Would you like a drink, sir? No need. Qin Tian blocked a waiter for Ji Rulong, casually handing a large handful of bills into the tray, waving money around, but that was all. Seeing the two of them walking farther and farther away, Lan Xiaoqiao finally couldn't help but chase after them, because she was in too much of a hurry. She didn't notice that most of the people at the scene lowered their heads the moment Ji Rulong showed up. No intrusion was ventured, and even speech was subconsciously terminated. Honor him as a god. Out of the banquet hall, Ji Rulong and the two of them took the special elevator and came to the first floor, because Qin Tian went to fetch the car. So Ji Rulong stood at the door and lit a cigarette, waiting quietly. Hi, again. Next, a pleasant and melodious voice came from the side, and with it, a faint fragrance. It's little Joe Blue. At this moment, she was wearing a black evening dress, 3,000 green silk scattered over both shoulders, painted with light makeup. She was slightly leaning forward, a pair of small hands placed behind her obviously gripped with some nervousness, and smiled in a very subtle way. The way you look now, it's very different from when I first saw you in Hanjiang. Ji Rulong inhaled a cigarette, and what he was referring to in his words was naturally that time at the old pipe noodle house. Blue Xiao Xiao's past image outside should be the kind of professional strong woman. Now, rather, it was obvious that there was a bit of a letdown. Lan Xiaoqiao gently wrinkled her nose and asked, "Are you here for the Lu family's banquet today as well?" "I just," half the words. She then noticed that Ji Rulong waved toward the porter not far away. "Ashtray. Actually, I don't mind reacting," Lan Xiaoqiao hurriedly said. At the same time, her heart was still a little touched, not expecting that just now. She had just made such a subtle movement, all of which had been detected by the other party. Ji Rulong crushed the cigarette out before smiling. "There's something temporary, so I won't stay much longer. Are you accompanying your family?" Blue Joe nodded. Original. It was the intention to come over and apologize to Ji Rulong, but when the words came to his mouth, he didn't know how to speak. The initial meeting at Hanjiang Academy, Ji Rulong gave her a very abrupt and impulsive feeling, but in hindsight, the other party didn't even ask for one of her contact information. Not to mention, there was some kind of desire to get out of the way. As for today, a short contact down, the other party's various manners, but also to show all the generosity, especially the smoke out of that behavior, so that never been cared about the feelings of people. She seems to be more than a certain feeling inside. As for Ji Rulong, he didn't know what kind of mood he was in at that moment. For years, the person whose heart had been yearning to find was now a stranger, and he couldn't be sure what would happen if he bared his identity and rashly intervened in the other person's life. Mainly Blue Xiaoqiao. Precisely. Su Yuchu. Remember him? One time, the atmosphere turned silent. A little. Last time. Almost in unison. Ji Rulong smiled. "You first." Just in time. Qin Tian, who had finished picking up his car, walked over silently. Lan Xiaoqiao gently inhaled and said, "Last time, the box you gave me was actually worth a lot. You know?" Ji Rulong nodded. "I know." He knows. Lan Xiaoqiao was instantly relieved, but seeing Ji Rulong in such a breezy manner, she thought that he didn't know the exact value of the box. So she reminded again. "That box is worth $3 million. Do you know that too?" "What? $3 million? Before Ji Rulong could say anything, Qin Tian on the side suddenly blurted out. As soon as Lan Xiaoqiao saw Qin Tian's unexpected appearance, she thought to herself, they were probably just like themselves at the beginning. They just thought that the box material was not bad, but they didn't know that the box could be worth so much as $3 million. Therefore, Lan Xiaoqiao felt even more guilty in her heart. "I didn't know that this box could be worth so much money. Otherwise I definitely wouldn't have accepted such an expensive thing. Originally, I was going to give it back to you, but the box has. Already, my mom secretly took it and sold it. But don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to buy the box back and return it to you." Ji Rulong. Qin Tian. "Sold for $3 million? Qin Tian asked. Blue Little Joe nodded. "Big sister, that's the current stage. Priceless and unavailable Tianxian incense wood. 303 million can't be bought. You guys sold 3 million? Qin Tian held his forehead, speechless. Little Joe Blue. She could be certain that she had not mentioned the words Tianxian sunken wood, but Qin Tian still said it in one breath. This meant that the box was really the legendary Tianxian sunken wood as his father had guessed? Blue Xiaoqiao's body swayed, and she only felt a little unsteady on her feet. Ji Rulong subconsciously wanted to help her, but just as his hand reached out, he felt it was inappropriate, so he hastened to say, "The box is not important. What I want to ask is that wooden pistol still there?" When Lan Xiaoqiao finished speaking, she clearly felt that Ji Rulong seemed to be relieved, and her heart suddenly became even more frightened. Being that Ji Rulong didn't care about the priceless Tianxian sunken wood, but he was so attached to a worthless wooden pistol, thus showing how important that wooden pistol was to him. Available at. Blue Xiaoqiao trembled and took out the wooden pistol that had been broken in two from her handbag. "I'm sorry, I really don't know." Qin Tian's face changed violently, as well as Ji Rulong's 5 fingers, moreover, closed on the spot. Who did this? The entire first floor hall, all the teacups, ornaments, all turned cracked in this instant. My second aunt's child. Blue Xiao Xiao shrunk her neck. She didn't know whether she was really frightened or felt guilty. In short, it was very much the whole person who was very formal. Ji Rulong took the wooden pistol and asked again. That box, who was it sold to? Far East Chamber of Commerce, Lan Xiao said. Then immediately said, even if it's Tianxian sunken wood, but they only spent $3 million to buy it away after all. You give me a few days. I'll definitely buy the box back and return it to you. The Far East Chamber of Commerce? Ji Rulong and Qin Tian looked at each other and really didn't know what to say. Something you own, gave away, and ended up being sold to your own family? You cried today? Ji Rulong suddenly changed the subject and frowned. Blue Xiao subconsciously touched the corners of her eyes, in accordance with her demanding nature. How would she not admit such a thing in front of a strange man? But looking at Ji Rulong's strong appearance, she, after all, nodded furtively. My makeup, does it look that bad? Ji Rulong stared at her for a long time. Spin. Suddenly smiling, you don't need to take the matter of the box to heart. Tianxian sunken wood is certainly a priceless treasure that everyone seeks, but it's not something that anyone can take. Old-fashioned. That's pretty much what his nerdy father said. Alright, go back. Ji Rulong waved his hand, then stepped towards the commercial vehicle. Suddenly, hello? Ji Rulong turned his head. Aren't you going to leave me a contact? Blue Xiao pursed her lips. Before Ji Rulong could speak, she took 3 steps forward and slipped Ji Rulong one of her personal business cards. What about you? I still don't know your name? Ji Rulong thought for a moment. It doesn't matter. You can call it whatever you want. Lan Xiao pretended to think seriously. Tianxian sinking wood. Wooden pistol. Let's call you Wooden? Ji Rulong. Okay, as long as you like it. Ji Rulong smiled. Little fart. Wood. After 20 years, there's a different name for it. Actually, I don't like this look. It feels like I'm deliberately dressing up for someone to admire. It's annoying. Blue Xiao's sentence sort of responded to the very beginning. Ji Rulong's sentence I saw you for the first time is different from now. Just be yourself. Ji Rulong stepped into the car. Actually, there's one more thing that hasn't been said. That is, from now on, the people who prevent you from being yourself and make you unhappy, I, one by one, will eliminate them for you. Chapter 90, Deboshi. Center Avenue. In the speeding business car, Ji Rulong looked at the wooden pistol that was wrapped in a fragrant scarf but had been broken in two, with indescribable anger in his heart. Have someone down there look up her second aunt's kid. I'd like to meet him. The tone was flat. However, Qin Tian knew that another person was going to be unlucky. Sometimes, things that seemed to be worthless were of extraordinary importance to some people, and this was the case with the wooden pistol. Since the box was sold to the Chamber of Commerce, you personally give our little aunt a call. Qin Tian thought about this matter and felt very funny again. 3 million. Just to sell the only Tianxian sunken fragrance wood in the current world. If those giants who coveted Tianxian sunken fragrance wood knew about it, they would probably have to be angry on the spot and have a brain hemorrhage. After all, when the Tianxian incense wood first appeared in the world, someone had offered a high price of $1.8 billion, and one should know that it was more than 10 years, almost 20 years ago. Finally, Tianxian incense wood was taken by the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Outside rumors circulated that it was collected by some high-powered bigwig in Kyoto City. In fact, the person behind the Far East Chamber of Commerce was Elder Ji's daughter, Ji Rulong's sister-in-law. That piece of Tianxian incense wood was finally made into a box with 8 corners and 6 sides, signifying the 8 wastes in 6 directions, followed by a carving of a giant python crossing the thunderclouds and transforming into a dragon, and was given to Ji Rulong as a birthday gift when she was 10 years old. Ji Rulong took out his phone and found his sister-in-law's phone and dialed it. But there was no answer. Busy? Make a direct trip. Putting down his cell phone, Ji Rulong decided. Far Eastern Chamber of Commerce, Han River Chapter. The moment. Inside the vice president's office, a certain well-known piece of music was playing in an old music box that looked quite old. The vice president, whose real name was Du Boshi, stood in the center of the wide office humming a tune like a cheerful bird, dancing with his hands and enjoying the wonderful melody. People reach middle age. Although, talk about bumbling. However, after all these years of hard work, he was still at a loss and could not see any hope. Compared to the real social celebrities, he, the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, is frankly a senior wage earner. It's just that it's all, soon, about to come to a transformation. Because, he, Du Boshi, received a box made of Tianxian sunken wood. After all, the Chamber of Commerce received a piece of Tianxian sunken wood more than 10 years ago. So there is a record of Tianxian sunken wood related information. At the moment, just the last procedure at the Kyoto Chamber of Commerce headquarters is finished. Du Boshi can sit and wait for his promotion. At this point, the phone on the desk suddenly rang, and Du Boshi picked it up. President Du, there are two gentlemen visiting, saying that they want to do business with our chamber. Oh, okay, bring them up. Hang up. Du Boshi, the whole person cannot help but flutter up. First there is a stupid lack of understanding. Let him use 3 million to pick up a big leak. And now there are people looking for the door to do business. So it can be seen that belongs to his good luck to come soon. The door of the office was opened. And then the two of them, Ji Rulong and Qing Tian, were seen walking in. Is the box still there? Ji Rulong opened the door. Swish! The moment Du Boshi, who was just about to get up to greet him a bit, heard this, his entire face changed on the spot. What box? Words. Ji Rulong smiled. Obviously received, but covered up. This shows that Du Boshi knows that the material of that box is Tianxian incense wood. Spend $3 million to receive that big piece of Tianxian incense wood. This credit, I'm afraid that no one will let out. The human condition. But, Ji Rulong sat himself down and explained with rare patience. Not long ago a woman took a box and sold it to the Chamber of Commerce, selling it for $3 million. I inquired and the handler was you. This box, which I gave to her daughter, she sold it privately without her own daughter's consent, and thus the sale was not valid. Can you understand if I say so? Du Boshi's frown deepened. In addition, the Tianxian incense wood used to build this box is the same piece that the Chamber of Commerce received back then, so it doesn't bring you substantial benefits. I don't want to be troublesome, so I'll give you $6 million and give me the box. A check. It was signed in a flash and handed to Du Bo's. Kid, are you treating this chairman as a 3-year-old? Du Boshi's face gradually turned cold. The Chamber of Commerce had indeed collected a piece of Tianxian incense wood, but, who didn't know that that piece of Tianxian incense wood had been collected by a big shot over in Kyoto? Now, Ji Rulong even said that the box was made from that piece of Tianxian incense wood, which means that he is the big shot? Did he give the box to the woman's daughter? Who then stole it and sold it? What the is this bull asterisk. And again, he's still waiting for a promotion, and you want to get rid of him with $6 million? Breaking force. Kid, I don't know where you heard about what Tianxian sunken wood, but this chairman can clearly tell you that the box has completed the deal, and it's useless for anyone to come. Understand? Du Boshi looked at the two, then directly issued an expulsion order. Taking advantage of me? You don't look at what this president does. Get lost. I'm very busy. I don't have time to accompany you guys here to bull asterisk. Unbridled. A cold light flashed in Qin Tian's eyes as he was about to teach this outspoken fellow a lesson. But, it was stopped by Ji Rulong. Immediately after, Ji Rulong left a phone number and then, after all, turned around and walked away. Tell the people above you that my last name is Ji, and remember to call me, and I'll tell you where the box should be delivered. Du Boshi. I'm afraid I haven't met a psychopath from some mental hospital. He reached for the phone number Ji Rulong had left on the table and suddenly burst out laughing. Meaning, I'll obediently send the box back? Ha! Such a comical person. What a first. In his opinion, Ji Rulong is a complete psychopath. Back then, the piece of Tianxian sunken wood that their Chamber of Commerce had bought was known to be collected by a big shot in Kyoto, and Ji Rulong hadn't even begun to develop at that time. Also, Tianxian incense wood such things. Even those who are big people as a treasure to hide are afraid of losing it. You said to give it away? And then it was stolen and sold? Even if you make it up, you have to make it up a little bit more reasonable, right? Asterisk stuff. You wait for grandpa to deliver it to you. Du Boshi casually threw the note with the phone number aside, then continued to jump around the office, waiting for good news. Half an hour later, the office door, once again, was opened. A team of people with an unassuming and obviously professional aura walked in. At the head of the group, it was clearly none other than Su Tian and Xiao Changbao who had rushed over from the Kyoto side. Chapter 91, The Sword King Comes Down from the Mountain. Du Boshi was both nervous and excited at the sight of this lineup. Xiao Changbao, this was the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, and Su Tian was one of the titanic figures of the entire Xia appraisal world. The two of them, surprisingly, are together on the Han River. This degree of attention, or perhaps, he will be directly mentioned to the Kyoto headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce to serve as an important position, and money commendation, will not be a small amount of money. President Xiao, Master Su, the two of you have come in person. It's really flattering to my subordinates. Please sit down. Du Boshi groveled and invited, then shouted, Xiao Lu, make tea. The line didn't move. Xiao Changbao was even more straight to the point at this time, asking, the box, where did it come from? From a woman who does not know anything about the hands of the collection. Subordinates as the Chamber of Commerce. The interests of the Chamber of Commerce won the top priority, so there is not much to do. You see this, but also bother you too personally self. Pure spectacle. In truth, the heart doesn't even know how excited it is. A woman? Xiao Changbao and Su Taiyan glanced at each other, both puzzled. Yes, it is said that a fool has a fool's luck, and I don't know how such an expensive thing can be in the hands of such an ordinary person. It is estimated that it is passed down from the ancestors, or else it would not be unaware of the goods. Du Boshi explained a sentence. Having said that, he seemed to remember something as if, oh yeah, just now, two boys even came to me over the box, saying something like, this box is the piece that our Chamber of Commerce bought back then. When these words came out, they immediately caught the attention of both Xiao Changbao and Su Taiyan. When that piece of Tianxian incense would, and now the box shape can be very different. If not Su Taiyan this handler personal identification, and found the box carved on the Rulong two words, even they couldn't be sure that the Tianxian sunken would use to build this box was the same piece from back then, as well as, seeing that the two came to be interested, Du Boshi explained in more detail. He claimed that the box was his, but it was given to the woman's daughter by him. Then, that woman stole the box and sold it to our Chamber of Commerce without her daughter's consent, which is a non-compliant transaction, intending to bribe me with $3 million to give the box to him. Looking back now, Du Boshi still felt like laughing. My loyalty to the Chamber of Commerce is something that the heavens and earth can see. If I, Du Boshi, was a greedy person, wouldn't I have blacked out the Tianxian sunken fragrance wood myself? And a mere $3 million would want me to betray the Chamber of Commerce? Such words, no one present at all will take it seriously. For some people, Tianxian incense wood is an unattainable treasure, but for someone's, it is a hot potato. Obviously, Du Boshi belongs to the latter, which he himself knows only too well. Although Xiao Changbao and the others wouldn't take his words seriously, they wouldn't point it out either. What they were more concerned about right now was the person that Du Boshi was talking about. According to my subordinate's view, it was that woman who knew afterward that the box was Tianxian incense wood and thought it was sold for less. So she found so two stupid people to put on a play and left her phone number and last name to make it look like the real thing. Surname. Xiao Changbao grabbed the point of his words. What's the last name? G. Right. Du Boshi thought for a moment and mocked. What he means, it seems, is that we'll take the initiative to contact to send the box back once we know his last name? You two say. What is this not a tease? The words fell. He suddenly noticed that the expressions of both Xiao Changbao and Su Taiyan turned tense after he spoke those words. What's wrong? Seeing this, Du Boshi's entire body followed suit and felt a bit uncomfortable inexplicably. Next, he then heard a sentence that made one's brain explode. This box is the one that the talker of our Chamber of Commerce, caused by the piece of Tianxian incense wood that the Chamber of Commerce bought back then, given to the Crown Prince. Prince, just the surname G. What do you say? Hiss. Du Boshi instantly stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief. This vice president who initially thought that he had picked up a big leak and was about to be promoted to a higher position, instantly turned ashen and shivered. President Xiao, you can't intentionally scare me. My subordinates are timid and can't withstand a scare. Shouldn't the current crown prince not be surnamed Wei? He then tried. There is only one crown prince in our daxia, and that is the grandson of the former governor, Elder G. As for why, your segment is too low to need to know. Xiao Changbao did not explain. Boom! Du Boshi's face instantly turned white. It's true. The guy he treated like a douchebag was the grandson of the first governor of ING Daxia. At this moment, no one knows how uneasy he is inside. If he just did not return the box, okay. After all, ignorance is not guilty. Think Ji Rulong will not blame him. The key is, President Xiao, Master Su, you two must save me. Du Boshi suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy. Xiao Changgong frowned slightly. What's saving you? According to you, this box was given to someone else by the Crown Prince and was eventually stolen and sold by that woman. It has nothing to do with you. The Crown Prince should not blame you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left a last name and a phone number. And now it's imperative that we hurry up and contact the prince and deliver the box as he instructed. I told him to get lost. After Du Boshi said this sentence, he only felt that his liver and gallbladder were cracked, and he couldn't even stand up. Xiao Changgong, Tian Su, scene, deadly silence. Then, Nu busy. The crowd gave a thumbs up. Du Boshi's face turned white. This was definitely the craziest thing he had ever done. He only had one thought right now, and that was to hurry up and find the phone number Ji Rulong had left behind, and send the box back obediently. Cloudy Mountain. In the manor, Mu Yuanzhou was sitting in the courtyard. His spirit was depressed, and he completely lost the kind of temperament of a generation of sword kings. In front of him, placed was a dagger with a dark red body. This was the day Su Yanyan brought it back from the mountain. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came. It was Su Yanyan. Any news? Mu Yuanzhou was silent for a long time before asking these words. Su Yanran looked at Mu Yuanzhou, who seemed to have aged several years in just 2 or 3 days, and she didn't know what was in her heart. But in the end, she still nodded. Ugh. Mu Yuanzhou slowly got up and sighed. Go down the mountain. Godfather, does it have to be like this? You're old man. Beg for mercy for old General Qi. Maybe. Su Yanran bit her lip. The Marquis of Champion of the dynasty gave the dagger. No one knows exactly what he intends to do, but odds are, he wants her godfather dead. It's useless. Let's go. Mu Yuanzhou shook his head. Su Yanyan's face went white. Soon after, Mu Yuanzhou, the king of knives, who has never been down the mountain in years, heads towards the city in his exclusive ride, with unpredictable results. Chapter 92 Eastern Emperor Casino. In the meantime, the Lu family banquet, too, was declared over. Sister-in-law, what's the hurry in walking? Sisters Gao Manyu and Lan Xiao had just walked out of the hotel's entrance when a voice deliberately pulled up behind them. You man, the sister's second aunt, dressed in the proper image of a rich wife, was now writhing over. Seeing her, Lan Xiao was the first to hide her emotions, her face with undisguised loathing. Although this Yuman is her second aunt, but on the basis of her second uncle to mix well, so for many years, they did not look at them squarely, not to mention being overbearing on a regular basis. The key was often sarcastic about her mother, not treating them as family at all. Also, her son, Lan Ku, is even more of an asshole, but whenever there is nothing to do, they run to their house to look for blind trouble. The most infuriating thing is that this guy once sneaked with a key to their house, slipped in when no one was at their house, and then hid in the room to peep. Pervert 1. His second uncle had always wanted to help their family, but it was the mother and son who had interfered, stirring up trouble and alienating the two families. Today, her sister, Lan Xiao, was so angry because of that wooden pistol being broken, that she rushed up to the door and slapped Lan Ku twice. And this second aunt of hers, she was probably the one who came after her to settle the score. Fruity. Yuman raised her eyes at this time and scrutinized Lan Xiao. It's hard to tell on a normal day. Xiao. You're still quite temperamental? Just now at the banquet there are many people. The second aunt did not have the good to say you. Xiao Yu he, but has broken you a worthless wooden pistol. You rushed to the door as 2 slaps. You this sister. When the quite powerful Blue Xiao likewise had nothing good to say. You taught him that he can just touch other people's stuff whether it's valuable or not? Beyond the words. If you admit that you were badly tutored, then I have nothing to say. He as a small child can understand what. Besides, you as a sister, not to protect their own brother is just, but also hit him, you no matter what. You have to give Xiao Yu an explanation. You man was aggressive. What if I don't? Blue Xiao said defiantly. Atmosphere. It turned serious for a moment. You man, we don't have time to argue with you today. You know in your own heart what your own son is like, with all the assholes he's done. Slapping him 2 times would be light, if it weren't for the sake of loved ones. Gao Manyu swept his eyes at Lan Ku. This bastard. He should go to jail. Lan Ku's gaze was eerie. Yo. Sister-in-law, this is to be righteous. By the way, the first 2 days I also heard poker friends said. The last period of time did not see you. What? Is the baggage shy? We're all family. If you don't have money, just tell me. I have it. Yuman shifted his strategy, seemingly with a good intention, but the mocking meaning in his words could be heard by anyone. Gao Manyu clenched her teeth, unable to speak. Why don't you say anything? Yuman hugged his arms and said smugly, let's go. Blue Xiao saw that the hotel personnel were all looking over, so she was ready to go. After all, the family scandal cannot be publicized, making it known to everyone, no matter who is right or who is wrong. The one who loses face is herself. May. She thought so. Yuman, however, got up unrelentingly. Stop. What exactly do you want? Gao Manyu said in a cold voice. Yuman took 2 steps forward. Sister-in-law did not call. She was full of contempt, with a voice that only a few people could hear. I heard that you have been trying to find a golden son-in-law this time? Swish. Gao Manyu's face suddenly changed drastically, and the Blue Xiao sisters, too, cast questioning gazes. Yuman continued. What? Is this an attempt to sell your daughter to a good family? Ready to raise your eyebrows in front of me? Let me tell you, Gao Manyu, don't think that just because you attended a banquet, you think you're a high-class person. You don't want to take a look at it either. At this banquet today, did anyone take care of you for a moment? If it wasn't for your daughter's good relationship with Mr. Lu's daughter, your family would never have been able to attend a banquet of this caliber in your lifetime. and you'd be doomed for the rest of your life to be pressed by me as you try to turn your life around by selling your daughter. Did you, ask me? Having said that, Yuman ruffled her hair and resumed her smile. These two nieces of mine are indeed alluring. Not bad, not bad. I wish you to marry a good family. Gao Man Yu was on the verge of exploding with anger, and the Blue Xiao Chao sisters, for the first time, felt Yuman's such blatant malice. What's it called? Doomed to be pressed by her for the rest of her life? Which big family doesn't emphasize the importance of being in the right family? It's more like they're the mistress, and the evening dress you're wearing today, it's a high-end brand name that cost several $100,000, isn't it? How can your family have so much money? I say Gao Man Yu, you wouldn't have already asked these two sisters of mine to sell themselves for money, would you? Said. Lan Keiyu also smashed his mouth. Pity, have become a broken shoe. There is even less chance of marrying into a rich family. You really want a lack of money. Look for me. Are a family. The price is good to talk about. Speaking, his gaze towards the Blue Xiao Chao sisters was filled with greed and desire. Blue Xiao Chao couldn't hold back any longer, and immediately stepped forward to slap him twice again, and swept his thin and ungainly head, disdainfully said, just like you, your brain also has the self-confidence to load those dirty thoughts? You, okay? Boom! Lan Keiyu exploded in place, his fists clenched. Lan Xiaoqiao, what the do you mean? Lan Xiaoqiao, how dare you make a move on my son, playing hard to get huh? When I make your company unable to open, I'll see you guys not coming to beg me. Yu Man yelled lowly. At this point, Yu Yuxing suddenly walked over. Upon seeing him, Yu Man burst into a fit of envy and jealousy. She also through their own contacts, inquired about the big man, thinking that cannot climb a bit, but met the person, are silent, do not even dare to mention, so that her ideas fall through. But, at that time, when Lu Yusheng wasn't so glamorous, she had eaten at a table with the other party many times and was more familiar with them, compared to the Gaomanyu girls who were only somewhat familiar with the other party's daughter. Lu Yusheng appeared here. No need to think, it's all for her. Mr. Lu, we're all so familiar with each other, where else do we need you? A busy man, to personally come and send them off. Yu Man greeted up, and in the way also dejectedly glanced at Gaomanyu mother and son, as if to say, see, this treatment gap. However, Mrs. Blue is it? Wait a minute. Lu Yusheng still polite greeting, then walked directly to the front of the Blue Xiao Chao. Congratulations Xiao Chao. After the group size of things, you can be more dedicated. Our uncle and nephew can take care of What? Yu Man was a little confused. Wait Mr. Ryu, what does this mean? That one put the word out that in the future, Xiao Chao and I will be solely responsible for the group's big and small matters. Lu Yusheng said. Boom! The moment these words came out, Yu Man and Lan Keiyu, both of them, were immediately struck by lightning, dumbfounded. What do you mean? From now on, he and Blue Xiaoqiao will be in charge of everything? In other words, that big shot has taken a liking to Blue Xiaoqiao, and directly asked her to take over Zhao's business together with Lu Yusheng? Fizzle. Yuman's mother and son were scared and sucked in cool air, remembering what they had said and done to their family earlier. They were even more remorseful in their intestines. What? You still don't know, do you? Seeing that Lan Xiaoqiao and the girls were also filled with confusion, Lu Yusheng suddenly realized that he might have talked too much. Blue Zhou shook her head. The moment, involuntarily, a figure emerged in his mind. Uncle Lu, that big shot, who exactly is it? Can you tell me? Lan Xiaoshui's point of concern was entirely on this. Lu Yusheng shook his head repeatedly. Uncle Lu is also a bit puzzled right now. For the honor, you have to understand uncle. Wait for me to be sure next time, and then see if I can tell you. In short, you will definitely meet. Oh, Blue Snow was lost. This family encounter, with the intervention of Lu Yusheng, so that, Yuman mother and son fled in ashes. Half an hour later, Lan Keiyu, who drove out alone, picked up his cell phone in an irritable mood. Hey, Dongzi, Xiao Xiaoya and Xiao Hui and the rest of them, find a place to have a drink. East King Casino. A business car, silently parked on the side of the road. This is it. He looked at the sign and reported. Ji Rulong brought the wooden pistol that had broken in two with him, got out of the car, and walked in with an expressionless face. Chapter 93, Take him to the hospital. The moment. Inside the casino's luxury box, under the flashing and blinding lights of various colors, a group of young men and women were visible, and Lan Keiyu was among them. Today this small gathering, although there is no what the rich and famous, every 1,000 gold, but the personnel are also a veritable rich second generation, so play quite flower. Only, Lan Keiyu hadn't been in much of a mood, drinking alone. A certain red-haired youth who could see that he was different from his usual virtues, immediately sat down beside him with a cup of wine, and inquired in passing as he refilled his wine. "What's the matter, brother you? Which one of the ungrateful ones has made you unhappy?" Lan Ku smothered the wine in one gulp and cursed. "A few table smashes. Oh, what is it?" The red-haired youth whose real name was none other than Wan Xiaodong was even more curious at that moment. "A bit of catching up. Blue Ku is also will be today's events. Give a simple set all over. The big one pretends to be noble. The small one pretends to be simple. In fact, a family are all bimbos. Secretly don't know how to show off the Thai capital." One thought, Blue Xiao Xiao's family will soon be better than them to mix. Blue Ku just feel a mouthful of stuffy blocked in the chest. Hard to die. Over the years, no matter what they do, their family is dead set against Blue Xiao Xiao's family. If Blue Xiao Xiao really took over the original Zhao group with the Lu family and became the top person in the area, do they still have a good time? This is a society where those who dislike you for being poor are afraid of you for being rich, and it's halfway decent. This point is not good enough. Do you want me, my little brother, to help you out? Wan Xiaodong roughly analyzed the situation. Then full of concern, he volunteered to help. But Lan Ku, however, shook his head and refused. "No need. I've already thought of a way to deal with them." Wan Xiaodong waited for the following. A series of several cups of wine down. Lan Ku's face has been red. Began to speak freely. Blue Xiao Xiao that, in the past, whether Lao Zi is wrestling her cosmetics, or scratching her car, she never dared to be angry. Today, but because of a worthless wooden pistol, slapped the old man. Now she has not developed it. Really when she became the upper class, then the old man will not be bullied to death by her? As the common saying goes, fat water flows in outsiders' fields. This is cheap, but the body model is really good. I have already thought of a good trick, before she has made a fortune, to make her lose her reputation. And, still with me as a cousin. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're going to fish out of water? Wan Xiaodong gave a thumbs up in admiration. Fish death? Lan Ku disdainfully smiled. When the time comes, let someone tie her up, drug her to sleep with me, and say that she seduced me to expose it. I'm a male doesn't matter. She can be different. This scheme is not a vicious one. If it really developed like that, the result could be imagined. Blue Xiao Xiao's reputation was ruined, and suicide due to verbal abuse and humiliation was not out of the question. When the time comes, will that big shot still covet such a broken shoe? Didn't you say I can't? Blue Xiao Xiao. Just wait. Thinking of Lan Xiao Xiao's face that was so beautiful, Lan Ku's heart burst into flames and his mood improved. Come on, drink drink drink. Suddenly, the door to the box was opened from outside. Stand guard. Ji Rulong gave an explanation to Qin Tian, who immediately reclosed the door of the box and stood guard. At this point, the sudden closure of the music also caused the gazes of a group of young men and women in the box to fall onto Ji Rulong, the uninvited guest who had inexplicably barged in. Lan Ku inquired in a circle. Whose friend? No one answered. Kid, disturbing your grandpa's pleasure. You want to die? Wan Xiaodong held his head high and said unhappily. Ji Rulong stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up instantly. Boom! In an instant, Wan Xiaodong's body was directly thrown from the sofa, to a few meters away, knocking the huge screen, centered and cracked. Lan Ku. Youth in the crowd. Lan Ku. Who? Ji Rulong asked as he scanned the circle. The moment. No one noticed that a girl had retreated to the corner of the box, her entire face filled with horror. This girl was exactly Huang Xiaoya, who had been scared into insanity and hospitalized for a few days to recover from the execution of Bai Xiaoxian by Ji Rulong at the Bai family villa. The others present might not know, but she knew better than anyone that Ji Rulong was a general officer. Boy, you hit my brother. Lan Ku got up. Words. It was not yet time to finish. Boom! Ji Rulong raised his fist and landed, and the sound of bones exploding resounded at the scene. Looking at Lan Ku again, his left shoulder was already concave in the front and convex in the back, caved in by a punch, and his entire body was even collapsing on the sofa at the moment. His face white as a sheet as he spat out blood foam. Fizzle! A group of young men and women, instantly scared to hold their breath. This Nima, what kind of person come up without saying anything, down so vicious? Remember? Ji Rulong took the wooden pistol that was broken in two and slowly spread it out. Lan Ku was breathing out roughly, looking at the wooden pistol that was broken by his own hands, staring at his eyes. You're crazy, right? For such a thing. To the old man. Your family's adults probably didn't teach you that you can't just touch other people's things. I'll teach you today. Ji Rulong put the wooden pistol away and once again dropped his foot, ruthlessly stepping on his chest right in the center. Pust. A mouthful of blood sprayed out again. Normally, The group of young men and women who seemed to be close to Lan Ku were silenced at that moment. None of them dared to come forward to help. Wooden pistol, did you give it to that person? I advise you to stop immediately. Otherwise, I'll make your sweetheart suffer. Lan Ku didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Even turning his head, he threatened Ji Rulong. Ji Rulong didn't say a word, and his 5 fingers contracted, instantly twisting one of his arms, until it twisted. Ah! Miserable screams resonated throughout the room. Boom! Another kick falls. From the beginning to the end, let him really angry. Our wooden pistol damage. This is his Ji Rulong, regarded as precious things, even if in other people's worthless. But by what right? Random damage trampling? At this point, Lan Ku already belonged to the category of more out of breath, less in, and in his gaze towards Ji Rulong, there was also more fear. Don't fight. I know I'm wrong, even though he is from a good family and has good connections. Who wouldn't be scared when facing this kind of person who runs to take your life without saying a word? He didn't doubt it for a second. If the fight continued, Ji Rulong really dared to kill him in public. Ji Rulong's face was expressionless, and his gaze was even more bland, like a pool of dead water. For the sake of your family's older generation, let's leave you a dog's life today, and then next time, don't live. Having said that, pulling out a paper towel, he slowly wiped the blood from his body, and then paced off the field. Take him to the hospital. Crowd. Chapter 94, Ji Chinga. This, who is that dog? It's so hard. Are you okay? Quickly, to the hospital. The original silent scene, with Ji Rulong's departure, became noisy. In addition to Huang Xiaoya, who was probably clear about Ji Rulong's identity, the rest of the people flocked forward. Wait to get closer. The group of youngsters, again, were creeped out. It's too hard. The left shoulder was completely sunken. The chest was also collapsed most of the way, and the whole right hand, moreover, was centered and twisted to the point of distortion. Basically, there was no cure. The only thing that made it lucky was that there were no fatal injuries, but the way it was, and the fact that he basically couldn't live on his own for the rest of his life, it was almost more poisonous than just killing him outright. Don't move me. Lan Ku felt unbearable stinging pain even when he breathed, and as for his right arm, he was already unconscious. He took a big breath. Let the ambulance rush over. In addition, let the casino pull out the surveillance. I'll pay $1 million. Whoever catches that dog, it's whoever's. Lan Ku used all his strength and hissed. Wow! At these words, the scene was agitated. As the saying goes, money makes the devil work, and $1 million is not a lot for those who are rich, but it is enough to make countless people red in the eyes. Just as a group of people were about to start making arrangements to put the news out, a voice suddenly rang out. You'd better not do that. Sister Xiaoya, what do you mean you was beaten like this? That's someone you can't afford to mess with. Who knows? Just as Huang Xiaoya said this, Lan Ku took the lead and cursed. Bull ********. That's Lan Xiaochao's wild man. It happened in a hurry. We were just caught off guard. And you're saying that we can't afford to mess with him? Have you ever seen? What kind of big man chasing after a woman sends such a broken wooden pistol to his mom? I see you. You just got out of the hospital. And you're out of your mind again. Lan Ku has already been drowned by anger. At this moment only want to revenge to vent their hatred, so that when he speaks, he completely does not leave half a bit of mercy. Directly to Huang Xiaoya's wounds to salt, the words came out. The rest of the people, looking at Huang Xiaoya, clearly had a more repulsive tone in their eyes. It was undeniable that the people in their small circle were all on good terms, but Huang Xiaoya had had mental problems and had been hospitalized as a result, and now she seemed to be well. But who could guarantee that there would not be times when she would not fall ill again? Estimates are, it was the occurrence of this incident today that stimulated her, so the disease came back and she spoke without thinking at all. Sister Xiaoya, if you're not feeling well, go back first. We'll take care of Brother Yu's business, so you don't have to worry about it. Yes, Brother Yu said it all. That dog is Blue Xiaoxue, her sister's wild man. For a wooden pistol to beat Brother Yu like this, a proper reckless one, you tell me. He is a big man we can't afford to mess with? Don't be funny. Huang Xiaoya bit her words clearly, reminding her word by word. He's a general. Snap. Steeply. The sound of cell phones falling to the ground, one after another. The group of youths who were previously ready to shake people to find Ji Rulong out and get him killed. All of them were dumbfounded and at a loss. General? The crowd hadn't completely regained their senses. When Huang Xiaoya once again spoke out shockingly, I watched him, with my own eyes, shoot Bai Xiaoxian's head off with a single shot. As for what happened behind, even if you guys don't know the specifics, you think you've heard of it, the Zhao family. He's the one who destroyed it. Tian Shangrui went down on behalf of the Tian family, but suddenly disappeared on that day. Why do you guys think that is? Crowd. Lan Ku. All of you putting your lives on the line won't shake a hair on the other side. A group of people, completely dumbfounded, followed by a wave of palpitations and chills. This Nima. Thanks to them, they also mistakenly thought that Huang Xiaoya was sick again. After half a day, people are saving their lives. A person who even said that the Zhao family will be destroyed. If they really look for someone to retaliate, I'm afraid that the whole family will have to be implicated. And, knowing Ji Rulong's identity, Lan Ku, on the spot, was scared and convulsed. His face was as gray as death. And in the end, he didn't take a breath and fainted. Outside. General, where are we going now? Ji Rulong stepped into the car and lit a cigarette to himself without giving a reply. The phone rang suddenly. Hello, please, is this Mr. Prince? I'm Xiaodu from the Hanjiang branch of the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Just now you came to my office. The box has been sent over from the Kyoto side. You see, where will I send it to you? Pick it up. On the other end of the line, a careful voice came. Crown Prince, I have eyes that don't recognize an tie. A dog's mouth can't keep the door open. Please, 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 please don't forget the little man's fault and give me a chance to redeem my mistake. Seeing Ji Rulong not saying anything, Du Boshi was on the verge of crying. At this point, the phone was snatched away, and Su Tian's pale voice came. Crown Prince, old Su Tian. When you were a child, old Su Tian taught you appraisal techniques for a period of time. I don't know if you still remember? This matter, the old man and the vice president of the association, Xiao, have already understood. Du Boshi this person although greedy, but also for the association to consider. You see, Ji Rulong didn't mean to not answer. Instead, they're thinking, trouble you, wait for my notice. In the end, Ji Rulong still didn't tell the time and place right away, because the box he wasn't going to keep for himself. He had other intentions. This way, just hung up. Unexpectedly, another call came in. Ji Rulong saw that it was his little aunt, and immediately picked it up, saying in a rare soft tone, Little aunt, are you busy today? You went to Han River because of the Kirin army under your command? Kyoto. In the back of a luxury business car that had just pulled out of a compound sat a woman with an appalling aura and a face like frost. Her appearance, vaguely, bore some resemblance to Ji Rulong. Just, compared to Ji Rulong's kind of handsome and noble temperament. She, who was dressed in white and held Buddha beads in her hands, giving people a feeling of transcendence and holiness, was obviously more magnificent. Any woman, put in front of her, would be instantly crushed and dimmed. She, Ji Rulong's sister-in-law, Ji Qingge. Little aunt, you never seem to care about these things on a regular basis, do you? Ji Rulong said, getting affirmation. Ji Qingge flicked her sleeve, and the sight and sound of the front and back rows of the business car were instantly cut off. Then, you know who's behind this? No. Then why? Haven't you fought yet? Ji Qingge, whose level of love and favoritism towards Ji Rulong had almost reached the extreme, was actually a bit displeased at this moment. I want to finish the 7 days of the spirit for each of them, father and daughter. Ji Qingge was silent. For a long time. All these years, little aunt did not ask you for anything. This time, you must give me a ruthless kill. Who begged for mercy you dealt with it together. In addition, Wei Wan Air probably want to go to the Han River to find you. You listen well. You are my Ji family son and son. My Ji family, at no time, needs to rely on marriages to secure its position. Snap. The phone hung up. Han River. Ji Rulong held the phone. His brows furrowed. Chapter 95, God, too, is a man. Today, Ji Rulong's mood was inexplicably irritable. In more than 20 years of life, there has never been such a fluctuation in terms of state of mind. How long has it been since you've had a drink? Ji Rulong asked. Smell. He was the first to be flabbergasted for a moment, then grinned. Understood. I'll take you to a good place. Hentaying Casino. Compared to the previously visited Donghuang Casino, it is much larger in scale. Almost the most expensive and well-built large-scale casino in the region. I'm not in the habit of coming to places like this to drink. Ji Rulong shook his head and prepared to change places. Truth be told, so many years, the casino he has been, but never advocated drinking inside. That atmosphere, he is not very like, also cannot understand, why so many people like to go on this to buy drunkenness. Try it, the two of us drink boring wine inevitably almost meaning, and you are now in such a state, also should vent. Anyway, no one knows who you are not. Qin Tian insisted and invited. Ji Rulong was silent. Eventually, under Qin Tian's burst of clever words, Ji Rulong still compromised. Inside the Hentaying Casino, The first thing that catches the eye is the huge dance floor built in the center. Mostly a group of young men and women, standing up in it under the stimulation of ear-splitting music, swaying their bodies wildly and recklessly. Second floor. Every now and then a few figures could be seen, standing in the hallway with glasses of wine, looking down at the dance floor below. The floors are different and host different guests. What kind of wine, sir? The two had just arrived, and immediately a bartender came forward to inquire. And Qin Tian also led Ji Rulong to find a random place to sit down with ease, and ordered 6 bottles of whiskey. Serve it quickly. In the meantime, second floor. A woman with a wineglass and a plump body happened to land her gaze on Ji Rulong. Her name is Xiao Yunyi, the owner of Hentaying Casino. Raising the expensive foreign wine in her hand and taking a sip, she said in passing to a vested strong man standing behind her, "Command down. The drinks at his table are on me. In addition, let them come up to the second floor later to have a seat." The burly vested man glanced at Ji Rulong below, and his mind instantly realized, "Boss, this is." Looking at him, long night, no desire to sleep, always need to find something to do. "No?" Xiao Yunyi licked her lips. "That's really a blessing for this kid." The vested man laughed and then left. At this point, the drinks have been served. Always drink habits slowly taste Ji Rulong. Today unexpectedly, no usual patience, and Qin Tian too, big mouth irrigation, in the form of drinking water in general. Over the top, Qin Tian put down his wineglass and exclaimed outright, "Fine wine, music, this kind of atmosphere." As if all of a sudden back to the cozy days before he did not go to Guanwai, he leaned back on the soothing soft sofa, his eyes wandering around, and finally noticed a bit of a woman in a revealing dress. No way. It's been so many years and there are still people who do this. Qin Tian was surprised. Ji Rulong was puzzled. What woman would come to a place like this dressed like this and get herself drunk? This is obviously waiting for someone to take the bait. I wonder if there are any foolish fools who would fall for it. Qin Tian shook his head, rather amused. He'd seen a lot of these kinds of tricks when he was a teenager. And, although Ji Rulong had never come into contact with these things, at this moment, after listening to Qin Tian's explanation, he probably understood what was going on. The two drank wine, like a mantis catching a cicada with a yellow finch at its back, watching this scene with interest. Surprisingly, there was really someone walking towards the woman. The woman looked drunk, but she didn't know any better than anyone else. Eventually, after a moment of half-pushing, the men were allowed to lead the men away from the scene. Qin Tian laughed and shook his head, asking, "There's a knife in the word color. Do you believe?" That kid got up the next morning, not to mention that he had nothing left. Or maybe he would in turn be blackmailed by the woman looking for someone to give him some? There's a saying. After thinking about it, he suddenly said, "It looks like a fairy cave, but it's a coffin slit?" Ji Rulong. Ha ha ha. Under the irradiation of the multicolored lights, Qin Tian gradually converged his smile and said in a deep tone, "Big brother, this world is like this. Everything in this world, where there is light there must be shadows. You're trying to change all this on your own, and by messing up, you're going to crush yourself." Actually, Qin Tian put down his wineglass, his gaze deep. Gods, they are also humans. He knew that Ji Rulong's mind was already made up, so this was probably the last time he said these words to. He did not have similar to Ji Rulong's kind of heavenly ambition, and even, he was selfish to the point that he only wanted this man to be safe. Ji Rulong shook his wineglass, and the colorful light hit his face, but he couldn't see any expression. Suddenly, a figure approached and said to Ji Rulong, "This gentleman, the drinks for your table are on my boss," and she also explained that she would invite the two of you to sit upstairs. It was the strong man in the undershirt. Qin Tian looked at Ji Rulong, who said indifferently, "No time." Words. Without saying a word, Qin Tian took out his card and handed it over. "I appreciate the thought, but we don't drink free wine. Not to mention, Ji Rulong had no other interest at the moment. Let's just say that the two of them were here for the first time. They didn't know any bosses at all, and the other party would be so kind as to invite them to have a drink? 6 bottles of whiskey. It's not cheap. In other words, in this world, there is never anything free. It is the free ones that are often the most expensive." Rejected? The vested man was first stunned. Then he laughed. "You guys might not be aware of what my boss's invitation means. In this Hentaying casino, there are not many who are qualified to be invited by her. And, moreover, there is not a single case in which she can be refused. Think about it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Don't let the chance turn into a disaster. Invitations don't work. Turned into a threat?" Unfortunately, Ji Rulong was the last one to eat this. He leaned back. His eyes looked to the second floor somewhere. Under the lights stood is a charming woman. At this moment to see him look at, but also pick up the wineglass to throw a wink in response. It was Xiao Yunyi. Ji Rulong's face was expressionless as he said, "Go up there and tell your boss that I'm inviting her to roll down for a toast. And also listen, again no one can refuse my invitation, so let her figure it out on her own." Undershirt man. He had never imagined that he would one day encounter such an arrogant brat within the casino. Not only did he reject Xiao Yunyi, but he also threatened, telling the other party to roll down and toast him? That, even some of the great young masters in the district wouldn't dare to say that, just by virtue of her, Xiao Yunyi. She was on a sisterly basis with the righteous daughter of that knife king of the Hopshing Club. You should be thankful that you have a handsome face, or else I'd have enough reason to break your mouth just for saying that. The vested man dropped a sentence and then went upstairs. It looked like he was going to convey Ji Rulong's words. Chapter 96, Kneel down. I'll ask you to do something. Half a day later, Xiao Yunyi, who was wearing a cheongsam that outlined her figure perfectly, appeared from the passageway going down from the second floor. Immediately, the entire first floor immediately set off an uproar. Sister Yunyi, I love you. Sister Yunyi, I've been waiting for you for over a month. See if I can fulfill your request. There were a lot of cries, and some of them, like fans who saw their idols, rushed forward regardless of everything, but without exception, they were all stopped by the security personnel at the scene. It follows from this, Xiao Yunyi, the boss, has a lot of personal charm. Actually, the controversy over this woman's rights and wrongs is still quite large as far as anyone knows. Rumor, Xiao Yunyi comes from a lowly background, because the person looks good and has a good figure. So earlier in the year when married to a rich man in the outer city, just not long time, that rich man died. As for the specific cause of death, some said that it was suffering from some incurable disease, while others said that it was killed by Xiao Yunyi for the purpose of dividing up the rich man's family fortune. But there was just no actual proof. And then, Xiao Yunyi returned to Hanjiang and used her share of the money from the tycoons as a knockout punch to make friends with a number of local bigwigs. After that, she opened this Hentang casino. It is said that she reserved a room for herself on the second floor of the casino, specializing in identifying young men who can make her eyes to spend the night together. And those who have been there have already confirmed this, and got a lot of favor fees from Xiao Yunyi. But this kind of thing, many years down the road, there are not many occurrences, from which it can be seen, this woman is not conservative, but the vision is extremely high. General people simply cannot enter her eyes. And let's not talk about the rest. Xiao Yunyi, such a woman, to be able to fish in water with it for a scene, are the dream of countless people. This has led to a number of young adults who feel they can be looked at, squatting in the Hentang casino for long periods of time, waiting for an opportunity. Therefore, it was the moment Xiao Yunyi showed up on the first floor that caused such a stir. Only, Xiao Yunyi's face was unusually cold at the moment. She had never thought that there was someone else who would reject her. Even tell her to get her ass down here and make a toast? Why did Boss Xiao go there? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a handsome young man. No wonder she showed up on the first floor herself. I'm out of luck. By golly. When seeing Ji Rulong's moment, the people on the scene all came to a sudden realization. After all, Ji Rulong's looks, figure, and even temperament are too outstanding, belonging to the type of placed in the crowd, extraordinarily bright type. At this point, the music had been paused at Xiao Yunyi's gesture. Instead of taking her seat, she raised her hand, signaling the young and strong men who were crazy about her before she condescendingly said to Ji Rulong, "You see, I, Xiao Yunyi, would be honored to even invite you to the second floor. And, not only did you reject me, but you even threatened to tell me to get off my ass and toast you. So I'm really curious, where do you get your confidence?" What? When she said this, the scene even exploded. Xiao Yunyi invited this guy to the second floor and was rejected? This, boy, you're a little too uneducated for your own good, aren't you? That's right. Do you know that this is an opportunity that how many people can't even dream of getting? For Sister Yunyi to be able to look at you, you should even be thankful that you were born with a good face. I've only heard of women pretending to be innocent, but this is the first time I've seen a man. Xiao Yunyi held her arms, obviously enjoying the sounds coming from around her. I can take your earlier words as you being drunk. As long as you kneel down in public and humbly beg me, I can give you another chance. As far as I'm concerned, there's no difference between all the men in this world. Nothing more than greed for money and sex. And what's different about you? You have to think clearly. This opportunity that I, Xiao Yunyi, am giving you, without exaggeration, can turn your life upside down, or even, in the future, it's no problem to favor you alone. Everything about Ji Rulong completely fulfills her fantasies about the opposite sex. Especially, it was those deep eyes that touched her inside every time she touched them. And people like that often got a second chance with her because she just couldn't afford to ruin this perfect face. Moreover, she also believed that the reason why Ji Rulong refused was simply because he hadn't seen her in person earlier. After all, how many men could refuse a special thing like her? Therefore, she was confident. Unexpectedly, as she went on with these words, she didn't even exchange a single square eye from Ji Rulong. You remind me of someone, Su Yanyan, the woman who, but for a single warning glance from him, held a grudge. And whether it was Su Yanyan or Xiao Yuni in front of her, there was a kind of inexplicable self-confidence, as if, with their good looks and body, all the men in the world should be circling around them and kneeling humbly. What else do you want to think of people? Just say yes, boy. No one will think you're a disgrace. On the contrary, they will only envy you. Yes, I'm anxious for you. Why don't you quickly kneel down and thank Sister Yuni for giving you this opportunity again? There was a rush of anxiety among the onlookers. What else is there to pretend? You think you're some kind of a top-notch big shot just because you look like a little white boy, and there are a whole lot of women like Xiao Yuni who will come to your door just by hooking your hand? Xiao Yuni also poked out a leg, as if the next second, Ji Rulong would kneel down and pray. However, I'm telling you to get off your ass, not to watch you get all high and mighty here. Understand? Ji Rulong reminded. Boom! The crowd completely exploded, and Xiao Yuni's smile instantly froze on her face. It's really interesting. Looking at the entire martial sect area, there aren't even a few people who can make me. Xiao Yuni, take the initiative to toast. You're worthy of it too. I would like to know, if I don't toast today, what can you do? Ji Rulong gave an answer. I will consider letting you lose everything you have now. For example, raising this casino to the ground? Yuni Xiao. At this moment, the eyes of the onlookers looking at Ji Rulong had also completely changed. Who doesn't know that Xiao Yuni and the righteous daughter of the King of Knives of the Hopfest are good sisters? Who would dare to raise the Henteing casino to the ground? At first, they only thought that Ji Rulong was unable to pull down his face, but now they see that he is a completely unaware and stupid ah. At this point, there was a sudden stirring in the crowd. Miss Su from Smoke and Rain House is here? Wait, the one in front of her won't create the Hopfest, has been closing the mountain for many years of Knife King Mu Lao, right? My god. This kind of character that stands at the top of Han River, how come he personally showed up here? Su Yuma, reputation, and the person who could make her obediently follow her. Who else could it be but Mu Yuanzhou? And, seeing her sisters and Mu Yuanzhou, Xiao Yuni couldn't care less about Ji Rulong and hurriedly greeted them with a fart. Elder Mu, Sister Yenran, why did you all suddenly come to this kind of cluttered place? What's the matter? You notify me in advance. I'll arrange it, where there is still a need. You personally run The moment, the two of them, Mu Yuanzhou and Su Yanyan, had already noticed Ji Rulong and were simply too lazy to bother with her, and Xiao Yuni was even more mindful at that moment. Elder Mu, Sister Yenran, you guys wait for a moment. There's a guy who doesn't know what's good for him and has just let out a statement that he wants to raise this to the ground. It is often said, don't look at the face of the monk. Xiao Yuni no longer how. In the beginning also followed Su Yanyan to go to the Cloud Mist Mountain. Met Mu Yuanzhou is considered to be the other side of the faction of half a person. In today's situation, not to mention Ji Rulong, even if the other party was the top male son of the three great families, he would have to honestly submit to a weakness. Thinking, she took the lead and rushed to Ji Rulong, smugly saying, do you know what kind of character Mu Lao is? That is in our entire Hanjiang eyes and ears of the existence of the sky. You did not say, to raise the Henteing casino to the ground? I'd really like to see what waves you can make in front of his old man. This kid is done. The onlookers, too, shook their heads and sighed at Ji Rulong's own death. Just at this time, Mu Yuanzhou, who had stepped forward, suddenly slapped Xiao Yuni in the face. Then, with his head slightly lowered, he said to Ji Rulong in a respectful manner, I'm coming, Shasta. There was dead silence. Xiao Yuni, as well as everyone at the scene, one by one, all stared at this scene with their eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Mu Yuanzhou is here for this guy? And look at this attitude. While the crowd was unsure, Ji Rulong didn't even raise his head, but just raised his hand and knocked on the desktop, commanding Mu Yuanzhou, kneel down. I'm asking you to do something. Chapter 97, The Talent of the Scholar of Martial Arts. Under one person and above 10,000 people. What? You get down on your knees and I'll ask you to do something? When? Please do something. The attitude is still so strong? The key is, that is Mu Yuanzhou and the other party, there is a war zone background. Even if it is the provincial city of some bigwigs, do not dare to say let the other party kneel down it. And when Ji Rulong said this, it also made Xiao Yuni, who had originally felt some despair, breathed a sigh of relief. Through Mu Yuanzhou's attitude towards Ji Rulong, it was clear that the other party was not a nobody as she thought, but had a family background that could make Mu Yuanzhou treat him respectfully. According to the original development of things, she Xiao Yunyi today, only to apologize to Ji Rulong, admit defeat, but Ji Rulong actually in order to figure a moment of speed, public let Mu Yuanzhou kneel. This as clearly as the nose on the face. Also do not think about. Mu Yuanzhou such in the Disya has not yet united before the battlefield to kill the enemy of the Sword King. How is it possible to suffer such humiliation? Not to mention, behind the other party, there was also an old general who relied on a patriarchal level, and once he knelt down, it wasn't a joke, so Mu Yuanzhou would definitely flip out. Oh, this person forced to pretend too much, is easy to hit their own face. If you Ji Rulong didn't speak out of turn today, I, Xiao Yunyi, might actually kneel down and toast you, begging you not to take it personally. But now, just when she thought that Mu Yuanzhou must have flipped, Mu Yuanzhou in front of her, but with a bang, the public gave Ji Rulong heavy kneeling down, and once again bowed his head. You command. Fizzle. Xiao Yunyi's pupils shrunk violently, only to feel a coolness steeply sweep through her body. How is this possible? And at this moment, with Mu Yuanzhou, the top person in Hanjiang, kneeling down in public, the entire first floor was so quiet that there was not a single sound. Everyone was shocked to no end by the scene in front of them. They couldn't help but think, exactly if what kind of person can make Mu Yuanzhou this kind of existence? Didn't get annoyed, didn't kneel down half unwillingly? This, simply, unimaginable. Is there any problem with leveling this hentai casino to the ground? Ji Rulong shook the wineglass in his hand and said in a breezy manner, I'll do it now. Mu Yuanzhou said, about to instruct Su Yanyan to proceed with the contact. There's no rush. I haven't finished my wine yet. Ji Rulong waved his hand, stopping it on the spot. Full. Mu Yuanzhou was all submissive and didn't dare to say half a sentence of anything else, because he knew better than the other people present what kind of character this young man sitting in front of him, who couldn't be seen from the surface, was. Marquis of Champions. This kind of character, one sentence down, can decide the life and death of too many people. For example, the other party just bestowed a dagger with him. He had to go down and ask for death. Speaking of which, the Han River natives all know that he, Mu Yuanzhou, followed that old General Qi to fight against the enemy. However, even though there was such a layer of crossover between him and Qi Shangming, he was still too far away in front of this Xinhua great general. Identity, status, after all, in that, and put aside these things, Mu Yuanzhou is more from Ji Rulong's body, felt a shocking atmosphere. As the saying goes, outsiders watch, insiders look at the doorway. As Han Rivers recognized number one in personal force value, he naturally experienced it more deeply than anyone else. This breath, overbearing, thick, and as sharp as a sword. Simply some feeling down, Mu Yuanzhou feel all over the body, to be crushed like, if one had to describe it, one could only summarize the other party in one sentence, talent of the martial arts Geisher scholar. One person under 10,000 people, a lifetime, raining down. Mu Yuanzhou should enjoy, also enjoy, death. He is not afraid, but doesn't mean he doesn't want to survive. Xiao Yunyi looked at Mu Yuanzhou's such a lowly attitude. At this moment, she only felt that her heart was about to jump out. Her face was white. She wanted to beg for mercy, but she didn't even have the courage to say a complete sentence. You, Xiao Yunyi, are all honored to invite me? Ji Rulong glanced over, a chilling light churning. Xiao Yunshao's scalp exploded and he knelt down on the spot. She's scared. Someone who could make Mu Yuanzhou kneel anytime, anywhere, had an identity origin that was beyond what she could imagine. Such a person, the world's best color, not let him pick it? It's funny that she still thinks the other party is ungrateful, and even takes the relationship between herself and Su Yanyan to put pressure on the other party? Simply is, Guangong in front of dance big sword, not self-importance. Finally, it was only after a series of several loud kowtows that the intense tingling sensation slightly dispelled some of her fear, and she said fearfully to Ji Rulong, yes, I'm sorry, it's because I had the eyes to recognize him Nitaishan. It's because I have eyes but no pearls. You can condescend to come to the hentai casino. Are my Xiao Yunyi this life's biggest honor? Is my guilty? Is my self-righteousness? But also hope that you are generous. Spare me once. A side note. Xiao Yunyi slapped at her face as she did so. The scene. The people watching the onlookers had mixed feelings in their hearts. What everyone begged for and could not get, in front of the real power of the sky, but rouge and vulgar powder. Even each other's eyes cannot enter. Be a man. Don't take yourself too seriously. You haven't even seen the back, so how can you be so sure that I must be what you imagined? Now, how are you going to end this? Ji Rulong drank alone. In other words, when you thought that I was just a little character that you could call by the hook of your hand, did you ever think that this moment would happen now? To summarize, nothing more than 4 words: self-righteousness. And even though Ji Rulong's tone was flat, it fell into Xiao Yun's ears, but it was no less than a bolt from the blue, especially the sentence, "How do you end it?" It made her cold sweat. Seemingly, it can't be wrapped up. Thought of that? Ji Rulong asked with a smile. Xiao Yun trembled, but still desperately tried to save it, and hurriedly poured wine. "I'll give you a toast, please." "No need." A few 3 words. On the spot, Xiao Yun's face was like ashes, completely despairing. At this point, Ji Rulong already has no intention to continue to take care of her. She's such a woman. The only way to make her lose everything that exists, she can put away that lofty sense of superiority. Flat casino is the most ruthless punishment. "The things I gave you, did you bring them?" These words were addressed to Mu Yuanzhou, who was kneeling on the ground. The latter sniffed. The dagger, which was dark red in color, was taken out at once. Can't you spare my godfather's life for the sake of that old general? He's certainly at fault, but his crime is not to death." Su Yanyan gritted her teeth and complained. Ji Rulong smiled. "You think I want him to die?" One time, both men froze. Ji Rulong put down his wineglass and glanced meaningfully at Mu Yuanzhou. "This branch of the martial sect area, it deserves to die. Do you have any opinions?" "No. There are 4 more branches, and the death penalty is waived, but the living penalty is not." Mu Yuanzhou was first stunned, then without saying a word, he picked up his dagger and chopped off his 4 fingers in public. Hiss! The scene. Once again, the hearts and minds of the onlookers were shaken. Seeing this, Ji Rulong already had no intention of continuing to stay. A step missed from Mu Yuanzhou's side. Words, too, reached his ears. 6 days later, "I have a batch of minions entering the city. At that time, all the places and industries under the banner of your Hop Shang Club will be shut down, and all the members will be sure to be in place one by one to give that big brother of mine a send-off." Mu Yuanzhou's eyes widened. 6 days later, when the border troops enter the city, the 3 great families, is there any way to live? Chapter 98, $30 billion. Please stop. That night, a drizzling rain fell in the Wumen area. For the Han River, a bustling metropolis, it does not bring much impact, and the lights are still visible, and the people are still visible. If you have to say, it is only the prestigious area of the Henteng Casino, in this fine rain, was razed to the ground, leaving a miserable ruins, completely into the past tense. And after, according to the grapevine, shortly after the Henteng Casino was bulldozed, Xiao Yun, the popular owner, was seen showing up at Han River Airport in the wee hours of the morning. For a while, it made the incident more intriguing. Only, the specific reasons for the incident, just like a huge slap, completely covered in the shadow. No matter how people dig deep and detailed investigation, cannot figure out the specific reasons for the Henteng Casino was bulldozed. Actually, that night in the Han River, there was also a big event that happened. Only compared to what happened in the Henteng Casino, this event was more secretive. Day 2. On the original event of Zhao's group being taken over by the Lu family, a hard-hitting story is once again exposed. Blue Xiao Qiao, an obscure person in the upper circle in the district, under the operation of the Lu family, quickly on the major news media, became the Lu family will soon be with the group as a senior, a generation of new stars in the business world. And, according to relevant informed sources, this Blue Xiao Qiao is, before this, the name but a poor business clothing company. What is the reason? So that she stood at such a high level in one fell swoop? This thing, it can be quite chewy. Noon. Sky Family Manor. Tianfang Qian had a cup of freshly brewed tea by his side, while in his hand, he held the latest newspaper and scanned the content on it with an expressionless face. Blue Little Joe. A page of information related to the original Zhao group instantly entered his sight. Read all about it. Tianfang Qian will be the newspaper set aside on the side. End of the cup of tea. Eyes out of focus fell not far from a white mist surrounded by a wigwam, the so-called good horse with a good saddle. His family of heaven, even if the manor arrangement must be in line with the status. In other words, a tens of billions of volume of a large group. Its head, if the show is too off, and how to stabilize the group's external image. On the contrary, Ji Rulong, not to mention the Lu family, now even a woman who can't even run a small company well has been put in charge of Zhao. It is said that you are for the sake of justice, but you are so anxious to support your own people to the throne and divide the benefits. Say you're greedy for money, but you're so righteous, knowing the difficulties, Yet you won't relent, Tian Fongqian muttered to himself. Now, he was really a bit confused about Ji Rulong, this guy who had killed his grandson and disrupted the entire pattern of the woman district, a series of operations that were too bizarre, seemingly clear in purpose, yet arbitrary. In terms of the current understanding, Ji Rulong gave Tian Fongqian the feeling of nothing more than 4 words, also good and evil. It depends on the side of the war zone, whether they can investigate your identity as soon as possible. Tian Fongqian's eyes narrowed slightly. These past few days they seemed to have done nothing, but in reality, they had already conducted an investigation in secret. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps, streaking by. When Tian Fongqian saw Zhang Baoshang and Wang Zutian's group, all of them appeared in their Tian family manner without any prior notice. His heart was suddenly a jolt. Sure enough, Zi Xian is missing. Zhang Baoshang spoke. In the past few days, because of the death of Tian Xiangrui, both the Zhang family and the Wang family, both Zhang Zishuan and Wang Jingwu, 2 people, issued a non-essential not allowed to go out of the order, the escort force to increase, so as to avoid encountering untoward. Last night, Zhang Zishuan spent the night in his own clubhouse, and the whole time there was no abnormality, and it was not until the sun came up that the people below realized that he had disappeared. When Zhang Baosheng learned of the news, he was the first to notify the Wang family, then met up and came to the Tian family together. It must be that dog's hand. Otherwise, there is no way Zi Xian would have disappeared for no reason. Over in the war zone, no news yet? The blood in Zhang Baosheng's eyes was clearly visible. Tian Fongqian shook his head. At the moment, the mood is equally heavy. Seeing the situation, Zhang Baosheng couldn't care less. Relying on the mountain falls, relying on everyone falls. Instead of placing your hopes on the side of the war zone, it's better to rely on yourself. The old man has decided to personally go to the woman district and subdue that dog. Otherwise, at this rate of his killing, before the war zone side can figure out where he came from, we people will perish one after another in his liquidation. That said, but, he still looked to Tian Fongqian for advice. What is your opinion? All these years, the 3 top families, although they were on equal footing, vaguely, the Zhang and Wang families, were still led by the Tian family. Xiang Rui is dead. Now even Zi Xian has met an untimely end. It's my turn next. Grandpa Tian, we can't continue to be indecisive. Gather the top powerhouses, and completely hold the dog down in one fell swoop. At this point, Wang Jingwu hurriedly followed and added. At first, even when Tian Xiangrui died, he didn't panic too much. After all, the clan had already made precautions. As long as they quite to the war zone side to figure out Ji Rulong's identity and origin, they could directly talk to the people above them and let the above forcefully transfer Ji Rulong. But, in spite of this, Zhang Zishuan was still arrested, which greatly exceeded his expectations, and he couldn't settle his heart until Ji Rulong was dead, because no one could be sure when it would be his turn. However, Tian Fongqian only gave him a faint look. You wouldn't, by now, still think that we, alone, can deal with this person? Wang Jingwu. Actually, these words were not only said to Wang Jingwu. Zhang Baosheng's face was ugly as hell. Then what do you say? Just sit back and wait for death? Tian Fongqian said. Don't be anxious. Zi Xian should not have ended up in the same situation as Xiang Rui by now. Otherwise, in accordance with this person's past style of behavior, we would have received the video of Zi Xian being killed by now. As the saying goes, caring is messy. When Zhang Baosheng thought about it, he did. Take a look. At this moment, Tian Fongqian put down the newspaper that Fong had just put down and handed it over. Blue Little Joe? Tian Fongqian nodded. It's probably the woman he's looking at. No matter how shocking he says or decisive he is, but as long as it's a human being, there are 7 emotions and 6 desires. Nothing more than that. It's the fact that there aren't enough chips to impress him. In other words, an avenger who had truly come with all his heart to avenge Yi Qingyun's father and daughter. It didn't make sense that he would do such a boring thing, and in reality, Ji Rulong did all of this, only in passing, to help the Lan family, to be precise, to help the Su family back then. This was yet another flavor in Tian Fongqian's opinion. I decided that each of our families, each of us, will take out $10 billion to ask him to stop there. If you guys are okay with it, I'll make the call. Tian Fongqian looked at Zhang Baosheng and Wang Zutian and said, What? I disagree. Wang Zutian was the first to object. $10 billion. Even for a family of his level, taking it out all at once would be a meaty pain. If I can get back my grandson in exchange, and at the same time make that guy stop pursuing this matter, I'm willing to pay this amount, Zhang Baosheng said. Wang Zutian frowned. At this point, just heard a sentence faintly drifting. Ancient river planted. And no matter what the reason is, at least it all shows that we alone are not absolutely sure that we can directly suppress this person. Is it a gamble? Or spend money to eliminate disasters? You, think it over. Zutian Wang. Grandpa, give it to him, we already have enough money. 30 billion? That dog can't refuse. Wang Jingwu advised from the side. Grind it out. One more second of delay and my grandson could meet an untimely end. Or, for the time being, what better way do you have to stop that dog? Decide quickly. Jiang Baosheng urged. LOL. In the end, Wang Zutian compromised. Even though they were unwilling to accept the reality, they had to admit that now they, in addition to taking the money to eliminate the disaster, there was no better way. After all, the other party simply did not intend to give them too much time to prepare. Then it's settled. Tian Fengqian turned around and ordered the butler. Get the phone. Chapter 99, inviting the martial arts pavilion's heavenly ranking existence to come down to even the score. In the meantime, Yi family village. In front of Yi Qianxian's grave. Uncle came to see you. By the way, to collect some interest for you, Ji Rulong put down a bouquet of flowers. Lush green hills and gusty winds like drums. Solitude. Sadness. You, what exactly do you want before you'll stop? Not far away, in a huge iron cage, Jiang Zishuan, who was dressed only in loose bathing attire, looked terrified and his voice trembled. The world is impermanent. He had thought that he would be able to rest on his laurels as the protective measures on the part of the family had risen several steps, and thus, had nothing to do but head to the clubhouse in style. But, just last night, the two soldiers attached to the command of this man in front of him directly infiltrated the clubhouse and captured him. And it was already self-evident what would happen to those strong men who were protecting those responsible for protecting him. This night, he was detained in the middle of this iron cage as if it were a cage. Until this morning, again, being brought to Yi Qianxian's grave. Thinking of Tian Shangrui's tragic situation at that time, this top male son felt a fear that he had never felt before in more than 20 years of his life. At this point, he paced forward and handed over a cell phone. This is his cell phone. Look at what's inside. Several pages of chat entry records. Among them, it was recorded that Jiang Zishuan had shared that video of abusing Yi Qianxian in the first place. To other people's bragging behavior, and those who were trying to curry favor with his lapdogs were so apathetic that they were vigorously praising him for his behavior. Attach the phoenix and climb the dragon. Selfishness. No snowflake is innocent during an avalanche. Ji Rulong's tone was icy. Chop them all up. This statement was made. Jiang Zishuan in the iron cage was suddenly chilled to the bone. He could clearly feel that his legs were shivering. Don't kill me. This is all Jiang Futian's fault. I'm willing to kowtow and repent. I'm truly repentant. Please spare me once. Suddenly, he thought of something and grabbed the iron cage. When my grandfather finds out that I'm missing, he'll definitely find a way to save me. Maybe he'll be able to invite a being that makes you powerless to disobey. After all, I'm his most beloved grandson. In other words, wait a little longer. In case, at this time, they contacted the people above Ji Rulong through the war zone. Then, he still had a ray of hope of survival today. Just, no matter how much he shouted or called out, Ji Rulong didn't bother with him the entire time. In the middle of the day, but also just once again explained Qin Tian a little thing. Then self-centered lit a cigarette, stood in the wind and smoked. Jiang Zishuan spends his days like years. The more this happened, the more he had no bottom in his heart, because Ji Rulong was acting too calmly, and at this moment, he even had the illusion that the other party was not in a hurry to kill him because there was still one more death ritual missing. Under the gradual increment of fear, Jiang Zishuan has gradually felt despair. If he knew that there is such a day, he swore that he would not go to Yi Qianxian's dormitory in the first place no matter what. At this point, the ringing of a phone made his ears perk up instantly. The kid from Zhang's family. At your place? On. What do you want? Can't you just sit down and talk about this matter? Do you have to resort to this extreme way of losing both? Just now, I heard this gentleman from the Zhang family say that you seem to be able to invite an existence that makes it impossible for me to disobey. I'd love to meet who it is. I'll give you the location and bring him over. For a long time. How about $30 billion? Up to here? Not a small handful. So, you're saying yes? I heard that your grandson's funeral was organized in a very low key. Unfortunately, I'm not very satisfied. Considering the fact that you guys like organizing funerals so much. I'll send you 2 more. Wang Jingwu. Right? It can be protected. Snap. The phone hung up straight away. That last reply, in fact, gave the answer. Because the wind was too loud. Jiang Zishuan didn't hear the exact content of this call. And at this moment, as he watched Ji Rulong walk over, he hurriedly asked, "Is it my grandfather? In order to save you, your grandfather and the others did not invite a being that I could not disobey. But they did offer a considerable sum. How much?" Jiang Zishuan was curious. 30 billion. Words. Jiang Zishuan let out a huge sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. $30 billion is certainly a lot, but it's worth spending to save my life. I refused, Ji Rulong said. What? Jiang Zishuan's eyes instantly widened. Are you crazy? Do you know what the concept of $30 billion is? Crazy? You must be crazy. All that money, it would allow you to do almost everything you want to do. And you're refusing it? It's not 300 million. It's not 3 billion. It's 30 billion. I ask you to please do reconsider. Over and over again, he reminded, fearing that Ji Rulong didn't understand what $30 billion could bring him. As soon as he finished these words, he saw that not far away, two heavily armed soldiers, each holding three big wolf dogs with big scarlet tongues and ferocious gazes, and looking at that state, it was clear that they were starving to a certain limit. Fizzle! Jiang Zishuan body pores explode. This Nima! Ji Rulong turned around. The originally ferocious wolf dog suddenly wailed and prostrated itself on the ground as if it was frightened. Ji Rulong smiled, patted their heads and instructed, eat clean, no wasting, word strike, straight down the hill, heavenly home. The entire courtyard, with the phone cut off, fell into dead silence. At first, considering Ji Rulong's identity comes from an uncomplicated reason, so Tianfang Qian didn't mince words, and directly opened a family of 10 billion, totaling a huge number of 30 billion. But, so that they in any case cannot imagine is, Ji Rulong actually refused that decisive. He is not, on the money has no concept? This dog is simply oil and salt, bent on making us bury that father and daughter. Now we can't talk about peace, we can't kill, we can only wait for death? Zhang Baosheng bulged his eyes and questioned Tianfang Qian. Silence. Tink, everyone's phone, suddenly at this time rang, also as the day of Tian Shangrui's death that directly popped up a video. In the iron cage, blood was dripping, and several burly wolfhounds were tearing and fighting for food. Stomp! Zhang Baosheng stumbled on the spot and almost fell to the ground. Yes, Zi Xian, my grandson. Ah, why is this happening? Gu-du. Wang Jingwu swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. His face was shocked to the point of being bloodless. You pack up. I'm going to send you out of the city. Wang Zutian's hands behind his back were clenched together for a long time before he barked at his grandson. Good. Wang Jingwu nodded repeatedly. It's come to this. What kind of bull ***** face is a floating cloud? It's only king if you can survive. You guys see that? If we keep dragging this on, all of us will end up like this. No matter what. Even if we lose our family and have nothing left. I will kill this dog at any cost. You take the idea. Zhang Baosheng's eyes were red as he stared dead at Tianfang Qian. One glory for all. One loss for all. Tianfang Qian calmed down. There's no way out. We can only ask the existence of the Martial Pavilion ranked on the heavenly ranking to come down and level the playing field. Chapter 100, The Fleeting Special Military Unit. Courtyard. Tianfang Qian picked up his teacup, renewed it, and slowly put it down again. The tea, it's cold. With their hearts, in general, for more than 20 years, since the support of the Zhang clan's royal family, the three of them have never been forced to the point of having to resort to external forces. This is the first and only time. Feel the bottom of the barrel. Old me now, the more curious I am. What exactly is this fellow who is clearly capable of great skill, but deliberately conceals his identity at every turn? Zhang Baosheng suppressed his anger and faintly said, by the way, according to the energy and connections of the three of them in the local area, they can do almost everything they want to do in this acre of Han River. Ji Rulong, who had suddenly appeared, had directly, from all sides, crushed all of their advantages. War zone. Kyoto Sheriff's Department, with military and political power in their hands. Such a person, in Hanjiang, is completely enough to walk horizontally, and the fact that they have been pushed to this point today is the best proof of this. But, even so, Ji Rulong still did not reveal the specific identity, and their connections over in the war zone are even more unchecked. It's not normal. Tianfang Qian drooped his eyelids and slowly said, is there any possibility that it's from a special military unit? Special military service. The weight of these four words is really a bit heavy. Tianfang Qian continued, as far as I know, there are only two special armies that have been established since the founding of the Grand Xia. One is the Western Field Army that was given the number first decades ago, and the other sits outside of Guanwai. It's that undefeated army that has fought many times with various countries outside of Guanwai in just 5 years without a single defeat. The Kirin Army, Western Field Army. It was the first special military unit to be established since the founding of the nation, hence its number. The first. This team was established not long after, gradually disappeared in the public's line of sight, and the relevant information also quickly disappeared. For decades, only they, the older generation, only heard of one or two. There were rumors that this team existed for an extraordinary layout beyond the western part of the Grand Xia. This is clearly illogical, not to mention unsupported by evidence. It belongs to the uninformed outsiders who habitually over-exaggerate and deify things, in order to highlight their own insights and how different they are. And in fact, as far as Tian Fengqian was concerned, when de Xia had just founded the country, it simply didn't have more energy to lay out beyond its borders. Plus, it had invested too many resources in this team. So much so, that other war zones were disgruntled and eventually had to be forced to disband. Blip. This, then, is the most logical explanation. As for the border troops, after the unification of the Grand Xia, all the countries were in a state of recuperation, and it wasn't until 6 or 7 years ago that the countries outside of the country began to move. And based on the information they learned from the Yi family village at the very beginning, Yi Qingyun had already joined the military more than 10 years ago. How could he become a member of the border army that had just been established for 5 years? Then again, border troops cannot enter the country at will. Those at the court, too, could not let the border troops, for the death of 2 men, leave the pass. So, these words just came out. Tian Fengqian then immediately denied his thoughts and laughed at himself. The Western Field Army belongs to the blip. There has been no news for decades. And the border army, even more unlikely. It's the old man who was too nervous. Words. The others followed with another sigh of relief. If Heavenly Fengqian really deduced a reason, then they didn't need to struggle. The only thing they could do was to wait for death. Whatever. Just kill it. The existence of the Martial Pavilion heavenly ranking goes down. It's hard for that dog to not die. Jiang Baosheng pondered for a long time. He really couldn't think of anything, and was immediately worn out of patience. As well as, Wang Zutian's face was unsightly at the moment, and there was clearly a pang of flesh pain. Obviously, the price to be paid for inviting the existence of the Martial Pavilion's heavenly ranking to come down and level the playing field would only be more than the $30 billion they had previously offered Jirulong. Money, there's no end to earning, and it's not too much to pay even more to be able to kill that fellow. Tian Fengqian could see his thoughts and reminded. Wang Zutian nodded. So, between the 3 families, there would be no more disputes. In the afternoon of the same day, Jiang Baosheng left the Tian family manor in a depressed state of mind. After informing some members of the family to prepare for Jiang Zixuan's funeral, it's ridiculous to say, they had just finished attending Tian Shangrui's funeral, not realizing that so soon, it was their own family's turn. And, in order to prevent a similar tragedy from being staged on their Wang family, Wang Zutian, therefore, after leaving from the Tian family manor, he proceeded to make arrangements with the intention of sending Wang Jingwu out of Hanjian secretly, so as not to be tragically killed before the martial arts honors arena. Time. 1 more day. The next morning, the river was a bay. There are still 4 days left, so it's reasonable that the Kyoto side should be a bit loud. Qin Tian appeared in the living room, the corner of his mouth slightly raised as he said, 3,000 border troops entering the country had shaken the capital 3 times, let alone transferring another 20,000 to this. Ji Rulong had no intention of chatting in detail. He just put down the magazine in his hand and said, kind of craving for cut noodles, as usual. Qin Tian nodded. I'll prepare the car. Soon after, the business car stopped at the roadside opposite the old pipe noodle house. Surprisingly, the old pipe noodle house, which was in short supply at this time of the day in the past, had pulled down the roll-up door and was empty at the moment. Ji Rulong frowned slightly. Spin. He opened his cell phone and found the page of numbers in the message, and found a message inside. The message showed Tian Shangrui has placed a large number of armed combatants in Zhao's group. I can help you lure a number of them away. Do you need help? This is the day he killed Tian Shangrui. An unfamiliar number sent to him, after the south to the Han River. This cell phone number, give not many people. As for this message, in fact, it was the owner of this noodle shop, the man named Lao Guan, who sent it. Speaking up, the first time he saw the other party was actually in Jiangshui Yuan, on the day he killed by Xiao Xian, which was why he stayed at the noodle shop on the day he traveled to Yijia village to see Yi Qianshan off for her burial. The renewed contact also made him certain that the old pipe was equally military. Phone, also left in the dark that time, and the second meeting. On the other hand, it was the day he killed Zhao Tianshang at Zhao's group. Although he hid himself very stealthily on both occasions, how could he escape his eyes? Together with Tian Xiang Rui this time, this noodle shop boss who was placed in the crowd and unobtrusive, has actually been secretly planning to take revenge for Yi Qianshan's father and daughter. Only coincidentally, every time, he was given the go-ahead. The noodle shop is out of business? Ji Rulong dialed his phone and said, a little. It was only then that the old pipe's voice came on the other end of the line. Something came up, so I didn't drive today. What is it? Ji Rulong had just asked this question, and the old pipe on the other end of the phone said with no trace of politeness, Fire Moon Elementary School, please do me a favor? Good. Ji Rulong didn't ask any detailed questions and directly instructed Qin Tian to drive. Chapter 101, Fight First, Talk Later. In the meantime, Fire Moon Elementary School, Director's Office. The old pipe hung up the phone with an expressionless face and said to a man in front of him in his early 30s and in a suit, Wait, I'll find someone who can cure you and come to talk to you. The man, who was the director of this academy, was named Sun Shang, relying on the fact that he is the director of the school and holds a lot of power. He has cut off the scholarships for poor families from the relevant departments without authorization. Poor families like Wang's, whose children go to school, rely on the scholarships to support them. The point is, Wang Wang, for this reason, also made a special call to the relevant departments to seek confirmation of this matter, and found that the program for poor students' scholarships did not stop. Therefore, this thing, what is going on, speaks for itself. What he has brought to these poor families with his light-hearted words has added to their woes. Poor families like Wang's, who have no connections, usually choose to settle for less for the sake of their children's education. So Wang took out some of her own savings in the hope that Sun Shang could help. Sun Shang was not only unable to look at Granny Wang's little savings, he even beat up Mrs. Wang on the spot because she called the relevant departments for confirmation. There is no way around it. The two grandchildren, who are dependent on each other, can only find the only old pipe they know in Hanjiang. The purpose is to hope that the old tube to borrow some money to them, so that the child to go to school first, and then pay back money. There is no shortage of old pipes, but, watching the king's wife being bullied, the old pipe couldn't do it. In a fit of rage, he brought Wang Pa and the girls to the academy, ready to teach Sun Shang some lessons first, but never thought that Ji Rulong's phone call over. He had no problem letting the other side to do this favor, compared to now just an ordinary citizen of him. Ji Rulong, obviously able to deal with more thoroughly. After all, this was someone who didn't even put the three great families in his eyes, so how could a small school director not be able to be cured? What a joke! Sun Shang leaned back in his boss chair and said disdainfully, With people like you, how can you invite someone who can cure me? Jumping clowns. Having said that, he also swept aside Granny Wang and her granddaughter. Bastard! How dare you call the relevant departments for evidence? Now even more so, looking for such a rotten onion to threaten this director? Let me tell you, it's useless for you to find anyone today. Not only will you have no more grants in the future, but you'll also have to make up for all the money you owed before. Not less than a penny, according to our academy's new regulations. Otherwise, our academy will no longer accept your granddaughter. And not only that, this director also guarantees that other academies will not accept your granddaughter either. Who is he? The personal nephew of the head of the academy, came up for the purpose of getting this oil. Do not pay. It is the same as cut off his way of life. Similar to the wine woman, such a person, if you do not ruthlessly treatment other people, will not follow the example? In that case, who else would be willing to pay the money? Also, he also did not worry at all about what would go wrong. A group of poor people who relied on the relevant departments to subsidize aid to afford to go to school, can still eat him up? So the words of the old pipe, he did not even put in mind. Aside, the little girl pulled at Granny Wang. Granny, I don't want to go to school. Let's not beg him, okay? Don't talk nonsense. Granny Wang scolded in a hurry. Then, he also said to the old pipe, trouble you today, delay your business not to mention, but also let you. Alas, look, first lend some money to the wife. Just do what the director said. Sun Shang snorted coldly, smugly, what a ing. Having to take a beating before he's willing to pay up. And looking at Granny Wang's resigned appearance, the old pipe was even more sour inside. If it were not for the sake of the child, how could she, a person like her who never intentionally sells her misery and pretends to be pitiful no matter how hard she is suffering, possibly, beg to his head? You can't compromise with people like him. Don't worry, you're old man. I'll make sure that the child has a school. The old pipe gave a soothing cry. It was not good for the king's wife to continue saying anything. Sun Shang, on the other hand, scoffed and was filled with disinterest. Not much longer. The two of them, Ji Rulong and Qin Tian, managed to arrive at the office after another phone call with the old pipe. Once he saw that it was such two young boys who came, Sun Shang was even more amused. Ha ha ha, earlier, looking at the way you were so confident, this director also thought that you were calling the leaders of the various departments above me. After waiting for half a day, there are just two brats. Come on, tell me, what are you going to do to cure Director Ben? Atmosphere. Obviously not. Ji Rulong asked. What's going on? Then, the old pipe briefly and succinctly told the story of what happened. Once, immediately, Ji Rulong noticed that Wang Mao, who was on the side, clearly had slap marks on her face. He took a step forward, his gaze like a knife staring at Sun Shang. Which hand hit? Somehow, when he came into contact with Ji Rulong's eyes, Sun Shang inexplicably felt some chills, but he still said stiffly, "What? You still want to fight back? I'm telling you, kid, don't mess around. The matter of the bailout money is settled. This program has not been stopped, but we, the schoolhouse, have not received any down payment from the relevant authorities. We can't stick our own money for them to go to school, can we?" Ji Rulong shook his head. "I don't care about that. For the last time, which hand hit me?" Sun Shang. "Grass. Both hands have hit. And what can be done?" Playing the wind also played to the head of this director. "You also. 30 out of the head. Is the blood of the Sun Shang in a short period of time after the stunned? Is also the temper up?" May. Before he could finish his words, Ji Rulong in front of him, lightning-like, probed his palm and directly grabbed one of his hands and pressed it down on the table. Next, a cold light flashed and a dagger, on the spot, ran his palm through him from his and nailed him to the table. Fizzle. Sun Shang's eyes glazed over on the spot, and an intense stabbing pain instantly swept through his entire body, causing him to violently pour out several mouthfuls of cool air, followed by a miserable howl. "Ah, my hand. However, that's not all. Bring it," Ji Rulong instructed Qin Tian, who once again handed over a dagger. "You?" Sun Shang looked at Ji Rulong incredulously. Ji Rulong didn't let him talk nonsense at all, and once again nailed his other hand to the desk. The scene. Watching the old lady and the little girl's heart jumped. How could they not expect? The old pipe called this person. The shot was so ruthless. The old lady originally wanted to persuade, but the old pipe blocked. "It's okay. In the past, his means would not be worse than Ji Rulong. Inform He Ziyuan to have the relevant leaders responsible for this project, all of them to be present." Ji Rulong instructed Qin Tian. The latter nodded. Then, pulling a stool, Ji Rulong straightened his suit, sat down and said to Sun Shang, "Now, let's talk about it again. The matter of you eating human blood buns." Sun Shang. Chapter 102, say what you just said again for me to hear. This Nima, he came up here, and without saying a word, he ruined both of his hands, and he even said that he would call all the leaders of the relevant departments over here. As the personal nephew of the head of the schoolhouse, he has a lot of power in this acre of the schoolhouse, even if everyone knows that he wants to swallow the relief money given to poor families from above. But for the sake of the children, he can only endure it. Otherwise, the child will not be able to have a good time in the schoolhouse in the future. Therefore, whether it is a student or a parent, he can fiddle with whatever he wants to fiddle with. And he understands the side of the king's wife even more clearly. The grandmothers and grandchildren, who depend on each other and are too poor to live. It's just right to make an example of them. May. Are these the two softies that he thinks are the best to pinch? And instead he's telling people to move him? The more Sun Shang thought about it, the more angry he became. And on the spot, he rushed at Granny Wang and said angrily, "Old thing, look at what the people you called in have done. This director tells you, in the future, your granddaughter won't want to go to school in Hanjiang." When had Wang Mao ever seen such a scene? At that moment, she was at a loss, not knowing what to do at all. Thumbs up. Suddenly, Ji Rulong pulled out the dagger as soon as he could, then stacked Sun Shang's hands on top of each other and fiercely stabbed them. The latter once again let out a pig-killing howl. Since the south, bullying, who as a non-people he has seen a lot, but like Sun Shang this basic obliteration of human nature, the loss of conscience of the people, it is really once again, so that he has grown to see. This kind of money, but also to the waste bag? The so-called hope for a child to become a dragon. Ordinary people, who have worked hard all their lives, put all their hopes on their children, as well as, similar to Wang's wife, such as the age of the people, there is no economic resources. Want to pay for their children to go to school is even more difficult. Even the relevant departments to the poor families of the relief fund are black. This is not to eat people's blood buns is what? A small director who dares to oppress the people so recklessly. What if he were to sit in some position of uncommon status? Sun Shang bulged his eyes and panted heavily. "You crazy person. How dare you take a shot at this director? Don't you know that if this old thing's granddaughter wants to go to school, she has to rely on this director to do so?" However, with his threats, Ji Rulong didn't take it seriously at all, but instead said with a chilling light in his eyes, "If I understand it well, Xia's program of relief funds for impoverished families has never stopped over the years. So what?" Sun Shang asked rhetorically. "You said the academy didn't receive the money that came down from above. That money, Where did it go? Explain? Explain? Money. Indeed down. The key question is, he Sun Shang want to make this money into their own pockets. The so-called confiscated money is just a reason. The other side goes to the top. Above. Surely they will be told to come to the academy. The parents can't afford to delay for the sake of their children's studies, so they can only stop and pay out of their own pockets, while he can charge double, which is not a small amount over a long period of time. So, now that Ji Rulong was asking him to explain, how could he explain? Besides, when he chose to do this, he never thought of giving an explanation to anyone. Therefore, he also stared at Ji Rulong unwillingly and said stiffly, "This is a matter between our academy and the families of the trainees. It's not your turn to be in charge of it. A little yakuza who came out of nowhere? As the director of the schoolhouse, all the problems of children's schooling all have to pass through my hands, and when I say there is no aid, there is no aid. And this old thing doesn't know any better. And shouldn't he be called to ask for clarification? Justified. Meaning, I decide what goes on in your child's school, so what I say goes." Ji Rulong sneered and even applauded for him. "Awesome, awesome, black-hearted people Ji Mao has seen. You are so black-hearted, but this is really the first time I've seen it. Blackening the relief money not to mention, even, also threatened to let them get the previous aid money, not a penny difference to make up to you. Otherwise, let their children cannot go to school. You, as the director, are really, quite a bit more than just a handful." Sun Sheng frowned. For a while, there was some confusion as to what Ji Rulong really meant, and he doesn't care. Sweeping his eyes at Old Pipe and Granny Wang and the girls, he then sneered at Ji Rulong and said, "I know that these people have you as their main focus, but you used the most stupid way to solve the problem. Originally, as long as they obediently listened to this director, this old thing's granddaughter would still have a chance to continue her studies. But now I, Sun Shang, am putting my words on the table that there will be no school in Hanjiang that will accept her granddaughter in the future. Even if this director is darker, but at least he left them a ray of hope, compared to something like you, who has no talent in and harms people and yourself when you are reckless. What is so bad about this director?" Having said that, he raised his head and teased, "Didn't you just brag about having all the relevant leaders in charge of this project present? Man nah, why didn't this director see them? If you don't have the strength, don't come out hard." In his opinion, Ji Rulong was a complete and utter mangaka. What to call all the relevant leaders over is simply in the bluff. When he Sun Shang is just out of society calf. Can be his sentence can be scared? Ridiculous. Just as he was thinking, Sun Shang's pupils suddenly shrunk violently, and then after that, the entire person couldn't help but hold his breath. This is impossible. In sight, a team of middle-aged with a strong aura, hurriedly walked into the office, and the one at the head of the team, was a middle-aged man wearing the formal dress of the security department. That level, was actually the director of the Hanjiang General Department. As for, the person behind him was more than familiar to Sun Shang. There was his uncle, the governor of this academy, Sun Xianshan, as well as, the leaders of the departments that had the authority to manage their academy. This Nima, a word of implementation has brought the chief director of the Han River General Division here in person. The moment, Sun Shang was like falling into an ice cave. His body was completely cold. He kept blinking his eyes, hoping that he was looking away. But, "Sir," he Ziyuan stepped forward and respectfully greeted Ji Rulong. Remainder, a group of Sun Shang's toppers of toppers, also bent down in unison. "Good day, sir." Sun Shang was completely dumbfounded. In the past few days, the matter of the Lu family was making a lot of noise in the district, and the person who could make He Ziyuan treat him so respectfully, even if he thought about it with his toes, at this moment, he also knew who it was. He couldn't figure out even if he thought about it. How did a small character like Granny Wang and Old Pipe, who were struggling at the bottom of the social ladder, call this great god over? This, clearly, is not realistic. Ji Rulong looked at him. "Come on, repeat what you just said to me again?" Sun Shang, what the hell is going on here? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for being righteous. Sun Shang's uncle, also known as Sun Xianshan, had a sullen face, his teeth grooves almost crunching. "This dog, don't you know that the Han River is now in an eventful stage of undercurrents? At this time, you don't know how to behave." Crashing into the hands of this ruthless man, even he didn't have a clue in his heart as to what would happen to them today. I didn't say anything." Sun Shang was on the verge of crying from fear, and at this moment, when he looked at Ji Rulong, his body was trembling as if he had been electrocuted. Chapter 103, Do unto others as they would have done unto you. Ji Rulong raised his hand. Then, Qin Tian quickly gave a careful account of the ins and outs of this matter. Scene. A group of leaders of the relevant departments, through the forehead sweating, obviously scared not light. They really did not expect. Sun Shang has such a big nerve. The key is, you do it just, do so blatantly. What's not? As well as, when something like this happens, it is conceivable that they, the people, are equally hard to escape the blame. Sun Shang, have you eaten your bear heart and leopard gall? How? Would I have a nephew like you? It's simply a family misfortune. A family misfortune. Sun Xianshan was possessed by the playwright. Uncle, I didn't say it. I really didn't say it. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. They're all in cahoots. They can't just say what they say. If they're able to, let them come up with the evidence to prove it. Otherwise, it's a slur. Sun Shang knew that things were completely screwed up, but still made a final struggle. Tell him that I do things. Do I need evidence? Ji Rulong reminded a word to He Ziyuan. No need. He Ziyuan shook his head. It's an international joke. Would the Grand Champion Marquis go and defame you? A mere director? If you hadn't bumped into it yourself without knowing what to do, a minion of this level wouldn't even be worthy of a glance from him. At this point in time, you're still thinking of sophistry. Sun Shang shivered. His mind went blank, and he subconsciously looked at Sun Xianshan. Before Sun Xianshan had a chance to speak, they heard a sentence that was, for the first time in their lives, the most mind-blowing. Let alone, you admitted those things in front of my face. Even if not, I want to move you. It's just a matter of a word. First decree, imperial power licensed. Do you think I, Ji Rulong, am fooling around with you? Sun Shang, he could not have imagined in any way that a small matter, which in the past would have been normal, would have come to a point where it would be completely impossible to end it now. It's true what they say, what goes around comes around, but before it's time? Knock knock. This next. Sun Shang no longer had the previous half point of complacency. On the spot is to use the head non-stop toward the solid wood table non-stop knocking. Sorry, is my obsessed, is I should not be black this aid money? Seeing as, I haven't made any big mistakes, you don't have to take it out on me. Earlier those words, I'm not just going through the motions, if I really want me to do that, I actually don't dare. Ji Rulong was silent, and, his attitude, now, is crucial, so much so, that the others on the scene, all of them, tensed their minds. Once Sun Shang's embezzlement of the relief fund is confirmed, then they, the people, are implicated is a small matter. I am afraid that they will have to go to the tiger bench to sit. Think about it. Sun Xianshan quickly said, Mr. Sun Shang, this child I understand. The character is actually not bad. This time maybe just head fever did not stand the temptation, but really let him so dare he certainly do not dare. Also, and not to mention all that, it's thanks to you that you corrected his mistake in time and didn't cause trouble for the parents and students of the academy. You see, he got the lesson he deserved as well. And we promise today in your presence that such things will never happen in the future. And on the matter of the relief fund program for needy families, we will do our best to make every penny go to the children. Ji Rulong glanced at him and said expressionlessly, do you think that by pretending to know nothing, you, as an uncle, can push your responsibility away? Sun Xianshan was dumbfounded. At this point, Ji Rulong pointed again to Wang Mao, whose face was swollen from the beating. This is what you said, that he didn't bring trouble to the parents and students of the academy? This is really the first time I've seen that someone like him can be a director. Do you dare to say that it wasn't you? As an uncle, who made him this director? Do you dare to say that without you, his uncle, backing him up behind the scenes, he alone, a director, would dare to touch the relief fund? Besides, even if he dares, how can he hide it from you, the governor? Sun Xuanshan's face changed drastically. The others, at the moment, were equally terrified. Do you have any children? Ji Rulong asked. No one dared to say a word. Expel the children of the two of them from school for eternity. You do it, Ji Rulong instructed He Ji. Boom! Once these words came out, Sun Shang and Sun Xianshan completely panicked. Don't sir, please, our matter has nothing to do with the child. We are willing to take the due responsibility, but we can't let the child not be able to go to school. How ridiculous is that? How ironic is that? Your kids, that's what kids are? Can other people's children make it to school, but it's not worth it to you? Then have you ever thought that when you only have money in your eyes, how many children will not be able to go to school because of your selfish desires? How many families will be caused to add to their woes? Sun Shang, Sun Xianshan, I don't have much time to waste with you here. These two, find out their crimes and put them behind bars. Whoever dares to operate from this, you tell me and I'll take care of it. As for these people, as usual, none of them are good. Check them all. Saying that, Ji Rulong's gaze swept back to the group of people from the relevant departments. He Ziyuan nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Sun Shang, their intestines are repenting. Things have been finalized, cannot be changed. If they had known so much, they killed, will not be greedy for this money, and lose their own future. People, they don't know remorse until they pay the price for something. Their uncle and nephews, to make money things do in fact quite a lot, only before is no accident. So more to encourage them to embolden the arrogance of the flames. Now that the east window has come to light, it is natural to repent. Subsequently, Ji Rulong didn't stay much longer, and with the old pipe and Granny Wang a few people, left Fire Moon Elementary School. Child, quickly thank your old Uncle Pipe. And these two uncles, Granny Wang had nothing to thank her for, and at this moment, pulling the little girl, she was about to kneel down for Ji Rulong and the others. Seeing the situation, Ji Rulong hurriedly held her up. Center. More than that, I don't know what it's like. Granny, this is something we should do. You don't need to be thankful. Ji Rulong, have a guilty conscience. Ji Rulong let out a long breath. Subsequently, guaranteed. Later, I will pay special attention to this matter. In addition to our Dasha's relief funds, I, privately, will also take out a sum of money to sponsor the children of your poor families to complete their education. Granny Wang gave another round of thanks, lamenting that she had met a good man. Finally, Qin Tian drove Granny Wang and the child back, and after that, he went to the old butler's house, a very modest little bungalow. The old pipe took out 2 bottles of drinks and entertained. I'm troubling you too for today. Ji Rulong took it and laughed. A person like you should not be merciful when it comes to this kind of thing. The old pipe smiled heartily and waved his hand. I'm old. I don't have the same energy as I did when I was young. Nowadays I'm just an ordinary person, not comparable to a person with status and position like you. Do you believe that if I were to do this to that director today, no matter what the reason is, I would not be able to escape being taken away by the Department of Peace and Order in the end? Ji Rulong was silent. Ryoko. Only then did he look at the old pipe again. What theater of war did you serve in before? The Western Field Army. At the mention of this, the old pipe's expression, at once, dimmed. Chapter 104, Another Royal Family. Words. Ji Rulong was slightly surprised. The Western Field Army, the first special military unit established at the beginning of the founding of Daxia, had disappeared from the sight of the general public, despite the fact that it had disappeared from the sight of the general public many years ago. But, how could a bearer like him, who stood at the top of the military department, not, in fact, know about this particular army? Speaking of this team, it would be necessary to mention what happened more than 30 years ago, when his grandfather had just unified the Great Xia. At the time, Daxia completed the unification. The countries enter the stage of recuperation, but in the western borders of Daxia, there is a perennial country in war. His grandfather they always suspected that there is a shadow of the sub-American behind it. As a precautionary measure, a special military unit, independent of all establishments, was created. All elite, equipment, treatment, but also all to this army tilt, can be said. At that time, the Western Field Army is the most capable of Daxia team. There is no one. Later, as Xia had just completed its unification and lacked resources, it was cut down in numbers. Eventually, the number of this team was set at 35,000. It can be imagined that such a team that originally brought together a large number of elites, one after another carefully selected, the people who can stay, naturally, are the elites of the elites, which is its original to end. After the establishment of the team, but just a few years, the information about the team, gradually erased, after quickly faded in the people's line of sight. There are a lot of rumors out there, but in fact, none of them are true. The existence of the Western Field Army, which is related to the overall big picture, has been born to die for the layout of the Western Realm beyond the Western Realm for so many years, and has only been hidden by the above because of secrecy. Just, looking at the old pipe's age, it is only in his 30s, even though it is not the golden years, it is not so bad that he would be reduced to, in this small place in Hanjiang, open such a noodle shop for a living. And look at the other parties look just now. There is clearly something going on here. Why did you back off? Ji Rulong lit a cigarette, then offered to hand another one. The old pipe took over. Snap, lighting it and taking a drag before sighing. Offended. Ji Rulong frowned. Wait, I have a few more brothers. I'll explain it to you when they get here. Old pipe was in no hurry to explain. After a while, outside the bungalow, 2 break sounds came from front and back, followed by a few men with uncommon aura walking in from outside, each with a strong killing breath, looking like they have been to war. Total 6. The older one looked to be about the same age as the old pipe. The younger one, too, was 27 or 28 years old. 6 people entered the door, instantly locking their eyes on Ji Rulong's body, and in the air, there was also a vague taste of more than a few tit for tat, with one of the Hans with an inch hair and wearing an undershirt scrutinizing up and down. Then, brothers, you're the ones who take our jobs every time. You're not bad. I wonder, which theater did you serve in? The smell of gunpowder is heavy. Ji Rulong smiled and didn't say anything. This kind of military origin, and also from the Western Field Army, this kind of special military, basically all high-minded, in the war zone, belongs to the prickly guy. And after the incident in Hanjiang, the old pipe and the others, obviously intend to be in the dark, to execute by Xiao Xian and the others, to avenge Yi Qian and Yi Qingyun, but as a result, every time, coincidentally, he was given a head start. It's understandable to be a little upset. Brush. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the inch-haired man's body and pressed towards the 2 Ji Rulongs, intentionally trying. Little Mang. Over. Old Pipe chortled in a deep voice. Next, the aura that filled this space abruptly dissipated. Everything. All as if it had never happened. The man called Xiao Mang by the Old Pipe scratched his head and laughed. Don't be so nervous, big brother. I won't really do anything to these 2 brothers. Having said that, he gave another apologetic smile to Ji Rulong and the 2 of them. Those of us who come from the military don't have a careful eye. Just now we just wanted to test you guys out. After all, every time you guys have stolen the show, it's very upsetting. However, although you guys are young, I, sure Mangzi, still admire you from the bottom of my heart. In fact, I'm a person who can't tolerate those second generation in my eyes the most. But what you did is worthy of admiration. Said. He even clasped his fists to Ji Rulong. It follows from this. He was, obviously, treating Ji Rulong as the second generation of some big shots family in the war zone. Don't mind me. These brothers of mine, they are all relatively straightforward, belonging to the kind of people who say whatever they have to say, and their emotions are all on their faces. But to you guys, there's nothing bad in them, Old Pipe explained. To this, Ji Rulong didn't take it seriously. Immediately afterward, the Old Pipe introduced the 6 people to Ji Rulong, who also gave his name. Lao Guan, real name Guan Wu, once held the position of instructor among the Western Field Army. The other 6 is a group of robes and swordsmen he befriended when he served in the Western Field Army. At the same time, and also his subordinates, all 7 of them had served in the Western Field Army since they were teenagers. At this point, after everyone had sat down, the Old Pipe organized his words and said with a heavy expression, to be precise, we were not retired, but dismissed from the military. The moment these words came out, the rest of the people, their expressions all produced subtle changes. Ji Rulong frowned and waited for the following. Back then, a few of our brothers traveled outside the country to carry out a special mission, and because of confidentiality, I won't mention the specifics. The mission was completed relatively smoothly, and after returning, we found a place to celebrate. The Old Pipe spoke slowly. Roughly, they were in the middle of celebrating when they bumped into a woman being forced to do so, and as soldiers, they naturally couldn't just stand by and watch such a thing happen in front of them. So it's out. Because the other side of the attitude of arrogance, they intervened after the still unforgiving, then drank some wine. The hand a little heavier, the guy's legs to break. So, only to stop the tragedy. And, with the benefit of hindsight, it's even more dog-eared. The woman they saved by mistake had a relationship with the Old Pipe. Speaking of this, the Old Pipe's look became more sad. There was too much wine. Anyway, the cause was such a thing. And at that time, we didn't take it too seriously, because it was the other party who committed the murder first, and truly speaking, we were considered to be acting in a righteous manner. But, what I didn't expect was that guy was a direct descendant of the Western Realm Gu clan's royal family, the royal family of Gu. Though, not as famous as the Zhang clan, but the same gateway to the mighty, belonging to the boundaries of the land, private army and sit in charge of a region of the behemoth. Chapter 105, 20,000 Border Troops. That's enough. This next. It was also probably clear to Ji Rulong why they had been dismissed from the military, and the result, too, was not far from what he had guessed. The Old Pipe rubbed the hideous scars on his face. I'm sure you've heard of it. The Gu royal family is not some kind of powerful family. This kind of existence is almost no different from a warlord. It's just that it wasn't back in the day, and it's so blatant, beating up a direct descendant of the Gu clan's royal family. The result, imagine that? At the time, the Gu royal family was furious and directly transferred their team into the city, as they were in the vacation phase, and there was no escape under the heavenly net, Old Pipe said, lifting up his shirt. After being captured by them, in order to frame us, the Gu royal family used all sorts of tactics against us. If we weren't from the field army, I'm afraid we would have been corpses back then. At a glance, the entire upper body was covered with indented scars. In the next second, the remaining 6 people, all lifted up their tops, with complex expressions, anger, helplessness, grief, and all other things mixed together. Ji Rulong frowned tightly. Although he didn't say anything the entire time, he could more or less realize how powerless Old Pipe and the others were in the beginning. At this point, Old Pipe continued. The matter ended up reaching the top, and although we were rescued, the Gu royal family had no intention of stopping, and the top received notice of our dismissal from the military after several days of gaming. For the sake of the greater good, we became victims of stabilizing Gu. Ji Rulong's 5 fingers closed at once. Although the result had long been guessed, at this moment, it was still hard to avoid strong fluctuations in the heart. You know what? The woman I saved was pregnant with my child, a girl, and she secretly gave birth. I originally wanted to go and see her, but the Gu clan's royal family put out the word that if I dared to take a step into the Western realm, I would make their mother and son completely disappear from this world. The Old Pipe clenched his fists and said sadly, I know, they want me to live my whole life, living in this pain of not being allowed to see the people closest to me. They just want to torture me. But what have we done wrong? It is clearly this world that is sick, and it is we, the people, who suffer. I have been born and died for more than 10 years for the sake of the Grand Xia, and I never thought that I would end up like this for doing what is right. Click, click, click. That was due to the crunching sound of the bones of the 5 fingers as a result of too much force. For a long time, a sigh broke the oppressive atmosphere. Ugh, actually, there's nothing wrong with that. At least after going through this, we're not as naive as we used to be. And in the past few years we've opened this noodle shop in Han River, and we've met Granny Wang and others. People who are living stronger lives than we are yet. A few years of settling down will be good for us, at least, the life is still there. In an instant, Ji Rulong seemed to see a flickering light of hope in the Old Pipe's eyes. This, then, is the story of the Old Pipe and theirs? Be thankful for that. After a few years of light, the Old Pipe was not broken by this incident, and he was quick to stabilize himself after he finished. Suddenly, he looked at Ji Rulong. You know what? In your bodies, it's as if I'm seeing myself back then. These days, we have also been observing you. The means are good, and the approach is truly delightful. But the 3 top families have existed in the homeland for such a long time after all, and they are not moving now though. But it doesn't mean they'll let you guys kill them like that. If I'm right, it won't be more than a few days before they turn on you. Smell. Sure Mangzi, who was on the side, also nodded and said, when the time comes, a few of our brothers, we will help you in the dark. This group of people will only play with their own compatriots, armed with a gun to override the weak dog things. I met a kill a. Ji Rulong couldn't help but sigh. How many people have been bent by the power? The reality, similar to the old tube them. What is wrong? But, in spite of that, and in spite of the fact that they are not even living as well as they should be, they still manage to stand up and speak out against injustice. And that's what soldiers do. Justice engraved in the bones. Having said that, in this matter, the 3 great families are obviously the ones who are on the surface. Behind them, there is obviously a bigger black hand. This person, have you found out yet? Old Pipe frowned. Ji Rulong nodded. Who? For a moment, several people looked over. The Ginger royal family. Boom! As soon as those 4 words landed, the scene, at once, fell into dead silence. It's the royal family again. Moreover, it's the Jiang clan, the top of the royal family. So what are you going to do? Old Pipe gritted his teeth. Push through. Old Tube. Brother, that's the royal family. Push through. How do you push? I don't mean to look down on you. I'm just being honest. If it was back then, I wouldn't have hesitated to rush up. But for now, I might advise you to stop. What you're doing is indeed for justice, but only if you don't get yourself into it. And the point is, if you get yourself into it, it still doesn't change anything. The youngest Sher Mangzi immediately dissuaded him, then added, don't be impulsive. Eggs touching stones will always only lead to self-destruction. This matter, it has to be carefully planned. Otherwise, you're afraid you'll follow in our footsteps. Suddenly, Old Pipe waved his hand to interrupt, and looked at Ji Rulong, hitting the nail on the head. You're preparing to fight Jiang? How many men do you have? Currently there are only 3,000. Wait a few days, there are still 20,000. Ji Rulong laughed. That is, 23,000? No, this point of people, it won't be able to shake the Jiang clan's royal family at all. In addition, if the top knows that you're transferring troops to a war against the Jiang clan, there's absolutely no way they'll agree to it. When the time comes, you won't end up any better than us. We're living examples of the overall good being the greater good. And there's no way the top is going to start a war just for the sake of 2 people's deaths. Even if you can fight 23,000 men won't be of much use. Do you know how many soldiers Zhang has? It's understood that there are hundreds of thousands just on the table. At this time, the old pipe also shook his head. 23,000. Indeed too little. The border army, Ji Rulong reminded. Sighed. Sidekick? You? Shimengzi looked at Ji Rulong dumbfounded, only feeling that his heart was so nervous that it jumped out. Ji Rulong smiled without saying anything. Now, the old pipe several people, could no longer remain calm. This Nima, the person who could mobilize the border army, besides that current Xinhua great general, the champion marquis, who else was there? Even though they had already retired, they still heard about that great general of Xinhua as if they were thunderstruck. This, however, was a living and breathing god of war, an existence that truly stood at the peak of power. Other factors aside, this one was determined to fight. Even if it was a royal family, they could only obediently take a beating. No exceptions. Swish, the old pipe 7 people, rubbing up. The attitude also came a big change. So it is the Marquis in person. Forgive us for not having the eyesight. Please do not mind our previous words. Chapter 106, that year, behind him were millions of soldiers. Too sudden, too unexpected. Who would have thought that the champion Marquis of the dynasty would be so young? Ji Rulong waved his hand. No need to be like this. I still like it, the way we chatted in the beginning. Because of your status makes you guys become formal. I'm with those people. What's the difference? At those words, Old Pipe and the others laughed. Shimengzi, who was previously ready to test Ji Rulong, was even more embarrassed at the moment, scratching his head. So you are the Marquis. Ha ha ha. This kid, little Mengzi, who was the one who exploded his breath in front of the Marquis just now. With your little cultivation, getting in front of the Marquis, it's not like you're just showing off? Old Pipe and the others joked. This is not I do not know? Shimengzi reddened, and then retorted. You guys just say me. In your place, you are no better. After all, the Marquis is recognized by the military department as the world's first god of war. Isn't that right, Marquis? Rumor has it, it is. But, no one, yet, knew just how strong this courageous existence was. Therefore, these words immediately aroused the curiosity of the remaining few. There was no doubt that they didn't hold any suspicions about Ji Rulong's identity, because there was no need for people like them to go and tell this lie. The point was, he was too young, and they are all high-minded and proud people. The old pipe at first, but also the instructor in the field army. Visible strength is not bad, so naturally want to see Ji Rulong's strength, whether it is as true or exaggerated. Several people subconsciously looked at the old pipe. This big brother of theirs, currently residing in the 6th heavenly halls. One step further, he would be able to step into the upper 3rd heavenly halls, and once he entered the 7th heavenly halls, as long as he didn't get into a hard fight with the armed forces, he would be an invincible existence when looking at the Han River, the 9 heavens of the martial Tao. This Marquis, which one is he in? Ji Rulong smiled, naturally knowing what kind of mentality this group of people were in. Since you want to see it, then I'll satisfy you. Next, Ji Rulong spread out his 5 fingers, a cloud of breath that coalesced around his fingertips. This is a heavy momentum, generally just entered the threshold of martial arts, can control, and the hall champion Marquis, naturally, cannot be a district of 1 heavens? The old pipe and other people hold their breath and stare. Sure enough, however, a few breaths, Ji Rulong fingertips, fill in 5 more breaths, and a stronger than 1, like a small pagoda. 6 heavens now, that's not all. Ji Rulong laughed, and with a lift of his hand, 3 more even more terrifying auras were added on, and not only did he instantly break through the threshold of the upper triple heavens, but he also reached the 9th heavenly degree in one fell swoop. The pupils of the old pipe several people shrunk slightly. This kind of supreme existence that stood in the 9 heavens, they saw it for the first time today, completely opening their eyes, as well as, this strength was also similar to what they expected. After all, it was an existence that could sit on a country's territory, and it was normal to reach the peak of the martial arts realm. I'm not among the heavy heavens, Ji Rulong suddenly spoke. Between the rotation of his 5 fingers, 9 different degrees of breath were actually slowly condensing, and finally, in the position of his palm, it transformed into an eye-catching golden light. Hiss! Above the 9th level, the legendary, supreme realm? Old Pipe and the others only felt their hearts and minds trembling violently. This was just too shocking. 9 heavens, already at the peak of martial arts. Rather, there are rumors that above the heavy sky, there is a realm, called the Supreme, belonging to the opening of the door to the sky. basically has broken the limit of human cognition of the absolute strong. But this kind of strong, the old pipe they, even here are rarely heard of. Today, is actually fortunate. Personally saw Azun. No wonder, more than a year ago that battle. So that several countries so far have not dared to step on the great summer border step. The words of the Supreme, but can explain through. However, Ji Rulong, however, shook his head, and in passing, his 5 fingers slowly closed. Old Pipe and the others stared wide-eyed, clearly feeling that at this moment, the entire space was like trembling. This, General, Qin Tian reminded with a frown. Next, Ji Rulong waved his hand and smiled. The golden light dissipated. Forget it, if you do it with all your might, the commotion will inevitably be loud. And furthermore, there's no benefit for you guys to see it, so I won't display it. Talking and laughing, breaking the heavy heavens and establishing the supreme. The point is, listening to him, if he exerted his full strength, lifting another realm upwards would be nothing more than a matter of faith. That kind of realm had completely exceeded their knowledge and was unheard of. The old pipe and other people's limbs stiffened. Today finally understand the sentence, send mayfly in the world, small sea in a chestnut, in front of an existence like Ji Rulong. Were they not as small as a corn in the ocean? Gulp. Shermangzi swallowed his saliva with difficulty, already shocked beyond words. Convinced, completely convinced. I finally know what is called sitting in a well and watching the sky today. Shermangzi is abrupt. Please do not blame the Marquis. Ji Rulong shook his head, did not look deeper into this topic. In this world, in addition to Qin Tian to understand one or two, and who, can really spy on how strong his strength is? At this point, the old pipe pinched the sweat on his palms and calmed down. Marquis, you transfer troops into the country, the capital side. It's well known. Border troops. As a military unit sitting outside the customs and protecting the gates of the Daxia country, it could not enter the country at will without a transfer order from the capital. Ji Rulong mobilized more than 20,000 troops and prepared to fight the Jiang royal family. Which, capital side? How is it possible to give Ji Rulong permission to start a war over the deaths of 2 people? For me, it doesn't matter if the chieftain agrees or not. The soldiers of this marquis can only die on the battlefield. No matter how big or hard this hand is, if he dares to touch my soldiers, I will make him pay a heavy price for it. Ji Rulong said. These words, it made a few people's blood boil. If, in the beginning, they followed Ji Rulong, so now they, perhaps, will not be another result? There are not so many ifs in this world. And the reason why Ji Rulong talked so much with the old pipe and them today is also because he doesn't want to see these few people buried in this way. He can see that although the old pipe and them retreated, their strength didn't fall much. Therefore, he offered, any interest in playing ginger with me? Qin Tian added, although you've been dismissed from the military, for the Marquis, making you the Qilin army is just a matter of words, and if the Gu clan dares to intervene, then we'll fight them together. One time, several people were moved, but, old pipe took a deep breath, then glanced at the remaining 6, seeing that none of them said anything, before looking at Ji Rulong and saying, Marquis, we may have to live up to your regard. Oh, Ji Rulong was slightly surprised. Old pipe explained, ever since that incident back then passed, we realized that if we want to survive in this world, relying on a hot-blooded heart alone is not enough. In the end, everything depends on strength. For example, if there is a reference, if he Qing Yun was not his champion Ho's soldier, if someone else encountered this matter, how good could the result be? The old pipe took a breath and continued, these years have also precipitated enough. So, we brothers are ready to go and break out into our own world. Before there was no opportunity. Now, can't miss it again. Ji Rulong looked at him. The old pipe suddenly smiled. This matter, still forgive me for keeping it a secret for the time being. However, I, Guan Wu, have never obeyed anyone since I joined the military, and you, Champion Ho, are the first. In the future, if we brothers really make a name for ourselves, whenever you need it, no matter how far away it is, no matter who the other party is, we 7 brothers will definitely come with our divisions and protect you to sit firmly on the altar. I will go on even if there are millions of enemies. Perhaps, the old pipe now is just an unassuming minor character in this great world of greatness. But how do you know that today's nobodies won't be famous in the future? That day, the old pipe is really here. No one thought that this man, who had been trampled on by the powers that be, but was not willing to accept his fate, would really have a name for himself that day. Marquis, Guan Wu has come to attend the appointment of that year. That year, this man, who was determined to make a name for himself, finally came out on top after years of suffering and trials and tribulations. That year, behind him are millions of soldiers. Chapter 107. Afternoon. Ji Rulong got up from his lunch break and browsed through the recent relevant news as usual. On the side of the three top families, there was still no movement, at least in the eyes of outsiders, but on the side of the woman district, the matter of the original Zhao group changing its name was making a lot of noise. Noteworthy. After Jiang Zixuan's death yesterday, Wang Jingwu was preparing to leave the country under the arrangement of the Wang family. Qin Tian smiled, disdain in his eyes. Attention! It is preparing to leave the country, not having left the country. This also means that the Wang family's calculations of trying to keep this third-generation son were completely defeated. And just after they moved on their side, the war zone noticed and directly dismissed their arranged itinerary, and the Han River, which had been blocked off, only in, not out. Otherwise, do you think that the 3,000 border troops laid out outside of Hanjian City are just messing with you? The existence of the border army is a deterrent that the local war zone and even the neighboring war zones can't ignore. And no one dares to help them even if the three big families are powerful. Ji Rulong nodded. Beyond that, in the past 2 days, under the operation of Lu Yushang, Blue Xiao Xiao has been thoroughly pushed up to be one of the well-known personalities in the district. And this morning, she even attended a certain conference to create momentum and at the same time, caused extensive hot discussions. Roughly, Blue Xiao Xiao, an originally obscure little person, was suddenly pushed up to this peak position, solely because of her good figure and good looks? In other words, actually a vase. And, what's more, some uninformed people have directly pointed out that she was able to get to the top because of her beauty, and even privately, has sold her body. Seeing this, Ji Rulong couldn't help but frown. In fact, even if there wasn't that love affair between Lan Xiaoqiao and him back then, just based on the fact that everyone chose to remain silent in this matter and they dared to speak up for Yi Qianxian's father and daughter, it would be worth it for him to raise his hand. Is it a misunderstanding to denigrate a girl in such a way without knowledge and without evidence? It's envy. It's jealousy. In such moods, they are led to malice, to speculate wildly, and to think right. Lu Yusheng, this belongs to the good intentions of the wrong thing. Of course, this is actually not much to do with him. In this kind of widely publicized situation, the number of people, no matter what the reason, cannot make the outside world unanimously agreed. As good as an article, as bad as it is, there will be people who like it. As good as it is, there will be people who denigrate it. And it's basically impossible to satisfy the preferences and expectations of every different individual. Therefore, even if Lu Yusheng openly explains to the public that the reason why Blue Xiaoqiao was raised to the top is because she helped Yi Qianxian's father and daughter to make a statement at the beginning, but the outside world should be malicious speculation or malicious speculation. Suddenly, Ji Rulong's cell phone rang. At what? A message like this, passed over? Looking at the number, it was exactly what Blue Xiaoqiao had left behind that day in front of the Starwood Hotel. Was brushing up on the video of your launch today. Soon, there was a message back there. I guessed it was you. Sorry, I didn't expect to bring you trouble. Ji Rulong was naturally referring to those unreliable rumors in the outside world. So, is it what's rumored out there? The Blue House. The moment. Blue Xiaoqiao, who was wearing casual shorts and lying on the pink bedsheet swinging her two long and round thighs, couldn't help but tense up after sending this message, staring at the cell phone screen without taking her eyes off the screen. Ever since the last time they met again at the Starwood Hotel, Lan Xiaoqiao had inexplicably developed an extraordinarily different sentiment towards Ji Rulong. It's blurry. Seems like an illusion. But, the heart that hadn't been touched in years would again beat uncontrollably and violently every time he thought of the other. Honestly, it was a feeling that even she didn't know why. And, she knew all about the rumors in the outside world. So she also wanted to ask Ji Rulong if the other party was helping her because they had helped Yi Qianxian to make a statement. Or was it really because they had a crush on her? Sure, she was not so narcissistic as to think that a character like Ji Rulong would be mesmerized by her. But Ji Rulong's actions and that not-so-clear attitude made her desperate for an answer. Because, she was certain that she had never met Ji Rulong before Hanjiang Academy. Whereas Ji Rulong, on the other hand, seemed to have recognized her long ago. A woman's curiosity, once piqued, is basically out of control. And in such anticipation. Cell phone. Ringing. No. Blue Xiaoqiao heart suddenly fell empty for a moment. She sat up straight, holding the phone slightly froze. Cannot say at this moment in the heart exactly what kind of feeling. If it wasn't, why? Then, did you send her such an expensive Tianxian incense wood? Also, that wooden pistol, with him, is obviously more important than that box made of Tianxian incense wood. Why would Ji Rulong give it to her? It can't be justified by that video they sent for Yi Qianxian alone. Then why are you being so nice to me? I don't believe it's purely because of Yi Qianxian. Do we know each other before? Message sent. Yet, there was a delayed response. Blue Xiaoqiao frowned lightly with her willow brows and sent another message. Can we meet? Location? Blue Xiaoqiao's willow eyebrows stretched, but when she was about to give a reply, the door of the room was pushed open without warning, and like a frightened rabbit, Blue Xiaoqiao subconsciously hid her cell phone. Mom, why didn't you knock when you came to my room? Blue Xiaoqiao questioned. Come on man, it's none other than Gorman language. The moment she had a big change in all aspects of her essence. She was overjoyed. Only when she saw that Lan Xiaoqiao had hidden her cell phone, her brows frowned. You are my daughter. Do I still need to knock when I enter your room? Continued while, and again, who are you talking to? And you're afraid I'll see you? No, just a friend. Friends? You're my daughter. I know you too well. Do you have friends? Is it a boyfriend? Gaoman language questioned. Mom, what are you talking about? Lan Xiaoqiao said, about to push her outside. Alright, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm going to change and go out. You go out first. Gaoman you felt more and more out of place, but at that moment, she didn't say anything, just went out in silence. For a long time, Blue Xiaoqiao changed into a pale yellow dress, stepped on a pair of small white shoes, and hurried out the door, even forgetting to say hello. This next, Gaoman Yu was even more puzzled. As Lan Xiaoqiao's mother, how could she not understand her own daughter? Today, Lan Xiaoqiao is obviously going out to meet someone, and dresses herself up in a way that is exceptionally different from normal days. Xiao Shui, tell me truthfully, your sister, does she have a man outside? Gaoman Yu looked serious and asked Lan Xiao Shui who was sitting on the sofa playing games. Lan Xiao Shui's head was full of fog. Mom, can you not be suspicious all day long? You don't know what kind of person sis is. She's cold as an iceberg on weekdays. If you say she has a man, I'll be the first to disbelieve it. Besides, even if she does have a boyfriend, that's her freedom. It's not in your way. Why do you care so much? Gorman language immediately got up. It's different now. Don't forget, our family can have today. Can raise eyebrows in front of your two aunts? All rely on the big man. Your sister went out to see the other side is okay. To see is someone else that's not going to be good? No, we have to follow it up and check it out. Let's go. Chapter 108. Unfortunately, I'm not the little girl in your story. Fish Dragon River. A business car, parked on the side of the road. Door open. The appointed time with Blue Xiaojiao was 5 o'clock. Looking at the time, it was still early. Ji Rulong simply picked up a magazine to pass the time, while Qin Tian relied on the side of the car, silently smoking a cigarette. Ready to tell her? Qin Tian exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke and inquired. Words. Ji Rulong closed the magazine. Quite a headache. When the matter of the Su family, involved in the scope should be very wide. If his guess is good, then at that time the handful of people to fight Jiangshan, basically all off the line. In short, the matter is very complicated. Also, a few days later, he was ready to leave Hanjiang, and hadn't thought of deeper development with the other party, suddenly breaking the other party's current peaceful life. To put it mildly, after all, it was he who began to lack consideration. Now that the arrow is in the air, even he doesn't know exactly how to deal with the relationship. Let's see. Ji Rulong flipped through the magazine again and sank into it. It didn't take long. A red Maserati drove over. Then, Blue Xiaoqiao pushed open the car door. Today she was wearing a light yellow long dress. From afar, a pure breath came out. Walking, she stepped forward. The first thing she did was to nod her head in greeting to Qin Tian before looking at Ji Rulong inside the car. Her head tilted slightly, raising the corners of her mouth in question. Her smile was sweet, and the whole thing was obviously nervous, but still pretended to be bold. Shasta. Ji Rulong was as if he had returned to that day 20 years ago, and he could truly feel that the woman in front of him, who was already standing tall, still had the shadow of that year on her. Good. Returning to his senses, Ji Rulong nodded and got out of the car. The wind by the Fish Dragon River, blowing on his body, made people feel very comfortable. Qin Tian took a deep breath. In front of him, the scene of Ji Rulong and Lan Xiaoqiao walking side by side. In his eyes, it was like a painting that was moving away. Undeniably, in his heart, Ji Rulong was the most flawless person in this world, as well as, compared to, put aside when the Su family this layer of identity of Blue Xiaoqiao, but this is the multitude of people, an incomparable unusual woman. May. For some reason, at this moment, he somehow felt that these two people walking together were a good match. Far away. That, haven't we met before? Why do you give me the feeling like we've known each other a long time ago? But I can be sure that the last time I was at the Han River Academy, that was the first time I saw you. Blue Xiaoqiao stopped in her tracks, puzzled. You, can you tell me? Her eyes were large and clear, the delicate features of the face although after some careful dress, but cannot see the excess rouge powder. at this moment slightly puzzled to look at Ji Rulong. More Chu can be. Ji Rulong laughed and confessed, my last name is Ji. Heim. Lan Xiao tried to recall, but after a long time passed, she still shook her head blankly. About this family name, although she knew it, what she could be sure of was that her own life should not have any intersection with this family name. Seeing this, Ji Rulong couldn't help but furrow his brows. It's not normal. By the way, even though 20 years had passed, because the change in appearance had made Blue Xiao unable to recognize him, but his surname, how could the other party not have any image at all? After all, in the beginning, she was aware that she was the governor's grandson. You really don't remember me? Ji Rulong's heart was inexplicably a little lost. Perhaps Lan Xiao had really forgotten him. Blue Xiao's smile was already a bit far-fetched at this point. I'm sorry I really can't remember. What you're looking for should be a very important friend of yours, right? Perhaps you are recognizing the wrong person. Mistaken identity? Ji Rulong shook his head, and at the moment, his heart was full of mixed feelings. The man who had been so intent on finding for years, and who, as a result, didn't even remember who he was, the light that had shone in during his early childhood, and the memories, and the wooden pistol, had no meaning. Are you okay? Blue Xiao seemed to be able to tell that Ji Rulong's mood was a little off, and immediately asked in a small voice. Nope, a person's memory is no longer bad, but it is impossible to forget all about that year's events. The Su family origin. She was once the daughter of a powerful family. How could such a big change not leave a deep impression on her? Where are you from? Ji Rulong asked. I'm from Hanjiang, Blue Xiao said. I mean, your domicile, place of birth, Ji Rulong reminded. Blue Xiao more and more inexplicable. The whirlwind actually cannot help but laugh. I was born in Hanjiang. Our whole family is Hanjiang people. You are now this look, but also a little dull wouldn't ground it. As soon as you're born, you're in the Han River? Memory, confusion? Or was it that some special means had been used to erase all memories of their time in Kyoto? Talking about it, Ji Rulong could be sure that Lan Xiao did not remember him. See, I told you that you were mistaken. After all, how could an ordinary girl like me cross paths with a big shot like you? Lan Xiao said in a downbeat manner, while her small hands squeezed the hem of her skirt tightly. I'll tell you a story. This story is very short. Short too, just two still young children. Hurriedly one side of what happened, but Ji Rulong, but told very seriously. Blue Xiao listened intently. When the story was finished, she stood on her tiptoes and looked down at the raging river below. She had lived a life that was as uneventful as it could be, perfectly in line with most ordinary people's 20 years of mediocrity from birth. All these years, she carried the family alone. No one knows how much she suffered, and how many times, alone in her room to hide and wipe tears. Her mother grows more and more snobbish. Her father is disheveled, sometimes lucid, sometimes demented, and her sister is just coming of age. She didn't even have anyone to talk to about her heart, let alone someone who cares about her feelings, even a little bit. After settling her parents down and letting her sister finish her studies, she originally thought that this life of hers would be just like that, until Ji Rulong's appearance. The box and the wooden pistol were the only gifts she had received so far, without any purpose, and she also felt the warmth of being cared for from Ji Rulong, available at. Suddenly there is a breeze blowing through. Blue Xiao ruffled hair, smile a little sad, a little happy. Ji Rulong's appearance was like a big mountain intruding into her world, allowing her, a small boat with no support and drifting all day long, to dock briefly, even if, just a misunderstanding, which, in the end, will all fall apart. Her heart had never felt this peaceful for a moment. The only pity is that I, for one, am not the little girl in your story. There is always someone, who even this brief moment is mercilessly deprived of it. Lan Xiao, you simply disappoint me too much. A sharp voice, like a sharp thorn, stuck in Lan Xiao's heart. Chapter 109. This is the first and last time. Smell. Both Ji Rulong and Lan Xiao turned their heads back, and when they saw the two of them, Gao Manyu and Lan Xiaoshui, Lan Xiao's face turned icy cold. You're following me? Am I stalking you? This is me not worrying about you. Taka Manyu finished. Spin. His eyes scrutinized Ji Rulong's body up and down again for a while before looking at Lan Xiao again. Didn't you say that it's just an unusual friend? You think I don't know that this is the man who sent you the box? Lan Xiaoshui also frowned lightly when she saw that her sister was actually with Ji Rulong. She had only met Ji Rulong once, and that was at the Hanjiang Academy, and the impression the other party gave her was that he looked upright and rather manly. In truth, loved to stand out, but afraid to take responsibility. Summary: cowardly and selfish. it's not what you think, Blue Xiao Xiao coldly explained, ready to persuade them to leave. May, you're big now. You don't even listen to me as a mom. You came up behind my back to meet with another man and I caught you. What else do you have to argue? Gao Man Yu pointed at her, her fingers shaking and said, that, it would be rather hard to hear. Lan Xiaoshui pulled Gao Man Yu. Mom, don't get excited yet. Things haven't been clarified yet. Whatever. In the beginning, it was all because her mother had taken the liberty of selling the box that Ji Rulong had given to her sister, and in this matter, their family owed Ji Rulong a debt of gratitude. So, compared to what Gao Manyu thought, Lan Xiaoshui was more convinced that her sister was overly upset because of this matter, which was why she came out to give Ji Rulong an explanation face to face. In short, it was most likely a misunderstanding. Also, say 1,000 words, whatever is going on, that's her sister's freedom and power, and her sister isn't a child anymore. So where's their turn to intervene? How do you expect me not to get excited? Gao Manyu almost lost her mind, disregarding dissuasion, not to mention even pushing Lan Xiaoshui away with one hand. Then, that box, is that what you gave to our Xiao Xiao? Gao Manyu looked at Ji Rulong and said in an overbearing manner. Ji Rulong was silent. After a rather disdainful cold snort, Gao Manyu directly pulled out a check from her bag and swished and signed. This is 5 million. That box of yours was only sold for 3 million. The extra 2 million will be taken as compensation for you. I want you, from now on, not to have any dealings with my daughter. You and her are not from the same world. Do you hear me? How generous. How cool is that? A few days ago, because of a small amount of money, he also secretly took out a gift given to his daughter by someone else and sold it for money. And now, $5 million thrown around? This money, where did it come from? The Ryu family. But, why did the Ryu family give them this money? And why were they able to take over the original Zhao group with the Ryu family? Blue Xiao Xiao blushed and couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground on the spot. Also, that box, which is made of Tianxian incense wood, was sold by you for $3 million. People did not count with you or considered good, and now you take the other side of the favor of 5 million, but also threaten that more than 2 million is compensation? Ji Rulong's smile gradually converged. No intention to stay longer. Money, I won't take it. Just don't touch your own daughter's things in the future. As a mother, you have to set an example. Swish, the words came out. Gao Manyu's face instantly turned ugly. You, exasperated, but unable to find how to retort. Eventually, it just said, just because of a box worth $3 million, you still want to continue pestering my daughter? I can give you an extra $2 million, all because I feel bad in my heart. Otherwise, you who don't even know the value of that box, I can totally not give you a dime, you know? This is or have self-knowledge. You do not look at my daughter's status. What status? Just with you. Also want to climb high? Take the money. I, Gao Manyu, don't want to covet your cheapness. Ji Rulong turned around, his eyes narrowing slightly. Shasta, the wind, all around, seemed to stand still. Him, the high roller? What? You're not convinced? Gao Manyu raised her eyebrows, condescending. Finally, Lan Xiaoqiao pulled her back with an icy tone. Do you know what you've been doing to yourself? Can you get things straight first? Can you put away that overbearing set of yours? Said. She snatched the check from Gao Manyu's hand and questioned without the slightest bit of mercy. Do you think that this money, given to you, is for you to casually squander it and show it off everywhere? That, it's okay if one of their own says it. But, today there is Ji Rulong, so an outsider present. Blue Small Chow as a daughter, with such a tone and attitude to her as a mother. High Man language face more or less a little hung up, coupled with Blue Small Chow's tone. LOL. She sighed. Her attitude suddenly changed, and she simply said, daughter, although mom's words are a bit heavy, you have to understand my good intentions. Our family, we can't go on like this. Do you still want to be pressured and bullied by your second aunt's family and their family? It's a blessing for our family that big shot has taken a liking to you and is able to give our family this opportunity. And at this time you're fooling around with other unsavory men, and if word gets out, we'll immediately be knocked back down to earth. Ji Rulong. The misunderstanding over this seems to have gone quite far. Also, Su family back then, at least is also the top of Dasha that a few luxury business family. High Man language can marry into the Su family, at least must be knowledgeable. How? Will not be so snobbish, right? Or say, overwhelmed by life after 20 years? Blue Xiao Xiao shook her head in disappointment. You never think only about how you are, how you think I have to do what you think. So have you ever thought about whether I am willing or not? When have you ever considered my feelings? Letting go of the opportunity to fly up the branch and become a phoenix, but fooling around with those scheming men outside. Is this what you want? Gao Manyu retorted. May. Just after these words were uttered, a sudden chill surged through her heart, and she subconsciously looked at Ji Rulong. This is the first and last time, Ji Rulong warned. Word strike. Turn around and walk away. On the other hand, Cao Manyu was staring with wide eyes. Her face turned white. Just now that look actually made her feel like falling into an ice cave, and then back to her senses. The palms of her hands were already in a cold sweat. This, good boy. See, pestering my daughter can't be. Instead of throwing up face with me? I Haiman language today to put words here. On your such, my daughter even with the beggar together, also will not with you together. Thoroughly annoyed. This statement was made. Blue Xiao was instantly disheartened. I'm really disappointed in you. Why can't you just calm down and understand things properly? Takamanyu frowned. Did you know that he is the big man who made it possible for our family to turn around with one word? And the reason people help us is not because they see me at all, but because he mistakenly thinks I'm her deceased friend. What kind of fairy do you think your daughter is? A man who has to be enamored with me? Gao Manyu's hand shook violently, and her face turned white once again. And do you know that the box that you sold for $3 million is the legendary Tianxian sunken wood? And you actually, taking someone's favor to us, humiliated him? Lan Xiaoqiao had tears in her eyes. Why? Why can't you understand clearly first? Being self-righteous with a little bit of power. What's the difference between you and Auntie Twos and her family? Don't you feel humiliated and ashamed? Boom! These words, like a shocking thunderbolt, exploded in Gao Manyu's mind. Her body stiffened and her head went blank. The guy he just humiliated was the rumored big shot? This isn't real, is it? The moment. Lan Xiaoshui was also staring at her eyes, her little face filled with shock. That selfish, self-serving coward was the idol she had longed to know? How is this possible? Blue Xiaoqiao no longer wanted to say more, turning to leave, her icy voice drifting in. Tomorrow morning, I will publicly announce that I will not meddle in all matters of the original Zhao group. You want to raise your eyebrows? You want to be snobbish, don't you? Get it on your own merit. Boom! Gao Manyu retreated several steps on the spot, completely flustered. No way. That's absolutely impossible. For a long time. Lan Xiaoqiao, you're lying. You just want me to stop caring about these things of yours, right? If the box is really Tianxian sunken wood, how could the Far East Chamber of Commerce, as the largest chamber of commerce in Dixia, not recognize it? I'm telling you, Blue Xiaoqiao, don't try to fool me with these reasons. A person who doesn't dare to face the Xiang family head-on. You say it's that big shot? Ridiculous. She fumed and hissed at the coupe that had moved away. In the meantime, returning to the business car at River One Bay, Qin Tian could see that Ji Rulong's state was a bit off. So he asked, what's wrong? You look up this person, Gao Manyu. More than that, Ji Rulong didn't explain, just commanded a sentence, then closed his eyes and rested his mind. Chapter 110, I'm asking, where are you? The next day, early in the morning, Blue Xiaoqiao drove alone, ready to head to the original Zhao group. Yesterday. Her words were not words of anger. From yesterday and Ji Rulong after a short chat, she is also clear. She is only the other side of the wrong recognition of a deceased only. All of this is a misunderstanding. Their family is qualified to enjoy this favor? Also, even though Ji Rulong had no intention of letting her quit, that mother of hers was just too snobby. And with her flamboyant personality, how many more things might she cause in the future? I don't want to be rich and famous, but I want to be a family and have peace and stability. May. The car just drove out of the neighborhood not long, was suddenly stopped by several black commercial vehicles, and then, from the commercial vehicles down several masked bandits with pistols. Bang! The car window was smashed. Lan Xiaoqiao's face turned white, and she immediately prepared to slam on the gas pedal. But just at this time, a gun was suddenly pressed against her head. Miss Lan, don't be defensive. Obediently come with us. I don't know how long. A fleet of vehicles that drove up to some crappy building, and midway through, Blue Xiaoqiao also figured out the purpose of these people arresting herself from their words. The king's son. They were rushing towards Ji Rulong. The three big families had no way to take Ji Rulong. Therefore, they could only hit the idea on her, because the outside world was now making a lot of noise. She was the woman Ji Rulong was looking at. After all, is the first time to experience such a thing? To say not afraid, that is false, but I do not know why. Blue Xiaoqiao actually feel that his heart is not as panicked as imagined. Just, to her surprise, she actually saw two familiar figures inside the rotten building. Why? Are you surprised to see us? It was none other than the Tuyu man and Lan Keiyu. Can it not be a surprise? Lan Xiaoqiao looked at Lan Keiyu, who was sitting in a wheelchair with one of his hands apparently completely wasted, and said incredulously, how did you become like this? Ha! Shouldn't this be asked of you? Thanks to you being my cousin. You let someone waste me for a worthless broken wooden pistol. All this is caused by you. And you are still pretending here? Lan Kayu's voice was cold. This next. Lan Xiaoqiao also finally reacted. She said, according to the character of this mother and son, after learning that their family was raised to a high position, how could they not react at all? Blue Xiaoqiao could never have imagined that as relatives, they would do such a desperate thing. You man sneered. I didn't expect it, did I? Is your family very happy these days? Do you think that if you are favored by that big shot, you will be able to step on our mother and son ruthlessly in the future? In fact, even if there was no such thing as KU, we couldn't possibly stand by and watch your family stand on our heads. Only to be stepped on by us. People. Once you get jealous, you can do anything. Obviously, you man's mother and son are such people. On that day, when Lan Keiyu was wasted by Ji Rulong at the East Emperor Casino, they learned that the person who gave Lan Xiaoqiao a gift was the big shot who had recently turned the Han River upside down. So imagine how desperate it was? Fortunately, Yu Man was not discouraged by this. She knew that the enemy of the enemy is a friend. So she trusted her relations and contacted Wang Jingwu. Then, inform Blue Little Joe about it. As long as he captured Lan Xiaoqiao, he would have the leverage to deal with Ji Rulong. Lan Xiaoqiao looked at them. She really couldn't believe it. Just because you're afraid that we'll have a better life than you guys in the future, you're joining forces with outsiders to kidnap me as a relative? Just because of this? It's easy for you to say. Lan Xiaoqiao, open your eyes and see. One of your brother's arms is completely ruined. He's still so young. He'll be an invalid from now on. You've ruined his life. Lan Xiaoqiao opened her mouth, unable to speak. At first she was not aware that Ji Rulong had gone to Lan Keiyu because of the matter of the wooden pistol. Yu Man's eyes were wide with anger. Just wait. As long as that dog that injured my son comes to save you, he will die. And you, too, can't escape being ravaged. If you ruin my son's life, I will also ruin your life. That's, fair, right? Blue Xiaoqiao tried to break free from the binding rope, explaining in passing. You guys are mistaken. He helped me solely because he recognized the wrong person. So you guys can't threaten him at all by tying me up. Ridiculous. You think we will believe you? Yu Man sneered. Now you still naively think that you can set aside the relationship with one or two words. That dog thing, if he did not have eyes on you, how would he help you to the throne? And how would he beat Lousy into such a state because of you? You pair of dogs. You all have to die today. Lan Xiaoqiao's heart sank to the bottom. She knew that Yu Man's mother and son had gone crazy and could not be persuaded at all. At this point, there were already people on the scene, starting to report the news. City West, a certain villa, lying on the sofa, Wang Jingwu, holding the phone, said, caught it, right? Good. Keep an eye on the person. Don't move her. This person is the key to whether or not this Gongzi can survive the downfall of the Martial Pavilion heavenly ranking existence. Put the phone down. Wang Jingwu's entire body breathed a sigh of relief. As the son of the three top families, the Wang family, he had never used such underhanded means to deal with anyone. Because, in the past in Hanjiang, in addition to those few people, he almost wanted whoever died to die. But this time, the tragic death of Tian Shangrui, Jiang Zixuan was even more not clean, so that he completely panicked. Originally, the clan had planned to send him out of the country. Even if Ji Rulong's hand was farther away, it wouldn't be so far that it couldn't reach beyond the borders, right? Unexpectedly, on the side of the war zone, he had been completely staked out, and could not leave the city at all. His hopes were all on the side of the martial arts pavilion. But now, you make a big fuss. Under the banner of justice for Yi Qianqian, father and daughter they avenge. Can't just stand by and watch the woman you helped to the throne get hurt, right? Wang Jingwu opened a bottle of red wine and said with a joyful smile, I will trample you under my son's feet, and trample you hard. This is what you get for offending my son. Save it, ha ha ha, go save your woman. On the sumptuous coffee table in front of him, the cell phone displayed the very same screen that was dialing the number. A bay of the river. The deadline. Only 3 days left. Qin Tian reminded. News has come from Kyoto. That girl Wanner will probably arrive in Hanjiang tomorrow. In addition, the Prime Minister met overnight yesterday, presumably to target us, and reportedly didn't come up with an effective plan at the time. But I think the board will be finalized in the next 2 days. And when that happens, the Prime Minister will definitely apply pressure. Words. Ji Rulong frowned slightly. Not sooner, not later, but at this time of the day. Whatever for now. Suddenly, the phone rang and Ji Rulong picked it up. Kid, want to save your woman? I am Wang Jingwu. Didn't you threaten that you would send me a funeral? Blue Xiaoqiao is in my hands. If you want to save her, do as this gongzi says. Location. It's in the woman district. I'll have one of my men tell you where to go to rescue them later. May. I'm asking. Where you are? Ji Rulong reminded. Wang Jingwu. What do you mean? You don't care about your woman's death, but you want to come to me instead? Humph. I don't believe that a person like you would watch others die for you. This gongzi will wait for you. The phone hung up. Ji Rulong's face was expressionless as he directly instructed Qin Tian. Inform the people below to pass his location over. In addition to keeping an eye on him, as well as investigating his immediate family, all of them under control. He nodded. Then, 2 people out the door. Chapter 111, either you let me go, or I'll kill your whole family. City West. Wang Jingwu put down his cell phone, picked up the red wine and took a sip. This person but where there is status and position, the thing that cares the most, is this face. Predictably, Blue Xiaoqiao was helped up by Ji Rulong. Now, in the entire woman district, who didn't know that Lan Xiaoqiao was about to take over the original Zhao group along with the Lu family? Therefore, how could Ji Rulong stand by and watch something happen to Blue Xiaoqiao? Therefore, he was not at all concerned about Ji Rulong's words to come to him. As long as Lan Xiaoqiao was in his hands, he would be able to sit tight. Snap! He put down his glass of wine and snapped his fingers very comfortably, and soon a specialized butler came over. Your Excellency, it's early. Relieve yourself. Not much longer. 2 silhouettes, appearing in the living room. An hour later, Wang Jingwu went downstairs, sat on the sofa and slowly cut a cigar, lit it and said, the side of the woman district. There's no news yet? By the way, at this time, Ji Rulong, who was also in the woman district, should have already rushed to the rescue. Could it be that he's mobilizing his men? Wang Jingwu couldn't help but frown. Ultimately, the deaths of Tian Shangrui and Jiang Zixuan had made him somewhat psychologically shadowed towards Ji Rulong, so the slightest thing that didn't conform to common sense made his nerves subconsciously tense. Spin. He shook his head again in a self-deprecating manner. This male actually would be so afraid of him. What's the point of transferring people in this situation? If you want to save someone, then you have to look at his face too. In addition, before he grabbed Blue Xiaoqiao, he had already considered all the changes and factors that he could, and on the side of the rotten building, there was a backhand he had left behind. Today, but whenever Ji Rulong dared to show himself, it would be absolutely difficult to escape death. Boom! The butler who was at his side, before he had the chance to reply to his words, the villa's door was suddenly forced open from the outside, and then they saw 2 young men with powerful auras, walking in one after the other. Among them, in the hands of the young man, there was still a guard in his grasp, and just like that, in front of them, his 5 fingers contracted, and he pinched him to death on the spot just like pinching a chicken, and then threw him on the ground. Wang Jingwu's brows furrowed into a ball. Although he hadn't seen Ji Rulong in person for such a long time, he had guessed it. Nice guy. Instead of rescuing him, you actually came to him? Or 2. His brow gradually relaxed. Interesting, really interesting. What's the matter? You think you can impress me with words? Honestly, it was the first time in his life that he had seen someone like Ji Rulong who did not follow the rules. Of course, he didn't have anything to worry about. Ji Rulong could come, both indicating that the other party still wanted to save the people. If Ji Rulong was indifferent, then only he should panic. Wang Jingwu clamped his cigar and poured himself a glass of wine in the process. This person, oil and salt. If you are neither greedy for money nor lustful, then this gentleman, I really don't know how to deal with you. But you're too trustworthy, actually exposing such an obvious weakness directly in front of me. Now that the initiative is in my hands, it's not something you can do whatever you want. Rumored big shot? But anyone who is human, more or less weak. A man with no weaknesses is absolutely terrifying beyond imagination. As well as, when such a person holds power in his hands, then trying to break him down is basically impossible, which is why they were, earlier, at their wits' end. But now, Ji Rulong sat himself in the opposite position to him, copied the red wine on the table and slowly poured himself a glass. Romane Conti, quite good at enjoying himself. To this, Wang Jingwu didn't mind. Instead he stimulated. If you chose to listen to us at that time, $30 billion, this kind of high-class wine, is enough for you to drink until you die without being able to spend it all. But unfortunately, you didn't cherish the opportunity. He crossed his legs and looked at Ji Rulong with a scornful look. Regret? Ji Rulong shook his wineglass. 30 billion? Not an overly bright number. It's not about who it's for, so there's not much of a problem with my choice. It's you who could have lived one more day. Why did you have to die? Oh, the corners of Wang Jingwu's mouth flared up with a touch of disdain, and he lightly said, kill me? Do you know but whenever this male has an accident, that woman of yours will have to die on the spot. Do you want to give up? I advise you not to waste your time with me. If you want to save someone, you can only do it yourself. If you don't care or take a shot at me, that woman will have to die because of you. Furthermore, with the two of you, my lord doesn't think that I will die today. Very calm. It's as if it's already won. I, for one, hate it when people threaten me, Ji Rulong said. No one in this world likes to be threatened, but as it happens, you often have to eat it when the right means are used. For example, Ji Rulong. Will this, the man, who came under the banner of seeking justice for Yi Qianqian's father and daughter, let other innocent people, because of him, die? He won't. He came here, nothing but, just pretending. Consequently, Wang Jingwu continued to laugh, emboldened, and then, look at this. Cell phones, pass it on the table. What was playing on the screen was a video, clear and obviously delivered by way of a live shot. Wang Jingwu first lightly skimmed his eyes, and then, snap, the wine glass, falling to the ground. Video, accompanied by a cold light appeared, a bloody head, rolled to the ground, and the face just right to the screen, so dead staring at Wang Jingwu. Fizzle. Wang Jingwu fiercely poured out a mouthful of cool air. His face was pale and his body was already cold. That's his big sister. He raised his head, just in time to meet Ji Rulong's eyes that didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. You dog, you dare to touch my family? Do you believe it or not? This eunuch will order someone to chop off an arm of that woman of yours right now. This dog, not only did he find him, but he also directly let someone lay hands on his family. Could it be? Is he really not afraid that something will happen to his woman? No. If you're really not afraid, why go through all the trouble? Playing mind games? Wang Jingwu in a flash sorted out Ji Rulong's thoughts. At this time, as long as he let someone put some hard hands on Lan Xiaoqiao, Ji Rulong immediately had to panic, and couldn't be led by the nose by him. May. Just as he was thinking so, Ji Rulong's next words directly stunned him in place. Why cut the arm? Directly kill it. Kill it? I happen to have peace of mind to your Wang family. To slaughter a clean. How? Wang Jingwu. He stared, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. You bluffing me? However, Ji Rulong just lit a cigarette. You have two sisters and a pair of parents. I'll give you a cigarette to make a choice. Either you obediently release the people, or I'll kill your whole family. Choose for yourself. This, Wang Jingwu was completely confused. Ji Rulong's series of operations had directly disrupted his original plan in its entirety, so that now, he was at a loss. Release people. The safety of their own below. There is no guarantee. Do not let go. Their parents, may be all to become this guy under the knife's soul. What to do? Chapter 112. For I never keep my word. Time. Minute by minute. Seeing that a cigarette is about to burn out, Wang Jingwu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Once the person is released, my son's side, is it still at your mercy? As long as you are taken down, my son's family side will be safe and sound. The words fell. After all, he directly struck out blatantly towards Ji Rulong. Although he was not as demonic as Tian Shangrui, he himself also had the strength of the three heavens, and he was the same age as Ji Rulong, so he didn't believe that the other party would be able to dodge it when he was taken by surprise. May. His fist had just probed out when Qin Tian, who was standing beside Ji Rulong, took a step forward, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and turned his entire arm into a twisted shape on the spot. How is this possible? Wang Jingwu's eyes widened in shock. A mere subordinate actually had the strength to suppress him with his hands? Time's up. Ji Rulong raised his eyes and smiled. Smoke out. Wang Jingwu, who was irritated by the pain to the point where he had to gasp for air, was able to clearly see that the screen on the cell phone had once again switched, and that it was his second sister, who had also been mercilessly chopped off her head, just as she had been earlier. This Nima, in less than 10 minutes, his two sisters, successively because of him, became the soul under the knife of the man in front of him. If you don't let them go, according to him, the next ones to kill will be his parents? This next, Wang Jingwu was completely unable to calm down. He frantically said, I'm telling you, there's no way that person this male will release her. If you want to save her, you only have to go by yourself. I secretly notified the people on the side of the woman district when you came. As long as, after 20 minutes of my lord's time, there's still no message sent, they'll rape and kill that woman first. Obviously, Wang Jingwu is not a cutie. Only when the people were released did he completely lose the qualification and opportunity to continue circling around with Ji Rulong. Yes? Ji Rulong stood up, raised his toes and violently stepped on the coffee table. The end leaning against Wang Jingwu instantly squeezed his legs out of shape. Someone fought all over the world at the age of 18, and after that, He has been on the military horse for 5 years. Not even the heads of state, let alone those outside the country who are internationally ranked in the armed forces, dare not say that they can make me compromise on anything. My identity, as well as the pride that I possess as a dacia man, allows me to kill until my last breath on the battlefield without falling, but only does not authorize to bow down in a wimpy manner. What makes you think that grabbing a woman will lead me by the nose? Wang Jingwu. These words, resulting in his heart, set off shocking waves. His head was blank. Simply cannot imagine. What kind of person, what kind of identity, can make him so have the courage to say such words? You! Wang Jingwu's eyes widened. Ji Rulong ignored it and raised his hand to command. Bring it. Qin Tian handed over the pistol. Next, the blackened muzzle of the gun, directly against Wang Jingwu's lower body. Ji Rulong's face was expressionless and his tone was flat. This time, I will only count to 3, so you seize the opportunity. Wow! In just an instant, cold sweat covered Wang Jingwu's forehead. The gun placed in this spot was simply more terrifying and devastating than if it had been pressed against his head. And he could truly feel that Ji Rulong was not joking at all. Wang Jingwu's intestines were repenting at the moment. How did he provoke such a horrible guy? But, even though it was such a situation, he still forced himself to be calm. I can release the person, but you have to let me leave first, and after it's safe, I'll guarantee to release the person. Otherwise, what if you kill me as soon as I release the person? Ji Rulong laughed. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me, but if you release the person, I can temporarily spare your life and let you live for one more day. Really? Wang Jingwu stared blankly. I, for one, have always been true to my word. Ji Rulong nodded. Words. Wang Jingwu then relaxed a bit. He knew that Ji Rulong was an extremely conceited person, which could be seen from the other party slowly brutalizing them. If he released himself and he released himself, then there was still something to talk about. Otherwise, releasing or not releasing would be a death. Then it would be better to lose both. No one doesn't want to have one. A day, even if it is stressful, is always one more point of hope to live. Fine, I'll release them, and I hope you keep what you said. Wang Jingwu finally compromised. Of course, I am a person who is most trustworthy, Ji Rulong said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Next, Wang Jingwu then picked up the phone. Rotten building. The prolonged bondage made Lan Xiao feel very uncomfortable, and the atmosphere here gradually cooled a heart of hers. That dog thing, why hasn't it come yet? Yu Man stared. Seeing that more than an hour had passed, Ji Rulong actually didn't even see a shadow. Guess, it's gathering people. Lan Ku turned back and looked in the direction of the dark part of the second floor, a ruthless look in his eyes. Dog thing, I will let you know how wrong you were with that behavior last time. Second floor. In the shadows, prostrate several heavily armed middle-aged. Among them, a large sniper rifle, hidden in the darkness, could be seen pointing at the entrance of the rotten building. The target, why hasn't it shown up yet? Among them, one man asked. They were professional assassins hired by Wang Jingwu, who operated all over the world and had received countless assassination missions, similar to this simple mission, and had never failed in the past. Don't be anxious, this kind of hero saving a beautiful bridge is often delayed and delayed. The target will usually show up at the most crucial time. In the darkness, a hoarse voice returned. Che, this kind of mission is the most boring of all. Once one's woman is captured, those stupid pigs will lose their minds and come to the rescue, resulting in a double tragic death. This time will be no exception, the gun-toting middle-aged man said contemptuously. Suddenly, the phone is ringing. A burly man downstairs rushed to connect. Guess it's coming. Get ready. Shoot the target in one leg first. However, next, release them. Quick, release them. Wang Jingwu's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. What's going on? Yu Man and Lan Ku's mother and son were filled with fog, and at this moment, they all looked at that big man. However, the big man was also confused. Just want to ask about the situation. Open the amplified phone. Once again came a roar. Still ing stand still for what? My son has been arrested. If you don't release him, you'll all be buried with me. Boom. The words came out. The whole room was dumbfounded. Yu Man and Lan Ku glanced at each other, both of their faces pale and chilled inside, as well as the group of killers on the second floor also looked at each other. What the hell? The employer was arrested? According to the established development, shouldn't it be that the target shows up to save the beauty heroically, and then because the beauty is limited in every way, they are finally restrained and trampled on the ground? The gun-toting middle-aged man who had previously found this mission boring as hell, scrambled to put away his gun and said with a nervous face, after so many years of arresting the employer and having the employer have to order the release of the person, it's the first time I've ever seen it. Run. If we don't, there's a good chance we'll have to stay in the Han River forever. In the meantime, Yu Man, who came back to her senses, was also scared out of her wits at this time. Quickly, go home and pack up your things. Word strike. Push the wheelchair and flee the scene. Little Joe Blue. She thought about it, Ji Rulong simply not coming or would show up to save her. But, the only thing I didn't expect was that the other party would use such a way to directly capture Wang Jingwu, forcing the other party to release him, and, crucially, succeeding? One time. In her heart, Blue Xiao Qiao worshipped it even more. It's the man on top who is not limited by anything. At any time. Half an hour later. City West. Villa. Qin Tian, who received the news, nodded. The people are already safe. Wang Jingwu immediately looked at Ji Rulong. Hear that? The people have been released, so you guys can go? Ji Rulong smiled without saying anything. There was no intention of leaving. You're going back on your word? Wang Jingwu's face changed drastically. You know what? In the past, outside of the pass, in order for me to open a gap, Sakura Mist Island and Asia America, among others, promised me untold sums of money each time, and I, in turn, took them at face value, promising to help them. Ji Rulong grinned. However, to this day, they still see me as a thorn in their side. Do you know why? Why? Wang Jingwu probably already knew the answer in his heart, but he still held on to the last glimmer of hope, because, someone's words have never counted. Ji Rulong's smile tightened, and in the next second, a horrifying killing aura spread across the entire field. Wang Jingwu. For a long time, Ji Rulong walked out of the villa with a handkerchief still in his hand, slowly wiping the blood from his hand. The other people involved. Who are they? Chapter 113, in your next life, be a good person. Woman District. The mother and son of Yu Man, who seem to escape back, are packing up their valuables at home, while Lan Jiyu, because of his unhealed injuries, can only be on the sidelines in a dry hurry at the moment. No, with that person's energy, we won't be able to escape like this, Lan Ku reminded. Previously, purely because he was so flustered that he failed to calm down and think things through, and now that he had quieted down and thought about it, that man could have set him up at any time for a broken wooden pistol. Not to mention this time it was the kidnapping of Blue Xiao Qiao. Perhaps, their current position was already under the control of the other party, and by then they would be caught by the other party before they had the chance to run. Run? Can't run away at all. Lan Ku's face turned white. How could he have never imagined that things would come to this? If you don't run, then what do you say? Yu Man's head was blank at this point. No running. When Ji Rulong comes to the door, God knows what will be done to them. She slapped her face, forcing herself to calm down, but the intense fear, which completely took over, prevented her from calming down at all. Blue Ku is also shivering. Said, instead of running, it is better to figure out how to solve things. Call Dad. We no longer say that it is also the family of Blue Xiao Qiao. Dad's face. That will give. These words immediately reminded Yu Man. But, how did I forget about her? Your father isn't in Hanjiang, so instead of asking him to talk, it's better to go directly to Gao Manyu. Yu Man tapped her head and said, Gorman? Lan Ku said, she'll help us? Humph. Why do you think she hasn't come to us to show off in the past few days? It's nothing but, just waiting for us to take the initiative to beg her. Yu Man was chesty. So many years. What kind of person is Gao Manyu? Can she not understand? It was summarized in 2 words. Snobbery. As well as, what the other party wanted to do most was to raise her eyebrows in front of their mother and son and get back her former face. So if she made this call, Gao Manyu would surely come. And if Gao Manyu came, she was still afraid of Ji Rulong? After all, no matter what, they were all family. Could Gao Manyu still stand by and watch what Ji Rulong did to their mother and daughter? The identity is even bigger. The status is even higher. If you really want to have a little something with that Blue Xiao Qiao, it is impossible to refute the face of Gao Man language. Thinking like this, Yu Man relaxed quite a bit. It was better to lose face in front of Gao Manyu than to go over there and face Ji Rulong, that killing god. Upon hearing this, Lan Ku apparently thought of this as well, so he urged, Alright, you quickly call Gao Manyu. Spin. Yu Man was also no longer delayed, directly dialed Gao Manyu's phone, claiming that there was something to request the other party. And she guessed correctly that Gao Manyu had been waiting for them to take the initiative to open their mouths in the past few days. Therefore, when I got the call, I agreed on the spot to talk in person. Hanging up the phone, Yu Man's mother and son both sighed in relief. There's no way. Just let their family press on a bit in the future. Not much longer. Outside the house, there was a sudden knock on the door. Yu Man was instantly delighted and ran to open the door. But as soon as the door opened, Her eyebrows wrinkled. Not Gao Manyu? Wrong place. Yu Man prepared to close the door. May. That's right. Looking for you. Ji Rulong pushed the door and Yu Man's face changed rapidly. Then, looking towards his own son, and Lan Keiyu, the moment he saw Ji Rulong, his face sharply turned white. Even his teeth couldn't help but chatter. You. Seeing the situation, Yu Man didn't need to think about it, but she was clear about Ji Rulong's identity. Just how she couldn't have imagined that it would come so quickly. Ji Rulong sat himself down and slowly picked up a fruit knife on the coffee table. Yu Man was instantly startled. I told you, don't mess around. The latter words, before he could say them, he realized that Ji Rulong, who was holding a fruit knife in front of him, was just peeling an apple slowly and methodically. Atmosphere. The moment turned awkward. Lan Keiyu constantly swallowed his saliva. This person's means, he knows too well. Now the reason why he is lying in a wheelchair. Also all thanks to this person. As relatives, you have been oppressing and abusing them all these years. And when you see that they will soon be better off than you can't swallow your breath. So you join hands with outsiders and prepare to ruin the whole life of your loved ones? Sound. It's pretty tame. But, falling on Lan Keiyu's ears, it was no less than a thunderous explosion. Lan Keiyu's face turned pale and he shook his head in panic. No, you listen to my explanation. Remember what I told you that day at the Eastern Emperor Casino? Ji Rulong raised his eyes and interrupted. Lan Keiyu chilled inwardly. That. He remembers it vividly until now. Did you think that I was joking with you? Ji Rulong asked again. This. Lan Keiyu was dumbfounded. Ji Rulong had indeed warned him, but he didn't expect that this ploy of theirs, which was basically a surefire win, would lose its effect and would bring things to this point. Thus, he simply didn't know how to retort in the moment. I am warning you, I've already called Xiao Chao's mother. Don't mess around. At this time, Yu Man jumped out. Gorman? Ji Rulong smiled. And, in the end, this matter is all our family business. It's not your turn to meddle. Yu Man straightened up and said, family matters? Those two words, don't even know how she said them. Therefore, Ji Rulong was also puzzled and looked up and asked, I'm curious, how did a woman like you marry into the Su family back then? The Su family? Yu Man frowned. What Su family? Let me tell you, we are all Lan Xiao Chao's elders and family members in the end. I recognize that your status is not bad, but if you want to marry Lan Xiao Chao, you still have to go through his mother's consent. And, Ifong has already called her mother. This matter, she has already decided to forgive us. If you move me, it's the same as saying that you have offended her. Then between you and Lan Xiao Chao, it's basically impossible. Oh, Ji Rulong was really amused. According to your thoughts, shouldn't it be a blessing that their family couldn't have cultivated in 8 lifetimes that I could fall for Lan Xiao Chao? In other words, if I hook my hand, she, Gao Manyu, can't wait to send her daughter to me. How come in your mouth? She dares to offend me because of the two of you? Can you still weasel your way out of this? You man. Ji Rulong's words directly rendered him speechless. In your next life, be a good person. Ji Rulong shook his head, no longer having the patience to continue with her nonsense. Humph, don't bluff here. Even if I've gone too far, I'm still Lan Xiao Chao's second aunt, and her mother will be here soon. How dare you kill me? Yu Man flicked her eyebrows and said disdainfully. At this point, Lan Keiyu was also ready to say something. May. A cold aura suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. He then saw that on his mother's forehead, there was an additional blood spot shaped like the size of a vermilion sand, followed by a large area of blood flowing out like a dike. In the next second, Yu Man's body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, and until he died, his face was filled with intense disbelief. Watching his mother die in front of him with his own eyes, Lan Keiyu was even more frightened and numb, crying, Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I promise I won't be like this in the future. Please don't kill me. Late. 2 words landed. Ji Rulong raised his 5 fingers and the fruit knife in his hand, swished into his head. Chapter 114. It's okay. Why don't you treat your brain? Actually, Ji Rulong was not a person who was addicted to killing. However, after 5 years of military service, he did not know how many people's blood had been stained on his hands. Therefore, he was not considered to be a person with a soft heart. Lan Keiyu, despite being the son of the Su family back then, however, this layer of identity could not be the capital for the other party to get an inch. As for Yu Man, this kind of snake-hearted woman, kill it, even if it is Lan Xiao Chao's second aunt. That group of killers, don't let any of them go. Dig them out along with the people behind them and send them all down. Ji Rulong put down the apple that he had peeled, but had not tasted a bite of, and turned around to command. Qin Tian nodded. In the meantime, Gao Manyu, who had rushed over after receiving Yu Man's call, had already arrived outside the house. Over the years, she did not think that one day she would turn around and step on Yuman's head, and return the humiliation that the other party had brought to her over the years. But she did not expect that this day would come so fast and so suddenly. For this reason, today, she had also deliberately changed into an extravagant dress, thus delaying some time at home. She straightened her costume and held her head high in triumph. I'll be you guys, and I'll put up with it, as long as you put in a good word for me and sincerely apologize for what happened before. For the sake of being a family, I, Gao Manyu, won't make things more difficult for you today. Thinking about it, Gao Manyu was in a good mood and pushed open the half-hidden door. But just after entering the door, her face changed. It's you, kid. Why are you here? Ji Rulon wasn't really surprised, but he didn't expect it to happen so coincidentally. Takamanyu frowned. Next, a pungent smell of blood, into the nose. She slightly sighed of the head. When she saw Yuman mother and son's corpses, the whole person stomped backward several steps, staring at the eyeballs said, this is what you did. Yes, Ji Rulon nodded in acknowledgement. Boom! Gao Manyu's brain went numb. Then she burst into a rage. Fine, do you know, what is their relationship with our family? Suddenly, she seemed to have figured something out. I see, they just happened to ask me to come over today and you jumped the gun and killed them? And then planted them on me just because. Well, I wouldn't give you permission to be with my daughter. So you want to use this method to eradicate me as an obstacle? What a poisonous heart. In order to achieve your goal, not only did you listen in on my phone calls, but you also planted evidence against me. With such a poisonous heart, no wonder you were able to compel my daughter. Ji Rulong, make up your own mind? And, seeing that he didn't say anything, Gorman Language became even more convinced. Predictable. If, however, she had come a little later, then today, would she have been able to talk? After all, there are a lot of people who know about her and Yuman's disagreement, and now that her family is in power, she's just going to silence her own relatives? Just thinking about it made Takamanyu's scalp feel numb. Sure, an unparalleled anger. Dog thing, let's see if I don't teach you a lesson today. Gao Manyu chided and raised her hand, about to whip it towards Ji Rulong's face. Her palm had just lifted. Ji Rulong backhanded her and slapped her face. I remember yesterday. I warned you. So quickly. You forgot my words? Gao Manyu covered her face, full of shock and disbelief. How could she not have imagined that Ji Rulong would actually dare to hit her? You dare to hit me? You don't want to chase after my daughter anymore? Aren't you afraid that I will go back and tell Xiao Xiao? Snap. Another slap down. A mouthful of daughters. How have you ever cared about what happened to your own daughter? Ji Rulong's face was cold. Gao Manyu's eyes widened once again. You dog. Snap. This time, Ji Rulong showed no mercy and directly smacked the corner of her mouth, to the point of skinning. When you see me in the future, watch your words, or else, I'll beat you once I see you. The words almost did not put the Haiman Language lungs to the gas explosion. Their family so many years, although it is not considered to be what the rich and powerful, but life, there has never been a person, to her line of slapping action. Not to mention, this person is still Ji Rulong. Against the heavens? Really against the heavens? Do you know that in the whole of Hanjiang right now, there are not many people who dare to make a move against me? Gao Manyu, do you believe that? With one word from me, I can make it impossible for you to stay in Hanjiang? Nowadays, her daughter was one of the former helmsmen of the Zhao group, though, she intends to push out of the position. It's not just a matter of what happens to her. Plus, even without that status, for the sake of that great man, who would dare treat her like that? Today, if you don't kneel down and kowtow and apologize, then go in front of Xiao Xiao and voluntarily admit your hypocritical appearance. I guarantee that you won't have a good ending. Gao Man's fingers were shaking with his tone, but he was still wild. Didn't think so. She landed on this statement. Ji Rulong merely skimmed her. Rich don't just know to dress up and show off. Nothing, cure the brain is not good? Having said that, straight away, Gorman Language, don't you go, dog, said Gao Man Language angrily. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I'll smash your mouth. Qin Tian took a step forward and said with a cold light in his eyes. Swish, coming into contact with this look, Gao Manyu only felt that her entire body's sweat hairs exploded in this instant. Her back was icy cold. She wanted to speak, but couldn't bring up half a bit of courage. This guy, it's not like he's joking. How dare he? After a moment of disorientation, the figures of the two Ji Rulongs had completely disappeared. Looking at the corpses of Yuman's mother and son, Gao Manyu simply didn't know how to end it, and in the end, dialed Lan Xiao Xiao's phone and angrily said, do you know what kind of people you've made friends with? Your second aunt and the girls are dead. It's the dog that sent you that broken pistol that killed them. And your second aunt just happened to ask me to come over today. And if I hadn't come a little earlier, your mom, me, might have become a murderer." On the other end of the phone, Lan Xiaoqiao obviously also did not expect that Ji Rulong would directly kill Yuman's mother and son. But, thinking about what they did to themselves, if they're dead, they're dead. And for the sake of their loved ones, give them a proper burial. Boom. Gao man, you really didn't expect to get such a reply. Do you know what you're actually saying? What? That's your second aunt, who was killed by that wild man of yours. I don't have a second aunt like that. Do you realize that your daughter's life was almost ruined by them? After yelling this, phone, it was hung up on straight away. Gao Manyu looked at the hung up phone, froze for a long time, face gradually become hideous. Crazy, all crazy. No, we have to find Mr. Liu. If this goes on, our family will be killed by that dog. I've waited so hard for this day, and no one is going to ruin the good day I'm about to have. Chapter 115, Those who intervene must die. Midway, Ji Rulong received a message from Lan Xiaoqiao. Then, Qin Tian then saw this almost all the way to pound the phone, until the vehicle arrived at the river Water Bay. Watching the other party put down the cell phone, he then laughed, shocked. Therefore, need you to comfort some? Ji Rulong shook his head. What happened to what I asked you to look into? Are you suspecting that Gao Manyu is not Lan Xiaoqiao's biological mother? Qin Tian said. Ji Rulong was silent. If yesterday it was still skeptical, then today, it's about 7 or 8% certain that a person, even though they've been through 20 years of rain and wind, there's something on the inside that can't possibly be rubbed clean. Briefly, similar to Gao Mangyue and Yuman. Back then, there is absolutely no way that they could marry into the Su family, which was the top gate valve back then. And the 4 words "door is right for the family" are not outdated nowadays. Not to mention, it was still in that era. Qin Tian shook his head. What we've found out so far are all superficial things. These won't be of interest to you. The people below are still investigating. I'll report back when there are concrete results. At first, about the Su family back in the day, they all just assumed that there was some power struggle involved up there. But, after a line of Hanjiang, the more contact to which, the more I feel that this matter is not so simple. In fact, think carefully, if it is really only a power struggle, so that the Su family back then away from Kyoto, then, so how can they, in this position, not even know half of the specifics? And do not talk about Ji Rulong the prince, alone born in the Qin family, he should always hear some news. But so far, the older generation of people on this matter are not mentioned. Just know, the Su family back then, inexplicably, disappeared without a trace overnight. This, in and of itself, does not make sense. Ji Rulong temporarily did not want to explore too much in this complicated matter, simply went directly into the house, sat on the sofa and personally made a pot of tea. Times down. In terms of the outside world, after Tian Shangrui came down on behalf of the 3 top families, the whole visible situation, it was once in a calm stage, and in fact, the 3 big families in Yi Qianxian's death-related people, today, it has been eradicated cleanly. So far, the 6 people involved in the Hanjiang Academy, only one Jiang Foshan of the Jiang clan's royal family is left, and on the Hanjiang side, the only ones who should be killed are those who are in charge of the 3 great clans. Ji Rulong picked up his teacup and gently blew on it. Almost, it's time to close the net. The last 3 days, vital, a lot of pressure, will be in these last 3 days. One should be pressed over. This is in fact through the capital side of the overnight meeting is enough to see. If, remember correctly, how long has it been since the last time the capital held an all-encompassing assembly? More than a year ago, when the nations outside the country joined forces in a surprise attack on the border army? I reckon that there won't be too much controversy on the Prime Minister's side in this matter. It's just that your identity is too special to be dealt with like an ordinary person. That's why you need to discuss a solid plan to deal with you, Qin Tian said, and suddenly smiled with a slightly deeper meaning. For example, that one air girl? The world, after all, it's still the fists that do the talking. Individual force value can be said to suppress the world's Ji Rulong, and itself in the border army, has an absolute prestige. Such a person, even if it is the capital, but also do not dare to easily provoke anger. With Elder Ji not saying anything, if they wanted Ji Rulong to withdraw his troops, they had to consider Ji Rulong's thoughts in every way. Otherwise, 50,000 border troops entering the country en masse. Who wouldn't ing panic? And, Wei Wanner, the granddaughter of the governor, whether it is her identity, or this layer of relationship with Ji Rulong, who grew up as a childhood friend, is the best peacemaker? And it is much more euphemistic than forcing a transfer order from the capital's side. This is something that even Qin Tian can see and understand. Ji Rulong. How could he not be clear about what the capital side is playing? All of them are afraid to fight, but this battle, however, has to be fought. Ji Rulong put down his teacup and asked, on the side of the local war zone, are you ready? Qin Tian nodded. I was about to talk to you about this. According to your orders, the native war zone will mobilize 80,000 troops into the city at that time. Lu Rongyi's side sent word today that a handful of their war zone will come to invite you tomorrow. This thing, Ji Rulong had ordered it down a long time ago. That oldest brother of his, as a first-class school officer, who had spent his life fighting for his country, as a Hanjiang man, was clothed with such honor that the home front deserved to see him off on that day. In his honor. Just, invite me? Ji Rulong was puzzled. He didn't remember. He had this trip. Qin Tian smiled and said, 80,000 troops is not a small number. And for this reason, the local war zone side began to study the program several days ago, so as to avoid any slip-ups on the day Big Brother left the city. From what they say, the odds are that they are ready now, so they intend to ask you, the highest general to enter Han River proper since the founding of the country, to come down and review the field. If there are problems, they may as well improve ahead of time. Have to say, this point, the local war zone is still more considerate. Must know, Yi Qingyun is going to be sent to Kyoto Yingling Park. This kind of big event, how can they not be careful and prudent? An accident, who can carry the burden? Also, I don't know if you still remember you said before that the leading figures of the 13 war zones in the southern realm wanted to come and visit Hanjiang? Qin Tian continued to add, I reckon that a handful of the home front will still talk to you about this tomorrow. Ji Rulong nodded. Tomorrow. To this, if the people in this world who understood Ji Rulong the most were Elder Ji and that little aunt of his, then further back, it would be him, Qin Tian. So many years. Qin Tian knew too well that Ji Rulong was not a person who liked to show his face, but this time, after all, they were the ones who were in trouble in the first place, so Ji Rulong probably wouldn't refuse, so that tomorrow's schedule could be finalized. After making the timetable, Qin Tian suddenly remembered something as if he flipped a page from one of the many folders. By the way, on the side of the three great clans, there has been a huge change in funding. Specific? Ji Rulong came to have some interest. It's not to the same degree, but they are, odds are, raising money across the board. Fundraising? Generally speaking, by the time the three top families are in this situation, fundraising is only for two purposes: money transfer, or spend huge amounts of property and ask more powerful people to come down and level the playing field. Other than that, there is almost no other possibility. And the transfer of funds, obviously, is unlikely. Now the Han River, basically all in his control. This point, the three big families are not unaware of. This time, diverting funds and running off to make a comeback elsewhere is purely self-defeating. Therefore, can only invite a bigger person to try to calm his Ji Rulong's anger, or simply let him buried in the Han River. How much? Ji Rulong asked again. As of now, it won't be lower than 50 billion. Qin Tian replied. Oh, 50 billion? This amount. It wasn't small, even for a behemoth like the three top families that had been entrenched in the local area for decades. It wouldn't be easy to come up with such a large amount of money. But, Ji Rulong covered down with one hand. The tea smoke became a painting, like a magnificent river and mountain. But then in the next second, it was all annihilated, turning the clouds over, upsetting the mountains. All, at my whim. What man? Bigger than me? Let them in. But anyone who interferes in this matter will die. Chapter 116, My Liao family, I can crush you with one hand. Since Zhao's group change of dynasty, someone in the dark for Yi Qianxian father and daughter revenge thing, has been rumored and never-ending, almost a household name. Plus, a series of recent events in the Han River have further left the city's street people hanging in the balance. However, for several days in a row, there was no more news about this matter, which not only made outsiders secretly wonder whether things had turned from bright to dark, rather than not making any progress. Further, according to the local residents' knowledge of the three top families, after an incident like this, the other side would definitely do everything possible to prevent the incident from further expanding its influence, and then, as usual, completely extinguish the incident. It's not impossible. If things do go in that direction again, does that mean that the end result will, once again, be all thunder and no rain? In time, just come up with a random reason to stall the crowd, and then, the people at the top preserve the benefits, and as for the truth, it is once again trampled into the darkness. The so-called big shots who come to stretch justice are, however, using this incident to extract benefits? Otherwise, how can we explain the way we've been conducting our business in an undisclosed manner for a while now, as well as just as outsiders are secretly suspicious. Rooted in the local community for decades, both in the bottom and upper middle class are widely known to the Hopscotch Club, suddenly shut down the business, and the various districts of the parish have been hung up white curtains. Then, there is the aspect of the major media in Han River, led by the head office, down to the units, uninterruptedly to the outside world to publish the truth about the death of Yi Qian father and daughter, at the same time, and the crimes committed by the three top families. Wow! The whole city is in an uproar. How could something like this, which concerned the reputation of the three top families, be publicly revealed? Plus, the full shutdown of the Hopscotch Club, no matter how you look at it, seems like a supreme tribute to someone in mourning. It follows from this, things that are not what they think they are, seemingly calm under the surface, in fact, is brewing the final storm, and the media side and a series of moves of the Hopfest, obviously is the final padding, leaking out nothing more than a message. Precautionary shot 1. Will it be far from making a move on the three great families? The final hurdle, which was coming soon, this big shot who came out of nowhere, and the three top families, who was stronger or weaker, and what would be the final result? One time, the entire side of the Han River was pulled over. Can imagine, compared to the outside world is not related to the masses, in the middle of the matter and has been pushed to the tip of the wind and waves of the three big families, at this moment is already in fear. Of course, the main reason for this emotion to grow, or because of the death of Wang Jingwu them, this time, the death is no longer involved in the Hanjiang Academy of Direct People, which, and Wang Jingwu's two sisters, ask, how can they not be afraid? God knows, who else will Ji Rulong strike at next? The point is, they have no way to do this, all the means that can be used, all by Ji Rulong card dead. In short, the other side of the power shone, far above them. The moment, the inner sanctum of the heavenly family, Tianfang Qian sank his face, and below him, a group of people from the three families were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Today, the core members of the three great families, almost all of them, were present, and this kind of thing, for decades, was the first time it had happened. A group of people who have been used to living in the high and mighty days and never thought that there would be this day, when faced with this situation, simply do not know what to do, can only come in droves and ask the person who is in charge to come and get an idea. Any time. The most taboo of all, is to disorganize oneself. Therefore, looking at the noisy crowd below, Tianfang Qian finally couldn't help himself. All shut up for the old man, His Majesty, still in full force. As soon as those words went down, there was silence. After the quiet, Wang Zutian, who was sitting on the left-hand side and who had suffered the heaviest losses so far, then looked at Tianfang Qian and said, on the side of the martial pavilion, what does it say? This is the matter of inviting His Excellency Wu to the field. Is the Tianfang Qian single-handedly in the organization, and in order to confidentiality, beforehand and did not make a big fuss, so this word out, immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Tianfang Qian's tone was heavy. $50 billion, is the threshold. Words. Wang Zutian and Jiang Baoshang both had their pupils shrunk. When they decided to ask His Excellency Wu to level the field, it wasn't that they hadn't estimated the number. $50 billion. It was completely enough to make the heavenly ranking powerhouses come down and sell their lives. So, they have been preparing towards that number for the last few days. But now, they want to check their capital. So we have to raise enough $50 billion before they can set off. As for the exact number of the offer, we have to meet up at the time and talk about it in detail. Tianfang Qian added again. How many now? Paul Chang asked. Tianfang Qian looked at a certain middle-aged man below. The middle-aged man stepped out. Now it's only 40 billion out. Before tomorrow should be able to make up 50 billion. Time is too tight. A lot of things to realize the price, but also than in the past to suppress a few percent. Otherwise it is also more than this number. No matter how much money it is, old me agrees. In short, tomorrow at noon, I must meet the people from the Martial Pavilion. Is there any problem? Zhang Baoshang asked Tianfang Qian. Same old man. Wang Zutian was quick for once in a rare moment. Obviously, being pushed hard because of Wang Jingwu's and their deaths. To this, Tianfang Qian had even less to say. Then it's settled. What else do you guys have to say? Finally, it was asked toward the people of the three great families below. The three family heads are wise. We have no opinion. They're coming. Nothing, is to eat a pill of peace of mind? Now Tianfang Qian them, has revealed, invited the existence of the Martial Pavilion heavenly ranking down, and tomorrow too. So what else do they have to worry about? Wu Kong, the heavenly list. The energy possessed by these four words, even when taken apart and spoken individually, was enough to astound the world. What's more, together? This next, What reason is there for the other side not to die? The crowd dispersed. The Hop Sing Society has also taken sides? When there were only 3 people left in the scene, Wang Jingwu couldn't help but mention it. Tian Fongqian nodded. Wait to hold that guy down. Then clean up those dog-eaters. Hop Sing. Humph. Why not take advantage of this time to eradicate them? Soon after, the Liao family in the eastern part of the city openly shouted to the public. If you have the guts, just reveal your identity and compete squarely. Just like a rat, you will only sneak attack in the dark, and as a result, you still think that you are relying on your strength to gain the upper hand? Without those dog legs of yours, just like you, my Liao family, I can crush you with one hand. No more covering up. It is self-evident to whom these words were shouted, and obviously, the Liao family alone could never have the guts to shout out these words, so there must be an authorization from the 3 great families in this. Sure, these words of information, but also full, probably revealed that the 3 great families are not actually taking that big man at their wits' end, but because the other side, hiding their identities, do not dare to go head-to-head? The radicalization is obvious, but the outside world also wants to see how that big man will respond, or simply not responding. Time, in anticipation, it becomes long. After the Liao family put out the word, people couldn't help but turn disappointed when they were delayed in waiting for that big shot's response. Although the 3 families were using a provocative method, if they did not respond directly, would it not be a disguised acknowledgement of the other party's words? Would he not dare to engage in a head-on battle at all? That night, a voice suddenly appeared from the martial sect district before sweeping across the city. 3 days later, I hope that your Liao family will still be alive and kicking like this. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Chapter 117, Seat 33, Wei Min. Actually, having traveled south for such a long time, there were not a few people who natively knew Ji Rulong's true identity. Only, none dared to voice it. Even, for example, the Lu family and other celebrities in the woman district. Simply because they guessed that Ji Rulong might be a general officer. They all kept their mouths shut for fear that if they were not careful, trouble would come out of their mouths. So, regarding Ji Rulong, the character who came out of nowhere, who could arm wrestle with the 3 top families and gain the upper hand at every turn, everyone was naturally curious as to what he was all about, and why he would stand up for Yi Qianxian's father and daughter. And now, he put it out in public, and although he did not explicitly disclose it, the meaning he wanted to convey was already obvious. In 3 days, I'll compete with you in public. Hope. Can your Liao family still be as alive as they are now after learning my exact identity? As far as the outside public was concerned, they were not at all clear about what this 3 days meant, and were only secretly looking forward to it. Even the Lu family and others who had seen Ji Rulong's methods but were not aware of his specific identity were also looking forward to it. General? Or the second generation of some warzone bigwig's family? One of the two is basically the nail in the coffin. Day 2. Less than noon. Located in the Han River Highway intersection around the avenue, has parked several rows of high-grade commercial vehicles, suits in the center of the crowd. The head of the 3 is Tian Fongqian. With the 3 companies exhausting all their efforts, the $50 billion threshold fee was fully raised last night. The Martial Pavilion Heavenly Ranking Existence, which also set off overnight, would arrive at the Han River before noon. Seen. In addition to the people from the 3 families, there were also a few people from the Wu Pavilion's branch pavilion in Hanjiang, the leader of which was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a very extraordinary aura, wearing a robe exclusive to the Wu Pavilion, which appeared to be exceptionally bright in the crowd. He, none other than the Han River Martial Pavilion's pavilion master, Ma Yi. After all, is the general cabinet side down the strength status, are higher than them, so after receiving the news, the Hanjiang martial arts cabinet side, is also extremely important. The number of people was small, but those who came, besides him, the cabinet master, were the second and third hand below. A martial artist like Chen Tianyang was not even qualified to come and greet them today. At this point, Ma Yi took the initiative to step forward and greeted the 3 Tian Fongqian people, and continued with a saddened face, "The 3 family masters, please also express your condolences. Despite Tian Shangrui 3 people's death, the 3 families maneuvered very low-key, but also deliberately blocked the news." But similar to Ma Yi, this and Hanjiang stand on the first step of the ladder of characters, or clear. Moreover, as the pavilion master of the Han River Martial Pavilion, his interactions with the 3 helmsmen of the top families, Tian Fongqian, were not shallow. Just after the Zhao family's change of dynasty, they, the Martial Pavilion, had been acting as outsiders in the whole thing, belonging to a matter of no concern to themselves. Not long ago, Tian Fongqian had also contacted Ma Yi, with the purpose of hoping that he could be allowed to bridge the gap and contact the people above the martial pavilion. But he had politely declined because he didn't want to get involved in right and wrong. Now, he offered to strike up a conversation, but only got an icy response. Are the three of you still bothering with me? Ma-yi deliberated for a long time and once again took the initiative to speak, attempting to further ease the relationship. You're the martial pavilion's pavilion master in the Han River Branch Pavilion. You're strong and have a strong background. How would we dare to take you into account? Pavilion Master Ma is overstating things, Tian Fongqian sarcastically said with a smile on his face. In the beginning, he reached out to Mai, but the other party chose to set aside their relationship because of the uncertainty of the situation. And now that they saw that they had invited the bigwigs from the martial pavilion, they came up and took the initiative to ease their relationship. Where could it be so good? Therefore, you could say it's not half as good as it looks. Mai was silent for a long time and sighed. Alas, although Mr. Ma is the pavilion master of the Han River Martial Pavilion, he is not a man of one word. Plus, the guy who clashed with you guys obviously has a notable background in the war zone. I'm in a position where I'm not up and down, and I have to walk on thin ice and everything. Tian Fongqian was silent. Seeing the situation, Ma-yi once again said, this matter, in the final analysis, is only a conflict between your local forces and him. If we, the Martial Pavilion, rashly intervene in and cause a conflict between the Martial Pavilion and the Ministry of the Army, this is a responsibility that Mr. Ma cannot afford. To put it bluntly, I, Ma-yi, am merely the head of a sub-pavilion. What the hell is that compared to the one you three invited down? Therefore, you three really need to understand me. The three Tian Fongqian were silent, even simply not looking at him, simply looking like he was too lazy to talk to him. Ma-yi's face sank slightly, and his tone gradually turned sour. The tall one's downfall. Mr. Ma is naturally following suit and doing his best to help you guys deal with that person, and at that time, I still hope that the three old men will take more care of the care. The words came out in a huff. Next, after all, even if that one comes, he won't be able to stay for long, and after that, the relationship will still have to be maintained by us. Tian Fongqian sidled his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. Words have meaning. Which one of them is not a human savant? How could they not hear the deep meaning contained in Ma-yi's words? To put it bluntly, you've invited the existence of the heavenly ranking of the Martial Pavilion, but can they stay in Hanjiang all the time? Your three families are rooted in the local area, and in the future, you will still have to maintain your relationship with him as the Hanjiang Branch Pavilion's pavilion master? Relationships across the road are like mountains. You guys, no matter what, are the ones who paid for it, while he, Ma-yi, has the status of being a proper member of the Martial Pavilion, and for that, you've had a falling out with him. Have you really thought about it? Ma-yi looked at the three with a smile, waiting for an answer. Tian Fongqian was silent for a little while and suddenly laughed. Rather, it's the old man's pattern that is small. Pavilion Master Ma don't mind. During this period of time some matters at home have made the three old men's hearts haggard, and they really don't have much of a mood. Ma grinned. Understandable. In the future, I will likewise rely on Pavilion Master Ma to take more care of me. Mutual fulfillment. A conversation down. Both sides are to get what they want. So, there is no need to continue to talk more. Finally, around 12 o'clock in the afternoon, a business car with a Kyoto license plate that started with the word Wu arrived at the scene, and Tian Fongqian and the others hurriedly greeted them when they saw it. The car door opens. An invisible aura of terror swept in all directions. Wind. Momentary stillness. Tian Fongqian and the others were waiting at the side, and then they only saw an old man dressed in a long black coat with a full complexion stepping out of the car. Beside him, there were also two servants with clear eyebrows, plus a middle-aged man whose aura was not the least bit weaker than even Ma-yi's. And in addition, there was also a young girl. Martial Pavilion in Hanjiang Branch Pavilion Master Ma-yi. I respectfully welcome Lord 33 Seat to Hanjiang. The moment he saw this old man, Ma-yi's heart shook violently, and he immediately shouted with both hands clasping his fists. The 33rd seat of the Martial Arts Pavilion, Wei Min, a strength, high in the 7th heaven, is under the martial arts list, close to the top 30 strong. Although Ma-yi got the news a long time ago, but at this moment to see the real person, still cannot help but be excited. Nervous, after all, such a character, generally entrenched in Kyoto, ordinary people see a side as difficult as heaven. Chapter 118, half of the property of your three families. Seats, combine individual strengths, and influence to rank them. Although, the Martial Pavilion Real Stone Pillar level strong man and so on is not in this list, but the Martial Pavilion network of the world's strong countless, Wei Min can be among the 33rd seat. It is enough to see its strength is how extraordinary. Simply put, in addition to the strongest on the martial Dao list. This one, in the entire martial pavilion, ranked 33 in terms of strength. As for the three lists of heaven and earth, corresponding to the upper, middle, and lower three heavens of the 9 heavens of martial arts, belonged to the folklore, and were actually not very informative. Since the beginning of the martial pavilion, there was only one list, and that was the martial Dao list. Those who made the list were all the most powerful people who were famous on one side. A few years ago, someone who had pierced through the martial arts list with his own strength had stirred up the world and was recognized by the martial pavilion as being the number one in the world, belonging to the martial extreme world, a half-human, half-divine being, thus showing the gold content of this list. Greetings, Lord Wei. At this point, several voices pulled my Yi's thoughts back. He glanced at the 3 Tianfeng and secretly said in his heart, these 3 old guys are afraid of hemorrhaging this time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to invite a strong person with a seat on the table. No need to be polite. Wei Min opened his mouth. His voice was flat, but it gave off an ear-shattering feeling. Tianfeng moved slightly inwardly. All these years, he Tian family and the local king. His eyes naturally has long been not limited to the Han River, this piece of land. A few years earlier, he has also visited many places, has been to those who really inherited many years of the family. However, similar to Wei Min, this kind of strong person whose breath was long, and when he moved, it was like a shocking wave coming over his face. It was still the first time he had seen it. And, with his personal aura, he still felt a huge pressure in front of this person. And, naturally, he was not the only one who felt this way. The 3 men looked at each other. Smiles were welling up in the bottom of his eyes. This time, he had really invited the right person. Bother you. Why are you still standing here? We came all night and you guys are just entertaining us on the highway intersection? Suddenly, an extremely impatient voice drew everyone's attention. It was the little girl who followed Wei Min around, old husband's granddaughter, Wei Luanjiao. Wei Min appeared to introduce herself, but actually had the intention of reminding the crowd. So it's Miss Wei, please forgive me. I have already set up a banquet at the manor to receive all of you who have come from afar. Please. Tianfeng gathered his thoughts and invited. Wei Luanjiao snorted coldly, with a look of being above eye level and looking down on no one. Soon after, at the Tian family manor, the people had already taken their seats, and midway through, Tianfeng and the others learned about the specific identities of the other 3 people on Wei Min's trip. Middle age. It was Wei Min's eldest disciple, named Han Chen. The other 2 eyebrows and eyes, seemingly attendant young man, is his little disciple. As for Wei Luanjiao, purely in the Wei Min brought to go through a scene. Miss A, but there is nothing to mention. This old man has no habit of talking nonsense. Let's get straight to business. After tea, Wei Min picked up his napkin and said to Tianfeng, money, is it ready? Tianfeng nodded. 50 billion, it's ready. However, Wei Min, shook his head. Seeing the situation, Tianfeng also understood his meaning, and immediately asked, then I wonder how much is appropriate according to Lord Wei's meaning? 50 billion, just the threshold, not the price of his bid. About this, Tianfeng heart is very clear. They are also ready for multiple parties to raise the price upwards. But, Wei Min's next sentence, however, directly caused their faces to change drastically. I want half of your 3 families' fortune, so that I can make sure to make that boy disappear from this world. The words came out. The scene, straight away, was dead silent. A lion's share? To know, half of their 3 family property combined. Conservative estimates will not be less than $100 billion, which nearly is their 3 generations? Decades of hard work to save down. Now, he opened his mouth to take away? If you were anyone else, Tianfeng would surely have to be furious on the spot. But, what? My grandfather's personal intervention is still more than half of your 3 families' properties? I'm telling you guys, don't be ignorant. It's all your good fortune that my grandfather can come and help you. If my grandfather doesn't make a move, based on the current situation of your 3 families, it won't take more than a few days for someone else to kill you all, whether you want money or your life. You guys will see what you have to do. At this point, Wei Luanjiao, who was sitting below Wei Min, tilted her head and pompously said. Tianfeng and the others' faces were once again ugly. Zhaoer, don't talk nonsense. Wei Min pretended to chide, before smilingly saying to Tianfeng and the others, I am not taking advantage of a man's danger to ask for a lion's share of the money. That person is after all from the war zone, and his position is not low. The risk one needs to take to kill a person like that, $50 billion, is far from enough to make up for it. Besides, you guys won't think that the old man going south is just my personal intention? The words came out. Once again, It set off shocking waves in the hearts of Tian Fengqian and the others. What you mean is that the above. There are some things that can be kept in your heart. There is no need to say them out. In short, Lao Fu can tell you with assurance that as long as you guys promise this threat, Lao Fu will 100% help you eradicate it. Wei Min raised his hand and interrupted. Words. The three Tian Fengqian were all silent. If, by taking out half of the property, this hidden danger can be completely solved, by the time Zhang's site is vacated, a wave of dividends down will be enough to let them bleed back. It is not completely impossible to agree. The key is, for a long time, Tian Fengqian Kai slowly said, Lord Wei is right. That guy is indeed not a simple character, holding heavy power. My Tian family originally had an old servant of the sixth heaven. But, when the words came to him, he didn't continue, as well as, Wei Min could naturally understand the meaning he was trying to convey with these words, so at that moment, he just laughed and lifted the teacup on his right-hand side. Spin. Palm flicked. The teacup in his hand suddenly sheathed like a sharp blade, flew towards a fake mountain not far away, and finally sat in the center of the fake mountain ruthlessly. In the next second, the entire mountain, centered on the point where the mountain landed, crumbled in all directions. A junior disciple hurriedly got up and went forward, brought back the cup of tea that was thrown out by Wei Min, and respectfully handed it over to Wei Min's hands. The latter picked up and took a sip before looking at the three Tian Fengqian. How was it? This, Tian Fengqian. Three people have been shocked to no end. The entire mountain has crumbled, but the teacups are half of the matter. Under this godlike means, can imagine what kind of profound power is needed to support it? Snap. On the scene, there was applause. Alright, I promise. Tian Fengqian nodded his head. At this point, Wang Zutian could not wait to get up. I don't know. Lord Wei, when are you going to take action against that dog? There's no rush. Wei Min waved his hand. I heard that guy let the word out yesterday, meaning that he intends to reveal his identity. Tomorrow? There is such a thing. Wang Zutian nodded. Tomorrow then. Wouldn't it be more fun to send him to hell at the height of his powers? Chapter 119 Martial Pavilion Orthodoxy. Grand Master Existence. Words. The three of them, Tian Fengqian, had indescribably pleasant hearts. In just a few days, it was as if they were lambs to the slaughter, and as long as the other party was on a whim, they would take away the lives of important members of their family, leaving them helpless. Nowadays, Wei Min's downfall finally allowed them to spit out the mouthful of sulkiness they were holding in their hearts. 3 days later, I hope your Liao family is still alive and kicking like this? I don't know. Tomorrow, when you reveal your identity and attempt to shock everyone in one fell swoop, only to find out that we, the three families, have invited an even more honorable being, what kind of expression will it be? Think, both ugly and stifling? After things were finalized, they naturally entered into the formal hospitality, the three helmsmen of Tian Fengqian, asking Wei Min and Ma Yi to go with them, while Han Chen and Wei Luanjiao, they were entertained by the other people of the three families. Midway, Tian Shangrui's father, Tian Zongjin, tentatively inquired to Han Chen, the visitor is a guest, naturally follow the guest's opinion, and, Han Chen made it clear, man, nothing but, three hobbies, money, power, beauty, the first 2 points, to his position, in the case of strength cannot be further, what he has arrived at the peak, but it is all the way to the boat, need to relax and relax. I dare not say anything else, but this is something that my heavenly family happens to be involved in. All of them are bred from a young age, and there are special people in charge of checking their bodies regularly, so it is guaranteed that they can satisfy you. Tian Zongjin looked at him and smiled. Oh, Han Chen instantly became interested. There's such a good thing? That's natural. It's naturally impossible for someone from heaven to entertain you with unusual goods, isn't it? Tian Zongjin nodded his head. That kind of thing, with the general public, it may not even be heard of. Not even heard of. But, at the real top stream level, it was very common, and although the Tian family had always advocated hegemony in Han River, there were times when they still needed to rely on some means to enlist relationships. Actually, it wasn't just the heavenly family. Many of the great clans that were on the upper levels had this kind of place that was specifically used for caging relationships. Fine, then go where you say. Han Chen was overjoyed to hear this, and was already excited to go. At this point, Tian Zongjin looked at Wei Luanjiao. For the sake of it, Miss Wei, it's a bit inappropriate for a woman to follow? Unexpected. Han Chen, however, waved his hand. Luanjiao must be by my side in my master's absence. Just have her wait outside when the time comes. There's nothing she wants to go to anyway. I'll listen to Uncle Han. Wei Luanjiao nodded. And in front of Han Chen, there wasn't that sense of superiority of coming from a big place to a small place. Mainly, Han Shan was a strong person of the 6th heavenly layer, and his grandfather's great disciple, and given his age, it was not impossible for him to step into the 7th heavenly layer in the future, so she was no more haughty, but she didn't have the guts to fool around in front of Han Shan. Also, as Wei Min's granddaughter, in the imperial city of Kyoto, although it is not possible to talk about mixing in the top circles all year round, but for this kind of thing, it also belongs to the strange. Seeing the situation, Tianzongjin didn't say anything more and ordered his subordinates to prepare a car, and the group set off. 2 hours later, in a large lounge covering hundreds of square feet, Tianzongjin personally poured a glass of wine for Han Shan, and immediately there was a subordinate who brought a box of expensive cigars to serve him throughout. How about it, brother Han? Still satisfied? Tianzongjin laughed. Han Shan exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke with an expression of enjoyment. Not bad. You're good. Words. The corner of Tianzongjin's mouth rose slightly. It's good that brother Han is satisfied. In the future, if there is a need, feel free to order. Although we are separated by 2 places, but our kind of status, as long as we want to, it's not a problem. And when they heard his words, the other 2 young disciples with clear eyebrows, their eyes, immediately glared brightly. Obviously, they were all practicing martial arts in the martial pavilion on weekdays, and they rarely had the opportunity to enjoy themselves so much. With these words from Tianzongjin, wouldn't it be that in the future, even if they were far away from Kyoto, with just one phone call, the other party would be able to arrange everything properly? Han Shan raised his wine glass and touched it with Tianzongjin, and in the next second, his face turned playful. Brother Zongjin is so sweet. I'm afraid there's something difficult to say? Granted, it's just a martial artist, but to be able to mix into this position, the things that one has experienced, the vision and experience that one possesses, are far beyond the ordinary. In other words, but what kind of person with a bit of status would be a cutie pie? This time they went south to Hanjiang. To put it nicely, is to help the 3 big families to solve the problem. To put it bluntly, is nothing more than an exchange of benefits. The 3 big families to pay. They contribute. Do take people's money for people to eliminate things. Tianzongjin is Tian Fengqian's eldest son. The future probability is will take over the Tian family, become a whole Han River, stand in the top of the figures. There is no reason why such people, everywhere, should be entertained personally. What Han Shan mentioned in his words, though difficult to say, was actually said euphemistically enough to bluntly say that Tianzongjin had a purpose for doing so. After all, eat your heart out. At this time, Tianzongjin was making some requests, so could he still refuse? River Lake. That's it. It's nothing more than 4 words, the human condition. And upon hearing Han Shan's words, Tianzongjin was the first to be flabbergasted, then sighed. Alas, still nothing can be hidden from brother Han's eyes. But there's no harm in saying so. Han Shan lifted his hand, his entire person showing as much atmosphere as possible. So, Tianzongjin then organized his language and said with a sad expression, as you know, that dog thing has been massacring people from our 3 families for a while now, and my only son passed away. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. These days I'm so haggard that I can't eat or sleep, and I'm just thinking of expecting you guys to come here so that I can avenge this. Although, in accordance with Lord Wei's intention, I will be able to avenge my son's death tomorrow, but every time I think of it, that dog killed my son so brutally for the sake of 2 lowly pariahs who are as low as rotten mud. This heart of mine is like a knife twisting. In other words, he could not. Now, wait a moment. And hearing this, Wei Luanjiao, who had been on the sidelines holding her cell phone and enjoying herself alone, was also interested, although, as far as she was concerned, the heavenly family, they were just a native family of this small place in Han River, but ordinary people, they didn't have that ability to push them to this extent. Also, the guy, as far as I know, was very young. If it wasn't for her grandfather putting the word out ahead of time, she couldn't help but want to meet that guy right now. Just what kind of god he was. She raised her head and was about to say something when she realized that Han Shan had remained silent since the beginning. Therefore, he also held back the words that were on his lips. I am just such a nag. Brother Han do not need to take it too much to heart. In addition, although that dog thing is young, but I am afraid that only Lord Wei personally to deal with him. After all, my family of the Tian family has a 6 heavens already. Seeing Han Shan's silence, Tianzongjin shook his head again, but the implication of agitation in his words was very obvious. Only Wei Min himself can fix it? Han Shan knew that Tianzongjin was provoking him with these words, but in his heart, he was still upset to no end. Your family's 6th heaven can be compared to my Uncle Han? It's just something to look after your family. My Uncle Han. But the martial pavilion is orthodox, grand master-like existence, Wei Luanjiao chided. Chapter 120, I think I saw a great general. Yes, 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 yes. Someone from Tian didn't mean to look down on Brother Han. Speaking of which, I'm also angry for you guys. I'm sure you've learned about it, right? Tian Zongjin nodded repeatedly. Angry for them? Han Chen's few people were all puzzled at the moment. What do you mean? Han Sum said. Yesterday, we had already put out the news of your downfall, and had the Liao family below send out a voice to test the waters. But that dog didn't even take it seriously. Isn't that not putting you in the spotlight? Han Chen and the others' faces finally changed. There is such a thing? 1,000 times true. Tian Zongjin swore. It's so outrageous. To dare to speak out like this when he knows full well about our martial excellency field. Does he really think that having a bit of warzone background can be used as his talisman? Wei Luanjiao exasperatedly said. Uncle Han, I suggest that you directly take a shot at this unknowing guy to suppress. Such arrogant and ignorant guy. Where is worthy of my grandfather? Personally? Her. Though not from the martial court. But, her grandfather being the 33rd seat of the martial pavilion, she had always felt that the martial pavilion was a layer of gold trimmed on her body. The martial pavilion had been established for so many years, and nowadays its sub-pavilions were spread all over the north and south of the Yangtze River, with thousands of members, and the people of the martial pavilion were guests of honor wherever they went, and no one had ever dared to disregard the martial pavilion in such a way. Even if it's a war zone, can we definitely say that it's a solid suppression of the martial court? Not to mention, the other party, who still couldn't represent the entire war zone, actually, also had the guts, not to put them in their eyes? Han Chen narrowed his eyes. He knew very well that Tian Zongjin was using agitation on him. At first he didn't take it seriously, but now, he had to eat it. What will people think of him if he doesn't react in this way? Lead the way. Today I'll take my master's place and eradicate this little child. Even if his old man knows about it, I think he'll understand. Han Chen made up his mind and said with confidence, words. Tian Zongjin's face was delighted. Spin. The group took a car and headed straight for the river Bay. In the meantime, a bay of the river. Xin Tian, who was dressed in the formal attire of a first grade school officer, held in his hands the set of battle uniform that was the only one in the country, and said to Ji Rulong with a serious expression, Marquis, the people from the local war zone have already come, and the subordinates are changing for you. Outside the door, Lu Rongyi, as well as another middle-aged man, stood at the door and waited. The entire villa area, occupied by a line of military vehicles, for tomorrow's 80,000 troops to enter the city smoothly. Today we have to ask Ji Rulong to go down to review, in order to ensure that, after the army enters the city all the actions can be carried out in accordance with the other side of the idea. Soon after, dressed in formal attire, Ji Rulong and Qin Tian both appeared one after the other. Despite, he had already anticipated Ji Rulong's identity and was fully prepared. But at this moment, Lu Rongyi still couldn't help but tremble inwardly when he saw the battle dress embroidered with the picture of mountains and rivers. Snap! Stand at attention and salute. Before a set of words could be spoken, Ji Rulong gently raised his hand and said, no need. Just go. Center Avenue. Woman District. A commercial vehicle is traveling at breakneck speed. Wei Luanjiao leaned against the window, looking at the surrounding cars speeding past, but inwardly vaguely expectant. She had never doubted Han Chen's strength, and she could even imagine the expression of regret on the face of that ignorant man who hadn't put them in his sights when he was trampled underfoot. How much longer? Wei Luanjiao prodded. Soon. Tian Zongjin tried to control his expression as much as he could, but in reality, he was also anxious inside. Ever since his son's death, a wave of anger inside him had been pressed up until now, and now he would be able to vent it out immediately. Naturally, every second was torturous, as well as, for Han Chen cannot take Ji Rulong, this thing he never doubted. When the ancient river, although planted, but at that time, purely coincidentally encountered the Kyoto Ministry of Public Security side of the Down people, originally for them to serve a whole army combat team instantly for the use of Ji Rulong. Under this situation, even though Gu He was a 6th heavenly layer powerhouse, there was no reason why he wouldn't be planted. As for, Ji Rulong has the strength to kill Gu He alone. This matter killed him, do not believe. 20 years old, 6 heavens or even 7 heavens strong. Even if it is the martial pavilion, this kind of martial arts famous forces are windy, or even there is not, is an unknown. A war zone that resists looting can produce such evil? It's an international joke. Today, they decided to take action against Ji Rulong on a whim, but there was not an entire armed combat team guarding that dog's side. So, what reason did he have not to die? Thinking, Tian Zongjin couldn't help but look at Han Chen, who had been resting with his eyes closed since he got on the bus, and realized that the other party's aura was constantly condensing, and the sound of his heart beating was as deafening as if it were war drums beating on a battlefield. So strong. Tianzongjin secretly clenched his fist. Ru'er, father will soon be able to avenge you, so that you can rest in peace in the Nine Springs. There's a convoy from the war zone coming up ahead, the driver suddenly warned. Then, a few people then saw a long dragon driving through the wide center avenue, oppressive wherever it passed. That's the seat of a handful of the local war zone. Pull over, it's better to keep a low profile at times like this, Tianzongjin explained. Wei Wanjiao stared tightly out the window, totally curious. A handful of local war zones, the supreme commander of a prefecture-level city war zone, no longer needed to be elaborated too much on the power they possessed in the homeland. In a sense, this is the entire Han River identity of the most prominent existence. The three helmsmen have to stand aside. In the local area, I'm afraid that even a figure like her grandfather wouldn't easily offend the other party, right? For some reason, at this moment, she couldn't help but think of Ji Rulong's body. This guy, as far as having a war zone background, could it be that he was relying on the local war zone a handful of times? But soon, she smiled to herself and denied the idea. If the entirety of the native war zone could be used for Ji Rulong, then what the hell were they playing at? May, how is it possible? Wei Wanjiao's eyes steeply widened, and then her body also instantly shrunk back in fear, her face pale and sweating profusely. What's wrong? Seeing her like this, Tianzongjin and the others were baffled. I think I saw a general. A great general. Wei Wanjiao's lips turned white as she shivered. Tianzongjin. Sam Han. General? Are you seeing things wrong? How could a great general appear in Han River? Moreover, that is clearly the seat of a handful of the local war zone, which is something that Mr. Wang is still able to confirm. Tianzongjin shook his head. Han Chen smiled back, not taking it too seriously. That kind of character, even in Kyoto, it's hard to meet one, either in public or in private, let alone a small Han River. Plus, if it were really a great general, it wouldn't be such a small convoy. Chapter 121, Wei Wan Air. Could it be? Did you really misread it? Wei Wanjiao pondered for a long time, then smiled to herself. It seems that it is the reason that he did not have a good rest yesterday, so that his eyes are not very good. That level of big people, once visiting the Han River, it is not an exaggeration to say that the routes he passes through will certainly be fully controlled. How is it possible? Just this reception specification alone? Also, the battle uniform seen earlier in a quick glance seemed fancy? I was the one who was wrong. Let's go. Don't delay. Wei Wanjiao shook her head and laughed. Soon after, the commercial vehicle arrives at the river water bay. This is that guy's residence? Han Chen got out of the car, looked at the villa with the door closed, and asked Tianzongjin, who was at the side. What's going on? A trip for nothing? Wei Wanjiao frowned, rather irritated, looking forward to half a day. As a result, they are not there at all? The moment. Tianzongjin's face was gloomy. As far as I understand it, at this time of the day, that dog should be at the villa. Why don't I have someone check where he is and then we'll go over? Words. Han Chen, however, shook his head. There's no need for that. Since he's not here, it means that heaven's will is for him to die tomorrow. It's only a delay of up to a day anyway. So what's the harm in letting him live for one more night? That's it. Lazy defined. Before coming you didn't even say to look after the people, making this lady not in the mood at all. Wei Wanjiao was also impatient. Having said that, getting into the car on his own. Tired. Take me to rest. Tianzongjin opened his mouth. May. Before the words came out, Han Chen, who was on the side, was the first to interrupt. Brother Zongjin, we are all people with status. The main reason I can take the initiative to come here today. In fact, you should have a number in your heart, right? In other words, compared to your agitation, I, Han Chen, actually give you face as a person. In such a situation, if they still went all over the city to look for Ji Rulong, the word would spread, more or less, somewhat degrading themselves. What Brother Han said is true. It's my fault for not thinking things through. In that case, let's wait for tomorrow. Tianzongjin took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions and said. Han Some got in the car. Tianzongjin looked at the villa with red eyes and clenched his fists. Dog, you're lucky today. I don't know. The ones who were truly lucky were them. If they had come a little earlier, they might have been able to coincide with the scene where the native war zone came to pick up Ji Rulong. And in that situation, it didn't make sense that they, for one, would still be able to leave alive. Han River Airport. A magnificent, young woman wearing sunglasses, gently inhaled, her voice ethereal. Hanjiang City, Fanchang, it's right next to it, isn't it? Behind, a hunchbacked old woman with a cane and closed eyes nodded. And besides this old crone, There was also a short-haired woman with an unassuming demeanor and professional attire by the young woman's side. Does Miss want to go to Fanchang for a walk? Master Chi settled in Fanchang. The young woman raised her hand calmly and removed her sunglasses, revealing a stunning face that was nearly flawless. Wei Wan Air, granddaughter of the current governor of Daxia. If it's fine, going to Fanchang, the #1 ancient city, to walk around and have a look is a good choice, and it would be even better if you can join him. Wei Wan Air slowly spoke. Her voice was beautiful, crisp with a softness to it, a purple dress, but also let her whole person show the noble, even if it is not know its details of the people at a glance, but also can feel that kind of everyone from the noble. Therefore, her appearance instantly caused countless people outside the airport to stop and watch. Crown Prince, where is it? For this kind of gaze, Wei Wan Air already belonged to the category of being accustomed to it, and at that moment, she just asked the middle-aged woman. In the home front, specific, we found out that the Crown Prince is having the 80,000 troops stationed in the home front come into the city tomorrow, so they were asked to review them today. The short-haired woman returned, then pulled out a tablet. I've booked a hotel. Why don't you go rest and relax first, and when the Crown Prince returns, I'll inform you first? Look out. The short-haired woman, at Wei Wan'er's side, acted as a similar identity to Qin Tian. Tomorrow, you're transferring 80,000 troops into the city? Beforehand, although Wei Wan'er had understood this matter and had come here for this reason, she did not expect that the scale would be so large. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly as she commanded, go directly to the Crown Prince's residence in Han River and wait. Other side, Ji Rulong was still unaware that Wei Wan Air had already arrived at the Han River. Therefore, by the time he returned to River Water One from the home theater, he was frowning. I guess I've been waiting for you for half a day. Qin Tian looked at the trio of Wei Wan'er, who were parked in front of the villa and standing beside the business car, and smiled at Ji Rulong. Lift the country, the person who could make Wei Wan Air, the granddaughter of the governor, stand outside the door and wait. I'm afraid that apart from Ji Rulong, there was no one else, which was not to say that the other party was so afraid of Ji Rulong, but rather, it was a kind of admiration for Ji Rulong. At this point, suddenly arrived at the scene of the caravan, is also caused Wei Wan Air 3 people's attention, and so see Ji Rulong get off the car. Wei Wan Air can no longer hold back. 3 steps and 2 steps to welcome up. May. When she stood in front of Ji Rulong, her entire body turned cautious again. Long time no see. A little while later, Wei Wan Air took the initiative to open her mouth. Ji Rulong nodded. It's been over a year. Last time we met. Or more than a year ago he was seriously injured. Wei Wan Air was at his side, guarding him for several days and nights, but after that, before his injuries recovered, he returned to Guanwei, and it has not been until now that we meet again. Are you okay? Wei Wan'er obviously also thought of what happened back then. She still remembered that at that time, Ji Rulong had almost no intact places all over his body, and his entire back was sunken in. That time, the military hospitals stationed outside of Guam were unable to treat his injuries, nor did they dare to do so casually. Eventually, can only send him to Kyoto. Please mobilize the Chinese and Western, the top medical experts down, after several days, only to pull him back from the Ghost Gate. It was also that time that Wei Wan Air realized the cruelty of the war, and in order for Ji Rulong to no longer be in such a situation, she took the initiative to pull down her face and find her grandfather, who was the governor, to reveal to the Ji family the intention of the marriage. 1 to come, it's because she really likes Ji Rulong. 2 to come, if Ji Rulong married her, the Guanwei side would support a new general up, and Ji Rulong wouldn't have to risk his life like this. But it was also because of this that the relationship between her and Ji Rulong had become less casual than before. It's long been done, don't worry. Ji Rulong nodded. At this point, the short-haired woman and the crone also bowed slightly and saluted Ji Rulong. Greetings, Marquis. Chapter 122 scared himself. The short-haired woman, Ji Rulong didn't have much of an impression, but the blind old crone, Ji Rulong remembered the other party. You are Granny Ouyang, right? The crone froze. Spinning around, he suddenly laughed. The Marquis remembers my old self? I remember. I saw you more than 10 years ago. I haven't seen you for so many years. You still look the same. Ji Rulong nodded. Ouyang, this family name, in Kyoto, is not considered to be a powerful family, and even the clan, there are not many, but is specialized in serving the highest authority in the capital. Some of the personal security of the big shots. Simply put, the people of the Ouyang clan were all ranked among the top powerhouses. The crone, however, was the strongest of the top powerhouses, a being capable and responsible for protecting the governor. Therefore, It was Ji Rulong who had an impression of her. According to the rules, Wei Wan airstrip, the other party is responsible for accompanying. Obviously some fuss, but she happened to follow, thus showing that the capital side not only want to persuade, but also intends to force pressure. Even you have come. It seems like that Lord Governor of ours has made a great determination, Ji Rulong said again. Sure enough, the words came out. All three of their faces changed. The old crone stepped forward, directly ignoring Ji Rulong's words, and answered, to be remembered by the Marquis. It is an honor for the old body, but it is the Marquis. These years have passed. Halfway through the sentence, the crone suddenly hung her head and fell silent. How? Ji Rulong asked with a smile. Stump. Just when Wei Wanner and the middle-aged woman did not understand what was going on, they realized that the old crone had actually retreated several steps on the spot, and her walking stick landed on the ground with a bang, causing the ground to crack over a large area. Marquis, how can you? The short-haired woman, who also came from the Ouyang family and was named Ouyang Ruwatching, said nervously as her eyes glared slightly. Wei Wan air, on the other hand, frowned lightly. Ji Rulong pointed at the crone and laughed again. Ask her if I've ever done anything to her. This next. Ouyang Ruwatching was a bit confused. If it wasn't Ji Rulong deliberately making things difficult, her mother-in-law, how could she be in such a mess? Shao Chang, shall not be rude to the Marquis. If the Marquis really wanted to give old me a hard time, the party would not have been as simple as taking a few steps back. Speaking of which, it's rather old me who doesn't know the heights of heaven. I'm ashamed. I'm really ashamed. The old woman stepped forward and once again bowed to Ji Rulong. I hope that the Marquis will not be offended. Ouyang Ruwatching bit her lip. The moment. It was even more baffling. In her opinion, it was clearly Ji Rulong who had secretly struck out at her mother-in-law, and as a result, her mother-in-law had to turn around and apologize. So the Marquis of Champions had such a temperament? I don't know. Ji Rulong did nothing from beginning to end. On the contrary, it was the old crone herself, who intended to spy on Ji Rulong's strength, and as a result, some perception went down, and she shocked herself. Age and seniority aside, Ji Rulong's status was going to throw them 800 streets away. Wantonly spying on him, wasn't it rude? Was it? Shouldn't it be apologized for? It's just a shame. She's too weak. It simply doesn't see beneath the surface. What's deeper? Ji Rulong clasped his military cap with one hand. Alright, since we're all here, let's go in and talk about what's going on. Then, the three of them, Wei Wanner, followed him and Qin Tian into the house. Midway, Qin Tian saw Wei Wanner's eyes hadn't left Ji Rulong since she came to the present, and also joked. You girl, you remembered your brother Rulong when you came. What's the matter? Don't you remember your brother Qin Tian me? To this, Wei Wanner just gave a skimming glance at him and faintly said, can you be more mature? Qin Tian. Duke Qin is also a first-grade colonel in the border army now, and although you and Miss are friends since childhood, you still have to pay attention to the occasion when you speak sometimes. Ouyang Ruwatching frowned and reminded. In private. It doesn't matter, but they are here today. It is related to the great summer pattern change, this kind of big event. Playful and smiling. It is too inappropriate. Qin Tian raised his eyebrows and was just about to retort when he realized that Wei Wanner's footsteps were slightly paused and her gaze was flat as she looked at Ouyang Ruwatching. Ms., do you think that just because you've been around me for a few years, you can speak for me on everything? When reminding others, you can think about yourself first? Wei Wanner said again. This next. How could Ouyang Ruwatching not understand what Wei Wanner meant? In other words, even if Qin Tian was any better, it was still a matter between him and Wei Wanner, and she, a valet and bodyguard, had no qualifications to intervene at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, it's me who spoke too much. Although Ouyang Ruwatching was unconvinced in her heart, she still honestly apologized to Qin Tian. Qin Tian didn't bother, but only secretly gave Wei Wanner a thumbs up. Wei Wanner, on the other hand, rolled her eyes and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him here. After all, what kind of nature this guy Qin Tian had, she simply didn't know too well. And when Ouyang Ruwatching saw that Wei Wanner had a bad impression of her because of this small matter, her heart became even more aggrieved. LOL, the old crone, who hadn't said anything, just sighed silently at the sight. This child, on the contrary, does not have any bad intentions, that is, treats everything too businesslike, completely did not think about it. Wei Wanner, the granddaughter of the governor, and Ji Rulong and Qin Tian, how close the relationship is. The family behind the people. Together they fight and defend the world. And they, personally, have grown up together. To put it bluntly, between them, it's okay to joke around and make fun of each other any way they want. But, not a word from outsiders. This relationship, to put it simply, is simple. and to put it complex, it is extremely complex. Especially, something that involves such a difference of opinion. If it wasn't for the orders from above, even she wouldn't want to come and follow the mix. In a word, or different horizons, see things make a difference. In Ouyang Ruocheng's eyes, Qin Tian is more like a piece of rotten wood, even if the military, but still cannot change the bones of the dude's strength. May, actually, is that really true? A tiger and a dog, they don't get along. She has lived for so many years, I think all kinds of people have seen, and this Qin Gongzi, whereas what is a rotten wood cannot be carved. People this is really living through. Casual, steady, it's all in his mind. What he wants you to see is what you see. For her age, the crone had never seen anyone live to this level. On this point alone, even that marquis, I'm afraid, is no match for this Duke Qin. Besides, Ji Rulong, the old crone didn't know how to comment at all, and what she had in her heart was nothing but shock or shock. Come before, together with Wei Wanner as a peacemaker, she was still 50% sure that she could persuade Ji Rulong to return to the frontier with his troops. But right now, she had no bottom at all in her heart, so she simply stood on the sidelines and pretended to be deaf and dumb the entire time. Your grandfather asked you to persuade me? After Ji Rulong sat down, he went straight to the point, and the emotions within him at the moment were extremely complicated. Before Wei Wan'er had singled out her feelings for him, he was still able to treat the other party as he had before. But now, instead, they had to deliberately keep their distance, in case misunderstandings. Moreover, instead of believing that Wei Wan'er was truly devoted to herself, he was more convinced that the other party was more like a kind of blind admiration for him, rather than the kind of liking that really meant something. Anyway, he simply didn't know how to face Wei Wan'er right now, so he simply brought up the matter directly. Wei Wan'er pursed her lips and whispered, if, instead of listening to my grandfather's words, I was worried about you myself, would you stop? Ji Rulong shook his head and pointed down to Yi Qingyun's hearth. Back then, he was the one who carried me back from the battlefield. If it wasn't for the fact that his legs were left injured that time, he wouldn't have been, well, killed by a group of thugs. Words. Wei Wan'er got up, walked to Yi Qingyun's spirit hall and silently burned 3 incense sticks. Chapter 123, I won't let anything happen to you. Seeing the situation, Ouyang Ruocheng, who was on the side, couldn't help but frown. This time, they came with the task of persuading Ji Rulong to stop. But, the topic had just been chatted about, and the atmosphere gradually changed its flavor. So how could they continue to talk? At this point, Ji Rulong lit a cigarette alone. In that case, do you still want to persuade me to stop? Wei Wan'er turned around, biting her lips lightly. I knew I had no way to persuade you, but on the side of the Prime Minister, there's no way you'll be allowed to start a war with the Jiang clan's royal family because of 2 people. Don't you understand? The Jiang clan's royal family has hundreds of thousands of soldiers and the 3 northern provinces are their borders. How could they possibly agree if you want to kill their young prince? In other words, 3,000 border troops. How are you going to fight against the Jiang royal family? This is a question that is very real. Ouyang Ruocheng, at this moment, was also staring closely at Ji Rulong. It was undeniable that this marquis was worthy of admiration, whether it was his personal charisma or the great battles he had fought. But, it's not too impulsive for a human being. The capital side did not directly order him to return to the capital, but chose to let Wei Wan'er to convey the meaning. Is in fear of his face? Give each other a step down. This matter is almost the same. If, to really go down one road is just to embarrass yourself. After all, the Jiang clan has hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Without the support of the capital, how can you rely on 3,000 border troops alone to fight against such a behemoth? You underestimate me too much, Ji Rulong. Today, not to mention only 2 ears here, even if it is your grandfather, the court's important ministers in front of me. I dare to say, I do things. When do I need to look at them to answer or not? Ji Rulong's body tilted slightly, sweeping Ouyang Ruocheng and the old woman, and in the bottom of his eyes, there was disdain. This, the 3 of them, Wei Wan'er, all had their faces changed drastically at this moment. How could they not expect that Ji Rulong would say such disrespectful words, knowing that since ancient times, the most taboo of the imperial court was this kind of person who had military power in his hands but was not under control. Even if he is the champion marquis, he can't say such words so blatantly. Is this not challenging the supreme authority of the capital? 5 years ago, the court, those people, in order to stabilize their own position, no one is willing to stand up to take responsibility. Is my Ji Rulong pulling the team to go to the Guanwai? 5 years down, my department of sons and daughters, how many died in battle? Ji Rulong swept over their faces. Is it the truth? The 3 were dumbfounded. In the past 5 years, my sons and daughters of the border army, who fought for their country and whose heads could be cut off and their blood flowed. Have they ever complained? The three were once again speechless. The contribution of the border army is well known to the world and no one can refute it. Let me ask you again. In the whole of Desya, those who can fight, is it only me, Ji Rulong, and only the border army? A bunch of losers who live in high halls and only talk about war on paper, being stepped on by people's spine and retreating again and again. It is my border army sons and daughters, with a live life, for them to straighten up again. Answer me. This point, this marquis has not said wrong? The nations are stupid. No one in Dacia can come forward to carry the banner, in the name of seeking stable development, to agree to the countless excessive requirements put forward by the countries. In the end, it is still not he Ji Rulong, it is still not the border army, to go to the Guanwai to carry down everything? Without the victories fought by the border troops over and over again, Dacia, how can it stand up? What makes those important ministers of the imperial court capable of waving their hands and pointing out the mountains and rivers with impunity? Seeing that they didn't speak, Ji Rulong added, since this marquis didn't say anything wrong, then why, instead of not asking questions about the death of the border troops, did they accuse this marquis of seeking justice for the border troops? Ouyang Ruoqing opened her mouth and just wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Ji Rulong. In this life, this marquis has never done anything to apologize to Dacia. What I want is only to give the border troops a fair deal. If they don't care, this marquis will take care of it. But under these circumstances, if they still dare to point fingers, then don't blame this marquis for chopping off their heads when he enters the capital. You two who passed on the message, remember to take the words of this marquis and take responsibility for passing them on to the bit. Ouyang Ruoqing, Crone, this Nima, they have seen today, what is called hegemony, which means, if the Kyoto side dares to intervene in this matter, he will have to lay hands on the important ministers of the dynasty? On the lighter side, this was a bit of gaslighting from Ji Rulong. May, get real about it. This, then, is an intent to rebel. Brother Rulong, can you stop saying angry words? Wei Waner was on the verge of crying with anxiety. If these words really reached her grandfathers and their ears, it would have an impact on Ji Rulong personally and their Ji family. Ji Rulong was silent. You know, I came to persuade you not because I listened to my grandfather at all. I just don't want anything to happen to you. Once the war starts, you'll be in danger. Wei Waner's eyes were moist. It could be seen that she was sincere to Ji Rulong. Just, don't worry. A small Jiang clan royal family can't stop me. Ji Rulong got up and walked to her, like a big brother, and rubbed her head. Wei Waner looked at him and couldn't hold back her tears any longer. They fell at once. This thing, it wasn't as simple as fighting a ginger royal family at all. So how could it be? Like he said, without danger? You girl, don't cry. Since childhood, you don't think about it. When has our big brother ever suffered a loss? On the side, Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh and comforted. The endgame, being in a different location. In fact, Qin Tian was able to understand Wei Waner's mood, just like he had, before, also advised Ji Rulong sideways, and whether it was him or Wei Waner, there was only one purpose, and that was not wanting to see something happen to Ji Rulong. But standing in Ji Rulong's position, there is not a danger. You have to retreat. Sometimes, there are things that someone must do. This time, it was to seek justice for Yi Qingyun, as well as a fair and just future for all the world's people. Wei Waner wiped away her tears for a little while before spitting out a sentence. I'm going back to Kyoto. Ji Rulong nodded. Be safe. Aha. Wei Waner answered and greeted Ouyang Ruoqing and the old crone as they left. Ouyang Ruoqing was flabbergasted. But in the end, she honestly followed. Waner. Suddenly, Ji Rulong shouted. Wei Waner stopped in her tracks and heard a thank you. Wei Waner didn't turn around, but the corner of her mouth was raised. I will definitely not let anything happen to you. Then, take a big step away. From the beginning to the end, she didn't have to ask Ji Rulong to accompany her around, hurriedly coming and going, because she knew that only when Ji Rulong completely put down all these business matters would she have the time to deal with their relationship. After Wei Waner left, Qin Tian wanted to speak. Ji Rulong looked at the door. Remembering what Ji Qingge had said that day, he felt quite annoyed inside. For a long time, Qin Genius said, now, on the capital side, it's expected that something will be done straight away. Chapter 124, please return to the capital to resume your duties without fail. Predictable. With Wei Waner ending in failure, how could the capital side still continue to use such soft means to apply pressure? The moment, outside in the business car, Ouyang Ruoqing really couldn't help herself. Miss, if we go back like this, on the Governor General's side, how should we explain? Wei Waner flipped open her cell phone. just looking at her and the old crone with a cold gaze. Just now in the villa. What the crown prince said. Did you all hear it? Hear that? Oh Yang Ruocheng subconsciously replied. May. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she noticed her mother-in-law sighing, and as an afterthought, she instantly realized that she had said the wrong thing. I'll repeat it for the last time. Do you hear me? Wei Wanner, even with her tone, went ice cold. Yang Ruocheng had never felt such an icy coldness on Wei Wanner's body before, and her face turned pale as she said, It's me who remembered wrongly. Humph. Wei Wanner snorted coldly and warned. Don't blame me for not reminding you now. Just now the words of the prince. All give me rotten in the stomach. What should be said should not be said. Grasp a good proportion. Don't look for trouble yourself. Understood, miss, the crone answered with a bite. Yang Ruocheng also nodded her head straight like a chicken pecking at rice. This time, seeing Wei Wanner preparing to make a phone call, the old woman thought for a moment, but still mentioned, Miss, in fact, you don't need to worry too much about the crown prince's well-being. Words. Yang Ruocheng was also reminded of just outside her mother-in-law's wretched behavior. Despite, it was just a sudden strike while her mother-in-law was defenseless, but it wasn't something an ordinary person could do to make her mother-in-law in such a sorry state. One must know that her mother-in-law was in existence that could protect the safety of the governor of the dynasty. Her strength has long been at the top of the world. In other words, Ji Rulong's strength should be at the same level as her mother-in-law. Therefore, she immediately also said, Yes, miss, the crown prince's strength isn't even comparable to Granny's anymore. So you're still worried that the Ginger King clan can hurt him? What I taught you, you've forgotten all of it, or do you think you're good enough to serve at the lady's side? A few impudent actions and mouths had completely disappointed the old crone. Therefore, it's not so much a good look anymore either. Yang Ruocheng's face changed slightly. Granny, see more, do more, say less. You think that just now, outside, the crown prince was giving me the slip? You're wrong. It was me who intentionally spied on his strength, and as a result, the old crone said this, a pair of eyes have shrunk. With my strength, I can only feel that gas, as vast as the sea, simply cannot pry into the upper limit. A lonesome feeling down, let me breath all messed up. In the eyes of outsiders, this strength of mine that already stands at the top of the world, in front of the crown prince, I'm afraid it's not even half as good as it could be, and I'm afraid that if he wants to kill me, one hand would be superfluous. Boom! The words came out. Yang Ruocheng immediately just felt her mind go blank. In this world, was there really someone who could be this strong? Even a top-notch powerhouse like her mother-in-law, who never showed her face publicly and always escorted around various bigwigs, claimed that she didn't even have half the strength of the other party? It's a little too strong, isn't it? Alas, instead of you, I'm actually the same. I've been sitting on a well and watching the sky. I have to introspect again, the crone sighed again, as well as Wei Wanner, on the other hand, was not half surprised. Ji Rulong was in his heart, an invincible existence in itself. No one could compare. But, this time around, it wasn't that the individual strength alone was strong enough to rest on his laurels. The things involved in fighting a Jiangwang clan were unimaginably complex, and the situation that he would face at that time was even more unlikely to be limited to just a single Jiangwang clan. War. It's not two guys competing in a ring. She dialed out. I can't be persuaded. And by the way, I don't want to see anything happen to him, and if he doesn't, you just don't want your granddaughter to be well. Having said that, just hang up. That night, Kyoto issued 2 urgent orders in a row, which went straight to the Han River. 1. The Kirin Army Personal Guard Corps Yi Qingyun General is hereby posthumously awarded the rank of Major General, into the Garden of the Spirit of Valor for the world's veneration. 2nd. Please Border Army Commander-in-Chief Champion Ho, in Xiangqi 60 years in the beginning of May. From the Han River to collect troops to return to Kyoto to resume orders. No error. This day, an errand boy from Kyoto down, witnessed enough to be recorded into the daxia founding of the country to the historic event, so that when he walked out of the Jiangshui Bay Villa area, he was still disturbed, from start to finish, when confronted with the order given by the Prime Minister. That champion marquis merely said 2 words. With just those 2 simple words, it completely let him see what it meant to be truly domineering and overwhelming. Soon after, Kyoto, with the current governor, Elder Wei, at the top of the list, and the rest, a group of important officials of the current dynasty, who had been waiting here after the order was given. About these 2 commands, actually, very telling. First, posthumously awarded Yi Qingyun as a general officer, is to Ji Rulong and Guanwei full border troops to give an account, proving that they did not forget the merits of the border troops, into the Yingling Garden, but also to make Yi Qingyun generations of honor. Secondly, the letter of command they issued. It was written that the Marquis of Champions was invited to return to the capital to resume his duties. Attention! It's a please, not an order. This is tantamount to giving Ji Rulong a softening in disguise. And when you return to Kyoto, we will carefully discuss how this matter can be resolved and finally come up with a plan. It can be said that this is already the capital side, can make the biggest concessions, but also the pressure. To the Ji Rulong, such a situation if you still ignore the capital order. That is not a joke. Things. It can be big or small. It all depends on how you Ji Rulong grasp it. But, the entire conference room was quite relaxed at the moment, drinking tea and chatting, and it could be seen that they all had a good idea of what they were going to do, and felt that they had already made it to such a point. Ji Rulong, can he really completely put the face of the capital? Stepped on the ground friction? To know. Nowadays, the world is not under the name of Ji. Knock knock. Report. A reply from the Han River. A guard, knocking on the door said, "How? Chase the authorization. I have taken the next step for that oldest brother of mine, which he deserves." Here the words came, and the squire suddenly held his breath, and a cold sweat was clearly visible on his forehead. What? The pursuing authorization has been taken, and there are no words below? On the scene, someone was dissatisfied with the sudden silence of the guards and said without anger. The guard swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "Number 1, the second order, take it back. I am, today, transferring 20,000 border troops into the pass." At first, this reply he did not take the liberty of opening and reading. At this moment, after repeating this sentence, he felt that his whole body's strength had been drained. Serving in the capital for such a long time, he had never encountered this kind of direct dismissal of the capital's orders, as well as, moments after the words landed, the entire conference room, a group of bigwigs who could even talk about the direction of Daxia, all had their scalps tingling. The hall was filled with dead silence. They asked Ji Rulong to withdraw his troops and return to the capital, but the other party directly came to say, "I still have to transfer 20,000 border troops into the customs." So, you take back the order? Who, exactly, is giving orders to whom? Chapter 125, The Governor's Handprint. The Prohibited Army's Downfall. The message. It was too unexpected. After all, no one would have expected that Ji Rulong would blatantly refuse in the face of such a clear order from the Prime Minister. Even threatened to add 20,000 additional border troops to the customs? This, not only were they challenging the authority of the capital, but they were also trampling their faces and rubbing them on the ground. The point is, additional 20,000 border troops into the customs. This is no longer just talk, plus the previous 3,000 border troops that he secretly transferred. 50,000 border troops, almost half are in the territory. Such a lineup. Look at the world who can block? In the crowd, an old man wearing glasses and holding a teacup in both hands, frowned and said, "Border troops are different from ordinary troops. 50,000 border troops is enough to deter the countries, and more than 20,000 border troops in the territory. Basically is the existence of God blocking to kill God, Buddha blocking to kill Buddha. In accordance with the hostility of this champion marquis, when the time comes how many people will die aside? I am afraid that the pattern of the world collapsed. General." Next, the crowd's eyes, in unison, fell on the main seat's current governor, Elder Wei. "We must not allow the border troops to enter the pass." For Ji Rulong's impression, there wasn't a single one here that wasn't profound. After all, 5 years ago, they had seen what kind of person Ji Rulong was, a man who, despite his young age, could be said to be more blue than blue compared to his grandfather back then. If it were anyone else, they would have already slapped the table and become angry, even if they had to use force to defend the authority of the capital. But Ji Rulong, they really didn't dare. Unlike them, the other party is a martial general who killed out hard on the battlefield, coupled with his nature that has always been the king of the heavens. Who dares to put such a person, to be forced to hurry? Therefore, at that moment, he could only throw the choice to the governor, Mr. Wei, and let him knock on the board to make a decision. Wei Yuanbo deliberated for a long time, and finally looked at a white-haired old man sitting in the lower seat. "Old Qin, what do you think?" Qin Yuanqi, chief of the Kyoto Security Department, the highest authority in the entire Daxia security sector. The moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "What this child has decided. If he wants to change it, he can only let his oldest brother intervene, and we, alone, don't have that face yet." The words came out. The people on the scene, all scared their mouths, but did not know how to refute. This is not good to hear, but it seems, it is really so. Wei Yuanbo nodded. Get the phone. Soon, the call was connected to the G residence. May. The person in charge of answering the phone was only the butler of the G mansion, not Elder G himself. After some communication, Wei Yuanbo put down the phone with a heavy face. It seems that he is not going to care. A lot of things. It is not necessary to get to the bottom of the matter to know the answer. It is impossible for Ji Tianxia not to understand the tension of the situation nowadays, but to deliberately excuse himself already indicates the problem. Is it possible, just to watch him mess up? Strictly speaking, nowadays, Ji Tianxia is unofficial, so they look for each other. From the official level also cannot be said, so the other party does not care. They really do not have much to do. Wei Yuanbo rose with his hands in the air. In the conference room at the forefront, there is a map of the mountains and rivers that will plan the entire Daxia territory. This map has not been changed for many years, and now that he is sitting in this position, it is natural that he can't let it be altered. Pass on my order to transfer the Forbidden Army down to the field and take my hand seal to stop the border army from entering the pass. The words came out. Those who were present all looked at each other in disbelief. Forbidden Army, the direct troops belonging to the highest authority, the Prime Minister, are stationed in the capital city of Kyoto, holding the power of life and death, and are enough to make the bigwigs of all parties in the city of Kyoto fear for their lives, as well as, in the whole of Daxia, the number of people who have the right to mobilize the Forbidden Army has traditionally been no more than 3 fingers. In addition, for any event that requires the mobilization of the Forbidden Army, the area to which it belongs is generally subject to a curfew from the time the order is given. Qin Yuanqi's expression moved when he heard his words, but in the end, he didn't say anything. As for the others, the Forbidden Army is eager to go out and block the border army outside the pass. The Forbidden Army has voted the capital of the most resolute, meaning, if the situation continues to escalate, it will inevitably rise to the point of using force to stop such a situation. They just couldn't believe that Ji Rulong still dared to be bent on having his way. Wei Yuanbo knocks on the board. After the order was given, the headquarters of the Forbidden Army in the capital soon made a move. 3,000 forbidden troops, under the leadership of a military general commander, marched towards the state gate. According to common sense, every time the Forbidden Army was mobilized, it would send shockwaves through Kyoto. But, due to the different nature of this incident, the Forbidden Army was considered to have a rare low profile, and everything went on quietly in a seemingly tranquil atmosphere. Off the mark, 20,000 border troops, ready to go. This undefeated legion that has been stationed outside of the pass all year round, whether it is in terms of quality or aura, it ranks among the best in the world. Which, at this moment in the team, no one uttered a word, but that austere atmosphere filled to the entire air. The border troops have fought a lot of battles over the years, but only once is the muzzle of the gun against the compatriots within the country's gates. There is always someone who comes to challenge their bottom line. Entry. At the front of the line, a burly man in military attire, around 30 years old, gathered the black leather gloves on his hands and ordered in a deep voice. His name is Wu Mangqing. He was a member of Ji Rulong's personal guards, and his position was comparable to that of Qin Tian. After the order was given, the entire pass was instantly lit up with one blinding light after another, and hidden underneath the lights were the stalwart faces of those who had made the trip and were ready to hang their flags in the territory. Kirin treading clouds, the flag of the undefeated legion. Let me ask you, the Jiang royal clan, if you dare not lose your nerve, report. 3,000 forbidden troops from Kyoto, coming with the governor's handprint, have ordered us to hold our position and not to enter the pass. An urgent report, hastily killed into the scene. Wu Mangqing sniffed, disdainfully said, the order we received was given by the champion husband of the border army bearer. 20,000 border army must arrive in the 3 northern provinces before tomorrow night, and hang the flag on the next day. The governor's handprint also want to stop? You go and tell the leader of the Forbidden Army to come before me and speak. That night, 10 hours, 3,000 forbidden troops returned to the capital. After, a message straight to the capital. The Forbidden Army, this action military general Lu Feng, 3 broken ribs, need to recuperate. And the commanding officer of the border army said that the order they received was to enter the pass immediately. And if the Kyoto side forcefully blocked the way, at the order of the Jinhua general champion husband, the border army will consider besieging the city until the capital side agrees to release the pass. Halfway through 10 o'clock, a caravan arrived at the Ji mansion, led by the current governor Wei Yuanbo. The rest of a number of important ministers of the dynasty all stood in front of the Ji house to see Master Ji. Until 12 o'clock that night, still no one, after leaving on their own. Han River, a bay of the river. Mighty Prime has already brought his troops into the pass, and before tomorrow night, 20,000 border troops will arrive in the 3 northern provinces, awaiting your orders. Qin Tian walked onto the balcony and said in a deep voice. Ji Rulong's gaze was like a sword, his 5 fingers lightly gripped. Start closing the net. Chapter 126, The Death Knell That Will Soon Sound. The next day, Ji Rulong took a special car to Yijia village early in the morning. The first time, although he openly bared his identity in the Yi family village. What he wore, after all, was just an ordinary military uniform without a hanging title, and this time, he was dressed in formal attire. With the identity of the champion marquis of the current dynasty, he came again. Su Hua and the others, who had not received any notice at first, were in a hurry and had originally thought to receive them well. May, when the sun wearing a Qilin treading clouds, back tattooed with mountains and rivers full of pictures of the sun carrying Yi Qing Yun off the car. Yi family village. A whole main road on the villagers. All stayed. He's too bright. Dazzling too, like the white sun hanging high in the sky. This moment of him, the whole world. I'm afraid that no one can be side by side, because anyone, in front of him, are destined to be dim. We worship the marquis. In the silent scene, someone suddenly led a pilgrimage, and immediately afterward, the voices came like waves one layer after another. Ji Rulong's face was expressionless as he walked straight towards Su Hua and the others, as well as, Su Hua looked at the urn Ji Rulong was carrying in his hands and couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, trying to stifle her sobs. I brought Big Brother back to meet you, and today, I'm going to send him back to the capital and into the garden of Yingling. Ji Rulong's voice was flat, but it overshadowed everything and echoed through the scene. Garden of the Spirits. Since ancient times, no one who could lie in it was a person of outstanding merit. In addition, the above has posthumously awarded Big Brother with the rank of Major General. Your Yi family is a family with a general. From today onwards, no one will dare to bully you again. This was Ji Rulong's second sentence. The scene was silent. Everyone held their breath. No one could have imagined that the honest and simple man who went out from this mountainous depression would now become the most eye-catching presence in the entire Han River in recent times. Su Hua covered her mouth as tears fell down her face. As the saying goes, falling leaves go back to their roots. Yi Qing Yun was born in Han River, and after death, he should be buried to his ancestral land and put in the ground. But, his identity, his merits, more than anything else, he should be allowed to enjoy the honors he deserves. And the world should know that her Su Hua's man is a hero who had been born and died for the great Xia. Instead, it's just a pariah who has been run over by the powers that be and is perennially silent. Therefore, she nodded heavily. Good. I don't believe in others, but I believe in the words of your champion Ho. It's not just her. Ji Rulong looked around. No matter whether it was Yi Qingming, or a group of villagers in Yejia village. At this moment the eyes that looked at him were all firm and unparalleled. And Ji Rulong could feel that it was a trust that came from the bottom of his heart. The 3 great families are not the end, Ji Rulong said. The group just looked at him. They had known about it a long time ago, only due to the fact that a lot of things were too far away for them. The sky above their heads had long been covered by the 3 great families, so how could they see it? That heaven beyond the sky? I have already mobilized my troops into the pass. This battle will be fought for Yi Qing Yun, for you all, and for all the living beings in the world who are suffering from the oppression of the powerful. Ji Rulong finished. Turn around. Almost, not half so much as a stop. This time, all you have to do is watch. Vehicle starts. Come and go in a hurry. The crowd returned to their senses. Then, we bid the Marquis farewell and wish him triumph. We bid the Marquis farewell and wish him triumph. The number of people is not large, but the sentences are like thunder, because what they are looking forward to is not just them. It is a cry that represents the livelihood of the lowest class. En route. Ji Rulong was sitting upright. Qin Tian glanced at the time and reminded. It's almost time. Ji Rulong nodded. Soon after several days of rehearsal of the local war zone, finally received the official order for the army to enter the city. And in accordance with Ji Rulong's instructions, all the relevant areas of the 3 great families of the city, communication cut off. This time, the 3 great families, the gods can't save them. Han River. Since the morning, a depressing atmosphere has prevailed. The big screens hanging in the most prominent positions in all the busy stages of the city were scrolling uninterruptedly with a shocking news. They are all about the various crimes committed by the 3 great families of Tian, Jiang and Wang in recent years. People know, early half a month ago, on the gradual brewing of the Yi Qianshan father and daughter event, today, has ushered in the final hurdle, that for Yi Qingyan father and daughter of the righteous, will also be today, openly revealing the identity. Anyway, the gazes of countless people in the city, basically on this day, all gathered on this matter. Over the years, the 3 big families in the local area can be called a hand in the sky. A long time down the line, people have become accustomed to their hegemony, but also accustomed to being stepped on by their feet dare not say anything. But today, under the pull of the big picture, inside the city, what rang out was one cheer after another, and the three great families, instantly, were thrust into the limelight. Sure, public opinion doesn't stop there. According to Ji Rulong's intention, the information revealed publicly now was nothing more than an appetizer. And later on, information about Yi Qingyun's specific identity, war achievements, biography, and how the three great families had killed him. Throughout, it will be published. Under the continuous superposition of various pressures, the three great families can only fall into the abyss step by step. No matter how hard they try, they are powerless to return to heaven. Sky Family Manor. Persons from the Jiang and Wang families also arrived here early in the morning. The two men, Jiang Baosheng and Wang Zutian, were in high spirits, each holding a cell phone and smiling contemptuously. To the outside public, to publicize their crimes? I originally thought that this dog with a big mouth to the sky can use what means, after half a day, just play out such a pediatric trick? Jiang Baosheng put away the cell phone. Interest faintly said. Previously, there had been enough incidents many times to prove that public opinion limited to the local area was useless to a family like theirs that stood at the pinnacle of a city. Crime? The crimes of the three of them, big and small, can be piled up into a mountain. Not just this bit that is publicized today? Knowing that, what can I do? The vociferous criticisms from the outside world, in their view, were simply the cries of a mole cricket, both pitiful and pathetic. Did they really think that a random person would be able to pull them down from the clouds? Etc. When this 33 seats from the Martial Pavilion came and subdued Ji Rulong in public, those populace who were now jumping the most joyfully would instantly be dumbfounded, and the so-called public opinion would even more quickly dissipate and fail to play a role. Compared to this, old me is more interested in seeing when this dog reveals his identity. Wang Zutian smiled. It doesn't matter. If it's no more vulgar, can it be bigger than that Lord Wei who came from His Excellency Wu? That's true. Wang Zutian nodded in agreement. At this point, compared to the usual day, deliberately in the image of their own dress up a bit of Tianfang Qian, walked over. The three people met, looked at each other and smiled. Everyone obviously thought of a piece. These days, being pressed too hard. Today, to take revenge. So important and need to be in front of the public to show their faces on the occasion. How can you casually? Let's go. Let's look at the time. That Lord Wei should be awake as well. Tianfang Qian greeted one person, and then a group of people swept towards the resting place of Wei Min and the others. Chapter 127, 3,000 border troops, officially entering the city. Finally, after more than half an hour of waiting, Wei Min several people, before going out one after another, both he and his three disciples, were full of essence, looking like they had rested very well last night. On the contrary, Wei Luanzhou, yawning, quite dissatisfied said, early in the morning on the door to stand outside the chatter. You guys are not annoying? There is my grandfather, they are in the Hanjiang town. You are still afraid of that dog thing fly not? The first time she traveled south to the Han River, it was difficult to get used to it, so she didn't slowly fall asleep until late last night. Now, how can Missy's temper be restrained when she's been roused so early in the morning? Tianfang Qian smiled sarcastically, handing over his cell phone, explaining, Miss Wei, forgive me, that dog thing has already begun to act. If we sit back and do nothing, won't outsiders think that we're afraid of him? When that dog is dead, you guys stay for a few more days. I'll have Zongjin and the others leave no stone unturned to entertain you well, and then you can rest as much as you want. These days, they had really been pressed too hard, and now they naturally couldn't wait to vent the bite of bad anger in their hearts. Humph. Wei Luanzhou snorted lightly. What's the panic? If it wasn't for that dog's good luck, he would have died in Uncle Han's hands yesterday, let alone today, when it was my grandfather himself? That said, but, after all, the two sides are in different positions. These years were pressed to the people full of suffocation, and not you Wei Luanzhou. Of course you are not in a hurry. At this point, the subordinate brought a cup of tea. Tianfang Qian personally took it and handed it back to Wei Min, who rinsed his mouth and said flatly, that guy, did he reveal his identity? That's not true, but he has already begun to publicize our crimes through the major media, and with this laying down, he is probably about to officially reveal his identity and make a final end with us. Tianfang Qian replied. Words. Wei Min, on the other hand, smiled. Then there's no rush. This, while Tianfang Qian was still about to say something, Wei Min waved his hand and said, Old me sins you was saying, it's called the higher you jump, the worse you fall. Immediately after, Han Shen glanced at the three families and said in an unceremonious tone, have someone arrange breakfast. Outside, the storm against the three families is a growing one. On the other hand, inside the Tian family manor, the atmosphere was quite relaxed. Everyone didn't take this seriously, and even at Han Chen's gesture, the Tian family had arranged for breakfast to be provided for Wei Min and his entourage to enjoy at a slow pace. Wei Min and the others put down their cutlery one foot, and the next, with a rush of neat footsteps, ascended to the manor. It's Ma Yi. Behind him, there was also a group of martial pavilion people wearing martial pavilion costumes with powerful auras, and the people who came, at the very least, were all martial masters with the cultivation of the third sky. Looking at this lineup, all of the strongest Han River Martial Pavilion members who could hold their own had almost all gathered. This is the 33rd seat from His Excellency the Chief, Lord Wei, Ma Yi reminded. Remainder, the crowd hurriedly greeted. Good day, Lord Wei. Wei Min's expression was unruffled as he nodded lightly. At this point, Ma Yi and Tian Fongqian, three people, looked at each other and smiled. The former took the initiative to mention, to this day, that kid's so loud and clear purpose against you guys to make a break. Is not yet revealed the specific identity? I wonder, how does it compare to our martial pavilion? 3 days earlier, Ji Rulong had then publicly responded to the Liao family, roughly meaning, to officially face the three families today. Nowadays, the time has come. Naturally, Ma Yi was also curious as to what kind of god this guy who had gotten the three families into such a mess was, so he asked this question. Tian Fongqian shook his head. Not yet. Not yet? Ma raised an eyebrow. At this point, Tian Zongjin suddenly interjected. Actually, we can probably guess something about his identity. After all, the matter boils down to Yi Qingyun. When Yi Qingyun died, we purposely investigated his identity. According to the information learned from the Yi family village side, this Yi Qingyun joined the military a long time ago, and up to now, it's only been more than 10 years. More than 10 years? That's a long time, not a short time. Wang Zongjin laughed and continued. Long time means nothing. Civilians like him, no matter how long they have been enlisted in the military, the ceiling they can touch in this peaceful era is very limited. To put it bluntly, even if he stayed in the war zone for 20, 30 years, it would be impossible for him to become a general officer, or even a second-grade colonel, which is hard as hell. And, judging by that dog's age, it's very likely that he's Yi Qingyun's subordinate in the war zone. Only in comparison to Yi Qingyun, that dog has a good old man. In other words, he himself hinges on the fact that he doesn't hold an official position at all. The crowd was in agreement with these words. Ordinary civilians, in the absence of contacts and relationships to support them, the possibility of rising high in this age of peace is virtually cut off. And as the saying goes, things are divided into groups and people live in groups. Ji Rulong, who can mix with Yi Qingyun, how strong can he be in himself? Inferring that he had a notable background behind him was still because of the Kyoto Security Department. With such a trashy character, how dare you disregard our martial pavilion? Wei Luanjiao raised her eyebrows, feeling more and more uninterested. Now it seems that it's him who is not clear at all. What kind of character my grandfather is, and when he meets my grandfather, it's estimated that he won't even be able to use his old man to make a move. That dog, he'll probably be scared alive. You're not even a general. How dare you jump around? It's just ridiculous. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps, killing into the scene, was none other than the old man of the heavenly family's butler, sweating profusely and holding a cell phone, reminding, family head, it is necessary for you to take a look at this. Tian Fongqian frowned and looked away. Next, the body just shivered. Wei Luanjia can see that something is not right, quickly got up and came over, but followed by, more than Tian Fongqian is even worse. The whole person directly staggered backward several steps. The face of a white. This is absolutely impossible. Shanqi 60 years, the beginning of May, 9 o'clock in the morning. As the situation continues to fester, the media has once again dropped a bombshell. Yi Qingyun, Han River people, in Shanqi 47 years enlisted in the army, in the Northern War Zone service for 8 years, during the term of office to participate in military exercises. War changes dozens of times. Is the Northern Total War Zone the top of the Soldier King? In the 55th year of Shanqi, the border army was established and was transferred into the army. Shanqi 60 years. In mid-April, he was killed and died by the three Han River families. End of April, the capital of the highest authority of Daxia, the special order posthumously awarded Yi Qingyun General, the official worship of the Major General, went into the Yingling Park, for the world to worship. Later, nearly 30,000 disciples of the Hapshang Society, wearing mourning clothes on the main roads of the 5 districts, were ready to see him off. Same time, some people saw that outside Hanjiang City, a military flag embroidered with a unicorn treading clouds pattern was raised, and 3,000 border troops, officially entered the city. Chapter 128 Martial Pavilion. Worthy of being my enemy? Scene. After the video broadcasted in the cell phone went viral, the atmosphere got so heavy that the only sound left was each other's ragged breathing. Tianfeng Qian and Wei Luanjiao, the two people who first learned about what happened, had long since been scared out of their wits, dumbstruck, unable to say a word. Remainder. Ma Yi and the rest of the Han River Martial Pavilion people were also pale and their limbs were stiff. Even Wei Min, the 33rd seat of the General Pavilion, was sweating profusely and had a chill down his back after learning of this news, and his previous calm demeanor of sitting steadily in a fishing boat had long since been thrown away to nowhere. The king of soldiers in the north, 5 years ago, was transferred to the border army, end of April, that is to say, yesterday. This civilian, whom they did not take seriously in the slightest, was posthumously made a major general by the capital. This, Tianfeng Qian's trio felt that their brains were already out of control, really because such news was too difficult for them to accept. They, killed a major general of the border army? That means that the person who has been avenging his death all this time is the border army, which is famous and has made a name for itself internationally. Fizzle. Tianfeng Qian couldn't help but draw in a breath of cool air and looked at Wei Min with his hands and feet at a loss, as if asking, what should we do now? If this news is true, the specific identity of Ji Rulong, then, was no longer important. After all, any personal identity was a floating cloud in front of this undefeated legion stationed outside the Guanwei guarding 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Wei Min's face was heavy. Original. Thought this trip south would be an easy way to reap big bucks. Now, but tell him that the people who messed with him were the border guards? This team is not compared to an ordinary army, even if it is his martial arts pavilion. Facing up, but also tricky. The main thing is, Wei Min deliberated for a long time. Be at ease. Since the old man has promised to smooth this matter out for you, then naturally he won't back out in the middle of the process. The key thing now is to figure out who the person who came to Hanjiang for Yi Qingyun is. As long as it is not the champion marquis in the border army, then with the old man's strength, want to keep you, or more than enough. If that champion marquis also intervened, then the only thing you can do is to wait for death. Marquis of Champions. Looking at the entire Grand Xia, it was an existence that stood at the very pinnacle of power. And this person not only holds heavy power, personal force value, I'm afraid also to the world not many people can compete with the point. Such a person, if they were in Han River, then what's the point of playing? Why don't they just fix themselves a coffin and lie in it? I don't believe that a person like the champion marquis would personally go south to Han River. Wei Luanjia was the first to express her opinion. That's right. That champion marquis is definitely not in Hanjiang. According to the regulations, border troops are not allowed to enter the country, let alone that Jingui general who sits outside the pass. Tianfeng Qian hurriedly said. Nowadays, their hopes were all in Wei Min. Previously, he had already looked at the cell phone. The signals were all cut off. That is to say, in addition to themselves, now don't want to find any external help. Such a situation, in addition to Wei Min, who else can save them? In that case, there is no need to worry too much. Wei Min leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. A little, adding again, this kid's tactics. Very impressive. Once Yi Qingyun's identity as a border army was revealed, you guys immediately scared yourselves. This momentum of his, it's so well created. Unfortunately, what he doesn't know is that with Lao Fu, the 33rd seat of the Martial Pavilion, acting as your backer, as long as it's not the champion marquis in person, anyone who comes won't be able to touch a single hair on the head of any of your three families. His words were considered to have given Tianfeng Qian and the others a peace of mind. Scared me to death, Grandpa. Fortunately you were there. Wei Luanjiao, who was frightened, immediately jumped into Wei Min's arms. The news that Yi Qingyun was a border army had really given her a fright. It also made her, who had never felt so humiliated since she was a child, feel annoyed and ashamed. And fortunately, her grandfather's strength was hard enough. Plus there was a martial pavilion behind her as support, which saved her face. Otherwise, she, the great lady, was almost scared to pee by a piece of news once it was rumored. Wouldn't it be laughed at? Grandpa, your old man are personally down to that dog thing mentioned to the letter. Lest he rely on their own as the border army is more and more arrogant. Do not know. Still think that this world, no one can cure him. Wei Luanjiao mentioned, seemingly petulant and pleading. But in fact, inwardly, he had long been dejected to the heavens. Border troops. So what? When her grandfather goes down, he'll have to step aside as usual. After all, behind her grandfather, stood the entire martial pavilion, and this time, when he went south, he was also supported by a certain truly great power in the martial pavilion. We can't just sit around and wait for death anymore. Lord Wei, please come down and make that dog stop. Otherwise, things will get worse and worse, and it will be even harder to end it then. Tian Fangqian also said urgently. Wei Min nodded. The old man is also just what I want. This time the South. In the spirit of the purpose for your three families to level the playing field. But the result is not yet out of hand. Was scared even dare not go out of the door. The face of the martial pavilion, where to put it? That kid, even though he's from the border army, but he's so not putting my martial pavilion in his eyes. He should be taught a lesson, so that he's clear that it's okay for the border army to reign supreme outside of the pass. Once you're in, you'll have to get down on your ass. One line. Once again, he regained his initial majestic aura and walked out of the manor under Wei Min's leadership. Mei just got to the door. A military convoy then arrived quickly. Finding the door? That's good. It saves us from having to toss and turn. Wei Min narrowed his eyes slightly. The atmosphere of the scene, at this moment, is also turned extraordinarily heavy. Tian Fangqian and others are all dead, staring at the fleet of cars that have just entered the scene. They are clear that the person who killed their grandson is in the car, as well as, compared to the past when he had been deliberately hiding his identity, today, it was no longer necessary. He's not even a second generation. If Yi Qingyun was posthumously awarded a major general only at the end of April, then Ji Rulong, most likely, is only a school officer, because the special nature of the border army, to his body, adding layers of glory. There was really no way to deal with such a person on their own. But today, with Wei Min present, there was nothing to worry about. And this time, Wei Luanzhou, who accompanied Wei Min, also made a move that was unexpected to everyone, only to see her hold her head high, rushing to the side of the car in large strides, and strutting her stuff. Dogs, get the hell out of here. My grandfather is the 33rd seat of the Kyoto Martial Pavilion, the three great families of Hanjiang. My grandfather bailed out. How dare you openly target them in Hanjiang? I advise you to take the initiative to roll down and apologize. Then take your people and go back from wherever you came from. Otherwise, you are an enemy of my martial pavilion. Next, the car door opened slowly. Wei Luanzhou held her arms, emboldened. Until, martial pavilion, worthy of being an enemy with me? Ji Rulong got off, gently flicked down the sleeve. An eagle looking at the wolf's eyes go down. Directly Wei Luanzhou scared, paralyzed on the ground. On the spot, urinary incontinence. She stared at Ji Rulong in front of her with wide eyes and a face full of misery. Dressed in the Kirin Treading Clouds battle uniform. Turns out, yesterday was no mistake. This, not only a great general, but also a champion marquis overseeing the border armies. Chapter 129. So what if I let you cultivate for another armor? It's too scary. It was no wonder that Wei Luanzhou, the brash young lady, was scared to pee in a single glance. After all, looking at the entire world, there were not many people who dared to say that they did not feel fear in their hearts when they were enemies with the champion marquis of the current dynasty. Yo, the people are gathered quite well. Ji Rulong swept his gaze at Tian Fangqian's group of 3 family members, his 5 fingers, on the side of his battle suit very rhythmically tapping, rather quite good at figuring out this hoe's mind. Know that I'm coming to exterminate your whole family today? Crowd. They, originally, planned to follow Wei Min to suppress Ji Rulong today, so those who could move in the family, one did not fall. Things according to the expected development, it should be them. In Ji Rulong announced the identity of the most ejected time. In one fell swoop will be his feet, so that the Hanjiang people, once again see their 3 big families of means. May, this Nima, not to mention the emergence of a major general of the border army for good reason. How is it that even such a truly heavenly figure has come to Hanjiang in person? Even earlier, when the media publicized Yi Qingyun's specific identity, they had never truly felt despair. And it was not until this moment that they realized what kind of character they had killed in the first place. Yi Qingyun. Because of him, the great generals of the Zhenghua, who had been guarding the pass all year round to deter the countries, had gone out of their way to go south for him personally, and, personally, avenge him. The group of people from the 3 families, led by Tian Fangqian, were all pale and bloodless, and the sound of their teeth chattering was clearly audible at the scene. Some even sat paralyzed on the ground, holding their breath, unable to stand. As well as, in addition to trepidation, and unparalleled shock, the expressions of many people on the scene, at the same time, extremely complex. After all, since yesterday, there are people who intend to directly kill Ji Rulong to the town, after failing to find anyone, or even, thought it was the other guy, who got away with it by a stroke of luck. I seem to have seen a great general. Tian Zhongzhen and Han Shan looked at each other before realizing that they were being ridiculous. Who says that such a big shot won't come to Han River? It's all in their heads. One time, the spirited crowd, all as if they had been drained of their entire body strength, their faces were like ashes, and a small disciple standing behind Wei Min, was even more frightened and couldn't help but say, Master, Master, let's go directly. This, in the end, is only the matter of their 3 families, and we have little to do with our martial pavilion. Now go can still pick up a small life. Continue to stay here. Wei Min, arguably the only one on the scene, who could still barely maintain a personal image. Just, if you look closely, you can notice that underneath its seemingly firm surface, in fact, the hands resting behind his back have long been covered in cold sweat. The atmosphere at the scene, which was so oppressive that it made it difficult for people to even breathe, also finally eased a little with the opening of this young disciple's mouth. Wei Min pondered for a few seconds, drew out his hand, and respectfully cupped his fists at Ji Rulong. I, Wei Min of the 33rd seat of the Martial Pavilion, pay my respects to the Marquis. Ji Rulong took 2 steps forward and snorted. The Martial Pavilion, also want to come and get involved? Just 2 steps down. Yet, let the crowd in the entire space, as if the hard sink down general, even if the scene of a group of strength or more not bad martial arts cabinet powerhouse, at this moment is sweating profusely. Feel the heart her stepped on the depths of the body. The whole person, moreover, was like falling into an abyss, sinking continuously. What a strong aura. Wei Min's face flushed red. His back was wet with sweat that was visible to the naked eye. He took 2 steps back without leaving a trace, but his bowing motion did not dare to move. Marquis, this is a misunderstanding. I know that the 3 great families of them killed the generals under your command. I wouldn't dare to go south even if I had 11 million guts, so please be magnanimous and see to it that we are unaware of the situation and open our eyes. Previously, what he said, times down, just how it's done, but where, as with the rest of the borderers who came today, he had the confidence and the guts to struggle a bit. However, in front of Ji Rulong, the head of the 3 brave military generals of the dynasty, he really didn't have the courage to fight against him. Between the 2 sides, the status and position were a world apart, and even if he had the mighty cover of the martial pavilion behind him, he didn't dare to make a fool of himself in front of Ji Rulong. A man under the roof has to bow down. But, take a step back and say, although they are standing in a camp with the 3 great families at the moment, but since the South, after all, did not directly offend Ji Rulong, and he has taken the initiative to soften, the other side cannot hold on to it? However, when did it become the case that my border army's business is something that you, the martial pavilion, can meddle in and withdraw from if you want to? Ji Rulong sneered, his words, flat, even. From beginning to end, there was no expression, not even a little bit of anger. But despite this, still let Wei Min and his party, such as Tarzan pressure. Wei Min wiped a handful of cold sweat on the forehead, but also ready to say something. Ji Rulong but unpredictable like, Wu cabinet in my face. This, Wei Min gritted his teeth. According to you then? Just a little disciplinary okay. They will take it as an admission. After all, planted in the hands of this kind of military department bearer, it is not a shame. But, since you're here, don't leave. Ji Rulong dropped these words, then directly bypassed him. What? Wei Min and his entourage stared at their eyes. This means, is it want them all to be buried with them? Even though you are the champion marquis, it's too much, isn't it? The old man has already begged you in a lowly manner, and because of this small matter, you want me, the 33rd seat of the martial pavilion, to die for no reason, and no longer consider it? Ji Rulong was on his feet. Turn around. So what? Ji Rulong looked at him. Wei Min snorted coldly. I have already given you champion marquis enough face. You are the one who has been aggressive 3 times. Since you want me to die, then naturally I will not fold my hands. Word strike. He actually struck out directly. The strength of the 7th heaven exploded as much as he could, and a large area of astral energy surrounded his body, wanting to suppress Ji Rulong on the spot. One time, everyone at the scene were holding their breath, watching intently staring at this scene. It was undeniable that Ji Rulong's status and position did make them unable to muster up half a bit of courage to resist, but the outside world's rumors of his godlike strength were too deified for his age. So, compared to believing that Ji Rulong's personal strength was truly at the peak, the crowd at the scene was more willing to believe that it was because of the border army that he had achieved his position at the altar today. How strong can a young man in his early 20s be? Wei Min, on the other hand, was a solid 7 heavens powerhouse, and the other party's methods that could be called divine techniques were something they had seen with their own eyes. Putting aside the identity of Ji Rulong's scruples, this one strikes. Ji Rulong today may have to move a stone to stone their own feet. May. Just as they thought this, Ji Rulong, who was standing in front of the crowd, merely raised his arm and flexed his fingers. Shasta, a terrifying aura, compressed and shaped in the air, like a sheathed blade shot towards Wei Min. Again, only the large strands of astral energy that were densely spread around Wei Min's body collapsed inch by inch. Pust. Wei Min sprayed a large mouth of blood in the air, when the crowd fixed their eyes to see the past, the 33rd seat of the martial arts pavilion. The entire chest has collapsed, shaped like a puddle of mud lying on the ground, out of breath more in breath less. If I let you cultivate for another armor, you won't even have the qualifications to take a shot at me. Ji Rulong spoke indifferently. Crowd. This Nima, the existence of the 7th Heavenly Hall, the 33rd seat of the martial pavilion, couldn't even catch a single finger of Ji Rulong? Inevitably, it was a little too strong, right? Ji Rulong put away his hand and looked towards Tianfang Qian and his line of 3 family members. Soon, I will personally send that big brother of mine's ashes out of the city. Get over there and kneel by yourself. Don't force this marquis to leave you 3 families with no chickens or dogs left behind. There's a place to be, so I won't stay to entertain you specially. Chapter 130, the whole city is here to see you off. Word strike. Turn around and leave. Tianfang Qian gritted his teeth and finally said through clenched teeth when Ji Rulong was about to get on the bus. If I remember correctly, being a border army is not allowed to enter the country. And you're a noble champion marquis. The existence that sits on these 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains should more than likely not appear within the territory. I just don't believe that the Kyoto side would let you mess around so much because of the death of one person. So, what exactly will you do to spare us? Must you, to kill until all men are chilled, and bring on themselves mischief, be willing to rest? Life floats around for dozens of years. Tianfang Qian had gotten used to the days of reigning supreme. Nature, not wanting to die just like that. Even if the other party was the champion Ho, he wanted to fight a little more. That's right, according to the regulations, it is true that the border troops cannot enter the country without a transfer order from the capital. And yesterday, when Kyoto posthumously honored that oldest brother of mine as a major general, it also gave orders to this marquis to return to the capital. Ji Rulong looked sideways and stood up in the hall. Want to know, why is this marquis still in Han River? Tianfang Qian and his party cupped their palms and waited for the following. I still have 20,000 troops, and they will arrive at the 3 northern provinces before tonight. It's just a pity that you won't be able to see that scene. After saying that, Ji Rulong got into his car and left. Behind, Tianfang Qian and his party were completely ashen and their livers were cracked. Listen to this. He not only ignored the order from Kyoto, but also transferred 20,000 troops from outside of Guanwei to enter the country. Ready to let the top royal family that sits in charge of the land of the 3 northern provinces, with hundreds of thousands of troops, to see the invincible posture of their border army? Sweat beats all over his body. When the wind came, Tianfang Qian and the others couldn't help but be chilled to the bone. Looking at the direction Ji Rulong had left, it was difficult to return to their senses for a long time. At this point, the group of soldiers who remained at the scene stepped forward with neat steps. Completely finished, Tianfang Qian spat out the last sentence, summarizing the situation that the 3 great clans were now facing. The Liao family. In the main hall, family head Liao Shihong was holding a cup of tea, listening very comfortably to the various information that his subordinates had learned from the outside world. That guy has already called the media to openly criticize the crimes of the 3 top families. It looks like today is definitely going to be a split. Father, is it really right for us to stand up to the 3 families so early? Talking. It's Liao Shihong's eldest son, Liao Huatian. It is well known that the public statements made to the public a few days ago were authorized by the heavenly family. Actually, at that time, Liao Huatian took an opposing stance. After all, after the Hanjiang Academy's matter broke out on the mainland, the guy who was secretly avenging the father and daughter of Yi Qianqian had shown a shocking sleight of hand. This time, even though they had invited people from the martial pavilion from the Tian family, he still felt that as a bystander he should not get too deeply involved. But unfortunately, no one in the family accepted his opinion at all. Now that the storm in the outside world was intensifying, the sense of foreboding within him that was not good was getting stronger and stronger. I say, big brother, you are too indecisive, aren't you? Things have already developed to this point. Could it be that at this time, you can still temporarily change sides? Besides, do you think that you can think of problems that father, his old man, can't? You have to know that the one invited down by the Tian family is the 33rd seat of the martial pavilion, a great power that gathers strength and background in one. Even though, that rat who hides his head and shows his tail has shown notable ability in Han River, you don't think that he can still make any waves in front of this 33 seat, do you? Scene. Immediately, someone spoke out sarcastically. The second oldest of the Liao family, Liao Huayuan, He carelessly straightened his teeth with a toothpick and once again said disdainfully, "Fear of wolves in the front and tigers at the back. When will it be the turn of our Liao family to show their faces?" This time, even though our Liao family has listened to the words of the Tian family, we have also used this to make a name for ourselves in Hanjiang in one fell swoop. And soon, you will know how much benefit this wise choice will bring us. Liao Huotian frowned and confessed. That said, I always feel uneasy inside. This next. A group of Liao's family members were thoroughly amused by him. On weekdays, they have not seen this big brother of theirs. So timid. What? You think that guy borrowed the media to publicly criticize the crimes of the three families to bring down the three great families? Simply a joke. Liao Huotian raised his eyebrows and hung back. At the same time, Liao Shihong also knocked on the table and said with a confident mind, "Put your mind at ease. If it's just my Liao family alone, it's true that I don't even have the qualifications to be an enemy with that guy. But this time, the situation is different. I've learned that the person that the Tian family spent a large amount of money to invite down this time is not only superb in his personal strength, but also has the support of a martial pavilion powerhouse of an even higher rank than him in this matter, an existence that our Liao family can't imagine. That guy who avenged the death of Yi Qianxian's father and daughter is at best a second generation. And in front of a real big shot like this, a dog's ass is nothing. Right now, the Heavenly family and their lack of movement is nothing more than waiting for that guy to make his identity public so that we can crush him in one fell swoop. And we, on the other hand, only need to symbolically step on that guy when the Heavenly family and theirs stomp him to the ground. In that case, the public statement made a few days ago was not uninformed, confident. Anyway, he didn't think that this stand was a lack of consideration. Instead, he was also glad that he had seized this first time, an opportunity that could push their Liao family's prestige to the top at once. Hey, Liao Huoyuan grinned. That guy is really quite pathetic. He probably doesn't even know until now that the Tian family has invited the bigwigs from the martial pavilion, making a big fuss and making a big mess. Thinking he's great? Unbeknownst to him, right now he's like a jumping clown. And when he sees the bigwigs of the martial pavilion, he'll probably have his face turn white with fear. In 3 days, I hope your Liao family will still be alive and kicking like this? Liao Huoyuan snorted coldly and said angrily, "Not only do I want to be alive and kicking, at that time, I will also step on your head and in piss." What the hell? Do you really think that no one can cure you? Was talking up a storm. An underling, stepping hastily into the scene. Family master. There is another change in the media outside. That Yi Qingyun is the side. Words, not yet finished. Liao Huoyuan, who had his head raised on the side, just couldn't wait to snatch the cell phone over with a sneer on his face. What ridiculous tactics is this guy selling again? Let me see. Yi Qingyun, enlisted in the army in the 47th year of Xianqi. At the end of April, posthumously awarded the rank of Major General. Boom! Liao Huoyuan hand trembled, only to feel a chill sweeping through his body, followed by a few steps back, crashing into a wooden chair, his face so pale that he couldn't even see a trace of blood, so you can imagine how terrified he was. The entire main hall. At this moment, there is also silence, and Liao Shihong, who was previously victorious, is also a blank brain, unable to say half a word. Border troops, not so much. Are you? What? A posthumously awarded general officer about to lie in the garden of the spirits? Fizzle. This, then, how prominent should that guy, whom they threatened to crush with one hand, be? A burst of neat, heavy footsteps, breaking the silence of the scene, when a group of people from the Liao family looked over. A lot of people, directly fell off their chairs, and some people even rubbed their eyes for fear of misreading. Zhenguo Daigong. Crown. Champion Marquis? Liao Huoyuan's entire person was struck by lightning. Remembering his earlier wild words, he only felt that his head was confused. In front of such an existence, what kind of martial pavilion? What kind of 33 seats? What kind of is it? Him, to be so ridiculous as to think that you, yourself, could step on the head of such an illustrious figure and play the bully? Which big shot is it that threatened to be able to pinch this marquis to death with one hand in the first 2 days? Stand out for me to see? Ji Rulong swept his gaze around the circle and seriously inquired. Crowd. No talk? Ji Rulong shook his head, only feeling tasteless. Spin. A big hand. Take it all away. Outside, after Yi Qingyun's identity and biography was made public, the atmosphere of the entire city was pushed to its peak. Too shocking. Too unexpected. No one had ever imagined that the man who had been killed by the native powers would have such an illustrious identity, as well as such a dazzling war record. And it was no wonder that the war zone had stirred up the entire Han River for his sake. Shortly thereafter, all the big screens in the city, all stopped rolling. The ground trembled slightly, and all that remained was rolling like thunder. The the sound of neatly organized footsteps, an army of 80,000 men, entering the city to see them off, distributed in the city streets. All sections of the general public saw a scene never dared to think of in their lives, those usually in their insurmountable big names, all by the war zone escorted kneeling on the side of the road. 3. The martial court crowd, the Liao family, as well, Mr. and Mrs. Bekemochi, who had been in hiding for several days, were unified in place. Same time, the entire Han River, all communications, signals, all cut off. It can be said that, with this 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers, located in the central region of Dashia Hanjiang City, at the moment, is a lonely city. The people inside cannot contact the outside world even more cannot contact to the inside. Exactly. What kind of character can have such heavenly means? Everyone. It's all eagerly awaited. Finally, morning, 10 o'clock sharp, Ji Rulong carrying Yi Qingyun's urn, for the first time in Hanjiang in the form of a formal dress in public appearance, originally stopped scrolling the big screen, but also once again run. Chapter 131, he, more than a great hero? The moment. Citywide, the streets, the road sections, have been filled with the general public. The two grandmothers and grandchildren of Wang, Gao Manyu, and the sisters of Lan Xiaochao, likewise mingled in the center of the crowd, staring intently at the large screen not far away. The identity about that big shot will be revealed soon, and up to now, you still refuse to admit that you were compelled by that dog? Gao Manyu hugged her arms and inquired towards Lan Xiaochao at the side. I don't know. That dog, in the end, fed her daughter what kind of ecstasy, so that her daughter, like losing her mind, decided that he was the big man who stirred up the wind and clouds in the city. Seeing that Blue Xiao didn't squeak, Gao Manyu raised her eyebrows and continued to add, I looked for your Uncle Lu, and originally, I was planning to directly poke holes in that dog's identity. However, since that big shot is planning to disclose his identity today, it's not too bad for these 2 days. So you just watch. That big shot is probably going to be on the big screen soon. At that time, you will realize how wrong you were. Blue Xiaoxiao stared unblinkingly into the distance and simply said, the one who can't recognize the truth is you. Ha! Gao Manyu snorted. Since you say he is that big shot, but has he looked for you in the past 2 days? Presumably, recognizing that he is about to be in big trouble, he has already run away in fear? Blue Xiaoxiao was silent again. Actually, it was not wanting to argue with her, but her silence, in the view of Gao Manyu, is the bottom of the gas is insufficient, so more ridicule. You would rather believe a wild man outside, but also do not want to believe your mother me. This is not very ridiculous? If, indeed, that dog is that great man, how could he, without the slightest regard for your face, make a move against me? All in all, it's just to see that I'll spoil the good impression he's built up in front of you. So he got angry and killed your second aunt and the girls to plant evidence on me. Aside, Lan Xiaoshui's willow brows frowned lightly. In fact, she didn't believe that Ji Rulong was that big shot, compared to the expectation of that idol in her heart. Ji Rulong, who gave her sister the wooden pistol, was just a timid, selfish person. Only, she kept this idea hidden in her heart and did not say it explicitly. After all, if Ji Rulong was the big shot that had the 3 great families at their wits' end, then how come he didn't even dare to directly face a Xiang family, back in the Hanjiang Academy? So, instead of persuading Blue Xiaoxiao to recognize the truth, it would be better to wait for the facts to be laid out in front of her so that she could wake up on her own. As for the opportunity, it has come. Look well, if the next second into the big screen is to pester you that little Yakuza, your mom on the spot kneel down and kowtow. Gao Manyu saw the big screen flashing up, but also directly set up this guarantee. The words fell. Citywide. A single image passes uniformly through all screens open to the public. The unicorn treads the clouds. Shoulder the Samsung. The mountain and river map that symbolized 90,000 miles of magnificent mountains and rivers, carried on his body, itself conveyed a shocking fact to the crowd. This mountain and river, he is the one who is guarding it. He carried the urn and walked majestically in the center of the crowd. Countless people were doubly affected by his every move, and he was like an earthly emperor with all the stars bowing down to him. Beside him, followed by Qin Tian, in formal attire, a first-class school officer. Both sides, 3,000 border troops each linked into a black line that could not be seen at a glance, holding high the banner of the mythical beast Qilin treading clouds, accompanied by the whole process. The camera then pulls up and away. People can clearly see that all areas of the city is all wearing white gloves. 80,000 troops, even if only a real-time video transmission of the picture, but still, let everyone feel a great shock. The whole city, a dead silence. Actually, after Yi Qingyun's identity was publicly revealed, the debate about Ji Rulong's personal origins was basically gone. All the previous guesses were also overturned one by one. After all, Yi Qingyun, who was also in the same border army, was also posthumously awarded a general officer. So Ji Rulong, who was just in his early 20s, would categorically not have a high personal position, but due to the energy he displayed. For example, the Lu family and others who were secretly paying attention to him still could not help but raise his status by several steps. A first-class school officer of the border army, a position comparable to that of Yi Qingyun during his lifetime, and obviously more in line. But now, if I'm not mistaken, 1, 2, 3, that's a big ING general, isn't it? Crap, see that battle suit he's wearing? Do you think that an average general is qualified to wear this kind of battle uniform? This is not only a great general, but also the first ranked in the military department, the champion marquis. The cries of alarm were like a tidal wave that swept across the Han River in an instant. After all, such a status is too prominent with the general public. Similar to him, the existence of a country's territory with heavy power in hand, whether in ancient times or in the present world, is the existence of an extremely important person? One for all. One for all. This, not at all. No one would have thought that after half a month of the Hanjiang Academy matter, what was ushered in, would be such a big shot personally. Former Zhao Group. In front of the top-floor landing window, Lu Yusheng family of 3, looking at the radiant young heir Lang on the big screen, uncontrollably slightly open mouth, shocked to the point that it is difficult to say. Willow Leaf's eyes were moist, but the corners of her mouth were tinged with a smile. She tried her own way of expressing what she wanted to say, to her own parents. And, Mr. and Mrs. Yu Yusheng, can read it. My brother showed me that Qian Qian's father is a great hero, and my brother is also a great hero for us. Yu Yusheng nodded heavily. Do not retreat from the enemy, vow not to return to the pass. This seems to be peaceful behind the prosperous times. Is the border army? Is the thousands of sons and daughters time and time again into death? Is up to several years of wait forward, as well as this marquis. One man leads the army and is proud of the nation's back. How many hot bloods have been spilled, and how many lives and deaths have been self-evident. Therefore, God will send a great task to the people. Must first suffer their hearts and minds, labor their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and empty their bodies. Since ancient times, the great achievers of the proud world have all gone through hardships unimaginable to ordinary people. So, at the moment standing in the big screen above the Ji Rulong, how much scenery. These 5 years people cannot see the back. How much pain. In the past 5 years, I'm afraid that only he, himself, can realize what the border troops, who have no names, no identities, no specific ages to disclose to the outside world, and only one number, have really paid for this country. You sons of ES, mutilating a border general who died for his country. How could he not go south himself? Yusheng Lu clenched his fists, his blood boiling. For a long time, he is, more than a great hero? You remember, daughter, he is a god, the one who protects my great Xia's 90,000 miles of territory and is recognized as the first war god of the world. Chapter 132, I've come to Hanjiang for one thing only, the scene. Not only in such a small family, the entire Han River, thousands of households, 10,000 households. After Ji Rulong's identity was made public, a series of 10,000 big waves were formed, spreading over the sky, enveloping every corner. Zhang, who had seen Ji Rulong's Le Clan and other martial sect area celebrities, were similarly heart-stopping, compared to the outside world. Countless gazes of awe and reverence. What they have is only fear and nervousness, and with a command, 80,000 sons and daughters entered the city en masse. This kind of existence, when it comes to real action, who in the world can be defeated? Center Street, when you see that bright boy, in the center of the crowd radiant toward the distance, Haiman language first is surprised. Just wait to see Ji Rulong's face after this last second. Also a chest of bold words set down the woman, on the legs a soft, in the countless people under the gaze of consternation, was scared paralyzed on the ground. A pair of eyeballs, are almost staring out. Her face went pale, and every inch of her body shivered uncontrollably at the moment. Just with you, you also want to climb up to my daughter. Take the money. I, Gao Manyu, don't want to take advantage of you. I, Gao Manyu, put my words here, just like you. Even if my daughter is with a beggar, she won't be with you. Do you believe it or not? One word from me, Gao Mangyue, will make it impossible for you to stay in Hanjiang. Time present day. Gao Manyu once again recalled the words she had said to Ji Rulong back then, and she felt that her entire being was shrouded in endless fear, and more than anything else, shame and regret. After half a day, their family could suddenly turn around, all thanks to Ji Rulong, and she, who was so ignorant as to take the other party's gift, like a clown, arrogantly showing off, was simply ugly, as well as, even more ridiculous. Blue Xiaoqiao had clearly named Ji Rulong's identity to her. However, because she had said hurtful words to Ji Rulong in the beginning, so in order to save her face, she was unwilling to accept such a fact, and continued to unfold her bad side in front of the other party, so that Ji Rulong's impression of her was as bad as it could be. The great general this kind of unrivaled character in the world to look at her daughter. Once grasped, then she Gaomanyu will become the top most noble person in this world. But, because of her ignorance, hard to miss the opportunity. Gaomanyu lay on the ground and cried bitterly with regret. The whole person was unbearable. Lan Xiaoqiao's eyelashes fluttered. She had deduced Ji Rulong's specific identity countless times, but she had never expected that he would be the most dazzling and eye-catching existence in this world. Everyone, who thought they were high on him, but in the end, underestimated him. She couldn't help but take a few steps back from the front of the crowd. The expression tightened. The whole person, with a shriveled temperament, turned bleak. Things have been so far, when Ji Rulong appeared in the public eye in this capacity, even if this person is really like the outside world, rumors like pouring her Blue Xiaoqiao. But she did not have the courage, did not have the confidence to go forward. Each other, not even in the same world. Standing in the crowd, Lan Xiaoshui, who hadn't moved for a long time, was dumbfounded in place when she saw the male who had become the focus of millions of eyes in an instant. For a long time, her lips slowly closed. It was only an instant's work, and a whole face turned red from shame. He's chicken? Him? Selfish? This man, obviously, was the idol she had longed to know, the great hero she had long awaited within her. But, when really see him, as expected, blue small snow heart, but half a little bit of joy not up, there is, just a deep self-blame. 10 minutes later, the procession led by Ji Rulong and followed by the remaining 3,000 border troops finally arrived at the central avenue in the district, by Maoji and his wife, Wuge Wei Min, Ma Yi and other people who were ready to stand up for the three families, as well as Tianfang Qian and a group of bigwigs of the three surnames who had once had only a hand in the Han River, were all kneeling along the roadside, draped in mourning, etc. Ji Rulong stepped into the scene. Take the lead. Meet Mr. and Mrs. Shirato Moyuki. And Ji Rulong, who arrived at the scene, didn't pay any attention to them at all, just looked at a group of ordinary people who were holding their breath and huffing. All recognize me? Nodding one by one. Yet, in a rare moment of silence, he kept absolutely quiet. In fact, about sitting outside the customs, protect a country's peace of the existence of military generals, its identity information, personal appearance are absolutely confidential existence. So strictly speaking, today if not Ji Rulong deliberately open identity, then, even if the other party stood in front of them, they would recognize who the other party was. They recognized him in this battle uniform, the three heavy general stars carried on his shoulders, and the great Qilin flag held high behind him. You should also recognize him. Ji Rulong raised his hand, and the major screen image abruptly changed to a huge photo that filled the screen, processed by the relevant technicians. Therefore, the owner of this photo, at the moment, is wearing, at this moment, a major general's battle uniform. Ji Rulong once again made a sound, like a heavenly voice descending and rolling. I came to Hanjiang to do only one thing. Crowd. After a moment of disorientation, Wang Li, a Daxia native, respectfully sends General Yi out of the city. Sun He, a native of Daxia, respectfully sends the Protectorate Border Army, General Yi, a heroic figure of the Han River, out of the city. One by one, the ordinary people who exist in this multitude but are inconspicuous, but with the proud identity of the Daxia people, shouted out the most high voice, just to send you out of the city. Big brother, did you see that? Your merits are known to millions. Now, will you be able to realize more clearly what sin you have committed? Exactly? Kneeling on the ground, Mr. and Mrs. Bai Maoji were originally scared by the sound waves that went straight up to the sky, and now Ji Rulong swept over with a stern and appalling gaze, and even more so, they were scared and prostrated with their hands. Knock knock. There were several kowtows in a row, with a dull sound. Those words of pleading for forgiveness that had been pondered for a long time and had already reached the edge of their mouths, but they were slow to know how to speak. Yeah, what right do they, after all this, have to beg to live? Cut. Ji Rulong no longer stayed, striding forward at the same time, the two bloody heads behind him, rolled to the ground. Not far, the crowd of martial pavilion figures, watching Ji Rulong getting closer and closer, was like having the scythe of the god of death on their necks. causing their bones to creep and their hearts to tremble. Over the years, with the power of the martial pavilion flourishing, it had been an unknown amount of time since anyone had dared to openly escort their martial pavilion's personalities to kneel in front of the general public. Available at 5 years, although this marquee is the first time to enter the customs, but the ears and eyes of the 8 sides. I have heard that the martial court some people privately threaten to say that my military department sons and daughters, just a group of relying on taking a hot weapon, rampant waste of talent? On the contrary, everyone in your pavilion practices martial arts, and there are many strong and proud people? If you really want to discuss the two together, my military department is far less noble than your martial pavilion. Chapter 133, to Generals and Heroes. Ji Rulong's words came down the scene, but it was silent. It's not the inability to refute it. Rather, they dare not refute it. In other words, they were concerned about Ji Rulong's identity, so they didn't dare to admit their innermost truest thoughts to their faces. Because the martial pavilion is more noble than the military department. The reputation outside is greater. This itself is an indisputable fact. After all, look at the whole of Dacia. The military department is only a border army, slightly out of hand, and the martial arts cabinet, network of the world's strong, which seats a lot, are the world's prestigious strong, not to mention in the seat above, there is a perched on top of all the martial arts list. To put it more bluntly, it's only you, champion marquis, who can disregard their martial pavilion. How could anyone else in the military department qualify? Without consent, borrowing the name of this marquis without authorization to boost the prestige of your wagaku, and after getting up, instead of denigrating my sons and daughters of the Ministry of the Army in 10,000 ways, your wagaku was very great and it's time to clean it up properly. Wei Min's group of people violently raised their heads, and then, their faces turned pale. It's well known, the martial court. The reason why it had developed so quickly was all because of that half-human, half-god existence that had pierced through the martial Dao rankings with his own strength. Nowadays, wouldn't Ji Rulong's words mean that he was the one? Fizzle. Wei Wanjiao's teeth chattered for a long time before accepting this fact, then struggled. Since you have such a connection with our martial pavilion, can't you not kill us for the sake of the great man above? If you really want to pull it, Ji Rulong, who had been offered as a divine being by countless powerhouses within the martial pavilion, was also considered half of the martial pavilion's grandmaster. Ji Rulong swept an expressionless glance at her. Then, it actually went straight away. Wei Wanjiao's group of martial pavilion people were slightly stunned and were about to let out a big sigh of relief when they heard a voice slowly coming from them. It's not to kill you guys, it's to kill your martial pavilion. People who are in a high position, but who don't do anything about it. Not one. Wei Wanjiao and other people's scalp exploded, and then back to God. The only thing that surfaced in front of their eyes was the cold and aggressive light of the knife. It's the second wave. Blood spread all the way. With the gradual advance of the procession, left behind is a row of blood-red footprints. Shocking, as well as, compared to the unrelated masses, can clearly recognize that they only wait for death of the 3 families of the crowd, is the real chills. That kind of heart-was-pinched choking feeling, ordinary people, a lifetime may not be able to experience. Tianfeng Qian's body trembled violently, and before Ji Rulong could open his mouth, he took the lead in sophistry. We didn't know beforehand that Yi Qingyun was under your command, and killing him was a misunderstanding, isn't it? In some way, unjustifiable for you to execute all of us in such a tragic act of public deprivation of our rights? Word eyes. It looks hardcore. In truth, the words were all tinged with a trill, clearly underlined. You, talking about misunderstandings in front of the current champion marquis? Knowing that he's a border army, you guys don't dare to kill him. Meaning, other war zone sons and daughters, you can kill them with impunity? Ji Rulong slowly opened his mouth, his aura rushing skyward, covering heaven and earth. Tianfeng Qian's head snapped up, but his words choked in his throat. Ji Rulong looked at him and said again, the so-called raising an army for 1,000 days, using an army for an hour. No matter whether it's my border army or the other sons and daughters of my military department, the hard training day and night is for the sake of war preparation. You killed my ministry's sons and daughters for your own future, for your own desires, and now you have the face to speak of misunderstanding? Tianfeng Qian, a little, on behalf of the 3 families, he shivered and vocalized once again. But, no matter what, Yi Qingyun's death is already a foregone conclusion. Even if you kill all of us, it won't change anything. When a man dies, after all, he can't come back to life. So why not keep us and do something as useful as possible? For example, my 3 families will reform themselves from now on, and for the rest of our lives we will definitely do our best to send all-round talents to the Ministry of War, and strengthen the defense force of our summer kingdom. Which is always more valuable than killing us all? Ji Rulong was silent, his expression rather playful. Seeing this, Tian Fongqian multiplied his attack. In addition, I heard your meaning yesterday that you are still prepared to wield more than 20,000 divisions to fight the Zhang clan's royal family? Although the border army is strong, but war, there will always be deaths, and when the time comes, there will be more than one Yi Qin Yun dead. Why don't you calm down, and let's sit down together and discuss a more appropriate way to pay back for the crime? He stared at Ji Rulong dead in the face, waiting for an answer. Nowadays, the communication of the whole city has been cut off, and 20,000 border troops have entered the pass. Ji Rulong's purpose, in fact, is very clear. The border army is his bottom card. He wants to before the Zhang clan's royal family can't react, one blow to break the other side, as far as possible, to avoid the battle stretched out. This is certainly a relief and a bully, but undoubtedly it is also the most reckless way to go about it, and not at all the best way to go about it. He, on the other hand, was to point out the stakes again and again, in a bid to make Ji Rulong change his mind, in an attempt to save his life, even if, thereafter, it was all spent in paying for his sins. Finished? Ji Rulong asked with a smile. Tian Fongqian carefully observed his expression. Then, steeply feel wrong, before he had time to think more. The next second, to fight a Zhang clan in the presence of this marquis's honors, you need 20,000 border troops? You have not, inevitably, looked down too much on his Zhang clan's royal family. Boom! The words came out. Tian Fongqian and the others were all sweating. The words. The amount of information that was revealed was so great that they were slow to react. Ji Rulong laughed. How big he had laid this chess game. Not many people in the whole world could really understand it. With the eyesight of Tian Fongqian and others, they simply could not imagine it. Only, he had no interest in explaining more to the dead. Chop them all up and hang their heads in front of their mansion for 3 days. From now on, there is no such thing as might in Hanjiang. Ji Rulong dropped these words and led the group, continuing towards the outside of the city. The herd, at a glance, one could not see the end of the crowd. Eyes, all gathered in his body, until he passed through the woman bridge. A raised hand. Gunshots rang out and shook the sky. As you can see, 80,000 troops, firing their guns at the same time. For one man's send-off? City West. Ji Rulong raised his hand again. Then, the majestic city that had been silent for a short time, the second time ushered in the appalling sound wave that shattered the sky. Compared to the first time, obviously maintained for a longer period of time, made a bigger commotion, and it seemed to be, the whole world heard the sound of it. Noon. As the sun was blazing, the crowd, like a mountain or a sea, was still unwilling to leave. The sending-off party led by Ji Rulong had already arrived outside of the city, and with the urn in his hand, he looked at the caravan coming from Kyoto not far away, his hands squeezing tighter. My sons and daughters of the border army, killing the enemy on the battlefield, though death is honorable, but the only, wow, raise the gun, tens of thousands of troops, bearing down, can't die in vain at the hands of your own people. Release again. Ji Rulong raised his hand and swung it down. Boom! The man is dead, but the military soul is still alive. All the generals of our army send off General Yi. General Yi, have a good journey. The man is dead, but the military soul is still alive. All the generals of our army send off General Yi. General Yi, have a good journey. The moment people heard, not only a sad and high, successive send-off sound, in the native war zone, it seems, there is a burst of war drums, like thunder. You hear, how shocking. Inside the city, a middle-aged man with dark skin, obviously in the stage of doing hard labor for many years, his eyes reddened, solemnly raised his hand, and saluted a not-so-standard salute. Yeah, it was they, obviously, who guarded the brocade. They could die in battle, but how? Could they be brutally murdered by their compatriots, whom they had put their lives on the line to protect? It's like they are struggling at the bottom, for the sake of their families, for the sake of their livelihood. They can face a lot of pressure and injustice exerted by the upper class, but you can't trample on them as if they were stinking gutter slime. A leaf sees all beings. It's not just middle-aged that can feel empathy. The crowd. There are old people. There were young boys and girls, children with their hands raised over their arms close to their heads, and their eyes were firm, as if songs were coming from their hearts. You were as young as I was that year, to create that new world of dreams. Turn around and hurry into the storm. I saw millions of lovely you, not looking back, running toward the depths of the smoke. How many youthful backs disappeared into the night for the morning sun? One person pulls the strings. 10,000 people followed. The sound of whistling, once again, filled the city. to generals and heroes. Chapter 134, Studying for Fame and Fortune? Since ancient times, the words civil and military then specifically referred to military and martial affairs. And no matter what era, civil ministers and military generals, it is the former who are in charge of politics and the latter who kill the enemy. Compared to those civilian officials who often stand in front of the stage and show their faces, similar to Ji Rulong and their kind of main killing of the military generals, is always not publicly appear, even if they die in battle, only palm-sized urns, sent back silently and unnoticed. If it wasn't for the three top families losing their hearts this time and coinciding with the lack of war at the border, causing Ji Rulong to go south in a fit of rage, Yi Qingyun's biography of the war effort, there will not be so grand, in the public eye of the day, even if the future retired, also destined to hide the work and fame, and he, still only 5 years, changed generation after generation countless border army son of a member. There are too many and he is like the border army son of a member, quietly stayed outside the pass, and even the bones cannot be found back. They, too, are heroes, the same heroes who are at the forefront for the prosperity and stability of these mountains and rivers. Just, their achievements and resumes were not as public as Yi Qingyun's. To the general, to the hero, under the sound of grief and indignation coming from the city like a tsunami, Ji Rulong moved slightly to send Yi Qingyun's urn to the caravan coming from Kyoto, and then, raising his arm high, with tears in his eyes, he glanced through the world of man, eventually, falling into that cold and windy land of the pass as it arrives. Salute! Only 2 words rose up against the wind and scattered between heaven and earth, looking at Ji Rulong's lofty body like a mountain. This word tribute, Qin Tian understands it, and the 3,000 border troops understand it. A man's ambition is to leave the countryside, to repay the country that is willing to return. I don't need a place to bury my bones. There are green hills everywhere in life. He honored those who were so full of zeal that they walked out of the pass without fear of gunfire, but never came back. That afternoon, a great storm that swept through the city came to an end as Yi Qingyun traveled north. However, the more perceptive people continue to note that this half-month-long event is not quite over, claimed that the disciples of 30,000 local superpower Hop Shang Hui, as early as 3 days ago to stop camping so far, this morning is the members of All Out, wearing mourning for Yi Qingyun to send off, which granted who the intention, has been self-evident. The key problem is that now that the 3 great clans have all been beheaded, the places related to the Hopsing event still remain closed. Also, the Zhao group, which once stood in the Wumen district, was the one that was pushed down by Ji Rulong and taken over by the Lu family, and at the present moment, the 3 bigger cakes of Tian, Wang, and Zheng, at this time, none of them dared to move, as one would think. In order to stabilize the economic development of the Han River, Ji Rulong will, in all probability, allow the official level to intervene and take care of the aftermath. But, compared to the original clear help Lu family on the situation, this matter is unexpectedly stuck in this. A whole Hanjiang, countless people secretly speculate. Stupid. Benefits move people. Sometimes, for the sake of a tiny bit of benefit, it is possible to kill you. Not to mention, it is such a big cake left behind by the 3 great families. It is not an exaggeration to say that who can take over the industry of the 3 great families, then, who can steadily develop into a whole Han River, the uncrowned king of the rise. It's just that no one dares to move without someone putting the word out. If things kept going according to this situation, then, on the day that the military department's leading figure left the Han River, a brand new bloody storm would sweep over the Han River once again. Some people look away. Some people are walking on thin ice. A man who presses down on an entire city and has to look him in the face. This, sure. In addition to this series of follow-up questions, there are more immediate problems that are happening in the Han River at the moment. Actually, it's not technically a problem. After the founding of the state of Daxia, the issue of education has been highly concerned about the court, compared to other aspects of development. Since the 25th year of the Xianqi, the University of Daxia blossomed all over the place, not to mention the far away. Let's just say that Hanjiang Academy is one of the most famous universities in the country, and it has trained many top talents for Daxia. This time, due to the incident of Yi Qingyun, the senior management of Hanjiang Academy decided to popularize the military by adding classes to the whole academy. As an example, to start related education in all aspects, and to implement it immediately. This decision, whether it was to be touched by today's scene, or to make up for the sins committed by school director by Maoji in this matter, or to please that military department's leading figure who was still lingering in Hanjiang, the results it brings are, ultimately, good. Read for the rise of Daxia. The ultimate goal of all people in the world to study should be to serve their family and country, not to compete for fame and fortune. Plus this thing, What's more, it should make these young students who are still in the academy and have not yet completely stepped into the society deeply realize that today's peaceful and prosperous world is not easy to come by. Think of danger in peace. Students actually don't need to care too much about the extra classes on the side of the academy. As the saying goes, people don't do it for themselves. People study for the gold list. It's nothing more than letting their families live a good life. And this is a class that not only doesn't give you any semblance of a practical boost to your studies, but it will hold you back. In other words, my dasha students only need to learn knowledge that can help them enter the upper class and gain fame and fortune. But as for the rest, it doesn't matter. Everyone, reading should be for yourself. In addition, according to teachers' view, our great summer kingdom has not actually been as uncomplicated as the war zone has made it out to be for so many years. You should know that nowadays it's the age of peace. So how can there be so many wars to fight? So, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Young people, relax when it's time to relax appropriately. In the future, dasha will only become stronger and stronger without so many dangers. Not only that, the Sakura Mist Island that had provoked a war against us, the Asian American and many other kingdoms, have in fact long since realized their mistakes profoundly, and in recent years, it is even more so with my Grand Xia, to start cooperation. From now on, all the students are free to move around the classroom as long as I'm the one taking this class. This, a certain teacher of Hanjiang Academy, in the classroom, was recorded in full by the students who listened to the class, and posted online, causing a wide range of hot debates. Han River Academy, once again, pushed into the limelight, as well as Ji Rulong, who was flipping through his cell phone in the business car that was speeding along on the way, was also quick to notice the video. The words, on the surface, don't pack the slightest punch, but dissect it down and you'll realize how nuanced it is. What do you mean? Sakura Mist Island and Sub-America have been in a cooperative relationship with Daxia all these years? Before, because of Yi Qianxian's father and daughter, he had chopped off the heads of more than 10 teachers of Hanjiang Academy in a row, among which there was no lack of a reputable professor. Rather, I didn't expect it. At a time like this, there are still people who dare to post such statements. I want to see him. Now. Ji Rulong handed his cell phone to the front row before leaning back in his seat and resting his eyes. Chapter 135, It's good. I think very highly of you. Han River Academy. The 60-year-old man, whose real name is Chu Wu, made himself a cup of tea, then opened a book and sat down at his desk to review it carefully. He wore glasses, was slim, and wore a long black coat. At first glance, it is quite literate. Just, anyone would not have thought such a person can be in the school publicly made some remarks like that. This, not only will put themselves in danger, but also let a whole school are to follow the implicated. Therefore, not long after the video was streamed, a group of Hanjiang Academy executives hurriedly rushed into his office, and so on, these people into the office, but saw this calm and relaxed scene in front of me. Is it, this Chu Wu, not the slightest realization of their own trouble out of the mouth? Chu Wu, are you out of your ing mind? A middle-aged man in a suit, obviously the leading figure, said with trembling fingers. Up to now, you still have the leisure to drink tea here. You've gotten us ing killed. Han River Academy. In the case of Yip Chin Chin, although it is not possible to talk about the full responsibility, however, the main responsibility is not related to them at all. Because of this incident, the reputation of the Hanjiang Academy outside would have been a drop in the bucket. Now, they were intending, with this decision, to salvage a wave of reputation, and at the same time, let that champion marquis, who was still in Hanjiang, see the changes that they had made in the Hanjiang Academy. Who'd have guessed? What the old man said is nothing but the truth. You guys added classes to please that big shot, but you let the students suffer to bear the pressure. Do you dare to say that you are not hypocritical in showing this move? Eloquent. Fan Ku, the head of the academy, cursed darkly and scolded. Even though I am hypocritical, what I bring to the young scholars is a good effect. But what about you? Abetting the pillars of the country to be selfish and treating their enemies as friends? Chu Wu put down his teacup, then closed the book and got up. If you guys want to think so, there's nothing I can do about it. Anyway, if you feel that the old man's words have defeated your purpose of currying favor with that great man, then fire the old man or whatever you want. The old man accepts it. After all, you've done quite a bit of bullying, and I happen to be, and I don't care to be in your company. He was so strict and righteous that those who didn't know him thought that he was a man of letters who dared to stick to his own ideas in the face of power and had a proud backbone. Actually, this is a completely strong statement. Undeniably, the group of people who came to reprimand him did have some flavor of oppressing people with their status. But in this case, It is clear that Chu Wu should not have made those remarks in public, and in the end, he turned into I am weak and I am justified, and he also declared that he did not care to be with Fan Ku and so on. Fan Ku gas lungs are going to explode. How hypocritical is the old man? Better than you, who has even forgotten the hatred of the family and the country. The point is, it's not even if you forget it yourself, but as a teacher, you dilute the minds of the cadets of the academy, making them think that the enemy of the great summer kingdom for generations is a friend? Strawberry. I'll tell. Vanko raised his hand and was making a move. Outside the office, a cold wind suddenly struck. The books on the desktop clattered and turned pages on their own, and by the time people came back to their senses, in the office, there were already 2 more young men with mountainous figures that they, all of them, had seen before. Just, compared to what they saw on the big screen not so long ago, what they see with their own eyes nowadays is even more mind-blowing. This Nima, the crown, the champion husband, is here in person? The back of Fanka's spine was instantly wet with sweat, and he half dared not slack off. Preparing to explain, Marquis. Ji Rulong lightly raised his hand to block his following words, then asked Chu Wu, who was holding books in the crowd and preparing to leave. You're the one who, earlier, made a public statement in class that there was no need to emphasize the subject of military popularization? Quavo flinched for a moment. Spin. Laughing coldly, he said, oh, is this the pattern of the champion Marquis? I just said some inner truths, and you, the person who carries the military department, personally came down to ask for punishment? Fizzle. How could Fan Ku and his party have never imagined that Chu Wu would dare to be so tongue-tied in the presence of Ji Rulong's real father? Damn you! Are you clear or not? The existence of this person in front of you who is resisting the mountain and river map. How many times can you die with a single sentence? Hinging? Ji Rulong laughed. If you think so, it's not bad. This Marquis, this person's heart has always been very good, especially when it comes to the hatred of the family and the country. This aspect, this Marquis, wherever you see it, that will definitely be vindictive. Qin Tian pulled open a stool and Ji Rulong sat down before lighting a cigarette for himself. Seeing the situation, Quavo couldn't help but frown. According to reason, his own words, said has been subtle enough. And Ji Rulong, this kind of basically already stood in the clouds of the big man, always should not be because of this matter. Personally looking for the door. Because, with his status position, a sentence down, let yourself unemployed. More than simple, but look at what he means now. Humph. I don't need you, a great man, to do it yourself. I'm already ready to resign my position as a teacher at the academy. I'm packing up now and going home. A cold grunt. Kuo was then ready to slip through the crowd, finding an opening. Unexpected. Just as his feet lifted, Qin Tian, whose face was cold and stern, blocked his way. What do you want? What's the matter? This group of people are trying to curry favor with you in every way possible. And I, Chu Wu, said a couple of big words that upset you? A big shot, and you're going to be unforgiving? I don't think I'm wrong, and I'm sure that a lot of people think the same way I do. The world's students, in order to lead a better life, get up early and work hard enough, but now they have to increase the amount of study because of things that are deliberately glorified. Which, shouldn't they be blamed? Ji Rulong raised his eyebrows and inquired. Deliberately glorified. Tell me about it? Chu Wu justified. The military department is carrying the weight of the world's peace first. This is not deliberately embellished? Those of you who wear military uniforms do not take military pay? Make yourself out to be so selfless. Not only do you receive a military salary, but you even enjoy more favorable treatment than ordinary people. Even. He was full of disdain. One pair. Look at the world. Who are hypocritical. Look, on the contrary, is incomparably sincere. Everything is for the sake of the world's students to consider. Ji Rulong inhaled a mouthful of smoke and actually nodded. This Marquis understands. According to your meaning, we, the people, should not take a single point. Watch our families starve to death, and still have to charge in the battlefield without any worries. And then, only then, does it fit with the weight of your heart to go forward? To be the first? To be selfless? Kova Wood, do you get paid to be a teacher? Yes. However, the old man is not teaching for the sake of salary. How could Chu Wu not understand what Ji Rulong meant? So he showed his quality character in advance. Ji Rulong laughed. You're actually right about this, and there's no reason for me to rise up against you. So you'll continue to teach and, then, not get paid? Chu Wu's face turned green. He had been prepared to lose his job, and his financial resources, also not in this salary. Based on his remarks today alone, the people above, the reward for his money, are an astronomical figure. But, Ji Rulong's unorthodox behavior disrupted his thoughts on the spot. But, according to what Ji Rulong said, wouldn't he, then, continue to lurk in the Hanjiang Academy, and then persistently root the previous set of thoughts in the hearts of these young scholars? Thinking about it, Chuwu's face instantly eased, and there was even some beauty inside. May, it looks like you agreed. And then, your family members, descendants, relatives, all those who are related to you and everything else, all of them are like you, to be a representative, not to be paid, and to contribute selflessly for the summer country? Ji Rulong looked at him and felt that this decision was good and wonderful, so he nodded his head and said, quite good. I am very optimistic about you. Kova would. This nigga, is he asking his whole family to work for nothing? On the side, Fan Ku and a group of other people all stifled their laughter. Really damaging. Chapter 136, Going North Immediately. No. Chuwu waved his big hand, and his face had turned ironic. If, just for himself, he can still put on a show, but let his family and relatives, all of them do not get paid to work for nothing, then what do they eat and drink? As well as, looking at his refusal, Ji Rulong's face, however, gradually turned cold. I'm disappointed. Chuwu simply can't care so much at this moment. Old man cannot take a penny for teaching, but my family relatives they did something, since should take pay. What makes you let them do it for nothing? Actually, as soon as those words left his mouth, Chuwu realized something was wrong. He, it seems, has fallen into Ji Rulong's trap. Which Nima? Fruity. So, your family members and relatives should get the pay they deserve for what they've done, while my sons and daughters of the military, who were born to die on the border and sold their lives with their heads tied to the waistband of their pants, should do it for nothing? And they should drink the northwest wind, their families, and starve to death? Once you have taken the deserved military pay, and enjoy the preferential treatment, to your mouth, their payment and contribution has become a deliberate embellishment? Your words, this marquis so understand words is not right? Kova would. Original. Chu Wu, who was still justified and not worried about what serious consequences his remarks would cause, turned pale on the spot. Original. From beginning to end, he didn't seem to be subdued by Ji Rulong's appearance, but invisibly, the pressure when this person appeared in front of him had caused him to lose his bearings, so much so, that it left him in a conversation that simply didn't have the calm and composure to argue with the likes of Fanko on the merits. Everything. It was all under Ji Rulong's control, and he, for his part, could only step into the abyss step by step, such that now, he simply didn't know how to retort. A gentleman seeks for himself, but a villain seeks for others? Ji Rulong got up, his gaze like a blade. Stump! Chu Wu's face turned white. The books he was holding in his arms spilled all over the ground. He stared at Ji Rulong in disbelief. You actually said that old man is a villain? I teach and educate people. What gives you the right to say that about me? Snap! Ji Rulong raised his hand. A slap cover down. Directly draw the corner of his mouth until the skin is broken. Into the theater so deep? Do you want this marquis to dig carefully? What exactly do you do? Boom! The words came out. Quo could no longer remain calm, sweating like a pig. Exactly why he posted that earlier statement is more than clear to him. Personally, if it is someone else said this, he is not thought, but this person in front of him is the mighty world champion marquis, the power of the dynasty and the top of the existence of the countryside. If he really want to check, he Chu Wu this hook. There is no place to hide. Just, this kind of thing, once admitted, is, without a doubt, to lose one's head, for it is no less than an act of treason. You misunderstand. The remarks against the military department just now was just the old man's hot head, unthinking nonsense. In fact, the meaning that the old man wanted to express is not so. Chu Wu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, no longer have the previous calm, but instead of the sentence defense. As for those words in the school hall, is the old man's a little bit of personal ideas, but also all for the sake of the students to consider. It's the old man who spoke too much. These words, the old man retracted all of them. I can go and explain to the scholars right now. Everything. Listen to the arrangement of the senior management of the academy. The more vain you are, the more you explain. The current quo is a good paraphrase of those 6 words. Personal thoughts? Ji Rulong snorted coldly as his palm covered him once again, directly spitting out blood on the spot. But this force, controlled very well. Otherwise, with Chu Wu's age of more than 60 years old, really a little force, he would have to see God aside. Although Fan Ku and others are scared, afraid of Chu Wu died bad luck, but really see this scene, they do not mention how much relief is not justified. How now? On the contrary, obediently concede? Previously, they hadn't fully realized how fine-tuned the inner meaning of Chu Wu's words in the schoolhouse was. Just think that Chu Wu is old and confused. dare to release this kind of idea publicly. Now with Ji Rulong step by step set down, they also reacted. This Nima, where is the old and confused? Simply, ulterior motives. Since it's a personal idea, why don't you hide it in your heart and take it to these students who have yet to step out of the academy to make a big deal out of it? Ji Rulong rubbed his 5 fingers together, and with that, Chu Wu's left arm twisted and deformed on the spot. Ah! A hissing scream echoed throughout the office. Are you still not a human being? Are you a soldier who protects us? Or are you an executioner? Even for me, an old man in his 60s, you have laid such a cruel hand on me. How can you be so vicious? Chu Wu drank hideously. Vicious? Ji Rulong smiled slightly, and when Fan Ku and the others saw it, it was like a spring breeze, and they were actually in a trance. Next, they then realized that underneath the smile, what an appalling murderous aura was hidden, and with one foot, they directly stepped on Chu Wu's right leg in the center and broke it, and the white bones were clearly visible. This, despite having seen many bloody incidents. At this moment, they could not help but feel a chill inside. This Marquis really want to throw you old to the customs. Let you see. How many of my border army sons and daughters have been buried in that piece of land all these years? How many? It is your mouth has repented of Sakura Mishima they killed. Sakura Mist Island. Asian American. Many enemies outside the country. If it wasn't for them, why was the border army established? And how could so many young and tender sons and daughters have been buried outside the border over the years? Chu Wu's eyes widened and he kept sucking in cool air. I don't know. Those who don't know are not guilty. You know now, Ji Rulong said. Kova Wood. Military popularization, in your eyes, is not only irrelevant, but even a liability? Ji Rulong fumbled on his body, found that the cigarette finished. Good thing Qin Tian immediately handed over he lit it, once again said, has been to my dasha ambition is not dead Sakura Mist Island and so on. With us to start cooperation? This Marquis does not ask you to have the character and responsibility that a teacher should have, but listening to you, it seems as if you are sending the wrong message to these future pillars of the nation of my Disya that they are our allies. Ben is the enemy, and yet, they are taught that the relationship between the two sides is one of deep cooperation and alliance? Once, this kind of thinking, deeply rooted and widely popularized, will not all those trainees who are not yet fully equipped with independent thinking think this way? It's not as if, it is, Qin Tian reminded. Ji Rulong corrected himself in time. A slip of the tongue. What is the best way to dispose of such a dog that has plagued the new generation of my dasha? It seems, it's under consideration. Chu Wu finally realized the seriousness of the matter. This one, it seems, felt that killing him was cheap, therefore, need to think of a more brutal way to let him be highly punished? Fizzle. Chu Wu was chilled to the bone, terrified to the point that he couldn't say a word. He regrets it. For a long time, Ji Rulong had a flash of light. This thought of yours is very interesting. As a dasha person, countless wars through the ages have already confirmed that this peaceful and prosperous world of today is the result of countless forefathers, who exchanged their lives for each other. But you instead have bet these future pillars of the country not to care too much about military popularization. And if you don't revere the people's sons and daughters, what are you going to revere? To revere the foreigners and pander to the foreigners? Surely your son, your grandson is the same? In that case, this Marquis will fulfill your wish, and from this day forward, in the name of this Marquis, deprive you of your status as dasha people, and you, as a family, shall not be entitled to anything that dasha people have within dasha, for life. Boom! The words came out. Chu Wu's face was like a dead gray on the spot. So to say, they are no longer individuals. In the simplest terms, they are the same as being beaten and scolded, and they don't even have the power to defend their rights. There is no work, no housing, and the only way to make ends meet in the future is to beg. This, simply, was more desperate than killing him. Don't, Marquis. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. You kill me. Don't implicate my family and children. Without the identity of a dasha person, how do you let them live? Chu Wu cried out in pain. At this moment his intestines are remorseful. If he knew it was such an end, he killed, but also will not accept those money with a clear conscience. However, in the face of his prayers, Ji Rulong only withdrew his toes lightly. What's the point of begging me? Go beg your foreign dog father. Having said that, Ji Rulong turned around and walked away. Outside the schoolhouse, Ji Rulong stood on the side of the road and smoked. Qin Tian got 2 ice creams from somewhere and handed one over. Calm down. It's very sweet. Ji Rulong took it, but had no intention of tasting it. You personally do it. Make sure to hold things down without a trace. Don't have any news spread out. I now have no time to deal with those sewer rats. 5 years. Large and small wars. Open battle or open fight, or secret surprise attack. Sakura Mist Island and other countries. There is not once, in the hands of the unicorn army to get good. You can't beat me. So you play this disgusting trick? Then you watch how this Marquis pulls out these dogs one by one and kills them clean. Nightfall. Shin Tian, who had returned from the outside, had just wanted to report the news of the border troops entering the customs, but he found Ji Rulong lying on his study seat with his eyes closed, while on the rice paper in front of him, there were two large imposing characters written, "Stand by." He smiled and was just about to turn around and leave when Ji Rulong slowly opened his eyes. "Don?" Shin Tian nodded. Spinning around, he asked, "When are we going north?" "Immediately." Chapter 137, laying out for half a month. Weaving a net between the worlds, the man of heaven and earth, the adversary of all things also. In this vast world, who is not a hasty passerby? The Han River thing is up, and now 20,000 border troops have already been displayed in the northern three provinces area belonging to the Jeon clan's royal family. And how can he, the hero who is ready to trample on the rivers and lakes and overthrow the king's power, not go down to the field in person and enjoy some swords and shadows? Up north, it is a must. The layout of half a month, net weaving between the world. This battle will not be too long, but also not too short. Only strive for the future. Come into the living room. Yi Qingyun's spiritual hall has been removed. The entire villa, which was conspicuously empty. This villa was just a temporary stopping point for him in Hanjiang, and now with his imminent departure, it had also completed its due task. Transfer it to your sister-in-law's name. Put down the keys. Ji Rulong went out with his hands in the air, and outside the door, there was already a vehicle that had been started in advance waiting here. A little. Shin Tian, who had simply packed up his things, followed closely. I've already notified the local war zone. There will be a special plane, and several armed fighters escorting us throughout the entire journey north. For the generals, especially Ji Rulong, such as the existence of the main martial arts generals, none, do not pay attention to the 4 words. The army is expensive and speedy, and it doesn't matter if it's hit or not hit, or when it's hit. But, as long as the decision is given, then the action should be carried out quickly to ensure that at any time period, he went down with a sentence, can be the enemy's bottom of the spread in front of the bottom of not a single omission. To do a crushing blow, don't make a big commotion. Ji Rulong frowned, meaning that the full escort of armed fighters could be cancelled. The first thing he didn't understand. Now, it's eventful. Over in Kyoto, I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at the Han River. To be precise, are staring at him, the champion Marquis, under such a special situation, since it should be the main safety, not afraid of 10,000, afraid of the eventuality that there are ulterior motives. Then the consequences, simply unimaginable. If I borrowed 10,000 of their guts, they wouldn't dare to make a move against me. Ji Rulong could see what Shin Tian was thinking and said disdainfully, so, it was not good for Shin Tian to say more. Accompany me somewhere first. The blue house. Downstairs, the business car hit the bright lights. Ji Rulong dropped the window and lit a cigarette. Shin Tian saw this. Not going to say hello? In fact, as far as I'm concerned, if you are always holding on to that memory in your heart, there's no need to force yourself to put it down because of some trivialities. Follow your heart, a truth that you still taught me. Ji Rulong was silent for a long time. Go, he sighed silently, and then the vehicle started up, and in the darkness of the night, it silently arrived at the local war zone, and a special airplane rose up flat on the ground, and eventually disappeared into the sky. The blue house. Since the daytime, after learning about Ji Rulong's specific identity, Gao Manyu, as well as Blue Xiaoqiao sisters, came back to their respective lost in thought. 3 different individuals, everyone's mood, are extraordinarily different but just as complex, especially the Gorman language. When I came back, I didn't eat or drink, and I was like a lost soul. For a snob like her, seeing the missed opportunity for her family to befriend Ji Rulong was definitely more difficult than digging meat out of her body. The point is, that process of getting someone like her to accept her mistakes is worse than death. On the contrary, it was Lan Mucheng who was sitting in front of the window, looking at the north from afar, looking in a good mood, and seemed to be humming some kind of song in his mouth, which could not help but contrast very sharply with the mood of the 3 of them. Gao Manyu. At this moment, Gao Manyu was suddenly annoyed and said angrily, "You incompetent waste, do you know that our family has missed out on a heavenly opportunity? At this time, you still have the mood. Singing here? Weekdays." In the face of Gao Manyu's chiding, Lan Mucheng had always been silent. But today, Lan Mucheng's 5 fingers that were resting on the table suddenly stopped tapping, his gaze emotionless as he swept towards Gao Manyu. "That's your chance. What does it have to do with me?" One moment. Not only Gao Manyu, Even the Blue Xiao Xiao sisters seemed to feel an invisible pressure from their disheveled father, the man who had lived under the same roof as them for over 10 years. The moment became both familiar and unfamiliar. You, Gao Man, you did not expect. Lan Mucheng actually dared to talk back, immediately angry fingers shaking. Their own incapability also, even if. Now even the temper up? I think you can't recognize who is in charge of this family. The words fell. She, who was already in a depressed mood, actually paced forward, lifted her palm and swiped it towards Lan Mucheng, as well as. Blue Mucheng is ignored. 5 fingers once again on the desktop, very rhythmic tapping up. Mouth once again humming some difficult to understand the lyrics. Eyes, looking away to the north. A cold light. Waiting. Gao Manyu's palm was less than 3 inches away from his head, but it was suddenly fixed in mid-air, as if it had been drawn on an invisible wall. Fizzle. Gao Manyu clutched her arm and winced in pain. Aside. The Blue Xiao Xiao sisters, on the other hand, were staring at this unbelievable scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Knock knock. Moment of truth. There was a knock on the door, coming from outside the house, and Blue Xiao Xiao got up to open the door. Excuse me, who are you looking for? It's Blue Xiao Xiao. Miss Blue, right? Outside the house. At the head was a middle-aged man in proper attire, accompanied by a few others. Gao Manyu, whose eyes were cast over curiously, suddenly said in surprise, President Du, why are you here? Come on, man. It was none other than the vice president of the Far Eastern Chamber of Commerce's chapter in Han River, Du Bo Shik. At the beginning, Ji Rulong gave her daughter that box, is sold by her to Du Bo Shi. Now she knows that the value of the box, never 3 million, so simple. So the other side of the door, how she is not happy? Present. Taking 3 steps, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, President Du, that box in the beginning, I think you should know from whom it came from. As a businessman, I cannot be seen with you, but now, shouldn't you, at the true value of that box, make up the difference, to us? Box, from the hand of the current champion marquis. Then, naturally, we can be sure that its material is the legendary Tianxian incense wood. Du Boshi fooled her to buy at a low price of 3 million, and now Ji Rulong's identity is public. The other side to find the door still need to think. There are some bargains to be had, and her idea now is also very simple. Do not seek to be able to evening Ji Rulong this thigh, as long as you can let the Far East Chamber of Commerce will be the difference between the price to make up for her, are enough for her 10 lifetimes cannot be used up. As for a big shot like Ji Rulong, there's no reason to ask for something back when it's given away, right? Thinking about it, Gao Manyu's previous depression was swept away. It was as if in the next second, Dubose was going to pull out a check filled out with an appalling number of people. Just when she was looking forward to it, Dubashi didn't even scan her with his eyes, but just took the box from his subordinate and said to Lan Xiaoxiao, Miss Lan, that lord has specially explained. Please take it with you by all means. In the future, if there are any difficulties, please also take this box to the Far East Chamber of Commerce, and we, the Far East Chamber of Commerce, will definitely do our best to help each other. What? Not a check? Gao Manyu was confused when she heard this. Blue Xiaoxiao was also full of fog at the moment. She froze and took the box. After opening it, what was lying inside was clearly the wooden pistol. Intact wooden pistol. This, how? The wooden pistol. Isn't it broken? That lord said that the symbolism of this wooden pistol is very important to him and to you, so I hope you can keep it properly. Du Boshi remembered Ji Rulong's explanation and immediately added. Blue Xiaoxiao's nose was slightly sore. Why? Herself? If she was not the little girl in his story, had she given her the box and the wooden pistol? If one is, then why? Can't remember who you are at all? Chapter 138, 20 Years of Hibernation. Today I'm going north to make the world shake. Take it. Suddenly, Lan Mu Cheng's voice came out. No. With a wave of her hand, Gao Manyu objected. Even if this box is made of Tianxian incense wood, but when placed in our hands, it can only be used as a decoration, and will not be able to utilize its value at all. Since this box was given to our family Xiaoxiao by that marquis, we, naturally, have the right to dispose of it. President Du, your Far East Chamber of Commerce, with such a large volume, it would be effortless to think of collecting this kind of valuable stuff, right? That means, it's already pretty obvious. Dubashi was also listening. He immediately let out a cold laugh. You still plan to sell the box? What's not working? Gao Manyu frowned. Once again waved his hand, looking very generous. The value of Tianxian sunken fragrance wood is clear to everyone. I'm not going to ask for more with you. $1 billion. Sold to you. This box is definitely worth more than $1 billion. But she has no outlet to sell. Might as well directly sold to Du Boisher, where the Far East Chamber of Commerce, the other side of the financial strength, is also known. Immediately sold, immediately see money. Merchant. It's ultimately about profit. She didn't believe that with such a big bargain thrown down, Du Boisher could withstand the temptation. Unexpected. As her words went down, Du Boisher was full of disdain and shook his head. What do you mean? Gao Manyu's brows furrowed. Have you fallen into the eye of money? Since you know that the box belongs to that marquis, then you should understand that this kind of thing is not something that anyone would have the guts to accept. Du Boisher was about to curse. Seeing things is like seeing people. This kind of thing that can symbolize Ji Rulon's identity. You dare to sell it as an object without asking. Under the sky, if anyone dares to accept it, to put it more bluntly, even his Far East Chamber of Commerce, received the hand had to obediently spit out the things. Look at the whole world. What other people have the ability, have the courage to accept this hot potato? It is necessary for Mr. Du to warn you. Don't ever hit this box. Don't harm yourself and others. The last two words, Du Boisher bit very heavily. After finishing, he slightly saluted Lan Xiaoqiao and left with his men. Turning around, he also couldn't help but shake his head. This Gao Manyu's brain. He really didn't know what kind of things were in it. That kind of three armies called respect. The existence of a country's court of the very people personally gift. Are your family's honor? How many people begged not to come? What the? You're thinking of selling the box for money instead? Short-sighted. Bah! Which, already walked out far away. But these words, still like a thorn, stuck in Gao Manyu's heart. She lost her mind and took several steps backward, looking at the house, wondering why everything had turned out like this. Horror. Really wrong? Fish Dragon River. Blue Xiaoqiao held the wooden pistol wrapped up in her personal scented scarf in her arms, and without realizing it, she walked to the place where she and Ji Rulong had last met. Looking up slightly, the stars in the air, so bright, May, only none of them shone on her, standing alone under the darkness of the night. These days, she had been trying to remember if there really was a special memory that belonged to her that had disappeared from her mind due to the passage of years, but, no matter how you look back, all her life, she had been nothing more than a common girl. She opened her cell phone and looked at the time. It was still early. Him, shouldn't be asleep yet, right? The bright light flickering off the page of her cell phone hit her delicate, yet slightly pale, nagging face. For a long time, she put away her cell phone. After all, there was no courage to ask. Eyes jumped far away again, over the waves' phosphorus river, lights in all directions. This world said big, said small, if there is no deliberate meeting, some people, is not it, will not really see again? The wind is picking up. So cold. Lan Xiaoqiao subconsciously shrunk her body. 2 lines of crystals quietly fell, but she still stood in the same place unwilling to leave. Suddenly, a tunic, gently draped over her. Blue Xiaoqiao shivered and turned back, only to realize it was her father. Just as she was about to speak, a large hand landed on her head. If you want to cry, cry out loud. It's okay. Blue Xiaoqiao wiped away her tears and insisted. I didn't cry. Lan Mucheng smiled. In front of my father, there is no need to disguise yourself as a person who is not afraid of the wind and frost. It is all my father's fault. I have seen everything you have done in these years for this family. Braving the rain. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Blue Xiaoqiao instantly froze. Lan Mucheng changed the topic. If anything, he said, like it? Words. Blue Xiaoqiao obviously tensed up for a moment, her face bulging slightly, and then, in a whirlwind, she exhaled silently. There is loss. There is helplessness. There's an inferiority complex. Like, so what? If you like it, go after it. Lan Mucheng said, trust in my father. The bitterness and grievances that you have swallowed in these 20 years will one day be transformed into the most magnificent garments and draped over your body. You, worthy of him. Lan Mucheng had his hands behind his back, and at this moment, he was actually displaying a kingly appearance. Outside the city, 3 figures, an old man and 2 young men, walked slowly. The old man was immortal, and the 2 teenagers behind him were dressed in vintage-style robes with jade pendants hanging from their waists, and they had the same extraordinary demeanor. The direction the 3 were heading was none other than the Han River. If you look carefully, you can find that whether it is the old man or the 2 teenagers, seemingly plain and uninteresting, each step falls, as if shrinking the ground, a step of several feet, in the blink of an eye has traveled hundreds of meters. Suddenly, the old man at the head of the group stopped in his tracks. His breath collected as much as it could. What is it, master? The 2 teenagers flinched slightly. Not far, at the edge of the river in the reflection of the moonlight, a white dress, slowly turning the Buddha beads in his hand, lowered his eyes and chanted. Next, the original rolling and moving river. suddenly like a dragon tumbling, instantly set off waves, miles in a circle, but also to that white figure as the center, surging a spreading shocking atmosphere. There is a river boiling underneath. On there, the sky of golden light like the Milky Way falling 9 days, smashed down to earth? The full moon in the sky is eclipsed when you stand between heaven and earth? Move. The old man's face turned pale, and when he spat out these 2 words without daring to breathe, he quickly turned around, completely as if he was afraid to take another step forward. The 2 teenagers came back to their senses, seemingly puzzled. Go, master, we're not arresting anyone? That's the white bodhisattva. A few numbers, but shocked the 2 teenagers. Straight draw a cold breath. They originally wanted to take a closer look at the white-clothed figure not far away, but then they hurriedly withdrew their gaze in fear and followed the old man's footsteps, quickly turning around and leaving, more than half as fast as they had come. Obviously. Midtown. Father, what are you looking at? Lan Xiaoqiao realized that Lan Muqing's gaze had been falling in the distance, and there, it seemed to be the direction outside the city. What can you see in the dark? Lan Muqing was silent. Father, you seem different? Lan Xiaoqiao asked again. A person who had been together and familiar for a long time could clearly notice even a slight change. For a long time. Lan Muqing rubbed her head once again. Father is leaving. Now. It was not clear to her that what Blue Mercury was trying to convey with this statement was not going home. No matter when. No matter how much my father changes. I am your father. 20 years of hibernation. Today, when I go north, I will make the world tremble. Chapter 139, The King Who Will Grow Old. All the beings under chess. Riverside. Blue Xiaoqiao lingered for a long time. Her heart kept echoing her own father's words. If you like it, go after it. One has never, seemingly, lived for oneself once in one's life? The moment she thought of Ji Rulong's radiant appearance in the limelight, Lan Xiaoqiao was suddenly deflated again. With herself, how could she catch up with him? It's time to go home. Blue Xiaoqiao squeezed the wooden pistol in her arms and prepared to turn away. Suddenly, a high-grade business car with a Kyoto license plate stopped in front of her, and then saw a woman dressed in white slowly walk down from the car. Blue Xiaoqiao gaze momentarily stagnant, actually froze in place. She swore that she had never seen such a magnificent woman in her life. The other party was like an angel who did not touch the mortal world, and she could not find a single piece of jewelry that a woman should have on her body. The only thing was a string of Buddha beads hanging on his hand. Turning slightly, my name is Ji Qingge. Her voice is very soft, but also has a strong penetration, as if diffused to the world, filling in the ears for a long time. Lan Xiaoqiao's head was blank, suddenly realized that everything around her had changed since today. No matter whether it was her own father Lan Muqing or not, or this woman in white standing in front of her at the moment. Hello, you are. Blue Xiaoqiao, who noticed the other party's surname, naturally would not be foolish enough to think that the other party appearing here at this time and taking the initiative to get out of the car to show their identity was a coincidence that had occurred. The other side. Obviously. It was for her. I'm his aunt. Auntie? Lan Xiaoqiao's eyes widened. Champion Ho's aunt, coming to find herself? At this point, Ji Qingge suddenly took 2 steps forward and gently raised her hand. Lan Xiaoqiao's body subconsciously trembled, realizing that she couldn't even raise the slightest thought of resistance. Good on. Ji Qingge simply took her hand, like an elder who hadn't seen his offspring for a long time, and made his purpose clear. I came here today to ask you if you would be willing if I asked you to follow that child to the north? Who that child is speaks for itself. Blue Xiaoqiao didn't react for a moment, so she just stared at her blankly. You have 2 choices. Stay and take over the local business community and become the premier figure in the Han River business community, or follow him north. If you choose to stay, then I guarantee that in the future, no one will come to disturb your life, and you can live this life like an ordinary person. On the contrary, you will lose the huge wealth that is within your reach right now. Follow him, and in the future, then everything is unknown. Times down. In front of Blue Xiaoqiao, undoubtedly the choice of fate. Now she, simply do not understand why she met all this. Ji Qingge was silent, waiting for her answer. Actually, when these 2 choices were placed in front of Lan Xiaoqiao, she had already made a decision within her heart, and her hesitation wasn't because she couldn't let go of the wealth that could make her rich and famous. I can help him? Someone else grabbed me and threatened him before. I am not confident enough, said Blue Xiaoqiao with little confidence. Ji Qingge smiled gently. As long as you are willing, you can definitely help. Then I'll go. Blue Xiaoqiao made her decision without the slightest hesitation. Her eyes were clear and unwavering. Kyoto. Ji Mansion. Elder. The evening wind. It's still a bit cool. You'd better go back to the house early to rest. A middle-aged man wearing a black practicing suit with white strips of cloth tied around his hands and wrists slowly walked to the direction of the gazebo. Front. It was an old man with a slightly thin figure, but with an imposing, unruffled demeanor. He, none other than the former governor of Daxia, Ji Tianxia. That kid, already on his way to Xinjing? Ji Tianxia rejected the middle-aged man's good intentions, rubbing his palm slowly on his right leg. It was an old wound from earlier in the war that had remained vaguely painful all these years down the line. The pain got used to it, and he got used to rubbing it along. The middle-aged nodded and smiled. 20,000 border troops have already been transferred over, and the 3,000 elites that were originally in Hanjiang have all rushed over today, and now Shangjing can be bustling with activity. It won't be long before it gets even more lively. Ji Tianxia looked in the direction of the 3 northern provinces and said in a flat tone, "A little." He slowly got up. His right leg seems to be unable to force, so he walked, a limp, as if a tiger has entered the twilight of the male tiger, without the might of the year. When the middle-aged saw it, he felt a little bad. In front of this old man, all his life, have been working for this country, even if it has been retired for 5 years, but still did not live in the outside world imagined carefree days. But instead of these years, more and more old. Nowadays, that grandson of his, wielding the 3 northern provinces and pointing his sword at the Zhang clan's royal family, seeing that the Great War was about to start, no one knew that this old man, who had been alone in Kyoto for many years, was carrying so much pressure on his back. Manipulation is too hasty. I don't know you this brat, whether there is a good layout. Don't get yourself hitched in at that time, but also the old man me. Wipe your ass with you. Ji Tianxia sighed. Behind. The middle-aged man seemed to remember something, so he reminded, "By the way, Chinga went to Hanjiang." Ji World's ancient well face, slightly moved. "This girl, is for that Yersu family that child to go?" The middle-aged nodded his head. His smile was quite profound. In addition, Suma Chang also showed up. Ji World copied the table of cigarettes, gave himself a point, smoked a mouth, cannot help but cough a burst, but the face of that ruthless color. But it is plain to see. Anxious is anxious some people, but also really deserve to die. The Su family's change of heart involves too wide a range of things. A whole Su family, hundreds of people, alive to escape from Kyoto. There is only one Suma Chang, and that little girl. If not, he paid some price. The Su family, afraid that only that little girl can live. Such a deep hatred, that year only by his own strength nearly through the Kyoto Suma Chang. How can not report? This time, the dragon returns to the sea to repay the favor and to take revenge. Elder Zhang Feng does think that the timing can be just right, although that kid has entered the game. But why don't we start to fall in? Moreover, that kid might be able to stir up the innings. The middle-aged, or Su Zhongfeng, sneered. Words. Ji Tianxia, however, shook his head. In terms of personal grudges alone, old me can kill those dogs anytime. Su Zhongfeng was dumbfounded. That, not at all. If this old man ruthless to kill, single him Su Zhongfeng alone, can do to kill all those people, but this old man, always heart of the world's people. So that, bitter a year and a year cough. Ji Tianxia suddenly coughed violently. Gramps, it's fine, get the last move ready as soon as possible. Ji Tian waved his hand and sat down, his face slightly pale, laying out the world for more than 20 years, eyes on the final move, about to be made. But, instead, they were forced to enter the game early. Bastard. This is a battle that needs to be fought beautifully. Chapter 140, Their Herbal Tea. Unpaid for. Shangjing. In the 3 northern provinces, the main city where the Zhang clan's royal family was located. The geographical location of this city, as far as the northern border is concerned, is more special. Coupled with the Zhang clan's royal family has been entrenched here over the years. It is more so that Xinjing, this city, cloaked in a layer of dazzling light. Although the population to and from the city is not as large as the key tourist areas, but it is quite attractive. Currently, Ji Rulong and Qing Tian, who had arrived in Xinjing last night, were taking a leisurely stroll along a street that was very rich in history. Directly in front of a short distance, there is an arch bridge, below a river like a long dragon, cut off the center of the location. The street on both sides, then set up a variety of stalls. People come and go. Half a month ago, that prince of the Zhang clan suddenly announced that he welcomed back Zhang Futian and recognized his ancestor. A set of very strong processes went down. This guy who was originally just a bastard, transformed into a young prince. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. Before they even entered Xinjing, The team that was mainly responsible for investigating intelligence was already scouring the shadows for news about Jiang. Shin Tian said and continued to add, not only that, but the Jiang clan has also recruited for this young king externally, and the super gate valves that are entrenched in the local area standing are dumbfounded, not to mention the fact that they're not saying anything. Even those royal clans that are equal to Jiang's status are interested in taking this marriage. Ji Rulong was expressionless. Recruiting? Sitting on 3 provinces in the north. Hundreds of thousands of mercenaries. The status has been transcendent to the world. Almost no one can be compared to the top of the world's royal family. The need to the outside world to openly recruit? Even if this little Prince Jiang Futian really wanted to marry, it would only be with the top royal clans of the same level, or even between existences whose status was even more transcendent than theirs, to sit down and finalize the matter straight away, rather than, in this public way, deliberately creating such a big noise. Further, as a royal family with a great deal of gate prestige, what the members within their family cared about the most was gate style and face. Similarly, the Grain King's illegitimate son outside for more than 20 years to suddenly take back to recognize his ancestors, generally will not be organized in such a hurry. Follow common sense. The Jiang clan, the royal family, would definitely devise a sensible and reasonable storyline on this matter. For example, this young prince, who was in exile because of some unspeakable secret or major change. So, picking up Jiang Futian was the only way to not let the Grain King be talked about behind people's backs. Instead of like this now, without half a bit of padding, can even be said to be no sign, just popped up so honored little prince, and then, openly soliciting for marriage, play on a place, have the ability to be able to marry with Jiang's? This is preparation. Against me. Ji Rulong put his hands behind his back. Currently, the obvious problem before them was that the meaning expressed by his original self was not just as simple as wanting a Jiang Futian to die, as well as that king of grain. Letting Jiang Futian recognize his ancestor is also clearly telling him that this little prince, the Jiang, has no intention of handing over. To kill, it depends on whether you have the ability to kill. Also, the recruitment session set by the Jiang clan's royal family for this young prince did not point out that there were conditions and restrictions. That is to say, looking at the whole of Daxia, any family that feels that their family's daughter, who has the ability and qualification to compete for the role of the concubine of the young prince, can all participate in it, which is to muddy the water. After Jiang Futian recognized his ancestor, the Grain King delegated them some important figures within their clan to finalize these matters with full authority. As for himself, he is nowhere to be found, and the odds are that he is in Kyoto. Shin Tian's words came down. The corner of Ji Rulong's mouth suddenly raised. A bit interesting. Regarding that Grain King, 15 years had passed, and the other party's impression had inevitably become somewhat blurred in his mind. And now, simply these two hands down, Ji Rulong had to be on this aspect of the means to admire each other, worthy of being able to sit in charge of 3 provinces of the figure. Obviously, this Grain King must have known that he was coming to kill Jiang Futian, but he pretended to be deaf and dumb, and directly left Shengjing, even to the extent of deliberately concealing from the following the situation that the Jiang Wang clan was going to face to next. To put it bluntly, in the entire Jiang clan's royal family, I'm afraid that the Grain King was the only one who knew that he, the champion marquis, was coming to settle scores with them, the Jiang clan. Others, even recruiting uniform. It was a front created by this Grain King, for the purpose of making these people bold enough to deal with him. This is pinpointed that I am concerned about the countries outside the country. At this stage cannot openly identity against him Jiang, therefore, laid out a set waiting for me to jump into it? Ji Rulong spread out his 5 fingers and said disdainfully, you have anticipated everything, only you have not anticipated this marquis, waiting for all of you sprites and monsters to gather in Xinjiang, and then, a net of them. City center. There was a huge statue that held in its hands not grain, but power. Take a break. Shin Tian shook his head and took the initiative to jump away from the topic, finding a stall and sitting down directly. The main reason was that he had already noticed that the gazes of the pedestrians around him, looking at him and at this marquis of his family, were starting to look a little off, just as if it's looking at 2 psychopaths. Current stage. The whole of Xinjiang was already in a state of flux, but, as it stands, it doesn't make much of an impression on these ordinary citizens. As it were, over the years, the Jiang clan's royal family held the king's power in their hands and had their own army, and the 3 provinces in the north were called a country within a country, which, in fact, would be quite unreasonable. Helplessly, Jiang's prestige in the native land is really too horrible, coupled with the merit from the dragon, which is the power of his possession of private army, retained so far, no one dares to cut, as well as the native populace. For one, has long been accustomed to this, and under Zhang's governance, their standard of living has been steadily rising. At least, on the surface it is, and they would never have thought that under such a scene of great splendor, there were already people who were ready to overthrow the king who had ruled the native land for decades. Ji Rulong laughed, collected his thoughts, sat down and inquired to Qin Tian in a low voice. When I first came here, the Shangjing city is so lively nowadays. Do you think that we should make some big noise to attract their attention? Words. Qin Tian knew that this marquis of his family was in a playful mood. Depends on your mood. Qin Tian smiled. Ji Rulong's gaze swept around, and suddenly, he looked toward the river that cut off a section of the area not far away. Center. It seems to be intended. Asterisk. Qin Tian suddenly burst out. The herbal tea he was holding in his hand. Spilled a lot. Why is this girl here? All the people around were attracted to the gaze, as well as Ji Rulong and Qin Tian. However, were full of confusion as they looked at Blue Xiao Xiao, who was not far away standing in the center of the street, looking around with her head held high, seemingly looking for someone. After you? Qin Tian returned to his senses and gave Ji Rulong a rather profound smile. Ji Rulong spread his hands. Center. Already vaguely feeling that something was wrong. The news that he was in Shangjing at that moment, not many people knew. This some people can really will pretend? Put himself as a star. So recruiting people rare? This street not 10,000 people also have 8,000. I also said. The street girl, all run to the old man. Two goddamned fools. What's the point of bothering with them? Not far from the next seat, the two youths with large gold chains, gold watches, and tattoos of dragons and tigers on their bodies appeared to be chatting to themselves, but in reality, they were sarcastically saying that the two Ji Rulongs were taking themselves too seriously. They, early on, noticed Ji Rulong's two men, and after their judgment, Ji Rulong's two men, obviously dabbled in a bit of paranoia, said. One of the youths, even whistled loudly to Blue Xiao Xiao, who was not far away. Next, Blue Xiao Xiao then walked over with a face full of joy, seeing the situation. The whistling youth, who also raised his middle finger to Ji Rulong, incidentally also deliberately threw the BMW keys he was carrying on his waist on the table, with a look of sitting and waiting for a beautiful woman. Brother Rulong, Mr. Qin, a burst of aroma, followed by the voice. She dressed like a little sister next door. Fresh, pure beauty, timid voice, for a time, so that many people around are in a brief lapse of concentration. Youth, this nigga, really came after this psycho? Qin Tian raised his eyebrows and grinned. Your name calling is not right. Call big brother called so intimate, to me to become a male son? Lan Xiao Xiao's cheeks blushed, and when she saw Ji Rulong, the mighty man who had shaken the world, was filled with dismay. She playfully spat out her tongue again. Little auntie taught me that. Auntie? Aunt Xinga. She asked me to call her aunt as well. By the way, to reacquaint myself, my name is Su Yuzhu. This time together, she was no longer Lan Xiaoxiao, but Su Yuzhu, to be precise. She was, never, Blue Little Joe. Ji Rulong was quite headstrong. He was here to fight a war, not to swim in the mountains. That little aunt of his had nonetheless gotten this girl to her side, and even told her about her being the Su family's daughter. Present. It's not easy to understand. Go first. Ji Rulong got up and Su Yuzhu obediently followed. Behind. Seeing Ji Rulong really took the person away, the two youths immediately cursed. Grass. Bullish what At this point, Ji Rulong seemed to remember something. 5 fingers together. Towards the river not far away gently stroke. In an instant, the air filled above the river seemed to be drained in an instant, followed by a boom exploded in the air. 1,000 birds fly away from the mountains, not far away from the river. From the center of the position of the explosion of several feet high waves, do not see the fall, as if by an invisible force, fixed in space. This Nima, Shangjing City, by the Ginger royal family has recreated the grace, every year to invest a lot of artificial, financial resources to maintain. Decades have not broken the flow of the mother river. By that guy, a palm cut down, to break, cut off the flow? Now, it's time to get a little more lively. Ji Rulong smiled faintly and immediately brought Qin Tian and the dumbfounded Su Yuzhu and disappeared into the sea of people. The whole street, countless people, all of them were stunned to the point of being dumbfounded by this scene that could be called a miracle. And those two social youths who had previously satirized Ji Rulong for being a psychopath were even more open-mouthed and pale. Grass. For a long time, the owner suddenly exclaimed. What the? The two youths, who were already scared, bounced off the bench and looked around nervously. Did that guy come back? Their herbal tea. They didn't pay for it. Youth. Chapter 141, The Sons of the Su Family. I'll destroy your entire family. 20 years ago, Kyoto, the Su family, a powerful merchant who had supported the first governor of Disya, Ji Tianxia, to unify Disya, suffered a tragic accident and the whole family disappeared without a trace in Kyoto overnight. The exact reason for this incident, because of the rapid news blackout at the time, is little known. But some people who are among the top circles in Kyoto can be said to be more than clear. What the Su family suffered back then, almost a tragedy of extermination. And the person who single-handedly caused all this, so far, is still at large under the roots of the imperial city. As for the Su family, it has become a forgotten past tense in the long history. 20 years later, with Ji Rulong, the crown prince, blatantly ignoring the orders of the prime minister and waving his troops to the 3 northern provinces, a chessboard with heaven and earth as its game seemed to be rapidly in motion. Compared to the current stage, where the Shengjing side is in full bloom, some of the things that are going on in the shadows are, seemingly, more interesting, more amazing. There is a mysterious master and disciple appeared outside the city of Hanjiang, thousands of miles to come. Finally, in the arrival of the Hanjiang boundary, but was a white dress scared even half a step, did not dare to step in, come how fast, escape how fast, and then after that, has disappeared from the public eye for as long as 20 years. Su family son Su Mucheng, the dragon returns to the sea, valiantly north, as well as, according to that old master Ji, who has already abdicated but still has his hand in the sky, this Su family's son's move northward is going to stir up a bloody storm. This day, outside of Vermilion Bird Street in the imperial city of Kyoto came a figure. Changing of the years, 60 years of the chaos of the first day, the mountains and rivers split. Su, a surname, dumped the whole plan's efforts to stabilize the river and mountains. More than 100 lives. Who will come back? A robe. Dance with the wind. His voice is not loud. It seems, just talking to himself, but at the moment of standing in front of the Vermilion Bird Street, attracted countless puzzled gazes from the surrounding people. This scholarly-looking guy had a godly chatter? Since blight and glory are not human lives, and prosperity and decline are not by the king's power, then, why is the divine power in power, taking by force and treating the world's people as if they were muddy at their feet? Again, the words fell. This time, he walked into Jubilee Street. Hey, that nerd. That's right, it's you who's being called. What are you talking about in a godly manner? Come over here and explain it to this prince. A gorgeously dressed, handsome-looking youth beckoned to the man. By his side, he was accompanied by a woman of good looks. It seems that, it is wandering here, happened to run into such a strange person. So the playfulness, thinking of teasing him to find fun. Mr. Shangwan, a little cutie. Why are you teasing him? You are so bad. Having said that, the woman was clinging to Shangwan Zongnan's side, but her gaze was contemptuous and she hid her mouth to sneer. This Vermilion Bird Street, at the foot of the imperial city, where most of the people living are honored, such as this Shangwan Gongzi beside her, is a serious son of honored. How is it that nowadays, even this abnormal cutie, are qualified to enter Vermilion Bird Street now? This is simply, it's just pulling them down. But this is a rare thing. Just take this little cutie, to relieve his boredom, and when the humiliation is over, it won't be too late to kick him out of Vermilion Street. What a little cutie. This eunuch called out to you. Didn't you hear me? Shangwan Zongnan saw that after some of his orders went down, that little cutie with a thick book in his hand, was actually indifferent, and immediately said with some annoyance. Su Mucheng finally paused and waited for the other party to come forward. His body, in addition to the book, has been turned to the yellowing of the books, and then there is no thing evening. Looks really like a reading to read demented little cute. Shangwan Zongnan went up and down and swept a playful glance at him. You don't know to stand at attention until this Gongzi gets angry. What a cheap bastard. Come, explain to this eunuch and the group what you were just talking about in a godly manner. Did you read it from this Thai book of yours? Bring it to me. 2 words. Immediately, his big hand probed out, and with one hand, he snatched the thick book from Su Mucheng's hands. Su Mucheng smiled morosely and did not stop him, etc. When Shangwan Zongnan pivoted the book with interest to look over, on the cover, there were only 4 ancient characters. Although Shangwan Zongnan was born stubborn, but as a third-generation son of the Shangwan family, the cultural education he received was not half bad. So these 4 words, he recognized. 9 characters of truth? One glance down, Shangwan Zongnan only felt that his soul trembled. He stared wide-eyed, incredulously looked at Su Mucheng in front of him, seemed to be undying, and continued to turn over the books with a trembling hand. Next, there seemed to be 10,000 golden lights, floating in the air as the books were turned over. This, Shangwan Zongnan's hand trembled, and he couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. The first style, immovable king seal, the word pro? The elders of the family have mentioned it. 20 years ago, during the Su family incident, someone used a secret martial art to almost kill through the top powerhouses of the entire Kyoto city at that time. And that secret martial art was the 9 characters of truth. You, Shangguan Zongnan stared at his eyes, incredulously looking at what he considered to be a little cutie in front of him. Guy, only feeling that his mouth was dry and his scalp was numb. That, he, the Shangguan family, was involved. Nowadays, what did this martial arts powerhouse, who had long since disappeared from Kyoto, intend to do when he returned to Kyoto City after a long lapse of 20 years? Fizzle. Shangguan Zongnan sucked in several mouthfuls of cool air, not even caring about the strange gazes around him, and respectfully returned the books. Yes, I'm sorry, the kid really didn't mean to offend. This, Su Muching smiled faintly and inquired, the Shangguan family? Shangguan Zongnan's pupils shrunk violently, naturally clear what he was referring to, so his head shook like a rattle drum. No. What a coincidence. Su Muching's smile converged, interrupting his words at the same time. His palm swiftly swung, and then the people around him saw that this son of a noble family, his entire body centered in the center of the crack, was actually split into 2 halves at once. When the sky was filled with blood mist, the onlookers, whose heads were blank, saw the nerd-like middle-aged man, steeply settling down in 3 steps. Heaven and earthquake. A phallic body that was dozens of feet tall and held a wordless heavenly book in its hand appeared out of thin air from the sky above Vermilion Bird Street. Around them, the sky was full of golden leaves floating and not dispersing, covering the sky. Boom! The woman who accompanied Shangguan Zongnan earlier flopped to the ground, and the countless onlookers around them were even more silenced and sweating coldly. This Nima, it's a transcendent martial arts power that has killed its way into the capital city? Su Mucheng, son of the Su family, today, exterminate the entire family of the Shangguan, Situ, and Nalan surnames, and make a blood sacrifice of more than 100 lives of my Su family. Su Muching's bland voice was extremely penetrating, and in an instant, the heavens trembled. Behind, such as the ancient gods manifested in this world of the phallic golden body, slightly flicked his sleeve, cold murderous aura, as shocking waves, spreading 10 miles, from the place where he stood, covering a whole Zhu Bird Street. Midday, the Forbidden Army stationed in Kyoto, entered Vermilion Street. What came into view was the 10-mile-long road that had been pierced through alive and shattered, with not a single intact ground in sight, etc. When they arrived at the address of Shangguan and the other 3 family names, the scene in front of them, even for this group of forbidden soldiers who were accustomed to seeing big scenes, could not help but tighten their brows and chill inside. Corpses are scattered all over the place. The magnificent mansion that was originally situated here was bulldozed, and a huge ditch extending hundreds of meters was as shocking as the scars that had been torn open on the ground. I'm afraid this isn't a supreme powerhouse above the heavy heavens, experiencing a great battle here? Chapter 142, a casual poem, pressing the entire Shangjing unrivaled, an immediate scene. Truly, a bit creepy. Even they, the team that was always in charge of handling major events in Kyoto, had never seen such an appalling sight. The commander of the Forbidden Army, who was responsible for leading the team this time, took a deep breath, shook his head, and said in a shocking tone, "Look, there are traces of fighting each other at the scene? This is simply a one-sided massacre." Crowd. After, the native populace residing in Vermilion Street, all of whom were tightly controlled by the Forbidden Army, had ensured that the sensation was kept to a minimum. After all, it was a major event in which 3 families and 2 generations of nobles were exterminated, and once it was widely publicized, people were bound to be in a state of panic. After that, a blockade order was issued for the entire Vermilion Street area, hours to 4. For its part, the capital has added an additional order that the whole city is under martial law. G Mansion, holding heavy books, the whole body is not stained with half a bit of dust. Su Mucheng, a step swept out, the figure reappeared, has arrived at the mansion, and so see sitting in the gazebo, the old man who has been waiting for a long time. This martial arts powerhouse, who had only, on his front foot, punched through an entire Vermilion Bird Street, boomed and knelt down on one knee. Elder, Mucheng is back. 20 years of aggravation. Su Mucheng shook his head. No aggravation. Today, it's a pleasure to kill. The 2 men looked at each other. Spin. The 3 of them, including Su Zongfeng, all burst out laughing. Killing, can it not be enjoyable? It's only just begun. Can we still fight? Ji Tianxia gathered her composure. Su Mucheng grinned and gripped the book of 9 words with force. The big move is still being held back. In other words, the real bottom line. Save it for next time. Ji Tianxia nodded very approvingly and turned around. Looking away from the 3 northern provinces, the place where the top royal clans were situated. Go on. Zhang Feng will escort you out of the city. Trouble brother Su. Su Mucheng nodded heavily. Vengeance. Naturally, it's time to return the favor. Shengjing. Concerning what happened on the Kyoto side, because there was no sign in advance, coupled with the subsequent rapid control on the part of the senior management, therefore, half of the news did not flow out. On the Shengjing side, what is still getting a lot of attention is the matter of the young prince of the Jiangwang clan's marriage invitation. Let's not talk about the 12 golden hairpin clans in the 3 northern provinces. Alone many famous clans in the outer provinces that have heard of the wind are all eager to try, ready to send their family's youngest generation of leaders, escorting the clan's gold to come. This thing, there was a lot of commotion. It's not an exaggeration to say that the ones that have surfaced at this stage are just a handful, and the behemoths that are really trying to get their foot in the door haven't moved at all. The royal family under the sky is not just the Jiang clan. The big guys, they tend to come out last, as well as, right under such a scene of pomp and circumstance, a piece of news that directly sensationalized the entire Xinjiang. Some years ago, the mother river that nurtured a generation of Zheng's royal family was a person, a slapdown to split the flow, is the true meaning of the cut off, directly cut off from it, exposing the bottom of the river. A source close to the situation revealed, the chopped off ends of the river did not slowly converge until a long time later. Actually, at a time like this, it wasn't surprising to see a supreme expert boarding Shengjing. After all, it was only normal for a group of families that wanted to compete for the position of consort to send a strong person over to escort the family's daughter. The point is, this act of decapitating the mother river was undoubtedly raising a slap in the face of the Jiang clan's royal family in public. It was important to realize that whoever ultimately stood out as that young prince's consort to tie the knot with the Jiang clan would actually still need the Jiang clan's royal family to knock on the door. So at this stage, who isn't being honest and practicing currying favor with Kong? Once this strong means of acting was circulated, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Also, even more appalling, the person who made this matter was merely a young man less than 30 years old, and odds are, it was also a male son who escorted the clan's thousands of gold. If the news was confirmed, then there was no telling how many clans were going to be eliminated. After all, such a wave of the hand can directly cut off the river of the Supreme Master, General Heavenly Pride warlords in front of him, which have a fight necessary. Seeing that, the matter is getting more and more intense. The Ao family, one of the local 12 golden hairpin families, finally couldn't sit still and came out to speak out. What kind of bull Jedi Master is nothing more than claptrap and eye candy. If it were not for the consideration of being a great disrespect to the royal family, my Ao family, by casually sending out a strong person, would be able to do this kind of thing, and it would be worth it, to deliberately manifest and show off, and humiliate people? On the surface, it sounds like it's not good to come down and hit the face out of respect for the royal family, but in reality, it's making Jiang take a stand. To this, the Jiang clan's royal family remained unexpectedly silent. Its attitude already speaks for itself. After all, is sitting on the land of 3 provinces of the top of the royal family, where can let an outsider, in their own boundaries on the wind, if it is not pressed back, the local residents will not feel that the group of heroes of the 3 provinces are waste? That afternoon, a procession of the Ao family, arriving at the mother river, it was said that a random strong person was sent out, but in reality, in order to honorably take on this momentum and grow the reputation, so as soon as he stepped on the scene, he was a strong person of the 7th heaven, native residents, watching from both sides of the border. This time, the Ao family's 3rd master, Ao Donglai, who was expected to be the strongest person in the 7th heaven, had his hands behind his back and gazed at the river, without the slightest bit of pressure, and the line of Ao family members standing behind him were also full of arrogance. The mother river is particularly important both to the Ginger Kings and to the native population. Therefore, after the Ao family came down, they first performed a puja, which was quite a ritual before the military flavor. And so on, a spell is done. As the protagonist of this time Ao Donglai, this is the gathering of momentum. The terrifying aura immediately spread throughout the scene, in front of the magnificent river, but also surging waves. The river had the momentum of being sliced through before it actually struck. So strong, that goes without saying. Our Xinjiang's powerhouses are still no match for an outsider brat? Ao Donglai raised his eyebrows. It was a matter of face struggle. He could be said to have used all of his energy, booming a palm toward the river in front of him to split down. Open for me. A palm fell. The raging river water suddenly sank and spread out towards both sides. Yet the next second, towards the river ferociously pressing down, the horror of the momentum actually exploded in the air, collapsed in the sky and the earth, and can sink 2 meters of the river is also once again fusion, gently flowing up. Everything, all at this moment returned to calm. Crowd. Stump. Ao Don Lai, who had exerted all his strength, retreated several steps on the spot. His face reddened, and his previous confidence was full, but it was gone at the moment. Behind them, a group of arrogant Ao family members were red in the face. Eventually, leave the scene in gray. Countless native residents on both sides of the onlookers, as if being poured a pot of cold water on the head, and practices, and build momentum. As a result, just Nima this? One time, the entire Xinjiang was silent, and one after another, there are unconvinced people, come to try, but the final result, are disappointed, and even someone, not as good as Ao Don Lai. Then later, the news reached the Ginger royal family, though, without a word, but, secretly, there were powerful people who had reached the top of the martial arts path, arriving at the Mother River. Chapter 143, Me, not as good as him. Undercurrents. Zhang's young prince. The recruitment link has not yet officially on the screen. There is a supreme master, landing in Xinjiang, and, show your hand with a sword to break the river? Right. No sword was used, and according to those in the know who were present at the time, he just waved his hand and then an entire river, like fragile papier-mâché, was cut off stiffly. Perhaps, only those who witnessed how Ji Rulong struck at that time could realize the terror and shock of being there. As for those who heard about it later, more or less, they all remained a bit skeptical. For example, the Ao family, which returned in defeat not long ago, is a very typical example. Actually, Aojiaxing this move. Talk on not impulsive. The 3 northern provinces. The territory was too vast. Leaving aside the Jiang clan that possessed absolute dominance, there were as many as 12 top-tier sects that were closest to the Jiang clan in terms of comprehensive power alone. The Ao family, just one of them. Also, there are still royals of equal status that have not surfaced, which shows how competitive it is. At this time, it was rumored that a supreme expert had landed in Xinjiang and openly slapped the face of the Jiang clan's royal family. So if they could overpower the other party and retrieve face for the 3 northern provinces and the Jiang clan, the Ao clan would be able to take on this honor in a smooth manner. The other 3 golden hairpin families within Xinjiang city, seemingly didn't go down, but in reality, who dares to say that within the experts who went forward to try after the Ao family's failure, there weren't any of them? None other than, because the Ao family's previous experience was there, they all lowered their profile quite a bit, lest they move a stone to stone their own feet, just like the Ao family. Could it be that my great Xinjiang is to be left to outsiders snapping at its face, only to feel inferior? What's the panic? Ginger hasn't gone down yet. The large number of people gathered on both sides of the river did not leave because of the failure of the many powerful people and were still waiting. Soon, Ginger's strongest man went down, next to the Mother River. Hard staged a scene. A hand chopped off the river's horror means, just compared to the kind of power caused by Ji Rulong at that time, to be much weaker. The river can be seen at the bottom. On the melting again a group. The crowd pursed their lips helplessly, and in their hearts, they really couldn't be happy. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. In this situation, the natives are naturally still a bit reluctant, and expect in their hearts that there will be a higher level powerhouse coming down until they completely overwhelm the other side. Ginger, the mansion of this top royal family, which had grown steadily through the decades and spread its branches, occupied an excessively vast area. Next to an artificial lake, a few imposing middle-aged people are fishing. The center position of the middle-aged gently pulled a fishing rod. A koi carp was pulled up, placed in the hands of the weighing down. Seems to be very satisfied. The remaining few middle-aged people showed mediocre interest in simply passing the time. Not far, the young prince, Jiang Futian, was lying in the arms of an attendant, looking enjoyable and cynical, and the whole person looked, rather, like a super dude, compared to the heavy atmosphere of the outside world at this moment. Within the Jiang clan, it was completely a look of letting the wind and waves rise and sitting steadily in a fishing boat. That Grain King before leaving, will be inside and outside the clan size matters, and decentralized to Zhang's third master Zhang Linghao, Zhang's army of 5 tigers, but also a paper transfer order, transferred into the city of 4 tigers. At this moment in the lake fishing, it was the 4 middle-aged men who accompanied Jiang Linghao to the left and right, who had thick chi and blood but looked listless. Should not say. This Zhang's third master is really difficult to say. The military origin of the big old man. Where to mention this kind of pleasure? The sun is setting in the west. The man-made lakes are gradually rendered picturesque by the setting sun. Zhang Three masters a big hand. Quickly put away the rod. A fish on the hook makes him openly laugh. The pomp and circumstance will come. It is inevitable that fish and dragons mixed. But this vast territory, but also has to be, Can only be my Zhang's royal family? Fishing rivers and mountains come up here and step on the face of the ginger royal family with the intention to draw everyone's attention and expand their reputation? Pretty smart. Unfortunately, using the wrong place, the wrong object, just like the fish in this lake, even more slippery, can't escape his hand. Was it my Jiang clan, the strongest expert, that was sent? Zhang Futian's unsalted voice came out, seemingly not caring much from start to finish, but actually caring a lot. Jiang Linghao shook his head. This kind of small fight is not enough to bring down the strongest person of our Jiang clan. But the one who went over there was a strong person who had reached the top of the martial arts path, and it was more than enough to retrieve the scene and hit his face. What is martial arts ascension? 9 heavens. Both. Martial arts topped. Anyone who has achieved success in martial arts is enough to open mountains and crack the earth. Cutting rivers and streams is naturally nothing, let alone a strong person of the 9th heavenly kingdom personally coming down to the field. So you put your heart at ease. This face will not make you lose. Continuing to add, with the intention of feeding a tranquilizing pill to block this little king's next words. The abacus is good. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wutian skimmed his mouth. Those who have accomplished martial arts can do it. Then why? That stupid AO family's 7 heavens powerhouse fled in ashes? Why don't you send the strongest person down to the field, and directly and simply make that dog that doesn't know how to honor or demean himself lose his face? This kind of tone was not like a latecomer speaking to his elder. Therefore, the 4 tigers present all frowned slightly. The wind and clouds have just risen stage. Because of this matter on the strongest Jiang clan to retrieve the scene, is not disguised to show that the Jiang clan was an outsider, forced to the bottom of the card all out, only to be able to press the other side? Jiang Linghao shook his head and stopped talking. This little king has been recognizing his ancestor for half a month, and has been building momentum for a long time, but has never shown his face in public. According to that king's special explanation, when all the people from the 3 provinces and even the foreign provinces gathered in Xinjiang, then they would appear as the grand finale. Therefore, these days Zhang Futian had been staying within the Jiang clan, and although he couldn't talk about how familiar he was with the others, he wasn't necessarily rusty either. Therefore, Jiang Linghao knows that instead of explaining to him, it is better to directly use the results to tell him the answer. As for the AO family, AO Don Lai, who is obviously strong enough to cut off the Mother River's 7th heavenly powerhouse, why did he return in defeat, when that 9 heavens powerhouse sent out returned? Perhaps the answer would be revealed. Footsteps, hurrying in. 3rd Master, Guardian Lai is back. The words fell. A tall middle-aged man with a full breath and falling steps like a tiger followed. How? Jiang Linghao asked. Chopped, the Jiang clan's guard, whose real name was Lai Wu, gave the answer, only to have fine sweat overflow from his forehead, and opened his mouth, his words unfinished. Jiang Linghao smiled gently. His eyes skimmed over Zhang Futian, who was not far away. Everything, all in a nutshell. The young Prince Zhang Futian was in a good mood when he learned that his face had been recovered. It should be rewarded. But that's not enough. That dog should be arrested and made to pay the price for his insolence, lest someone else follow suit in the wake. Jiang Linghao frowned slightly, as if considering the feasibility of his proposal. I don't know. Lai Wu, who was standing next to him, at one point sweating like a pig, couldn't help but interrupt his thoughts. Chopping is chopping, but I'm not as good as him. Chapter 144, Troops and Food. The atmosphere of the scene instantly solidified. Jiang Linghao looked at this first protector of the royal clan. What do you mean? It's literally the same move where he blocks the river at both ends from a centered position for a long time. Reiwu took a deep breath, and I, being able to cut it off, have used all my strength. Jiang Linghao, Ginger Volt, seemingly worried that they hadn't heard enough to understand. Lai Wu once again explained. In fact, simply cutting off the river, not to mention me, Ao Dong Lai can do it. And the reason why he failed is because the remaining power at the end of the river is still there. To put it bluntly, just the muddy aura left at the scene alone is enough to make countless heavy heaven powerhouses look away. In addition, what was chopped off? Not only the river. The moment the river was opened up, I saw it, 100-meter chasm, and now going to measure it, the river dropped by at least several water levels. Said, this being who was in the 9 heavens and had reached the top of the martial Tao still had his heart palpitating as he drew back a breath of cold air. This level of strong, I'm afraid, has exceeded the scope of his knowledge. Conservative estimates. Previously, he was as steady as a mountain, threatening that anyone in Shengjing could only act as a fish in his hands. Jiang Linghao, the corners of his mouth twitching more than, what do you mean? Our Shengjing came a bit above the heavy heaven, the supreme realm of the great powers? Aside, the 4 tigers of the Jiang clan instantly held their breath. Supreme? It didn't make sense for a mere little prince's recruitment to provoke this kind of transcendent existence, did it? Lai Wu exhaled several breaths in a row, and once again spoke in a shocking manner. I'm afraid that I have to lift it up one more notch. Asterisk 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 asterisk. While the rest of the people were dumbfounded for a while, the young prince, Jiang Futian, snapped his eyes wide open. Above the supreme. What kind of international joke are you kidding me? I'm afraid I can't even find that kind of mythological character if I set off the martial pavilion. Lai Wu lazy to explain to him. To his position, there is no need to alarmist. Of course, he also hope, is his own estimation is wrong, but if, Jiang Linghao clenched his palms, his insides pulling cold. But where? There was a 1 in 10,000 chance, then this would be the strongest person they had visited in Xinjiang, and even the 3 northern provinces, in the past few decades, without one of the kind. This Nima, the young king to invite marriage, originally should be their Jiang clan royal family wind most prosperous. How good reason? Came a conservative estimate is the supreme realm of the horror of the great to join in the fun? Last night, outside the boundaries of their Jiang clan's dominion, a team of nameless soldiers suddenly arrived. First 5,000 more. Directly afterward, more than 10,000 were added, encircled on 3 sides, and laid out beyond the 3 provinces. But despite this, they still did not take it seriously. The district of more than 20,000 teams, even 1/10 of this Jiang clan is not as good as, I do not know which clan of the royal family, or one of the top valves, sent to play the front line of the team. You want to compare yourself with them from Aro and Kang's land? What's wrong with that? But now, heavy heaven above the great powers boarding Xinjiang, but let this Jiang's third master, creepy, this is an uncontrollable time bomb. This kind of character can't be offended rashly. Find a way to figure out his purpose first and try to make friends. Jiang Linghao deliberated for a long time and decided. Also, add one more. In the end, it's my Jiang's home turf. No matter what, I can't let one person take the limelight out of it. Speed up the preparations. Jiang Futian skimmed his lips, his face grim. To this day, the Jiang clan, the top royal clan, was almost entirely preoccupied with the mysterious powerhouse who had landed in Xinjiang, and as for the 20,000 strong army that was approaching the city from beyond the border, they didn't give it a second thought. Perhaps, only on the day when the 20,000 strong army hangs its flag can they clearly realize that the weight of the district's 20,000 strong army, which is less than 1/10 of theirs in their eyes, is how heavy it is. Right, those 20,000 troops were not just here for him, the Jiang clan, but a few more royal clans would be worth their fight. Outside, by the Mother River, a large number of native residents still gathered, although, with their eyesight they simply couldn't recognize exactly how strong the strongest person from the Jiang clan's royal family coming down this time was, but out of their confidence in the royal family, they believed that it was far more than that. As a symbol of native kingship, an earthly emperor-like existence, he would never allow himself to be slapped in the face by an alien powerhouse in his own realm and willingly admit defeat. Therefore, there is categorically a higher level of existence that follows and comes down to beat back the face. But, looking forward to it, near the end of the night, the Jiang clan's royal family suddenly released words publicly. This time, my Jiang clan's young prince invites for marriage. Facing the great Xia, all comers are not rejected. Your Excellency boarded the Han River, but also forgive the Jiang clan's royal family, did not entertain the whole thing. Therefore, Jiang has set up a banquet tonight to invite you to come. Boom! The city shook. No one would have thought that for such an outsider who openly hit the face of the Jiang clan. The Jiang clan's royal family not only did not get back the face with a bang, but on the contrary, the feast invited it to come to the Jiang clan to get together? It's so shocking. Seemingly the words of the landlord's friendship, which reveals the amount of information, simply do not know how many people's eyeballs to be shocked off. Also, this is openly put words, openly show that Jiang self-ashamed of the meaning of what people can let Jiang give such a big picture? I'm afraid that even the same level of the royal family, it is difficult to let Jiang this fanfare, right? The 4 golden hairpin gate valves within Xinjiang city were all silent. Outside, the tens of thousands of natives were even more silent, with mixed feelings within their hearts, and ultimately had to accept that Jiang couldn't come up with a strong person who could do a better job than that person. While being helpless, people couldn't help but wonder, what kind of terrifying powerhouse had they ushered into Xinjiang? Sure, if they were to know that Jiang's big banquet that night, but in the end, they didn't even wait for a gross thing. I'm afraid that it would directly sexually shatter their cognition. Good on. In order to retain the last trace of face, Jiang did not disclose half a bit of news about the subsequent development afterward. that mysterious strong man went to the banquet or not. Under the silence of Jiang, gradually became foggy and probing up. Original. The Jiang clan, which is about to further manifest its dominance and expand its gateway power due to the marriage recruitment of the young king, is a royal clan. Just like that, it was taken away from all the light by a random hand, as well as the situation on the Shengjing side was rapidly fermenting at the same time. The land of the imperial city. Shortly after the bloodbath of the three prestigious families at the Vermilion Birdgate, the highest authority also revealed a piece of news. Lecture Hall. For the first time, an organization that has never been in the public eye reveals the tip of the iceberg with an unknown meaning. In the meantime, Fan Chang, driven by the situation on all sides, Qi's old general, Qi Xiangming, recalled Qi Zhongxiao, the supreme commander on the mainland, with a phone call. Troops, grain accumulation. A few words say it all. In the beginning, Ji Rulong personally traveled to Fanchang, using a game of chess as a conversation ground to test the meaning of this old general, who, at that time, expressed a clear intention of not wanting to give up his place. But now, father, we're going to fight? Qi Zhongxiao asked. Qi Shangming smiled and did not give a clear answer. Everything, seemingly inexplicable. In truth, there is a deeper meaning within. Chapter 145, The Standard Bearer. Su Xiaoyuan. Shengjing. Ji Rulong was currently unaware of the fact that his casual behavior had caused a sensation all over the city. Of course, even knowing that, it's to be expected. Leaving from the Mother River, he did not ask more questions for the time being about the details of Su Yuzhu's coming to his side under the arrangement of that little aunt of his. Nowadays, this Shengjing city, seemingly lively, in fact, has not yet reached the peak, prematurely down, inevitably hit the grass to scare the snake. The final result is not worth the loss. Just Shengjing this side, there are a few old border troops, by the way to see. When he came, Qin Tian had been in charge of the contact, and Feng had just written back, present, just wait, holding what? In the middle of the journey, Qin Tian was quite curious, indicating the small satchel that Su Yuzhu was holding in her arms, which looked, seemingly, like it wasn't clothing or something like that. Words. Ji Rulong also looked over. Happily, it met Su Yuzhu's playful face. She smiled. A pair of bright eyes suddenly curved into the shape of a crescent moon, and incidentally also gathered the small satchel in her arms. It seems that she did not intend to tell the two people exactly what it was. Ji Rulong rubbed his nose. In fact, at this time, even if he didn't say anything, the answer was already self-evident. 9 out of 10. It was the box and the wooden pistol he had given her. This girl, I don't know what the little aunt, in the end, said to her, just like a different person. Where are we going? Su Yuzhu asked curiously. Ji Rulong and Qin Tian looked at each other and smiled, tacitly chose to be silent. Su Yuzhu wrinkled her nose. Where does not know that these two guys is in the revenge of earlier? Moment of truth. A 7-seater commercial vehicle arrived in front of the three, then saw a middle-aged man dressed in plain clothes with his right arm missing, getting out of the vehicle with an excited look. Su Xiaoyuan, the original standard bearer of the Qilin army. Meet the general. Ji Rulong stepped forward and hugged him heavily. Long time no see. Then, Su Xiaoyuan and Qin Tian looked at each other, and the former grinned. Sealed the general yet? Qin Tian took the initiative to spread his hands and his nose turned sour. Big brother Su. Brat. Or is it a school official? Su Xiaoyuan only had one left arm, but he hugged hard. Aside. When Su Yuzhu saw this scene, she actually felt inexplicably sad inside. Although these three men didn't talk much, but with every word, one could feel the true feelings of life and death. Also, through the thin clothing, she could clearly see that Qi Xiaoyuan's right arm was amputated in an uneven position, and it seemed that it had been torn off by an external force. Actually, she had guessed correctly. The standard bearer in the border army, acting as the role of carrying the Qilin Treading Clouds flag. Wherever the border army to go on the battlefield, there will be a flag flying in the wind. Even if the soldiers and horses died, the standard bearer in the hands of the flag will not fall. Yes, the border army is the one with the most brawn when it comes to charging into battle. Su Xiaoyuan had served as the standard bearer of the border army, carrying not only that flag, but also the morale. Therefore, 3 years of carrying the banner, through countless battles of all sizes, the banner in his hands, has not fallen once, until, more than a year ago, the countries united in a surprise attack. Several countries of the strong plan in advance, targeted on Su Xiaoyuan's siege, and in order to humiliate and break the morale of the border army, hard to tear off his right arm carrying the flag. But, nevertheless, Su Xiaoyuan still didn't let the flag fall, and with his right hand gone, he used his left. A tragic war fought down. Su Xiaoyuan kneeling on both knees, back to the door. Dead protect that military flag. From the beginning to the end of that military flag stained only their own and the enemy's blood. After the war, when he was wounded and could not carry the standard, he entrusted his duties as a standard bearer to his descendants and was honorably discharged from the army, returning to Shengjing to hide his achievements and fame. En route, Su Yuzhu was silent the whole time, listening carefully to the three military legends in front of her, talking spitefully about the hot-blooded past, and listening, tears fell quietly. Why don't you continue? Seeing Ji Rulong's trio suddenly terminate the topic, Su Yuzhu couldn't help but ask. May. The words had just left his mouth when he instantly realized something. Sorry She skimmed her head and wiped away her tears. There's no sensationalism, it's all in the moment. At first, because of seeing Ji Rulong and Qin Tian overly excited, Su Xiaoyuan, until this time only reacted to the fact that this general of his own side, actually, accompanied by a woman, Qin Tian, who was sitting in the front row seat, winked at him, and the latter instantly revealed an I understand expression. Then, rare, simply rare. Soon, the merchant's car stopped at a section of road that hadn't yet gone through construction, and Su Xiaoyuan explained, wait a moment, pick up my siblings. After nearly half an hour of waiting, Su Xiaoyuan's face was obviously a little embarrassed, and in the middle of the process, he also kept urging, which finally waited for a woman who was still charming. Rushing? Mustn't you finish the cards in your hand? The woman whose real name was Feng Shentong and who was carrying a designer bag couldn't help but complain. Spin. The car door opens. When she saw Ji Rulong's trio, Feng Shuantong's face became significantly more ugly. Big brother, who is all this? The tone was not salty and asked at Su Xiaoyuan. Very important friend. You first get on the car, Su Xiaoyuan greeted. Then after some introduction, a few people are considered to be a simple acquaintance. Only Su Xiaoyuan, the younger sibling, looks, obviously attitude flat. The journey is not far. A few minutes later, business car parked in front of a compound. Look at the decoration. Very luxurious. Compared to the surrounding has not been renovated, many old houses. Can be said to be unique. Ji Rulong was lamenting that this old subordinate of his did not live in embarrassment because he lacked an arm more than a normal person. When he heard Feng Xiantong come to say, by the way big brother, you're using the car, did you fill up the gas tank? Su Xiaoyuan's face was a bit embarrassed as he greeted Ji Rulong. You go in first, we'll have to drink more today. Ji Rulong nodded. Just after entering the house, before he had the chance to sit down, Ji Rulong's ears twitched as he heard voices coming from outside. Sister-in-law, this is Big Brother's very important friend. I must entertain well. You also know that Big Brother has been all alone all these years, and the little belongings on his body have all been given to our family's Xiaohong to do business, and there's no one around to help him. I've bought all the food, so I'll work hard for you, and come down to the kitchen? What the hell? I thought you'd already made dinner. After all this time, you picked me up so that I could be the cook for you guys? Aren't you the one who cooks on weekdays? You don't know how to do it yourself? There's no such thing as leaving a guest out to dry. You help out. I even informed Xiaohong. You believe in Big Brother. Entertaining these few friends of mine will only benefit Xiaohong's business. There's no harm in it. Come on Big Brother. Xiaohong has recently been doing business with the Shen family, the golden hairpin family of our Xingjing, so there's no need for other people's help, and other people can't help either. There was a silence. After, then you get $20,000 for Big Brother. Let's go out to eat, and then we'll deduct it from my share, okay? You are nodded Big Brother. You want to eat what with $20,000? Just 5,000. Just played cards and lost. I blame you have been urging. The company's money cannot be moved now. You remember to think of another way to pay me back at that time. A wall. The three of them, Ji Rulong, took in these conversations to the best of their ability. The Shen family? The corner of Qin Tian's mouth slightly raised. The heir to this golden hairpin family, is Su Xiaoyuan, and the border army is with the soldiers. His brother can do business with the Shen family. To say that this does not have Su Xiaoyuan's secret liaison, the present world, a family, but just ask her to help the next kitchen. The result of good words. And finally only give to take a mere $5,000? Chapter 146, Marquis, so it's you. Humph. Qin Tian snorted coldly and prepared to turn around and pick a fight. But midway through, he was stopped by Ji Rulong wordlessly. Family matters. After all, he still had to take Su Xiaoyuan's face into consideration, and it would be inappropriate to really cause a fight and what the outcome would be. You go and send a message to that Shen clan kid and give the location for him to come and pick it up later. Ji Rulong instructed Qin Tian in a low voice before going into the house on his own. Just sit down. Just saw Feng Xiantong, who was carrying a bag. walk in and said to Ji Rulong's trio with a leathery smile. I'm sorry I'm a bit unwell today and don't have much of an appetite, so I won't be accompanying you guys for dinner. I apologize for the smile, then stride ready to go upstairs. Midway, suddenly remembering something, right, you guys probably won't be staying here at night, right? It's like this, the family has just renovated a new house. It's inevitable that it's a bit inappropriate to live in outsiders. So, upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyuan really couldn't help his face from sinking, and was just about to rebuke, when Ji Rulong jumped the gun and laughed. It's fine, we have a place to stay, and today is just a small gathering, not a borrowed room. See you. Feng Xiantong lightly dropped 2 words and went straight upstairs. This time, anyone could see that Feng Xiantong was only pretending to be polite, but in reality, she did not take them seriously. Really lazy because of their own big brother, these few worthless friends take out the enthusiasm, and even secretly pass the word. This house is newly decorated. If the bump wear, by then, inevitably make a mess of embarrassment. This, Su Xiaoyuan at first did not expect. This younger sibling of his will so do not give face, but because it is not good to reveal the identity of Ji Rulong, so there is really no way. Is it to hold her down in the kitchen to cook? If a person doesn't have a heart, even if she does, then she doesn't know what it tastes like. There's a hotel nearby that cooks very good food. I think it can suit your tastes, Su Xiaoyuan suggested. Ji Rulong nodded. Oh, what's it called? The Contessa Hotel. On the side, Qin Tian immediately took out his cell phone, seemingly intentionally brushing it, but in fact, he was ready to notify down, lest by then this old brother who only had $5,000 in his body would make things difficult for himself. May, there's food in the house, right? I'll cook for you. Su Yuzhu, who was silent the entire time, put down her satchel and said. Su Xiaoyuan was just about to refuse when he saw Ji Rulong raise his head and inquired, you still know how to cook? Will, and do very delicious. Oh, Su Yuzhu rolled up her sleeves, with a look like you guys will see. She found the refrigerator on her own, took out the ingredients and walked into the kitchen. This, Su Xiaoyuan's words reached his mouth when Ji Rulong said something that made him tremble. All these years, why didn't you find a companion? Words, Su Xiaoyuan suddenly laughed. At this moment, naturally clear. This general of their own is to hear those words earlier, so no longer pretentious, sat down and said, 7 feet of body, has promised the country, and then difficult to promise the secretary. I see you, and how is not so? Swish, Qin Tianxia consciously looked at Ji Rulong, who was expressionless and didn't say a word. Actually, anyone could see that Ji Rulong was not the same for Su Yuzhu as others. Otherwise, with his nature, if he were any other woman, he would have long ago not known where he was driven to. He, however, never showed his true feelings and even deliberately kept his distance. If there is a battle, the call will return. Su Xiaoyuan looked through the northern border. Sumo life has not yet come to an end. Someday the border army has a war. I Su Xiaoyuan even if I only have this arm left, but also for my border army, to resist the flag once again. Just, don't hurt the girl. In other words, he, Su Xiaoyuan, had never thought that after he retired, he would really live out the rest of his life like an ordinary person, etc. One day the country is in trouble. No matter whether the border army has orders or not, he is going to go to the battlefield. Then, life and death is unknown, such as the attachment. It will be harmful to others and themselves. Ji Rulong's expression moved with mixed emotions. Second floor. I'm not going to fight tonight. My big brother didn't know where to bring a few kids back, and I refused to accompany him when he said he'd go for dinner. Wouldn't going out at this time completely sweep my big brother off his feet? I guess it's a certain comrade in arms of his who entrusted him with a drag. Where else would my big brother have any friends as a person? Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's fight tomorrow. Hanging up on her poker buddy, Feng Xiantong leisurely swiped her cell phone. In the beginning, Su Xiaoyuan claimed to have lost an arm while demoning in a war zone, and received a large amount of compensation. This money, to her husband Su Xiaohong business, after contacting the Shin family, to say the least, she is quite grateful to this big brother. The main thing is, this big brother of their own, for people are not smooth, come back to muddle through. According to this, when the time comes, still have to rely on their couples to support their whole life. This, much to her dismay, and after coming into contact with the Shin family, she felt that her own identity has been different from the past. The company is gradually growing. In the future, their debt to Su Xiaoyuan will only become smaller and smaller, and their status position will be more and more pulled. No, we have to think of a way to let him go out on his own and go solo. The big deal is to compensate him a little bit more in addition to his principal. Otherwise the company will have to share half of it with him after it grows. It's a big loss. Feng Xiantong pondered. Once you think about it, you can't do anything about it. It was certain that they, who had already entered into a partnership with the Golden Hairpin sect, would only gain more and more in the future. And the money Su Xiaoyuan gave them in the first place was completely insufficient, allowing him to sit back and share such a huge benefit. After all, he was able to reach a cooperation with the Shin family, all thanks to his husband. As for Su Xiaoyuan, he didn't do anything, so why should he get half? Therefore, taking advantage of the present, there is no huge income into the account. Let Su Xiaoyuan go out to do it alone. Can maximize the benefits. Ultimately, it is the interests that move people's hearts. When this idea arises, Feng Xiantong has completely forgotten that their family can have today. It is Su Xiaoyuan risked his life to bring back the compensation played a major role, and she even more unexpected. They can reach a cooperation with the Shin family. Is simply that she thought nothing to do. Su Xiaoyuan secretly let the Shin family heir to promote them, otherwise what makes them buy the golden hairpin gate valves to see? Ha! A fragrance wafted in. Feng Xiantong was slightly surprised, but then her face sank. Good eye you Su Xiaoyuan, obviously still cooking at home by yourself, but lied about going out to eat. $5,000 can also look up? This next. With her thoughts reinforced, she mentally paced down the stairs. In the meantime, first floor, Su Yuju will do a good job out of the pot of dishes to serve on the table. Quickly, let. A dish has just been put down. This girl hastily cupped her earlobes with her hands, her feet stomped straight by the heat, and when she noticed that Ji Rulong's 3 people were all looking at her, she couldn't help but blush red. This look of her was seldom shown to outsiders. Spin. She put away her palm that had been scalded with a blister and pretended to be arrogant. You 3 big old men. I've made the dishes. What? Why don't you go serve them? This is going. Qin Tian pulled Su Xiaoyuan and ran towards the kitchen. Ji Rulong smiled and prepared to get up. Just let the 2 of them go. The hands of the Marquis are for fighting the world, defending the world, and supporting the world. Su Yuju blocked in front of her and laughed playfully. Ji Rulong, am I that pretentious? In the meantime, Shengjing, in the center of the city, one of the local golden hairpin families, the Shin family residence, the council hall was packed at the moment. The fact that a supreme expert had landed in Shengjing City today, leaving the Jiang clan's royal family at a loss for words, had attracted the attention of all parties, and the Shin family was no exception. We'll get to the halfway point. Shin family heir, eldest grandson Shin Haojie, holding his cell phone violently stood up in place, then ignored everyone. The figure quickly disappeared. A group of Shin family bigwigs, all confused. For a long time, Shin Haojie's father, before he slammed the table, this rebellious son, have given him spoiled into what? After, Shin Haojie, who left the Shin family, notified his close friends, mobilizing a total of 99 Hummer extended, with a burst of flash, driven by the relevant departments, from the city center to form a long queue, heading straight to the residence of Su Xiaoyuan. Marquis, so it's you. Chapter 147, Don't bother. When the food is served, Su Xiaoyuan took another bottle of wine from the house and poured it for Ji Rulong and Qin Tian respectively. To the brothers, the 3 of them raised their glasses together toward the direction of the pass, but after 3 simple words, they drank it all in one go, and there were no more half-sentence words to deliberately stir up emotions in the middle of the day. Su Xiaoyuan choked up for a moment, but then suppressed it raw. Without an arm of their own, the encounter seems to be very unfortunate, but in fact, compared to have lived and died together has been buried forever in the Guanwai land of their own, can still sit here with Ji Rulong drink a mouthful of wine. Simply, be much luckier. Aside, Su Yuju silently looked at the 3 iron-blooded soldiers in front of her, filled with respect. Come, how about tasting the dishes I made? After the 3 of them had put down their wine glasses, Su Yuju was again quick to invite. 9 courses in all. Although it cannot talk about what mountain treasures and seafood, but in the ordinary life of the family meal, but is more sumptuous, and each dish seems to have been carefully carved. Just look, let a person's appetite, etc. Ji Rulong took the lead to move chopsticks. Qin Tian and Su Xiaoyuan. This is to let go of the hands and feet. A bite to taste down. Su Xiaoyuan immediately praised. Tasty. Specifically learned, right? Su Yuju snickered. Definitely. Otherwise, how would I? A small character. Dare to make a fool of myself in front of you guys? Nice. Su Xiaoyuan gave a thumbs up and looked at Ji Rulong again. You will, in the future, be blessed with a mouthful. Ji Rulong. This sentence, Ji Rulong rightly did not hear, but still more rare, to this table of dishes, gave a good evaluation. More than 20 years of life. There have been times when the front of the chest to the back. There have also been mountain delicacies eat to vomit days, alone in terms of his tastes. The general public is really difficult to meet, but today these dishes are just right. Mainly, Ji Rulong tasted from it, the cold and warmth of Su Yuju's 20 years of exile in the Han River. This is a skill that can't be achieved without a decade or so. By the way, General, why did you think of coming to Xingjing? Su Xiaoyuan suddenly asked a question that he had wanted to ask just now. Yi Qingyun's matter. To Su Xiaoyuan, there was nothing to hide, so Qin Tian simply explained a few sentences on his behalf, but did not indicate that they had come this time, ready to hit Joan. Su Xiaoyuan's entire body turned silent after hearing this, and while this atmosphere was gradually depressing, Feng Xiantong walked down from the second floor. And when she noticed that, among the several people, the apron on Su Yuju's body had not yet faded, her entire face, too, eased up quite a bit. Original. Was it this so-called guest who went to the kitchen himself? Why don't you yell at me for dinner? I'm still hungry. When a burst of aroma wafted into her nose, Feng Xuantong's stomach growled indisputably, and at that moment, she did not care about what she had said before. To himself, he brought a pair of dishes and sat down around the table. At this point, with her sudden inclusion, it was not good for a few people to talk about sensitive topics. Yo, I didn't realize that you little girl looks white and tender. This cooking skill is quite good. Barely, it can catch up with me. Feng Xiantong tasted the food and complimented with quite a bit of satisfaction. Sure, incidentally, he also complimented himself. In response, Su Yuju just guffawed. Eat in the line. In fact, I learned to cook not much time. Barely, nearly 20 years. Feng Xiantong, barely, almost 20 years? Looking at her age, she's only 24 or 25. And according to her, she started learning how to cook when she was less than 10 years old? The little girl's mouth is quite powerful. Feng Xiantong only took it as Su Yuju was competing with her, and after dropping a sentence in a salty manner, she put down her chopsticks and prepared to say something to Su Xiaoyuan. Moment of truth. A middle-aged man in a suit and hair wax hurried into the scene. Su Xiaoyuan's brother, Su Xiaohong. Sorry for coming back late. As soon as Su Xiaohong entered the house, he noticed the three unfamiliar faces of Ji Rulong, and it was clear that these were the honored guests that his big brother had mentioned. Therefore, he was also very enthusiastic and poured himself a glass of wine. Smiling apologetically, I'm really sorry. It's said that it's not fun to have friends come from afar, but look what I've gotten myself into. Making you guys wait for a long time. I'll punish myself with a glass of wine. Why are you drinking so much? You don't have any social engagements tonight? Don't delay business. Feng Xiantong coldly interjected. Su Xiaohong's face sank, but he still laughed. Today, Big Brother's friends are coming. I've already pushed off all of the evening's entertainment. It's not in the way. Having said that, a glass of wine, all at once. Seeing that the bottles of wine on the table had already reached the bottom, Su Xiaohong said to Feng Xiantong, Wife, there is no more wine. Go and help us get a few bottles of wine over here. How can a bottle of wine be enough to drink when you meet a friend? Though brothers. However, this Su Xiaohong, the character of a person is very different from Su Xiaoyuan. It can only be said that personal experience is different, and he who has been in the business world for many years is most adept at reading people's words and pondering their hearts. Therefore, as soon as Feng Xiantong opened her mouth, he sensed that the atmosphere was not right. As a couple who had shared the same bed for many years, how could he not understand this wife of his? This was surely because this big brother of his was not good at making friends on weekdays, and belittled the Ji Rulong trio. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he entered the house, he sensed an aura of nobility from the bodies of both Ji Rulong and Qin Tian. This kind of nobility is innate. Also, Ji Rulong sitting on the main seat, aged gently, but let him, inexplicably rise a feeling of trepidation, which is simply more appalling than when he faced that Qin family son. No wonder, his own big brother, repeatedly reminded himself that he must put off all the entertainment to rush back. So, he was also conveying a meaning to Feng Xiantong through his words. The so-called wine with a friend. That means that today, he will entertain Ji Rulong several people no matter what. I hope you put away your personal prejudices. Take a step back again. Even though, Ji Rulong's few people, who did not have the uncommon status that he had guessed, were still guests of Su Xiaoyuan, and should be treated with courtesy. Pity. Feng Xiantong, who only knew how to have fun at the poker game on weekdays, simply couldn't comprehend what he meant. Plus, she was already angry because Su Xiaohong had put off the social functions for the sake of such a few unimportant characters like Ji Rulong. Now, Su Xiaohong asked him to get the wine, and she directly just threw down the word. There's no more wine. Whether or not there was alcohol in the house, Ji Rulong's trio didn't know. But, the two brothers, Su Xiaoyuan and Su Xiaohong, Could not be clear? However, Feng Xiantong had already said her words to death, and at this time, if they took out the wine, what would Ji Rulong's three think? So, Su Xiaohong pretended to suddenly realize. Right. Remember, there's no more wine in the house. I'll go buy it. You buy what I'll buy? I just also gave my big brother to take $5,000, and he did not use. Let my big brother to buy it, Feng Xiantong said. Su Xiaohong's face instantly turned cold. Family, what are you separating so clearly for? Feng Xiantong opened her mouth, but noticing that her husband seemed to be really angry, she also held back the words that came to her mouth. But inwardly, she became more and more dissatisfied with the Ji Rulong trio, the money-breaking pests. Wait a moment, it'll be here soon. Big brother, you greet first. Su Xiaohong gave Su Xiaoyuan a wink, and prepared to go out to buy wine. Don't bother. Ji Rulong put down his chopsticks, and before Qin Tian moved, Su Yuzhu obediently took a silk scarf and handed it over. This, Chapter 148, Our Family Matters. How dare you ask? Su Xiaohong's face changed slightly. How can this work? In this way, the humble house is simple. Let's change the place. I'll immediately call for someone to come and drive, and it's already late. I'll just be able to arrange a good place to stay for the three of you. Su Yuzhu swept her eyes at Feng Xiantong, whose face was red with anger, and without giving her a chance to speak, she directly said, my brother said that there is no need to bother, and that Mr. Su doesn't need to be too polite, lest someone gets upset. Su Xiaohong could only look at Su Xiaoyuan. Su Xiaoyuan didn't say a word. Today, he had no other intention but to entertain Ji Rulong for a while. If Su Xiaohong has the ability to enter the eyes of the champion marquis, then he casually a sentence to carry down. That weight his Tenshin family cannot compare. This way, if he doesn't come back from the battlefield in the future, it will be considered a contribution to the Su family. But now, Feng Xiantong's attitude had directly stirred up this temporary gathering, which was no longer simple. So he really didn't know how to continue retaining Ji Rulong to stay. Feng Xiantong stared at Su Yuzhu and let out a cold smile. Tough? You little girl. Eloquent. A mouthful of someone. Who are you talking to? Since you're going to put words in your mouth, I don't want to take the heat. So what if I just don't want to entertain you guys on purpose? You have to have the awareness of being a parasite. And you can't stand it when you're a little bit angry? You also do not see my Xiaohong now with the Shin family to do a single business. Are 10 million to start, but because of you to put off such a situation. And you guys still don't know enough to make faces with me here? If it wasn't for Big Brother's face, I would have blown you all out long ago. Do you really consider yourselves a character? As soon as Su Xiaohong heard this, he immediately became furious and raised his hand to slap down. Before the palm was lifted, he saw Ji Rulong gently waved his hand, expressing his understanding. Rather, it's because we are abrupt. Because of this matter to make your family argue. It's not necessary. When the car comes, we'll leave immediately. Feng Xiantong sneered. It's good to know that it's you who are being abrupt. Having said that, she was again looking towards Su Xiaoyuan, who didn't say a word, saying, Big brother, you shouldn't blame me for putting words in my mouth. You should be well aware that Xiaohong's career is in an upward phase right now. Today, because you a few juniors, at the expense of putting off all the entertainment. This point, our family Xiaohong has already given you enough face, right? But you yourself look at your several juniors. Which one is sensible? Will you shut up? Su Xiaohong gritted his teeth. Let her speak. Su Xiaoyuan smiled and continued, signaling her to continue. Seeing the situation, Su Xiaohong knows, today this thing, I'm afraid it cannot end. Feng Xiantong, on the other hand, didn't feel anything, and immediately said smoothly, since you guys think that I didn't entertain you well, that's fine. These few of your juniors came to join you, so I guess they don't have a job yet, right? Why don't you simply withdraw your shares from the company, and we'll return all the money you invested in us in the first place, plus compensate you some more, and from then on there'll be no interest involved, and at that time, you can entertain them as much as you want. Original. Feng Xiantong thought that this big brother of hers would definitely haggle, but what she didn't expect was that Su Xiaoyuan actually didn't hesitate for half a second. Yes. No. I don't agree. Su Xiaohong flatly denied. Then, I'm warning you, put that little mind of yours away. If you didn't have Big Brother in the first place, can you now do nothing but make fun of the poker field every day? Feng Xiantong heard, on the spot, argued reasonably, this matter you do not care. Pro brothers are still clear accounts. Since the Big Brother agreed, then we will sign the contract tomorrow. No problem, right Big Brother? Suddenly, Ji Rulong interjected with a rare feeling of amusement. If I guessed correctly, it was Big Brother Su who risked his life to bring back the compensation to get you guys to turn over a new leaf. And now that he's better, he's going to kick him out of the way? You ungrateful brat. What is this nonsense? Feng Xiantong angrily said. If it weren't for you, our harmonious family would have been able to create conflicts? You still have the face to say I'm not here now? A peaceful family? Ji Rulong applauded. Indeed enough amicable. Their own big brother but borrow a car. But also refueling. Own card field do music. Big spend. Their own big brother entertaining friends. Ask you temporarily borrow some money or not willing. Is this what you call peace and harmony? Have you forgotten that he gave you all this today? Or is it that he can get away with not taking a cut of the money on weekdays? And you think that the company is yours alone? Feng Xiantong. These words came down as a dislike for her on the spot. But, and how could she admit it? Well, you ate my food, drank my food, and now you're just going to drop your bowl and not recognize me? Luckily, I saw through your true colors a long time ago. You're such a white-eyed wolf. You're not welcome in my Su family. Besides, when, in our family's family affairs, is it your turn, as an outsider, to say anything? Feng Xiantong was a bit annoyed, and falsely reminded Su Xiaoyuan. Big brother, I advise you to cut ties with them before it's too late. If he dares to accuse me today, in the future, he'll dare to point his nose at you and curse you. Such people, why do you still receive them? Why don't you just let them sleep on the street? It's a waste of good food and wine to entertain them. This statement was made. Su Xiaohong, who retreated several steps on the spot, was completely offended. What are you doing? Thanks to you being a businessman, you are indecisive. If you talk it out now, it's just hurting the peace. It's better than being dragged down by them in the future. Feng Xiantong straightened up and said. Ji Rulong was too lazy to bother with her. What a coincidence. The car is coming. Qin Tian glanced at his cell phone, and just as his words fell, a car's roar suddenly came from outside the house. I'll see you off. Su Xiaoyuan got up. Ji Rulong nodded. Then, straight out of the house, while looking at the three of them, Ji Rulong, who had left in disgrace. Feng Xiantong revealed a triumphant smile. If today, she didn't say these words because she was concerned about Su Xiaoyuan's face, then when the company got up, not only would she have to split the huge benefits with Su Xiaoyuan, but she would even be dragged down by Ji Rulong and these three people. Now, on the other hand, you don't have to worry about that much at all. As for Su Xiaoyuan, offending is just as good as offending. After all, if people don't do it for themselves, the sky will kill them, and she doesn't feel like she's doing anything wrong at all. You, Su Xiaohong sighed and directly went after Ji Rulong and the others. Seeing the situation, Feng Xiantong's face suddenly changed drastically. You come back to me. I'm telling you, this big brother of yours is rotten to the core, and he's picking up everything from the family. If you're not ruthless, the one who suffers at that time will be you yourself. Sidebar. Edge followed and chased them outside. She had reached her goal with great difficulty. If Su Xiaohong went to stay, wouldn't she be hitting a basket of water with nothing to show for it? Feng Xiantong, who had just arrived outside the courtyard, suddenly had her voice stuck in her throat, and then she saw a Hummer extension with blinking headlights, forming a long line on the road that stretched for miles. My God, what big shot is this? Why is he here in the middle of nowhere? Mr. Shen? In front, Su Xiaohong looked at the young man who jumped down from the car and visibly froze. Mr. Shen? Feng Xiantong's face changed drastically, and she immediately accused. You now know how wrong it is to put off social functions for the sake of a few worthless juniors like your big brother, right? The person, Mr. Shen, has personally chased him to his home. What are you still standing there for? It's a blessing that we can't even repair in 8 lifetimes for Prince Shen to value you so highly. Hurry up, don't be slow. Said, just run your ass up there. Midway, her face changed again, pointing at Ji Rulong who was standing on the side of the road. You brat, don't move out of the way. You're intentionally trying to get our family killed, aren't you? Swish, as this voice went down, countless gazes, all at once, landed on her in unison, but in the next second, it was withdrawn as much as possible. Then, Feng Xiantong then saw the most unacceptable scene in her life, a pair of eyeballs that almost didn't stare out. Chapter 149, It's too late to regret now. Liao Lao a few steps. Shen Haojie seemed to use all his strength, careful to the point that, like a child who had done something wrong, Haojie, not too late, right? After coming out from the Shen family council chamber, his cell phone page, to this day, maintains that message. The Marquis has orders. Come quickly. Also, there's also a positioning. And Feng Xiantong who witnessed the scene was instantly dumbstruck. Immediately following, a chill directly attacked all the limbs and bones of the body, such that the hands and feet were so cold that they did not have the slightest sensation. Native closest to the ginger royal family of the golden hairpin family Shen family son, Surprisingly to Ji Rulong, this in addition to the length of the Ingwu point, and then cannot find any highlights of the boy. Respect to such a degree. This, no mistake, right? Not too late. Ji Rulong looked at the fleet of vehicles waving in front of him and gave 2 words rather helplessly. Words. Shin Haojie breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. Spin. After greeting Qin Tian, he looked at Su Xiaoyuan who had been accompanying him. Big brother Su. Su Xiaoyuan glared at him and cursed with a smile. Brat. Shin Haojie scratching his head vigorously and giggling. Where there is still half a point. The appearance of the golden hairpin family's male son? Fizzle. Seeing this, Feng Xuantong's scalp exploded again. This Shin family's son. Not only was he respectful to Ji Rulong, but he was even polite to her lousy big brother. Who couldn't be more polite? What? How did this happen? Unbeknownst to her, because of the crowd, Shin Haojie did not take out the military set. Otherwise let her know that Su Xiaoyuan was once the border army to carry the standard man. Ji Rulong is the champion marquis. I am afraid that it must be scared to death. Save the catching up for next time. It's getting late. Let's go. At this time, Ji Rulong spoke. Shin Haojie did not dare to delay, and hastily acted as a leader. Su Xiaoyuan opened his mouth and tried to speak several times. Next time, remember to keep plenty of wine on hand. Ji Rulong's voice came. Su Xiaoyuan froze at the sound and a warm current flowed through his heart. Definitely. There is a next time. It proves that he, the general, did not because of today's incident and meddle. Thinking, he is again self-deprecating smile. Secretly said that he overthinks. To this bosom, how can because of this matter and see the blame on him? Big brother Su, we're leaving, so go inside. A little later, Shen Haojie, Qin Tian, and Su Yuzhu waved goodbye to Su Xiaoyuan one after another. Convoy start. Slowly leaving. From start to finish, Feng Xiantong and her husband and wife were ignored the entire time. And Feng Xiantong, who was watching the convoy gradually moving away, remained dumbfounded and disoriented. Even when the convoy had completely disappeared from sight, she still looked lost until, have the contract ready for me to sign tomorrow. Change before. When Feng Xiantong heard these words, she would definitely be ecstatic. But right now, she couldn't be happier in any way. She opened her mouth. Her heart could be described as a mixed bag of emotions. Big brother. He? What exactly? What kind of person is he? Everything that happened today was just a little too dreamlike for her. So much so that she didn't even realize, until now, what had been missed. Su Xiaohong was similarly mute, and with his recent exposure to the upper circles, he was more able to appreciate than Feng Xiantong what it meant to be the kind of character that was enough to make Shin Haojie treat him in such a manner. To put it bluntly, even that most heavenly young prince of the Zhang clan's royal family at this stage couldn't do this. He's the man who, at the drop of a word, can make your business rise and fall for decades in native splendor, all without a rise or fall. Boom! Feng Xuantong's head buzzed, looking at Su Xiaoyuan with disbelief, shocked to the point of no longer being shocked at the same time. It seems that there is not a clear perception of this. What kind of person, in a land that was already ruled by a royal family, could do so with a single sentence so that the business of a certain person or a certain family would not rise and fall for decades? It wasn't that she didn't believe it, it was just that it was too unbelievable. It seems that the Zhang clan's royal family has openly put out the word today that they have set up a banquet in anticipation of a certain person's grand entrance? Feng Xiantong nodded dementedly. This thing, it's all over town. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and at that moment, she couldn't help but suck in another breath of cool air. You mean? Su Xiaoyuan nodded. He didn't go, but came to our house instead. But unfortunately, such a dignified figure, in our house, didn't even manage to enjoy the wine. This afternoon, Xingjing City's mother river, was chopped off the flow of people waving their hands. Outwardly, there is a great master, boarding Xingjing, even sitting on the land of the 3 provinces, holding the power of life and death of the Ginger royal family. Have not taken that person a little way, being blatantly slapped in the face, yet you still have to set up a banquet and show them favor. What does that mean? It wasn't until this time that Feng Xiantong completely realized how much of an existence that brat, who she had repeatedly considered to have no semblance of value within her heart, was. A thought of open-mindedness. Sun Xiantong face visible white, regret, shame and other emotions, resulting in every inch of her body is trembling, tingling. She actually did what? Such a great opportunity. Just like this. Was she hard to make no? Why is that so? Why is that so? I didn't know that his status is so honorable. If I knew that, I would have entertained him well. Big brother, just help me to ask for mercy from him. Please ask him to give us another chance for your sake. A lot of times, both the person and the chance, once you don't grasp it, you're missing out completely. In this world, there is no medicine for regret. Su Xiaoyuan shook his head. Even though he doesn't have an honorable status that can bring us supreme benefits, we're going to treat him coldly? Being human shouldn't be like that, should it? Remember to bring me the contract to sign tomorrow. You don't have to pay more, but you can't pay less. Just give me the money I gave you guys as startup capital in the first place. And after I sign the contract, I'll move out. Having said that, he went straight into the house. As soon as she heard these words, Feng Xiantong even retreated several steps on the spot and sat on her but on the ground. What happened today had made her clearly realize that the reason why the Shen family was able to work with her husband was not because of their good fortune, much less because of how capable Su Xiaohan was. Rather, it was because of this, her big brother who she had felt rotten about from the beginning. The other side, both explicitly and implicitly, has been quietly helping them without asking for anything in return. It is said that the fruit of a man's kindness is remembered for 1,000 years, but she, for the sake of money, for those cold bills, not only will Su Xiaoyuan's kindness to them forget all, and even get up the mind, to kick him away, to go to the sole possession of huge benefits, a hint of greed, not only making them miss the greatest opportunity of their lives, but also breaking this big brother's heart to death. She looked at Su Xiaohong, hoping that he would help to say something. Xiaohong, you, however, at this moment, Su Xiaohong had completely seen what she was, so he didn't even bother to take care of her, but instead caught up with Su Xiaoyuan and said in shame, "Big brother, this is your home. Where is the reason for you to move out? In addition, I Su Xiaohong never felt that the company is mine alone. You are asking me to, for the rest of my life, live in guilt." Su Xiaoyuan's footsteps lurched. "Spin. Don't think too much. I don't have much need for money. You keep the company and do a good job. That Shen Haojia kid will continue to help you. In addition, even if I move out, you can come to see me often in the future." With a single hammer blow, he didn't give Su Xiaohong a chance to say more at all. Phew! Upon hearing this, Feng Xiantong was relieved. It's good that the company can still do its job. Xiaohong, since Big Brother isn't even counting anymore, you shouldn't be angry with me. From tomorrow onwards, I promise to hold the family well. Snap! Su Xiaohong's backhand was a slap. Now you remember to keep a good house? It's too late. Now, immediately pack up and get the hell out of here. Boom! Feng Xiantong stared at her eyes in utter despair. Chapter 150, The Royal Family of Jinling. En route. Only when Qin Tian explained the matter did Shen Haojia understand why they had to temporarily trouble to switch places. Big brother Su took the initiative to contact me once after he returned, and that was to ask me to secretly help that brother of his. And the reason why he didn't confess his relationship with me was because he was worried that they would be proud and indulgent. I didn't realize that a good intention ended up raising a white-eyed wolf. As Shen Haojia's words went on, Ji Rulong did not squeak, and the two of them, Qin Tian and Su Yuzhu, did not continue to express any opinions or thoughts on this. Seeing the situation, this Shen family's son, sensible, shut up. He is different from Su Xiaoyuan. He was transferred into the border army only a few months ago, and then because his family did not have news of him, making a fuss and dying, Ji Rulong learned of it and gave him special permission to be discharged. That alone. He was then different from the rest of the border army, because the vast majority of the border army were children from poor families. I'm afraid, many also only wait for the moment their earns, or even death notices, are returned before their families realize that their child is not coming back. On the contrary, Shen Haojie, this is not a good birth, but since childhood, the son of the mansion is fascinated by the military. Just from the northern war zone was transferred to Guanwei for several days without news. A whole Shen family panicked. It took months. Finally, I couldn't stand the death of my family and applied for discharge. That was why Shen Haojia had been harboring guilt since the beginning, feeling as if he, himself, was a deserter. So after learning the news that Ji Rulong had come to Shengjing, he was both excited and nervous. Soon, the caravan came to an estate. Qin Tian looked at the scale and immediately snickered. "You kid, this golden hairpin family's son is true to his name. Don't flirt with me, compared to you and Marquis, what the hell am I? Shen Haojie?" Shen Haojie laughed, then dismissed his subordinates. "Station yourself nearby, and from now on be on standby all day in 20 hours. Back." A few people walked into the manor. Shen Haojie didn't arrange a single subordinate and personally entertained the whole time. A pot of tea was brewed, and just after pouring it for Ji Rulong, he heard the other party's flat tone come over. Regarding the incident of that young king of the Zhang clan's royal family's marriage invitation this time. "Your Shen family, what are your intentions?" Shen Haojie was shaken inwardly. These words, which sound like an inquiry, are informative. If Ji Rulong hadn't come, on the premise of the future development of the family, Even if the competitiveness was great, their Shin family would have had to fight for it no matter what. But now, this one had just visited Xinjiang and severed the mother river that concerned the face of the Jiang clan's royal family. Plus he was well aware that this marquis before him would not be able to enter the country without special circumstances. So, after a pause, he also hastened to say, that depends on what the marquis is planning. The answer can be very level-headed. Ji Rulong smiled down, then quit. Good. Shin Haojie almost didn't hesitate for half a second and agreed in one breath. Nowadays, this Xinjiang city seems to be in full bloom and bustling, but underneath such a surface, there are dark currents. If it wasn't for Ji Rulong taking the initiative to contact him today, perhaps he would have been just as unaware as those in the outside world that Xinjiang had already seen the arrival of such a transcendent top-notch powerhouse by now. Some words. Shin Haojie did not ask more questions. His heart can probably guess. After sitting for a while, Shin Haojie took the initiative to say goodbye. After he left, only the three of them, Ji Rulong, were left in the manor. At this point, Qin Tian glanced at Su Yuzhu, who had inexplicably chased them to the north today, and was just about to say something when the latter left the scene with a small satchel in her arms. You guys chat. Qin Tian, your little aunt. You shouldn't have told this girl everything, right? Qin Tian looked at her back as she left and asked Ji Rulong. Ji Rulong shook his head and answered in 3 words. I don't know. Okay. Qin Tian spread his hands, his face gradually turning serious. Vermilion Bird Street was bloodied today, and the 3 prestigious families such as Shangguan, who had served at the court for several generations, have gone up in smoke completely in this era. Words. Ji Rulong frowned slightly. What kind of person did this? It's not clear. After it happened, the Chancellor ordered the Forbidden Army to block the news. Interesting. Ji Rulong was slightly amused. He had just arrived in the 3 northern provinces on the front foot, and on the Kyoto side, such a big incident had happened. And then, instead of giving any explanation, the capital side had forcibly pressed down the news. Also, Qin Tian lowered his voice. Regarding the lecture hall, have you ever heard any news from your family's old man? A martial arts academy? Ji Rulong shook his head. Go on. Shortly after the incident on Jubilee Street, the Prime Minister deliberately revealed the existence of an organization called the Lecture Hall, and although no specific information about this lecture hall has been revealed, it sounds. Qin Tian looked deeply at the man in front of him and said with a heavy heart, seemingly, it is a place where the Prime Minister's side secretly cultivates military generals. Oh, the corners of Ji Rulong's mouth rose slightly. Compared to Qin Tian's heavy mood, he smiled instead. There's no need to look into the matter of Vermilion Bird Street. Dig into this lecture hall and find out what kind of cowards and devils are there. Qin Tian responded. I see, etc. After Qin Tian left, at the scene, only Ji Rulong was left alone. He copied a box of cigarettes and silently walked out. This manor arranged by Shin Haojie, the scale is indeed not small. Not far from the location of the residence, there is an artificially constructed lake. Around, there are rows and rows of pavilions, and in winter and summer, standing in the pavilions and viewing the lake surrounded by dense forests is a unique sight. Phew! Ji Rulong exhaled a puff of smoke with an expressionless face. As a great general of Xinhua, openly disregarding the order of the capital to wield the army into the customs, for this point alone, it is impossible for the side of the capital to be really indifferent because of the concern for the military power in his hands, only that they did not come up with a decision earlier. Today, Vermilion Bird Street was bloodied, and 3 famous families, all of which had a pivotal position in the imperial court, were killed cleanly, and then after that, the lecture hall surfaced. Needless to think, all of this is closely related, and even, suddenly sent to his side by his sister-in-law, Su Yuzhu. Smoke less. Suddenly, a voice came into the ear. Then, Ji Rulong saw Su Yuzhu, who had changed into a set of white long dress, slowly walk over. Ji Rulong smiled and crushed the cigarette butt. Actually, he used to be a non-smoker. Nah. Su Yuzhu, who walked over, stretched out her hand and smiled gently towards Ji Rulong, while in her palm, there was a familiarly wrapped candy lying. Have a candy, little kid? Ji Rulong was shaken, took the candy, peeled it, and gently put it in his mouth. He didn't ask why. After 20 long years, Su Yuzhu was still able to find the exact same candies as in the beginning, nor did she ask if she had, in fact, gotten that originally lost memory back. Everything, as far as it goes. Day 2. In the case of the continuous fermentation of the mother river, the situation that originally had to be brewed and built up momentum for a period of time also had to be put on the schedule. First, it was the golden hairpin family from the Lin province that rushed to Xinjiang, and then, a message, moreover, directly exploded through the entire Xinjiang city. Eastbound. The Jinling royal family. Down the road. Chapter 151. With all the troops and soldiers at our disposal, I am the only one who can do it. The 4 realms of heaven. Totaling the top royal clans of the 4 directions. The 3 provinces in the north belong to the Jiang clan sitting in a domain overlooking the 4 directions. Only I am the only one. And, in the land of the East realm, which is neighboring the North realm, there is the Jinling royal family, with all of their soldiers and horses. It can be imagined that such a top royal family, which also owns its own army, occupies a vast territory, and calls itself by its family name, would not, by all accounts, be in such a hurry to get off the ground. After all, now is only the momentum stage. No matter whether it is the Jinling royal family or not, or at this stage so far has not surfaced behemoths also, will certainly hold their own identity, to the last moment, and then as the finale appearance. But now, things were clearly going beyond everyone's expectations. Jinling, the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. This downfall, does it mean that the final hurdle is about to be reached in this recruitment event of Zhang's young prince? To this, everyone was looking forward to it, and their gazes were all gathered on this royal family's team coming from Jinling, wondering what kind of outstanding person would come down to act as a protector of the road for this top royal family that was on par with the Jiang clan? Can they, the 3 northern provinces, totaling 12 golden hairpin clans, block it? Worthy of being the Jiang royal family of my 3 northern provinces. Once the news of the young prince's marriage invitation was released, even the Jinling royal family couldn't wait to come down and want to marry him. That being said, with the royal family coming down, won't these golden hairpin families in our 3 northern provinces be completely out of luck? Not necessarily. Don't forget the Shen family. The Shen family? By the way, the Shen family in our Xingjing. There's a Shen Haojie. The Shen family. Yesterday, it was widely rumored that a supreme expert had landed in Xingjing, which was later confirmed by an open invitation from the Jiang clan's royal family, causing the major forces entrenched in the local area to sit up and take notice. As one of the local golden hairpin families, the Shen family, naturally, is no exception. So the day of the internal family meeting was held. But because in the Shen family's young generation is very representative of the Shen Haojie, Midway suddenly left the scene. Let the meeting, forcibly terminated. Today, the Jinling royal family's team, coming across the border, was not good news for any family power that wanted to compete in the matter of the young prince's recruitment. Combined with the fact that the city's mother river was chopped off yesterday, how could it not make people think of it? The sudden downfall of the Golden Riders was a signal of great purpose. And this, it also proved in disguise that the Jiang clan's royal family, from that mysterious strongman who had suddenly visited Xingjing and had an unknown attitude, had felt a pressure they had never felt before. Otherwise they would not have been in such a hurry, informing the royal family of their descent. If that mysterious strongman really came for the young prince's recruitment, then in the case of the Jinling royal family's downfall to reverse its momentum, the other party, with a high probability, would have further actions. It's safe to say, this, then, is a trial. I'm recruiting for my little prince, and it's a lively affair. What do you want to do when you step in all of a sudden? If you are interested in marrying Jiang, then come in the open. If you are passing by, you should secretly pass a letter. Don't say nothing. Let people worry. Don't know that people are scared of people. Scared to death? Yeah. An expert of that level lurks in Xingjing, and the Jiang clan, the royal family, is also afraid. Under this increasingly severe situation, the Shen family, which was originally quite confident in suppressing other families, also felt great pressure. Therefore, once again, the family meeting was convened, and it was specifically emphasized that Shen Haojie should be present. Soon, Shen Haojie entered the council chamber and immediately took a seat in the position that belonged to him, and then, he actually directly closed his eyes and rested his mind. This, a group of Shen family bigwigs, looked at each other, in exchange for other juniors. At this time, I'm afraid that they would have long been heckled. But Shen Haojie, this third-generation son who was given hope by the Shen family to lead the Shen family to another level, they, really, didn't dare to just heckle. This is why, yesterday, Shen Haojie left the field in the middle of the game, but only his old man held back a sentence against the son. Haojie, what do you think? This time Zhang's young prince invites for marriage. Not only is it about the future of my Shen family, but also about your sister's happiness. Now that the royal family over in Jinling has come down, can you at least give an attitude? Talking. It's a middle-aged Shen Haojie's second uncle. If the Shen family could be victorious in the little prince's marriage invitation, then his daughter would become Jiang Futian's consort. So, Shen Huichuan, very concerned about Shen Haojie's attitude, and immediately added, do you have any confidence in the words of the Jinling royal family? Why do you ask? Because, this recruitment matter, although there is no clear provisions need to achieve what certain conditions, in order to stand out from the many family forces, but we all know in our hearts, then the, is nothing more than a potential word. Family power, not only to be worthy of the Jiang clan's royal family, and family potential, is also a major factor. Where does a family look for potential? The younger generation. The young generation was strong, and it was also a disguised proof of the family's ability. After all, a wasteful family couldn't cultivate any proud sons of heaven. Therefore, this time, the families that wanted to strive to reach a marriage with the Jiang clan would all send the most outstanding characters among the young generation of their own families to act as the protector of their own daughter. The older generation must not intervene, otherwise, it will cause an all-out war, and then the loss will not be worth it. Briefly, whose family's 1,000 gold want to attract the attention of the young king? Then her family, to do to the extent of the power to suppress the other families. Otherwise, Jiang cannot see you. You simply hit the road back to feed the pigs. Shin Huichuan asked 2 questions in a row. All eyes, all gathered on Shin Haojie. Confidence? Shin Haojie opened his eyes, not to mention that what is coming down now is just a Jinling royal family. Even if the other 2 clans of the 4 sides of the royal family gather in Xingjing at this time, Shen Haojie, will not be false. Words. All the people in the Shin family were overjoyed. A 20-something-year-old 6th heaven, looking at the entire northern 3 provinces, other than the Jiang clan's son who was always in seclusion and did not show himself. Who else was there? How could one not feel at ease with this pill of reassurance thrown down? Shin Haojie's next sentence, however, almost didn't make the group fall off their chairs on the spot. But, the Shin family, will withdraw. What? One after another surprised, shocked eyes, have thrown over this kid, and what the wrong? Oh, Haojie, it's not good to joke about this kind of thing. Shin Huichuan barely managed to stabilize his mind and said with a smile. At the same time, Shin Huaido, Shin Haojie's father, also stared at his son, who had always acted in a lawless manner, and gritted his teeth. Adverse son, most of the people sitting here are your elders. Make your words clear. It means literally, this time, in the matter of Jiang's young prince's marriage invitation, our Shin family withdraws and does not participate. Shin Haojie was firm and gave his answer. This is, champion marquis of the day, conveyed to him. It's better to sit back and watch the tigers fight than to sit back and enjoy yourself when you go to all the trouble of getting involved and not getting when the time comes. Chapter 152, They're Coming. The hall was filled with dead silence. According to the original plan, as the strongest among the young generation of the Shin family and having the first person under the sun of the world in the outside world, Shin Haojie would first fight the other golden hairpin families before proceeding to deal with the royal family. Strive to send their Shin family to the eyes of the royal family. If they could finally compete for first place and reach a marriage with the Jiang clan, what a great fortune it would be for their Shin family. But now, Shin Haojie suddenly told them that the Shin family quit? This Nima, the atmosphere has been set here, and here you are, with your pants down, and not even a fart coming out of your mouth? Below, a young woman with flowing hair and a rather innocent look, on the other hand, pursed her lips, showing as much aggression as she could, and really couldn't figure out why this brother's attitude had shifted so drastically, as well as, seeing that Shin Haojie did not have the slightest intention of joking Shin Huiguan, his tone gradually turned cold. What exactly do you mean? The little prince's marriage invitation is an opportunity that our Shin family has waited for how many years for? The pattern of the 3 provinces has been finalized. The Shin family, which has been ranked as a golden hairpin family for many years, if it does not have one thing as a springboard, its upper limit, ultimately, is still a golden hairpin family. Only by marrying with the Jiang clan can we completely crush the other golden hairpin clans head on, thus riding on the Jiang clan's big boat and expanding our influence even further. Although we can't see the results quickly, but what about 10 years, 20 years in the past? Anyway, being able to marry the Jiang clan was too much of a benefit for them. Now Shin Haojie even chose to withdraw when he clearly had the confidence to fight? Are you a Shin family member or not? Shin Huichuan glared angrily. This question, too sharp. Shin Haojie looked at him unwillingly. It's precisely because I'm a member of the Shin family that I withdrew. Sometimes, don't just look at the surface. Calm down and analyze the situation. You'll find that things are far beyond your imagination. Shin Huiguan blared and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shin Wancheng who was sitting in the uppermost seat. He looked at Shin Haojie and put down his teacup and said, "Metaphor?" Shin Haojie was silent. For a long time. Only then did he slowly say, "Our 12 golden hairpin family, although the power of the 3 provinces is the closest to the Jiang clan's great family. But this, just compared to the other forces, really, we in the Jiang clan is not comparable at all. Jiang's such a fanfare. for just welcomed back to the clan's young prince to recruit. Its purpose is nothing more than with the people, a strong combination, rather than looking for a procrastinator. In other words, the Jiang clan's marriage partner has never been the 12 golden hairpin family that is on a different segment from them. The moment these words came out, the entire council chamber was instantly silent. According to you, that's really hilarious. If that's the case, then why does the Jiang clan still need to openly, without restricting the conditions of participation to recruit a bride? Wouldn't it be better to directly finalize it with the major top royal clans? At this point, Shin Huachuan's words once again made the crowd react. If it was according to what Shin Haojie said, then why would the Jiang clan's royal family be superfluous? If you're a wimp, just say you're a wimp. Don't be a smartass here. The Jiang clan's royal family still needs to play this kind of mind games with the likes of us? People are trying to lay the foundation of the young king's position through a grand spectacle. In response to his second uncle's words, Shin Haojie just shook his head and did not utter a rebuttal. Sure, much less ridicule. In fact, if he didn't know the news that Ji Rulong had come, he wouldn't have let go of this seemingly great opportunity. But now, he has already known in advance that Marquis obviously want to lay a big game in the northern 3 provinces, and through the other side implicitly revealed the information to see, perhaps, target is not the Jiang family. The walls have ears. Even though it was family, he didn't dare say it. Once the news leaked and spoiled Ji Rulong's plan, he, Shen Haojie, could not afford the responsibility, as well as, along with his silence, the entire council chamber also exchanged words and disgust, mostly echoing Shin Huaiguan, feeling that this son of their family, because of the downfall of the Jiling royal family, was scared out of his wits. I just didn't say so to save face. On the contrary, it was Shin Wancheng, the old master of Shin, whose brows were knitted tightly, waiting to suppress the voices on the scene before looking at Shin Haojie and asking, "You went out yesterday. Who did you see?" To be able to ask this question, and proof, Shin Wancheng has begun to suspect that Shin Haojie's attitude change is related to yesterday's sudden departure. At the time, like the others, he felt that Shin Haojie's sudden departure was a spontaneous move. After all, this grandson of his was notorious for his lawlessness, his words and actions, always doing what he wanted. But looking at it like this today, one would have to make more of a connection, because there was no way this grandson of his would be afraid. A man who has been in the military will be cowed before the battle? Seeing that Shin Haojie didn't say anything, Shin Wancheng immediately waved his hand and said in an unquestionable manner, "Today will end here first. Head of house. I said, it ends here. Don't you understand?" The crowd had no choice but to disperse with reluctance. Not much longer. Shin Haojie, alone, appeared in Shin Wancheng's study, and the latter wasn't half surprised, but just shook his chair and slowly said, "Tell me, what's going on?" Shin Haojie sat down and refilled his cup of tea. "Do you still remember what happened more than 4 years ago?" More than 4 years ago? As spring goes by and fall comes and goes, an ordinary family alone doesn't know how many things have to happen every day, let alone a big family like the Shin family. But to say that it is worth being deliberately mentioned and remembered as a big event, that is really not much. More than 4 years ago then, there is one thing, and that is Shin Haojie suddenly disappeared from the northern battlefield, and then later retired from the army. This incident was a big deal at the time, similar to the Shin family, such a big family's son to go to the army. Basically just to experience life, not to go to the front line, to carry out any dangerous tasks. He disappeared. That's not going to be a problem? According to the explanation given by Shin Haojie later, and the news revealed by the military department, it was said that he was, at that time, going to carry out a relatively special mission. But, Shin Wancheng didn't believe it, because that time after Shin Haojie came back, he felt a strong killing aura from this grandson of his, and that time period, the border army just happened to be established. "They're coming," Shin Haojie said. Boom! Shin Wancheng's hand, which had just picked up the teacup, shook violently, and his face paled instantly. "It is self-evident who they are." Hiss! Shin Wancheng slowly inhaled. "Are you saying that the matter of the Mother River is?" Shin Haojie nodded. Shin Wancheng couldn't help but sit up straight. At this moment of learning the answer, as if in an instant, figured out a lot of questions, but inside, there was always a fog that couldn't be peeled off. Border troops, not only does it defend a country, but it is also a top military unit that is very aggressive, masters killing and exploiting, and can open up new territories. But why are they targeting? When this question, which had been abruptly cut off in the middle of the sentence, came out, the grandparents, however, fell silent at the same time. Question. It was as if it was back to the beginning in the council chamber. That unanswered question? Jiang, Why did she make such a big deal about recruiting a bride for the young prince? At this moment, it was as if there was an answer. The Jinling royal clan has already foolishly rushed in, and I reckon that the remaining two clans, too, will come to join in the fun. Shin Haojie's forehead was sweating as he said, snap. The teacup in Shin Wanqing's hand landed and exploded. My goodness, this is the plan, to cut the clan? Chapter 153, There is a true dragon, hidden within. Current stage. A whole Shengjing can be said to be overwhelmed with events. Ordinary people, long tired of the routine, day after day of boring days, this in their case high up in the big families, big forces, but where there is a little wind blowing grass, will quickly attract attention. Therefore, whether it is the 12 gold hairpin family arrived in Shengjing one after another, or the Jinling royal family is about to go down, have become the local residents after dinner, must talk about the hot spot. It's basically become the norm. I don't know. In this Shengjing city, there is a true dragon that is secretly hidden. The moment this true dragon surfaced, the world was destined to be chilled. And, just when everyone was curious as to what sparks would then rub off between the local 12 golden hairpin families and the Jinling, a foreign royal family, the golden hairpin Shin family, however, sent out a piece of news that made countless people dumbfounded. This, the family that was clearly more capable of competing than the other golden hairpin families in the event of the little prince's recruitment, had suddenly announced its withdrawal. After the news spread, both the natives and the other golden hairpin clans were all talking about it. After all, who doesn't know that there's a Shin Haojie in the younger generation of the Shin family? This is, the northern three provinces recognized under the Shitzi first person. To compete, the Shin family does not say to win the championship, but at least then they have to have more advantages. But now, they actually took the initiative to give up this opportunity. Crazy? Or is it that after learning the news that the Jinling royal family is coming to intervene, they feel that there is no need to fight? Sure, at the moment because of this news vibration is not only the outside world, even within the Shin family, have set off a shock wave, although Shin Haojie in the meeting proposed their Shin family to withdraw. But, the old man, by definition, would not agree. But now, this kid, Shin Haojie, what exactly did he blow in the old man's ear? Even if you really can't compete with the royal family coming down from the Jinling side, but at least, you have to compete to know, right? Shin Huiqing slapped the table and said, inside the house, her wife and daughter, frowning tightly. Later, the Shin clan's daughter, whose real name was Shin Shuaqin, walked out of the house and secretly instructed her subordinates. I want to know what kind of people Big Brother he met after he left the council chamber yesterday, compared to what others thought of as cowardice before battle. Shin Shuaqin, who could be said to know Shin Haojie well enough, didn't believe it at all. This cousin, in her mind, had always been unrivaled. Even before this, Shin Haojie had also told her that he would nurse her to stand out in this matter, because she was his Shin Haojie's sister and would not be allowed to be compared to others. Therefore, there must be some other factor that made that big brother of hers temporarily change his attention, rather than, because of the fear of that clan, the Jinling royal clan that was about to collapse from the eastern realm. 3 days later, the royal family that crossed the border from the Jinling side managed to arrive in Shengjing on this day. After learning that 3 days ago, after they had released the news that they were preparing to go down, the Shin family suddenly announced that they were withdrawing from the marriage invitations. The young generation leaders of the Jinling royal family who had come as representatives to protect the path this time were also mocking without mercy. Humph, count on your Shin family's sense of humor. Withdrawing on your own can at least retain a trace of face. Not withdrawing? The final result can only be self-humiliation. Not bad, quite self-aware. The outside world is in an uproar. As well as, what is even more unexpected is that this representative figure of the Jinling royal family, after humiliating the Shin family, immediately added, 12 golden hairpin families. Could it be that just one Shin family is sensible? This, the kings, so arrogant? In fact, for the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, this clan of ancient surnames and kings, the natives actually do not know much. It was only until today that they deeply realized how arrogant and domineering this top royal clan, which was on par with the Jiang clan, acted. Once you're on the scene, you'll directly offend all of the local 12 hairpin families to death? Shengjing, not your 6th dynasty capital of Jinling. May. In the face of the humiliation of this Gu's young generation leader, the Shin family, unexpectedly, did not make any response. The rest of the 11 gold hairpin family, but there is a response that everything, to take the strength to speak, instead of being clever. At this point, the Shin family, which was the only one that didn't respond, could be said to have been pushed directly into the limelight. Pussy. It is often said, Buddha strives for a burnt incense, man strives for a breath. People are riding up to your neck and ting on you, and you, The Shin family don't even let out a single fart? What is this, if not a coward? It could be said that through this incident, the prestige of the Shin family could be said to be in tatters, as well as, no matter how the outside world winds up, the Shin family just does not say a word, does not respond, does not explain. It looked as if it was acquiescing to everything. Shin family internal because of this, once a mess, a batch after batch of family members, urgent need to know an answer, but Shin Wancheng from the beginning to the end of only 4 words, that is, sit and watch the wind and clouds. This Nima, how can you sit back and watch the storm when the fire is burning? However, in the way of Shin Wancheng's majesty in the family, even though they all felt dissatisfied, they didn't dare to continue to make a blatant fuss. But secretly, it's a different story. As early as 3 days ago, Shun Shuachin, the Shin family's daughter, ordered people to investigate the whereabouts of Shin Haojie who went to pick up Ji Rulong on that day, and after 3 days of observation, she was also roughly figuring out the ins and outs of the matter. Manor, a luxurious car with a small gold man standing on it slowly arrived. This manor was given to Big Brother as a gift by Grandpa on the day he stepped into the 6th heavenly layer, and in the past few years, it has never received any outsiders, and even he, himself, rarely resides there. Back row, Shun Shuachin, who was gorgeously dressed and had deliberately dressed up carefully, was filled with dissatisfaction in what sounded like a flat tone. In the way of the old master's majesty, most people in the Shin family had to suppress the grievances in their hearts, and among them, the person who felt most aggrieved was undoubtedly her Shin Shuachin. Develop as intended, Shin Haojie, who would act as her protector, would compete with the forces of the great clans of the local and even foreign provinces. As for herself, she was also expected to become the future consort of that young king of the Jiang clan, and if she could really stand out and become the lucky one at the end of the day, then she, Shun Shuachin, would become under the heavens, the most dazzling woman of all. But now, full of hope, but in return, it was a blow to the head. Go! Shin Shuachin got out of the car and instructed the guards who followed. Miss, after all, it's the prince's guest. We came here uninvited. If we let the prince know, will it be the escort who accompanied us? Said with apprehension. However, Shun Shuachin, waved her hand and interrupted. I don't know what kind of relationship Big Brother has with them, but since Big Brother is willing to give up the face of the Shin family and the happiness of me, his sister, for them, then, they should know that my Big Brother has done everything for them. They should realize that my Big Brother is not easy. If they don't understand and object to this disbelief, then this young lady won't show any mercy. Word strike, straight into the manor. At the same time, the subordinates who were guarding the surrounding area according to Shin Haojie's instructions also reported the news that Shin Shuachin had come here. Chapter 154, Look, isn't it magnificent? This manor, in terms of floor space alone, it could almost catch up to the Shin family residence. Shin Shuachin was also here for the first time, and it was only after circling around several paths that she met a silhouette in the gazebo next to the artificial lake. It's Su Yuju. She had a bundle of red thread by her side, and was, it seemed, weaving something, at times fully concentrated, and, at other times, raising a pair of bright eyes with a smile at the corner of her mouth as she looked at the center of the lake. Shin Shuachin didn't startle her, just follow her gaze towards the center of the lake. On a small wooden boat sat a man in a white leisure suit with a bucket hat, the man's hand carrying a fishing rod, motionless, under the body of the small wooden boat, but also with the flow of the lake, drifting to where he fished to where, just such a scene, as if a hole melted into the world. The moment, Shin Shuachin had even forgotten what she was actually here for, and was just looking at the scene in front of her, frozen out of her mind. Suddenly, a phone ringing, Shin Shuachin steeply backed to God, and when she saw that the caller ID was her big brother, her face struggled and she pressed the mute. When she raised her head again, Su Yuju, who was in the gazebo by the lake, had already put down the red thread in her hand and walked toward her. Hello, may I ask if you are? My name is Shin Shuachin. I'm Shin Haojie's sister. Miss Shin. Hello. As soon as Su Yuju heard that the other party was Shin Haojie's sister, she politely extended her hand in greeting, as well as Shun Shuachin, at this moment, was carefully sizing up Su Yuju. Cheap to wear. The looks, well, they're barely there. In short, 4 words suffice to summarize it. Poof. Just like this. Also want to come to compete for the consort position of Zhong's young king, and even let her elder brother actively give up? Shin Shuachin shook her head slightly, and then, signaling Ji Rulong who was fishing in the center of the lake, she asked, he is your protector? As for Su Yuju stretched out his hand, but was directly ignored by her. Let Su Yuju show very embarrassed. in the end, can only use a smile to cover up? Sorry Miss Shen, I seem, some do not understand what you are saying. Shen Shuochen glanced at her. Zhang's little prince's marriage invitation is certainly an unattainable opportunity for most people, but one must also be self-aware. You? Not a chance. Yes. In Shen Shuochen's opinion, the Su Yuzhu in front of her was likewise here to fight for the position of the young prince's consort, and Ji Rulong was her protector. They might have a close relationship with her big brother, so that's why her big brother gave this opportunity, on his own initiative. Just what made her feel uninterested was that she couldn't feel half the pressure on Su Yuzhu's body. This next. Hearing her words, Su Yuzhu felt even more baffled. Shen Shuochen laughed. Forget it, it's out of character to talk to you, said. She raised a finger and pointed it at Ji Rulong in the center of the lake, faintly saying, let her come up. This young lady has something to remind him. Su Yuzhu, is the visitor bad? Still, remind him? Su Yuzhu looked up and down at the Shen family's daughter, and then, smiled. Shen Shuochen was wondering what she was laughing at when she realized that this ugly duckling, who was so ordinary that she couldn't be ordinary, turned around without saying a word, continued to pick up the red thread, and knit it on her own. Her words, ignored? Humph. Shen Shuochen snorted coldly and instructed the accompanying guards behind her. Eat my Shen family's food. Live my Shen family's food. This young lady is here and yet she doesn't even have the most basic manners? I don't know what kind of friends I've made. Invite him up. Moment of truth. A footstep. Hurrying in. Then only to see a suit. The temperament is not bad. Qin Tian walked over. Shen Shuochen raised his hand to stop the guards. Heart just right. After all, it was his own big brother's invitee. So if he could avoid getting his hands dirty, he still had to avoid it. When he arrived at the scene, he looked at them and greeted them with a polite slight smile even though he didn't recognize them, before shouting towards Ji Rulong in the center of the lake. General! Shen Shuochen! General! General? That's it. Her older brother, he was in the army. But, isn't this general a little too young? While she was slightly in a daze, Qin Tian, who had not responded for half a day in the center of the lake, shook his head helplessly. Spin. One step out. The waves of the lake rose up and rose and fell, actually stepping on the waves and crossing hundreds of meters of the lake. This, Shen Shuochen front foot has not fallen a heart, once again lifted up. This Nima, just such a young subordinate, or a martial arts accomplished strong man? How? This, naturally, was asked by the guard behind him. Very strong. The guard tensed his body and said in a deep voice, Shen Shuochen. The one who accompanied him this time was already the best among the Shen family's escorts, a sixth heavenly hall of fame powerhouse, and to be able to give these 2 words of evaluation meant that this young kid would not be as weak as he was. Nice guy. The clown was herself, and at this moment, a step swept out, directly arrived on the small wooden boat Qin Tian. Before he had time to speak, his head was heavily knocked down. The movement does not know to be smaller. The sky is collapsing? He rubbed his head melon and looked at the ripples on the lake surface where the fishing rod was sagging. General. Jinling. Shu. Hooked. It's a big fish. Ji Rulong slightly gripped his 5 fingers and pulled the fishing rod, and the entire lake surface instantly boiled up. Qin Tian laughed and brought the netting. Such a big strip. How many condiments must be used? I can see that. Ji Rulong was, in fact, still a bit unfulfilled, but he had also long noticed that there were guests on the shore, so he immediately waved his hand and reeled in his pole to the shore. Shen Shuochen had guessed that Ji Rulong and his party of 3, in all likelihood, were close friends that her elder brother had made when he was in the military department, although Ji Rulong's identity was somewhat out of her expectation. But, it's not so much to subdue her, being the Shen family's daughter. General? She didn't know how many she had seen, generally hanging on to an imaginary position, or relying on the elders in the family to get to this point, with no real power in the hands of the Philistin, but even more so, in front of their kind of volume of the family counts for nothing. So, she still felt that it was necessary to remind Ji Rulong to put away the trick of playing the emotional card in morally kidnapping her big brother. After all, her big brother, now is no longer the military people, not to mention who was subordinate to the consort position of Zhang's little prince. The royal family are down a zone. Is to rely on playing this kind of small mind can win? Ahem. She cleared her throat and was just about to speak when she saw Qin Tian, who had just disembarked, take the initiative to report to Ji Rulong. The team from the Jinling royal clan has already arrived in Shengjing, and the Gu clan of the western realm, too, is preparing for the team to come across the border. What about the south? Ji Rulong reached down and removed his bucket hat, setting it aside. The south side isn't moving at the moment. Reason: there's a change in the situation in Fanchang, and that royal clan in the south is presumably groping for the cause and has concerns, Qin Tian explained. Ji Rulong smiled faintly, took out a golden token and handed it to him, commanding, take my hand seal to summon Wu Mengqin and report into the city. 2 out of 3? Although it is not yet the closing stage, it is already possible to line up the troops and catch a turtle in a jar. When the time comes, let these high and mighty princes take a good look at the combat capabilities of his border army. At this point, Shen Shuaqin, who saw Ji Rulong take out that token, turned pale on the spot. The whole body was trembling violently, obviously terrified. The unicorn treads the clouds. The Marquis of Champions? She couldn't even think of it when she thought about it. But she couldn't even think that this guy who looked unimpressive and was received by her elder brother to the manor would be the champion marquis of the current dynasty. Ridiculous. She previously, even self-righteous, until now realized that this is not an ordinary general. This is a hand. Pressure his Shin family and even a whole Jianghu. 30 years cannot raise his head of the existence. Why 30 years? Such a great general of the Jingui in his prime. Do you dare to say that he has arrived at the peak of his position and power today? I heard that you're looking for me? At this time, Ji Rulong took the time to look at this Shin family's daughter. To his realm, hearing and seeing, easy, so the other party just on the shore with Su Yuju's conversation. Not a word, all ears. Shin Shuaqin was sweating profusely, her teeth chattering. No, no. The corners of Ji Rulong's mouth rose slightly. Spin. Look. Shin Shuaqin is puzzled at the time. See in front of Ji Rulong slightly raised his hand, 5 fingers toward the distance under the pressure. Seems to be even the vault of heaven are covered, followed by 1,000 years of rare wonders, presented in front of the eyes of the common people. The whole lake around, 10 miles of dense forest, all folded, like 1,000 troops, in the act of worship. Magnificent or not? Ji Rulong asked. Shen Shuaqin, a slap down that covers a 10-mile radius and presses across the sky? You really don't have anything to tell me? I still have to cook the fish, so if you don't tell me, you won't get the chance, Ji Rulong reminded. Shen Shuaqin's face turned white, her head shaking like a rattle drum. Really no. I just came to take a look. Yes, to take a look. You're busy. Don't mind me. No fun. Ji Rulong shook his head, and on the verge, added, put away that bit of aggression and concern in your heart. Have you ever seen that adult? Who would lower himself to play this kind of over-the-top trick with a group of small children? Shin Shuaqin's heart and soul trembled violently. Yeah, if this one really wants to fight for the position of the consort of some young prince, the young generation of the top-breaking heaven's 7th heavenly body will take their lives to fight with this transcendent martial arts powerhouse? Not letting your Shin family compete is because I don't want you to be widowed in the future. Shen Shuaqin froze in place, dumbfounded. Ji Rulong was no longer going to say anything more and staggered past. Go back. If you don't go back, it should scare your big brother. Chapter 155, The Shin Family. Shen Haojie can fight with him. It really wasn't that Ji Rulong was being alarmist. Shen Shuaqin himself, at this moment can also profoundly realize this. At the very beginning she also just as the other side and her big brother feelings good. So some words, her big brother Shen Haojie is not convenient to speak, then by her to be the bad guy. So she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her rushing over. But now, Ji Rulong's identity is revealed. The other party was obviously her elder brother's top officer, and not allowing them to compete was for the good of her Shin family. While she hid Shin Haojie to find Ji Rulong, just now, Shin Haojie's phone call, she did not answer. It can be imagined that the other party's heart must be in his throat now. Thinking about it, she also did not dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly took out her cell phone and ran outside the manor as if fleeing for her life. While calling Shin Haojie back, the call had just been dialed, but was quickly hung up. When Shen Shuaqin looked up, she saw that a modified Hummer had already arrived in front of the manor. Shin Haojie got out of the car with a sullen face and chided. Are you out of your mind? Who told you to run to this manor without greeting me? Big brother, did you say anything excessive to them? Shin Haojie's heart was in his throat. He did not expect, no matter what, that his normally quiet sister would dare to go AWOL. No, Shin Shuaqin hurriedly said. Really? Shin Haojie was sure again. Through the recent events in Xingjing, he and the old man had basically been able to affirm that Ji Rulong's trip to Xingjing was to cut the clan, and that it was not only the Jiang clan that had been cut. Predictable. What a chess game that was laid out. Their Shin family, as the local 12 gold hairpin family, if they are honestly entertained, the other side of a sentence to mention down, not more than what the weight of the little prince's consort position, much heavier, and vice versa, leaving a bad impression. He, Shen Haojie, did not know how to explain. My lord, this is something I can prove for the young lady. That lord inside. It seems, did not mean to blame the young lady either. The accompanying guards quickly explained the whole process down. Shin Haojie sneered. After all this, it's not that you don't want to talk about it, but halfway through, you're intimidated by that marquis? Duke. Just snap. Shin Haojie raised his hand and slapped the guard's face. She doesn't know any better. And you don't know any better? Investigating me, without my consent, trespassing into the residence of my son's guest. Who gave you the guts? It's also fortunate that you guys didn't do anything excessive today. Otherwise, even if you were family, this Gongzi would still show no mercy. The guard lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Big brother, I know I'm wrong. Shun Shua Chin, seeing Shin Haojie's anger, also obediently admitted her mistake. Shin Haojie sighed and gradually calmed down. Go, follow me in to apologize, and remember later, don't talk nonsense. Big brother, that lord seems to, right now, not want to be disturbed by us. He just said he's going to cook the fish. Howie Shin, looking at the manor, Shin Haojie hesitated for a long time, and finally did not set foot. When you go back, go with me to kneel at the old master's place. I'll accompany you to kneel together. I hope that this time, this thing, can let you learn a profound lesson. Xingjing, now the situation is complicated. A lot of things are not as simple as it seems on the surface, such as walking on thin ice stage. Any little mistake, there is a possibility that they will never recover. Shin Shuachin's face turned a little white. Ji Rulong's identity certainly required her Shin family to treat it with care. But today, her behavior, carefully speaking, didn't cause any major mistakes. Plus, looking at Ji Rulong's appearance, it was clear that he didn't intend to blame her either. What? Did Shin Haojie say it was so serious? Sure. Shin Haojie was too lazy to explain to her at the moment and started the car to leave. At the moment, this kind of situation, surely it is difficult to appreciate. Wait until the time when the storm clouds in the city began to change. You will find that kind of big man standing at the top. An attitude. How important. The situation in Xingjing was pushed up quickly after the downfall of that ancient royal family in Jinling. Among them, the first and foremost thing worth mentioning was that in response to the words of that young warhorse who was the protector of the Gu clan's royal family this time, the Lu clan, which belonged to one of the 12 golden hairpin families, had eventually not been able to hold back and had stepped forward to launch an invitation to battle. Knowing that he is not going to be defeated, he is determined to go down. Meant to be, casting stones. As the proprietor of the Zhangs, today is hosting a banquet to entertain the Gus, originally intended to make a roundup, so that both sides of the young people pick a day, open the altar and set up a comparison. To this, naturally, the Lu family was not in a good position to refute Zhang's face. That from the Jiling to the ancient warlords, but the big talk, declared that fight these what the so-called 12 gold hairpin family, simply do not need to be so troublesome, do not come to the time, the atmosphere baked up, the result of the 3 punches to the end of the matter. Instead, it's even more humiliating. In other words, what Lu family's young generation's number 1, what 12 golden hairpin family's leader, all can't beat his 3 punches. When this was said, Ginger simply withdrew her suggestion and acquiesced throughout. Actually, John's acquiescence was itself revealed to be odd. After all, people from other royal clans, who came to their own territory arrogantly and domineeringly, declaring that none of them could fight, as a representative of the native kingship, naturally, they would not just let it go. This weirdness, again, was well covered by them, with the matter of the young king's recruitment. To make sense, that afternoon, Lu Mingshang, the strongest of the Lu family's 3 generations of children, who was known to be born with godly strength, carried a long stick that was 5 meters long, thicker than a person's waist, and made of fine iron all over, and rushed to the vicinity of the Zhang clan's mansion in a big way, and called out to that warhorse of the Gu clan to come out and answer the battle. Lu Mingshang momentum is indeed bluffing, so it quickly attracted the attention of countless people. Many local residents have chased his trajectory of action, intending to witness this little king recruiting event, the outbreak of the first big battle. Lu Mingshang is famous for his strength, so, even if he might be lower in realm than that warrior out of the royal clan, it was impossible to be defeated in 3 punches. Just when everyone thought that the Jinling royal family was going to be punched in the face, that royal family leader who had come across the border to defend his own daughter's path had indeed thrown 3 punches from the beginning to the end. After the 3 punches landed, he turned directly back into the Zhang clan's mansion. As for Lu Mingshang, he was shaken off his arms and lost his fighting ability. A battle that came and went so quickly that many of the natives who had chased to see what was going on were over before they even arrived, and by the time they arrived at the scene, all they could see was a large area of ground that had been crumbled to pieces. That guy from Gu, so strong? When things had developed to this point, the matter about whether or not one could stand out from the matter of the young prince's recruitment didn't seem to be that important. The 12 golden hairpin families and the natives seemed to be more interested in suppressing the arrogance of this foreign royal family, as well as, just as countless people were curious as to how strong this king's leading man from the royal family was, the defeated Lu Mingxiang gave the answer. Sex on 7. Shen family, Shen Haojie, can fight with him. Chapter 156, Divine Right. Outside, the wind is rising. The manner at the moment, on the other hand, was calm. And Ji Rulong was even so interested that he personally cooked the fish he had caught from the lake. Aha! It smells good. After the three of them had eaten and drank their fill, Ji Rulong and Qin Tian, both of them, walked to the courtyard to drink tea. Su Yuzhu, on the other hand, is still holding the thread ball, concentrating on weaving something. Halfway Ji Rulong also asked her, but Su Yuzhu sold a secret, declared that by the time it was done, then tell him. Ji Rulong was not a person who liked to break the pot and ask questions to the end, so he didn't pursue the matter too much. The matter of the royal family. Tell us carefully. Ji Rulong lit a cigarette and handed Qin Tian another one. The latter took it and laughed. After the news of the Jinling royal family's downfall was spread out, the other two royal families, naturally, at the first time, thought of preparing teams to come to Shengjing. After all, the four top royal clans, which seem to be on one side and not related to each other, are actually still very much connected, and the four royal clans' forces seem to be equal. But truly speaking, it's still the Jiang clan that's strong. Ginger, there's a king of grain. This was what the other three royal clans couldn't compare to. This was why, after the news of Jiang's intention to recruit a bride for her young prince was released, even the other royal clans had gone out of their way to get in on the action. Who wouldn't be tempted to make a strong alliance with Khan Mei? In practical terms, the fact that the Jiang clan had made such a big deal of recruiting for the young prince this time around, even choosing no object, so that even the royal family could come and compete, was in itself a bit out of character. The kings. It was already in existence with a royal family in hand and a domain in hand. At this time, people do not stabilize this bit of power in their hands, but continue to expand their dominance by marriage, and do not think about how many people will be scared. Unfortunately, these royal clans and forces, too bloated and arrogant to see the key, had flown into it. The Western Realm Shadagu clan's team is estimated to arrive in Shengjing in recent days following the Gu clan. By then the four clans of the royal family will have gathered 3 clans. Are you prepared to wait for them all to come and strike together? Or do you want to chop up a batch of them first before saying anything else? Ji Rulong lifted his hand. There's no hurry. You said before that clan of kings over there didn't move because of the change in the situation in Fanchang. What exactly is the reason? Ask about this. Qin Tian suddenly laughed. It's also to say that old General Qi had the courage to do so. Not long after we arrived in Shengjing, that old General Qi gave his son an order with only 4 words: cantonment and accumulation of grain. Fanchang, as the center of the central region, has always been a place of war. Unlike the east and west borders, if the southern princes want to come over, they have to cross over to Fancheng. Now stationed in Fancheng war zone, suddenly occurred such a big change. This clan of the royal family naturally do not dare to let their own young generation of warlords rashly head to Shengjing, otherwise an accident. They can only dry look. So, they have to figure out the exact reason for the big change in the situation in Fancheng in advance before making a decision. Words. Ji Rulong immediately shook his head and laughed bitterly. In the beginning, his own father personally traveled to Fancheng, seemingly visiting, but in fact at that time, he began to lay out the 3 northern provinces, to pull an entire battlefield, to the north. But at that time, that old General Qi was quite scrupulous. Now, he basically gave up the layout of Fancheng, as a result of this old man, but suddenly came to a cantonment of grain, the south of that clan of the royal family to the scared afraid to move, which, in the end, in helping him, or in harming him, ha ha ha, this old General Qi, presumably worried that you pick 4 clans of kings at a time will be more strenuous. This is in their own way, for you to block a clanet. The results. Qin Tian hilariously laughed. The heart is good. However, it almost spoiled Ji Rulong's layout. The fight is your 4 royal clans. How can you fight if you don't get together? Is it possible that the border troops will have to run through the whole of Daxia and fight their way from house to house? That's not realistic. You secretly give a letter to the Fancheng side. I appreciate his old man's desire to help, but it's too urgent. If the fish doesn't enter the net, how can I catch the turtle in the jar? Ji Rulong commanded. That afternoon, the commander of the border army that entered this time, Wu Mangqing, entered the city of Shengjing after receiving Ji Rulong's handprint. The moment. More than 20 000 border troops, in 3 groups, were stationed outside the 3 northern provinces, all around, all military control. At this stage, no one has yet to find out what the background of this sudden visit of the mysterious army. When Wu Mengqin received Ji Rulong's handprint, it was not that he had not guessed that the probability was that this one was going to start lining up his troops. After all, the 4 royal families had already arrived in 2 clans, and there was another on the way, and one was observing in the dark. Warfare. It's always been instantaneous, currently lining up the troops to be able to cope with all the changes in Thunder. Waiting for him to arrive at the manor, to see this marquis of his own family. The other party is, only gave in his opinion, some inexplicable order. 3 armies gathered, together 15,000, the remaining 8,000 temporary ambush. Eventually, this general, surnamed Wu, was still frowning as he walked out of the manor, not understanding what deep meaning was hidden behind this order from Ji Rulong. Actually, not to mention him, even Qin Tian, after he left, pleaded with Ji Rulong for relief. General, I don't understand. Originally divided into 3 batches of the team, gathered 15,000 people, the remaining 8,000, is temporarily lurking up? This is not like, in the bait fishing once the fight starts, their team, on the contrary, will be dumplings. The point is, why? To hide 8,000 people? You're going to beat up on these stinkers and you're going to save your hand? Ji Rulong lifted his fishing rod and walked towards the artificial lake as he said, suddenly I figured something out. I have to be on guard. The really big guy. The real, big guy? Qin Tian hurriedly followed and fetched a bucket hat and netting for him, etc. The 2 of them boarded the boat, and Ji Rulong hung up the bait and started fishing before giving 2 words faintly. Divine right. Words. The expression on his face clearly shook for a moment. I see. Who said? The 4 royal families are the strongest in the world? Ji Rulong intention to cut the clan. It will inevitably touch the interests of some people. After all, the world crows are as black as black. You want to perform the noble thing, you have to have the thought of being besieged to prepare. The Su family back then, his parents, all of them, something. Now it is not good to speak too clearly. Really put everything on the surface to play. Then this game of chess, there is no way to play, only to lift the board. Day 2, waiting for Qin Tian to see Ji Rulong again. This one is still sitting alone on the small wooden boat. A layer of fog floated around. Obviously did not return overnight, seemingly, and did not have any harvest? General, the martial pavilion's people are here. Ji Rulong didn't say anything. Martial arts court? Not in the eye. Qin Tian laughed and added once again, come on, but a strong person who has reached the top of the martial arts path. Oh, you don't intend to go down and have fun? Oh, only now did Ji Rulong slightly open his eyes. How many days have I not gone out? 4 days. Ji Rulong collected his pole and got up. 9 heavens, barely enough to be collected as a bit of interest. It's just the right time to use the excuse of sending him on his way to move his body. Chapter 157, I am very strong. Follow after. After Lu Mingshang's defeat, the 12 golden hairpin clans of the 3 northern provinces, as much as they were unwilling to admit it, had to accept the fact that it was almost impossible for them to rush out in the matter of the marriage invitations after the royal clans of the same size as the Zhang clan had gone down. It couldn't be helped that the difference in power between the 2 sides was too great, and the training received by the younger generation in the family was similarly vastly different. A martial grandmaster in his early 20s, moving 6 heavens, how many clans could cultivate them? The point is, this young leader who had come down from the Jinling royal family was obviously not a fancy person yet, beating Lu Mingsheng, a 5th heavenly prince, with only 3 punches. So, now it is not a matter of contention, but the face of the problem. Other families have given the pressure to the Shin family side. Now the face of the entire Xinjiang is at stake. Yushin family, this time but also to be a shrinking violet? Jin, a little guy from a foreign royal family, in Xinjiang, crushed them all to the point where they couldn't raise their heads? The Shin family remained silent. Good on. At a critical stage when things were getting more and more heated, a piece of news that quickly grabbed people's attention. Wu Kong. This power was spread across the north and south of the river, and could be called the most forward behemoth of Disya, and also sent a representative because of Zhang's young prince's marriage invitation. From time to time, it will arrive in Shengjing, and, according to the news revealed from Zhang's side, this time, the one who came, or in the martial pavilion, a small disciple under the seat of a pinnacle powerhouse on the martial Dao ranking, with a strength that was also as high as the 6th heavenly layer. Learning the news, the native 12 hairpin family, completely disheartened, even a power like the martial pavilion, did not hesitate to come and mix a foot. thus showing that the Jiang clan's royal family gateway to the terror. This time the selection of the object of the marriage. The probability will be from the rest of the 3 clans of the royal family, and the martial pavilion of such a power to select. As for their native 12 golden hairpin clan was a bunch of fools waving flags and shouting from below, expanding Zhang's reputation for him and wasting their efforts for nothing. The point is, the Shin family's Shin Haojie, who had similarly walked to the ranks of the 6th heavenly grandmasters, had the ability to compete, so why not? Currently, there is a lot of speculation, but just not one concrete answer. At this point, the 3 of them, Ji Rulong, who had set off from the manor, had managed to arrive at the Wu Pavilion's team, which was heading to the Jiang clan's royal family's mandatory roadway, and in accordance with Ji Rulong's intentions, the Wu Pavilion's team that had come this time basically couldn't survive the afternoon. After all, when he was in Han River, Wu Go had annoyed him, and now he didn't have the time to seriously go after him, so it shouldn't be too much to collect some interest up first, right? Waiting for the midway point is inevitably boring. Stepping off the car and lighting a cigarette, Qin Tian, looking for a topic to say, Ji Linggu's sighed to the little guy. Very arrogant. As soon as he came and the native 12 gold hairpin Lu family boy to do a battle, only 3 punches to end the fight. These days, Ji Rulong seemed to have found some rare pleasure and had been immersed in fishing. Plus, he really wasn't too clear about it since Qin Tian hadn't mentioned it before. Qin Tian continued to explain. Not long ago, these 12 golden hairpins and the natives, they also continued to put pressure on the Shin family, hoping that Shin Haojie brat would step in and suppress the other party's momentum. Naiha, Shin family side got your authorization. Dead or alive is not to make a response, which can be some of the local families and residents to the anxious. Engaged in the Shin family now, back on a shrunken head turtle scolding. Ji Rulong, Qin Tian, on the other hand, laughed out loud. I'm afraid, only they know. Shin family whereas not want to go down to make a name for themselves. The key is in front of this did not put words, even if their head to bear up beg, but also have to endure. As I see it, you give a word down. I'll directly wipe out this bull ******** Gu clan's team in its entirety. There's always something to kill, Qin Tian said in a rather hostile manner. It could be seen that these few days had suffocated him. Ji Rulong knocked on the bodywork and laughed. Fighting is better than fishing, Qin Tian. So later on, that martial arts court guy let me have it? Moment of truth. Su Yuzhu, who was evenly interested, interjected. You guys later? Are you going to fight? The 2 men looked at her. Can you play faster? Su Yuzhu rested her hands on her fragrant cheeks. If I had known, I wouldn't have followed out to fool around. Qin Tian smiled and joked. How can I do it without you? Big sister. What time is it now? If something happens to you, Auntie Chinga won't be able to skin me in the general? Parental approval. You're precious now. It's skinning you, right? Su Yuzhu spread a smile, and her eyes suddenly narrowed into a crescent shape. Qin Tian. The boy spread his hands, but he couldn't refute a single word. Besides, I'm very strong. At the end of the day, Su Yuzhu also waved her small fists and added a sentence at Qin Tian, who did not take it seriously and arrived with a smile. Jokes. End of story. Ji Rulong retracted his 5 fingers, crossed his arms, and sat critically. I don't know if we're going too fast. Looking at these so-called youthful leaders right now, it's as if it's looking at his 10-year-old self. Qin Tian was dumbfounded. If we look at the whole world, not to mention the same age group, even if we pull out the old generation of characters who were famous a long time ago, how many can we find to be comparable to you? A man's ambition is to make a name for himself. The first realm, without desire. If you can successfully reach this realm, the second realm behind you, financial power is basically within your reach. When wealth and power in hand, what people are pursuing is nothing more than a name. This is the third realm of cultivation. At this time to look at a whole Xinjiang city, these so-called young leaders are in pursuit of this realm. Power over your peers. Make a name for yourself. Whether it is the young generation of the 12 golden hairpin families or the heavenly pride of the Jinling royal family. Why not? Intending to borrow the marriage invitation of Jiang Foshan to boost their own reputation and fame? I don't know. 30 years of fame and dust and earth. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Not in a realm. The things pursued. Naturally different. The downfall of a hasty slap. All slapped to death. Not even a hilarious. Ji Rulong shook his head, as if he had seen through the human world, and his words were even more magnificent. Qin Tian leaned against the side of the car and asked with a smile. So general, how many realms is it in? Ji Rulong smiled without saying anything. Once the first 3 realms are arrived at, there is nothing more than, summarized in one sentence. All the stars of the world are arched to the north, and there is no water in the world that does not face east. To the average person, it is already the pinnacle of life, and those who can reach it are few and far between. It's been famous since I was 10 years old. Further back, there is also the triple realm. That would not be something that ordinary mortals could easily achieve. A man of knowledge is not confused. A man of benevolence is not worried. A man of courage is not afraid. The virtue of a gentleman. This is the fourth realm. Those who reach this level of realm are like jade mountains traveling upward, their radiance reflecting the people. The fifth realm. Without a sound. The sixth realm is about the word line. 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step. And how all beings look at me is also like how I look at all beings. You see, I'm in the first few realms. That's how many realms. Not to mention, is the current stage of these still just sprouting saplings? Even if it is the top 4 sides of the royal family. This in the eyes of the world in the sky tree, has never been his Ji Rulong, regarded as a real rival to look at. Not at a high level. It's no different than, say, an adult hitting a child. Ji Rulong replied, reminding, the current Xinjing seems to be a mixed bag of fish and dragons. But in reality, it is still just a small pool of fish, so if you go down to play with them, you will inevitably get covered in mud, both wasting time and degrading themselves. When the large force of the 4 royal clans comes, it will be enough for you to kill. As for, looking at the fleet of vehicles that suddenly appeared in the middle of the line of sight, Ji Rulong reached out and pulled open the car door. The 9 heavens of martial ascension. It's inevitable that if you come, it's not going to end. I don't like to wait. Chapter 158, The 9 Heavens of Martial Ascension? Fallen. This roadway. It is one of the few buildings that have just come into town and have been erected around it, which is still on hold, and the neighborhood is largely uninhabited. That is rumored. Is the martial arts list on the famous martial arts cabinet powerhouse? This time to come to Xinjing, Ro can be said to be really not small. Even close to the service of the entourage, are enough to bring 2 cars, or lengthen the business. The moment. Being escorted in the back of the vehicle traveling in the middle. A rat-eyed old man wearing black robes with an introverted aura was emphatically reminding that young apprentice of his, the weight of this mission. Remember, do not take it lightly. Opposite position. There sat a man and a woman of equal age. Female, stunning posture. Male, dressed in white practice clothes, limbs as sturdy as tigers, out of breath like waves. Don't worry, master. Disciple will definitely not let you and the seniors of the martial pavilion down. The local 12 golden hairpin families, and even the young leaders of the royal family. How do you compare with my martial pavilion orthodoxy? The one who becomes the consort of that young prince of the Jiang clan can only be Sister Jinger, while I, Zhang Gong, will step on the heads of these so-called outstanding people and raise the name of my martial pavilion. The young man, whose real name was none other than Zhang Gong, patted his chest and assured with self-confidence. Aside, the young woman she called Sister Dinger, on the other hand, covered her mouth and smiled shyly. Aha! The 9 heavens old man named Wu Xing nodded his head in great delight. In that case, it's not in vain for your master to fight for this opportunity for you and personally come to escort you for a fight. Zhang Gong clenched his fists and secretly said, Master, when I beat up all the rest of my peers, you will know how wise this decision to escort me to Xinjing was. Thumbs up. The sound of an emergency brake sounded, and Zhang Gong's face changed slightly, and as he was about to inquire about the situation, one of the entourage from the front car hurriedly stepped forward and reported, Lord Wu, there are people blocking the road in front of us. Wu Xing, which one of you has the guts to stop his car? The one who stopped the car was a brat. Dealt with directly? The attendant made a neck-wiping gesture. Wu Xing nodded lightly. Hurry up. Don't delay your trip to Jiang. Suddenly, slow down. Zhang Gong called out to his entourage, then rubbed his fists together and asked Wu Xing, Master, do you think that it could be some of the local competitors, knowing the news of our arrival, intending to intercept us, midway, in the middle of our journey? This, not out of the question. Probably lost face with the Jinling royal family. So, he wants to get it back from our martial pavilion? Zhang Gong let out a cold smile. Master, disciple requests an order to go down and subdue this sun. Yes, Wu Xing nodded. This time, it was also true that they needed one thing to further the momentum of their martial pavilion's entry into Xinjing. Wu Xing couldn't help but snort, originally thinking that he, the newly promoted top powerhouse of the martial Dao ranking, personally escorting his disciple down the field would put pressure on countless people. I didn't realize that there were still people who didn't know how to die and took the initiative to send their faces up for them to beat. I don't know what genius family did this stupid thing. That's good. At the beginning, the Han River, not only lost, but also Wei Min So Good Dog, as well as many important members of the local martial arts cabinet all hitched. This matter, to date, have not been found out exactly who did it. The only thing that can be sure is that with the military side cannot get out of it. The military blocked the means of news. That is notorious. So that, their martial arts pavilion's investigation mission, not half a bit of progress. He took no small share of the blame for this. It was a chance to redeem the honor of the marriage of the young king of the Jiang clan. Although the power of the cabinet of Wushu in these years, the cabinet has also begun to spread towards the north and south of the Yangtze River, but similar to the three provinces in the north, has always been their cabinet of Wushu as a strategic deployment of the place, but it is slow to insert their hands to. The main reason was still, the ruling power of the Jiang clan's royal family was too terrifying, and if they could reach a marriage with the Jiang clan this time, it would be the same as pushing forward the great plans of the martial pavilion. There are still 2 remaining royal clans that haven't entered the arena for now, but the probability of the protector of the Dao coming is that it is also at the 6th heavenly stage just like Zhang Gong, and at the same level. Zhang Gong is not false to anyone, even if a certain clan of the royal family hides a bit of a demon of the 7th heaven. The old man will secretly make a move, and the victory of this competition will be in the pocket of my martial pavilion, and in addition, the Jiang clan son of the world who has been hiding for many years will strive to be included in the martial pavilion. Thinking, Wu Xing was looking forward to this trip to Xingjing. Bang! Master! Oh, it's over so quickly? That's right, in the end, it's just some 5th heavenly goods. That little guy from the Jinling royal clan used 3 punches. How many punches did you use? Wu Xing smilingly dropped the car window, yet, not seeing the triumphant return of Jian Kong. Master, I'm here. Only when Zhang Gong's weak voice came again, did Wu Xing, on the ground, see the figure of this young disciple. People, they are back, but the posture of their return, isn't it a bit wrong? What happened? Wu Xing's face instantly grimaced. His own junior apprentice brother, a grand master existence of the 6th heaven, was actually beaten and spat out blood from his mouth? And, look at the chest wound. From start to finish, the visitor only threw 1 punch? Wu Xing, is there one this strong among the current generation of youngsters in Xingjing? Can't beat it at all. Please ask master to take action to suppress the sun. Cough. Once again several mouthfuls of blood were sprayed out. This young pride who came from the Kyoto Martial Pavilion headquarters and was full of ambition was already full of death. It's suffocating. Too suffocated. This Nima. It is not yet his turn to appear. Suddenly a blocking tiger with his age. Without saying a word. On the spot as a punch to him dry down? From start to finish, the spirited man didn't even finish a full sentence. And then, Wu Xing was full of murderous anger. Pushed the door to get off the car. When he saw Ji Rulong who was standing not far away with his hands in the air, his whole person stormed on the spot. Kid, under the old man, the ghost who does not die without a name. Tell me which family's junior you are, and when I slaughter you, I'll exterminate your entire family. Who is he? The existence of the martial arts path to the top. In this Xingjing city, without Zhang's hand, an existence like his was completely enough to walk horizontally. But now, just such a milquetoast brat. Stopping his car not to mention injuring his little disciple. 3 steps down, the originally introverted 9 heavens aura spread out across the sky. The place where he landed was even more with the continuous extension of the breath, and inch by inch crumbling, simply, like a furious ancient beast. Then I'll have to trouble you to make a trip back home, because my home is in Kyoto. Ji Rulong slowly spoke. Wu Xing froze. But unfortunately, if you go there, you will also end up being dismantled. My old man is not a good person. Ha ha ha. Joke. Looking at the entire world. This is still the first time that I have heard someone say that they are not a good fighter in front of my martial pavilion. Old me is really curious. Who is your old man? Wu Xing grinned coldly. It seems, is amused. After all, to his kind of realm, in the martial pavilion, also has a pivotal position. The key is, the strongest person of the martial way to the top. You think it is a cabbage? Say kill? His name is Ji Tianxia. Ji Rulong gave the answer. Wu Xing, this martial arts powerhouse who, in the last second, had a face full of teasing. In an instant, his smile dissipated. By the way, my name is Ji Rulong. Your martial pavilion has been borrowing my name extensively to expand its reputation without consent all these years. It's not too much for me to charge a little interest, right? Fizzle. Upon hearing these words, Wu Xing's face, even more sharply twisted. What do you mean? Borrowing his name? May. Ji Rulong obviously has no intention to give him the opportunity to think more. 5 fingers turned between the air in a circle of several miles, as if instantly pumped, compression shrinkage into a mass of spiral storms, and ultimately, convergence of the peak of the fist. This is impossible. Wu Xing's eyes glared furiously. A hand down. Even let him feel the whole body bones. All were pressed to the misalignment? What the? Is this something a young man can do? Pity. No matter how he resisted, no matter how he struggled, the astral energy around his body, when it came into contact with that fist wind, it was like a broken lens, exploding and collapsing inch by inch. Finally, a punch through the chest. You are the supreme. Wu Xing looked at Ji Rulong's indifferent face. His heart had long been shocked to an unknown extent. Ji Rulong slowly pulled his hand out, then gently pushed his body away. The pattern is small. Wu Xing, a generation of peak powerhouses who had ascended to the top of the martial arts path, just like that, staring at their eyes, landed on the ground with a thud, and to their deaths, didn't even close their eyes. Ji Rulong turned around and gently waved his sleeve. Shasta. The blood stained on his sleeves turned into stars and evaporated in the air. After taking a few steps out, Ji Rulong then reacted to the fact that there seemed to be some minions that hadn't been dealt with. Forget it. Lazy. Snap. A ringing finger, like the heavens' angry thunder, when the sky exploded. And so those who have been scared to the soul of the entourage back to God, only to see the two sides of the skyscrapers, bombarded in the center of the explosion. Eventually, like a heavenly collapse, it slammed down. Ji Rulong, who hadn't even returned his head in the middle of the journey, took a step across the car and ordered, "Drive. Go back and catch the big fish. You're so handsome." Su Yuzhu's eyes went straight to gold stars as she proposed. "When will you teach me to fight?" Ji Rulong. Eventually, in the face of this girl's unforgiving behavior, Ji Rulong had no choice but to throw in, "You don't have to learn when you have me to protect you. This world's women, it seems, only their own that little ant, move their hands, still cannot lose elegance. Other women, forget it." Ji Rulong didn't dare to think about it. Chapter 159. Zhang shock again. In the meantime, Ginger's residence, Jiang Linghao and a group of other Jiang clan personnel, along with those who came from the Ji Linggu clan side, were waiting for the team coming from the Kyoto Martial Pavilion. A Nine Heavens powerhouse who had ascended to the top of the martial Dao had personally come, and the Jiang clan, although it wasn't quite enough to put up a front to greet them, had given a certain picture. The feast was already set, just waiting for the other party to be seated. Humph. For good reason. Why does the martial pavilion have to come in and play a part? Hasn't our royal clan always boycotted the martial pavilion? One of the young men, who was holding his arms and had an untamed face, said with dissatisfaction. Him. It was none other than Gu Lingxiao who had defeated Lu Mingsheng with 3 punches not long ago, one of the most representative figures in the younger generation of the Ji Linggu clan. Jiang Linghao smiled and didn't say anything. The 4 tigers of the Jiang clan, who accompanied him throughout the entire journey, were also too lazy to take care of him. His Majesty's arrangement is that the young prince's recruitment this time is not limited to participating forces or clans. As long as everyone feels capable, they can all come and have a go at it, and ultimately decide on a winner to marry the Jiang clan. Eventually, it was one of Ginger's old butlers who stepped forward to reply. It is evident here that people with insufficient segmentation are often only worthy of conversing with their peers. You, Gu Lingxiao, no matter how powerful you are only a junior of an alien royal clan. What qualifications do you have to condescendingly ask about the decisions made by the human Jiang clan's royal clan? Humph. Once Gu Lingxiao heard that it was that Grain King's intention, he immediately let out a cold snort and didn't dare to squeak anymore. Instead, at this time, an old man sitting not far from his nearby position, smilingly mentioned, "Third Master." Although Ling Zhao's words are a bit straighter, the old man, too, did, indeed, somewhat fail to understand the king's operation. Jiang Linghao gently shook his teacup and waited for the following. The martial pavilion has had sub-pavilions blossoming all over the place over the years, and their momentum is almost on the verge of overshadowing our top royal clans in the 4 directions. When the old man said this, he secretly glanced at Jiang Linghao again. If the martial pavilion is really allowed to achieve first place from this by then the nobles, won't they be inviting the wolves into the house? Jiang Linghao's movements in his hands stopped violently. The question, it could be said to be too sharp. And the key was that this old fellow from the Jinling royal clan who escorted the juniors here was not inferior to him in terms of status, but he was not inferior in terms of seniority. So, Jiang Linghao, too, is not good at refuting his face too much. He also didn't quite understand where exactly that prince's intention for such an arrangement was, so at that moment, he just put down his teacup and smiled. Looking at the time, the team coming from the martial pavilion should have arrived as well, right? How come there's no movement now? Send a team out to take a look. Don't be a little something when the time comes for people to pick on us and say that we, the Jiang clan's royal family, have been poorly entertained. Yes, Third Master, the butler answered and retreated. Seeing the situation, Gu's group of people, on the other hand, smashed their mouths and didn't know what to say anymore. Since Jiang Linghao purposely avoided the topic, it meant that the other party didn't want to talk more with them, and continuing to pursue it would instead show that he had no pattern. But Gu Lingxiao, however, is secretly determined. What bull ****** martial arts pavilion? All have to get out of the way. And Zhang's marriage can only be their ancient clan. The ancient clan is located in the eastern realm of the Jinling, and Zhang's neighbor. There is an inherent advantage. Wait, when that guy from the Wugaku comes, he'll be sure to give him a hard time. With such thoughts in mind, Gu Lingxiao closed his eyes and had secretly gathered his strength. Other people also know what this little guy's mind playing, but all are smiling and do not say. In short, today this feast will not eat too calm is. Not long after, the butler who went and returned was already sweating profusely. Third Master, Wu, the team that His Excellency Wu came with, they're all wiped out. Jiang Linghao, crowd. All of a sudden, the whole place was dead silent. While the crowd was still in shock, the butler hastened to add that 9 heavens martial ascender, as well as his young disciple, including a line of attendants, all died without a single survivor. Who did this? Jiang Linghao's 5 fingers instantly closed and clenched into a ball, fine sweat clearly overflowing on his forehead. The butler shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? A team led by a peak powerhouse who had ascended to the top of the martial arts path was silently and came to a total annihilation? Why does this nigga sound so unrealistic? It's certain that it was definitely a great power above the heavy heavens that struck. That peak powerhouse of the 9 heavens was punched through the chest. The butler's tone shivered uncontrollably and said, it was the second time in recent times that they had been so shaken up. The first, naturally, being about the Mother River. A group of people. Again, there was silence. A powerhouse above the heavy heavens, personally striking out? Moreover, the one picked was the team that the martial pavilion was preparing to come to other forces and compete for the Zhang clan's marriage? Previously also intends to wait for the martial pavilion to come to give a downward spiral after the ancient Lingxiao. At this moment also arrogant not up. Face obviously some pale. Said, how to mess up. It is difficult to secretly. There are great powers staring at this matter? Supreme. That kind of transcendent powerhouse could not be found even if one looked at the entire 3 northern provinces. The one that is in plain sight is even one that is not. Could it be? Is it the same person? At the critical moment, Lai Wu, who was Zhang's first retainer, reminded from the side. It is self-evident who is being referred to. Jiang Linghao frowned tightly. According to your meaning, the supreme expert who cut off the Mother River was not just showing his hand on a whim through Xingjing, but was aiming at this matter of my Jiang clan? And, today, he even personally sniped the team from the martial pavilion that came to compete. Halfway through, Jiang Linghao said, feeling to himself that it was unlikely. After all, the people of Jinlinggu are all sitting here nicely now. If, indeed, the matter of recruiting their Zhang's young prince came, why not just, simply, kill the people involved? Plus say, that level of great power, really interested in letting the younger generation of the family, and their Jiang clan to make a marriage, will not use this kind of underhanded means, secretly blocking the competitors. Lai Wu had nothing to say at once, but if not, he really couldn't figure out how 2 supreme beings of the supreme realm could emerge from Xingjing at once in a short period of time. In the past few decades, this kind of existence had almost never appeared in the world. This Nima, things have played out. If the martial pavilion knew that their team on this trip was destroyed before they even arrived at my Jiang clan, would they not go crazy? Jiang Linghao said with great pressure. After all, it wasn't a minion that died. Rather, it was a peak powerhouse who had ascended to the top of the martial arts path, and something had happened to him on his Jiang clan's territory. And even if they hadn't done it, they had an obligation to help find the murderer. Let's reveal the news to the martial pavilion and see, first, what their reaction is before making plans. Jiang Linghao's sentence fell. Then, Zhang's 4 tigers, one after another, got up and hurriedly left the scene. Chapter 160, it's impolite to talk about others behind their backs. Gu's group of people were also sitting on pins and needles at the moment. The top 4 quadrilateral royal clans still had 2 clans that hadn't come at this moment, so it could be said that the current Xingjing hadn't even reached the most lively stage. A supernormal powerhouse had come down and subdued the entire martial pavilion team, and it was still on the border of the Zhang clan's royal family, so even the royal family didn't dare to take it lightly until they had a clear idea of his purpose and his attitude towards the matter. It's the unknown that often makes people the most jittery. I hope it's not the same one. If it's the same one and it's rushing towards Xingjing, then it's going to be difficult. Jiang Linghao muttered as his palms sweated. Words. That old man from the Gu clan's entire body tensed up and hurriedly inquired. How so? According to Protector Lai's deduction, The powerhouse who severed the mother river would have to have his realm lifted up a notch from the supreme realm. Can you imagine what concept of a powerhouse that would be? Jiang Linghao explained. Atmosphere. Steeply frozen. There's not enough cognition to even think about it, to imagine it. Kai, are you kidding? It's definitely not the same one. Didn't the supreme expert who cut off the mother river already confirm that he was passing through here and did it randomly? Otherwise, after so many days have passed, how could there be no movement at all? As for this matter that happened today, it might be possible that the martial pavilion itself has incurred someone, a character of that realm. If they really want to target you, to put it bluntly, you, too, should not recruit your family. Although Gu Lingxiao's words were not very nice, they were true. Jiang Linghao was silent for a long time before he feebly spat out a sentence. Hopefully, everything will wind down. Seemingly, light on the surface. In truth, inwardly, he had long since cursed his mother, Lousy John's little king, to recruit. A group of people gathered together hot and lively. Incidentally, to expand the momentum, you old monsters standing on the clouds, nothing to run out to do here afternoon. Under Jiang Linghao's authorization, the news that His Excellency Wu's incoming team had been completely annihilated also arrived in Kyoto quickly. After several hours of fermentation, a meeting led by the chief pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion was held in the inner hall of the Martial Pavilion's headquarters. Wu Kong, famous for martial arts, each high and mighty, not to mention, but also the world-old man who are not served, learned that Wu Xing this in the cabinet, has a pivotal position in the strong, died in Shengjing. Some of the big names of the martial arts cabinet are angry here, regardless of the cause and effect, or who did it. In any case, retaliate back and create a deterrent effect. First, there was that old kid Wei Min in Hanjiang, suspected to have been secretly executed by people from the military department. And now, even the Nine Heavens bigwigs from my martial pavilion who ascended to the martial Dao ranking were inexplicably buried in Xinjiang. Has our martial pavilion, in the eyes of the world, lost the majesty it deserves? Chief Pavilion Master, you issue the call. Mobilize all the powerful people from all sides of my martial pavilion to converge on Xinjiang, and we will definitely find out the murderer who killed Senior Wu Xing. Even if it is a supreme being, we will make him pay for his actions. Well, indeed it should be. Wu Xing went with our martial pavilion's mission this time. As a result, he was killed before he could even see Zhang's people. If we don't seek justice for him, my martial pavilion, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to convince the public. Below, one voice after another, from the beginning of the meeting, has not stopped. From this, it could be seen that the martial pavilion, likewise, had great powers of the supreme realm sitting in it, not to mention the supreme realm, but even half-human, half-god existences. In that case, they will still be afraid? I don't know. Sitting in the uppermost position of the martial pavilion's chief pavilion master, at this moment, but the mood is heavy. Every crusade coming from below, are undoubtedly a layer of dramatically increased pressure, falling on his body. The fact that the martial pavilion had been able to rise so quickly over the years was, in fact, absolutely related to the existence of that person who had pierced through all of the strongest people on their martial pavilion's martial Dao ranking with his own strength 7 years ago. But, that person was not from the martial pavilion, a fact that only a few people knew. To put it bluntly, the martial pavilion was not as invincible as it was imagined to be, a supreme realm powerhouse. Was it something they could crusade against just by saying so? Sure. This wasn't to say that the martial pavilion didn't have strong individuals of the supreme realm. Rather, for the sake of a Wu Xing, was it worth it to start a fight with a supreme realm powerhouse lurking in the shadows? And more crucially, this matter, which had happened, struck him as odd, but he couldn't tell what exactly was odd. But to say no reaction, then the face of the martial pavilion, and completely lost. Anyway, dilemma, Chief Pavilion Master, why don't you give a word? The sound of urging, once again, swept over the scene, but at the critical moment, a middle-aged man wearing the special practicing clothes of the martial pavilion, hurriedly ran in and bowed. Lord Chief Pavilion Master, the pavilion elder has an order. Courtier, as soon as these two words came out, everyone at the scene, all swished and stood up. Deception, district 2 words. It seems, everything was said, and it seems that nothing was said. In short, a group of bigwigs of the martial pavilion, all sullen face, full of fog. What do you mean there's fraud? As well as, the chief pavilion master of the martial pavilion, who was standing above, then seemed to have figured everything out in a flash. Over the years, the martial pavilion's expansion was ferocious, and early on, it intended to enter the 3 northern provinces and the remaining regions where several royal clans were located. But the end result was a nose full of dust. On the contrary, this time, the Jiang clan took the initiative to recruit a marriage for their own young prince. Could it be that they were not afraid that their martial pavilion would win the crown, and thus gradually infiltrate the 3 northern provinces? This, in itself, reveals the weirdness. Also, a few days ago, the Vermilion Bird Gate incident. Although the capital side had blocked the news with all their might, but for a behemoth of their size, there were still channels to figure out exactly what had happened. First, there was some incomprehensible operation of the Jiang clan, and then the Vermilion Bird Gate incident. Precisely today, their martial pavilion was planning to get involved, but the team had just arrived, and they were collectively annihilated. This, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a heavenly game. Notify down the line that the matter of Wu Xing's burial in Shengjing shall not be mentioned again, and that all people, without the authorization of the general pavilion, shall not travel to Shengjing, or else they shall be expelled from the martial pavilion. Drop that. Martial pavilion chief pavilion master, a few falling steps, disappeared in the conference hall, even though the crowd has many puzzles, but at this time, there is nowhere to ask questions. Shengjing, Manor, seeing that it was getting late, but beside the artificial lake, Su Yuzhu was still holding the red thread ball, sitting quietly, as if in silent vigil, far away in the center of the lake fishing Ji Rulong. Qin Tian shook his head and went forward, calling out, "General, that Shinhaojia kid has brought his sister here, saying that a certain famous spot in the local area is having a light show tonight, and hopes that you will have the honor of going forward." No one responded. He smiled and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Su Yuzhu stopped him and asked in a low voice, "Is this a yes or no from him?" "Naturally, I said yes, and when you've been around him for a long time, you'll know that it's more important to learn what he's trying to say by subtle gestures than it is to listen to what he says or doesn't say. I didn't expect that after a lapse of so many years, this little brat has become so difficult to fathom." Su Yuzhu looked at Ji Rulong in the center of the lake and murmured, "Suddenly, it's not polite to talk about people behind their backs." Su Yuzhu playfully spat out her tongue towards the center of the lake, then hugged the ball of thread and flew away from the scene. When he saw this, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 161 Master Jiang is annoyed. Into the night, the convoy sent by the Shin family was already waiting at the entrance of the manor. Shinhaojia folded his hands in front of him. At his side stood Shin Shuoqin. The last time things, although Ji Rulong did not count. But, they can't pretend nothing happened. We came here this time to make amends and apologize, and strive to undo the bad impression you caused last time. Don't speak freely if you can keep quiet later. Got it? Shinhaojia looked at Shin Shuoqin and said in a serious tone. Shin Shuoqin nodded. Got it, big brother. Last time, she didn't yet feel that she had, as yet, caused anything that was difficult to retain. After all, she hadn't said anything terribly disrespectful from start to finish, but since going back and kneeling for a day and being given some instruction, she had completely recognized how far a family of their size, the Shin family, needed to be careful in front of Ji Rulong. Also, what made her recognize the fact the most was that his elder brother, at that time, although he had fought with Ji Rulong and the others, because of his family's reasons, he went and retreated only a few months later. On this point, his big brother heart has been guilty, and Ji Rulong this time to Shengjing, clearly to set a big game. People can tell Yushin family one step in advance, so that Yushin family to stay out of the incident is benevolent to justice. And you think you're so self-righteous that you run up to people and try to lecture them? Aftermath. If you still feel that there is no problem with your demeanor, but instead rely on the fact that Shinhaojia was also a member of the border army in the first place and maintains a sense of superiority, then it is really a stupid lack. Finally, after close to half an hour of waiting, it was only when Ji Rulong and his group of 3 people walked out from within the manor. Midway, after Shinhaojia's introduction, they realized that the place they were going to this time was the Nine Dragons Lake, which was located in the central location of Shengjing City. This, one of Shengjing's famous attractions, holds a large-scale light show almost every once in a while in order to attract foreign tourists and maintain the heat. And, at the juncture of Zhong's young king's recruitment, the atmosphere around the Nine Dragons Lake was pushed to its peak. Soon, vehicle arrival. From afar, Ji Rulong and the others saw a pagoda-shaped high-rise standing in the center of the magnificent Nine Dragons Lake, showing its grandeur. This is the Moonwatch Tower. Shinhaojia gave an explanation. Moonwatch Tower, total height is 7 stories. Because of the unique location, coupled with the favorite of some of the upper class, so the top floor of the Moonwatch Tower perennial, the position is in a state of tension. Able to ascend to the top floor of the Moonwatch Tower, none of them are the powerful and wealthy of the Shengjing city. Today, the place Shinhaojia used to entertain Ji Rulong's trio was on the top floor of the Moonwatch Tower. Get out of the car. A group of people, boarding a wooden boat, because a lot of people are in the lake put lights, plus not far away from the moon building. layer upon layer of lights reflecting down. A whole lake, shaped like a sea of lights. Su Yuju seemed to have never seen these novelties before, so she couldn't help but exclaim on the spot, "It's so beautiful." Aside, because of the last rash trip, knowing that Su Yuju did not leave a good impression of Shinshuichin, hastened to find an opportunity to show good. "Sister Su, this is not yet at the right time." The general wait until the roof of the building of the nobles began to dine. The lantern show below will really kick off, and at that time, Sister Su, you will know what it means for the lanterns to dance all over the sky, and the Milky Way to lose its color. Really? Su Yuju wasn't a person with a small heart, and the last time, she had long forgotten all about it. Naturally it's true. I wouldn't dare to lie to Sister Su. Shinshuichin gently nodded her head. I'll see what happens then. Soon, several people were received at the Moonwatch Tower and were taken up to the top floor. In this position, you can be very good. Looking around a whole Kowloon lake, will be the sky lanterns, as far as the eye can see, but also really is very worthy of a tour of the place. The moment, the Ginger royal family, after the team from His Excellency Wu was sent up, the reaction made by the Wu Pavilion side also made everyone within the Jiang clan a numbness. All people, without authorization from the General Pavilion, are not allowed to travel to Shengjing, otherwise, they will be expelled from the Martial Pavilion. That's it, the Wu Pavilion, which usually has its head up in the air, issued a ban on everyone in the pavilion from traveling to Shengjing after the death of a peak powerhouse who had reached the top of the martial arts path. This is not in line with common sense. Jiang Linghao frowned. He had originally been prepared for the rise of the martial pavilion above him. This unorthodox tawdry operation of the martial pavilion, instead, caught him a little off guard. Could it be, just because the one who did this, was a supreme realm powerhouse? That shouldn't be either. Simply on the martial pavilion's externally publicized martial Dao list, there were supreme realm powerhouses in existence. Not to mention, the martial pavilion had disclosed many years ago that their martial pavilion had a martial extreme world, half human, half god existence. Such a behemoth that gathered the world's strongest people and was almost on top of the world would be afraid of a lone warrior? The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Linghao felt that the matter was full of strangeness. Incidentally, even inside, it was inexplicably unsettling. Originally, thought this time for the young prince to recruit the task, complete it easily, did not think that the king threw him the burden. Is not easy at all. Third Master, do you think it's possible that the martial pavilion simply knew that this matter was the work of an enemy they had set up, and at the same time, considering the fact that they would have to deal with us, the Jiang clan, in the future, therefore, temporarily chose to back down? At this point, Ginger's housekeeper, voicing his opinion, said, currently, it seems like that's the only thing that would explain it. Jiang Linghao thought for a moment and commanded, seal the news, and say to the public that the team coming from the martial pavilion had a temporary change, and therefore withdrew from the competition for the little prince's recruitment. Since, the martial court had not decided to pursue it for the time being, so blocking the news and minimizing the impact was the wisest decision. Stump, a footsteps, hurriedly walked into the scene. Third Master, the scouts below report that they mapped the team that arrived beyond our borders a few days ago, converging into a single group from the originally scattered 3 groups, and the direction, which is directly facing our Shengjing city. The number of the team is at 15,000, and the remaining 8,000 are hidden, because the surrounding area is plunged into military control, and the other party's purpose is unknown. Therefore, our team did not choose to investigate more deeply, but also the Third Master decided, our army need to make any reaction? Jiang Linghao, I don't care about you guys, and you're still moving? Jiang Linghao himself was upset, and at this moment, when he heard this news, he even burst out on the spot without any regard for his image. This is that troop? What? To line up to hit us? The point is there such a way to organize your troops? Scattered is fine, gathered into a group, but if it pisses off my old man, a command will immediately be able to end it in one pot. Hide 8,000 people. It is useful? A bunch of minions. Aside, a group of people from the Gu clan also gloated and laughed. This Nima, sure it's not here to be funny? A mere 20,000 odd teams wanted to come and touch the Jiang clan, which had hundreds of thousands of mercenaries. Sheep in a tiger's mouth. I really don't know what can make this kind of claptrap. Jiang Linghao temperate this time is also provoked up. On the spot, patted the table and said, Tong Tong do not care. A moment of supreme realm powerhouse secretly lurking. A moment. I do not know the origin of the team. Ready to my Zhang's Yang Wei? Old Zhang's little prince's recruitment. With them, there is a chicken hair relationship. Pass my order down. all to the little prince's recruitment as a priority. Who dares to stir up muddy water in the dark? Don't blame me for Jiang's personal suppression. Chapter 162, Shin Haojie of the Shin family, answering the battle. Actually, Jiang Linghao's mood, those present, could also express their understanding. After all, Jiang's welcoming back the strayed young prince this time and coming up with such a recruiting session for him. It was obvious that that prince of Jiang's was ready to let this young son of his, both internally and externally, to put his position on a firm footing, incidentally, and then use this incident for Jiang to pull a powerful marriage partner. Arguably, two birds with one stone. Now, a supreme realm powerhouse who had appeared out of nowhere had interrupted Jiang's original process, and had caused people to be on edge. Add to that, a team of unknown origin that harasses you a bit outside of your fiefdom every now and then, and who else would be able to keep their mind open? Ginger. In the end, it is also a top royal family, and is still the top four sides of the royal family, the most powerful one. Because of the little king's marriage invitation has no time to take care of other things is just really annoyed. Who can be subjected to its anger? Supreme? Do you really think there's no supreme being in Kang's family? The situation is not too clear nowadays. In my opinion, it is better to bring the recruitment of the noble young prince up the agenda. The martial pavilion is silent, and the native 12 golden hairpin families have backed down as much as they can. The contenders now, then, are the ones left to us? The royal family, and I'm guessing that your clan's intention from the start was to pick out the couplings amongst the royal family as well. And in that case, we'll just have to fight it out internally for a while. At this time, that old man from the Gu clan suddenly opened his mouth to test the waters, meaning, let the remaining two royal clans stop watching and hurry over. Then, the marriage will be finalized once and for all, so that you, the Jiang clan, can have the effort to free up your hands to properly deal with those cowards and snakes that are attracted by this. Lest, what's going on down there? Jiang Linghao sank his face, and before he could state his position, Gu Lingxiao, who was sitting in the lower seat, reminded, among the 12 golden hairpin families, there is also a Shin family. The Shen family? The Shin family, didn't they already withdraw from the competition on their own? Someone said. Gu Lingxiao shook his head. Although, they don't dare to compete, but if we don't defeat him in a dignified manner, when the time comes for our royal family to compete, won't outsiders say that we won't be able to win? After all, that Shin family's son, by the native inhabitants is power, has high hopes, proclaiming that he can fight against our son? It's just because our royal family's momentum is too great. Therefore, we are oppressing others with our power? This statement, it's not that I don't care. Tell you what, my lord reluctantly moves to defeat him in front of everyone. Let people recognize that even if he, Shen Haojie, wants to fight, it will be for nothing. In this way, no matter how our royal clan fights internally at that time, no matter what the outcome is, no one else will be able to say anything. Words. Jiang Linghao just waved his hand and got up to leave. I'm tired. You guys look after yourselves. In the meantime, the 12 native clans of the Golden Hairpin, too, are gathered together. After Lu Mingxing's next defeat, these people, towards the Jinling royal family, could be described as hating their teeth. Sure, Shins stay out of it. The same inviting people hate. We are all hairpin family. You Shins noble. A sentence to withdraw from the matter, want to leave it clean? Report, Shin Haojie is at the Moonwatch Tower. Good. The people from the foreign royal family are about to squat in on our native family's head. This kid still has the grace to enjoy the lights? Over the years, our 12 golden hairpin family, under the rule of the Jiang clan, has clear boundaries and represents a family signature in the 3 northern provinces. And this move by the Shin family can be described as not treating themselves as Xingjing people. Whatever. He, Shen Haojie, it's not like he can't fight. In any case, we have to let Shen Haojie go down and kill the sharpness of that foreign royal guy, to see if he, the Jinling royal clan, will still dare to point our noses and humiliate us at that time. Moonwatch Tower, top floor. This position, able to overlook the entire Nine Dragons Lake with the best line of sight. Ji Rulong, who came from the Ji family, was able to fully understand why people with status and position would not hesitate to spend a large sum of money to fight for a position. Sitting here, that feeling of superiority, of being above the rest, undoubtedly brings spiritual fulfillment. And, since ancient times, all the services on the stage are for the rich, status and position of the people. Ordinary people can only stand below, as a clown to please each other. The eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. The delusion is that you, too, can one day sit in that seat. The people sitting here are used to watching the people below perform, so how could they allow the bottom feeders to have a flying start that day? Ordinary people's lives, it seems, are in the calculations of these big shots. Ji Rulong sometimes wondered if he had been sticking to this road under his feet to go on. Will there ever be a day? Will you please, kings and rulers, return the kingdom to the people? For a long time, Ji Rulong silently gave his answer. Will, even if, with himself transformed into a dead chess piece, he would still win half a piece of heaven and make a scene. Here come the lanterns. At this time, Su Yuju suddenly exclaimed, and then saw a whole 9 dragons lake. Seems to be bright at this moment. The far side of the lake, there is a long dragon built with lights, is coming this way. May. Just at this juncture of countless expectations, on the lake, a wooden boat suddenly appeared. On the wooden boat, several figures stood with their arms folded, and at the head of the boat, it was clearly none other than Gu Lingxiao, who had come out from the Jiang clan. Immediately afterward, the sound was like a wave. All of you listen. This prince is Gu Lingxiao of the East Realm's Jinlinggu clan royal clan. At this moment, on behalf of my Jinling royal clan, I've come to compete with the world's best, and I've heard that, from the Shen clan in Shengjing, there is a Shen Haojie. Prince Shen? Ha! It is a wise move for the Shen family not to compete, but if their active withdrawal causes the final winner of the crown to be decided amongst our several royal clans, then outsiders will again say that we, in turn, are the ones who won. Therefore, this eunuch has taken the initiative to invite your Shen Haojie to battle today, to beat you up and plug all of your mouths. Said. Gu Lingxiao also shouted to the top floor of the Moonwatch Tower. Shen Haojie, this Gengzi knows that you are here. Come down quickly to face the battle. Boom! In an instant, the entire surrounding of Kowloon Lake was in an uproar. Moment of truth. The lake, again very spoiled, killed in a wooden boat. It's someone from the 20 Gilded Hairpin family. Perimeter. Native residents see the situation. Another burst of exclamations surged. Today not only the Goose people came, in addition to the Shin family, in addition to the 11 Golden Hairpin family, is also fully present. This is how to force Shen Haojie to respond to the war. Shen Haojie, people are squatting in Ting on your Shin family's head, and you still want to hide and be a shrinking violet? It's fine if your Shin family is a wimp on its own. Don't lose our Xingjing's face, etc. After this voice was made, perimeter, a mountain of voices chimed in, echoing, war, war, war. Public opinion is moved. No matter whether it was for the sake of watching the fun or whether there was a genuine unwillingness to be humiliated. In short, everyone hoped that Shen Haojie would be able to take on Gu Lingxiao's challenge today, and defeat this alien royal fellow. What? You, the Shin family, are really so abashed that you've reached this point? Cowardly before the battle? Ha! If your Shin family doesn't dare to fight, then don't say that you're the Golden Hairpin family of the 3 northern provinces, and get the hell out of Xingjing before it's too late. The Lu family, seeing Shen Haojie's delayed response, was furious. Not far, Gu Lingxiao stood at the front end of the wooden boat and watched the scene with interest. Yo, the defeated men are here too? You, original. A war of words, was inevitable as Gu Lingxiao took the initiative to provoke, but midway through, he was blocked. There's no point in wasting words with him. Having said that, this middle-aged man, who stood with his arms folded, raised his head to look at the location on the top floor of the Moonwatch Tower. Shen Haojie, even if you lose the battle today, it's because you're not as skilled as the others, and no one blames you for that. But if you don't fight, then your Shin family, from now on, cannot raise your head completely. Now at this time, you want to stay out of it, it is absolutely impossible, so you'd better think clearly. Top floor, Shen Haojie just looked at Ji Rulong, rather embarrassed. This nigga, how can he still pull something like this when his Shin family is out of the picture? Ji Rulong smiled gently. The number 1 person of the younger generation other than the Jiang clan son? If you want to wear its crown, you must bear its weight. Word strike. He swept his eyes over the lower part of the room, like jumping clowns clamoring for attention, and finally, his gaze landed on the center position, the most conspicuous Gu clan team. Jinling Gu clans? Qin Tian nodded. The top royal clans of the 4 directions have been towering over each other all these years, looking down on anyone but the royal clans of equal size, arrogant and domineering, not knowing how to restrain themselves, a mere 6th heaven. Who gave him the backing to be so arrogant? So what do you mean? Don't bother me with the lanterns. As soon as possible. Words. Shen Haojie was shaken. Then he excitedly got up and said, don't worry, this kind of flower in the greenhouse, even if there are 2 more of them, I'll still beat him so much that he won't be able to find his way around. Boom! A layer of waves suddenly surged up in all directions from under the Moonwatch Tower. Then, this long-awaited Shin clan's great hero, since under the attention of millions of people, leapt down from the top floor of the Moonwatch Tower. Shin clan Shen Haojie, answer the battle.